A series of fatal slashes ends with the clean decapitation of the great demon king. This blond young man stands motionless before a severed head, several times his own size, muttering for the hero to stand up because time is running out, urging him to stand up and fight. The dungeon raid team members are completely dumbfounded when they see the terrifying boss of the Black Gate defeated in a single strike. Only after a long silence does the female awakened hunter stammer and ask who he is. Hearing a human voice, the man finally turns around to reply that he is a knight, the greatest among heroic knights carrying the faith and will of the temples, Leon Dragonia proudly proclaims. But, to understand why this man is so ridiculously strong, we must go back 300 years. The day an entirely unfamiliar fantasy world, completely different from South Korea, appeared before his eyes. Our main character realized he had just been reincarnated. He became the son of a Grand Duke, spending his youth enduring training days that were worse than hell itself. To gain the recognition of the goddess and become a holy knight, he traveled everywhere fighting demons to accumulate merit. Talk about dedication. By the age of 20, Leon's dream came true when he finally met the goddess, Ariana, and was blessed to become a holy knight, fulfilling his lifelong dream. Until one fateful day, the kingdom learned that their king had passed away fighting the demon king. To stabilize a nation left without a ruler, the goddess Ariana descended and gave Leon a new quest. She bestowed upon him the lion heart to extend his lifespan so he could continue slaying demons. Thanks to this, Leon officially became the new king of this kingdom. But as always, there are those who build and those who destroy. While his knights worked to defeat evil, the Empire's treacherous mages summoned the Lord of Chaos right inside the capital. By the time Leon turned 121, the world was on the brink of ruin. In the final battle between the knights and thousands of demons, civilians were massacred, and every single soldier perished. Leon was the sole survivor, forced to carry on this lonely fight for his ideals. He struggled in isolation until he was 300 years old. Only when his sharp blade claimed the demon king's head did this ridiculously long war finally come to an end. He started this crusade wearing pristine armor and fine cloaks, and finished it with practically nothing left to his name. Now a group of dungeon raiders suddenly appears before him, crossing paths with our hero. This encounter becomes the exact turning point that brings our Night King right back to the human world. Honestly, if he stayed isolated fighting demons forever, he would probably lose his mind and ruin the story. Back on Earth, these mysterious gates actually began appearing all over the world some 30 years ago. Each gate contains a world on the brink of collapse or already ruined, and the survivors who manage to return are immediately targeted and heavily recruited by governments at all costs. After 3 years of living and fighting demons in another dimension, Leon is taken straight to an interrogation room upon his return. He knows keeping some secrets is best. Revealing he was originally from Earth would not benefit him. The title of a Night King surviving 300 years sounds way more valuable than admitting he was just an overworked orphan who died at 20. After a brief inner struggle to decide on his persona, Leon finally opens his mouth. But his very first words are telling them to address him as Your Majesty, you peasant. The interrogator instantly freezes up, completely stunned by the sheer arrogance. It takes a long moment before the man goes along with it, calling him Your Majesty. The interview finally continues, and the bald interrogator asks if the Black Gate, meaning his world, had a conflict with their hunters. And did Your Majesty slay all those demons? Leon nods, confirming the kills, and adds that he eradicated the entire demon race to uphold the honor of the knights, so he will graciously grant them the privilege of recording this great achievement. Oh boy! The bald interrogator breaks out in a cold sweat, completely overwhelmed by this massive cultural barrier. Suddenly, Leon demands to know if there is no royal welcoming protocol. Feeling immense pressure, the agent frantically grabs his phone to frantically text his team, demanding they bring food immediately to satisfy His Majesty's hunger. While waiting, he tries to ease the tension by explaining the current state of their world and the constant danger of dungeon breaks that occur if these randomly appearing gates are left unchecked. Just as he is in the middle of explaining, the food finally arrives right on time. Liam looks down at the rich ox-bone soup seasoned with salt, pepper, and some crisp kimchi and instantly freezes. If he just digs in like a normal guy, his whole royal disguise is ruined right. Gulping down his saliva, he slams the table and demands to know what this dish is. Hearing that it is Sao Liang Tong, a beloved soup for commoners, Leon flies into a royal rage and flips the table, screaming at them for insulting his status. Before they can even catch their breath, a furious roar echoes through the room. How dare they serve royalty peasant food? Is this how their kingdom treats a visiting king? Leon has every right to be angry. Even though he only recently returned to Earth, he is still a legendary Night King after all. Having dedicated his entire life to fighting, does he not even deserve a decent meal anymore? It is a pretty insulting welcome. After a fiery lecture loud enough to shatter monster-proof safety glass, Leon casually sits back down and starts cutting into a juicy steak. He exudes a pure aristocratic aura while savoring premium beef and washing it down with a glass of fine red wine. The 1993 vintage bottle is great, but the two government officials nearby are practically sweating bullets. Hunter Association Chief Kim Jin-soo is too terrified to even look. He stutters, desperately ordering his assistant to handle the king instead. Hearing this, Han Hari goes completely pale, her heart dropping instantly. She tries her best to back out, but ultimately has to gather every ounce of courage and step into that terrifying room. Unlike the bald chief, Leon actually has a softer spot for her. He signals for her to sit, getting straight to the point. He explains his irritation. It is not about the basic food, but rather their outright lack of respect toward a king. To his mind, a foreign monarch must be treated with the utmost prestige. After all, diplomatic blunders can easily spark wars. This is no joke since national security hangs in the balance. Hearing his incredibly regal lecture, Han Hari can only look on in absolute dread. She bows her head quickly, apologizing with total sincerity. "Please forgive my ignorance. Your Majesty, I am truly sorry." But remembering her actual mission, she forces herself to stay calm and asks if he would let the government support him. Liam keeps silent, not rushing to answer. Although he only lived on Earth for 20 years before he knows exactly how politicians think. They prize survivors from the dungeons above all else. They do not care about what he wants, they just want control. Their only goal is keeping powerful assets like him from leaving for rival nations. Cooperation is fine, but there is one major issue. Fighting demons is nothing to him, but something else here is completely unacceptable. He was calm a second ago, but now he explodes. How on earth can a king humble himself to serve under some foreign army? It is a total insult to his royal blood. He declares he will build his own order of knights right here in this world. The guy's ego is seriously off the charts. With his extreme superiority complex, there is absolutely no arguing with him. Han Hari slumps out of the room looking completely exhausted. Suddenly, sirens blare throughout the command center. An emergency alert flashes on everyone's phones. A dungeon has just manifested nearby. It is located right in the Hanam Plains. Association Chief Kim Jin-soo grips his phone tightly, his face twisting in deep concern. If an outbreak occurs near the grain warehouses, the dark magical energy will ruin the entire region's food supply. That is a massive disaster. Hearing this, Han Hari suddenly remembers S-Class Hunter Leon of the Phoenix Guild. He is stationed right there. There is no way a top-tier hunter like him could fail to close a simple orange gate. But her boss knows better. He is pretty sure those greedy corporate hunters are letting the outbreak happen on purpose to force the government's hand. He orders his team to rush over immediately. Sure enough, when they arrive at the portal, their worst suspicions are confirmed. Guild leader Li Yongwan and his Phoenix Guild hunters are just standing there waiting around with incredibly smug looks on their faces. It is painfully obvious he is letting the dungeon break open because the government refused to cave to his outrageous financial demands. The Phoenix Guild are absolute bloodsuckers. They rake in billions from mana stones and monster materials, yet still want massive tax exemptions. They want to pocket trillions more. Honestly, these guys are unbelievably shameless. Han Hari cannot hold back and confronts them immediately. She demands that Hunter Li Yongwan close the gate right now. If they let it sit, an outbreak is guaranteed within a week. But before she can even finish, he cuts her off with a lazy excuse about his members being too injured to fight. It is a total lie and everyone knows it. Han Hari is absolutely furious, accusing them of lacking any real patriotism. Li Yongwan just laughs in her face, completely unbothered. He boasts that in this world, money and raw power dictate what is right. To him, justice belongs solely to the highest bidder. But his arrogant speech is cut short when Leon steps forward. Leon cannot stand this pathetic display any longer. He steps up and calls the guild leader incredibly shallow and outdated. Furious at being lectured by some random stranger in public, Li Yongwan demands to know who this foreign-looking punk is. Now Leon is genuinely pissed. His eyes turn freezing cold as he demands to know how a commoner dares speak to him. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Just as they are about to throw down, Han Hari quickly intervenes. She desperately begs them to stop, warning Li Yongwan that the man standing before him is an ultra-powerful dimensional survivor. The guild leader instantly freezes. A second later, his attitude flips entirely as he offers a smooth, polite Western greeting. But his initial disrespect was far too insulting, so Leon completely ignores him. He turns to the association officials instead. He orders them to explain exactly what is going on. Han Hari happily obliges, thrilled to have such a powerhouse on their side. That alarm indicates a sudden dungeon break. When it happens, toxic miasma floods out and completely pollutes the land. Because of this, crops can never grow on contaminated soil. And according to Han Hari, this region is vital. The Hanam Plains serve as a crucial food reserve. The only real solution is purifying the soil and clearing the dungeon. They must clear it as fast as possible. Standing before the massive orange gate, Leon calmly prepares to step inside. He will handle these beasts. But as a proud king, he cannot just blindly meddle in another nation's military affairs. He wants their formal permission first. Until then, he insists on waiting for the actual ruler of this land to agree. Only then will he act. Han Hari feels completely helpless, wishing he would just go in, but Leon will not budge. Protocol must be followed. How can you call yourself an honorable knight without respecting the laws and order of this nation? You must respect their authority. Now hurry up and send the official word directly to your leader. Left with no choice, the government officials reluctantly contact the president just to secure that formal, unnecessary approval. They assure him the president will agree. Later that night, she prepares everything as requested and brings him a doll. She curiously asks what he plans to do with it. Earlier, Leon had ordered Han Hari to find local mothers. He wanted them to handcraft these dolls, which triggered a sudden competitive doll-making contest across the entire region. Leon picks up the first straw doll, frowns, and immediately rips it to shreds in a single second. Dozens more are brought in next. However, all of them suffer the same fate, getting tossed aside for being ugly. He criticizes their poor skills incredibly harshly. The creators are left totally speechless. Then an 80-year-old grandmother steps forward. She presents her handmade doll, which finally softens his harsh attitude. Leon gently takes the old woman's hand to speak. He asks how many children she has raised. 12, she answers. This honestly catches the proud king completely off guard. He almost wants the president to award her a Medal of Honor for such dedication. With his perfect vessel secured, Leon finally returns to where the gate appeared. He swiftly begins performing a sacred ancient ritual before it. Drawing an elegant crafted cup from a glowing magic circle, he begins reciting deep prayers to the earth goddess. A blinding golden light erupts. Pure water suddenly fills the cup, rising higher and higher with immense divine power. The morning sun slowly rises. Countless water droplets dance beautifully in the air, overflowing and spreading outward. They gather and pour directly into the resting doll. The onlookers are completely paralyzed with shock at this sight. The doll actually stands up. It speaks. Leon bows his head in absolute reverence before the manifesting deity. He welcomes the goddess. I greet you, Goddess Demera, the divine source of life and abundance. He explains the local crisis while also throwing some subtle shade at the greedy, arrogant fools standing nearby. The gentle goddess comforts him. Folly and greed are not always sins, but simply parts of mortal human nature. They are basic traits of mankind. She then asks what he wants, and Leon answers her without hesitation. He vows to align duty with divine power here, correcting these fools and guiding them back to the right path. Goddess Demera smiles warmly. Pleased with his noble resolve, she decides to share her divinity and heal the dry land. She will quench the earth's thirst. A single drop of water falls from the doll's hand onto the parched soil. Instantly, the divine magic spreads through the earth. The withered rice fields begin to shift and heal completely. The toxic miasma is fully purged, replaced by lush golden rice. But seeing this, Li Yongwan looks absolutely furious. He grabs some grain and scowls, screaming at the crowd to not be fooled by this poisonous magical harvest. He claims it is toxic, calling Goddess Demera nothing but a stupid straw scarecrow to mock her. Such a lowly fool. Leon glares back with pure disgust, unable to tolerate this disrespectful mouth any longer. I will forgive your ignorance only once more. Do not defile her holy name with your filthy tongue again. Li Yongwan seethes with rage. He simply cannot let a random arrogant outsider ruin his perfect scheme. He needs another angle. Fast. He immediately calls over an expert appraiser from the Firebird Guild to verify the crop. Introduce the expert. He is highly skilled, immediately using his appraisal magic to scan the newly harvested grain. A system screen pops up before the shocked crowd. The description confirms it is indeed blessed rice. Even better, eating it regularly can cure severe stage 3 illnesses and even treat advanced cancer over time. This is a total miracle crop. Hearing this, Kim Jin-soo does not hesitate for a single second. He immediately calls his team over, telling them to fire up the cooking pots and start cooking. Someone is sent to grab a pot from the minister's house. After a quick cook, everyone digs into a hot bowl of white rice to restore their stamina. While Junhan Jin-soo is still reeling from the insane recovery speed, assistant Han Hari rushes over carrying a bowl of rice. As soon as they hear that eating a bug from this field grants a massive buff, their eyes completely light up, brighter than headlights. And of course, the inevitable happens. Suddenly, right in the middle of a peaceful field, these grown men instantly regress into hyperactive kids chasing bugs all over the place. Witnessing the chaos, Goddess Demera realizes there is nothing left for her to do here. She tells Leon she is leaving, but not before placing a hand on his head and gently reminding him that no matter what he plans to do, he must always eat his fill. Suddenly, the divine doll goes totally limp, flopping back onto the table as a completely lifeless toy. At this point, Leon stares toward the massive swirling orange vortex and tells Han Hari that once the warriors have filled their bellies, they will enter the gate. Watching the hunters get ready to move. Out Li Yongwan looks incredibly bitter, like someone forced to work weekends for absolute pennies. But then he starts to think, Leon's class is probably just a support path for blessings and buffs, meaning he will be totally useless in actual combat. Fully convinced he is absolutely right, he cannot help but laugh out loud. If that is the case, it also means they are completely guaranteed to fail. Meanwhile, inside the dark, damp, orange dungeon, skeletal remains of past victims litter the ground. The Government Association hunters follow close behind, their faces extremely tight with anxiety. Only Leon is completely different, looking totally unfazed as he mutters that a direct duel with the boss sounds pretty exciting to him. Walking right in front, Han Ha-ri overhears him and is left speechless. No boss ever invades alone, they always bring an entire mob to jump you. But fortunately, Leon soon notices they are definitely not alone. Relieved, Han Ha-ri takes the chance to explain a bit of monster lore. Usually, enemy numbers drop as you defeat them, but in special cases like skeletons, zombies, or other undead creatures, will keep reviving endlessly as long as their leader is standing. Finally, the whole concept makes perfect sense to Leon. But right as the two are discussing this, a glowing red warning screen pops up right in front of them. The screen warns that a dungeon outbreak has officially begun. Commander Dullahan is currently marching in with his entire skeletal army, giving them a 3-hour time limit to defeat him. As the government hunters process this sudden quest, an endless horde of skeletons comes charging from the shadows. Leading them is the Dullahan, whose head and body are in 2 different places. Facing such a massive swarm, panic spreads. Jun-hyung Jin-soo immediately yells out to keep everyone calm and focused, asking his subordinate exactly how many enemy archers and mages are up ahead. The scout quickly replies back that they have spotted 30 archers and 2 mages. Having quickly assessed the threat, Jun-hyung Jin-soo orders their own archers to fire from a distance while the shield-bearing tanks hold the front line to block the advancing monsters. The battle has officially begun. An aggressive skeleton charges straight at Jun-hyung Jin-soo, swinging its sword down with brutal force. Relying on his experience, he immediately raises his shield to block, but the strength of this skeleton is far greater than he ever expected. Still, as a highly renowned B-class tank, he is more than nothing, giving it a solid skull-crushing hammer blow as payback. But right after smashing that first skeleton, he notices the 2 mages, preparing to unleash some dangerous high-level magic. Jun-hyung Jin-soo immediately roars out to draw their attention away from the squad. A magical blast hits him with a deafening boom, but his high-end government-funded gear keeps him safe. Even so, when he looks up, the headless knight is already charging straight at him on horseback, holding his own severed head in one hand and a giant blade in the other. With a casual swing, he sends Jun-hyung Jin-soo flying back. Han Ha-ri catches sight of her leader buried in the rubble, and the rest of the team is not doing any better either. Remembering the man who easily defeated the archdemon, she rushes over and begs Leon to help them, but she is met with a cold glare of pure disgust. In his eyes, a king does not fight petty skirmishes like this. To Leon, ordering someone who can slaughter a demon king to swing at moving skeletons is an absolute insult to his holy status. Well, that is just great. It is pretty clear she cannot expect any help from this guy to lift a single finger. Recognizing that he is not going to assist with the fodder skeletons, Han Ha-ri decides to take matters into her own hands. She yells to her team that she will handle the boss herself, shouting out a few quick orders before bursting forward straight toward the Dullahan. She pulls off a stunning mid-air flip followed by a surprise slash aimed directly at his body, but the boss blocks it effortlessly. Deeply focused on her plan, she is suddenly caught off guard by her enemy's floating head. The Dullahan actually throws his own head too. He grabs her attention, then immediately unleashes a devastating punch that sends her flying, just like he did to department manager Kim Jin-soo. That last hit almost ended Han Ha-ri's life right then and there. But as she raises her head, horse carrying the Dread Knight is already right in front of her. Seizing this perfect chance, the young girl refuses to run. Instead, she immediately unleashes a massive area of effect strike to blast the monster that hurt her. A huge explosion completely swallows the battlefield in thick smoke. Dullahan fails to dodge and takes the hit. He roars, swinging his blade wildly to back away. But Han Ha-ri is not letting him off easily. She aims straight for the severed head in his hand and thrusts forward. But the beast reads her move, blocking her strike with his massive blade. The monster prepares to strike her down, but just as Dullahan counters, the sudden sound of slow clapping completely distracts him. And who else could be enjoying this life-or-death battle but the national showman, Leon? He claps loudly, looking incredibly amused. He even praises the monster's swordsmanship, saying it is quite impressive to wield such a heavy blade with only one hand. Right in the middle of a brutal battle, Leon casually calls out, "Nameless Knight, the great King Leon shall grant you a special privilege. You may challenge me. Let us end this entire battle with a classic duel between 2 knights." But wait just a second. Hearing this bizarre challenge, both humans and monsters on the battlefield are left utterly speechless. Everyone thinks the boss will easily ignore it. There is absolutely no way a boss accepts a duel. But you won't believe it, the undead knight actually nods in agreement. Once Dullahan agrees to a one-on-one match with Leon, the surrounding skeletons look up in absolute disbelief. But right after, they reluctantly drag their bony bodies backward. Both armies retreat to form a wide circle around the arena. Leon stands tall, looking at the headless knight, and tells him to relax a bit. With a casual wave, he summons a glowing magic circle, and a grand sword slowly rises from the light. Leon comments that he remembers the monster used to fight with dual blades. Dual wielding seems a bit unfair against a single-handed sword like mine, does it not? This arrogant remark leaves Dullahan quite confused, but the monster just stands there in silence. Right then, Hanhari calls out to Leon, asking her king if he is ready. Leon looks over and asks what is wrong. She quickly warns him that Dullahan cannot be defeated unless he cuts off his head. Hearing this, Leon looks mildly surprised and casually asks if that really even matters. His complete lack of concern leaves Hanhari utterly speechless. Of course it matters. She wonders how on earth he plans to win without taking the monster's head. But Leon remains incredibly confident, asserting that such details are completely trivial. What truly decides a battle is the honor of a true knight. While the surrounding soldiers growl in anticipation, the two leaders face off. Both are ready for a tense, high-stakes duel. Leon raises his weapon, declaring that in the name of the first knight, of the goddess of light and justice, he Grand Duke Dragonia and King Leon Dragonia shall fight. Meanwhile, Dullahan waits in absolute silence. He raises both hands to grip his massive broadsword, completely unfazed as Leon's voice continues, promising to grant him a duel of honor. Unable to wait any longer, the quiet but deadly boss suddenly leaps forward, lunging straight at the spot where the king stands. He vaults into the air, raising his giant blade, ready to split his opponent in half. Leon remains completely still, perfectly calm as Dullahan brings down his crushing attack. The blade leaves a brilliant trail of light, shattering the ground where Leon was standing. But as the heavy dust clears, Leon is revealed standing there with absolute composure. He has raised his blade overhead, effortlessly blocking the devastating strike. Blinding sparks fly from the raw force of their clashing steel. Leon casually tilts his blade downward and a gentle whirlwind of wind sweeps outward. Dullahan's massive broadsword drops heavily to the ground, while Leon's sword is already pressed against the monster's headless neck. Leon looks him in the eye, coldly claiming the first point. His blade points straight at the glowing blue light on Dullahan's neck. The monster instantly leaps backward, creating some distance, but he has no intention of giving up just yet. Dullahan turns, bringing his large blade to his hip in a stance, ready for his next attack. In a flash, that massive, heavy-looking broadsword is swung with effortless ease, unleashing yet another blinding shockwave. This time, the blade is aimed straight at Leon's neck. Seeing him stand completely still, Hanhari grows incredibly anxious. Terrified that he might try to block the blow directly, she screams out for her king. The entire team behind her is equally terrified. But unlike them, Leon remains perfectly calm and confident, looking at the beast with mock pity, saying his footwork is far too weak. Before anyone can even process what is happening, the shocking scene unfolds. Leon stands tall with his sword raised, while Dullahan lies completely flattened on the shattered ground. The sound of the impact echoes through the dungeon. Kim Jin-soo screams in shock, asking if anyone actually saw what happened. The squad breaks into a cold sweat, wondering how he even attacked. Hanhari clenches her fists in absolute awe, whispering how incredible he is. Instantly, he turns to her and asks if she saw that. Hanhari is the only one who truly understood what just happened in that clash. She realizes he shifted the balance of his blade by twisting it right at the moment of impact. Not only did he block, but he also delivered a swift horizontal slash. Standing there, she watches the scene unfold, seeing Dullahan drop to his knees before Leon, a feat so reckless she doubts anyone else would ever dare try it. Meanwhile, Leon steps forward, pointing his blade directly at the monster's neck. He stands tall, looking down to continue his countdown. Your second life. Leon tells Dullahan to get back in stance. Meanwhile, Hanhari's mind continues to race. He can pull off these insane moves simply because his power is completely overwhelming. It has been a long time since Leon last faced a knight in a true duel of honor, making this feel like a supreme challenge to overcome. Any proud knight would think the same when asked to dismount by an opponent. And yet the clash rages on. Dullahan rises to his feet, proving that any past foes who underestimated Leon were fools to do so. Just look at Leon, now standing tall with the cold, focused gaze of a man who has survived a million battles. To those watching, he shines like a guiding star of honor and absolute perfection. Now Leon raises his voice, He decides to test out that strike, delivering a heavy horizontal slash toward Dullahan. A familiar ring of light flashes instantly. The colossal impact is massive, the pure force of the swing sending the monster's giant greatsword flying backward. Leon taps Dullahan's chest armor, the third life. He truly represents the absolute peak of a knight. The revered and imposing king of knights looks down with a cold stare, asking if his opponent wishes to continue. Inside Dullahan's mind, a quiet desire stirs. He refuses to use his dark necromancy, wanting only to face this man. In a proper duel, knight to knight. The very moment that thought fades, he charges forward with blinding speed. Dullahan prepares to swing his blade, fully committing to the honorable and dangerous path of a true warrior. Leon remains completely rooted to the spot, parrying every single strike with effortless grace and perfect control. Dullahan resolves to fight without his dark summoning magic, relying solely on his own cold steel, just like the old days. Back when he roamed the vast world, dueling legendary heroes with nothing but his true knightly honor on the line. In his eyes, Leon stands as a god of war, sharp eyes, a proud posture, and a suffocating, overwhelming presence. It seems Dullahan had forgotten everything after becoming a headless phantom, but now his greatsword spins wildly through the air. As the heavy blade plunges deep into the ground behind him, Leon calmly counts his 10th life, observing the battle. He notes that the monster's strikes are growing much sharper, asking if he is finally remembering his past life. Unable to speak, Dullahan only lets out low growls from his severed neck, but his heart is racing with pure excitement. To him, this legendary knight has brought him back to his glorious past. Leon asks the same question again. "Do you wish to continue?" he repeats, answered only by guttural growls. The skeleton soldiers watch in absolute shock. All this time, the skeletons have been holding Dullahan's head, which has been closely observing the fierce duel. He stares at Leon, lost in deep thought, before walking over to retrieve his head from his summon. Cradling his own head against his chest, the headless knight wonders when he first became a merciless slaughterer. He remembers standing atop massive mountains of rotting corpses alongside his undead minions, asking himself a painful question. How long had he fought while completely losing his pride, wishing to finally end this cursed journey in peace? With that thought, his legs give out. Dullahan kneels, offering his head to Leon. Leon smiles warmly, expressing his genuine joy that the fallen knight has finally reclaimed his lost honor. Placing his hand gently upon the severed head, a radiant golden glow envelops them as Leon speaks softly. He promises to pray for him. Closing his eyes, he whispers to the spirit of the honorable warrior. If he once believed in a god, Leon prays that God grants his soul peace or that the goddess guides him home. He smiles, wishing to meet the great knight once again at the table of the gods, asking for light to fill this place. The moment those words leave his lips, a blinding, brilliant radiance floods every single corner of the dark dungeon. The headless knight's severed head slowly dissolves, melting away as it blends into the brilliant golden light. His heavy armor fades, revealing a normal human hand beneath. The long-forgotten face of the man also begins to reappear. Under the glorious light of Leon Dragonia, the legendary warrior's long-lost human form is finally set free. Sometime later, with the dungeon officially cleared, the hunters of the raid party busily pack up their gear. Outside the dungeon, Han-Hari notes that Leon kept his promise, and Kim Jin-soo agrees that he finished it. He ended it in a duel. Thinking back to the dungeon, that blinding golden light had made her eyes widen in shock. She could only gasp. What kind of power was that? He had commanded the dungeon to let there be light. Back in reality, Kim Jin-soo wonders if that blinding flash was the holy power Leon mentioned, which would explain why the undead vanished right after. Han-Hari sighs, grumbling that he really should have used that skill much earlier. Right then, Leon appears to speak up. He says if he had done that, that great knight would have met his end as a mere necromancer, not a true knight. Hearing his explanation and seeing him stand there, she can only bow and reply with the utmost respect. "Yes, your majesty," she says. Dullahan's image appears as Leon explains that the knight always lived for his honor. Honor comes from actions and actions come from will. Dullahan received the noble end he deserved. Now Leon turns toward the vast distant fields, declaring that it is time to go collect his hard-earned spoils. Wherever they're in battle, there must be loot. His words leave the two hunters completely puzzled. Later, a massive sword and a strange sphere lay atop a black cloth, both radiating a dark purple energy. Kim Jin-soo marvels at the items, noting how much mana is packed inside, while Han-Hari stands there in absolute shock. Dullahan's massive sword and cloak are here too. Leon's eyes lock onto the sphere, sensing its heavy mana. The radiating energy is incredibly tempting to any normal hunter, but Leon looks completely unimpressed and slightly bored as he thinks. While Kim Jin-soo excitedly says this could sell for a fortune, Leon scoffs and calls it complete trash before he acts. He crushes the sphere instantly. While the sword remains untouched, the orb is reduced to mere rubble. The onlookers are left frozen in shock and deep regret by his decisive move. Leon just frowns. He warns them that such tainted items only bring bad luck. Later, deep inside the Hunter Association headquarters, Han-Hari sighs, deeply exhausted as she pushes a heavy cart loaded with gourmet food and fine wine. Her face is pale with dark circles under her eyes. It has been 4 days since Leon returned to Earth. So much has happened in this short span of time. There is even a minor dispute regarding taxes. Leon was highly offended, asking why a king like himself should pay taxes to another nation's ruler. Han-Ha-Ri tries to explain. She barely gets a word out before he cuts her off, commanding her not to mention such cheap, worthless coins. He declares those coins unworthy of a king's discussion, leaving poor Han-Ha-Ri completely speechless and utterly drained of energy. Gathering believers to build his temple is another massive headache. Local citizens crowd around him to ask questions. They ask how they should deliver their harvest, and Leon calmly demands 90% of it as an offering. He claims he is being incredibly generous, but the poor farmers panic, worried about their heavy living expenses. Leon crosses his arms, reassuring them that true believers of the goddess never have to worry about food. He promises that their basic living welfare and all other necessities will be fully handled by his association. Han-Ha-Ri steps in to reassure them, holding up a document and reminding them of the goddess's miraculous blessing on the crops. It was incredible, and the elderly farmers gasp when they realize 80 kilograms of blessed rice is worth a fortune. 150 million for a single bag. They cheer, realizing they still profit even after the massive tax. They happily pledge their trust, making Leon smile with satisfaction, but his own demands are the real nightmare. Standing in his room, Leon yells that this is not a battlefield, so why is his bed lacking fine art? Han-Ha-Ri stands behind him, stuttering as she tries to process his endless list of lavish and ridiculous demands. He wants royal bedding, a full staff of personal servants waiting on him, and expensive paintings hanging right above his head. Desperate, she is forced to make frantic phone calls in the middle of the night, begging for help. She spends her entire night running between 5-star hotels until 2 in the morning to secure a proper room. Kneeling before Leon with tear-filled eyes, she desperately begs the king to finally have mercy and get some rest. Waiting for his final verdict, she is relieved when he finally accepts a room decorated with elegant paintings and pottery. For now, that satisfies him. Han-Ha-Ri carefully approaches his door and announces her presence to the king. Hearing his permission to enter, she pushes the food cart inside and politely asks how he is doing. Sitting by the window, he asks what she wants as she serves him the carefully prepared royal meal. Leon raises a wine glass with his eyes closed, casually asking if she has eaten her breakfast yet. She honestly admits she hasn't eaten yet. Leon orders her to go grab some food immediately, no starving allowed. Sweating bullets, Han-Ha-Ri stammers a quick yes. She lifts the cover, revealing an absolutely massive spread of delicious food. It looks incredibly tasty. Her eyes go wide as she smiles. Sandwiches are definitely on her grocery list now. But Leon suddenly speaks up, instantly startling her. Sit down. Han-Ha-Ri freezes completely in her tracks. She blushes. Is His Majesty actually planning to share his meal with her? She eagerly pulls up a chair. Giggling with excitement, Leon blinks in total confusion. What are you doing? Han-Ha-Ri can only offer a confused nod. He gives her a pretty cold look. He wants her to cut the meat for him, not eat it. Talk about a major misunderstanding right there. Leon keeps a completely blank face, though his eyes show some pretty clear, quiet annoyance. A king sharing food with a commoner, unheard of. Stunned by the harsh reality, she goes completely quiet. Silence. Their luxury car soon rolls away from the Grand Hotel, carrying them to their next destination. Han-Ha-Ri delivers her next report. The Hunter Association has approved his housing, and while it's no royal palace, it's luxurious. Leon evaluates the deal seriously. For someone of his legendary status, he refuses to look cheap to the public. Appearance is everything. Han-Ha-Ri then asks how he wants to distribute the massive pile of loot they gathered. He cuts her off instantly, reminding her that he already told her to handle that entire process on her own. But there is one condition. Don't touch that awesome dungeon cloak. He wants it, leaving her smiling awkwardly. They arrive. Han-Ha-Ri quickly points out the towering building, and Leon steps out onto the pavement with pure dignity. She introduces the place, highlighting its close proximity to headquarters and the private helipad up on the roof. Quite convenient, right? She eagerly asks him how he likes the overall atmosphere of his brand new high-end home. He just grunts. He stares blankly at the modern yard decorations, wondering what these bizarre sculptures even are. Confused, he follows her inside. The lobby is spotless. However, a strange man has been waiting there for hours. He greets her by name. Han-Ha-Ri panics internally. Their move was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Who is this guy? The stranger smiles warmly, claiming he simply happened to be passing by on some business. This man introduces himself as Jong Chan, director of Meyer Food, a key branch of the powerful Do Dung Group. A fake smile plasters across her face. One of the top 3 conglomerates in Korea just happens to be here. Not a chance. Jong Chan flashes a pretty slick grin, turning his gaze toward the famous survivor. Han-Ha-Ri knew this guy had an ulterior motive. He steps forward, extending a hand to Leon with a smirk. Nice to meet you. But as soon as he says Leon's name, the king's face darkens with pure disgust. How dare a mere merchant touch a king? Inside the new apartment, their private negotiation finally begins. Han Hari reviews the contract details. The Hunter Association is fully covering the rent and all monthly maintenance costs. Plus, high-end cleaning services and room service are completely paid for, so he won't have to lift a finger. Still, she grits her teeth in frustration. How did that annoying director find out about a secret survivor? Survivor files are strictly classified. Luckily, Leon completely ignored his rude handshake, leaving the greedy man hanging. What on earth was he planning? She turns to Leon, asking what that corporate executive actually wanted with him. Leon looks out the window. That greedy merchant only came here for one thing: pure cold profit. Profit. Han Hari instantly connects the dots. He definitely wants those incredible crops, blessed by the divine right. But they have a major leak. Back at the gate, things were way too chaotic to secure the information. Online streamers and local crews had already captured everything. The association begged them to delete the footage. Too late. Han Hari looks at her phone, her face instantly darkening as she sees the absolute worst news. The video is already trending online. It's titled "The God-Blessed Rice" and it has gone completely viral. Meanwhile, Zhang Chan is absolutely boiling with rage. He tightly grips his phone, cursing this stupid leak. His face turns red with anger as he demands to know if his research team is completely sure this rice works. The scientist stammers that it definitely does, even though they haven't run any human clinical trials yet. Animal tests on mice were completely flawless, but they simply can't guarantee it works on humans yet. He nervously scratches his head. That's when Mina steps forward to deliver an update on the situation. She tracked down the farm's owner to secure the seeds, but mentions running into a pretty troublesome watchdog there. Come back to life. Mina respectfully reports that it even cured someone's chronic rhinitis. The local villagers who ate those grains of rice were cured of all minor and serious illnesses. Zhang Chan listens closely, flashing a pretty sinister smirk. Mina admits they lack clinical trials but believes the miraculous effects are already proven. Zhang Chan nods along. He sees the potential. Still, his frustration boils over. How dare that crazy punk treat him like this? He recalls Leon's arrogant face. How dare a mere merchant look down on a world-class executive like him with such absolute disrespect? Mina continues her report, eagerly urging her director that this venture absolutely must succeed because of its massive value. The crop's power is limitless. Zhang Chan tenses up, declaring that he must arrange another meeting with that guy. He slams his hand on the table. Unbelievable. He cannot comprehend anyone in Korea showing him such utter disrespect. Zhang Chan grinds his teeth, acting all high and mighty over a few rice grains. That wild survivor picked the wrong opponent. Creepy laugh. He mutters that Leon is just another backward survivor who mistakenly believes he is superior. Zhang Chan smirks, planning to give that fool a harsh reality check. But get this, Leon is about to flip the script. He returns to Earth, setting 3 major goals, starting with spreading the faith. Sacred statues glow under the divine light. Earth actually has plenty of gods and devoted followers. However, the most critical element, true divine power, is completely missing. Gods should receive worship and bless the world. Instead, humans are still left endlessly suffering from terrible diseases, while the soil grows more polluted day by day. Though crowds still flock to temples, unlocking true divine power requires building a completely brand new, genuine kind of faith. More people must believe in this new deity. The second goal is training the legendary armored holy knights. This world has no warrior order capable of channeling divine energy. Yet these knights will fight with absolute devotion. If the guardian of the Holy Grail, King Leon, is considered a demigod, then his holy knights are saints. With every strike, they fight as champions of the gods, striking pure terror into the hearts of demons. Finally, they must slaughter all active demons, restore divine grace, and raise this new order of holy knights. Leon stands triumphantly over his hard-won battlefield. He silently contemplates how to spread the faith and maintain order. He needs to balance the pantheon to foster his knights. Still, expecting holy knights to rise here might be unrealistic. Leon stares into the distance. It is a long shot. Still, it does not change his path. He only needs to fulfill his duty. Han Hari calls out from behind, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. She reports a visitor. Leon pauses, then decides. There is no reason not to hear them out. Since they followed proper procedures, there is no harm in listening. Soon the visitors enter Leon's hall with Han Hari. Zhang Chan greets him respectfully, thanking His Majesty for the audience. Leon leans his chin on his hand, silent. His eyes gleam as if recognizing something. Yes, Leon thinks to himself, for business he can tolerate this arrogant fool. He is willing to bow. Anything for profit. Outwardly, Zhang Chan maintains a polite, almost fearful facade. He presents a small gift, and his assistant brings a large briefcase right in front of the king. Zhang Chan smiles warmly, offering the gift, secretly anticipating the look of absolute shock on Leon's face once it's open. His fake smile practically cracks. He brought a top-tier luxury item that this crazy guy could never even dream of. Once he tries it, there's no going back. Honestly, you have to laugh at this guy's delusional confidence. Finally, Leon speaks up, acknowledging the effort put into the gift. He announces clearly and confidently that he will accept it. Zhang Chan freezes. Surely not. The king's completely casual attitude deeply irritates him. He acts like he's doing a favor. Patting the case, Zhang Chan urges Leon to open it, promising he'll love it. Leon simply points toward the briefcase, muttering that he won't waste time teaching manners. He orders Han Ha-ri to open it. She obeys, immediately addressing him as Your Majesty. Han Ha-ri approaches the gift and reaches out to unlatch the case. A sharp click echoes. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupts from the case, forcing a startled Han Ha-ri to step back. She stares wide-eyed. Sweat drips down. Zhang Chan simply smirks with smug satisfaction. He gestures to the case packed with sharp swords. These are elite weapons, the absolute pride of his conglomerate. He invites Leon to choose his favorite. Han Ha-ri is completely stunned. These are master-crafted, special-grade weapons from their elite line. Zhang Chan smugly confirms they are indeed the most elite special-grade items. He eagerly adds that since Leon plans to operate as a hunter, these weapons will be perfect. It will help you a lot. Han Ha-ri feels quite worried. Did he really just hand over the special-grade weapon of the Dui Dung group? She gaped. Looking at it, these are top-tier weapons that money cannot buy. She had only ever seen them in online videos during her school days. Leon rests his chin on his hand with a highly annoyed look. Where on earth am I supposed to use such low-level junk? Zhang Chan gasps out low-level. Even Han Ha-ri cannot believe her ears, asking His Majesty what he means by calling these masterpieces low-level. Leon explains that a great sword must have the aura of stars or divine blessings. Do you only use weapons to hunt basic monsters? Sweating profusely, Zhang Chan wonders what on earth this guy is saying. Does he want people to dry swords in the sun like chili peppers? Or maybe bring them out for prayers? Leon keeps his cold expression and demands to know if they harbor disloyal thoughts. Zhang Chan frantically waves his hands in protest, claiming it is a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Leon changes his tone completely. Leon picks up a sword, muttering that while this junk is only fit for slaughtering livestock, he will give it a try. Zhang Chan and his men gape in absolute shock as Leon pulls a legendary ancient sword right out of thin air. Zhang Chan's face twists with anger. Is that ancient sword all he has? How dare he look down on their weapons like that? Refusing to accept this, Zhang Chan asks His Majesty to show the true power of the sword currently in his hand. Turning to Secretary Han Ha-ri, he asks if she wants to test out one of the legendary weapons present here. Startled but excited, she looks over at Leon, who has his eyes closed with a pretty nervous expression. Feeling a bit hesitant, Han Ha-ri draws a sword for herself and carefully holds the sacred weapon in her hands. She closely examines the blade she has admired for 4 long years, crafted by the master blacksmith Baek Jin-on. Named Dawn, Han Ha-ri raises it. She can feel its intense power, as if it absorbs solar energy inside a special gate for 10 days. She can barely believe she gets to swing this. Is she really allowed to use such an incredible weapon? Leon casually scoffs why ask permission just to swing a cheap toy. Hearing this, Zhang Chan fumes in silence. Han Ha-ri gets into stance, her eyes shining with pure anticipation. Nearby, Leon merely holds out the sword he pulled earlier. Han Ha-ri spins around as energy wraps around her. Raising her arm high, she prepares to execute a powerful downward strike. But as she slashes down, the sword suddenly shatters into tiny pieces with a loud bang, leaving her utterly shocked. Everyone gasps. Han Ha-ri stares in regret at her favorite broken blade, while Leon looks on with a face of absolute disgust. He mutters that the weapon is far worse than expected. Annoyed, he decides to cut their audience time short. They now have only 3 minutes. Zhang Chan stands frozen. How could Dawn, their absolute strongest weapon, just break like that? He breaks into a cold sweat. As the countdown starts ticking away, he struggles to find his words. Bowing deeply alongside his subordinates, Zhang Chan finally stammers out his request to purchase the exclusive patent for the rice. He looks up quickly, adding that they will pay handsomely. Based on their initial calculations, the deal is worth massive money. He offers 180 billion won, though he secretly knows the true value of this miraculous crop is far higher. There is no way cancer-curing rice is worth so little. But surely this crazy guy has no concept of such wealth. He assumes the young man will lose his mind once he realizes how massive 180 billion won truly is. Leon questions if they truly intend to buy holy crops with mere cash. Believing he has won, Zhang Chan eagerly agrees. He insists on signing an exclusive distribution contract for the Dui Dung group, even offering to raise the bid further. Leon flares up, eyes glowing like a wild beast. How dare a foolish merchant insult the gods with filthy paper money? Terrified, the group freezes under his massive pressure. Zhang Chan grits his teeth, not daring to utter a single word. Sensing impending doom, they tremble as Leon looks down on them with ice-cold eyes, demanding to know if they realize their sin. Zhang Chan drops to his knees, shaking as he pleads that he has no idea what mistake he has made. Leon waves his hand, scoffing at their sheer ignorance. Meanwhile, the glowing fields show the holy harvest of blessed land. This sacred crop was born from the soil blessed by Demera. Thinking of this, Leon's harsh expression softens slightly. It is a divine reward for the hard-working farmers who toil in the fields under Demera's gentle shining gaze. Such sacred gifts cannot be bought with gold. They are granted only to those with deep gratitude and true faith. Glaring at them, Leon condemns these greedy merchants who only chase shallow profit while deceiving everyone they meet. He demands to know how someone who lacks faith could ever deserve to profit from the sacred crops of the gods. As Leon stands looking out at the night sky, Han Ha-ri nervously speaks up about their decision to let director Zhang Chan leave. She wonders if it is truly wise to let those greedy merchants go, especially given how disrespectful they were. Even as a highly influential figure, he stands there completely unfazed. Something so minor could never shake a true king like him. No petty scoundrels can shake him. Turning around, Leon asks if the preparations he ordered are ready while Han Ha-ri clutches something close to her chest. She explains that she already contacted the association, her face suddenly blushing. She asks if His Majesty is actually taking the test today. Going through standard procedures would make things much easier, she suggests. But he just scowls, demanding to know what absolute nonsense she is spouting. You're saying those nobodies are going to test the great Leon Dragonia? King Han Ha-ri's eyes go wide in shock as she asks why they even came. He crosses his arms, explaining they are here to recruit capable freelance soldiers, meaning he will test them. Han Ha-ri hesitates, too scared to speak. But procedures are procedures and Leon is stubborn. It has to happen, period. Han Ha-ri wants to cry her eyes out. Meanwhile, inside the high-rise building, people wonder if Dae-sung is testing this year too. He is a young D-rank freelance hunter and his friend Jun Hein waves him over. Jun Hyung asks if Dae-sung is here for another rank reevaluation. Looking around the meticulously arranged waiting hall, Jun Hyung nods in sheer admiration. Dae-sung is always trying so hard, making him offer a sheepish smile. Jun Hyung asks if he will finally rank up this year, but Dae-sung just mumbles. He just has to keep trying. Jun Hyung comforts him, suggesting he join their team instead, but Dae-sung winces at the offer. Some guys with zero talent easily get C rank while he is stuck at D rank after 10 long years. Still, Jun Hyung enthusiastically says Dae-sung would be a great fit. If he works hard and keeps his head down, he will quickly become their ace, adding that the mining team is actually not a bad gig. Dae-sung smiles, admitting he has been taking this exam for 10 years. His expression quickly turns serious and determined, but despite the struggle, he still wants to try just a bit harder. Without the massive payouts from high-risk dungeons, even paying off his mounting debts is nearly impossible. With a family to support, giving up is not an option. He keeps telling himself that no matter what, he must succeed. He has to reach C rank to finally escape his miserable life as a porter. Suddenly, Jun Hyun gasps, spotting a strange foreigner nearby. He wonders if the man is European, but Jun Hyun remains curious, asking if he might just be a foreign laborer. Dae-sung suggests he could be from a poorer nation, but Jun Hyun disagrees, insisting he looks European. Just then, Leon turns, revealing his sharp royal features. With his high-nosed bridge, shining golden hair, and towering build, he looks exactly like royalty. Intrigued, Jun Hyun calls out to him from behind. Leon turns to glare. The older man cheerfully walks up, asking in basic English how he is doing, which only makes Leon furious. He glares back with absolute murderous intent, telling him to back off and calling him a lowly commoner. The insult leaves both hunters completely stunned. They freeze on the spot, unable to believe their ears. Jun Hyun nervously laughs, guessing the foreigner learned some weird Korean, and Dae-sung quickly agrees. But when Leon glares at them again, his icy gaze completely paralyzes Dae-sung. The raw intensity in those eyes is terrifyingly sharp and filled with pure ferocity. Noticing his friend trembling, Jun Hyung asks if he is okay or if he is suddenly feeling sick, but Dae-sung can barely process a thing. To him, Leon stands there radiating a suffocating wave of pure, overwhelming power. He can barely even breathe under this massive, oppressive aura. Thankfully, the receptionist breaks the tension by calling out Candidate 57, notifying Dae-sung that it is his turn in interview room 2. Shaken, he quickly snaps out of it and heads inside. Leon stands back, casting a thoughtful glance toward Dae-sung as he leaves. Meanwhile, Dae-sung enters the room with clear anxiety written all over his face. The interviewer asks if he is alright, and Dae-sung assures her he is just dealing with some pre-exam nerves. Back outside, Leon grumbles that he is not expecting to find absolute powerhouses, but none of these weaklings are even worthy of becoming honorable knights. To him, they are all the same pathetic crowd of low-rank hunters who have been stuck at the bottom for years. He watches as a bunch of rookies line up for their awakenings, waiting until the staff finally calls number 77 Leon Dragonia. He is called into interview room 9, though he is already completely dissatisfied with the entire setup. This is where his evaluation begins. Leon walks in with an incredibly imposing presence, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The examiner reads his name out loud, calling for number 77. But Leon immediately demands that the commoner address him as Your Majesty. Taken aback, the examiner stammers and asks him to place his hand on the orb. He needs to touch the device to measure his power. Leon stares at the glass sphere with a blank, cold expression, remaining silent. His face quickly twists in deep disgust, clearly annoyed by the request. The staff waits patiently, wondering why he is hesitating. Leon scoffs, calling the entire process foolish. Crossing his arms, he demands to know how a mere commoner dares to test a knight. The examiner quickly explains that the machine itself does the measuring, not them, but this only annoys Leon further. He demands to know if they truly believe a cheap machine can measure a knight's soul, stating only holy gods can judge his power. The examiner can only sigh, wondering why he even came here. Leon turns away with a sharp huff, completely dismissed. He explains that he only came to recruit soldiers, but is disappointed to find nothing but mediocre weaklings running the show. Standing proud, he declares he hasn't seen a single worthy candidate yet, then demands to know what the next test is. The staff answers that the next phase is a practical gate raid. Leon smiles, pleased to hear they will finally see some real action. This is demonstrated through regular training and real-life combat. Leon says they are just here for a tour, which instantly terrifies the staff. Sightseeing? No, he actually meant participating in the deadly exam. Inside the massive space, the guide asks if anyone feels dizzy. Crossing a gate can make some people pretty lightheaded. Standing near the Soon Station gate, Dae-sung stares ahead with a dead serious look. Normally, cleared gates are closed up and destroyed. However, they kept a few dungeons open solely for financial profit. The Soon Station gate is one of those cash cows. The guide yells out, "Everyone gather over here for this year's test." He looks around. To turn his reputation around, he must absolutely ace this exam. He needs to be highly proactive. Meanwhile, Naon looks completely thrilled, asking if this is what a real gate looks like. She calls it a total hot spot. Tae-hoon immediately warns his sister to turn off her phone first, while Dae-sung just watches anxiously. His face is filled with pure dread. Oh Kang-tae cheerfully asks if they are rookies enjoying the lively atmosphere. But Dae-sung cannot relax. Is this old-timer over 60 a D rank like him, or maybe a C rank? He glances back nervously. Then there is Leon. Strutting like a high-fashion model in dark sunglasses, he looks like a lost foreign worker from the waiting room. Dae-sung frowns. Taking a promotion exam at this age means they must be total rookies. Is everyone here a beginner? While Dae-sung is sweating bullets, Leon just adjusts his glasses and strikes a flashy pose. This is going to be a disaster. The group gathers to coordinate their roles. Dae-sung steps forward first to introduce himself to the team. Dae-sung has been a hunter for 10 years, working as a warrior dealer. Tae-hoon smiles next, introducing himself. He awakened this year and wields a spear and shield. His bright younger sister Naon steps up next with her twin daggers. She mentions she is also learning archery. Dae-sung sighs, recognizing another bunch of clueless rookies who have no idea what they are doing. He flat out asks if they have had any formal training. The siblings confidently boast they spent 3 months at an academy. 3 months? Dae-sung rolls his eyes. He then turns to the other older gentleman, asking about his combat experience. Oh Kang-tae stands with hands behind his back, explaining he has some experience using gauntlets, but just retired from his day job. Dae-sung immediately loses all hope. The old-timer has zero practical experience, and gauntlets can hardly compete with actual swords and shields. He scratches his head and turns to Leon, their final wildcard. Is this foreign guy even able to speak Korean? Leon just tilts his head, rubbing his chin in silence before delivering a deadpan response that leaves everyone speechless. He declares that a king does not use a dragon-slaying sword to hunt mere chickens. Dae-sung thinks his Korean is completely broken. Ignoring the crazy talk, the group heads deep into the woods. The examiner announces they only need to hunt 50 goblins. The supervisor also warns them that highly unusual, dangerous creatures can occasionally pop up on the battlefield. If things get too dangerous, the supervisors will step in, so they should just focus on showing off their skills. Dae-sung stays silent while Tae-hoon looks highly intrigued. Dripping with sweat, he desperately wonders if they will even survive this test. Looking closely, he notices Leon did not bring a single weapon. Naon friendly offers to let him borrow her spare bow. She calls him handsome and asks if he knows how to shoot. Leon takes the bow, completely offended by the gesture. Naon cheerfully tells him to just return it later, but Leon's face suddenly contorts as he trembles with absolute rage. He slams the bow onto the dirt, shocking everyone, and yells that noble knights never use such cowardly ranged weapons. Naon screams in horror about her bow, while the confused supervisor demands to know what on earth Leon is doing. Dae-sung is completely speechless. He leaves the group, convinced that this year's evaluation is already a total disaster. Pointing ahead, he suggests a specific spot to hunt. Tae-hoon agrees with a faint smile, respecting his superior experience. Oh Kang-tae quietly tags along without any complaints. Tae-hoon walks beside him, pointing out a goblin pack near the plains. Dae-sung quickly shoots down the idea, explaining they cannot recklessly raid a crowded nest with such a small party. Getting surrounded means no escape route. Instead, he plans to smoke out and target the monsters hiding inside the caves. They will burn leaves and dry grass to funnel heavy smoke inside. He looks back at his questionable team. That way, they can easily pick off the disoriented goblins. Naan is utterly amazed by his clever veteran tactics. Dae-sung shrugs off the compliment. Clenching his fist, he remains deeply determined to show that his years of research will finally pay off. He has meticulously studied every battle strategy, dreaming of the day he would finally conquer a high-rank gate. Even if he is stuck at low-level gates, his passion burns bright. He absolutely must get his promotion today. How long can he stay D-rank? Suddenly, Tae-hoon turns pale and gasps as hordes of goblins surround them from all sides. Dae-sung instantly takes charge, yelling at Tae-hoon to raise his shield. The vicious goblins snarl, baring their massive teeth. A large kobold charges toward the hunters. With a quick slash, a blade cuts across its face. Tae-hoon swings his sword, smiling at the idiots. He smirks, thinking a head-on battle like this makes blocking them a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Naon draws her bow, shouting out a warning. A fast kobold is lunging straight at Tae-hoon from the side. Watching from across the field, Dae-sung can only scream out in panic. The kobold gets right in his face, baring its terrifyingly sharp fangs. Dae-sung warns the team not to let their guard down since they are incredibly fast. A single heavy punch sends one of them flying back. The monsters shriek in agony as those powerful blows leave them severely injured. Old Man Kang-tae uses his specialized weapon to take down every monster that gets too close to him, making Dae-sung grin with excitement. He cheers them on, telling them there are only a few left and to push forward. Soon they clear the area and congratulate each other. Tae-hoon hangs his head and apologizes for his mistake. Dae-sung quickly reassures him, saying everyone has a rough first time. With kobolds scattered across the ground, Naon manages to finish off two herself. Thanks to the old man, everyone is completely unharmed. Dae-sung watches the party. Honestly, they are doing pretty well except for Leon, who is still posing like a model. Irritated, Dae-sung confronts the foreigner, asking why he did not lift a single finger to help while everyone else was fighting. Naon is also fed up with Leon. She turns and points out that he just stood in the back watching the entire time. She asks the association staff if this is even allowed. The employee smiles, assuring her that everything will be fully documented. Dae-sung glares at Leon before shifting focus back to their plan. They agree to head deeper and expecting to find the cave. The hunters march forward and reach their destination in no time. Right before their eyes is a dark, deep cave entrance. Tae-hoon points out the cave and Dae-sung immediately reminds everyone of his plan to smoke the monsters out using fire. They all work together to gather dry leaves and branches, piling them up by the entrance before Dae-sung pulls out his lighter. Just as he prepares to light the fire, Leon steps forward and coldly asks if he genuinely believes this is the best option. Dae-sung frowns in annoyance. Why is this guy talking trash when he did absolutely nothing to help? Leon crosses his arms coldly. Leon demands an answer, telling him not to make him repeat himself. Dae-sung explains his reasoning while the others listen closely. He claims he used this method 3 times before, and it worked every single time. It is a solid strategy based on experience. But Leon narrows his eyes, questioning how he can rely on such limited experience. Dae-sung completely loses his temper at that attitude. He snaps, telling the young man he knows nothing. Meanwhile, the fire catches quickly, spreading through the pile of dry branches. Dae-sung turns to warn the team to stay grouped up because the monsters will start pouring out of the cave any second. They all get into combat stances. Tae-hoon grits his teeth, determined to fight through his fear and face whatever comes next. Driven out by the thick smoke, kobolds begin rushing out of the cave. Naon draws her bow, ready to strike immediately. An arrow flies straight into a monster's face, making it shriek in pain. The 3 hunters jump into action with their weapons. Dae-sung grins, proudly confident that his strategy is flawless. They continue to hammer the incoming kobolds with perfect coordination. Feeling incredibly proud, he figures that once they clean this mess up, they only need to hunt a few more on the plains. But suddenly a bone-chilling sound echoes, and trust me, you are not ready for what comes out of that darkness. It is the Kobold Lord, a massive, hideous beast far larger than the others. This boss monster should not be in a C-rank gate. Yet here it is, charging straight toward the terrified hunters. Dae-sung turns pale, his mind racing with sheer panic. The giant beast roars furiously, its eyes glowing a menacing red. Naon screams out to Dae-sung, waiting for a plan. He quickly snaps out of it and commands Tae-hoon to join him in holding off the boss. He then turns to Naon. He orders her and the old man to block the other kobolds from escaping the cave. Everyone immediately scrambles to their positions. They need experienced people on both sides. After all, D-rank hunters taking on a boss without a frontline tank is suicide. Now Dae-sung and Tae-hoon stand right before the massive boss. Even though Tae-hoon is just a rookie tank, they have no choice. Dae-sung desperately prays that Tae-hoon can hold the line for just a bit. But looking closely, the rookie is totally paralyzed with fear. Taehoon's face contorts in terror as the giant monster lunges forward at lightning speed. He can only watch frozen in place. Daesung screams at Taehoon to wake up, but the boss's overpowering aura has already completely crushed the young tank's spirit. Taehoon barely manages to dodge the incoming swipes, completely unable to fight back. At this rate, he won't survive the next hit. Daesung watches in horror as the giant beast launches another devastating attack, realizing there is absolutely no way to block it. The impact blows Taehoon away, leaving him sprawled on the ground right in front of the monster. Daesung screams in terror. He panics, realizing they are in serious trouble. Shaking violently on the ground, Taehoon looks up at the towering beast. Meanwhile, the association employee simply stands by watching the chaos unfold. Daesung desperately hopes the staff will finally step in. Why is the association not stepping in to help? They promised backup in danger, and now the kobold is rapidly closing in. If this continues, Taehoon is done. Daesung grits his teeth in pure anger and stomps his foot hard on the ground. Dust clouds rise around him. Daesung rushes toward the discarded shield lying on the ground and grabs it in his hands. He swings his arm and shouts, "Taehoon, get back!" The kobold raises its weapon, ready to strike Taehoon down. The beast slashes down instantly, but instead of hitting Taehoon, its giant weapon slams right into a solid metal barrier. Daesung stands right in front of Taehoon, raising his heavy shield to block the kobold's brutal down slash. He exerts so much strength that his teeth grind together as bright sparks fly when the blade scrapes the metal. Its red eyes flash with pure bloodlust as it raises the weapon again. Daesung braces the shield in front. Can he actually block this? Sweat pours down his tense face as he wonders what to do if Taehoon stays dazed. At this rate, they will both end up dead. But right in the middle of this panic, a calm voice speaks. Leon mutters that they barely passed. He easily catches the giant weapon with just 2 fingers, keeping his other hand in his pocket effortlessly. Try again, Leon says. Daesung stammers, absolutely unable to believe what he is seeing. This guy is stopping a giant boss monster's blade with bare fingers. Leon glances down, telling him to pick up the shield and fight again. If you did it once, why not twice? Get up and raise your shield now. Daesung grimaces, completely lost. Leon gestures with his hand, telling the young hunter to block and then strike back. Move fast. Daesung looks around in sheer confusion. What is this guy even talking about? He turns around to glare at Leon. Can he see the situation? Everyone here is in serious danger. But Leon's reaction is explosive. His eyes flare with an intense golden light. How insolent! Leon snaps. You should feel honored to receive my guidance instead of talking back. He stands proudly before Daesung, declaring that having a great holy knight like me teach you is a generational honor, a massive debt of gratitude that you can never truly repay. Leon demands that he block and counter, leaving the poor hunter feeling completely overwhelmed, frustrated, and totally confused. But to survive, he has to do whatever it takes. The massive kobold bares its sharp teeth and roars loudly. It charges at the two of them once more. Leon doesn't say a single word, just staring it down. Suddenly, he unleashes a terrifying aura, his face turning cold as ice. The charging beast suddenly flinches in fear, in a cold sweat as if facing death itself. Daesung watches the scene, completely bewildered by his massive power. Then he braces his shield, furrowing his brow. The massive kobold strikes the heavy defense, forcing him back a step. Daesung grits his teeth, eyes filled with determination. He almost lost his strong grip on the gear there. Leon calls him a fool, asking how raw strength alone is supposed to block anything. He warns him, don't clash directly with an opponent stronger than you. Watch for an opening. Daesung tries to block while listening closely. How can you expect to succeed with just a shield? Remember, your opponent is not a training dummy. It is a living, breathing beast that learns. Hearing this nagging while fighting makes Daesung feel incredibly frustrated. Use your brain. Daesung is absolutely furious. Damn it, what is he supposed to do? Suddenly, Leon kicks his leg. Keep your eyes on the enemy, Leon commands. Daesung widens his eyes. If he does not focus now, he dies. Do not bury your talent, bring out your latent power. Leon says seriously, telling him that he can do much better. Daesung freezes, thinking. Talent. He has been a simple D-rank hunter for over 10 years, with no unique skills to speak of. Yet here he is facing down this dangerous giant boss kobold. Is it actually possible? Standing before this towering lethal beast, those encouraging words now echo in his mind. If a legendary knight believes in him, maybe he does have potential. He grips his shield tightly and stands. This time he will succeed. The giant kobold charges straight at him as Daesung roars with his eyes locked on the incoming blade. I can do this, he thinks. The massive heavy weapon slams into his shield. Sparks explode as the blade leaves a deep gash on the metal. The two clash, repeatedly trading blows and quick dodges. He tracks the deflected path of the blade. He blocked it. A small smile finally forms on his face. But before he can even celebrate, a massive fist slams into his face, sending him flying across the dirt. Leon stands over him with a disappointed sigh, asking how he missed the obvious follow-up. Daesung lies there bruised and swollen, realizing he is still way too weak. Later, his final evaluation results come back as a D rank. Everything is neatly arranged, he already knew. Two guards had been standing at the door from the very beginning. Leon gave a sharp, annoyed look. There is no way a warrior of that tier is ordinary. Kang Hee-wook chuckles, mentioning he even wore an illusion mask to hide his face. It was meant to conceal his body and face, but it seems that trick was completely useless against the Korean Hunter Association president. He turns to ask if Leon achieved his goal during this evaluation. Leon slowly closes his eyes, taking his time to respond. It was decent, Leon replies, noting he was just monitoring the candidate for the night position. His next words startle Kang Hee-wook once again. Besides, even if things get heated, he has absolutely no intention of leaving the country. The president nods in agreement, realizing he guessed correctly. It seems the king's sheer presence is just too overwhelming, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Meanwhile, during the inspection of the dungeon, Leon gestures for the goblin to stay silent just like he did earlier. After all, even in a D-rank dungeon, the boss monster is estimated to be at least C rank. He points angrily at it, demanding how such filthy creatures dare look upon his royal face. Who cannot even become human, how long do you intend to gaze upon my majesty? With a few hand waves, the goblin falls. Kang Hee-wook smiles widely, showering him with praise, saying Leon handled it like a toy. Leon feels those compliments are unnecessary, arguing that chaotic place is certainly no walking park. Kang Hee-wook then clears his throat, sitting directly opposite him. In short, if your majesty establishes a guild, our association will support you. You probably already guessed as much, did you not? Leon listens in silence, deeply contemplating. After all, building a great reputation is the easiest way to gather powerful allies. In this modern era, there is no better way to spread one's name than sheer force. Suddenly, Kang Hee-wook's expression turns grave. He explains that a certain gate has been upgraded to a dangerous red rank after a failed raid inside the city. Inside, skulls are piled high, and for an entire year, no one has cleared it. Every battle there is massive, leaving absolute destruction behind. This metal monster with a glowing red eye holds the gem of wisdom. It is the keeper of that gate, known as Jagged Spinner. This mechanical beast rules over that special red gate. Red light flashes from its cold metallic eyes, practically begging him to destroy it. Suddenly, amidst a swirling vortex of roaring fire, a massive energy gate slowly opens, leading directly into a giant stadium. The first vanguard of KPP Guild steps inside. As they make their way to the target, Han Su looks incredibly tense while Hyun stares straight ahead. He looks in the same direction, muttering that these towering skyscrapers and bridges represent an advanced modern civilization. In fact, it appears to be a world far more technologically developed than Earth. Another member, Hai-ri, turns around in pure excitement. She marvels at the sight, calling it a gateway to a futuristic world, but Han Su cannot bring himself to share her joy. He knows that with fantasy and magic involved, nothing is ever that simple. Suddenly, Hyun gasps in absolute shock. He warns the guild master that this looks like a massive server error. Han Su looks grave, realizing they are in deep trouble. They must completely change their battle strategy. Hyun agrees, noting that hunter tactics are usually meant for a few powerful enemies, but here things might be very different. After scanning their strange surroundings, Han Su makes a swift and tactical decision. He chooses a nearby skyscraper as their temporary base, hoping the height will offer a better vantage point. They set up camp. Han Su asks Hyun if he spots anything. Hyun collapses onto the floor, admitting that there is absolutely nothing out there. No friendly characters and not a single monster in sight. Han Su looks around, wondering where their boss target Jagged Spinner is hiding. Hyun is just as clueless. Han Su crosses his arms, noting how bizarre it is for a massive city to be completely empty. Without a single living soul or beast, the silence is deafening. But suddenly, Han Su spots a strange movement in the far distance. He identifies them as a resistance squad, relieved they do not have to fight the oppressive regime. He turns back to his team. He calls for the KPP Guild to assemble. Harry points out nervously that despite entering the gate, that they still lack intel on Jagged Spinner. Han Su agrees, suggesting they must first secure their perimeter, but before they can even assign a scouting team, absolute disaster strikes. A blinding flash of light tears through the air and blood splatters everywhere. Hyun, sitting right beside him, freezes in pure horror. He screams Han Su's name. Hai-ri is completely paralyzed with fear as a deadly robot enters the room, immediately opening fire on them. Hyun yells for everyone to take cover as the machine aims its heavy cannon. A massive explosion rips through the building, shattering everything. The survivors run for their lives. Hyun looks back at his fallen allies, gritting his teeth in absolute fury and desperation. Even Han Su, their elite A-rank tank, was taken down before he could even react. Hyun ducks behind a crumbling wall, panicking. He curses, knowing they are sitting ducks. He demands to know the enemy's position, and Hai-ri frantically reports it at 3 o'clock. However, the thick dust makes it impossible to measure the distance. She warns her vice leader that the floor beneath them is collapsing. Hyun barks out a retreat order, telling everyone to fall back immediately. They bolt for the exit as the skyscraper begins to collapse. Haeri frantically asks what they should do about their leader's body, but Hyun is focused solely on saving those who are still alive. He needs to secure things first. Since something feels incredibly off, they can regroup and search later. So he orders Haeri to move ahead and scout. She needs to see if the exit is safe. Quick to obey, she speeds ahead, promising to check. Right at the gate, Haeri suddenly turns back. She yells back to the vice leader that she does not feel anything and the exit seems totally clear. In a flash, she dashes out of the gate. But once outside, her face freezes as a sudden, terrible feeling washes over her. Haeri reaches up, touching her own neck. Right there, a faint light starts to glow. She is trapped in a web of red wires, but why does her throat feel so tight? Just then, Hyun rushes over only to be met with a sudden spray of fluid. Heart pounding, he stares outside, silently calling out her name. Hyun looks around as the horrifying truth reveals itself. Steel wires. The entire city is completely wrapped in a massive tangled web of steel. Rage boils over as he draws his sword, screaming to clear the path. They have to get out of this place no matter what it takes. His gaze turns fierce, telling everyone to channel mana into their weapons, since it is just normal steel. But deep down, he wonders who could be behind this. Is their enemy really just a single person? As they slash through the wires, they realize they were targeted long ago. High above, something is locking onto them. System screens flicker to life as the jagged spinner reveals its massive armored metallic frame. Glowing red vents flare on its armor as it shifts into firing position. Instantly, it shoots a glowing green wire down from its perch. Hyun tracks the incoming projectile with his eyes, realizing it is headed straight for him. Then a massive explosion rips through the street. Concrete shatters as a dark red stain spreads across the asphalt. Painful groans echo through the thick dust as the surrounding walls crumble. Coughing through the smoke, Hyun falls to his knees, bracing himself against the debris. For a moment, there is silence, then he screams. His face twists with pure rage as he yells for the bastard to show itself. Hearing his voice, the machine slowly turns. There it is, a cold, towering metallic robot. Covered in dirt and blood, Hyun asks in a trembling voice if it is really him. If this thing is the Jag spinner. The machine locks its barrels onto Hyun with a mechanical whir. Just like that girl once warned. With a robot like this, you can keep fighting in a crisis even if you run out of ammo. The metallic beast screeches. Hyun barks back, calling it a monster and daring it to try and wipe them out. Go ahead, he mocks, try it. The machine fires a volley right from its main cannon. Glowing green projectiles rain down, tracking directly toward Hyun's position. Silence. Nothing remains but blood splattered across the ruined city. At the Jeongdu Gate, 58 elite hunters launched their first raid. Not a single person survived. The second and third raids met the same fate, forcing them to raise the boss difficulty to red. All operations at Jeongdu Gate are suspended indefinitely. Suddenly, a massive warhammer smashes the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. Chuckling with savage glee, Hwang Jumin smirks, complaining that the terrible weather is just as bad as the footage made it look. Hwang Junha keeps a cold, serious expression, warning the team that the deeper they go, the higher the chances of encountering the boss. Then Chairman Ji-sung steps forward with a confident stride. As agreed, his faction will secure the precious magic gem of wisdom. All the glory and the remaining 60 billion won in cash will go directly to the Golden Lion Guild instead. Everyone quickly turns as a system notification chimes. The official roster of hunters entering the Jeongdu Stadium Gate has been updated. The 10th-ranked Golden Lion Guild includes S-rank leader Hwang Jumin, vice leader Hwang Junha, and 47 elite members. Alongside them are 48 mercenaries and Ji Seong's Magic Tower squad. Meanwhile, Han Hari carefully pours a hot drink, offering it to her liege. Leon takes a slow, appreciative sip and nods. Not bad, he remarks, asking what kind of tea this actually is. Holding the kettle, she explains that it is simple barley tea. But they are not alone. Another presence lingers near the gate. The fourth raid on the Jeongdu Stadium Gate finally begins. Under a heavy pitch-black sky, the ruined city looms ahead of them. At the expedition camp, everyone is fully assembled. Noticing her hesitation, someone asks if something is wrong, leaving Han Hari quite flustered. She admits that while things are going smoothly, she has a bad feeling this peace will not last much longer. After a tense pause, she speaks up. Leon listens carefully to Han Hari's analysis, his expression thoughtful as she shares her concerns. It would be best if they could handle this without him stepping in, though that means missing a chance to build his reputation. Hearing this, Leon chuckles softly, agreeing that such an outcome would indeed be the most ideal scenario for everyone. If a great king like Leon does not need to draw his sword, it means things are not completely hopeless yet. He then poses a thoughtful question, asking her what she thinks the true duty of a king was in his former kingdom. Han Hari hesitatingly suggests that a king's role is simply to rule. Flashbacks show a grand palace with a warrior kneeling before the throne. That is a fair point, but technically anyone could do that. Unless a ruler is foolishly arrogant, most leaders are practically identical. Since she still seems a bit confused, he rephrases the question, asking about the role of a king of knights. Reflecting on his past battles, she suddenly realizes he only steps in when an enemy attack is completely unavoidable. She hesitated, completely unsure of her own reasoning and stumbling over her words. Leon Dragonia's duty as king was crystal clear. He spoke up for her, describing it as their final bastion. He explained everything in detail. Do you understand? If the king of Leon Dragonia has to personally step in, it would be a complete disgrace to his knights. Gripping the armrest of his throne, Leon stood up abruptly. His freezing cold gaze showed everyone just how dire the situation had become. Han Hari listened in closely, by pure coincidence. Leaning forward with a slight bow, he remarked that it seemed he would have to step in once again, taking over for weak, pathetic fools like them. He muttered that he truly missed his honorable knights. Soon the lineup of the entire expedition team was finally revealed, featuring Huang Ju-min, a powerful S-rank hunter, alongside a highly capable A-rank mage. So everything should be fine. Leon kept a stone-cold expression, asking if she called those people hunters. He admitted they did indeed possess power far superior to ordinary humans. She tried her absolute best to absorb all the information he provided, but Leon's eyes shone brightly as his brow arched. They have never once experienced a real brutal war yet. Ji-seung stood quietly nearby listening. Is the city's outskirts actually safe? You all seem pretty confident in that intel, even though you have only clashed with the enemy 3 times. Leon frowned. You call yourselves an expedition team, yet you just predict basic monster movement paths and make your strategic moves based on scraps of newly discovered information. How completely ridiculous. Han Hari sensed there was something behind those words. Perhaps she understood part of it too. Ji-seung stood looking down. A true commander knows how to adapt on the fly. There is no formula or fixed pattern. Leon's tone turned menacing. From what I hear, this thing called the Jag Spinner, and just like that, a massive explosion cuts him off. What on earth is happening? It is a brilliant commander. Z's metallic body was covered in deep battle scars. I am sorry, the other girl gasped as she collapsed, spitting blood. She quietly whispered her final wish, asking if he could do her one last favor. Suddenly, the armored spinner unit 10253 initiated a purge of all unidentified targets in the city. Raising its giant gun barrels upward, it rained continuous fire down on the city below. Warriors screamed that the Jag Spinner had arrived, urging everyone to take cover immediately. Jag Spinner shrieked, dropping its mechanical body low as it targeted clusters of survivors. Jag Spinner was instantly enveloped in crackling blue lightning. Blinding energy tore through the area as it surged forward. Hunters scrambled frantically to find cover behind distant walls. Faces grew pale as a massive lightning storm gathered. Amid the dust and absolute chaos, one young man grimaced and cursed loudly. Damn it, the debris is collapsing, burying everyone underneath. What kind of freakish monster is this? The armor finally retracted its smoking barrels after the barrage. With 23% of living targets eliminated, it prepared to fire again for absolute suppression. While it recharged, Huang Ju-min charged in from a distance, gathering 48% energy. Gripping his giant hammer, he struck with all his might. His heavy blow triggered a violent explosion, completely shattering the machine's side armor and causing massive electrical leaks. Main body damage, internal pressure rising. Jag Spinner quickly rotated toward him, shifting its target priority to eliminate the threat. Huang Ju-min smirked, calling the machine a useless pile of scrap. Suddenly, Huang Junha's hair stood on end with absolute fury. I told you, she hissed. Enveloped in a fiery aura of pure rage, she charged straight into the battlefield. Huang Junha struck like lightning, creating a series of massive explosions. Don't call me Huang Ju-min, she roared. Huang Ju-min just laughed. He praised her effort as the armor buckled, sparks flying everywhere. A massive bolt of lightning shot into the dark sky. Tae-sung stepped forward, gesturing for the next attack and saying he would handle the rest. Z stood frozen from critical damage. The weapon system initiated an emergency purge as damage increased. Even though its radar systems were completely offline, it still used residual energy to target the threat, unlocking restricted protocols. A bright red light glowed along its massive gun barrels. Its primary focus locked onto Tae-sung as a level 3 priority target. Z leaped backward to gain distance. Look at that thing run, quick, they need to chase it down before it escapes. It fired backward as it fled, unleashing a heavy barrage toward them. Stop right there, Tae-sung said calmly. He held a glowing sphere, telling them to gather close as he activated the disruption barrier. He slammed his foot heavily down, cracking the ground. The sphere expanded, lighting up the area. An incoming projectile flew at high speed, but it was deflected harmlessly away. His partner watched in absolute awe, asking if that was really Taesung's power. The incoming fire was entirely redirected. Taesung smirked confidently, explaining that it was a custom magic tool he made, specifically to counter the spinner. It was a shame he had to use it so early. Inside the armor, the system, risk factor alert. An abnormal status has been detected. System recovery and maintenance have begun with indicators flashing across the screens. The screen updates rapidly. Observation and analysis are complete. Targeting coordinates D15 S37 F11. Suddenly, Taesung's partner is hit. Coughing up fresh blood from the impact, his face goes pale in utter disbelief. How could the machine calculate the projectile trajectory? Just to curve it right past their protective shield, Jag's spinner keeps firing calculated rounds. What kind of monster is this thing anyway? Inside the barrier, everything suddenly erupts in fire. How is this even possible? One of the hunters screams in sheer panic. Mage Jung shut down that decoy force field. We can't predict the bullets like this. Taesung is completely caught off guard. Damn it, I'm shutting it off now. Attack the moment it goes down. Extreme dread washes over them, their faces twisting in terror. 3, 2, 1. Eyes narrow as every single wrinkle shows. Huang Jumin suddenly screams, forcing everyone to look back. Stop, everyone. They realize they are completely surrounded by tight wires on all sides. Everyone stares, absolutely stunned. Wires? Since when? It wasn't just running away. The machine was weaving these threads the entire time. How did it calculate and set up this trap? The machine's hull slides open, deploying its massive gun barrels. Jag's spinner stands right in the center, drawing in massive electrical currents. Taesung gasps, sweat pouring down his face. No way how, they are completely trapped in a cage of glowing wires. Gathering together to avoid the initial gunfire was a fatal mistake. Now they can't even move to escape the incoming brutal assault. The machine finishes charging its core with raw electricity. It locks onto them, unleashing a bright, ominous red light. Just as it fires, the thundering sound of hooves echoes from afar. Huang Junha turns, recognizing the frantic gallop of a horse approaching them. Its glowing eyes flare as its teeth chew right through the wires. It really is a horse. A hand gently strokes its back. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Leon stands beside the magnificent steed, gently petting it with a warm, caring smile. Addressing his old friend, Leon effortlessly leaps onto its back. He calmly takes the reins as the crowd watches in absolute shock. Majestically, he rides forward to shield the hunters from the beast. With a booming voice, Leon commands attention, yelling to his soldiers. He proudly proclaims that true courage allows a warrior to charge into a sea of enemies completely alone, as the great king of Leon Dragonia deeply respects such valiant souls. Grasping the reins, his face is full of pride. I grant you the ultimate glory, he says, granting you an honorable duel and the royal privilege to fight against a king. His dramatic speech echoes across the battlefield. But despite his grand words, the hunters just stand there in bewildered silence, desperately trying to hold back their laughter. Like, seriously, is this guy completely out of his mind? They listen to Leon's ridiculous announcement with wide eyes. To gaze upon my royal face and the honor to duel a king, I permit you all to battle me with everything you have. The machine stands there, seemingly just as bewildered by his speech. Failing to comprehend the human, it simply starts charging its power. Electricity crackles as the machine powers up its electromagnetic rifle. Energy output rises by 13%, yet the danger level remains 0. Eliminating all variables, Leon swings his weapon, causing a brilliant red light to flare up. He is ready to charge. Spurring his steed forward, he charges ahead with absolute bravery. Follow me, warriors. The horse charges directly into the gunfire. The horse's glowing eyes lock onto the enemy. Ignoring the hail of bullets, the machine opens fire, unleashing a devastating barrage. Leon tenses up and roars. Do not let these pathetic ranged weapons hit you. He gallops straight through the lightning storm. Rushing toward the machine, he effortlessly deflects the incoming fire. It is a clash of high-tech lightning versus raw physical speed. Standing tall on his horse, Leon pushes his steed to its absolute limit. Blinding light erupts completely, obscuring his determined face. The brutal shockwave shatters the ground, triggering a massive explosion that tears the machine's outer plating into floating molten shards. Blinding light fades as debris rains down. Cracks open up across its metallic body, leaking wild currents. Suddenly, its system fails. The Zap Spinner's advanced AI completely shuts down. Leon smiles triumphantly. Even the laws of logic cannot explain this raw power. The machine's targeting system tries to analyze Leon's spear. It concludes that a primitive weapon cannot deal any significant damage. Its gun ports glow bright, assessing the threat level as 0. Why even dodge when it can just blow him away? The automated system chooses the most logical action, locking its electromagnetic rifles directly onto his incoming path. A calculated strike. Leon's eyes flare with confidence. Exactly 3 seconds ago, a thin defensive barrier began forming right around his spear. Detecting this abnormal physical movement, the machine records the bizarre physics. It struggles to predict his rapid path of motion. Charging forward with 2 seconds left, Leon closes the gap. The machine fires another round to eliminate him instantly. Two high-velocity rounds intertwine, hurtling toward Leon as the countdown ticks down to the final second of this clash. An explosion erupts right behind him. He didn't even dodge, he simply batted the projectile away with sheer force. No block, no impact, just absolute defiance of physics as the bullet is deflected. The legendary king continues his relentless charge. Nothing can stop him as he charges forward with absolute determination, unleashing a powerful thrust skill that all knights are capable of performing even when facing humanity's most powerful AI superweapon. Though the machine continuously fires off round after round, those bullets must still obey the basic laws of physics. Leon effortlessly deflects them with his spear under the holy blessing. His gaze is ice-cold and filled with determination. Knights always possess incredible strength during their attacks, capable of unconditionally defeating their opponent with a single strike. A massive blast of energy erupts blindingly bright, tearing open the sky and shaking the entire landscape. Leon stands before the ruined area surrounded by thick smoke and electricity crackling from jagged Spinner's body. This strange anomaly defies all logical reasoning, rendering it completely incomprehensible. Under the smoke, his cold gaze. Leon's eyes flash as he stares intently. Recognizing the threat, the system elevates the threat level to danger level 5 and Z opens its top hatch to immediately flee the battlefield, releasing a massive jet of steam as it ascends. Leon scowls with annoyance. He looks at the debris left behind on the ruins, frustrated that it escaped so easily. Meanwhile, a mysterious purple energy orb glows mystically as it hovers in the thick fog, ordering Z to protect this sanctuary and keep everyone away. Instantly, Z reveals its glowing red eye, shining brilliantly in the dark. As destroyed parts clatter onto the metal floor, its systems begin temporary, processing 5 standard rounds and 36 homemade bullets. With everything organized, the system prepares to craft 657 more. To utilize the 60mm machine gun, Z rests in the charging bay to assess the damage and recalibrate its massive arsenal. Its red eyes flash, identifying Leon as a danger level 5 opponent, an old-school warrior with completely unpredictable power. Reconstruction and data analysis of the enemy proceed as crackling blue and white lightning repeatedly arcs across the walls. A ghostly girl fades into view, softly thanking Z for protecting the city. Meanwhile, the repairs on Z's internal components are finalized, completing both recovery and analysis. A dark, eerie mist wraps around the chassis as the electrical power surges, allowing the machine to resume its mission. Deep inside Area B of the Dooget City Center Sports Complex, a group of hunters steps cautiously into the dim alleys. Moving with extreme wariness, one of them suddenly stops, near a wall, spotting something 250 meters ahead. He mutters about some bastard setting off fireworks as Dino leads the pack and warns the ranged fighters to carefully scale the opposite building while the rest wait behind. He tells them to sound the alarm if anything spots them, but then he suddenly whips around in absolute shock. The hunters behind Dino are instantly sliced apart by razor-sharp wires. Pale with terror, cold sweat begins dripping down his cheek as his eyes widen in pure horror. Dino grips his sword tight and swings it wildly, screaming out to demand who is there. He slashes at the empty air, cursing whatever bastard is hiding. Grimacing as sweat pours down, it is clear that something has already sliced Dino's face, leaving a bloody red line. Suddenly, deadly wires begin to crisscross the entire alleyway, threatening everyone. The invisible trap instantly claims lives and inflicts brutal wounds as Z stands silently admiring the bloody carnage. Having successfully eliminated 5 external variables, a sudden noise nearby catches Z's attention. Just across the way, young Alex runs for his life with tears streaming down. He desperately screams that he does not want to die as Z detects a surviving life form. Scanning the target, Z registers a danger level of 0. Sobbing hysterically, Alex suddenly trips and faceplants onto the grass as Z slowly approaches. Crying out for anyone to save him, Alex looks up at the giant machine towering over him. Z slowly raises its heavy leg, gently touching the nearby gravestone, recalling a memory of the girl touching it long ago. She had asked if Z remembered, reflecting that she too would be buried here, someday like the others, forever becoming a part of the city. With a gentle, warm smile, she had begged Z to keep protecting this city in her place. Reliving this memory, Z's red eye flares with crackling electrical energy as its protocols prioritize attacking and eliminating all intruders. Clinging tightly to the gravestone, Alex trembles with tears streaming down, while the machine processes autonomous judgment to override its current protocols and change its combat priority in this crucial moment. Suddenly, Z stands completely still before leaping away into the sky. Alex gasps, wondering if he has actually been spared. Hearing a familiar voice, Alex looks up to see Kwa, assuring him he is safe. Collapsing in relief, Alex thanks Lord Jae Tong. Though the savior has no idea what just happened, Alex quickly explains how the giant machine spared him and fled. He wonders if the robot ran away out of sheer terror of Lord Jae Tong, a theory his companion loudly agrees with. They joke that fighting Jae Tong would be suicide for any machine. As sunlight pierces the fog, it reveals a meticulously clean graveyard, which stands in stark contrast to the rest of the ruined city. Meanwhile, Z hovers silently high above the rooftops. Its system registers a sharp rise in hostile forces, estimating a 92% victory rate unless special parameters are met. With no other choice, the final decision is to retreat. The commander turns and orders his men to leave this strange place. Yes, even in this brilliant glowing burial ground, his ultimate priority is to protect the citizens, even those already dead. Meanwhile, Z is back on the charging dock with electricity crackling around. Power surges from the machine into jagged Spinner's metal body. The system calculates 49 remaining hostile forces, setting the risk level and their chance of total victory at 35.7%. As it continues to monitor the battle, someone watches the repairs from afar. Z glances over there as the intruder. Leon lurks behind the door, grunting. Stepping into the light with a friendly smile, he asks if playing with those strong guys was actually fun. Leon deeply worships the pure spirit of chivalry. It is truly no exaggeration to call this young man the living embodiment of a knight. He utterly despises mindless slaughter, always choosing to pursue honorable, fair, and just combat instead. With an irritated arch of his brow, Leon asks if everything is ready. Jag Spinner's red eye flashes, emitting a sharp beam of light. A sudden violent explosion erupts on the spot, but of course an underhanded opponent will always try to play dirty. Yet Leon emerges safely from the fiery ashes. Even in the face of treachery, he never loses his noble chivalric grace. Gripping his sword tightly, this legendary knight refuses to yield even if he gets beaten down to the cold, hard ground. Leon marches forward with pride, his cloak billowing in the wind. He carries an incredibly intense aura that demands absolute respect. It is exactly why the gods chose him. Through the thick dust, Jag Spinner stands ready, fighting with machine coldness for pure honor. Sounds completely ridiculous, right? It rotates its cannon, checking its load of 480 rounds of 60mm shells. The barrage rains down on Leon, sparking fiery explosions everywhere. He just smirks, his fierce eyes glowing as divine protection shields him. Meanwhile, Z stands firm, detecting an abnormal physical phenomenon as the incoming rounds bend away strangely in midair. Analyzing the curved trajectories, bullets scatter everywhere, pinpointing sectors F12, N23, and Q31. Suddenly, 3 shells fly directly toward Leon. Showing no fear, he flashes a mysterious smile and stomps heavily, shattering the solid ground beneath him. Debris and sparks erupt violently, kicking up a massive shroud of dust and smoke. Jag Spinner stands there, clicking in confusion. From the blinding light, a dark shadow leaps into the sky. Z spots it and fires a crimson laser beam. The machine recoils in absolute surprise. Leon and his majestic warhorse burst through the dust cloud, looking incredibly fierce and powerful. He raises his weapon, his gaze fierce enough to swallow anything. Feeling pressured, the machine slowly backs away and begins to spray continuous gunfire. Yet the bullets fail to reach him completely, missing their mark. Leon merely offers a mocking laugh. He taunts the machine, asking if it wants to play hide-and-seek as Jag Spinner flees along the tracks, muttering this cannot be. Leon charges on horseback, unleashing a massive horizontal slash that triggers chain explosions all along the path of retreat. This cannot be happening. Jag Spinner retreats at maximum speed with Leon hot on its heels, wondering how a mere human has such insane power. Moving at blinding speeds, the machine hooks a leg around a pillar, using the momentum to fling itself forward. Refusing to believe this is real, Leon yells out for his steed to charge and bring down the target right now. The warhorse surges forward, neighing loudly as it nimbly dodges incoming fire. Right behind it, another round narrowly misses them. Leon pauses for a brief moment as his steed catches its breath, looking directly at Jag Spinner with deep respect in his eyes. Calling the machine pretty impressive, Jag Spinner merely stares back in silence before aiming its barrel forward, forcing the horse to jump. As Jag Spinner rains down fire from above, Leon guides his horse through the storm with flawless precision, dodging every single shell. He evades the lethal, earth-shattering impacts effortlessly. Yet, like a true relentless automaton, Jag Spinner continues its endless heavy barrage. As debris flies everywhere, Leon keeps dodging with absolute grace. Suddenly, his eyes flare with brilliant intensity as he roars out the name of his technique, Akudaku. His warhorse stomps the ground, using the shattered rocks to launch itself higher. Instantly matching Jag Spinner's height, Leon charges straight ahead on his steed. Z recalibrates its weapons to fire 68 rounds. Priming its barrel to maximum capacity, the machine unleashes a deadly volley. Leon dodges while using his mighty spear to block. Stunned that he evaded everything, Z watches in shock as Leon yells out, boasting about his ultimate knightly pride. Slash forward, his spear releases a blinding beam of light that triggers a colossal explosion, swallowing the area in dust. Floating amidst the wreckage is a severed piece of Jag Spinner's sparking body, leaking electricity as the fatal blow disables it. Deep within the core, a red warning light starts flashing, warning that the sealed secrets of this place must remain hidden. Its red eye widens as it initiates self-destruction, releasing a blinding flash brighter than the sun to destroy the armory. Everything is instantly submerged in light. Leon watches in utter disbelief as the massive fiery shockwave engulfs the entire area. Miraculously, Jag Spinner survives completely intact because the massive explosion only destroyed the storage bay of the facility. The Jag Spinner lay there reeking of heavy oil. Someone grabbed it, warning them to stand back as protecting this city was its ultimate duty. Sharp mechanical legs impaled him, leaving slimy red streaks on the machine's body. Its glowing red eyes stared intently down at its own gruesome work. Spherical nodes bubbled up across its metallic frame. The Jag Spinner unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire locked onto its one and only target. A massive monster roared in response. Deploying heavy fire support, a squad of automated mechs rolled in ready to defend the helpless city. The brave Jag Spinners advanced toward the battlefield, systematically wiping out the threat. They were the true steel guardians of the city. Citizens down below hailed them as heroes. Everyone cherished this touching story of unmanned machines saving their home from the brink of total destruction. It was a beautiful story of hope for a population that had nearly given up. Amidst the cheers, Jag Spinner wore a celebratory wreath of pride. Those machines were seen as symbols of pure hope. To the survivors, they had transformed into legendary, honorable steel knights. The machines pushed their limits during the war, slaying countless giant beasts. Eventually, the Jag Spinners were fully reconstructed under a new system. This rebuild included Unit 10,253. Under their final commander, the city survived even if Jag Spinner had to break apart. It gave everything on the battlefield to keep the citizens safe. Though the city was once engulfed in a sea of raging flames, peace finally returned. A dying girl used her remaining strength to whisper a final plea. Jag, please, you must protect this city. The machine silently obeyed the command, swearing to never let anyone remove that forbidden item from the ruins. As the last active weapon, it carried out its duty to guard the mysterious purple orb, which seemed to possess its own lingering soul. No one could be allowed near it. Even as the city was slowly rebuilt, the machine continued to slay any approaching beasts and guard the relic. Jag Spinner fought relentlessly to keep the secret safe, destroying every single intruder until its battered metallic body finally collapsed to the ground. Looking down at the wrecked machine, King Leon could not help but admire its dedication. Even in pieces, it still wanted to protect this place. He glanced at the glowing purple orb and asked with a cold expression if this was the prize the machine had guarded for so long. Drawing his holy sword from the void, Leon approached the orb of wisdom. It was an anomaly that simply should not exist in this world. But something made him stop and look back. The dying mech was still trying to lift its broken frame, determined to resist him to the very end. It had guarded the relic alone for countless years. Leon's eyes shone with deep respect for this incredibly loyal and devoted mechanical knight. Anyone would be moved by such unwavering loyalty. Suddenly, a brilliant warm light enveloped the battered frame of the Jag Spinner. Raising his sword high, Leon let the light wash over the area. He quietly announced that the mechanical knight's long duty was finally complete. He stood tall like a shining deity as the surrounding stone walls began to fracture and a powerful beam of light shattered the darkness. Leon watched calmly as the orb of wisdom shattered into dust. The mechanical guardian let out one last mechanical beat before going completely silent. Peace and quiet returned to the ancient ruins as the light faded. Later, while walking down a corridor, a companion suddenly stopped in his tracks. Kang Hee-wook realized what had happened. He cautiously asked Leon if he had truly destroyed the legendary orb of wisdom. Leon turned with a frosty glare, asking if he had a problem with that decision. The president quickly offered a polite, smooth smile. Since the king was the one who defeated the Jag Spinner, the ultimate fate of the relic naturally belonged to him alone. Leon narrowed his eyes, warning him not to covet it since the orb was nothing but pure poison. Kang Hee-wook gasped in surprise. Poison. Leon went on to explain that the relic was specifically designed to exploit human curiosity and the endless thirst for forbidden wisdom. He described it as a cursed item crafted directly by a great demon. Hearing this, the president interrupted him, his hands visibly trembling in fear. A demon? Leon continued, his eyes turning ice cold as he explained how the orb would initially grant its owner's deepest desires. But over time, it demanded a terrible price for those achievements, slowly taming its victim much like someone raising a helpless pet. Through constant feeding, the item gradually took complete control. It corrupted human minds by offering cheap temptations like false dreams and eternal life. This slow rot stripped away their humanity until they became actual demons themselves. Shifting gears, Leon abruptly asked if they had found the others. They had to locate and destroy any remaining orbs before it was too late. The president stared back, completely stunned by the sheer horror of it. He promised to immediately contact the American government to alert them of the severe danger posed by these demonic relics. Leon nodded in approval. Moments later, they arrived at the laboratory door, though Leon paused as a dark thought crossed his mind. He warned that someone might have already fallen victim to the demon's whispers. Suddenly, the heavy laboratory doors began to slide open. Inside, researchers were busy at their desks. Leon scanned the room before turning to the president to ask if this was the containment site. The president quickly confirmed that the wreckage was kept here. The two men walked deeper into the facility, watching the staff work. They passed a researcher carrying clipboards, eventually stopping alongside their escorts to stare intently at the center of the room. Overhead lights illuminated the heavily damaged frame of the deactivated jogged spinner. They stood there in silence, taking in the sight. Staring at the mechanical shell, Kang Hee-wook broke the silence curiously, asking what they should do with the remains of the steel knight. A moment later, Leon replies that it is an honorable knight deserving of a proper burial to meet the gods. But first, they must celebrate. Before even finishing his sentence, Leon conjures a cup studded with glittering gems, leaving everyone completely stunned. Kang Hee-wook's eyes go wide. Leon raises the glowing cup, staring deeply into it while whispering a quiet plea to a loyal knight. Leon closes his eyes to feel the connection, gently tilting the cup forward to let a glowing stream flow out. The brilliant liquid pours directly over the broken machine, and suddenly, wait for it, a massive burst of light floods the room. Before their very eyes, a miracle unfolds. What looked like useless scrap metal just seconds ago begins to rebuild itself. It starts moving, crawling to the edge of the stone table. Kang Hee-wook can barely believe his eyes. Jagged Spinner is actually alive. Yet Leon's face remains absolutely calm, as if he expected this. He just sits there quietly, sensing the machine's energy. Though half of Jagged Spinner's body is completely wrecked, a low hum vibrates through him. The screen flickers and a lever suddenly twitches. His mechanical claws start moving with perfect precision. Leon watches closely, thinking how bizarre it feels to see this happen. Even without electricity, a divine blessing keeps the machine alive. The claw reaches for the circuitry and begins expert self-repair. It works with uncanny precision, lightly tapping the main unit as if teasing it. Just then, a harsh light beams from above. The light exposes the deep damage clearly. Jagged Spinner emits a soft beep, trying to tell Leon something, prompting him to draw his sword. So that is how it is. Though unsure if this is the goddess's choice, his massive blade begins to radiate a brilliant glow. Even the machine recoils in shock. Leon plunges his sword directly into the ground with a thunderous crash, shattering the stone floor. Leon closes his eyes in deep concentration, keeping his hand tight on the hilt. Kang Hee-wook watches in absolute awe. He thinks to himself that even elite researchers would be left speechless by this. I mean, what exactly is that glowing blade? Jagged Spinner stares at the glowing steel. Leon focuses his gaze, drawing all the ambient light directly into his sight with cold, unwavering focus. He grips the hilt tighter. The sudden eruption of light is so massive it nearly knocks Kang Hee-wook and the nearby researcher off balance. Golden lightning crackles through the blinding glare. Slowly, the radiant silhouette of a woman begins to materialize right before their eyes. Kang Hee-wook stands frozen, sweating cold drops as he stammers in utter disbelief. How could something like this even be possible? He and the other researchers drop to their knees in sheer awe. Instinct tells everyone in the room one undeniable truth. This celestial woman stepping out of the sacred light is no mere mortal. She must be a divine being beyond comprehension. Something so sacred and peerless that nothing on earth can compare. She stands wrapped in a brilliant, mysterious halo. Leon bows his head, addressing her with utmost respect as Lady Ariana. A soft, soothing voice immediately echoes through the chamber. She calls out to her first knight, Leon, asking him to explain exactly what is happening here. Leon hesitates for a brief second, gathering his thoughts before explaining that Jagged Spinner is a highly honorable knight. He set a shining example for all warriors, and Leon asks Lady Ariana to officially bestow knighthood upon him. She gazes down at Jagged Spinner, her eyes shifting slightly. The tiny machine stays completely still, eagerly awaiting her divine upgrade. She notes that the machine did not serve her directly, meaning its hard-earned glory was not dedicated to her. Leon looks up, pressing a hand to his chest, pledging on his honor as her first knight that Jagged Spinner is truly worthy. Hearing this, Ariana lets out a gentle smile, noting that if her own champion vouches for him so strongly, Leon hangs on her every word with intense hope. She continues, saying she has no reason to doubt his judgment. Reaching her hand out toward the small machine, she adds that a small test is still required for this iron warrior. She addresses the steel construct, asking if he will uphold the sacred vow to defend holy light and justice. Jagged Spinner wonders what kind of test awaits him. She smiles, sensing great honor and knowledge inside a mind as innocent as a child. Because of this, she commands Leon to help the machine purge any residual malice so it can become a true knight. Leon turns back to Jagged Spinner, who beeps excitedly in agreement. He gives the little machine a knowing, quiet smirk. Suddenly, one of its mechanical legs springs to life, followed by the other three scurrying quickly to the table's edge. It lets out a series of intense whirring beeps. The goddess watches closely, while the onlookers sit in silent fascination. The interface shows the system hacking into Jag Spinner's audio transmitter, rapidly installing a brand new translation module. Ariana keeps her gentle smile as a confirmation chime sounds, followed by mechanical words warning of a demonic threat. Amused by the tiny warrior, she opens her arms and calls out to Jag Spinner with a warm, welcoming gaze. Her palms glow as she promises that if he serves her first night faithfully, he will share in their divine glory. A massive beam of sacred light pours down from above onto Jag Spinner, signaling Ariana's ultimate blessing. Leon stood by as the decree was announced. The new Holy Grail Knight would be entrusted with the mission of glory and justice. Then Jag Spinner showed up. His upgraded form looked like an incredibly sleek Holy Grail Knight. Meanwhile, over at the Mata branch in the United States, a trembling, panicked voice echoed from inside Ronald's office. "Please forgive me, oh great one," the voice begged. The man continued to plead, having failed to deliver what was requested. Then a chilling voice boomed, sounding straight from the underworld. "Foolish creature, you could not even handle a task this simple. I bestowed upon you the truth and wisdom of samurai, yet you failed. But you have disappointed me completely." The man remained on his knees, bowing to a glowing red orb, pleading desperately for forgiveness. Ronald tried to explain himself, claiming he had no choice. That survivor, Leon, was an unexpected variable they never saw coming. The voice from the orb snapped back, ordering him to stop polluting its ears with such pathetic, lazy excuses. "Who the hell is this Leon, anyway?" The entity paused, realizing it had no idea who it was talking about, which caught Ronald off guard. "Turn on the news right now," the orb ordered. Completely flustered, Ronald scrambled to obey, bowing as he said, "Yes, of course, oh great one." He grabbed the remote and clicked the TV on. The screen lit up, showing Leon introducing himself as the Lion King, King Leon Dragonia. Hearing his name made the orb go absolutely ballistic, screaming in disbelief. How is that brat here? Why is he here?" How Ronald watched in utter shock. "My master," he realized with dread, "is actually trembling in fear." Then the voice cried out, "I quit, I am not dealing with this." With that, the entity fled and the red light faded completely. Drenched in sweat, Ronald could only clutch the cold, lifeless orb, desperately crying out for his master over and over. Pure terror filled his eyes. "Master," he screamed out in sheer panic. But the red jewel remained completely silent, never to speak again. Meanwhile, inside a high-tech laboratory at the Korean Hunter Association, a clear voice echoed through the room. Kang Hee-wook spoke up, explaining that they would register Lord Jag Spinner as their new guild master, even if it felt unfamiliar. The man smiled, admitting it might take some time to get used to the title, but Leon cut in, saying it was fine. "No problem," he said. They stepped out of the lab, the heavy metal door slamming shut behind them. After a long silence, Jag Spinner spoke up. Suddenly, Leon began coughing violently, quickly, covering his mouth as a strange dark liquid nearly spilled past his lips. The armor vibrated with a soft voice asking if her knight was all right. Leon quickly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "I am fine," he replied. He knew that appointing a Holy Grail Knight in a world so devoid of divinity took a heavy toll on his body. Jag Spinner, floating near his feet, kept emitting deeply apologetic pulses. Leon sighed softly, trying to comfort his worried companion. "It is not your fault," he murmured. "It is my own lack of strength." But then a gentle voice echoed, asking how this could possibly be his fault. "This is my own shortcoming," the goddess said. Leon froze in place, placing a hand over his chest as he tried to explain. "No matter what happens, the gods are never to blame," he insisted, pleading with her not to speak like that. But her gentle voice continued, calling him her dearest knight. Leon looked down, his expression turning incredibly solemn as Ariana spoke, expressing her deep gratitude to him for his unwavering loyalty. It was the fault of the gods, she admitted, for failing to intervene much sooner. Hearing this, Leon's tense expression began to soften. He listened closely, curious about what she would say next. "Rest now," Ariana advised, "and keep your faith alive in your God and wait." Leon kept his hand pressed to his chest, utterly bewildered by her words. Meanwhile, Ariana appeared in a completely different realm, standing before three divine figures. She called out to them softly, addressing them as her siblings. "We must help our followers," she urged them. Scene change on the day King Leon Dragonia's world crumbled. He was left as the sole surviving knight. He had expelled all remaining divinity from his world, keeping every last drop of it sealed right inside his own heart. Yet the gods shamefully chose to abandon the heart of that noble knight, leaving him to carry on completely on his own. Instead, they simply watched from afar as King Leon spent 180 years slaughtering monsters. They placed the entire burden of a broken world onto the shoulders of a single mortal. That man was Leon, a hero who always stood strong when needed. Because of his sacrifice, every single god in the pantheon owed a debt to Leon that could never be fully repaid. In a pristine white room, four divine beings sat in deep discussion. Suddenly, a heavy sigh broke the silence as Demira spoke up. She anxiously asked about his condition. "How is the boy?" "Not well," Ariana replied. "My knight has pushed himself far too hard." Demira jumped to her feet, asking what they should do. Beto slammed his hand on his chair, his voice laced with anger. How could they let a single Holy Grail knight shoulder such immense pressure? Helplessly rubbing his head, the god of war grumbled. What has King Leon, who radiates divine light, turned into because of them? Ariana listened quietly before offering a stern reminder. "Control your pride, god of war," she said. "He has fought on behalf of us gods for over 200 years and won." He snapped back, shouting that he already knew, and that was exactly why he was so incredibly furious about the situation. Heavy tension settles. Everyone harbors deep worries while Demira looks down in complete, absolute silence. Ariana sadly sighs. 180 years. After a painful moment, she finally speaks up again now. It is time to speak up. She declares this is their moment, drawing the undivided attention of everyone. No more torture. She refuses to watch her knight suffer any longer as a hand rises to stop her. He has a brand new idea. Ariana encourages him to speak, and he references the god of life's past work. They must bestow blessings to earn the people's trust. Specifically, they should use the god of steel and blacksmiths. Betos casts a skeptical glance. Does he want them doing missionary work? The man simply nods in agreement. Reveal divine miracles. That is the plan, especially after seeing how the followers of life connect with the world. Specifically, they will connect through the internet. That word alone sparks sudden immense excitement in Demira right away. But Betos immediately questions this idea. Why did King Leon never utilize the web during his time there? He lived there after all. But the man slowly explains that Leon was from a completely different era. The internet was barely popular back then. Still, Ariana worries about the massive risk of trial and error. Leon's teachings took 20 years to take root. Hearing her concerns, the man just smiles and crosses his arms. Their Holy Grail knight will handle it. Meanwhile, back in the busy server room, a sudden voice calls out. Jin-Soo freezes. A sudden voice calls him over. An employee wants him to look at the screen immediately. A bald coworker points at a monitor. Is a certain YouTube video even allowed? Jin-Soo stands there dazed. YouTube talk about unexpected. Cold sweat breaks out as Jin-Soo stares at the strange data on the screen. The stats are unreal. Sweating profusely, he looks at the Nazu Plains stream with wide, panicked eyes. It is the Pantheon channel. They are currently broadcasting live prayers before and after meals to thank Goddess Demira. He clicks on a viral video about why they go to hospitals featuring an office worker who hated farmers. A single phrase from an old farmer changed that man's life, followed by another video about cold rice. Just one spoonful can change your life. Then another video about questioning faith with some totally shocking results. He scrolls down to the comments. It looks like pure clickbait, but the quality is actually insanely high. Even his employees are totally mesmerized. Jin-Soo nervously asks his staff who on earth made these videos. The bald employee mentions Pantheon. Isn't that your superior, Leon? Jin-Soo has a few major doubts about that. Jin-Soo is highly skeptical. Would Leon actually use YouTube? The employee suggests another option instead of him. Maybe his assistant Han-Hari. Jin-Soo instantly dismisses the idea, knowing she is completely terrible with basic technology. She knows absolutely nothing about computers. But looking closer, he realizes a much larger issue is currently brewing. These videos are completely real. It is not clickbait, leaving him deeply worried about what they should do. What is Leon actually planning here? Jin-Soo turns to leave, telling his team he is heading out immediately. They ask where he is going, but he just grabs his phone. It is time to confront Leon directly. Meanwhile, back in Leon's large apartment, a computer screen glows brightly inside the tightly closed office room. Jag Spinner is busy typing away on the computer, letting out a mechanical chime as the subtitles finally finish rendering. He hits enter, starting the upload with robotic precision. The room falls back into complete silence once again. The door pops open. Han-Hari pokes her head in, asking if he is finally done using her computer now. She walks closer, asking what he did. Suddenly, Jag Spinner answers her with a strange mechanical voice of his own. Phase 1 of the promo campaign is complete. Instantly, his signals shift to initiate the next major step. He is currently hacking into the global internet network while Han-Hari stands there completely clueless about it all. Han-Hari assumes the little machine is just playing video games, which Jag Spinner fully expects from her limited knowledge. Cut to the beautiful Nazu Plains. The temporary Pantheon branch has been set up here for the time being. Out of nowhere, Jin-Soo comes rushing onto the scene. He immediately bursts through the door, screaming for Leon. He frantically demands they delete the video, but Leon just sits there sipping tea in perfect quiet peace. Han-Hari is quite startled by his sudden entry, trying to calm him down with a cup of barley tea. Jinsu gratefully accepts the drink, downing the entire cup in a single gulp to soothe his completely dry throat. He wipes his mouth, suddenly remembering the major crisis at hand. That video is a massive deal right now. He's still curious. Who actually uploaded the video? Leon casually replies that Lord Spinner was the one behind it. Jin is completely bewildered. Lord Spinner, he wonders how a literal killing machine even knows how to make videos. How is that even possible? Leon just scoffs, noting that Spinner is probably better at it than anyone before questioning Jin's intentions. Leon asks why he wants the video taken down, and Jin explains as the screen shows a vast, sweeping field of crops. The rice grains from the Nazu plains are unlike anything else on Earth, possessing mystical properties that can heal almost any illness. It keeps people perfectly healthy, almost like something out of a fairy tale. But suddenly, Jin's face turns incredibly dark and serious. He warns that once the world finds out about this crop, the Nazu plains will be crawling with highly dangerous thieves. These won't be average thugs either. Jin bows, promising that the association will fully support them once planting is officially approved. Leon calmly picks up his glass, acknowledging that the association has its own rules and systems to follow. Leon gets his point, but he tells Jin that he is worrying over nothing, maintaining a completely relaxed expression. Jin looks completely stunned by this response. Leon just smiles and explains that absolutely no one can rob the goddess's farm. Jin breaks into a nervous sweat, wondering where Leon gets this insane confidence. Soon the scene shifts to the dark of night. The vast fields are blanketed in a heavy pitch-black darkness, while a few suspicious cars silently pull up along the roadside. Several shady figures dressed in black slip out of the vehicles. One of them checks his phone, muttering about the legendary rice. His screen reveals an order from an anonymous client telling them to secure the seeds and burn down the entire crop. Another thug speaks up, confused by how empty the place is, since they expected heavy security around such a valuable crop. Instead, there is absolutely nobody guarding the perimeter. They look out at the massive field stretching into the darkness. It seems too easy, they just need to grab the seeds and burn the rest down. The leader reminds them they are paid to do a job. He barks an order to bring out the gasoline, and his crew immediately complies. These guys are professional mercenaries. They belong to the infamous Korean villain branch of the Hitman Group. The goons begin creeping down into the muddy fields. Moving in two neat columns, they march down. But suddenly, one of the thugs senses something incredibly off. He spots a dark silhouette in the distance and whispers a warning to the boss, who immediately grips his weapon. Tension rises as they creep closer, only to realize it is just a simple scarecrow wearing a hat and old clothes. They stare at it in silence before another mercenary smacks the worried guy, calling him an idiot for fearing a scarecrow. The paranoid goon apologizes, scratching his head. He could have sworn he saw the creepy thing move just a second ago. His buddy blames the wind, but the guy is sweating bullets as he looks up at the eerie, shadowy figure looming over them. Just as he shivers from the creepy vibe, another teammate gasps and points behind them, alerting the boss to look back. The boss turns around and freezes in absolute shock. Look at that, a whole army of creepy scarecrows has surrounded them. Dozens of crudely stitched figures sway and tilt in the dark, creating an incredibly unsettling scene right before their eyes. The boss quickly loses his patience, asking his men how hardened villains could possibly be frightened by harmless straw figures. He orders them to focus on checking the wind so they can burn the fields as fast as possible while he loots the warehouse. Instantly, the mercs start dumping heavy cans of gasoline all over the edges of the dry rice fields. They carelessly toss the empty containers aside without even trying to hide their tracks. One of them wonders if that is all. The boss stands with his arms crossed, advising they pocket a few special grains for themselves before lighting the blaze. He calls out for Mansu and Jinti, but suddenly trails off as an eerie realization hits him. Where did those two go? Another mercenary spins around, claiming his buddies were just behind him a second ago, sending a wave of panic through the squad. Now Saiyan is missing too. The boss suddenly points at the scarecrows, his eyes wide with terrifying realization. The goons freeze in dread as their leader asks if those stitched figures are actually moving closer to them. They gasp as a towering scarecrow silently creeps up directly behind the leader, holding huge rocks in both of its hands. Sensing a presence, the boss whips his head around to find the creepy figure standing there with its head tilted away. But then it suddenly snaps its creepy face around, revealing a drawn-on expression, sticking its tongue out to mock him. Cursing in shock, the leader immediately swings his blade, slicing the mocking straw doll clean in half with a single strike. The goons scream out in horror. The boss warns them that these are not ordinary scarecrows, they are monsters. Right on cue, every single scarecrow in the massive field begins to shift, coming alive with eerie twisting movements. Their drawn-on faces morph into mocking grins, weapons gleaming in their straw hands as the terrified villains realize they are trapped. Panic sets in as they wonder what to do next. There is no way these things are all actual monsters. The creepy scarecrows just keep closing in. They surround the intruders. The men stand frozen and confused, wondering how a dungeon rift could suddenly appear here. Then a quiet moment passes. Suddenly, a desperate hand reaches out, clawing at the dirt to escape the field. One terrified lackey frantically crawls away on his hands and knees. "Boss, what are these things?" he whimpers in pure terror. "I have never seen anything like this even near the barrier." "But the boss." "How should I know?" The leader snaps back, completely losing his mind. Damn it, he thinks he was in such a rush, he barely brought any backup. He knew this mission fell off from the very start. He quietly vows to make anyone pay if they try to set him up. His men spot something strange. "Wait, boss, look," one of them calls out. "What now?" the leader groans. The lackey points ahead where a massive warehouse stands so close they can easily make out the entrance. The leader grins, realizing they found it. If the rumors about the magical rice are actually true, this is going to make them filthy rich. He immediately barks orders to his men, telling them to load up the truck with as much rice as they can carry. The monsters seem stuck in the fields, leaving the warehouse completely clear. The boss actually thinks he is home free, but boy is he wrong. They march into the vast rice field. One eager thug rushes ahead only to trigger a massive explosion that blasts him away. The boss stands completely frozen, just watching his ally get launched into the air. He hits the dirt hard. Why are there landmines out here? His men panic. Did someone actually trap the perimeter around the warehouse? The confused henchmen stammer, wondering who would do such a crazy thing. Suddenly, an eerie mechanical sound echoes across the field. They look around frantically. One of them spots Jagged Spinner lurking in the distance. The security robot immediately announces that intruders have been detected. The leader is stunned. He quickly realizes this is some kind of hidden barrier, and his eyes widen as he recognizes the threat. It is the deadly Jagged Spinner unit. High-tech elimination mode active. Just like that, the quiet returns. The next morning, the plains are peaceful once more. Well, except for the defeated thieves tied up and nodding off in the corner. Their leader groans in pain, staring down at his leg wrapped in a heavy plaster cast. Right next to him stands a massive rule board. Rule 1, the first harvest belongs to the goddess. Rule 2, absolutely no peeing in the field, though regular fertilizer is fine. Rule 3, build dressed-up scarecrows. Rule 4, sing while harvesting, especially songs that praise the divine goddess. Rule 5, never skip meals. But the most important rule is written in bold, bloody red letters: thieves will be executed. The Viper squad successfully locks down the scene. Soon the demon worshippers are hauled away in chains. Thanks to the intense hype, the market value of Pantheon and the Blessed Rice skyrockets to absolutely insane levels. This is all part of a calculated plan managed by Jagged Spinner. Soon after, Leon begins traveling to temples across the country. He wants to heavily promote the Blessed Rice. Despite a minor incident along the way, his grand campaign is officially approved. Still, local headlines complain about a survivor insulting a reporter, questioning how far they should tolerate these cultural differences. During a banquet, Leon Dragonia openly demanded to know how a mere commoner dared to sit at the same table as a king. Naturally, the entire internet explodes with talk about Pantheon sending their search rankings straight to the top. A hand gently sets the newspaper down. Leon sighs heavily at the drama, wondering if this chaotic mess is truly what the gods had planned for him. He quietly realizes the deities are adapting to this modern era much faster than him. Suddenly, his door bursts wide open. Hanahari rushes inside holding a fresh report. She excitedly announces that the official valuation of the blessed rice is finally in. Each bag is worth a staggering 230 million. Leon stares at the astronomical figure without showing a single shred of emotion. "It needs to be cheaper," he replies calmly. Hanahari looks confused, asking if high prices are not a good thing. Leon explains that while markets determine value, setting such an insane price for a basic food staple makes no sense. Normal citizens would never be able to afford to eat. The blessing of the gods is meant to be shared with everyone. While it sounds incredibly noble, Hanahari still looks pretty puzzled. Resting his chin on his hand, Leon details his meeting with the president. He told the president they needed to educate farmers about the divine blessing, but the politician insisted on keeping state religion neutral. He wanted to remain neutral on religious matters. Hanahari cuts in, admitting that the leader's stance actually makes some sense. Leon agrees, noting they still need to secure the public's unwavering faith to truly unlock his full powers. He needs enough collective belief to properly channel the tiger's heart and wield its true strength. Hanahari looks at him with concern. She asks if this is really the best approach. Not quite following her train of thought, Leon asks her to clarify. Hanahari explains she successfully secured the Golden Gate as requested, but raiding that specific dungeon with their current team is almost impossible. Recruiting the chosen candidates is a massive gamble. Hearing this, Leon simply offers a quiet, confident smile. Despite all the chaos around him, Leon stays incredibly relaxed, quietly telling them to wait and see when another voice suddenly echoes. Asking if that is Mr. Dae-sung, Dae-sung turns around to see who called out, realizing it is Jun Ha-young waving at him. Waving back, Dae-sung scratches his head and responds, calling him team leader Jun Han and noting how they keep running into each other. With a smile, the leader asks if he is also here because of that text about the Hunter Association's leader recruiting people like them. Daesung's face grows serious as he wonders what is going on, admitting that he honestly has absolutely no idea either. Looking around, Daesung realizes everyone in the crowd is only D rank, with the absolute highest being maybe C rank. Nearby other hunters start whispering as they spot Han Ha-ri, wondering if she is really an A-rank magic swordsman. Apparently, she scored the highest in last year's draft, and Ha-ri looks incredibly sharp, arriving with 2 bodyguards right behind her. Suddenly, someone else's entrance catches Daesung's attention as an announcer loudly proclaims that His Majesty the Noble King is arriving, Leon Dragonia. Hearing that name, Daesung gasps in shock as he watches the legendary Leon walk right into the room. As the crowd smiles and welcomes him, Daesung remembers Leon is a survivor, realizing this man truly belongs to a completely different world. In the blink of an eye, Leon appears up on the podium, standing there with crossed arms as he prepares to speak. Looking strictly down at them, the king welcomes the crowd and immediately reveals his exact reason for summoning them all today. He confidently and loudly declares that he is searching for brave warriors to join his newly formed guild, the Pantheon. They must be individuals who can pass his initial evaluation, prove their ultimate worth, and survive his brutal training regime. The hunters below whisper in confusion, wondering why he said soldiers instead of guild members right before Leon continues speaking. He offers them the grand honor of joining his army, leaving Daesung utterly baffled since a guild is definitely not a military force. Standing beside him, Leon's assistant speaks up, announcing that he will now explain the details of the entrance exam. Clicking a small remote on his hand, he reveals that the test requires them to clear the yellow rank dungeon at Samsung Station. Instantly, absolute chaos erupts among the hunters as they scream, asking how on earth they are supposed to handle a gold rank gate. They yell that it is basically sending them straight to their deaths, completely outraged by this insane and suicidal test. Honestly, their immediate panic makes perfect sense, as gates are strictly color-coded based on their extreme danger and difficulty levels. Black gates hold bloodthirsty beasts with razor-sharp teeth, red gates crush everything, and orange gates contain thousands of moving skeletons. Below those are yellow and blue-green gates, and considering the test gate that Daesung cleared earlier was only blue. A gold gate is an absolute inevitable death sentence for any average D or C rank hunter standing in this room. Pretty brutal, honestly. The entire hall remains in an absolute frenzy, with people loudly yelling that taking on a yellow gate is pure suicide. The assistant tries to restore order coldly, stating that anyone who does not wish to take the exam is free to leave. Before he can even finish speaking, almost everyone immediately rushes for the exit, grumbling and complaining on their way out. They grumble about not wanting to waste their time and heading home to sleep, while only Daesung stands his ground. He watches in pure confusion, quietly wondering if it is really okay to just let all of them walk away. As the loud footsteps fade, the massive room becomes almost completely empty, leaving behind only a few determined souls. With the tense air freezing over, Leon stares down at the remaining crowd, looking incredibly unimpressed by the whole situation. Suddenly, he locks his gaze onto a corner and calls out to a curly-haired guy whose face immediately turns pale. Pointing out the curly-haired fellow, Leon demands to know why he chose to stay behind, his tone shifting completely. Gathering all his courage, the curly-haired man stammers that he figured there must be some sort of hidden catch. Leon calmly accepts his response and moves down the line, asking each person their reason, receiving some casual answers. After listening to their various excuses, a disappointed Leon massages his temples before pointing his finger straight at the next candidate. He demands to know why this person is staying, and the target of his gaze is none other than Daesung. Daesung winces, quickly reminding himself that joining a guild capable of producing an S-rank equivalent hunter is a lifetime opportunity, one he can't pass up. Mustering his voice, Daesung boldly yells out that he stayed because he knows the king wouldn't simply send them to die. Hearing this, Leon's handsome face finally breaks into a satisfied grin, praising the man's quick wit and excellent attitude. Stepping closer to them, Leon reminds them that he is here specifically to gather loyal, battle-ready soldiers for his army. As they listen in absolute silence, he delivers a sharp, piercing stare, reminding them that a soldier's duty is simple obedience. They accepted a knight's call without a single shred of doubt, and now they must simply trust in his honor and strength. Daesung can't help but feel a little overwhelmed by these intense words as Leon prepares to continue speaking. He keeps smiling, meaning they just need to listen and obey. Commander Jang extends his arm and yells out, "We are moving out immediately," Jang barks, "so grab your gear and finish up your preparations right now." Over at Samjong Station, an eerie silence hangs in the air, with only the massive golden gate glowing in the dark. The troops gather outside as ordered, with Ha-ri standing nearby. Junhyung straps on his heavy gauntlets and armor, grumbling slightly. It is a bit heavy, he admits, but the quality is incredibly solid. He looks closer at the intricate plate armor. "Are these all rare-grade items?" he gasps. "This stuff must easily cost 10 million. D-rank and C-rank hunters like them never get this." Daesung stares at the heavy item in his hands and grumbles about being given a massive defensive shield. I am supposed to be a vanguard damage dealer, not a tank. Suddenly, Junhyung glances back, his gaze shifting. He looks over at King Leon with pure curiosity, wondering why the legendary monarch is not wearing any armor. Daesung turns to Hunter Ha-ri to ask about it. She smiles politely and asks if something is bothering him. He immediately voices the question burning in everyone's minds: why does His Majesty refuse to wear any safety gear? Ha-ri gives a slightly awkward smile and explains that his skin is actually far tougher than any manufactured steel. That is because he is unbelievably strong. Daesung realizes, watching Leon's absolute confidence as they step into the unknown. Deep inside the dark dungeon, blood splatters across the walls as severed heads of vicious orcs fly through the air. Teeth and coarse hair scatter everywhere, leaving the fully armored human soldiers standing there completely stunned by the sheer violence. With glowing eyes, King Leon steps forward, raising his massive holy weapon to instantly obliterate another towering beast on the spot. I hear no honorable warriors among you, Leon booms, his voice echoing with absolute authority through the dark cavern. You will crawl like worms on the cold ground, facing your miserable deaths right where you stand as punishment. Brandishing his colossal blade, he declares that this is his eternal justice as darkness slowly settles over the quiet woods. The troops march through the forest, breathing sighs of relief. Talk about a lucky break, they whisper to one another. Following a powerhouse like him means they barely have to lift a finger. But then a system screen flashes. A quest notification appears announcing that a brutal tribal war is raging across this vast, desolate steppe. They must choose an alliance and lead one side to victory. Daesung is highly intrigued by this sudden NPC support quest. Junhyung nudges him, asking if this is a standard faction selection scenario. Daesung confirms his suspicion immediately. They have to back one of the native factions and secure their survival. Junhyung scratches his chin in deep thought. The real dilemma is deciding which faction yields the best rewards. But suddenly, Junhyung halts and points toward the horizon. Hold on, is that an entire monster army coming this way? In the distance, a massive bizarre troop approaches them. The earth-shaking rumble grows louder as the monstrous regiment closes the gap between them at an alarming rate. These heavily armored beasts are riding terrifying war mounts, their steel plate armor making them look absolutely invincible. They are a brutal horde of bloodthirsty orcs brandishing razor-sharp battle axes with murder gleam in their crimson eyes. The raw panic is real as the monstrous war band swiftly surrounds our hunters, trapping them completely. Who goes there? Their towering leader roars, "This is the sovereign territory of the great Battleaxe tribe. How dare you trespass on our sacred land?" The chilling threat leaves the human party completely frozen with fear. Seeing Leon's face twisting with absolute fury, Ha-ri quickly begs him to stay calm and hold back. Leon is practically vibrating with rage. Ha-ri whispers, asking why they cannot just follow the standard quest storyline this time. "Do whatever you want," Leon snarls in irritation. Taking this as official approval, Ha-ri lets out a cheerful sigh. "Thank you so much," she chirps. Scanning the tense standoff, Ha-ri stepped forward to handle the negotiations herself. "We are traveling mercenaries," she explains aloud. "We heard there are rewards for aiding a local clan in battle." "Mercenaries," the orc leader muses. "You must be the outlanders our chief warned us about. Follow me right now." "Move it," the giant leader commands. Ha-ri sweats nervously while Leon silently fumes with pure, unadulterated rage. The party is escorted deep into the tribal camp, still heavily surrounded by towering orc warriors. They are brought before the supreme chieftain, who stands with arms crossed, judging the new human recruits. "I am the chieftain of the Battleaxes," the brute sneers. "You puny humans look far weaker than I expected." "But no matter," he booms, raising a massive fist to rally his troops, "you will fight for us. The greater the battle, the more honorable the death, and the victorious tribe shall claim absolute dominance over all." Leon Dragonia gritted his teeth in pure fury. His glowing eyes flared completely out of control. He screamed, unable to hold back. The leader spun around in shock, asking who he was as Leon Dragonia marched forward with footsteps of pure fire. Leon Dragonia roared out, "Honor and glory." He glared with absolute contempt, shouting that the beast was nothing but garbage. They knew nothing yet dared to dream of greatness. His patience snapped. Before that insolent beast could even finish his sentence, his sword flashed in a wide arc. Clean off. The leader's head rolled away as blood sprayed everywhere, and staining the armor of the nearby soldiers. Still burning with rage, Leon Dragonia screamed that they were not honorable warriors. He told them to rot in the dirt like useless insects. The king's fierce battle aura surged as he faced the horrible monsters, his glowing eyes declaring that they would all die, and that was an unavoidable truth. So far, 8,069,653 orcs have been slain by the king. The legendary Orc Butcher title was his. Seeing their chief dead, the remaining lackeys panicked in absolute confusion. What, is the chief really dead? They grew furious without their leader, screaming to slaughter the humans and kill them all. Leon Dragonia's soldiers began to panic. What is going on? The horde was charging right at them. Unfazed and fueled only by hatred, he ordered his troops to face the horrible beasts. Raise your shields. Ji-hoon followed the order immediately but was completely terrified inside, cursing their terrible luck. He worried. They were only D-rank hunters after all. Why on earth did the king think they could actually win against these beasts? The monsters roared in fury, promising absolute slaughter, and Ji-hoon's panic grew deeper. By the second, it was over. A monster swung its massive axe, unleashing a giant shockwave. Ji-hoon cowered in fear, fearing the impact. The giant heavy axe slammed brutally into his shield, but the shield's magical defense easily blocked it. Ji-hoon stood in shock, realizing he actually blocked it. He couldn't believe his eyes as the system suddenly popped up with notifications right in front of him. He read the screen, seeing the Brave Heart aura's effects, which granted extra armor against enemies, boosted body density, raised morale, reinforced their armor, and toughened their skin. He also gained magic resistance, physical buffs against relentless attacks, and extra defense to withstand massive strikes against ranged assaults, sharper vision, and massive defensive scaling. He read all of this on his system screen, wondering how they got these buffs. Then another notification appeared. The Orc Butcher title gave a 50% damage bonus against orcs, forcing all the surrounding beasts into deep fear, confusion, and complete despair. Hatred of orcs spread. Ji-hoon went from one shock to another, completely stunned by this ridiculous wall of information. Living demigod, patronage of the war, knight, holy grail, guardian, dragon hunter, and even the ultimate slayer of the demon king. Demon hunter, shadow, assassin, iron knight, and agile body. But since the legion's overall level was too low, not all buffs could be active. Ji-hoon realized in his mind that these were all incredible army buffs. Even with the fierce fighting, Leon Dragonia's inner rage didn't lessen at all. Instead, he fought even harder with every strike, raising his defensive shield and targeting the weak points of the orcs with his sharp, incredibly lethal sword. The soldiers, suddenly filled with new energy, targeted the orcs, sending those filthy beasts straight to hell instantly. The entire squad charged forward, everyone equally hyped to kill those bastards. Though they were quite small in stature, the soldiers feared no one. Suddenly, a voice echoed, saying the god of war was on their side. This brought Leon Dragonia straight back to reality. What his rage flared up once again, just like an erupting volcano, with fury. How dare these tyrannical, filthy beasts even dare to call upon the gods? He completely lost control of his words, shouting that they would pay. Raising his hand to the sky, Leon Dragonia coldly declared that he would shut them up forever and smash their heads for daring to insult their holy god. Silence. No, pure chaos. Smoke, rising dust, and clashing weapons filled the air. From the chaos, someone yelled for them to come on. Sali and another beast stood outside, completely confused about the situation, before a huge rock smashed right into his face. Leon Dragonia charged in on horseback, his mount throwing a massive heavy elbow right into the other beast's face, sending him straight to hell. Entering the fray now, Leon Dragonia rode deep into the base as a massive power, building around his body. His hands reached out as if he was preparing to summon a weapon. A second later, his sharp, predatory eyes gleamed as two sword hilts emerged. Instantly, two massive, glowing blades appeared. Mounted on his horse amidst the surrounding orcs, Leon Dragonia glared at them with eyes that showed zero mercy. "I will slaughter every last one of you monsters," he vows as a blood-soaked scene unfolds with bodies piled across the dirt. The bloody battlefield finally grows quiet, littered with the corpses of dead orcs, while Leon's victorious soldiers stand guard. Leon raises his sword high toward the sky, his sharp gaze softening into a proud smile as he rallies his men. Shout with pride, victors, he calls out, for this is a truly honorable win, prompting the men to cheer in absolute triumph. Hanhari quickly rushes over to Leon, calling out to her king. He turns to the young girl, asking what is on her mind. Surveying the carnage, she asks why he went this far. Leon simply replies that slaying orcs requires no justification. Hanhari stands completely stunned. Leon's fury is already starting to boil over once more. "Support the orcs, that is ridiculous," he scoffs. "I would honestly rather throw myself into a raging pit of fire than help those green-skinned monsters." He grinds his teeth in pure disgust, declaring that their very existence is an insult to the entire world. Sure, they might have brute strength, Leon admits, but strength alone cannot compare to the raw courage of a true knight. Fueled by rage, he insists that these vile beasts must never under any circumstance be treated like human beings. This stark display of hatred leaves Han-Ha-Ri shuddering, realizing just how deeply her king detests the entire orc race. Drenched in a cold sweat, she hesitantly asks if there might still be at least one decent orc out there somewhere. The king only offers an enigmatic smile and lets out a soft sigh, looking down at her before speaking with quiet intensity. "Listen well, my naive little girl," he says, "because if there actually are any good orcs left in this world, they are already burning in hell. The history of the orcs on Earth runs deep, starting when countless survivors migrated here after the gates first opened. Humanity initially welcomed the beasts with open arms, but reality quickly shattered any hopes of them living together in peace. Unable to live peacefully, the orcs turn on humanity, launching violent attacks that threaten to wipe mankind out completely. Their savage and violent nature quickly turned the orc species into a terrifying nightmare for the survivors of Earth. Meanwhile, the small robot Spinner buzzes around excitedly as they arrive at the edge of a massive abyss. The machine points down, explaining that dropping their payload there will easily wipe out every single target below. "I am counting on you," Leon replies as he stands beside the cliff, warning the little robot not to dare let him down. To disguise the weapon, Han Ha-ri wraps it in an incredibly obvious rabbit towel before Spinner initiates the startup sequence. The system registers 99.9% charge, and Spinner's entire frame begins to glow with blinding intensity. With warning signs flashing, the nuclear core overloads as the coolant system shifts and the fuel rods fully prime. The intense thermonuclear reaction begins, leaving a stunned Han Ha-ri watching the high-tech process unfold right before her eyes. The little robot spins around rapidly to build up momentum, then casually launches the glowing nuclear device straight over the cliff's edge. Watching the glowing payload plummet down to the bottom of the lake, Han Ha-ri can only offer a rather blunt and crude comparison. Leon quickly reprimands her for using such vulgar language, but she curiously turns back to ask him yet another serious question. She wonders if wiping out the orcs by poisoning their river with heavy radiation goes against his holy code of chivalry. Leon only stares in silence, processing her words for a long, quiet moment. Suddenly, a knowing grin slowly spreads across his face as he steps forward, a deeply dangerous gleam shining in his eyes. "Listen closely, both Han Ha-ri and Spinner," he says in a low voice. "Fighting those green-skinned pests is not a duel. It is simply a giant hunting festival," leaving a sweating Han Ha-ri to quietly complain about her king's extreme prejudice. "Since we are only hunting," Leon laughs, who in their right mind would actually care about things like honor anyway. A savage laugh cuts through the air elsewhere as a brutal scene plays out in the orc territory. One massive savage orc brutally bashes his own comrade to death, roaring with absolute delight as fresh blood splatters everywhere. The surrounding monsters only laugh and cheer at the gruesome sight, celebrating as Grogda completely crushes the other's head. They scream in excitement that Garden's head has been smashed, highly praising the absolute viciousness of that final axe swing. As the loser lies dead on the dirt, Grogda wishes him a glorious journey to the eternal battlefields. To them, a brutal death is the ultimate honor. Pints up, they celebrate. Grogda grabs a massive wooden bucket and walks down to the edge of the riverbank, scooping up a giant portion of water to drink. He greedily chugs the river water down in one massive gulp, treating the giant bucket like a tiny, insignificant drinking cup. The rushing water quickly quenches his thirst, but as he wipes his mouth, he suddenly pauses as a strange sensation hits him. The water has a bizarre, spicy, and burning taste, but the orc simply shrugs it off, completely unaware of the lethal radiation. He tosses the bucket aside and heads into the camp. It is probably just leftover blood from the earlier battle. He has no idea the water he just gulped down is highly contaminated. The camp is eerily quiet and completely deserted. The sky overhead is heavy and dark. Then out of nowhere, his agonizing scream echoes through the camp. The shaman crawls out of his tent, thrashing on the dirt. The sheer agony is simply too much to bear. He gasps and cries out for help because he cannot take it anymore. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes in front of Grogda, forcing him to squint. Tears stream down his face as he clutches his burning stomach, completely clueless about what is happening. As Grogda stumbles outside, the sight completely breaks him. It turns out he is not the only one suffering. Every single orc in the camp is screaming for help. Nearby, the shaman's staff, topped with 2 skulls, clatters to the dirt. The shaman shrieks in terror, muttering that he has never seen anything like this. This is not magic. This is a curse. Backing away in sheer panic, he demands to know who dared to curse their entire tribe. Before he can get an answer, a cold voice rings out, swearing to bring glory to his majesty. Before the shaman can react, Leon kicks him right across the face, sending him flying. The commander glares at the remaining orcs, ordering his men to wipe them all out and leave no survivors. Right on cue, the system alerts him. Poison resistance is now activated. His soldiers charge forward, laughing about the experience points waiting to be harvested. Leon's forces quickly surround the base, closing in from all sides. Sick and ambushed, the orcs completely lose control. They have no idea how to fight back. Fully armored soldiers with heavy shields rush into the camp like lightning. The orcs stand frozen in fear as sharp blades swing toward their faces. All they can do is scream useless insults. Calling the humans cowards does nothing to stop the slaughter. Blood splatters everywhere in a brutal display of violence. As the soldiers clear the camp, a sudden beam of light shines down. Immediately, the system screen flashes. The White Axe tribe has been wiped out, making the entire orc race their sworn enemies. The soldiers pause to read. Han Ha-ri stares at the screen deep in thought. The system updates again, declaring them the public enemy of all orcs. A hidden quest has triggered: eliminate every single orc on the battlefield. The entire army stands in silence waiting. Han Ha-ri runs over to Leon in a panic, warning him that their objective has completely shifted. but Leon seems to have expected this. He chuckles, calling it the real challenge, and rallies his men to bring light to the land. Suddenly, a terrifying howl echoes from the distance. A horde of furious orcs is letting out a savage roar. The deafening noise shakes the entire base. Stepping forward from the shadows is the shaman, practically radiating pure fury. He points an angry finger, accusing the humans of being the cowards who dared to poison their river. His eyes roll back in blind rage. He spits out insults, calling humans an evil and cowardly species. He mocks their claim of being true warriors. The insult boils Leon's blood, and his eyes flare with hatred. Demanding to know what the shaman just said, Leon steps forward. The shaman scoffs, calling him a brainless fool. He adds that he is glad he did not have to look at Leon's ugly face earlier. Leon just glares back. He points out that the shaman seems to ignore his dead tribe. An inferior race like theirs deserves this fate. Leon openly admits it, claiming he is actually liberating them from their own hideous existence through this curse. He tells the filthy beasts to drop dead right there. In response, the shaman growls in pure, unbridled rage. A massive wave of dark energy erupts around the shaman. Grogta vows to slaughter Leon, who is already charging. Leon's sword glows, expanding in size. He mocks the shaman, asking if he really thinks he will get time to cast. With a swift movement, Leon slashes downward. A brilliant, radiant magic erupts from the blade, carrying a devastating force. The strike hits Grogta dead on, blasting him backward as blood splatters. He shrieks in agony, but the battle is far from over. Grogta's fanged mouth curls into a sinister grin. He speaks in a chilling voice that sounds like it came straight from hell. He whispers that it is already too late for humanity. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black as Grogta enters a maddened state. His wounds heal instantly as he charges at Leon. A sinister wave of energy wraps around the fallen orc corpses. A massive black vortex opens in the sky, breathing life back into the dead monsters. Witnessing this, Han-Ha-Ri panics. He asks Leon what that terrifying thing is. Leon remains totally calm, scoffing at their primitive, beastly attempt at magic. He notes that this is exactly why their species never civilized. He stares up at the massive black hole, and suddenly, a giant, horrifying hand reaches out from the void. The green-clawed fist slams hard against the dirt. He yells out to look. Right on cue, the system triggers a hidden quest, and a massive eye pops open in the black hole. Standing beneath the colossal arm, the wizard coldly commands them to face the wrath of Gokrok as the giant limb begins to emerge. The hand reaches out from the dark portal, threatening to crush everything. Instantly, the system tasks him with defeating Gokrok, the orc tribe shaman. That massive hand swings down to grab Leon Dragonia on his horse, but he does not flinch. Instead, the gigantic fingers curl in. The fingers frame the eye as if locking onto a target. It glares down at his proud face, rumbling with sheer, unforgiving fury. Absolutely outraged, the eye reaches its absolute limit and roars for him to die. Right then, the dark void begins to glow. Destructive energy condenses inside the portal. A massive beam of light shoots down from the sky, passing right through the curled hand. The beam blasts into the ground, causing a violent explosion that leaves everyone panicking for their king. Yet the giant eye keeps watching. Darting around the eye, demands to know who Leon Dragonia serves, proudly declaring itself the guardian deity of this land. Hearing its arrogant question, Leon Dragonia coldly asks how a creature like that dares to even speak to him before preparing to strike. Activating his heavenly shield, brilliant gold lightning crackles all around Leon Dragonia. He roars out with every single ounce of his strength. He demands how a monster ruling over these beasts could ever call itself a god. His glare burns with raw fury. With veins popping across his body, the insane energy flowing through his sword arm completely rips his sleeve to shreds. Pulling the reins, he charges forward with his glowing greatsword. Leon Dragonia screams out that as king, he cannot let this beast live. The entity fights back, its massive arm growing even larger. The glaring eye looks ready to swallow the king whole. It mocks him, asking how a mere mortal dares to oppose it as the hand curls into a fist to crush him. As Leon Dragonia gallops forward, the fist prepares to strike. But you have to love his confidence. He charges ahead without a single trace of fear. Furious to his absolute limit, Leon Dragonia swings his glowing sword and a massive arc, aiming straight for the descending fist. The strike collides heavily with the curled giant arm, sending a shockwave rippling across its wrist. Just a second later, the arm is severed. Blood sprays everywhere as blood vessels rupture. Filled with pain and absolute terror, the giant eye becomes completely bloodshot. It shrieks in agony as the severed hand tumbles out of the black portal, falling right in front of the stunned soldiers. Watching this unfold, the orc shaman is utterly baffled, wondering how a mere projection could transmit such excruciating physical pain. He trembles in sheer panic, cold sweat drenching his face as he groans out in absolute hopeless disbelief. He suddenly realizes the truth. It is the sword. That legendary weapon is doing this. The giant eye glares at Leon Dragonia. Seeing him approach with such arrogance, the entity finally recognizes him. It is the Orc Butcher, the infamous demon hunter abandoned in that world. Panic sets in as the deity realizes its weakness has been exposed. Suddenly, the dark portal begins to shrink. The portal vanishes as the cowardly god runs away, leaving the confused orc shaman completely stranded down below. The shaman calls out to Gokrok in despair. The fleeing entity leaves Leon Dragonia with a final warning that he will pay for this. Gokrok, the wizard, is left utterly helpless and sweating bullets, crying out in terror. Dismounting his horse, Leon Dragonia approaches him. He steps closer to the trembling shaman, scoffing at how that cowardly creature claimed to be a god to these orcs. Leon Dragonia narrows his eyes unimpressed. Though crying and snotty from pure fear, the orc still tries to act tough and curses him. Calling him a bastard, the shaman quickly snaps back, demanding to know what cheap tricks he used and vowing revenge for his brothers. Unfazed, Leon Dragonia delivers a swift, cold slash. The orc wizard is cut down, instantly dead before he can even blink. He falls to the dirt, completely finished. Leon Dragonia grits his teeth, muttering that scum like him never deserved to live anyway. He admits the creature had some drive, but it was still better off dead. Right on cue, the system alerts pop up. He has successfully cleared the hidden quest. All participants receive the Hunter badge and the title of Warriors of the Night. The Hunter title grants 30% bonus damage against orcs, while the Night Warrior title boosts physical defense by 20%. This defense buff activates when fighting alongside a knight with the war attribute. Daesung pulls off his mask, lost in thought. He notes the physical armor bonus is something normally reserved for high-end classes. Nearby, the soldiers read the notifications with excitement. They gossip about the incredible 30% damage buff against orcs and the massive boost to their physical defense. Interrupting their chatter, Leon Dragonia barks orders for everyone to gather up the loot, telling his men to move faster. To the victors go the spoils, so they eagerly scramble to strip the battlefield clean of anything valuable. Encouraging each other to hurry, they fan out, prioritizing the gear from the larger elite-looking enemies first. They make sure to grab the dead shaman's gear while Leon Dragonia quietly watches them work. Suddenly, Han Haori appears behind him. She hesitatingly addresses him as Your Majesty, prompting him to ask what is wrong as she turns back toward him. Looking at the giant hand Leon sliced off earlier, everyone wonders what to do with it. He pauses, then asks about the hand of the fake god, Ott, which hasn't vanished yet. Seeing a signal from Jagged Spinner, the king immediately asks what Spinner wants to show. The companion robot immediately sends a new message, and Leon's armor projects a live connection screen. Through the screen, Beto speaks up, telling Leon that he can sense a massive amount of power inside that severed hand. He suggests absorbing its energy with the Holy Grail, allowing the gods to analyze it and grant Leon even greater support. Intrigued but a bit skeptical, Leon draws out the Holy Grail and asks if it is really possible before stepping closer. He aims the mouth of the Grail right at the hand, and a massive burst of golden power erupts, blinding everyone. Under the intense light, the giant hand of Ott begins to glow intensely, getting sucked right into the Holy Grail. Watching the relic swallow the colossal arm whole, Leon is highly fascinated, sensing a divine energy inside. This pure energy feels strikingly similar to holy power. No wonder those foul monsters worship that fake god so blindly. Any mindless beasts unable to recognize the true creator do not deserve to live and must be completely wiped out. Suddenly, a gentle, soothing voice echoes inside his mind, addressing him softly as her beloved knight Leon. Recognizing her presence, the king closes his eyes and silently asks if it is indeed his goddess Ariana. He wonders why he can hear her divine voice but cannot bow. Reassuringly, Ariana manifests right beside him. She kindly excuses his lack of protocol since he is busy absorbing divine monster power, then explains her purpose. She wants him to make a crucial choice, explaining he can use this power to restore any holy artifact he desires. While Leon is surprised, Betos, the god of war, suddenly butts in and loudly urges him to choose the sword. Getting annoyed, Ariana tells Betos to shut up before turning back to explain the details to Leon. He can only upgrade one artifact, so she will wait for his decision. Leon stands in deep, quiet thought. He currently possesses 4 holy relics. They include the Holy Spear, the Holy Sword, the Grail, and his armor. Caressing his chin, he decides the Holy Sword is already strong enough. There is no need to upgrade it further. Opening his eyes with a firm resolve, the king raises the Holy Grail and proudly chooses to restore its power. Ariana gently approves of his choice, and the Holy Grail in Leon's hand immediately begins to float upward. It glows brilliantly, greedily, drawing in the residual energy from the surroundings adorned with shimmering, radiant crystals. He reaches out to catch the glowing treasure as it falls back down, cradling the newly empowered relic gently. It rests perfectly in his palms, solidifying his bond as its true master. He smiles at this incredible harvest. But an urgent shout interrupts his thoughts. Stashing the Grail, Leon turns to Han Haori and asks what the commotion is. Han Haori urges him to come look, but Leon notices something is missing and asks where Spinner has run off to. She stammers nervously before a sudden, agonizing scream from a nearby soldier cuts her off, begging a robot to stop. Hanha curses under her breath. On the ground, fresh blood drips and a fallen soldier cries out in terror. The soldier begs for help while bound tightly, rolling helplessly on the ground right next to the relentless robot. He endlessly curses the metallic beast, but the robot's screen suddenly flashes a deadly, glowing red warning signal. Staring at the ominous red screen, the soldier weeps in sheer terror, looking like he has seen a ghost. Onlookers gather around the pathetic thief, chuckling at the ridiculous sight as the robot hops right onto his chest. Before the robot can do anything else, footsteps approach, shifting everyone's focus to Leon and Han walking over. Approaching with deep surprise, they watch the bound soldier struggle to sit up, complaining about the broken machine. Leon firmly commands everyone to freeze coldly, warning the thief to watch his tongue if he values keeping it. The stubborn soldier complains anyway, completely losing Leon's patience. The king snaps back at the thief. He asks how a commoner dares to address a holy knight with such insolence, leaving the thief utterly stunned. Leon turns to Spinner to demand answers. The robot quickly playbacks an audio recording of the soldier stealing loot. The thief stammers in panic, claiming it is just a misunderstanding caused by a stupid machine. Leon grinds his teeth. To settle the matter, Leon commands Han Hari to search him. She immediately steps forward with furious, burning eyes. Sensing real danger, the thief begs them to wait desperately, trying to talk his way out of the bind. He asks if they honestly trust a mechanical heap over his word, but his desperate protests fall on deaf ears. There is no denying the crime now. Han Hari reaches into his pouch and pulls out the stolen heart of the war. This boss monster is the most valuable loot in this entire territory, Han Hari says, her voice dropping low. How dare you steal this? You must have known that pocketing high-value loot is a serious crime, right? But the soldier just desperately denies it, making endless excuses. It is all a misunderstanding, the soldier screams. I did not steal it, I swear. But Leon does not waste words, drawing his blade and slicing cleanly through the thief. The man can only watch in shock as his severed hand flies off. A second later, the agony hits and he screams out about his lost hand. Regret must be setting in pretty fast right now. Leon remains cold, stating that while their laws and common sense might differ from his, they have now officially entered the territory of the Leon Dragonia military. Everyone listens in dead silence as he declares what they must obey from now on. It is no longer their old rules, but the strict military law of Leon Dragonia. He looks at them with absolute gravity, asking if any of them cannot follow his ironclad code, they should speak up now. Under his kingdom, stealing means losing a hand. It is the absolute martial law of the Leon Dragonia kingdom. Naturally, these brutal rules are pretty hard for modern Earthlings to accept. The other recruits think it is way too extreme. Chop off an entire hand just for some stolen goods seems insane. But Daesung realizes that with such an incredible growth buff, a mere D-rank hunter like him could easily hit C-rank or higher. Walking away now would be a massive waste. Besides, stealing is wrong anyway. Dungeons never had real laws before, but maybe having strict rules here is actually a good thing. After thinking it over, the young hunter decides to speak up. Addressing the king, he speaks up, but Leon coldly cuts in, telling him to state his name first. The rookie gets caught off guard. He quickly removes his helmet to introduce himself, saying his name is Daesung. Leon immediately gets straight to the point, asking what he wants to say. Hesitating slightly, Daesung looks over at the bleeding soldier and continues. He asks if he can take the thief's severed arm. Leon is instantly intrigued, asking if he plans on reattaching it. Extremely nervous, Daesung managed to say yes, but Leon points out that doing so would make the punishment completely meaningless, warning the rookie that his plea is actively defying the royal decree. The hunter hesitates, but bravely speaks his mind anyway, telling the king that they come from a world with very different values. He argues that since they now fully understand the harsh rules, Leon should give them a proper chance. Leon listens in silence. After a long, tense silence, Leon finally speaks up, admitting that the young hunter actually makes a pretty fair point. Bowing deeply, Daesung begs for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the thief lies bound and shivering on the floor. Leon pulls out his sacred chalice, telling the thief he should be extremely grateful for having a comrade who speaks with such reason. He raises the cup, and it erupts with a blinding holy light. Tilting the vessel, a glowing liquid begins to pour directly onto the wound. The thief stares in absolute shock at the miraculous fluid. He squints, barely able to process what is happening right now. He gasps in disbelief. It is not just him, even Daesung is completely stunned. Right before their eyes, the severed hand begins to fully regenerate. Daesung is speechless. Even an S-rank healer could only reattach a limb, not grow it back completely. That level of divine restoration easily eclipses the powers of the world's absolute top-tier healers. This is clean-cut magic. How can one man wield such godlike recovery power? Meanwhile, Leon maintains his aloof expression and coldly orders the thief to get lost. He adds that he is only granting mercy this once out of respect for their modern human laws, but the thief has officially lost his place in the army. Staring at his perfectly restored hand, the man can only stammer out his desperate gratitude. Leon addresses the remaining crowd, announcing that only those willing to fully commit will stay in his camp. Anyone else can take their share of the loot and leave immediately. The recruits look at each other in complete confusion. Dae-sung knows this is a golden ticket he cannot afford to miss. Seeing their determination, Leon nods with approval. It is time to start training, and he hopes no one is weak enough to drop out. The soldiers eagerly gather, their gear shouting that they are heading back. Standing nearby, Han Hari quietly asks the king what their training regimen will be. After watching his soldiers diligently gather their supplies, Leon calmly tells her it is going to be brutal physical conditioning. Sunlight beams down onto the sprawling fields as the scene shifts. Back at the headquarters, a large crowd has gathered. Someone calls out to Dae-sung. Spotting the fresh scratches all over Dae-sung's face, the ally curiously asks what happened to him. Jun-hyung chimes in, wondering if he just returned from a new dungeon raid. Dae-sung sheepishly scratches his head and admits he did. He laughs, saying he just gets too restless sitting around. Jun-hyung warns him to take it easy before he gets killed. Nodding politely, Dae-sung agrees. Suddenly, Han Hari steps out from the building. She pauses, taking a massive breath to prepare herself. She yells with all her might, announcing the arrival of King Leon Dragonia and the Holy Grail Knight Jag Spinner. Everyone stands in dead silence. The sound of Leon's heavy footsteps echoes. Dressed in a formal suit, he steps up onto the main podium. The king declares congratulations on passing that simple little test. Leon continues, when you join my royal military camp, you may have some shortcomings, but we can slowly train those out of you later. Hearing this, Ji-hoon gets quite curious. Is an F-rank dungeon gate really considered simple? Leon continues his speech, watching you all fight. I also noticed a few personal issues. The absolute most critical issue is physical strength. The recruits only dare to think it, but none of them speak up after all. Their starting bodies are only D or C rank. Leon shifts his strategy. Therefore, I have decided to train your physical bodies first. He smiles. From now on, you will train exactly according to the curriculum meant for the standing army of the Leon Dragonia kingdom. The crowd below instantly panics. Training for a royal standing army. Is it like medieval muscle building or something similar? Leon explains physical training ultimately boils down to building muscle. And building muscle means putting your body through hell. You must overload the body to expand its limits. He smiles mysteriously, recalling the Holy Grail Knight who wrote this manual. The legendary giant slayer Lord Gratis once said this. Leon excitedly remembers that heroic figure and his profound words. The more humans fight and get beat up, the stronger and more resilient they become. What an absolutely beautiful quote. The recruits cannot believe their ears. Fight? What kind of fighting? Leon raises his voice. How should royal soldiers train? Of course, they must do things completely different from ordinary simple peasants who just work the peaceful fields. Leon continues speaking before his highly attentive troops. To achieve the absolute highest training efficiency, Lord Gratis proposed this special method. His voice suddenly drops, sounding incredibly ominous. Let the soldiers beat each other bloody, leaving their bodies completely bruised, and then simply restore them to normal. This not only hardens their muscles, but also improves their kinetic vision, since they must constantly dodge incoming blows. Terrified to their very core, the recruits scream inside their heads, "What?" Leon stands on the platform and points directly down at them. His eyes flash with a sharp light as he commands, "Now start fighting." He looks down coldly, adding, "Keep going until your muscles tear, your knuckles bleed, or your bones snap completely. Break them apart." Hearing this, Ji-hoon can no longer hold back and shouts, "Wait, this is ridiculous. Your Majesty, it is not that the theory is wrong," he complains, "but your Majesty, our weak bodies cannot possibly survive this." Leon crosses his arms, looking curious. Why would that be? He pulls out his Holy Grail and gently spins it. He answers, "You should feel deeply grateful to receive the protection of the Holy Grail." Jun-hyung notices a strange phenomenon and nudges Ji-hoon, pointing at his face. "Hey, look at that. Your wounds are already starting to heal up." Ji-hoon touches his cheek in absolute shock, unable to believe it. "How is this happening?" he gasps. Leon finally explains. "Wherever the Holy Grail resides, all soldiers receive rapid healing. If you drink water from this cup, even your bones will completely regenerate, let alone your torn muscles." He continues as they stare blankly, "So I will give you 5 full hours. Within that time frame, punch anyone you lay your eyes on." Leon then adds another strict condition. Absolutely no teaming up. Attack your opponents with every single technique you can possibly think of. His eyes instantly turn razor sharp as he warns, if anyone dares to slack off, this king will personally teach you a lesson. Leon turns around to walk inside, leaving them with one final task. "Spinner, I am leaving the rest to you." They are left, wondering if they truly have to survive this barbaric training. The recruits can only stare at each other in stunned silence. Everyone is breaking out in a cold sweat. They exchange incredibly awkward smiles. Suddenly, Spinner sounds an alarm, detecting a violation which even surprises Han Hari with its sheer efficiency. A massive surge of energy strikes down like a familiar electric whip. Spinner signals them to start fighting. If you do not comply, I will personally take care of you. They look up, filled with rage and terror. Screw this, one of them curses loudly. Throwing all caution to the wind, he swings a heavy fist at the guy next to him. Just like that, everyone starts brawling, refusing to back down. Amidst the martial arts and loud shouting, they clash. Ji-hoon watches a guy get knocked flat to the ground and completely loses his mind. He screams out, "Everyone has gone crazy, this is pure madness." Before he can even finish, Ji-hoon takes a solid punch straight to the mouth. Now let us check out the schedule of these hunters who applied to join Leon's army. At 9 a.m. they undergo intense military training. At 12 p.m. lunch consists of plain water mixed with salt or sugar. Inside, Leon and Han Hari are already waiting. The hunters walk in and eye the tables, curiously wondering if those are water bottles. They ask Lady Han Hari, "What is this?" She looks at him, hesitantly stammering. Leon coldly replies, "This is your lunch. It is sugar and salt water." Their faces instantly turn pale, wondering who on earth feeds their troops sugar and salt water. But in reality, the military training manual says soldiers only need just enough food to stay alive. Still, don't worry. The military will keep them fed. Once 1 p.m. rolls around, tactical training begins with Leon barking orders to split into 5 groups and block the king's advance. The soldiers are completely stunned. They try to resist, but are easily sent flying by his absolute brute strength and his mighty warhorse. Panic screams echo across the field. By 9 p.m., it is absolute lights out. The exhausted hunters immediately fall fast asleep like tired puppies. Poor Dae-sung is completely out, is sleeping when some guy throws a leg over his neck, making it hard to breathe. This is literal hellish training, yet they manage to pull through thanks to Han Hari's kind care. She remains the sweetest of them all, always bringing plenty of midnight snacks. "Hey guys, come grab some late-night food, oh man, thank you so much, lady." Even though this was all part of King Leon's master plan, the hunters have absolutely no idea about his designs. Another grueling morning arrives at this harsh training camp, and the sound of Dae-sung practicing rings out. He is the first one up, determined to master his sword and shield. After a relentless session, Dae-sung slumps over in exhaustion. He silently realizes that the shield is far heavier than expected, making swinging his sword a real chore. On top of that, holding it up limits his offensive stances, leaving thrusting as his only viable option. Glancing down at his phone screen, it turns out he is actually trying to learn his moves from online tutorials. Not exactly the best study guide, is it? Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes from behind. "Wrong." Dae-sung jumps in surprise and turns. The king standing right there. "Your Majesty," Dae-sung stammers. Leon walks up and commands him to stop swinging his sword so recklessly. He tells Dae-sung to fix his posture and try again. Dae-sung is absolutely terrified but quickly obeys. "Yes, sir." He lifts the heavy shield, drops his stance and thrusts forward. King Leon watches from the side, looking pretty unimpressed. With a determined look, Dae-sung adjusts his grip and delivers another powerful thrust. Dae-sung looks back at King Leon, dripping with sweat as he waits. Leon watches for a moment before declaring it is still wrong, making Dae-sung instantly anxious. The king steps in close to adjust his shield. Gripping the edge of the shield, Leon points out his habit of dropping it while thrusting. That is where he is failing. The shield must protect the right shoulder of the soldier standing next to him. Leon adds that even if it completely blocks his view, he must never drop it. Dae-sung is quite curious, asking why. The king explains that dropping the shield exposes a massive gap, and gaps create fatal openings. Dae-sung then asks if the strategy is to lock shields and hold the enemy while the cavalry charges. Leon nods, confirming that fighting while holding ground is indeed a fundamental tactic. It is an absolute must on the battlefield. Still, Dae-sung looks a bit puzzled, wondering if that basic strategy can really work when facing massive monsters. Leon falls completely silent, processing the question. He scowls, looking down at Dae-sung, and asks if he is trying to teach a king how to fight. Panic-stricken, Dae-sung quickly protests that he would never dare. Leon was only teasing, of course. He continues, explaining that his own world is packed with monsters, just like the ones found in Earth's dungeon gates. In fact, the beasts in these modern gates are 10 times more adorable. Leon reminisces about the horrors his people faced, including monsters over 20 meters, tall trolls with infinite regeneration, multi-headed serpents, giant spiders with swarms of offspring, and dragons larger than entire mountains. He points out that to survive against nightmares like that, soldiers must learn various combat styles, master quick reflexes, and develop the ability to adapt instantly on the battlefield. Leon looks overconfidently, stating that this is the exact skill they will acquire after grueling training. He then poses a direct question. He asks Daesung if he has decades of battle experience or training from actual gods. With nothing but a sword and a spear, can he honestly expect to win every single battle with honor? Leon's piercing question leaves Daesung hanging his head in deep reflection. Without even waiting for an answer, the king continues, explaining why. He only teaches his soldiers a single core technique. True versatility is a trait reserved solely for masters. Daesung listens intently as Leon adds that mastering just this one basic skill will drastically skyrocket his survival rate. Even though Daesung feels his fighting spirit surging back, he is still incredibly nervous, yet showing some real determination. He declares that he wants to climb to a higher position. Hearing this, King Leon smiles with quiet satisfaction. He asks if Daesung wants to become a knight. Daesung quickly shakes his head, asking how a simple commoner like him could ever dare, and if knighthood is reserved for nobles. Liam sighs, telling him not to judge his kingdom by Earth's standards. It is not just nobles who can earn that noble rank. Daesung looks over with anxious eyes, quietly nodding in agreement. The king explains that a true knight is one willing to walk a grueling path for a noble cause, protecting the citizens and acting with absolute courage. They must dedicate their entire lives to the goddess and the people. Anyone capable of carrying out that sacred duty is worthy of becoming a knight. Leon turns to the young man beside him in this moment, telling him he needs both the courage and skill to get it done. The boy's mind is a complete tangled mess. Leon coldly adds that it is also to earn his respect. Having spoken with Leon for so long, Daesung finally understands a few things, realizing he has been completely wrong. He gazes toward the rising sun with absolute determination, his hand tight on the sword hilt, silently promising himself that he too will become a knight. Cut to the magic tower in the United States, where a deep voice rumbles out, complaining about not even having free time, while Ronald suddenly gasps out in joy, calling out to his supreme lord. He stares intensely at the orb as it begins to glow with a deep, vibrant purple light, crying out that he knew his lord would return. The voice barks back, telling him to shut up and get on his knees. Ronald quickly drops to the floor to avoid angering him, muttering his compliance. The voice continues, promising to teach him the truth and wisdom of Samra, meaning he must obey and listen carefully to every word. Hearing this, Ronald is deeply curious, noticing how different his master's voice sounds. The deep voice continues, instructing him to first cast a spatial teleportation spell on the stone for emergencies so he can just throw it into the air. Ronald is left utterly confused. He wonders why, knowing those stones are teleportation tools, but before he can even finish, the entity snaps, asking if he is insane. He demands to know if Ronald expects him to go back to that hell without any insurance. That furious voice sends cold sweat dripping down Ronald's face. The master growls, making it clear that he will never show his face on that planet as long as that bastard is still breathing. Ronald's mind spirals into pure panic. The voice continues, but since he is there, he will soon find a way to kill him. Without his Holy Grail knights and his army, he will finally have his chance. He commands Ronald that by any means necessary he must do what he says. Step into the exact same dungeon gate as him. Ronald bows deeply, whispering his understanding. The voice lets out a cold, sinister laugh. This time he thinks of Leon and celebrates as if he struck gold. He is dead, that pathetic king. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to the graduation ceremony for the Pantheon's standing army right before a massive golden gate. Hanhari wonders if they will actually be okay since they just finished training. Looking up, she asks what the plan is. That is why she and Jag Spinner have to stay behind. Kim Jin-soo sighs as he walks over, grumbling that he is the one who will suffer. Han Haori smiles, wishing the observer good luck. At the assembly area, Leon stands tall, addressing the crowd. He praises his soldiers for performing so well over the past 4 weeks of training. Looking at them calmly, he says he will keep it brief. It is time to reap the rewards. The neatly lined up army listens as he orders them to move forward and raid the dungeon. Even if they are still as weak as before, he doesn't care. He raises his voice, declaring that the dungeon is where they will realize what it truly means to be a warrior of King Leon. He bellows out, promising that there they will find the faith they have been searching for. Leon waves his hand, commanding the Pantheon army to march. 49D rank hunters, 1 member of the association, and Leon Dragonia himself are about to cross the threshold. Han Ha-ri and Jag Spinner watch the entire army from above. She tries to reassure Jag Spinner, telling him not to worry since His Majesty is with them, so everything will be fine. But before she can finish, the companion robot Jag Spinner detects an anomaly, reporting 49 soldiers, His Majesty 1 observer, totaling 51 people. Still not grasping the situation, she asks what about it. Jag Spinner replies, 52 people have entered. This sends a shockwave through Hanhari. She quickly pulls up her system interface to track every single movement of the crowd. Suddenly, an unknown energy signature slips past, leaving Han-Ha-Ri completely bewildered. Who is that? Jagged spinner instantly drops down, shouting to initiate emergency protocol before blasting straight toward the portal. Han-Ha-Ri can only cry out to him, but the machine dives into the gate as her desperate plea to wait for her fades away. Before anyone can react, it has already vanished inside. Han-Ha-Ri rushes in after him, catching the guards completely off guard. Just as she reaches the threshold, an invisible force slams into her, stopping her in her tracks. Before she can even comprehend what is happening, she is knocked unconscious right in front of the bewildered guards standing watch. A moment later, she painfully struggles to sit up, clutching her aching face. What is this, she wonders in utter confusion at the sight before her. Why is this happening? She screams in panic, demanding to know what is going on. The surrounding guards panic as the portal begins to shake violently. Its difficulty is shifting. The gate's colors bleed crimson slowly, devouring the warm golden glow. They stammer in disbelief. A red gate. Han-Ha-Ri is completely frozen, unable to comprehend why a gold gate would suddenly turn red. The guards scramble to flee, but she remains rooted to the spot, staring intently. She suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. The gate has mutated, its crimson hue intensifying around a dark, swirling vortex. Scene. Strange noises echo. A massive dragon targets a luxurious castle in the distance while skeletons swarm below. Skeletons, soldiers, and monsters clash in absolute chaos. The human soldiers desperately block with shields and slash with their swords. Fighting for their lives, they fear the end. But right at the gateway, Leon's soldiers are summoned once again. Stepping out, they freeze. The scene is pure horror. Terrified, they realize they are facing actual demons. The sight makes the soldiers question their sanity, wondering if this is a demon dungeon. Leon notices his troops frozen in shock. Speechless, Leon quickly points his sword forward and roars. He commands them to raise their shields and remember their combat training. They scramble into position, shouting reminders to hold the line. Kim Jin-soo stands out as the only one without any armor, looking around. He can't believe it. Completely stunned. Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately form a solid shield wall. Their defensive formation locks into place, creating a majestic army, though Kim Jin-soo stands there looking incredibly awkward with zero gear. Standing completely unprotected, he watches Leon take a deep breath and roar the charge order. Kim Jin-soo looks around in sheer disbelief. He questions the strategy, wondering why they are charging headfirst into demons instead of stopping to observe the situation first. Yet the troops stomp their feet and charge forward without a shred of fear, leaving Kim Jin-soo wondering how they can be so brave. Encased in heavy armor, their eyes remain sharp and determined. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, instantly catching his attention. Kim Jin-soo gasps. What is this? The Braveheart aura is active, granting massive bonus armor and greatly hardening their bodies. It boosts morale, reinforces their armor while making it lighter, increases movement speed, and even adds a strong magic resistance. This skill drastically increases their defense against physical onslaughts and provides heavy protection from dangerous ranged attacks. It grants enhanced vision and maximizes overall durability. Seriously, Leon is casting massive support buffs on his entire army. Meanwhile, the monsters grow wilder, their red eyes glowing as they screech. They smell fresh prey and swarm toward Leon's army. Seeing the horde charge, the soldiers shout to raise shields. The brutal beasts crash forward with relentless fury. A veteran soldier screams to block them as the mindless creatures slam directly into the heavy defensive line. The monsters throw themselves against the wall of shields, headbutting the metal and frantically swinging their rusty swords. The clash of metal creates a deafening screech, but the solid defensive line holds firm, completely neutralizing the enemy assault. Kim Jin-soo is shocked. These monsters are usually too strong for B-rank hunters, yet these soldiers block them with ease. He wonders what kind of training they did over the last 4 weeks. Honestly, the results speak for themselves. The soldiers stomp their feet once more to build momentum, ready to strike back under their commander's fierce battle cry. He commands them to protect themselves and drive the enemies back, leaving the beasts absolutely no room to retaliate. The monsters are knocked flat, and the soldiers press forward, shouting for them to get lost as sharp swords plunge down. They strike relentlessly, eager to wipe these creatures out for good, and a massive chaotic brawl erupts across the field. Leon orders his men to push forward and finish them, but Kim Jin-soo suddenly spots a massive threat approaching from the rear. A giant demon looms ahead as their biggest obstacle yet, prompting Leon to scream a warning to his soldiers. The troops panic, swearing in disbelief at the colossal beast staring down at them with terrifying, unstoppable power. Its raw strength easily rivals an A-rank hunter. Before anyone can react, the demon raises its massive weapon to strike. Screaming in rage, it prepares to crush them, but Leon maintains his composure and quickly issues a defensive order. He calls on Team 3 led by Captain Guang, who immediately steps up to activate his ultimate defensive skill. As the giant mace falls, a massive pillar of light erupts completely, blocking the devastating blow in its tracks. Guang scoffs, noting that compared to his sovereign, this beast's attack feels like nothing more than an ant bite. The frustrated monster roars in anger, its red eyes glowing. Suddenly, Sir Jag's spinner enters the fray to handle the beast. He unleashes a sweeping attack, catching the giant demon completely off guard. Leon looks up in surprise at his arrival. Leon dashes over, asking what brings Spinner Jag's spinner to this sector, and smiles as they coordinate their next move. With a clean nod, Leon swings his legendary sword, unleashing a slash that cuts the giant demon into pieces. The threat is neutralized, but Leon wipes the demon blood from his face, looking deeply annoyed by the mess. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining demons fall into utter chaos, realizing their ultimate weapon has been destroyed. They stare at Leon's glowing sword and tremble, knowing they stand absolutely no chance against such overwhelming power. Without hesitation, the cowardly monsters turn around and flee for their lives, abandoning the battlefield in a panic. Relief washes over the castle guards as they watch the retreating horde, erupting into cheers of absolute victory. Meanwhile, a grateful survivor approaches Leon with his hand over his heart, thanking the legendary knight for saving their fallen kingdom. The system window suddenly pops up, informing them that the Spur Kingdom is currently facing a catastrophic threat from the Demon Lord. They have exactly 1 week to defend this realm from the demon army. Reading this, the surrounding hunters and soldiers panic in disbelief. They wonder how they are supposed to fight massive demons when they thought they were entering a standard golden gate. The panicked soldiers immediately report the emergency to Leon. When he asks what happened, a soldier points fearfully into the distance. The exit gate has completely vanished, meaning they are officially trapped inside. Leon calmly steps forward to investigate the situation. He commands everyone to remain calm and steady, and they quickly obey. The brave knight steps forward without a single trace of fear. Standing by the mysterious door from earlier, Leon looks deep in thought. Jeff suddenly rushes over to report his observations, mentioning an abnormal presence. This third-party presence is something Leon already expected. It seems to be the very reason why things are getting out of control. He turns to ask. He asks if anyone has a logical explanation. Daesung raises his hand, offering his thoughts to the king, suggesting that they might be dealing with a gate. He explains it is a multivariable gate. Daesung begins to explain, noting that in these rare situations, the danger level of a dungeon gate spiked drastically. The most alarming part is that nobody can escape this space until the entire dungeon has been completely wiped out. Leon silently reflects on this, realizing it is far too perfect to be a mere coincidence. He immediately makes a decisive call. He orders the plan to remain unchanged, acting as if nothing happened. Daesung, still filled with doubt, wonders if it is really safe. He questions if Leon can actually defeat the Demon King. Leon scoffs, asking what he is afraid of since he is Leon Hart. He has slain over 30,000 giant demons, so how could anyone doubt his strength? The soldiers enthusiastically rally behind him. They urge their king to teach the monsters a lesson they will never forget. Leon smiles, fully confident in this world of holy power. Still, he silently worries that achieving a total victory against the Demon King without heavy sacrifices is currently impossible. Leon remains deep in thought. Even so, a true knight must keep their composure to ensure the soldiers maintain their morale. This is the only way to keep their faith alive. Soon, the surrounding land quiets down, looking so peaceful that any trace of war vanishes. Meanwhile, Ronald is seen clutching a magic orb, closely monitoring the situation. A dark, sinister voice suddenly echoes in the room. The voice notes that Leon has entered the gate and must be exhausted, proving that, after all, he is only a mere human. Ronald curiously asks about the ritual for the deity to descend. The voice snaps back, asking if he has completely lost his mind. Realizing it went too far, the entity softens its tone, explaining that there is no need for direct intervention since Leon faces a monstrous beast. This hideous creature has been served by lust demons for over 100 years. Suddenly, a mysterious girl appears on screen with a dark warning. If the Demon King awakens, Leon's fate will be sealed. The girl radiates a dangerous aura, her eyes glowing with pure malice. Legend says the Spur Kingdom enjoyed thousands of years of peace, but that tranquil era came to a brutal end because of monsters. After suffering relentless attacks, the capital fell, leaving the Imperial Palace as the very last remaining fortress of humanity. Surrounded by the remaining survivors in this seemingly hopeless struggle, they still cling to a desperate hope for a final victory. Back to the present, Daesung looks incredibly serious as he points out that they are facing a massive problem, leaving Leon quite confused. Daesung nods, confirming that the situation is indeed dire. Leon rests his chin on his hand, realizing that each gate has a theme. Daesung quickly interrupts him, explaining that this gate is different because it comes with a strict time limit. If they fail to clear a normal gate, monsters will continuously pour out of the rift, eventually creating a permanent dungeon break. But with a time-limited gate, things are different, as it will gradually close on its own once the clock runs out. Once the mission objective is achieved, the gateway seals shut, even if there are still monsters left alive inside. Leon frowns, absorbs this information, and turns his attention to the man standing next to him asking for his name. The man Kim Jin-soo quickly stands at attention and confirms his identity. Leon then brings up their original priority of finding the intruder. However, with the current crisis and the sudden arrival of Master Spinner, Leon wonders if their training evaluation will be affected. Dae-sung quietly turns to look at Kim Jin-soo, who quickly nods to reassure them that everything is still on track. Kim Jin-soo explains that the association president already granted him special authority to handle this assessment. Leon is pleasantly surprised, asking if they are finally getting promoted this time. He then raises a finger to bring up one more thing. With a knowing look, Leon asks for their thoughts on the hidden quest. Hearing this, Dae-sung completely freezes in shock. Kim Jin-soo hesitates, asking what the king means. Leon adopts a dead serious expression, revealing his plan to assassinate the Demon King. Later that night, once everyone leaves, Leon is left alone, reflecting on how much energy he has consumed so far. Swirling his wine glass, he wonders if he still has enough power to establish contact with the divine temple. Suddenly, a wave of familiar energy washes over him as the gentle voice of the goddess echoes in his mind. She calls out to her knight Leon. He bows respectfully, apologizing to goddess Ariana for disturbing her. She asks if he noticed it too. Leon nods, admitting he was a bit slow to realize there is a strange energy here. Ariana notes that with a body so brimming with life, it is natural he would easily detect such an anomaly. An eerie, massive aura begins to envelop the entire castle. Ariana explains that this power is already integrated with this world. Leon silently contemplates, realizing that for him to sense a creature of this caliber in his current state, it must be massive. Based on this heavy pressure, he safely assumes they are dealing with a demon king, or perhaps something even more terrifying. Exactly. It might actually be a demon king. Ariana warns him that it is quite a cunning creature. Just look at how massive that power is. But its true strength is even more terrifying than that. Right after Ariana delivers a message from the shrine's divine power to her beloved knight, Leon bows his head to receive the command, replying that he is listening. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Ariana looks to her side while explaining that the gods want to study this world because they must have sensed something. Standing right in front of her is another girl. Leon then asks if the gods will need energy to descend to this realm. Ariana confirms this, teasingly adding that she probably does not need to tell him what to do next. He politely nods in response. He confidently promises to find a safe way to help them. A short while later, their carriage finally arrives at the castle. The driver announces their arrival. Leon and Dae-sung step down from the carriage, accompanied by Kim Jin-soo and Jun Hyun. The chief butler steps out to bow, introducing himself as Paco and warmly welcoming the noble knights to the estate. He offers to guide them directly to the courtroom and asks them to follow. The group is then led deep inside. As they step through the doors, Dae-sung's eyes go completely wide with amazement. Leon looks around, praising the host's excellent taste. Paco smiles softly, thanking him for the compliment, and begins explaining the rich history of this grand royal palace. It dates back all the way to its legendary founder, Queen Flora. Paco proudly notes he has served many generations of queens, right up to the reigning Queen Beatrice. Junhang is quite surprised to hear that only women rule this nation, and Dae-sung shares that shock, realizing this society is matriarchal. However, their constant whispering soon begins to annoy their leader. Leon turns around with an extremely displeased expression, angrily scolding them for gossiping so openly about the royal family. He demands to know where they learned such disrespectful behavior. The terrified pair quickly bows and begs for forgiveness. Leon then turns to Paco to apologize, sighing that these fools have simply never been taught proper noble etiquette. He explains that the tense situation forced him to bring them along in a rush, asking the butler for understanding. Paco kindly waves off the apology, saying he completely understands since they are outsiders. Then he announces their arrival. They stand before the great hall, and as the guards slowly pull open the massive doors, a brilliant light pours out. Paco warmly notes that Queen Beatrice is waiting for them inside. Hearing this, Leon's expression immediately becomes dead serious. Inside, the queen and her close subjects are already waiting. As Leon steps forward, every single eye in the room locks onto him. Duke Urchum and Ricardo are no exception, staring intently at the legendary knight as his heavy footsteps echo through the silence. Urchum approaches, demanding to know if he is indeed the famous Leon who led the charge right in front of the gate. Introducing himself as the kingdom's prime minister, Duke Urchum acknowledges Leon's incredible merit in the grueling battle. Holding an official decree, Urchum announces that the crown has decided to bestow upon Leon the honorable title of knight. Leon's face is pretty cold as he stares down the prime minister, completely ignoring the grand decree before the man can even finish. Leon casually brushes past him, stating that the award ceremony can wait because he intends to greet the queen first. Leon pauses for a moment, locking eyes with Ricardo, while a furious Urchum screams at him from behind to halt immediately. The prime minister storms over, yelling that no matter what achievements he has, an outsider has no right to approach the queen. Behind him, Sun and the other companions watch with absolute dread, wondering if their leader is about to lose his cool. But Leon just calmly evaluates the room, unfazed by the screaming politician. He knows the queen won't just stand by. Sure enough, a gentle voice suddenly speaks up from behind the heavy curtain, and Leon can only grit his teeth. Looking directly toward the royal veil, Leon boldly introduces himself as the true king of the legendary Leon Dragonia kingdom. He calmly states that while he understands his blunt approach is rude, he must do what honor demands of him. Urchim desperately tries to cut him off, raising his voice to demand who this arrogant foreigner thinks he is. The Prime Minister points directly at Leon's face, screaming for the royal guards to immediately arrest the insolent intruders. He freezes. Leon stares him down with eyes dripping with pure cold malice, making Ricardo shout in sheer panic, "Your Majesty, please." Before the man can even finish, Leon snaps Urchim's neck with a clean, brutal twist. Ricardo just stands there, frozen, desperately muttering for his sovereign. He cannot hide his intense annoyance and fury, wondering why his temper is flaring so badly this time. Searing bloodlust erupts from Leon, his burning eyes filled with deep rage as he grips Urchim's head. Without a single trace of hesitation, he snaps his neck like a twig. Instantly, the surrounding Imperial guards point their swords right at Leon. Standing nearby, Ricardo roars in fury, "You bastard, what do you think you are doing?" Yet, Leon remains completely unfazed, his face twisted in utter disgust. Behind him, his aide calls out in worry, "Your Majesty." Suddenly, the Imperial guards surround Leon, barking out threats, "You insolent fool, do you have a death wish?" But Leon only scowls, looking at them with pure icy contempt. "Foolish creature, how long did you plan to hide? Did you really think you could deceive this king?" Just ahead of him, Urchim begins foaming at the mouth, his entire body locking up. Leon bellows in furious command, "Show your true form, you filthy demon." From that frozen state, the Prime Minister's eyes suddenly flash a sinister red as a sickening grin spreads across his face. From deep within his back, jagged monstrous bones start tearing outward, forcing the terrified guards to scramble back. What is worse, the empty shell of Urchim's face is discarded on the floor. Standing tall before Leon now is a massive, towering demon. The guards cry out in utter shock. The Prime Minister was a demon all along. Nearby, another high noble begins to mutate. What is happening? There are more of them here, one by one. These fiends shed their human disguises, lunging forward to corner the king. The royal guards scream in absolute terror. They are demons. "Do not panic," Leon commands, his voice booming across the hall. "Stand your ground and face them." He points forward, ordering them to unite, coordinate, and fight together. "Only then can we secure our victory," he tells them. But right in the middle of his words, a demon lunges at him. Yet its razor-sharp scythe is effortlessly caught by just two of his fingers. The monster stares at Leon in sheer, bewildered disbelief. Exhaling a sharp breath, he rips the beast's arm clean off in the blink of an eye, sending it screaming in agony. A second later, its severed head is already resting firmly in Leon's hand. The corpse crashes right at Ricardo's feet, leaving the Grand Marshal completely stunned. Gritting his teeth in fury, Ricardo is outraged that these vile creatures dared to hide inside the palace of the Queen. Meanwhile, the terrified ministers scream for mercy under the onslaught. Seeing no other choice, Ricardo draws his sword and charges. With highly refined, masterful swordsmanship, he slays a demon in a single strike. Within seconds, two more beasts are cut down by his blade, cleaning up the infiltrators. Furious, he bellows out a commanding order to his remaining men, "Wipe them out, show no mercy, and kill every last one." Inspired by his words, the soldiers charge forward to clash with the monsters. Demon corpses quickly pile up on the floor, turning the hall into a bloody, gruesome nightmare. Calmly, Leon summons his holy scepter. He casts a sharp glance toward the queen, who remains hidden behind her heavy curtains. She stays silent, quietly observing the chaos unfolding before her. Suddenly, Ricardo steps in, using his sword to block Leon's path. Scowling, Leon speaks with clear annoyance, "I understand your duty and loyalty, Marshal. What I fail to comprehend is why you are not protecting your proud sovereign during such a critical crisis." Refusing to back down, Ricardo fires right back with a sharp retort of his own. "Who are you to judge my loyalty and actions?" he snaps. "Only Her Majesty has the right to do that." Behind them, the remaining nobles can only watch in tense silence. Leon smirks. "Fair enough, you have a point." He reaches toward Ricardo's blade, but with a sudden flick, the weapon is knocked clean out of the marshal's hand, sending it spinning into the air. A crushing pressure erupts from Leon as he cold-heartedly warns, "While judging you is her job, remember that I am also a king. Know your place." Gripping his trembling hand, Ricardo desperately tries to justify himself. Her Majesty is overwhelmed and cannot make accurate judgments in this state. With the Prime Minister dead, I am the next in line to take command and handle the kingdom's affairs in her absence. Leon shoots him a frigid glance and scoffs. Unable to find words, Ricardo simply stands there in tense silence. Breaking the silence, Leon explains the grim reality of their situation. This entire capital is saturated with demonic corruption. You must act quickly to resolve this, he warns. Ricardo's eyes widen in absolute shock as he asks in disbelief, "Are you absolutely certain about this?" Leon flatly responds that the King of Knights never tells a lie. Seeing no choice, Ricardo relents. "What do you want then?" he mutters. Seizing the opportunity, Leon demands total authority over the kingdom's army. He looks up toward the queen, pausing for a brief second before adding, "and the power to purge the corrupted." Stepping directly in front of Her Majesty, he speaks. "Incompetent queen, this king will personally correct all of your mistakes," he declares. Meanwhile, at the central plaza of the capital, Sparrow, a massive crowd has gathered under Ricardo's urgent orders. Standing before them, Leon proclaims, "People of Sparrow, I have received full authority over this land. I have been granted complete control over the Sparrow Kingdom. I am King Leon of the mighty Leon Dragonia." Leon Dragonia. Stepping forward, he begins to lay bare the brutal truth. "Some of you have already been possessed and corrupted by demons. Their primary objective is to sow chaos and destroy you from within, making it easier for an outside army to invade." Hearing this, he tries to reassure the crowd. There's nothing to worry about. He has a way to tell who is corrupted. How Leon frowns. Fine, he will show them right now. Seeing is believing after all. He drags two people forward, a soldier and a regular citizen. Leon calls out to the crowd, shocking everyone. "One of these two is corrupted," he says, his gaze turning terrifyingly cold. "The other is just a normal human being." A massive wall of fire erupts behind him. "And get this," Leon asks, "who the normal one is?" then tosses them in. He tells them to prove their innocence in the flames. Or rather, he will do it for them. The crowd screams in pure terror. He wants to kill them all. Inside the fire, a soldier screams in agony. He frantically tries to put out the flames. The crowd watches this brutality, crying out in utter horror. Suddenly, a foot steps calmly out of the blazing heat. The shocked citizens whisper, unable to believe their eyes. The girl steps out completely unharmed, not a single scratch. So who was screaming just now? Someone points into the fire. "Look at the soldier." Leon turns around, telling them to watch closely. With an irritated look, he explains this is a holy flame that only consumes the wicked. Leon then commands the people. They must thank the fire god Bedos for this test. Now they must shout their names and step into the fire. But the citizens are still hesitant, whispering among themselves. Are they absolutely sure only demons will burn in there? This hesitation infuriates Leon. He draws his sword and demands they move, or he will assume they are all corrupted and execute them. Terrified, the citizens have no choice but to take the gamble. Some curse under their breath as they run forward. Once the fire dies down, several demons are exposed. Covering his nose, Leon curses at the terrible stench. He is furious that he had to witness such filth, warning them that they will pay by having their souls ripped apart. The demons snarl back, mocking his human ignorance. They curse at him, telling him he will never find peace. Before they can finish, Leon snaps in pure rage, cutting them off and screaming for the demons to die. His scream deafens the demons, leaving them crying in agony. Leon grates his teeth. Pure rage. He calls them absolute trash, cursing them for feeding on human emotions like the parasitic savage monsters they are. Radiating pure killing intent, Leon demands to know how they dare imitate humans, walking on two legs and building communities. They even dared to pretend to be soldiers. He asks if they honestly believe he would ever let that slide. He promises they will all die in excruciating pain, swearing to make them weep in absolute despair and suffering. The demons are genuinely confused by this madman. Of course, creatures with two legs walk on them. It makes no sense. Meanwhile, from his mountain hideout, Ronald watches Leon's progress and sighs. His plan to spread corruption seems to have completely failed. Back in the village, Leon continues his furious tirade, demanding the demons scream louder to satisfy his royal rage. Hearing this, Ronald shivers in disgust. You can't even blame him. Leon is still the same brutal, sadistic monster as always. By the next morning, Leon has wiped out the demons, dragging the sole survivor out in front of the citizens. He tells the citizens of Spur Kingdom not to fear. As long as their king, Leon, is here, they are safe. Evil cannot harm them. He explains that these foul creatures actually feed directly on the corrupted emotions of humans. Right in front of the crowd, the captured demon lets out a sickening laugh, its eyes glowing a dark crimson. It screeches that this is far from over, warning everyone that their doom is already sealed by the power of corruption. Leon strikes the monster on its head. Shut up. He turns back to his terrified subjects. He tells them to look at this ugly monstrosity, claiming this dark corruption is the source of all their fears. He blames the demons for their hunger, their endless sicknesses, and even the painful breakdown of their families. His voice gets faster as he lists ridiculous things like falling flat on their faces or losing money on bets. Even a cheating spouse is their fault. The demon is totally confused, wondering what kind of nonsense this guy is spinning. Suddenly, Leon grabs its horn and tears it off. Below, the shocked citizens wonder if their mothers fell ill because of it. The crowd instantly turns on the beast. They scream at the miserable demon to shut up their anger, reaching a boiling point. They yell that the demon is their enemy. Squirming in pain, the monster tries to scream back that they are all insane. Once its horns are ripped out, Leon declares that the curse of corruption spares no one and these monsters must pay. He tells the crowd that every single struggle they face in life is entirely the fault of these vile beasts. They cannot allow them to ruin their lives anymore. With that, Leon raises a torch, trying to calm the crowd down. But now the citizens do not need to worry. Leon is here to deliver justice. He turns and calls out, "Hey, red-haired kid." The boy looks bewildered, asking if Leon is a god. Leon nods and tells him to step forward. He hands the boy a torch. Leon orders him to use the holy fire to teach that filthy demon a lesson. Eagerness fills the boy's face. Leon warns him not to show any fear. The kid shouts back, full of absolute determination. He promises to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Clutching the torch, the kid steps right up to the demon. The beast remains arrogant. It sneers, asking if a mere child dares to touch it, threatening to drag him to hell. But the kid does not hesitate. He punches the demon straight in the face, asking who allowed a monster to speak. Stepping closer to the wretched creature, the kid does not waste any more time. He slams the burning torch down. He screams for his family to be avenged. The burning demon shrieks in agony, spitting curses. Leon clenches his fist, watching. The boy barks that demons have no right to speak. Just like that, the holy flames reduce the monster to ash. Meanwhile, deep in the cells, the corrupted demon Bantas senses the chaos outside. He reflects on his 34 years of cruelty. He tortured and trampled countless humans, never imagining his own end would look like this. Suddenly, footsteps echo down the hall. Jag's spinner rolls up to the cell, emitting a sharp tone. Bantas jolts awake, his entire body trembling with sudden dread. Bantas stammers and asks what it wants. He simply cannot comprehend why a high-tech robot is standing right in front of him. Jag the spinner chirps politely, demanding information. Bantas lets out a strained laugh, asking if they truly expect him to just roll over. The demon refuses to submit, but Jag's spinner merely processes the response coldly, announcing that prisoner 14 is refusing to cooperate. Heavy footsteps suddenly echo through the corridor as armed guards arrive. They march straight toward the demon's cold cell. Bantas retreats in fear, desperately barking threats. He claims that if they want information, they will have to kill him first. He promises to return for revenge, but his voice suddenly cuts off. The soldiers carry a strange heavy tub forward. Bantas stares in absolute confusion. Inside that container is a brutal mixture of regular water and 15% holy water. As the tub lands, Bantas realizes the danger. Jag's spinner hops onto the rim, warning him to make a sensible choice. The robot threatens him with the liquid. Now watch closely, because Jag's spinner is not here to play games with him. He loops a wire around the demon's neck and shoves his head into the water, burning his flesh instantly. Screaming in agony, his face turns a horrific blistered red. Yet he still desperately tries to assert his power. He curses them, screaming that he is the great corrupted demon Bantas and asking how they dare do this. Before he can finish, Jag's spinner dunks him right back in coldly, stating that the target is still not cooperating. There is no mercy in the robot's blank stare. Bantas begs him to wait, but Jag's spinner just dunks him again. The demon whimpers for mercy, but the robotic voice remains ruthless. Breaking from the pain, Bantas finally yields. He gasps that he will talk, but Jag's spinner does not buy the act. Screams echo through the dark dungeon. Only when the demon's face is thoroughly scorched does Jag's spinner finally register that the prisoner is willing to talk. The robot logs exactly 30,564 characters, calculating that this is far below the typical prisoner average of 39,000 characters. Bantas is utterly baffled. Jag's spinner warns of withheld data. The demon freezes, realizing these people are completely out of their minds. How could he possibly know what the other prisoners confessed? Jag's spinner calmly prepares to initiate an even more severe interrogation. Seeing a tiny sliver of hope, Bantas freezes in absolute silence for 5 full seconds, desperate to comply. He quickly asks what they want to know. Once the interrogation wraps up, Jag's spinner rushes straight to Leon's chamber. He reports that the 32 parts of data are complete, showing an 89% match across all accounts. Leon smiles warmly, praising Sir Spinner. Swirling a glass of rich red wine, he sinks deep into his thoughts. He looks at Jag's spinner, asking if the demons have surrendered all their secrets and how they were disposed of. Jag's spinner confirms they have been neutralized, leaving only a few alive. A look of complete satisfaction washes over Leon. He softly praises the robot. Finally, he tells himself the grand symphony of justice has been played on this world. But suddenly, Leon's expression darkens. His eyes widen in panic as a terrible realization flashes through his mind. Cold sweat drips down his face. He drops and crushes the wine glass under his boot, leaving Jag's spinner completely baffled. Jag's spinner immediately registers the terrifying physical anomaly, anxiously analyzing his rapid heart rate, sudden chest pain, and shallow breathing. Leon clenches his fist in pure rage, grinding his teeth. He stands up abruptly, calling out to Sir Spinner. Cold sweat drenches his face. Those monstrous, cruel beasts are still out there breathing the exact same air as them. Leon cannot stand it anymore and asks what he should do. Z remains silent for a moment before telling him to eliminate the cause immediately. Hearing this, Leon feels inspired and happily declares that removing the root of the problem is indeed a brilliant plan. He instantly leaps out of the window. Being a powerful demigod, King Leon never tires. Z follows close behind along with the Grail Knight robot. Leon lands with an explosive impact that scatters debris everywhere, stomping his feet down with absolute and overwhelming force. The sheer pressure even rips his pants slightly as Leon charges forward like a lightning bolt, declaring he will scout the town tonight. A brutal night begins under a dark sky thick with death energy where Ronald finds himself standing right in the middle of a demon horde. The creatures whisper and ask if he is just a weak human. Ronald ignores them, focusing his eyes on the crystal orb in his hand. He softly asks if the Supreme Master is all right, prompting a powerful and commanding voice to echo from deep within the glowing orb. The voice warns him not to look at those filthy creatures lest he get corrupted, so Ronald closes his eyes and walks forward. He obeys his master and completely ignores the demons behind him, but suddenly a massive figure steps out to block his path. It is none other than the demon lord Angroin, who loudly demands to know how a mere human dared to trespass into his territory. Angroin lets out a deafening screech, asking if Ronald has a death wish, while Ronald shivers at the overwhelming dark energy surrounding them. Just as Ronald senses the intense danger, the orb speaks up and asks if he has not noticed the crown on their enemy's head. The voice inside explains that this is Angroin, the infamous demon lord of pleasure and absolute corruption. Nearby, Angroin senses another presence and realizes someone is hiding inside the orb, mocking them as a mere low-level goblin. Ignoring the insult, the voice inside the orb proposes an incredibly tempting offer that the demon lord simply cannot refuse. Angroin narrows his eyes in confusion before bursting into loud, mocking laughter to show his utter contempt for the proposal. Angroin sneers at them to know their place, calling them rats before getting close to the orb to shout his demands. He asks how an absolute nobody could ever compare to the great demon lords or even think of standing on equal ground with him. The voice within the orb remains quiet for a moment before replying that the demon lord is simply too arrogant to receive it. Angroin looks surprised and asks what he means, but the voice continues, reminding him of those who fell during the Great Enlightenment. 180 years ago, even the powerful King of Pleasure fell, causing Angroin to let out an angry curse. The voice claims to know every horrific detail of that era when a massive dark alliance tried to conquer the world. Nearly 2 centuries ago, 5 major dark forces united to rule, only to face an absolutely devastating defeat in the end. Only 3 demon kings managed to flee, while the rest of their armies wept and scrambled to escape with their lives. Now this is where things get wild, as the retreating monsters suddenly halt in pure terror when Leon appears right in front of them with fiery rage. He blocks their path completely, leaving the desperate beasts to scream in vain under his terrifying and wrathful glare. He glares at them as over 10 million lesser demons are wiped out before the story shifts back to the present conversation. The orb introduces its speaker as a survivor of that brutal war, leaving Angroin stunned by how much this entity knows. The entity chuckles, proudly asking if the demon lord now believes that this is indeed an offer too good to refuse. Angroin finally yields and agrees, asking for the target so he can drag them down into the bottomless pit of corruption. The voice then asks if it is true that Angroin is currently carrying out a mission for the Supreme Demon General. Angroin quickly scoffs, claiming the times are changing, and that the Supreme General is basically just a weak human brat anyway. He refers to the Queen, who is apparently nearing her end, before the scene shifts to Ronald carrying the orb into the woods. Ronald hesitantly asks if their negotiation is complete, and the orb confirms that getting this far in a god-forsaken wasteland is already a win. The voice analyzes their odds at 7-3, warning that Angroin only has a 30% chance of succeeding on his own. Ronald nervously points out that with an S-rank mage like himself and another supreme magic wielder, their victory should be guaranteed. The orb curiously asks if Ronald plans to fight as well, making the mage break into a cold sweat while cursing internally. No way he would risk his life like that, so Ronald quickly changes the subject, asking where they are heading next. The voice directs him toward the zombie warriors in the nearby forest, noting that those mindless monsters actually know how to fight. Ronald hesitates and looks ahead, spotting a strange figure slowly approaching them from the dark path up ahead. The orb immediately confirms that the approaching creature covered in wounds is indeed one of those zombie warriors. As the dazed monster stumbles closer, the voice in the orb quickly commands Ronald to cast his stealth magic. But before he can act, a glowing binding rope suddenly shoots out from the shadows and snatches the zombie warrior away. Both Ronald and the orb freeze in utter shock, watching the zombie warrior dangle helplessly upside down from Z's magical rope into the air. It lets out a weak roar toward Ronald as if begging for help, but Jag's wire only pulls it tighter, dragging it away no matter what it desperately claws onto. Watching this unfold, a terrified Ronald only dares to stand completely still, without moving an inch. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out and startles him, asking if Sir Spinner has captured the target yet. Right in front of him, Leon and Z walk up trailing a bunch of hung-up demons. Z reports there are still a few targets in the area, adding that the captured beasts saw something. Annoyed, Leon orders them to sweep the area clean, wondering to himself how some could still manage to slip through. Underneath their stealth veil, Fleur lowers her voice and asks if he did as she said. She asks if he activated the invisibility skill yet. Ronald whispers back to confirm, but Fleur is still highly skeptical of him. She points out that the knight seems to be staring right at them. Ronald hesitantly replies that he did not hear anything earlier, since they arrived. Right in front of them, Leon's glowing eyes stare directly toward where the hidden Holy Grail knight is holding his breath. Even though all the demons in this forest have been wiped out, they continue to whisper, sensing that something is still off. Something feels entirely different from normal. Standing right in front of them, Leon frowns and sighs about how strange it all feels. Sensing an unsettling presence, Leon leans in incredibly close to where Ronald is hiding, guessing that whatever it is must be nearby. Suddenly, Jag calls out, catching Leon's attention. He asks if something is wrong, and Z quickly steps up to report. They have detected target movements via satellite in Area 4B17. Leon realizes there are still more beasts for them to hunt. He casts a sideways glance and decides to pull back, ordering his men to move out. Only then does Ronald finally dare to breathe. His face is completely pale and drenched in cold sweat. Collapsing onto the dirt, Ronald mutters in fear that he almost lost his head. Sometime later, Leon returns to his quarters. He prepares a basin of fresh water and strips off his gear to wash up. As he cleans the dirt and grime from his battle wounds, his mind remains deeply troubled, constantly thinking back to those demons, specifically those of lust and decadence. He knows these twisted beasts do not seek true intimacy, but rather a warped, horrific desire. It is highly abnormal. Leon frowns in confusion, suddenly realizing how strange it is that there are so many of them here. Why would this kingdom be crawling with so many lust demons? There are even high-tier variants among them, pointing to something worse. A high-ranking demon king must be pulling the strings nearby. Yet the main question still lingers in his mind without an answer. Suddenly, a soft voice behind him mentions the smell of blood, catching Leon completely off guard as he spins around in shock. He did not sense her presence at all. The voice belongs to Queen Beatrice, who smiles gently and suggests that he must be exhausted. Her mysterious, gentle gaze locks onto Leon as she steps closer. She greets him with a calm, soft tone of voice. Wishing him a good evening, she calmly suggests that perhaps she should address him as Sir Leon Dragonia instead. Leon briefly closes his eyes to think, acknowledging her breathtaking beauty while grabbing a shirt from the chair to cover up. To him, she represents conflict, pain, and a dark omen of corrupting power that makes his instincts scream in warning. He realizes that standing before her is dangerous, like slowly slipping into a bottomless abyss without even realizing you are falling. Her radiant beauty almost forces him to surrender to a deep despair. Beatrice reaches out a hand with a tender, loving gaze. She introduces herself as Beatrice Aligier Espero, queen of this small nation. Leon strictly keeps his guard up and replies with his name. His eyes sharpen in surprise, wondering how this mysterious woman managed to uncover his true identity so easily. Beatrice maintains her calm composure, telling him not to be so guarded as she flashes a warm, bright smile. She claims she only came to show her gratitude to the kingdom's savior. Keeping a cold, serious expression, Leon replies that this is hardly an appropriate time for a lady to visit a man's room. Unfazed, Beatrice looks back with knowing eyes. Her face grows solemn as she explains that she is currently being watched. Confused, Leon asks who would dare monitor the queen. Beatrice hugs herself, staying silent for a brief moment before revealing it is the Grand General and the knights under his command. They keep her confined under the excuse of protection. This news surprises Leon, who questions why the Grand General would do this. The man does not seem like someone who would betray his oath of loyalty. Suddenly, Beatrice anxiously grabs Leon's hands. Pleading that she is running out of time, she begs for his help. Leon remains silent for a moment before listening. He calmly tells her that he is listening. Beatrice immediately makes a chilling request, begging him to eliminate the general and his knights. She promises to hand over the entire kingdom if he complies, instantly turning the air in the room incredibly tense. Standing on her tiptoes, she leans in to whisper a secret command, telling him to investigate the royal palace basement. She suspects the general is hiding something dark down there. Meanwhile, Ricardo and his soldiers aggressively march toward Leon's room. The general calls out to Leon from the hallway, refusing to wait any longer as he prepares to make an announcement. Forgive the intrusion. At midnight, no less. His bedroom door is thrown wide open without any hesitation. But General Ricardo's expression instantly sours. Inside the chamber, a shirtless Leon stands completely alone, staring right back at him. Leon looks utterly baffled by this sudden intrusion. Who barges into a royal bedroom in full military gear? Talk about extreme disrespect. Ricardo quickly acts stern. He explains that while this is improper, the current situation is incredibly critical. They had no other choice in the matter. Leon simply glares at him with a cold snort, recalling his recent secret meeting. He just met the queen, yet Ricardo does not even look surprised. Behind Leon, the window has already been shattered. The queen went out, he explains, and he has a few burning questions about Ricardo's true loyalty and character. Leon stares back. His gaze is filled with deep suspicion as demons continue to roam the land. How dare he disrupt the royal family's rest? Ricardo tries to defend himself, claiming the demons do not attack. But Leon immediately shuts him down, calling him a liar. He knows for a fact that demons never follow schedules. He is not foolish enough to buy such a cheap excuse. It makes no sense for a general to be this incompetent. He must have achieved his high rank through other means. It almost feels like the general is being manipulated by someone. Ricardo stays dead silent. The tension instantly thickens. He simply turns around to make a swift exit. He asks for forgiveness and orders his men out, but Leon stops him cold with a single sharp word. He accuses Ricardo of treating the queen like a prisoner. The general stiffens his eyes, flashing with suppressed rage. That is none of your concern, you meddling stranger. Ricardo snaps back before slamming the heavy bedroom door shut. This is beyond suspicious. Leon can easily tell the general is desperately trying to hide some dark secret. Resting his chin on his hand, he decides that he must investigate that mysterious basement the queen mentioned earlier. He immediately summons his trusted ally Jag Spinner to help him verify a few highly troubling details. Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, a massive horde of vile demons begins to swarm the gates with absolute glee. They cackle with sadistic joy, screaming to corrupt everyone. This massive bloodthirsty raid was actually ordered by the demon lord himself. Demon King Angroin promised 100 slaves to the very first beast that manages to breach the castle walls. This cruel promise works. The beasts go wild. But right as they charge, a blazing blade of light appears. A legendary holy sword strikes the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave that blows the monstrous invaders away. Terrified, the remaining demons freeze and look around in panic. The glowing weapon continues to radiate intense holy heat. They dare not step any closer to the glowing blade. This is Leon's legendary weapon, and it is far from done. The souls of the slain demons are suddenly ripped from their bodies. Before they can react, a powerful force pulls them in. Their screaming spirits are pulled directly into the holy chalice held firmly in Leon's hand as he stands atop the palace. Standing atop the palace, Leon gazes down at the remaining demons while their trapped comrades scream in eternal confinement. Leon looks down at the vessel. A harsh truth is spoken. These monsters do not deserve a quick end. They are nothing but base insects driven by primal greed. They could never comprehend his words of justice. Bursting with pure fury, he steps forward. He calls them out as nothing more than dirty, pathetic parasites. Suddenly, majestic golden weapons materialize around him. In the name of the holy light, King Leon unleashes his true divine power. He stares down at the wicked lowly invaders with a confident smirk. It is time to teach these beasts the value of a good life. The demons gape in shock. He challenges the rotten horde to step forward and face their doom. To them, Leon now looks like a terrifying apex predator. Their worst nightmare has officially arrived. Meanwhile, in a quiet corridor, a soldier arrives to deliver a report to a tense General Ricardo. The scout assumed the general was out on the front lines and asks what brought him back here. Ricardo calmly states that an outsider is dealing with the battle. He quickly asks if the magical seal is ready. But check this out, Jag Spinner is lurking quietly in the shadows, listening to every single word they exchange. Ricardo mutters that time is running out. 100 years of painful plotting is finally coming to an end. The battle is over. Only dust remains. Piles of defeated monsters lie scattered across the smoking field. Bound tightly in heavy ropes, the captured demons are currently being marched down the road in a long, miserable line. One clumsy beast trips and faceplants, hard disrupting the march and thoroughly annoying the demon right in front of it. Daesung watches the pathetic display with a sigh. He walks over to remind them to watch their step. Looking down, his face suddenly flushes bright red as he panics and gasps. He wonders how on earth this could be happening. Instead of a grotesque demon, a beautiful green-haired girl stands right in front of Daesung, acting incredibly shy and whispering softly. She begs him to spare her life. Flash of a sly smirk, she casts a seductive look his way and promises to make it worth his while. Staring at her, Daesung's eyes completely glaze over as he stands frozen in utter shock, caught under a powerful unseen charm. Completely unable to resist, he reaches his hand out to her. The demon girl smirks, fully convinced Daesung has fallen into her trap. Right then, the system suddenly alerts them. Leon has activated poison resistance for the entire squad. Immediately, the illusion begins to shatter. The demon's true form is revealed, though its eyes still sparkle as it tries to look cute. Meanwhile, Daesung's face goes pitch black with rage. Furious, he slaps her hard across the face for trying to seduce him, cursing under his breath. The demon winces in pure pain. She gapes at Daesung in utter terror, completely baffled. How on earth did a mere human resist her absolute charm? Daesung winces, sweating bullets as he thinks to himself. Was that really supposed to be a charm? It was so hideous it almost knocked him out. Suddenly, a powerful booming voice echoes through the area, grabbing their attention. A stern voice demands to know who is causing trouble. With the sound of galloping hooves, everyone already knows who it is. Leon sits tall on his horse, holding a rope binding captured demons. With a sharp glare, Leon demands to know who dared to break formation. Daesung gulps, instantly breaking into a cold sweat under his heavy gaze. The demon beside him is absolutely trembling in sheer terror. Gritting his teeth, Daesung quickly points a finger straight at the creature. Daesung claims she is the culprit, prompting a horrified screech from the demon. Furious, Leon glares down, growling out his fury. He demands how she dared to seduce his soldiers with that filthy body. Sweating and shaking, the demon stammers an apology. But Leon delivers a devastating kick straight to her face instead of punching, commanding the foul beast to shut her mouth. He unleashes a vicious beatdown, leaving the other captive demons shuddering in horror as he shouts that he can't stand her voice. The demon wails as the beatdown continues, and the other captive demons realize this guy acts more like a monster than them. This guy behaves far more like a demon king than the actual demon king. Later, Leon and his soldiers march down the streets. They parade the bound demons through the crowded city as the busy locals look on. Riding beside him, Jinsu speaks up with a question. He asks His Majesty if he noticed the atmosphere. Leon looks down calmly, prompting him to explain what he means. But look at this reaction. Jinsu replies that while this is a glorious victory, the citizens do not seem particularly pleased. Leon stays silent, taking in his surroundings. He notes that even low-level demons can easily charm and slowly corrupt ordinary humans. He adds that a war against creatures like this cannot be won overnight. A single victory is barely a drop in the bucket. At its core, this is a direct struggle against their actual demon king. His gaze grows colder and more intense than ever. He decides he will let the citizens execute these demons themselves. By doing so, they will get a taste of sweet revenge. Purging these disgusting, corrupted souls will show them what victory feels like. Hearing this, Jinsu breaks into a cold sweat. The young soldier can only stammer in agreement. Before long, the group reaches the gates of the grand, majestic castle. Still on horseback, Leon declares that defeating the Demon King will secure them an absolute legendary triumph. Once that is done, no one will ever dare to interfere with them again. Leon remembers Ricardo, his eyes flashing ice cold. Absolutely no one, he mutters. The shimmering castle towers over them, its high windows reflecting an ominous deep red light. Two gate guards stand there like rigid stone statues, looking incredibly serious. Suddenly, one of them senses something strange. He glances to the right. The imposing silhouettes of Leon and his men come marching forward, putting the guards on high alert. Pointing his spear forward, the startled guard yells out for them to halt, declaring that unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden. And here is where it gets crazy. Before the guard can even finish, Leon delivers a devastating kick with his hands in his pockets. The force sends the guards crashing through the heavy doors and flying deep inside. Leon glances back at Daesung and Jinsu. He calmly tells them to move in. Leaving the stunned group standing there in disbelief, they step into the silent castle. Wall-mounted torches provide the only source of light. Following the dim glow, the group heads toward a hidden staircase leading down. Jinsu whispers, anxiously wondering if charging in like this is safe. Well, since they refused to surrender, there was no choice. Walking down, Daesung suddenly senses that something is off. He immediately looks up and calls out for the others to look. They look up, completely astounded as they gasp in utter shock. Only Leon remains deadpan, his expression cold as ice. Directly in front of them hangs a heavy curtain, leading somewhere with a strange flickering light glowing faintly from above. They are all completely mystified, wondering how on earth a place like this could exist right beneath the Grand Palace. Approaching in curiosity, they wonder if that object is a bed. Leon realizes this is the deep secret Queen Beatrice mentioned. He speaks with absolute certainty. They are clearly hiding something. Before he even finishes his thought, Leon charges straight ahead. Kim Jin-soo can only shout after him to wait, but Leon is already there, reaching out to pull the heavy curtain aside. He stares at the figure on the bed, and just as expected, it is a sleeping girl. The other two rush over, and instantly blush red at the sight of her, completely spellbound. Meanwhile, she remains fast asleep, totally unaware of her surroundings. A dark hypnotic energy radiates from her body, while her beautiful face is partially hidden beneath her cascading hair. Kim Jin-soo looks like he has never seen a woman before, his face flushing deep red as he gasps in awe. She is too beautiful, and it is not just him. Everyone behind him seems completely hypnotized by her stunning presence. Sensing the danger, Leon glances back at his men. Losing his patience, he snaps at them to snap out of it. They must resist the charm and not let this sinister energy deceive them. But his men are already far too gone. Faces flushed and completely dazed, they keep mumbling about how gorgeous she is. Watching this, Leon can only sigh in frustration. Even with his holy aura active, they are completely useless. Before Kim Jin-soo can even process what is happening, pain suddenly strikes. He screams in agony as a heavy blow hits him from behind, and the culprit is none other than Leon himself. Talk about tough love. Instantly, Leon strikes the others on the back of their necks, starting with Jun Hyeon. He spares absolutely no one, dropping the soldiers one by one. But before he can strike Dae-sung, the young man surprises him. Leon smiles with a mix of surprise and genuine satisfaction. He looks at Dae-sung, quite impressed by his quick thinking. "Did you really hurt yourself to break the illusion?" Leon asks. Dae-sung can only weakly nod, murmuring, "Your Majesty." Leon draws his holy chalice, instructing him to take deep, slow breaths. A brilliant circle of light erupts to shield them both. As Leon commands Dae-sung to free his mind, a shadow looms. Suddenly, a familiar figure steps out from the darkness. Ricardo stares in utter disbelief, flanked by a small army. He steps forward, his voice heavy with a sense of betrayal. He confesses he never expected the queen to deceive him. Leon, however, shows zero surprise, calmly facing the old man. "Is that really true?" Leon asks with a slight smirk, his voice dripping with skepticism. He looks at them. He questions how they managed to escape the queen's hypnotic charm. Ricardo simply gives him a cold, hard look. "Because we are already used to it," Ricardo replies. Leon internally curses, immediately realizing that something is very wrong here. This kind of magic is a curse, not a natural trait. You do not just get used to it. Remembering a dark figure from his past, Leon raises his chalice, his eyes narrowing as he delivers the cold truth. It is the work of the demon lord of lust. He explains that this is a creature that corrupts all living beings. Its dark charm drags entire populations into absolute ruin. Armed with this knowledge, Leon slowly takes a step forward. He looks closely at the sleeping girl, finding the situation incredibly bizarre. That demon absolutely detests humanity, he notes. So why is there no trace of that demonic energy on the queen? Ricardo watches him with deep suspicion. Yet somehow these soldiers are completely unaffected. Leon pulls out a single purple petal, letting it drop from his fingers. He gently drops it into his glowing chalice. As he swirls the shimmering water, a brilliant purple light erupts. The blinding glow summons the authority of the god of dreams and death. Leon closes his eyes to focus. He prays for his guardian deity's divine grace. Right on cue, a soft voice echoes through the purple haze. The ethereal silhouette of a goddess materializes, her feet lightly touching the ground. Ricardo can only stare in sheer shock. Her majestic voice echoes through the room, addressing the knight of Ariana, Leon. Nearby, a single purple candle flickers. She gracefully glides behind Leon, readily accepting his plea. She is fully prepared to answer the call of King Leon. As Fleur fully manifests, Leon bows deeply with his hand over his heart, showing his utmost respect to the goddess. He offers his greetings to the divine ruler of sleep and demise. Fleur simply smiles back, acknowledging her loyal knight. Leon wastes no time asking for her immediate assistance. Without hesitation, she grants his request with a gentle nod. She can feel the corruption lingering in the air. Turning her gaze toward Ricardo, she warns of the deceptive demons. She reveals the grim reality: the entire city is trapped in a repeating nightmare, a sinister ritual of corruption. Glancing around, Fleur reminds them that no matter how sweet the dream, everyone must eventually wake up. She raises her massive weapon, commanding the hidden threat to finally reveal its true monstrous form. A blinding purple light erupts from her staff. Nearby, Leon keeps his eyes locked onto her every single move. Fleur's magic washes over Ricardo and his men, leaving them trembling in fear as the entire castle begins to distort, gradually sinking deep into a colorless darkness. Dae-sung stands there in utter shock, his face filled with disbelief at the scene before his eyes. A thick green mist blankets the room as Dae-sung stutters, and from that smoke, glowing eyes suddenly pierce through. A monstrous face looms in the haze, revealing a massive silhouette clad in heavy iron armor. Ricardo has finally revealed his true form as Dae-sung screams out in absolute terror. It is a Death Knight. Seeing this, Leon immediately realizes the truth, understanding why he could not recognize it sooner. His sharp gaze locks onto Ricardo. The reason is because this world has the power to manifest anything from thin air. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo, carrying a chilling voice that warns them not to disturb the resting queen, and that he must protect her. Dae-sung watches in utter confusion while holding onto Jin-soo, who had fainted from the queen's hypnotic charm. He anxiously cries out to Leon, warning that the Death Knights are closing in. The monstrous figure slowly advances, chanting that he must protect her and safeguard the seal. Standing nearby, Leon quietly observes, realizing this corrupt energy does not stem from pure evil. He draws his holy sword, ready to sever the root of this tragic nightmare. Gripping the hilt in his hand, his eyes slide toward the bed. This corruption surely originates from the queen herself. With a cold tone, he declares that once she wakes, this dream will end. Suddenly, Ricardo loses all control and lunges forward like a beast, trying to cut Leon down, but the Holy King effortlessly parries and delivers a swift counterstrike. Ricardo's rusty blade collides violently with his sword. Leon simply smiles with supreme confidence, but his eyes suddenly dart to the side. A bizarre threat unfolds as another Death Knight charges like a starving beast, thrusting a massive spear-like weapon directly at him. While he is still busy keeping Ricardo's heavy blade pinned down, a massive explosion echoes through the chamber as Leon violently retracts, his blade unleashing a devastating sweep that blows both opponents back. He coldly tells them that this is a sacred duel, and warns that if they still possess a shred of knightly honor, they should stand down and stop fighting so dirtily. But Ricardo is already completely blinded by hatred. Mocking the word honor, he steps forward to command his legion of Death Knights to strike. Leon, however, shows absolutely no fear. He calmly asks if they truly believe ganging up on him will work, and stop his blade. Dropping into a combat stance, he waits for the undead horde to charge, looking up with growing impatience at their futile effort. He executes a blinding slash that forces them back, though their raw power is surprisingly enough to hold their ground against his holy weapon. The clash of these two colossal energies triggers a violent localized shockwave. Leon instantly closes the distance, grabbing one of the Death Knights by its skull and slamming its face into the dirt. With terrifying ease, shadows mask his furious expression, leaving only his glowing, vengeful eyes visible in the dark as he slams another to the ground. They are strong, but he notes their coordination is sloppy now that they are undead. Raising his blade to deliver a finishing blow, he drives his sword downward with absolute resolve, declaring that with such a twisted sense of honor they will never protect a single soul. The holy weapon plunges deep into the stone floor, unleashing a wave of brilliant golden light that purifies the area and saps the very life force of the undead. Ricardo helplessly cries out for his queen. The sheer magnitude of Leon's holy energy triggers a massive tremor that terrifies everyone present. As Ricardo stands paralyzed in utter shock, powerless to react, you can practically feel his dread as he grovels pathetically on the floor. As a radiant blade is pointed directly at his face, realizing there is absolutely no escape from this overwhelming power, Ricardo drops to his knees, pleading to the legendary Leon Dragonia king. Leon looks down and commands him to wake up from this illusion. But the broken man only stammers in response. Raising his sword high, Leon sighs, seeing that the marshal refuses to wake up, condemning him to rot in his hopeless delusions. But just as Leon is about to strike the final blow, to send the fallen commander into oblivion, a strange sensation stops him. Something about this scenario feels completely off, because even if Ricardo's loyalty was misguided, he was never a true traitor. Leon wonders why the queen wanted them dead in the first place. Scanning the area, an impossible realization dawns on him. Suddenly, his gaze shifts toward the bed, which is now emitting a strange, ominous glow. A dark suspicion takes root. Could the queen actually be a demon himself? Directing a piercing glare back at the kneeling Ricardo, Leon demands to know what they did to the queen. With no choice but to confess, Ricardo bows his head and reveals that Her Majesty made a contract. His decaying face contorts as he whispers the final word, a demon. The scene transitions to a memory back when their soldiers fell in battle, leaving only the queen and Ricardo alive. Wearily standing from her throne, Beatrice suddenly heard a mysterious voice, echoing from the shadows. A mysterious dark-clothed figure emerged, praising her courage and offering a deal. Intrigued, the queen questioned his terms. The entity urged her to accept the seed of corruption so she could continue her desperate struggle. Your soul belongs to the devil for 100 years, he sneers, while holding a purple orb promising to save her people. With her kingdom on the verge of ruin, the desperate queen had no choice but to accept his dark bargain. She signed despite knowing it was a sinister trap. 5 years later, a crazed man's maniacal laughter shattered the silence. He screams about how happy he is and wonders why everyone is avoiding him as the corrupted population grew rapidly. Queen Beatrice watched in helpless agony as the number of corrupted citizens grew, their insane screams echoing through the streets. By day, Beatrice was forced to watch demons slaughter her beloved people. By night, she tossed and turned from demonic whispers. The voices filled her head until she couldn't trust herself, constantly asking what on earth she had done. She endured the first few years, but her opponent was the Archduke of Lust. His trap was incredibly cunning. There were absolutely no loopholes in the contract she accepted. Worse, it was cursed anyone who committed suicide to escape. The pact would become a wandering demon in hell. Once the 100-year contract ended, they would all become corrupted slaves. Eventually, Queen Beatrice was driven to absolute madness by the thought of her kingdom turning to ash. The corruption took root inside her, slowly devouring her mind and body. 50 years passed in this agonizing state. Even her most loyal knight eventually succumbed to his desires, breaking into the queen's private bedchambers. Grand Marshal Ricardo witnessed the entire tragedy. At that moment, the general made a grim decision. He declared that if no man could resist her unnatural charm, then they had to take extreme measures. They would end their own lives willingly choosing death just to protect their queen and keep their loyalty intact. Following Ricardo, they put each other to the sword, plunging the land into grief, even if their homeland was defiled, and even if they became wandering demons in hell or corrupted slaves once the 100 years were up. He had sworn to protect Her Majesty until the very end. Back in reality, Ricardo shares his painful truth. They ended their own lives to become Death Knights so the Queen's charm would no longer affect them. He adds that they sealed the Queen away. Ricardo's voice drops as we see Beatrice asleep on the altar. For 80 years, that seal served as the only sacrifice to keep her asleep. Hearing this, Leon can't help but wonder. What kind of twisted loyalty is this, he wonders before telling Ricardo that this is why the Queen wanted them dead. Goddess Flea calls out to Leon in a gentle tone, and he immediately responds while noticing her sad eyes. She asks if he can feel it, and Leon glances over to confirm that he can indeed feel it. Wisps of purple smoke drift through the room, flowing in from the entrance. They are tracking their scent, closing in fast. Leading them is Angroin, the demon lord of lust, and Dae Sungadens, accompanied by a horde of savage minor demons. Leon senses their presence nearby, his expression turning icy cold. Demons are here, he warns. Leon commands his soldiers to rise, asking them how long they plan on sleeping like absolute fools. Jinsu wakes up with a start yelling in utter confusion before he can even process what is happening. Leon grabs him by the collar and drags him up as they all escape the area in an instant. Promising to do what must be done, Leon leaves the battered Ricardo with the goddess who watches them go. She gently asks the fallen marshal where they left off, while outside the anxious soldiers wait in suspense. They are out. A soldier rushes up to report that the demons have already breached the fortress walls. Jinsu is terrified by the sight. A massive horde of bloodthirsty demons outnumbers their forces by several times, charging forward with glowing red eyes. While everyone else is gripped by fear, Leon calmly observes the battlefield. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echo from behind as some brave soldiers rush straight toward the front lines. To everyone's surprise, Daesung marches out completely alone, being the first to volunteer as he rallies the troops. He pulls on his helmet, shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to raise their shields immediately. The soldiers quickly fall into formation, determined to obey their king's commands, hold the line, and block the enemy. Leon steps forward, drawing his sword as a radiant golden divine aura erupts from his body. His sharp gaze locks on the beasts. Jag Spinner suddenly appears out of nowhere, immediately stepping up to assist Leon as a highly dependable ally. Leon and Jag Spinner flank the sides while Daesung reminds himself that their king will be the one to destroy them. The demon general finally reveals itself, its malicious gaze scanning the defensive line with one of its 6 long arms. It shrieks for them to charge and show the humans real pain, sending the mindless hordes surging out of control. They charge forward like maniacs, their pain completely replaced by pure chaotic excitement. Sweeping toward the army, they bellow endlessly to slaughter every last one of them. Meanwhile, Jag Spinner begins to transform, initiating hostiles elimination protocols and deploying his weapon systems. Leon raises his voice with grim resolve, "Let us go." Finally fired up, he surges directly toward the horde. Compared to the massive demon army, Leon's forces are minuscule, quickly getting surrounded on all sides as the fiends crash violently against the heavy shields, completely immune to pain. The soldiers fight back with everything they have, cursing all the while. In frustration, there are just too many of them. Daesung is feeling more fired up than ever, resolved to hold the line for his king, but suddenly something catches his eye. A massive swarm of demons is clustering together, tearing into a target like a plague of locusts. He panics, realizing his king is still hunting for his target, just as a demon locks eyes with him and fills him with dread. It is over, but then a blinding pillar of light crashes down in an earth-shattering blast, sending the demons flying in every direction. Leon roars like thunder, his face twisted in pure rage, as his legendary power reaches its absolute peak. The louder Leon bellows, the higher the demons are blasted into the sky. His men can barely believe their eyes, watching in absolute awe. Honestly, the real trick behind these pleasure demons is their sheer strength in numbers. Leon looks at his trusted warhorse, now completely drained of strength, and calls out to it. Even though these lust demons are usually pretty weak, their newly acquired berserk buff makes them a massive headache for King Leon, a real troublesome threat. He mutters to himself that this is a spell only high-ranking demons can pull off, meaning he can no longer afford to underestimate them. Countless hostile eyes glare at him from the dark, but Leon remains fearless. Raising his blade, there is only one option left. Closing his eyes to steady his racing thoughts, he calms his mind before slowly opening them again. It is finally time. Leon's power erupts into blazing flames once more. Telling himself he has to see this through, he suddenly senses a presence nearby, looks toward the city gates. Just then, a booming noise echoes from behind, catching his attention. His soldiers gasp in shock as a loud battle cry orders everyone to charge. Right at the distant gate, Ricardo emerges, leading his elite squad of Death Knights. He gallops forward as his armored knights sweep past Leon's weary men, charging straight toward the front line. Right on cue, the demons rush forward, undeterred by the massive explosion from earlier. But the Death Knights do not know the meaning of fear. Brandishing their massive swords as they plow directly into the enemy, Ricardo pulls up beside King Leon to speak, and the king smiles back, praising the general for his perfect timing and admitting he feels like he finally woke from a horrific nightmare. Ricardo dismounts, stating his loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen remains absolute. Leon simply nods in agreement of course it has to be. The marshal then reminds the Earthborn King of the bitter sacrifices they have made to protect this very land. Pausing for a moment, Ricardo admits that if Leon can truly make a legendary difference like this, they will back him. Leon listens closely as the general stands at the head of his Phantom Brigade, locking eyes with him. Standing tall and proud, Ricardo slowly declares they will gladly throw their full power and strength behind him. Leon responds with a satisfied smile, turning his back to them as he shifts his full focus to the massive demonic horde ahead. He remarks that he will have to put on a grand performance even if they fall short of his high expectations. Right then, Leon's body begins to glow with a brilliant holy light, the six ultimate symbol of hope. Striding forward with cold, majestic grace, he calls upon the legendary fire god of war. Even if this world falls to ruin, his divine devotion remains unshaken as his entire form continues to undergo a dazzling, radiant transformation. Stepping forward, he begs the deity to grant him courage. At that exact second, to the hunters and loyal knights, Leon feels more overwhelmingly powerful than ever before. He flashes a confident, victorious grin, calling out for the heavens to answer his desperate call. A blinding crimson pillar of light erupts right where he stands, leaving the demons frozen in shock. They have never witnessed anything like this before. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from above, capturing Dae-sung's curiosity. "You are still a failure," the fire god booms, declaring the sacred flame will inevitably crumble to ash without his protection. Leon coldly retorts that he will happily guard the flame forever, just as he has always done. Facing the horde, he smiles with absolute certainty, intending to shield it until it can withstand the storm, rising past every hardship to reach the stars. As Leon transforms, raw, godlike power surges through his veins. A massive avatar towers over him, channeling his peak authority. His expression remains cold and unreadable, yet his sharp eyes radiate a terrifying aura of pure destruction and imminent death. The demons can only shriek in sheer horror, unable to process his godlike transformation. Grasping his legendary, massive greatsword, he drives it deep into the earth. Leon roars his proud royal name, Leon Dragonia, the ultimate machine of war, clad in blazing armor. The commander and his troops watch intently, hanging on Leon's every word as he prepares to summon the mighty god of fire. He commands his faithful knights to answer his call as they feel a sudden scorching heat radiating directly from Leon's skin. Leon's entire body glows with blinding light. Right here and right now, the flames of war will purge all evil from this land. A massive pillar of light crashes down from heaven with a deafening roar, leaving the nearby demon horde completely paralyzed with shock. Their jaws drop in sheer terror as a colossal beastly foot stomps down violently, shaking the earth and cracking the ground beneath them. A bull-headed beast of war emerges, cloaked in flames, followed by two golden beasts pulling the legendary chariot of the fire god. The grand chariot stops right in front of Leon, and without a single moment of hesitation, he leaps up to take the reins. Meanwhile, Sally begins to glow with a strange shimmering light before slowly fading away, prompting Leon to glance over with a warm, appreciative smile. He silently thanks his little buddy, wishing him peace before centering his mind for the upcoming battle and drawing his holy sword. The massive blade materializes in his grip, unstoppable. Full of confidence, he prepares to lead the charge with his men. This mighty coalition unites the soldiers of Pantheon and Ricardo, backed by the terrifying power of the chariot pulled by those giant beasts. He commands everyone to follow him into battle. Instantly, the beasts let out a deafening roar, digging their hooves in to build momentum. Ricardo takes his position on horseback, adjusting his helmet while warning his men to stand firm and show absolutely no fear. Leading the charge, Leon commands them to bring him the heads of their enemies. The demons across the battlefield do not hesitate to rush forward. They screech and howl, making blood-curdling noises. Leon watches the incoming wave of monsters, his expression suddenly hardening as he notices something bizarre. It genuinely disgusts him. How dare these hideous creatures mimic human cavalry? The sheer disrespect makes his blood boil with absolute rage. Losing his cool, he yells for a full-scale attack. The two massive beasts immediately pick up speed, hurtling toward the enemy. The two massive armies collide head-on in an instant. One highly unfortunate demon gets slammed directly onto the sharp, massive horn of the rampaging bull beast. Suddenly, the game system chimes to life, activating the heavy rage effect as both sides plunge much deeper into a brutal, chaotic melee. Demons are launched high into the air by the shattering impact. Leon easily dominates the battlefield, leaving dozens of enemies severely broken and battered. Their commander begins to sweat, utterly panicked by this highly unexpected turn of events. Angron roars aloud in absolute confusion and shock. Meanwhile, Leon keeps his sharp eye on the battlefield, his brow furrowing with intense anger as the fierce melee rages on around them. The clash shows no sign of slowing down under the blood-red sky, and honestly, the demons look completely out of their depth here. He clutches his head, screaming in disbelief. What on earth is that thing? And how is it tearing through his army so easily? Quickly ordering his forces to fire the magic cannons and wipe them out, he watches as his demonic soldiers instantly scramble to obey. Brimming with confidence that they still hold the upper hand, the wicked demons aim their massive artillery pieces straight at Leon. Billowing smoke and bright purple magic beams stream directly toward the human forces. Leon looks up, trying to gauge their trick. Realizing their desperate battle plan, he shouts in utter disgust, mocking them for relying on cowardly ranged weapons to save themselves. The system displays a notification granting a special buff that applies holy defense to immunize all his allied units from incoming fire. This divine defense completely nullifies the attack, granting his brave knights a powerful fire resistance effect that shields them perfectly. An incredibly massive, earth-shattering explosion rocks the entire field. Emerging safely from the smoke, Leon's fury completely boils over as he prepares his counterattack. He steers the beasts right out of the burning debris, yelling to charge. Follow him now straight into the fight. The system flashes again, applying a massive rage buff to all friendly units while activating the legendary protection of the War Knight. Morale skyrockets by 400%, then 120%, while physical damage increases by 35%. Demon defenses drop by 80%, while the War Armor buff imbues all allied blades with a searing fire attribute. His ultimate Demon Hunter title reduces the enemy's physical defense, holy resistance, and close quarters combat capabilities all at once. It even automatically incinerates nearby demon souls within a 1-kilometer radius, turning the already intense battlefield into an absolute slaughterhouse. Both sides clash with reckless abandon as demons are sent flying left and right. Suddenly, a mocking voice cuts through the chaos. The demon commander Angroin rushes forward with his blade bared, laughing that he finally caught him before launching a devastating leap attack. His violent swords strike tears right through the spot where Leon stood, flipping the massive chariot and heavily injuring one of the beasts. The wounded beast roars, completely enraged by the strike. Angroin remains clueless, stepping forward to hurl arrogant insults at the human soldiers. Suddenly, he realizes only the beasts are present, making him look around suspiciously and wonder where Leon is hiding. He scans his surroundings frantically, completely unaware that Leon is already diving straight down on him from the sky. Leon slashes down, but the demon barely dodges the blow. Startled, Angroin scrambles back, shouting for his guards to protect him. As his sword embeds deep in the stone, Leon lands smoothly, holding a weapon in each hand ready to finish this. Success! Leon urges himself to hold on for just one more minute as he steps forward. Watching this, Angroin is extremely anxious. Damn it, he is just a human. How can a mere human accomplish something like this? He wonders how this guy made the knights of that ruined kingdom so incredibly powerful. Suspicious, Angroin steps up to confront him. He points his finger at King Leon and roars that he is the one who killed Radon. Leon just coldly asks Radon. He smirks and asks if Angroin is talking about that bloated pig wandering around with those bizarre, perverted desires. Angroin boils with rage, his eyes practically popping out at the insult. Leon continues to mock him, saying that he already shattered the limbs of all those perverted freaks in Angroin's faction. He yells straight into the demon's face that he will be next, except his punishment is going to be far worse. Angroin turns red with fury, gritting his teeth in absolute silence. Suddenly, all 6 of his arms begin to move. Angroin wildly swings his blades, roaring that he will tear Leon to pieces as he starts throwing them like a maniac. He hurls a barrage of giant sharp daggers directly at Leon to satisfy his rage. But Leon just stands his ground. Making no attempt to dodge, Leon slides into a battle stance. He raises his massive blade high into the air. Leon taunts him, telling the demon to focus on magic instead of just running his mouth. But he is still too weak. Leon channels his energy through the sword, igniting a blinding flash of light that stretches out across the battlefield. The slash extends forward, completely severing Angroin's arm in an instant. Shocked, the demon wonders how this is even possible. Leon bypasses defense so easily to take his arm. Seeing Angroin panic, Leon calmly repeats his warning. He promised to wipe them out one by one. Leaping high into the air, Leon prepares to bring his sword down. Seeing the incoming strike, Angroin does not even flinch. Instead, a sinister smirk spreads across his hideous face. Angroin screams out, boasting about his ultimate magic of absolute lust that no living creature can ever resist. Ricardo's army watches in sheer terror, screaming for Leon to be careful as the demonic magic unleashes. Leon feels the heavy pressure of the demonic energy, but he does not hesitate for a single second. He strikes with a devastating downward blow. Angroin looks down in sheer disbelief at his newly inflicted wound. He screams in agony, demanding to know how a mere mortal could possibly resist the ultimate pleasures of his lust. Leon steps forward coldly, stating that not even the demon lord of pleasure herself could ever seduce him. He stares down at his foe, asking how a weakling like him expected to fool a king. Angroin panics. This is absolutely impossible, he thinks. Every living human must have desires. Something is deeply wrong with this man. Sensing an overwhelming aura of death, Angroin realizes he needs to escape immediately. He frantically barks out orders. He commands his demon grunts to hold Leon back, but before the words even leave his mouth, Leon's loyal beast charges. The creature brutally headbutts Angroin, launching him into the air before he crashes back down to the dirt in agony. Leon mocks him. Leon tells him he is looking the wrong way, slamming his boot onto Angroin's chest. Terrified, the demon screams, "Wait!" He calls Leon a coward, claiming a knight should fight fair instead of letting a beast interfere in their duel. Leon rubs his chin mockingly, agreeing that letting a third party interfere does seem a bit unbefitting of a knight. Sweat pouring down his face, the demon agrees, but Leon instantly cuts him off. "For trash like you there is absolutely no need to show any respect." Leon raises his glowing sword, ready to deliver the final strike. This is not a duel of knights, but simply exterminating insects. Even on the brink of death, the demon keeps cursing. Leon ignores his desperate screams, completely unfazed by the insults as he prepares to end it once and for all. He vaporizes the fiend in a massive explosion, finally putting a permanent end to Angroin, the archdemon of lust. Long ago, this kingdom was prosperous and peaceful. Queen Beatrice once believed this tranquility would last forever. Everyone did. But then the demons invaded, turning everything to ash. The queen watched her land crumble in despair. Being both a wise queen and a highly skilled mage, Beatrice erected a massive magical barrier to protect her castle. She fought desperately to wipe out the invaders, hoping to buy enough time to save her dying kingdom. Yet the black smoke and horrific cruelty of the demons persisted. At first, she held on to hope for victory. But that fragile hope quickly shattered when Beatrice realized that no matter how many demons she managed to kill, they would just keep rising back to life. Despair set in as she realized they could never win this war. Standing amid the ruins, Beatrice wept, realizing that no matter how many battles they won, it was all pointless. Regardless of how many demons fell, they kept coming back. In that moment, she only felt helplessness and her own foolishness. The grand, shining castle would surely crumble in the future. Beatrice sat helpless on her throne, knowing that total destruction was drawing near. Just then, the voice of the man in black echoed, calling out to the queen to make a deal with him. He held a glowing purple orb and smirked, saying that if she could endure the seed of corruption for 100 years, they would stop invading this world. His white teeth bared in a grin, mocking her pride and everyone else. The sorrowful face of Beatrice focused on his words because he promised that everything would return to how it used to be. At that moment, she could not even ask him how she could trust his words. In her despair, Beatrice reached her hand toward the orb like she was possessed, and hesitantly accepted. A blinding purple light erupted alongside a demonic aura. Even if it was a cunning trap from the devil, it was the only way for their world to return to normal, to protect those she loved. And her beloved subjects, Beatrice agreed, facing the devious and sinister smirk of Angroin. And just like that, the endless destruction of the Sparrow Kingdom began repeating over and over in depraved pleasure. Everyone, including the innocent citizens, the loyal knights, and even the proud Queen Beatrice herself. Bit by bit, they sank deep into the darkness. For once they were fully corrupted and aligned with the dark, there was no turning back. In the end, one knight, unable to control his own corrupt desires, snuck into the queen's private chambers where he was executed right on the spot. Ricardo's voice echoed out, begging the queen for forgiveness. At that time, Grand Marshal Ricardo sealed his queen deep underground. He and his army then sacrificed themselves, transforming into undead death knights. In her mind, the queen constantly blamed herself. After a decade of deep regret, Beatrice was completely exhausted, trapped in an endless, agonizing cycle. Crying painful tears, she sobbed that she was the one who caused all this, and prayed that this endless nightmare would finally end. Meanwhile, the others gathered around a large chest, holding the crown and loot gathered from defeating Angroin. They wondered if it was the crown of ruin and the nameless sword that the demon always carried. Z had been staring at them with intense curiosity, and Leon noticed, asking if Z liked them. The machine signaled back that the highly durable metal would be extremely useful. Leon was curious, but it was tainted by evil. He warned Z to drop it, fearing it absorbed souls, but Z excitedly insisted on handling it. Leon did not stop him. If Z was confident, then fine. Leon then turned his attention to the remaining loot. Specifically, this was the crown taken directly from Angroin, the demon of pleasure and depravity. Suddenly, a gentle voice of Goddess Fleur echoed, calling out to Leon. He immediately turned and bowed respectfully, asking her to speak, as she requested to see the crown of ruin he had obtained. He glanced at the items, worried that it might taint her eyes, but Fleur insisted it was fine, examining the crown closely before picking it up to ask Leon if he did not recognize the crown. Fleur explained that it belonged to the demon king of pleasure he had decapitated. Realizing this now, he listened as she explained how those wicked lust demons used to deceive children with dark, wicked illusions. That power was sealed inside this crown of ruin. Fleur smiled as she looked at Leon and told him to keep the crown, saying it might prove useful to him now. He accepted it, noting that he could not destroy it immediately anyway, but offered it to her if she wanted it. Fleur immediately declined, thanking him and acknowledging that he had worked incredibly hard during this perilous ordeal. The Pantheon was absolutely delighted, expressing deep gratitude for his glorious contributions, but Leon humbly replied that he only did what he believed was right. Fleur then suggested that the war god say goodbye before leaving. Another voice grumbled, wondering why he should say goodbye, as a brilliant crimson whirlwind suddenly erupted around them. The war god appeared before Leon. Frowning, he looked down and agreed, though Beto seemed strangely hesitant, struggling to find the words. Goddess Fleur teased him, asking if being honest would kill him. While they were standing there bickering, Leon spoke up to make a sudden request. Betos looked on with highly curious interest, asking what it was, complaining that Leon was always demanding things. Fleur glared at him and told Leon to speak, who looked back, his voice softening. Looking down at Ricardo and the kneeling Death Knights, Leon expressed his deep hope that they could retrieve their souls. The two gods paused, pondering in silence. Betos then asked if Leon wanted to bring these undead souls to heaven when they willingly abandoned the cycle of life and death themselves. Goddess Fleur intervened, urging him not to be so rigid, since it was not an impossible problem for him to solve. Gritting his teeth in impatience, he wonders what kind of god would ever grant these zombies such an opportunity. As they argue, Fleur points out that they only did it for their master, but Betos quickly fires back. He tells her to just look. Fleur then approaches Leon, who bows deeply in reverence, asking her to speak. She explains that those who defy death are evil beings he must punish, as they have escaped reincarnation entirely. Suddenly, faint footsteps draw near, carrying a weak and trembling voice that begs them to stop. The queen has finally awakened, begging them to spare her knights. Kneeling at her feet, Ricardo calls out to his majesty. Beatrice desperately explains they only defied nature to protect her, clasping her hands to beg the two gods. The queen of this ruined kingdom pleads for mercy, and the goddess, deeply moved, cannot help but feel sympathy. She tells her that none in the temple can carry the souls of such loyal knights to heaven. They are both completely stunned by her words. Supporting Beatrice, Ricardo asks if there is truly no hope left. Fleur hesitates, startling them both, but then smiles and adds that their great deeds might make a difference. Their immense sacrifices are enough to make up for their past sins, as the gods are deeply impressed by their loyalty. Fleur looks at Leon, reminding them that King Leon himself was actually the one who pleaded on their behalf. The heavens would normally forbid her from doing any more, but because of their plea, she will cleanse them. Their stained souls will be purified, granting them a chance at rebirth, as her feet gently touch the ground. Appearing right before them, Fleur offers Beatrice a proposal, stating it is the only way to save their souls. She suggests that the queen become a priestess of the primordial god to help Leon spread his faith. Once the other world is fully restored, she promises to grant her fallen knights a true chance at reincarnation. Almost instantly, painful fragments of past memories flash through Beatrice's mind as she processes the goddess's offer. Staring completely blankly at the god, she hesitates for a long moment before finally finding her voice to respond. She offers her deepest thanks. Sometime later, back at the castle, Leon and the queen stand together. Standing before a massive door, Leon gently holds her hand while Jag Spinner stands nearby, his expression deeply contemplative. Leon keeps his focus on his soldiers while Beatrice watches him closely. Suddenly, DC runs over to report. Leon immediately demands a casualty report, and the messenger quickly replies that most wounded are recovering well. Thanks to the power of the Holy Cup, they are healing, but the mood is heavy as 6 soldiers have passed away. Everyone weeps for the fallen. Leon's voice softens as he acknowledges the tragedy, expressing his deep sorrow. Standing before the 6 bodies, Leon reflects that they fought bravely despite facing an overwhelming demonic horde. Drawing his sword, he softly whispers that he will pray for the souls of these incredibly brave warriors. He thrusts his blade into the ground and kneels as a brilliant magical light erupts around them. He loudly calls out to the legendary war god of fire, with his voice echoing over the heartbroken soldiers. He prays for these brave warriors who died in radiant glory, directly begging the god to protect their souls. He asks for forgiveness for any of their past sins, honoring their fierce and absolutely unyielding courage. Even in the face of death, may they find eternal peace in heaven as beautiful sparkling lights ascend around them. Leon solemnly vows that the Holy Temple will never forget the names and families of those who sacrificed themselves. The 6 fallen soldiers are gently enveloped in a warm heavenly light, finding their final and peaceful rest. Smiling gently, Leon tells everyone it is time to go home. Suddenly, the system screen flares to life. The system announces that the gates to heaven have opened, but the user's soul rank is too low. Because their faith and glory levels are so low, entry into the heavens is strictly forbidden. But the system immediately updates, stating that King Leon has blessed them, granting them passage into the heavens. Meanwhile, as a massive dimensional gate appears, the Hunter Association gathers all available hunters to clear it. The crowd erupts in loud cheers as the survivors finally emerge, celebrating their highly successful return. Reports confirm that after a full week, King Leon has finally cleared the gate and returned safely. However, Chairman O officially recognizes this dungeon raid as a devastating and heavy blow to the association. He expresses his deepest grief for the fallen hunters, while Kang Wu bows quite respectfully to Leon. He offers his most sincere and heartfelt condolences for those brave hunters who lost their lives, lost in the recent battle. He closes his eyes and turns away, admitting that he is also deeply grieved. Right after that, Leon looks straight ahead, his voice stern as he mentions he is quite sure the president has closely watched Lord Spinner's video. He immediately shares his observations. It was indeed a red gate, a multidimensional one, and inside a great demon of sin had appeared. It is a miracle that they returned with so few casualties. Folding his arms, Leon indifferently asks 2 simple words, "Is that so?" Immediately after that, Leon's eyes grow incredibly sharp as he becomes unusually serious and presents a certain proposal. He is thinking of personally meeting the families of the fallen warriors. Kang Hee-wook is slightly taken aback, asking back in hesitation if he wants to meet them himself. Still indifferent, Leon confirms that they were his soldiers, so it is the least he can do. The president feels a bit hesitant, voicing his opinion that he does not think doing so is a good idea. And so, Leon lays out his reasoning. He is not so narrow-minded as to not understand the grief of those whose loved ones died on the battlefield. He believes that hearing the full story will bring them comfort. And then his voice turns stern as he calls out, "President of the Hunter Association, Kang Hee-wook." The president immediately replies right away, "Yes, please tell me, what is it?" Leon sharpens his deep blue eyes, cautiously presenting his request. "Broadcast that video and call for more hunters. Tell them to join the Legion. The evil spirits will eventually invade this world. We need more soldiers and knights too. Prepare for that moment." Kang Hee-wook, trusting him, completely agrees without a single second thought. "I understand, I will arrange it, and report the situation to you later." Not long after, at the Naju Plains Pantheon camp inside, Leon is leaning back in his chair, staring pensively into the distance. After staring into space, he concludes that the demons are making highly unusual moves and he needs urgent assistance. Pressing his palm against his chest, his heart decides on one thing this time: he must go in person. Leon closes his eyes tightly as a brilliant golden light radiates from his glowing palm. After a while, his mind is directed to that sacred place, as each deep heartbeat is clearly simulated. Leon's body begins to float in this multidimensional space. In a split second, simple civilian clothes are draped over Leon. His tall figure appears under the cool shade of a tree. His blue eyes slowly open as a voice calls out, "Please enter, Your Majesty." From the opposite side, Anak steps forward, surrounded by knights, and timidly says, "A humble servant of the holy gods, I ask permission to offer my greetings to the representative of the Pantheon." The knights begin to kneel on both knees alongside the words, "Please enter, greatest protector of the Holy Grail." Shortly after, at the majestic Pantheon Hall, Leon strides right inside, friendly, asking them, "It has been a long time. Is paradise treating you comfortably?" Anak smiles brightly, saying with a touch of flattery that it is all thanks to His Majesty's grand protection. Leon asks in surprise, "Is that so?" Leon walks up to the 2 knights, saying excitedly, "Lord Judas, Lord Antoine, both of you look much brighter, don't you?" Antoine laughs heartily and replies, "If I knew this place was so beautiful, I would have come sooner." Leon smirks and warns, "Don't make jokes like that." Just then, a remarkably tall figure walks up to Leon, calling out to him as Emperor, and Leon immediately realizes this is the former king. He says gently, "It has been a long time, hasn't it?" The man with the bright smile and this orange-haired gentleman is indeed the former king, Argent Majesty Leon Dragonia. Leon places his hand on his chest, sincerely bowing down as he says, "I apologize for disturbing your peaceful rest." The former king laughs in amusement and replies, "Do not say such things, aren't we of the same blood?" Without any hesitation, Leon immediately brings up a certain matter, asking the former king about the new souls that just arrived. "Did you know they came here?" Argent looks toward those souls and gives his response. "Ah, that matter. Aren't those the very warriors who had to sacrifice themselves in the recent battle? Rest assured they will be warmly welcomed by everyone here, so do not worry." After that, he voices his curiosity, stating there must be a reason why you came visiting so quickly, so tell me what it is. Leon bows his head slightly hesitantly, replying that originally he came here to pay my greetings to the gods of the pantheon and explain a few things. At this, he raises his face, his voice firm as he continues, the situation is highly urgent. I must borrow the wisdom of our ancestors. Hearing this, he smiles gently, folding his arms as he replies, all right, go to the forest. Let me have you talk to my friend right away. Shortly after, in the warm sky, a pair of large wings spreads wide, countless pure white feathers fluttering. On the back of the white-winged Petelian, Leon stands majestically, holding onto the reins to control their flight. His bright golden hair flutters in the passing breeze, his deep blue eyes casting a brief glance back. Leon and Petelian fly through every stretch of space as knights below are riding their horses. A thought crosses his mind, hoping that one day he, too, will ride here with Stallion. Of course, this cannot happen if the Earth is invaded by demons in the future. He pulls the reins tight and signals a direction, calling out to Peterin. The beast neighs loudly and quickly shifts its course. It lands smoothly right in the middle of a dense forest beneath giant canopies. Leon cautiously scans the surroundings with a sharp gaze. We are finally here, he announces. The moment the words leave his mouth, a deep, quiet voice echoes from the shadowy woods. It addresses him as Leon, rightful Grand Duke of the Dragonia Kingdom. He instantly turns his head toward the source of the sound. He speaks up immediately, apologizing to the wise treant for intruding on their sacred land as the first morning rays begin to break. Warm light filters through the thick branches, while the deep voice continues, addressing him as King Leon, saying all living things owe him. Suddenly, two massive ancient trees shake violently as facial features begin to form and open up right on their rough wooden bark. Stepping forward to greet him, they declare that even the gods themselves are welcome here, and this forest gladly awaits his presence. He looks up, admitting that being compared to the actual gods makes him feel somewhat self-conscious. The ancient tree immediately gets to business. It acknowledges him as the proud heir of dragon slayers and demon hunters, then asks what urgent crisis brought him to this forgotten paradise. Without a moment of hesitation, he clearly states his purpose, asking to see his dear friend, Guna, the youngest of their wise circle. He wants to meet Guna, who is the youngest wise tree among them and also happens to be a very close friend. The two ancient trees lift their heavy roots and part ways, whispering the name of Guna, the youngest wise tree, as they move aside. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire forest, sending birds scattering into the sky, while Leon stands there with a knowing smile. He hears a familiar voice calling him a false friend. The massive Guna steps forward and immediately asks why he has visited. Leon wipes the smile from his face, looking completely serious as he tells Guna that he urgently needs one of his seeds. The giant tree gasps, leaning in closer. Leon quickly adds that he knows this request is incredibly difficult and goes against nature. Guna's eyes widen in absolute shock upon hearing this, and he asks if Leon is in some kind of massive rush. Placing a hand over his chest with a heavy expression, Leon explains that the world he currently rules is facing a demonic invasion. He knows this all too well after encountering them during his travels, and he calmly but seriously lays out the grim situation. The enemy has already noticed his presence and started moving actively, searching for a way to break into this very world. Hearing this, Guna stares blankly and quietly mutters that it sounds exactly like what happened to their previous kingdom long ago. Leon quickly confirms his fears, warning that these monsters will ruthlessly destroy absolutely everything left in their path of destruction. Without any further hesitation, the giant tree pulls its roots from the soil, agreeing since Leon is the only one who can fight. He is the only living soul capable of dealing with those vile demons. Suddenly, two glowing branches twist together before Guna. Fresh leaves and a bright light burst forth. Smiling down at the magical ceiling, Guna trustingly asks Leon to take good care of it. Leon accepts the vibrant green sprout, bowing his head in deep gratitude. But then Guna says something that makes him pause in curiosity. The giant tree notes how wonderful it is to see his old friend again after so long, still calling him a false friend. Raising his massive wooden branches as warm sunlight washes over them, Guna gently warns his friend to take care in the days ahead. Not long after, as Leon carries the precious sprout toward the exit, a voice suddenly calls out his name from behind. He turns to see Sir Gratas alongside the former king. Argentina smiles warmly, asking if he has to head back so soon. The elder walks over and places a mysterious item right into his palm, urging him to accept it for his journey ahead. Leon stares down with wide, curious eyes as the former king slowly explains that after much discussion, they wanted to offer this. It turns out to be a special item that will prove incredibly useful in the massive battles waiting for him in the future. These are the reins of a master tamer capable of breaking even legendary mythical beasts passed down to him after the owner's death. Having received the relic at the funeral, he entrusts it to Leon. Right after the imposing Gratas steps forward carrying a book. Day sun glaring, it is his turn to give a gift. Gratas hands him the book, instantly sparking another wave of curiosity in Leon. Gratis explains that he heard the young commander is building his army completely from scratch, which must be incredibly frustrating. Leon reads the cover, which teaches how to easily capture giants, and instantly realizes this is a legendary training manual for elite warriors. He flips through the pages as they share a hearty laugh. Honestly, this manual is exactly what his new recruits need right now. Flipping the pages, he asks about the bizarre title. Gratis proudly boasts that he used this exact guide back when he was alive. Next, Anak steps forward with excitement in her eyes, presenting her own gift to the king in hopes of aiding his quest. She gently places a stunning necklace with a holy sword pendant into his hand, softly pleading with him to accept the gift. Holding the sacred treasure, Leon feels incredibly conflicted. After all, relics of this caliber are only meant to be passed down to saints. He wonders how an ordinary person like him could possibly accept such a divine treasure, but she firmly insists he deserves it. Aniak clasps her hands together, her eyes shut tight as the new master of this holy relic. The gods will always stand by you. She gently parts her lips to speak. It is the power that will protect you, your majesty, until the holy sword is resurrected. Please accept it. Leon cradles the gifts, his voice filled with gratitude as he thanks everyone. His entire body begins to fade within the pillar of light. His solemn voice echoes one last time, because of these precious gifts, I will make sure to use them to their full potential. Later that night, under a star-filled sky, Leon's house shines brightly. His long strides echo down the hallway with steady rhythmic footsteps. Stopping right in front of a locked door, he speaks in a firm, commanding tone. King Leon is here. With that same serious attitude, he asks, would you permit me to speak with you for a brief moment? Deep inside, Beatrice hears his voice calling out to her. In an instant, the locked door before him slowly begins to creak open. But he says nothing, just standing there with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Beatrice asks, do you not plan on coming inside? Still keeping his eyes closed, Leon replies, honestly, but you have not given me your permission yet. She lets out a soft chuckle at his answer. You are quite straightforward, she praises with a warm smile on her face before calling out, please do come in. Beatrice stands up, her eyes soft as she gazes at him. Leon's eyes remain closed as he steps through the door. His voice carries a hint of guilt. Queen Beatrice, please forgive me for making you stay in such a humble place. Placing her hand gently over her heart, she speaks with deep respect. This is more than enough for an exiled queen. I only hope you can forgive me for the past. Leon grins, showing off his bright white teeth as he politely waves it off. There is no need, he says, though internally he feels like his overwhelming power is becoming slightly difficult to control. Walking over to the window as moonlight gently pours in, he explains, my divinity has successfully suppressed the corruption in your kingdom, but we cannot completely cleanse it all just yet. We will have to carefully manage that balance over a period of time. As he finishes speaking, the magical seal on Beatrice's hand suddenly glows and she softly replies, I understand. The two sit down at the table together. Leon asks out of curiosity, was that your final farewell to your loyal knights? Holding a glass of red wine, her eyes gaze outside with deep emotion as she answers quietly, that is all, I can do nothing more. He lifts his own glass, his eyes locked onto Beatrice. You have been in this world for 2 days now, have you adapted yet? Beatrice replies, honestly, I am afraid I might need a bit more time. Her face is still weighed down by deep thoughts. This place is just too different from my former home, she muses. Hearing this, Leon takes a sip of his wine. You do not need to force yourself, he says as he drinks, leaving Beatrice momentarily stunned by his words. Crossing his arms as he closes his eyes, he offers firm reassurance, you should remain proud of everything your kingdom stands for. A true ruler always aims to expand their territory far and wide. Opening his deep blue eyes, he looks at her. He emphasizes every single word, a true king must guide his people down a path of endless prosperity and happiness. She offers a subtle smile, asking, does that not sound like the mindset of a conqueror? His lips curl up. It is entirely different, he quickly counters, explaining his view. Hurting others for personal gain is nothing but a despicable ambition. That is a hateful ambition. Leon continues seriously, however, if you bless all of your people with the proper teachings, they will be enlightened and live in absolute joy. Hearing this, Beatrice breaks into a cold sweat, quietly thinking to herself, I understand now, I have truly done everything I could with my power. I fought against those demons for a whole year. No matter what happens, I have absolutely no regrets. After her silent reflection, she speaks aloud, you seem to face quite a lot. It feels like you are facing much more than just a few demons. Leon proudly responds to her with absolute confidence. Indeed, the gods have entrusted me with a grand noble mission. Clenching his fist over his chest, his sharp eyes look ahead. He shares his ultimate wish, therefore, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, I hope you will join me in this grand ideal. Deeply moved by his sincere words, a soft smile touches her lips, but she quickly composes herself to speak with absolute sincerity. I owe you my life, she says, as a queen. How can I possibly repay this immense debt of gratitude? Suddenly, her gaze turns incredibly sharp, putting Leon instantly on guard as she speaks with a cold, determined intensity. If that archdemon of pleasure ever dares to return, she says, a surge of heavy energy swirling around her as she makes a plea. I want you to grant me the strength to slay him with my own hands. Without a single moment of hesitation, Leon stands. Of course, he replies, when it comes to those disgusting, vile demons, I will do whatever it takes to completely eradicate them. Leon lets out a booming laugh, continuing, I will gladly teach you how to permanently extinguish their filthy souls with holy magic. They will learn to fear us, he boasts with pride. In my kingdom, we have always known exactly how to handle them. He used to throw demons into cauldrons to execute them, but no matter how many he killed, they just kept resurrecting. So he figured that just doing that is not enough. They are too selfish, only caring about themselves while committing evil. With a twisted expression, Leon reaches out his hand, emphasizing every cruel word. Have you ever tried driving a spike under a demon's fingernails? They scream absolutely violently when you do. Hearing this, Queen Bitchit raises a hand to cover her laughing mouth as she replies, I actually skinned them once, then forced them to roll around on a field completely covered with sharp iron nails. Under the moon, their wine glasses clink together with a soft ring. Leon praises her with delight. She is quite creative. Bitchit politely responds that she is just like him. Meanwhile, under the starry sky, something shoots across, leaving a clear white trail behind. At midnight, Han-Hari runs her heavy footsteps, thudding against the ground as she pants for air. Suddenly, she halts, gasping. Her mouth falls open at the sight along the road. Spotting Queen Bitchit and Leon sitting together, she quickly bows her head. Your Majesty, my queen, she says, I am glad you are well. Leon calls out coldly, telling her to come over. As Han-Hari approaches, Leon commands her to brew him some tea. Flustered, she pulls a teapot from her coat and softly replies, yes, before serving it. This is premium barley tea, my queen, Han-Hari introduces. Bitchit gently replies with a thank you, noting it has been a while since she relaxed. Holding the hot paper cup, Leon tilts his head and ponders for a long moment before making a shocking proposal. It completely freezes Han-Hari in place. Leon announces that he wants her to serve Queen Bitchit for a while regardless of her luggage. She just needs to dress properly and behave exceptionally well for the queen. Bitchit immediately declines, which only makes Han-Hari blush in embarrassment. There is really no need to trouble yourself, Bitchit says, but Leon remains absolutely firm, insisting that he must do this. A royal member like her deserves a proper assistant maid. Accepting the gesture, Bitchit drops the argument and turns to ask a question. What did you say your name was again? Han-Hari jumps in surprise, then nervously stammers out that her name is indeed Han-Hari. Then Bitchit shares her observation, mentioning that she can feel a potent fire energy radiating from her and would love to see a demonstration. Those words catch Han-Hari completely off guard, realizing the queen might actually see through to her unique ultimate skill. Leon contemplates for a moment before chiming in. He wants to see her swing that blade, confident her skills deserve her current rank. Standing up, Leon summons a sword directly out of thin air and challenges her to show them what she is truly made of. Go ahead and use this weapon, he tells her, even though this sudden test might catch her slightly off guard. Han-Hari salutes loudly, calling it her absolute honor. As the sharp blade is handed over, her wide eyes fill with sheer wonder. She grips the hilt tightly with both hands, quietly observing her surroundings. Then her expression turns ice cold as focus takes over. Fierce fire magic begins surging violently throughout her entire body. She draws the sword back, keeping her eyes locked onto the trajectory of the blade. Once enough flame energy is gathered, Han-Hari puts all her might into a massive downward swing. The sword carves a wide arc in the air. A brilliant fire erupts along the slash, illuminating her powerful silhouette. As the flames fade, Leon looks on, offering some critical feedback. Her swing was way too wide. Han-Hari stares blankly at the sword, giving a soft, dumbfounded response as she nods. Walking over to reclaim the blade, Leon notes that she clearly activated a skill just now. Han-Hari bows her head in confirmation. Yes, she admits. Taking the sword back with his strong hands, Leon steps into stance, instructing her on proper technique. He tells her she must strike decisively, but with a much tighter arc. Leon's eyes flash as his mind focuses entirely on the move. A split second later, he slashes downward. The ground in front of him completely shatters, throwing up a dense cloud of dust. Shockwaves ripple through the vibrating air. Turning calmly back to Han-Hari, he tells her it is really that simple, advising her to practice. Drenched in sweat and still utterly shocked by his devastating power, Han-Hari manages to loudly shout her agreement. Leon then asks Bitchit for her thoughts. The queen immediately notes that Han-Hari's control over her fire magic is still quite unrefined. Stepping gracefully toward Han-Hari, Bitchit continues by explaining that fire is an incredibly potent element if harnessed correctly. As she summons her own elegant sword, her calm voice guides Han-Hari on how she should focus mana into the weapon instead of just swinging. Infusing the blade with a concentrated surge of mana, she explains the theory of compressing her raw inner power before channeling it. You must concentrate that energy to a single focal point. As the blade glows brightly, Bichit shifts her stance 90 degrees. Once it is compressed, the flames cannot be easily snuffed out. She glides and spins gracefully, her movements like a beautiful dance. Each powerful strike descends with terrifying force, yet her expression remains unbelievably calm and serene throughout the entire display. After delivering 2 rapid slashes, Bichit pulls her sword back. Now she instructs it is time to release the compressed flame. Here comes the moment of truth. Pointing her blade forward, a sphere of energy condenses as she commands a single decisive swing. The resulting blast of energy is incredibly fierce, tearing through the air as if it wants to rip the fabric of space apart. Hyuri stands beneath a roaring torrent of energy, completely shell-shocked. After giving a thorough, heartfelt lesson, Bit eagerly looks at her and asks about the process. She just needs to compress it until the heat is intense enough to reduce enemies to ash. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? But Hyuri's brain is still totally fried, her face blank as a silent scream echoes in her mind. Simple. Like hell it is. Later that night inside Hyuri's office, she is slumped over her desk in utter despair, groaning about having way too much work on her plate. Big fat tears roll down her cheeks as she miserably recites her endless to-do list. She has to send reports to both her boss and the association president, plus deliver sweet potatoes and regular potatoes to the rookies. On top of that, she needs to upgrade weapons and swap out armor. But where on earth is she going to source iron? After a good cry, Hyuri clutches her head and screams in agony. What is she supposed to do about taxes? They definitely do not teach stuff like accounting at the academy. Right on cue, Spinner suddenly appears out of thin air behind her with a question about why she is struggling so much with basic math. The AI perches right on her head, making her sigh and ask what it wants. Lord Spinner startled her, but it quickly explains that it simply wants to delegate tasks to make her life a lot easier. Hearing this, she instantly perks up as a realization hits her. That is right, Spinner is basically a supercomputer. He can handle literally any task she throws at him. Sure enough, seconds later, Spinner has overtaken her computer screen, rattling off a massive stream of calculations that leaves Hyuri totally overwhelmed. The machine is incredibly proud of its work, explaining that the reference data strictly adheres to special administrative laws. All hunter food expenses have been processed and private equipment registration is complete. Crop prices are also rising, high on the Naju Plains. By utilizing agricultural subsidies, they can easily secure major tax benefits on bulk purchase. Taxes. Hyuri's brain completely shuts down as the heavy financial jargon keeps ringing in her ears, discussing business divisions and the separation of Manson Farm from Manson Temple. It turns out the farm qualifies for special agricultural subsidies, making it completely tax-free. A highly strained fake smile plasters across Hyuri's face, while Spinner keeps launching into detail about additional tax exemptions for various welfare organizations as well as family support funds dedicated to active duty soldiers currently deployed on the front lines. Hyuri's head is practically smoking from this horrifying info dump she cannot comprehend. Still, she keeps her forced grin intact and tells him to stop because that is more than enough useful info. It politely replies that it looks forward to their next brainstorming session. Just as Spinner is about to leave, she suddenly remembers something important. She asks if Spinner can find a European-style made uniform for her. The AI replies with absolute confidence, noting that since King Leon's style mirrors early European monarchs, a classic uniform is highly appropriate. Hearing this, Hyuri is absolutely thrilled. Thank goodness, she is finally going to live her best cosplaying life. Noticing her excitement, Spinner proposes a plan, asking if she wants him to purchase a maid outfit based on his current database. Hyuri, of course, accepts without hesitation, smiling brightly as she says that would be absolutely perfect. But get this, little does she know the database Spinner is referring to is packed with spicy maid costumes complete with reviews from a popular online shopping site. One of the top-rated items is a pair of ribbon-tied maid stockings with rave reviews saying their boyfriends absolutely love them. Naturally, the AI decides it is worth a try and immediately starts browsing for matching lingerie. Early the next morning, a bright orange bus pulls up in Leon's village. A passenger with long, confident strides begins to step off the vehicle. This stylish young man wearing a sleek black cloak is an A-rank Hunter Academy student named Han Su. Right behind him, another moody student grumbles, calling Han Su far more persistent than expected. This guy is another A-rank Hunter Academy trainee named Jun Hyung Ju. Han Su just turns back with a bright grin, brushing it off as completely normal. The main reason these students are out here is because King Leon paid a grand visit to the Hunter Academy just a few days ago. He had stood on the podium, oozing pure majesty as he announced that he did not come as a mere soldier but to save the next generation. He promised to teach them everything from basic swordsmanship and spearing to advanced horseback riding and, surprisingly, even theology. Back then, Han Su's jaw had completely dropped. Beside him, Du Hyuk whispered, wondering if the king seriously just said theology. Amidst the awkward tension, a student raised his hand, pointing out that his specialty was archery. Leon immediately snapped back, calling him a failure, telling him that real archers do not rely on that, and ordering him to go figure it out himself. The student dejectedly lowered his hand. At first, Leon's arrogant, rude attitude left all the trainees feeling pretty unhappy. But standing in the center of the classroom, the king confidently added that if they studied theology, he would teach them basic holy arts. This immediately threw the class into a frenzy, with students whispering about becoming priests and wondering what religion had to do with hunting. While everyone was still buzzing with confusion, he raised a hand glowing with blazing divine energy to show them real power. Leon started striking dramatic poses, arching his back and leaning forward with his hands on his hips as the light surged. With one hand raised and the other framing his face, a brilliant sphere of holy energy took shape, leaving everyone completely mesmerized. It is pretty convincing. After recalling the recent events, Ji-woo hesitantly shares his thoughts, saying he is not joking. He got a real culture shock, and Suho felt the same. It is crazy that anyone can use magic. Just then, a female student steps up from behind. She asks what is so magical about it, because without hard work, everyone is just trash. The cold girl is also an A-class Hunter Academy student. Ji-woo immediately takes this perfect opportunity to teasingly mock her. In the end, you still came. You're just mad he ignored you like a peasant, right? She blushes with embarrassment. Leon's harsh warning from yesterday still rings in her head, telling her to watch her mouth. Suho then asks about something else. How is the Star Sword Guild doing? You are the guild master's granddaughter after all. She holds up her phone. Have you guys seen this yet? She asks. Ji-woo and Suho look completely clueless, taking turns muttering in confusion. What is this Pantheon TV? Scanning the screen, the boys are still confused by footage of King Leon using his holy relic. He fought at the gate. Is there any point in watching this? Right then, Suho takes out his phone and mentions Han Ha-ri. Ji-woo looks completely surprised by the old device. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately asks how Suho makes so much money yet still uses his grandfather's ancient phone. Suho honestly replies that most of his hard-earned salary goes directly to an orphanage. Ji-woo keeps his eyes glued to the screen, highly praising both of them for working so incredibly hard. He wonders if they are headed to the temple now. Suho immediately shares his guess, figuring she must be on a vital mission. She is probably on some major duty. But honestly, right now, Han Ha-ri is shocked beyond anything you could possibly imagine. She has on a revealing maid uniform. It is a 5-piece matching set meant only for special events with high reviews. It is rated 9.98 stars. Hearing this absurd detail, Han Ha-ri is completely horrified, her face turning totally pale. Dying of sheer embarrassment, Han Ha-ri quickly presses her legs together. She asks Jag if this outfit is truly acceptable for her. The robot calmly replies that database numbers never lie. She still cannot believe it, asking if the machine is absolutely sure. It confidently boasts 99.999% accuracy. Do you doubt the database? Outside, the other students arrive. They walk up just in time to hear her protesting. Jag barks back angrily, telling her that rejecting big data is forbidden. Suho gets super excited when he recognizes her voice. Grinning, he knocks on the door, planning to give her a little surprise. Hearing the sudden knock, Han Ha-ri freezes in panic while holding onto Jag. The little robot immediately senses the visitors outside. He quickly reminds her that she has guests arriving today. Saying it is time to open the door, she desperately objects. She screams at Jag to wait, but the door is already opening. As the gap widens a tiny bit, Suho smiles. Oh, talk about absolute awkwardness. She immediately covers herself up, blushing like crazy, while Suho stands there completely paralyzed from the shock. Despite being completely mortified, Han Ha-ri tries to act natural. She welcomes them warmly, while Suho remains frozen in shock. Coming back to his senses, Suho quickly covers Ji-woo's eyes. He frantically questions her about this bizarre outfit. She desperately denies it, shouting that she did not wear this by choice. The chaotic scene makes his head spin. Meanwhile, Jag keeps buzzing around. He lectures her for doubting the database, calling her organic brain completely outdated. Han Ha-ri screams back, desperately pleading with the robot to stop pulling her skirt. While they bicker, another figure approaches. Leon steps up from behind and coldly calls it an absolute disaster. She flinches, stammering out a greeting to her king. He stares at her ridiculous maid outfit. Trembling with rage, his teeth grind as he points directly at her forehead. His anger peaks. He commands her to change immediately, calling the dress hideous. She looks down in absolute despair. Clutching the slippers in her hand, she meekly agrees. Under Leon's furious glare, she can no longer hold back her tears. Sensing the danger, Jag quickly makes an excuse. He slips away, saying it is time to feed the trainees. Without waiting for any response, the robot flies off. He leaves the baffled group staring after him in confusion. Leon aggressively grabs his sister, ordering her to change. Watching this, Suho feels a deep sense of pain and regret. Their long-awaited reunion has turned into a total disaster. Meanwhile, beautiful clear skies shine brightly over the peaceful Jeju Island. A massive red gate has appeared right in the middle of the city. It strongly resembles a cosmic black hole. Near the portal, someone steps heavily onto the asphalt. They click their tongue, muttering that they have finally arrived. The two hunters, Jung Chul and Yeon Ha, step off the bus. She complains that she gave him money for the early flight, yet they still manage to arrive late. He sighs warily and explains that their guild is currently facing some serious issues. He glances behind while speaking. Since they failed during the previous Jeju Gate raid, he has a lot to prove. He promises to make up for it at this gate. The two Golden Lion Guild members joining the raid seem extremely determined. By chance, he runs into his worst enemies. Just then, a familiar figure steps up. Long time no see. Both Jung Cheon and Jeon Ha cross their arms. Their hostile glares say it all. Then his smug smirk appears. "Look who it is," he says mockingly. "You have been running like a coward ever since that blackmail incident. Now you dare show your face at a red gate, Yongwon." The hunter instantly scowls with pure, visible rage. He smirks through a grimace. Not backing down. It was his guild's sacrifice that saved them after all. Shouldn't they be grateful for escaping that gate? Hearing this, Jung Cheon clearly starts losing his cool composure. Provoked by those words, Jung Cheon steps forward. Yongwon just gloats, offering a mock compliment in a sarcastic tone. "That's cute," he says. Then Jung Cheon grinds his teeth, demanding a 50-50 split right here. "How about 50-50?" Yongwon sneers in disdain. "Weaklings do not get even splits. Your guild has issues." Besides, his opponent's guild is the one currently in trouble. The petty bickering only continues to escalate from there. Who else would even help them besides his team? He throws out one final jab, calling him a traitorous hunter. That pushes him too far. He explodes with fury. But Yongwon just points a finger dictating terms. 60-40, take it or leave it. Jung Cheon agrees instantly, but only if he pays for his own meals himself. He loudly snaps back that he can buy his own food. Watching this pathetic display, Jeon-ha sighs. They are grown adults acting like toddlers. Why must they always fight over such stupid things? Just then, a massive shadow looms behind her. A mysterious voice speaks out. It scares Jeon-ha half to death. Spinning around, she sees an S-class hunter named Haoji from the Phoenix Guild. Jeon-ha snaps at her in annoyance. She yells at her to give some warning next time, but Haoji just smirks, telling her to speak nicely. Standing side by side, Haoji casually notes that everyone has arrived just in time before the gate opens. Looking over the gathered crowd, Duty quietly notes they have 3 S-class hunters and 1 who is nearly there. That easily meets the standard requirements to raid a typical S-class gate, but her expression suddenly turns very grave. This force should be more than enough. Yet the second they step inside, Yongwon freezes in absolute horror. A horrific scene of endless corpses and splattered blood stretches out as far as the eye can see. Even the heavily armored knights lie dead, completely defeated. The arriving hunters stop in their tracks, paralyzed. The hunters freeze in disbelief as a bizarre gray mist rises. "Get ready because things are about to get real." A booming deep voice echoes through the cavern, demanding to know how they dare stand in his presence. The 2 hunters from the Huang family watch in shock as the legendary Gelbrick demands to know why they helped those wretches. Massive, overwhelming energy erupts around him as he boldly proclaims himself Gelbrick, the Holy Knight of Leon H. He declares that divine punishment will be delivered. Instantly, Gelbrick assumes a combat stance surrounded by lethal power. At that moment, the system interface flashes, prompting a mission to save the citizens from a brutal massacre. To complete it, they must defeat the mighty Gelbrick. Suddenly, the air grows heavy and suffocating. His killing intent spikes eyes, glowing a menacing red. This crushing pressure leaves the hunters completely stunned in place. Jung Cheon breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in utter disbelief. Then Gelbrick raises his hand, offering a grim observation. He notes that they look unfamiliar. Holding his shield in one hand, he thrusts his steel weapon forward dramatically. The knight demands to know why they attacked the king's men, declaring that their fate depends entirely on their answer. Those words push Jeon-ha over the edge. She cracks her knuckles, growling that he has a big mouth. But before she can strike, Yongwon steps up with a wide smirk, holding her back to defuse things. He casually approaches the knight, claiming there must be a simple misunderstanding, explaining their side smoothly as he speaks. The knights attacked first, so they merely defended themselves. Hearing this, one angry survivor charges out, shouting curses. Instead, Gelbrick immediately stomps his steel-clad boot onto the ground, calling out the name Italian in a booming voice. Turning to his subordinate, the knight sternly commands him to control his reckless temper and respect the holy goddess. Embarrassed, the young knight lowers his head and quickly apologizes. Then Gelbrick turns back to address the entire group. In a deeply respectful and sincere tone, he offers a formal apology on behalf of his hot-headed subordinate. Yongwon places a hand over his chest, highly pleased, and replies that he is glad everything is cleared up. But as he speaks, he keeps a sharp eye on the path ahead, a dark grin tugging at his lips. curls up with a smirk. He thinks negotiations went beautifully, making everything look like a total breeze. But those thoughts are instantly shattered when Gelbeek spits out a sudden warning, his expression turning incredibly hostile as he yells that they slaughtered 6 of his warriors, demanding an eye for an eye. The hunters prepare for combat while Gelbeek remains completely unfazed as he speaks. Since they lost 6 men, they must make a fair trade. He slowly raises his scepter high, unleashing a terrifying aura with a final toxic threat that they must pay 60 human lives. Meanwhile, a peaceful afternoon sun shines over Leon's mansion as Han Hari guides the visiting student group around the estate. Everyone is busy looking around curiously, inspecting the entire estate. After walking for a short distance, Jae Hyuk cannot believe his eyes, wondering why this legendary mansion looks so ordinary. There is no high-tech gear, or even a medical clinic. He gets even more confused when he spots everyone happily drinking water, puzzled as to why they only drink plain water in the cafeteria. Moving further along, Han Hari excitedly announces that they have finally arrived. Suho gasps in absolute shock upon seeing it. Behind him, Ju and Soyeon are not doing any better, eyes wide in disbelief. She leads them to the gate and explains that this is the soldier training ground. Inside is absolute chaos, looking like an active savage war zone. Soldiers are beating each other up with zero regard for their lives. Jae-hyuk has to rub his eyes several times. He asks Han Hari if this is a dream. She looks incredibly flustered, her voice losing all confidence as she insists that this is indeed their training. Jae-hyuk double-checks, completely baffled. The soldiers stop punching, resorting to tearing at each other with their teeth, shouting to go harder. With things getting completely out of hand, she desperately invents a logical excuse about deep meaning behind this workout. She suggests they try it out, mentioning they are using a special manual this time. After that, she even fakes a congratulatory tone. Sensing something incredibly off, Jae-hyuk gets the sudden urge to flee immediately. But just as he turns to leave, Leon suddenly appears right behind him with a sudden question. Everyone scrambles out of the way, and Han Hari quickly bows, greeting her king. After receiving an answer, he announces to his troops that they are hosting cadets for a gate trial. He commands them to halt training and sit down immediately. Right after, a luxurious purple cushion is placed on the ground. Han Hari respectfully gestures for him to sit. The cadets all share the same question, wondering why he needs a cushion. Sitting cross-legged on it, he sternly orders Han Hari to stand with the students. She complies. He then warns them that their first night trial involves facing extreme heat. Hearing the first trial's intense name, she gets anxious and responds with a highly nervous, trembling voice. As Han Hari rejoins the group, Leon declares it is time to begin. The students listen intently to his speech. He plans to pick a few rough gems and polish them into shining stars. Those chosen will receive his direct training. For the honor of their families, he urges them to try their best. Suddenly, she taps Suho's chest, prompting him to ask what is wrong. She quickly whispers to him, asking if he feels any respect for their king at all. She is deeply worried. As Suho worries, Leon's voice booms across the field. His eyes glow with power as he stares forward with immense majesty. He commands everyone to draw their swords. His heavy booming voice makes them jump in sheer terror, struggling to keep their footing. The cadets grow even more terrified when he announces the brutal rules. The limit is when the last standing person falls, but tells them the Holy Grail will heal them. In the blink of an eye, Leon teleports into the center of the crowd, standing with absolute ease. With a cocky smirk, he estimates there are 40 of them, mocking that maybe one might actually touch him. Before he even finishes, Han Hari frantically screams to watch out. Instantly, a wicked grin spreads across Leon's face as his overwhelming aura explodes. Suddenly, a streak of glowing blue energy surges directly toward a male cadet. In a split second, Leon is right before the boy, raising his hand to flick, while warning him not to get distracted. With a sharp snap, the cadet is sent flying backward. He hits the ground with a massive forehead bump, forcing the other students to get serious. As smoke rises from Leon's hand, he commands them to raise their weapons with a sinister smile. Fine, if that is what they want, he will gladly oblige. After some deafening screams, Yoo Hee-wook is left face down on the dirt. He sports a massive bump on his forehead. The other trainees are all sprawled out with major injuries, leaving only Suho sitting there gasping for air. Once practice ends, Leon calmly reassures them they still have a long way to go, so they should just keep pushing. As the trainees stand up clutching their heads, Suho asks if they did not already give it their absolute all. Yoo Hee-wook agrees, admitting that despite some initial panic, he absolutely gave it his all. Han Hari is in a similar state. Exhausted and miserable, Han Hari pipes in with high praise. Their king is so terrifyingly strong, he is nearly at commander level. Just minutes earlier, Leon had stood perfectly still as Suho and Ji Yup charged at him with weapons drawn, showing absolutely no openings. Just as Suho leaped up to deliver a sword strike, Leon merely smirked with a cocky grin on his face. In a flash, Leon raised his massive palm. With a single quick step, he successfully caught the blade right out of the air. He caught the blade mid-air while dodging an onslaught from Yu He-wook. Gritting her teeth, her glare was incredibly sharp. Pouring all of her focus into this strike, she slashes her sword forward, unleashing a fiery blast that erupts around them. The entire scene turns into complete chaos as a massive explosion erupts. As the smoke clears, Leon's smug face appears before Han-Ha-Ri. He is still holding the blade with his bare hand. Just as Han-Ha-Ri faces a counterattack, a pair of slender legs sprint forward. Soyeon spins and leaps directly behind Leon, casting a sharp glare at him. In response, his glowing eyes look back her way. With a slight smirk, he mutters that she is not bad. Back in the present, Leon adopts a serious tone once more. He asks if everyone is awake now before explaining that the training program to become a holy knight is actually quite simple. The trainees sit cross-legged in absolute silence to listen. While their bodies might often find themselves completely overloaded, holy knights are different. Leon slightly lowers his head as he continues. The first group to reach the final goal will become the kingdom's official knights. The rest of them will at least reach an acceptable standard of strength by the time they are through with this training. The moment he finishes, Soyeon raises her hand, admitting she still does not fully understand the evaluation criteria. After a brief pause, Leon explains. In his kingdom, knights are divided into 5 distinct ranks. First, there are the official knights who have not yet received a medal. Those who display true courage will be awarded a medal, elevating them to the rank of a lower-tier war knight. Below the war knights are the pilgrim knights. Hearing this, Suho looks visibly confused about what that title actually means. An image of him drenched in the rain, looking miserable, flashes on screen. Leon goes on to explain this category thoroughly. They are the ones who must abandon absolutely everything. To fulfill the will of the gods, they must prepare for decades of exile. They must brace themselves to wander the lands begging for food. Leon proudly shares how he followed this exact path. By doing so, he fulfilled his mission to find Arya, the goddess of light and justice, before finally becoming a Holy Grail knight. Now, Holy Grail Knight Suho still has questions. He asks what the true purpose of a Holy Grail Knight is. After thinking it over, Leon decides to elaborate. He speaks slowly, placing immense weight on those 4 words. Holy Grail Knight. He explains that this title is only bestowed upon the successor to King Leon II's throne. But to inherit such a grand title, Leon places his hand over his heart, a dark, menacing look taking over his face. He delivers his next words with a devious grin. You must challenge my strength. His eyes glow with pure, terrifying bloodlust. His fierce tone sends a cold shiver down the trainees' spines. Naturally, any challenger will be ruthlessly eliminated as a reminder. He smirks with absolute confidence once again, telling them this is their only chance to ever challenge him. After all, his current power is far weaker than it used to be. Right now, he is only as strong as a Holy Grail Knight. Hearing this, Yu Ji-wook and Soyeon stand there completely dumbfounded. They share the exact same thought. How is that considered weak? Curious, Ji-wook speaks up to ask another question. How powerful can a Holy Grail Knight actually get? Leon strokes his chin, lost in thought for a long moment before slowly responding. The strength of a Holy Grail Knight. But dealing with a legendary Holy Grail Knight is always full of surprises. Meanwhile, deep inside the dangerous Red Gate, Gelbik stands triumphantly as raw celestial energy wraps around him. Nearby, Jumshon lies defeated on the ground in pure disbelief. Blinding light radiates from Gelbik as he takes an offensive stance, raising a massive glowing scepter high into the air. Beneath him, Yongwon lies completely motionless, looking entirely soulless. Sometime later, Queen Beatrice slowly wakes up on the grass. Her eyes suddenly snap open. She sits right up on her grassy bed, rubbing her temple and swearing about the pain. She grits her teeth in sheer frustration, completely unable to recall what happened. While she sits there grumbling, someone suddenly parts the tent curtain, softly asking if she is finally awake. Beatrice stammers, demanding to know who goes there. She politely introduces herself as Hudia, the shaman of the Usling tribe, calling her a heroine. Hearing that, she freezes for a moment. Hearing that title, she feels incredibly awkward and asks what they mean by heroine. Seeing her confusion, Hudia bows deeply to show gratitude. She thanks her for trying to protect them from those evil knights. Just then, Jung Cheon parts the tent curtain and walks in with a grin. He playfully jokes that she has a pretty stubborn will to survive. Frustrated, Jun-ha immediately snaps and demands to know what is going on. Hudia just smiles warmly and welcomes warrior Tiet Jun-hyun. Hearing his name, the older man quickly turns around with a rather guilty look. He hesitantly admits they might have lost track of the enemy. Jun-ha rubs her temples in sheer frustration, realizing she cannot remember a thing. Jung-chun tries to jog her memory by asking exactly how much she can recall. Suddenly, fragmented memories of the chaotic escape flash in her mind. She quietly wonders how they managed to escape when the entire ground was literally shaking. It feels like a massive piece of the puzzle is missing. Zhang Qian crosses his arms with a heavy sigh, noting her total memory loss. Fortunately, the old warrior filled them in on the chaotic situation earlier. They apparently used a smoke bomb to escape under the cover of chaos. The getaway was pretty easy since the enemy only had heavy infantry. Tracking them on foot was nearly impossible for those troops. But the veteran warrior hesitates as he mentions that the monster they faced was different. The terrifying face of Jailbreak flashes on screen. That knight is a true beast, and he relentlessly hunted them down the entire way. Fortunately, the Usling villagers stepped in to help. However, she rushed ahead to block him only to take a massive rock straight to the head. Picturing her own reckless move makes Joan Ha break into a cold sweat. She nervously stutters, asking if that is really what happened. Zhang Qian points at the smiling Hudia and tells her to show some gratitude. This young shaman has been treating her injuries for 2 whole days. Hearing that it has been 2 days, she asks in complete shock, where on earth are their own healers and doctors during all of this? The warrior admits that their healers are currently unable to recover. Hudia suddenly turns dead serious as she brings up the Holy Knight. She explains that Jailbreak possesses a cursed power. This curse completely blocks healing magic, preventing any of their wounds from closing up. His terrifying ability is the perfect counter to their recovery magic. With that, Hudia gently places her hand on Junha's shoulder. Spotting the glowing purple markings on her back, she asks in total panic. Hudia calmly explains that it is just a healing mark. The magic crest is designed to restore her health and stamina. Zhang Qian quickly chimes in with some pretty interesting info about this skill. He explains that this special magic is unique to local tribes. Each crest apparently holds a completely different type of power-up. Hearing this, she resolves to be much more careful with her body. The veteran warrior then shifts the mood back to serious business. He asks if she can stand up because they need to hold an urgent strategy meeting with the other hunters. Inside a spacious hall, high-level hunters from various squads gather. The man standing in the center is Chief Birdie of the Usling tribe. He speaks up explaining how the king has slaughtered and plundered his people for years, even branding them as heretics. Everyone listens in grim silence as he describes the atrocities. The royal army captured their people and executed them without mercy. The chief closes his eyes in pain, his voice trembling as he recalls the horrific methods. Some brave souls try to resist, but the resistance failed miserably. Reliving those memories is like a fresh dagger to Birdie's heart as he delivers the worst news. 3 entire tribes were completely wiped out. Yet Birdie grows hopeful as he explains how they prayed to the gods for salvation. Their prayers were answered when the legendary hunters arrived to save them. The room falls dead silent as everyone processes the heavy reality. Zhang Qian rests his chin on his hand, deeply concerned about their target. That Holy Knight is clearly a formidable opponent. Ruji stays perfectly calm as he reveals some grim history. Apparently, an entire team of S-rank hunters previously came here. They brought over 150 warriors with them. Hudia's face darkens as she hesitantly describes Jailbreak's terrifying defensive power. His armor blocks literally any attack, and he can even regenerate his body from ashes. He is practically immortal. As long as he draws breath, a massive power-boosting aura constantly buffs his entire army. That is an insanely broken passive. Sang Wu admits that is absolutely terrifying. He calmly points out that their only hope is utilizing the power of the sheep bracelet. Junha agrees that the artifact is useful. Gritting her teeth, she refocuses the team on creating a solid counter-strategy. She suggests they find a specialized tool or device to bypass his defense. Hudia tilts her head in deep thought. The young shaman murmurs the words, wondering if they need something capable of completely shattering that thick armor. Before anyone can suggest anything else, Hudia gasps. She remembers that her tribe possesses a legendary sacred fang with that exact property. It grants 35% armor penetration while stripping 20% of the enemy's strength and overall defense. Staring at the glowing seal on his hand, Yang Wan declares with excitement that he is finally ready to tear that monster apart. Birdie nods in agreement, stating they are ready. Standing before the silent assembly of elite hunters, the chief bows low. He sincerely begs the legendary heroes to save his people from total destruction, his eyes wide with desperate hope, highly determined. She promises that if there is anything she can do to help, she will absolutely do her best. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a majestic white horse appears, making everyone gasp in awe at its beauty. Over at the Yuan estate on Ju Island, King Leon has brought the trainees to his estate for a visit. This comes after a quick test and some real combat training. Most of them are absolutely thrilled by the horses. Ju is especially hyped, constantly pointing and shouting to look at that one. While everyone is admiring the horses, a figure slips up behind Leon, greeting him respectfully as His Majesty. Seeing him, Leon smiles and praises the stables. He remarks that the herd is quite impressive and thanks him for taking such good care of them. Then he cuts straight to the chase, explaining that he is here to select a horse to ride into battle. Hearing this, the stable master cries out in pure delight, calling it an absolute honor. Our estate has so many famous horse breeders, he boasts, so we take immense pride in our livestock. Leon pats his shoulder and calmly agrees. True, a horse is only as good as the one who raises it. He promises to take a look. With that, he turns back to the trainees and calls out in a booming voice, telling everyone to listen up. He then delivers a serious lesson. To a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion. The most crucial part is finding a way to connect and become one with it. He pauses for a moment after saying this, a mysterious smirk tugging at his lips as he looks over the crowd. Leon then makes a proposal that leaves some trainees thrilled, while others look totally dazed. Go find a horse you like and start riding. The moment he finishes, Suho and Soyeon are the first to charge ahead, taking long strides in pure excitement. Leon turns to the stable master and tells him to keep an eye on them. The master pumps his fist confidently, promising to do his absolute best. Just then, a soft exclamation of surprise echoes from behind as Beatrice approaches, shaded by an umbrella held by Han Hari. She speaks in a gentle tone, praising him for being so incredibly generous. Leon steps forward and reverently takes her slender hand. Thanking the queen, he says he appreciates her coming to meet him, even on such short notice. Beatrice gracefully responds, asking how she could refuse when His Majesty personally invited her. Keeping his manners impeccable, he asks if he may have the honor of escorting her. Beatrice beams with joy and agrees, without a second thought. Their polite banter leaves Han Hari standing in the middle, feeling quite awkward. Soon after, in the center of the estate, the horses are peacefully grazing on the fresh grass under the warm sunlight. They happily munch away on the newly sprouted blades. Watching the scenic view together, Leon and Beatrice both agree that it is not bad at all. Suddenly, getting an idea, Leon asks if she would like to go for a stroll. Beatrice agrees instantly, saying that she would love to, and asks which horse His Majesty would recommend for her. After pondering for a moment, he points to a pitch-black horse and suggests it. As Beatrice walks over toward the herd, Leon turns back to Han Hari and tells her that she should pick a horse for herself as well. Surprised, she asks if she gets one as well. After carefully scanning the options, she settles on a beautiful white horse. However, Leon quickly overrides her choice, pointing to a muscular, sturdy beast nearby and saying it looks perfect for her. Left speechless, Han Hari can only swallow her tears and approach the rugged horse with a rather unenthusiastic expression. She tries to be positive, muttering that it actually looks kind of cute up close. But Leon suddenly glares at her, his eyes wide. Without hesitation, he shoves Han Hari aside, telling her to go play somewhere else and stop bothering him. Just seconds later, Leon takes a few steps forward and reaches out with his strong hand, gently offering it to Beatrice. He asks her to take his hand, and she shyly accepts with a soft thank you. Watching them, Han Hari is on the verge of tears again, feeling completely left out. Soon, Beatrice is gracefully seated on the black horse, while Leon gallantly leads it by the reins. Nearby, Han Hari stands all by herself, feeling completely forgotten. Her muscular new mount playfully nibbles on her ponytail. This peaceful romantic vibe is suddenly shattered when someone yells. Shouting for His Majesty, the intruder is immediately scolded by an annoyed Leon for making a scene and spooking the horses. Gasping for breath, the messenger explains that it is an absolute emergency. He holds up a glowing red phone screen, showing an urgent call from Oh Kang-yuk. The screen is flashing a deep crimson. He grimly announces that he has received an emergency call from the association president. Leon tells him to put it on speaker, and the call is quickly answered. As the phone is held up, Oh Kang-yuk speaks from the other end, wishing His Majesty a good morning and introducing himself. Leon's expression remains totally indifferent as he asks what is going on. Kang-yuk gets straight to the point, asking for a favor. With a deadly serious expression, he explains the gravity of the current situation, warning that a dungeon rift has apparently. The gate is about to open. Leon sees right through the plan, his face darkening as he asks if helping is truly necessary, reminding them he is no servant. The elder responds immediately, agreeing that Leon is no servant, but suggests this matter might actually pique his interest. Then Kang Hee-wook drops the exact words that truly shake the king, mentioning Demira, goddess of life and abundance. The next piece of information is even more shocking, as the self-proclaimed knight is actually the gate's boss monster. Soon after, they arrive at a remote, desolate wasteland where a suffocating dark aura hangs thick in the air. Passing through the red gate, Leon and his squad ride inside on horseback, greeted by a grim, silent landscape. Han Hari cannot hide her terror as thick columns of black smoke rise from the middle of the ruined city. She stammers in sheer panic, but the sight ahead is even worse, a black feathered bird filling its belly. It is devouring a human corpse. Suho immediately stops to vomit, while Leon and Beatrice calmly observe their surroundings. The king scans the area with razor-sharp eyes. Just prior to this, Leon had asked Kang Hee-wook a crucial question. Pointing to the bed, Leon asked if this was the survivor, and the elder confirmed the boy had escaped the gate. The exhausted boy lay pale and motionless on the bed. The elder suggested waiting since he was currently resting. Leon simply cut him off, saying there was no need, and Beatrice immediately understood the command and stepped forward. She asked if it was her turn, and Leon silently nodded, leaving the delicate matter entirely in her hands. Her slender hands quickly conjured a glowing orb of energy, weaving a complex seal as the power began spreading. Leon advised her to keep it simple, instructing her to merely create a new gateway within the boy's dream. As she focused her energy, Beatrice could still faintly hear the king's voice as he spoke directly to her. He asked if she could assist him, assuring her that only she could do it before she unleashed her power. Blinding light flooded the room. Seconds later, Beatrice parsed through the residual magic to analyze the mysterious target. She revealed the enemy as a knight wielding a massive hammer who boastfully claims to be protected by Demera. Hearing this, Leon freezes in shock. As Beatrice's residual magic still lingers in the air, he grits his teeth. With a dark, intense look, he demands to know the exact name of this self-proclaimed knight right away. Opening her eyes, Beatrice clearly speaks the name Gelbrick, the legendary figure, also known as Gelbrick the Magnificent. The name echoes deeply in Leon's mind, leaving him staring blankly into space until Beatrice finally speaks up. She notes that the corpses have been hanging for quite a while, asking if they were all once hunters. Looking closely, Leon deduces they were ordinary villagers. The enemy simply burned the settlement and slaughtered everyone. Their ultimate goal is total annihilation. Shocked by his certainty, Beatrice asks how he knows their plan. He calmly explains that his own intentions were exactly the same when he was busy slaughtering the orc horde. Guiding his horse forward, Leon adds that the enemy left this area quite some time ago, leaving nothing. If they follow the trail, they will uncover the plan. Behind them, Han Ha-ri and the others look terrified. The horses gallop along the desolate path for a long stretch. Midway through, Beatrice finally breaks the silence. Addressing him as Your Majesty, Leon tells her to speak, prompting her to voice her rising concerns immediately. She worries they are rushing, noting that both the soldiers and even Lord Zaria seem quite confused. Realizing she is right, Leon calmly admits he might have acted a bit too rashly this time. As they ride on, Leon warns her that this mission is highly dangerous without sufficient strength on their side. A Holy Grail knight is waiting ahead, a terrifying revelation that leaves Beatrice completely shocked and worried. She asks if he means Lord Gelbrick, prompting Leon to immediately reveal the legendary figure's dark history. Gelbrick was a revered knight favored by Demera 3 generations ago, whose techniques were ultimately passed down to Leon. With absolute gravity, Leon explains that 800 years ago, Gelbrick led his forces to conquer their foes. Han Ha-ri starts sweating profusely, her mind reeling at the mention of the mighty knight ascending to the heavens. Suho is also breaking a sweat nervously, guessing if ascension simply meant the knight had sacrificed his life. Leon continues the grim tale, revealing that Gelbrick was ultimately barred from entering the heavens above. Although a Holy Grail knight should be naturally blessed, the heavens completely refused to accept his soul. Beatrice finds this hard to believe, but Leon explains they only found residual holy energy and nothing else. Not a single trace of Gelbrick or his army was ever found, causing Leon's face to grow incredibly dark. Suddenly, his tone drops as he lays out 3 hypotheses. First, Lord Gelbrick is still alive. Jup and soon say absolutely nothing, their anxious faces telling the whole story. Second, his soul got lost along the way. Leon suddenly grits his teeth in anger, and finally, Bit looks completely shocked, as if realizing something terrible, that he betrayed them. Terrifying waves of pure energy flare up around Leon right now as his fury finally boils over. He does not confirm it silently, continuing the story about the godlike power of a Holy Grail knight. If a clash breaks out, keeping the human realm safe is impossible. His face shows absolute determination, his aura exploding. He declares that no matter what, attacking this gate is the only way to uncover the root of this entire mess. The group dismounts upon spotting victims tied to massive trees, and Han Ha-ri gasps in absolute horror. Not again, she says. They were executed just like the others before them. Leon and Bit walk right up to a tall pillar holding a corpse. Leon's eyes burn with pure rage as he grits his teeth, unable to believe someone could commit such a barbaric act. He stands there, roaring that this is completely unacceptable, his booming voice shaking everyone around him. Han Ha-ri looks on in shock. A twisted smile plays on her lips as she calls those monsters sinners who deserve death. It is clear that His Majesty is deeply enraged by this tragedy, proving he is a respect-worthy leader despite his oddities. After letting out his absolute frustration, Leon calls out to Han Ha-ri and all the remaining trainees to pay attention right now. She quickly rushes forward with a loud and clear response. His face remains ice cold as he delivers a stern warning. From now on, no matter what happens, you will only follow this king and must never overestimate your own foolish judgment. Han Ha-ri nods eagerly, promising they understand, while Dae-hyuk raises a fist nearby, fiercely pledging that they will follow their king. Leon looks completely grim, but he simply nods and tells them good, ordering the squad to move out immediately. They need to keep moving because the enemies are already near. Meanwhile, a chaotic fire is consuming the ruined city. Unchecked flames and thick black smoke fill the air as horrific screams echo. One of the mad killers laughs like a maniac. He roars out a bloodthirsty command to slaughter absolutely everyone, leaving not a single soul alive. Soon the chaotic battlefield comes into view. Hanhari quickly assesses the situation and turns to Leon with urgent news. She reports that a nearby village is currently being brutally massacred, and hearing this makes his anger completely boil over. His fury explodes as he watches more innocent bodies hit the ground, the scent of fresh blood filling the air. Savage, ruthless strikes are thrown in every direction as the area quickly turns into an absolute bloodbath. Tremendous energy explodes from Leon as his eyes glow with power. He roars at the top of his lungs, calling them complete bastards. Without a second thought, he charges forward on horseback toward the small village, yelling that their allies are in grave danger. He orders everyone to back up the squad immediately. Hanhari desperately calls out to him, completely stunned by his intense reaction. She is shocked to see him this angry, realizing he absolutely cannot stand seeing his own people get slaughtered. Leon spurs his horse into a furious sprint, roaring a charge command as the rest of his squad struggles to keep up. Daehyuk stammers in disbelief that the king is moving way too fast for any of them to catch up. Clutching his powerful scepter, Leon grits his teeth and commands them to face his supreme godlike wrath. Wait till you see where this is going. Hanhari freezes as a sudden chilling realization hits her. She wonders if this is actually happening while Leon charges right into the fray, veins popping on his face. His eyes glow with pure, unfiltered rage as the chaotic battlefield appears through the dense black smoke. The clashes grow clearer as armed villagers desperately fight back against the relentless waves of attackers. As the battle rages, Leon's roaring voice catches Belle's attention. Armed with a deadly weapon, he charges. Driven by deep hatred, he throws himself into the battlefield like a wild, unstoppable beast, letting out a roar. Leon unleashes a massive blinding attack. The sheer force of his blow triggers a colossal bright explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, forcing a terrified Hanhari to scream for him to only target the enemies. Leon completely loses control, not even caring who is friend or foe, as he roars to kill everyone. A devastating, earth-shattering slash tears through the battlefield, throwing thick dust and smoke into the air. The horrific aftermath leaves Hanhari screaming for her king. As the dust slowly settles, the gruesome truth is revealed. Dead bodies of the scum litter the bloody ground. Leon's pupils flash with intense sparks of blue lightning. Gripping his blood-stained blade tightly, he yells at the dying trash to shut up and stop groaning as, filled with absolute rage, his weapon swings up and down. Screams and fresh blood splatter in turn. Minute by minute, Leon grows more deranged, his smile twisting as he spits out malicious words. You will be my next prey. Let us go, stallion. Nearby, Bit remains completely calm. Hanhari and Ji, however, take turns asking in utter shock. What is he doing? Is he crazy? She freezes, a cold sweat running down her face as her mind screams. Oh my god, this is nothing short of a massacre. Right now, Leon sits atop his white horse, his hands relentlessly, cutting down every single enemy, his face filled with extreme excitement. The situation is critical and Hanhari reaches for her sword, thinking, this is bad, we have to stop him. But then she suddenly freezes as she spots magical energy drifting in the air. That magical energy clearly comes from Queen Bit, prompting her to ask. The queen simply smiles, speaking in a calm voice. Miss Hanharia, please wait just a moment. She guides her magical energy around Bit, reassuring her that they should trust him. He would not act like this without a good reason. Still anxious, she presses on, asking if they really think so. Right at this moment, Leon holds ahead and laughs in pure delight, shouting for the scum to die. He treats human lives like a game, riding around the corpses while bragging about a new record of taking down 5 men in one go. Hanhari's emotions are a roller coaster. At this point, she suddenly realizes something. Is he doing this simply because he enjoys it? Beside her, Bit awkwardly remarks that her reaction is quite unique. She lowers her head in utter despair. Behind her, Daehyuk chimes in and soon chimes in to agree that there is absolutely nothing they can do about it. Hanhari remains anxious, horror written all over her face as she mumbles. Even so, the reason they are so indifferent to such a brutal sight is not because they lack a sense of justice. It is because these entities are not real. The monsters and non-player characters inside the gate are fake, mere echoes of the past, except for a few survivors. Like our Queen Bit, these monsters and non-player characters are just memories of the past, nothing more. Because of that, sacrificing them or executing them on a whim is not considered a crime at all. At this moment, Leon laughs like a maniac, his face full of glee, as he takes the lives of these non-player characters. Queen Bit remains calm, while Daehyuk can only mutter about how brutal it is. Suddenly, Leon erupts with energy again, roaring that there is no crime, and that everyone must die. Soon after, the small village is completely engulfed in flames, thick black smoke surrounding them. Dozens of dead bodies litter the dry ground. A legion of iron-armored soldiers slowly marches past the corpses. They approach and halt right in front of Leon's group. The leader of the legion takes off his helmet and the others follow. The captain kneels on the hard ground, bowing his head without any hesitation. All the strangers bow alongside him. All those strangers bow together, calling out in deep respect, saluting the Holy Grail Knight, the living saint of humanity. His face remains cold, his tones stern as he tells them to stand up since they are still on the battlefield. The captain approaches Leon and introduces himself. He is the brother of Lord Bendelik from the Laboring Dawn Knight Order. I am Toskata Bendelik. Hearing this name, Leon suddenly realizes something. If you belong to the Bendelik family, there should be a trade capital near Wrangel City. Is your younger brother the lord of that place? He hesitates before replying that he is the only one recognized for possessing the talent of a knight. Instantly, Leon reaches a conclusion. I assume you have not abandoned the crusade yet. Toskata nods, confirming that people say this will be his final crusade. Hearing this, Leon's face turns serious as he quietly acknowledges it, then thinks to himself that he has no memory of this name. He does not remember the name Toskata Bendelik at all. He begins to analyze the situation on his own. If he were meant to become a Holy Grail Knight, they should have met in the heavens, meaning he likely failed and died here. Leon observes the men standing in front of him, and a massive question arises. He cannot recognize a single face here. Could it be that these honorary knights never managed to make a name for themselves in their nation's grand history? After a moment of deep thought, he finally speaks to introduce himself. I am Leon Dragonia, Leon the Great, the rightful Grand Duke of the Dragonia Grand Duchy, blessed by Ariana, the glorious goddess of light and justice. Dazzling light radiates from his back and chest, confirming his status. Toskata and his men are left utterly speechless, seeing the majestic glow surrounding him. Gathering his composure, he asks hesitantly if rumors of him being a peasant are true. Leon replies with a cold, mocking look, asking what kind of knight dares to call him a peasant. Watching silently from behind, Hanhari can only tell herself that in their generation, King Leon the Great is a completely different person. Toskata, on the other hand, makes a firm and unwavering declaration, stating that he completely believes in him. Nodding quickly, she whispered to herself to try not believing it. Once their trust was secured, he began to speak up. He asked the knights if they were a mercenary squad sent to eliminate the disgusting Manji tribe. Is that correct? Toskata answered immediately that it was indeed the case, though he hesitated briefly before slowly continuing with his words. He revealed they were war knights of the ruling army. Leon's eyes sharpened as he questioned them in a cold voice. He asked if they served under the protection of Gelbrick, the Holy Grail Knight of the Life Goddess. The knight was terrified. Despite his confusion, he gave a brief confirmation. Hearing this, Leon made a firm decision right then and there. He had to find the man immediately and demand to know Gelbrick's location. His swift decision startled the others. A flood of wild theories began swirling in Leon's head as they stared at him in complete surprise and confusion. They seemed to be surviving hunters operating alone. Judging by their appearance, was this place a dead end for his search? Before his thoughts could finish, a knight spoke up, stating Gelbrick was currently confronting the main Manji force directly. Toskata excitedly added that their lord would soon wipe out those disgusting vile creatures once and for all. Hearing that, Leon lowered his head, his voice dropping as his razor-sharp gaze returned to focus on them once more. His face was stone cold as he realized Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick had been corrupted by something in this war. Meanwhile, at the fortified shelter of the Uzling tribe, a civilian stood guard on the high observation tower. Below him, all the combat-ready hunters assembled, holding their weapons tightly and waiting for the signal to march. Watching this, Jinwung smirked, offering a sarcastic remark about how heroic they all looked, preparing for battle. High in the sky, Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick rode his horse majestically above them while his men stood ready. On the ground, rows of knights stood at attention with shields and spears. Huang Junha scanned the field, finding it unbelievable. He questioned if this was really a red gate, noting the extreme difficulty felt black level, though Yudi remained completely calm. She believed it was still worth a shot, then shared some encouraging news about their overall strength and forces. Thanks to their efforts, the local tribes had united, giving them the upper hand in terms of sheer numbers on the battlefield. She looked at her glowing mark as the Majil tribe's sigil activated, boosting their armor penetration and defensive power. Next, the Ban tribe mark triggered, boosting their agility, followed by the activation of Jinwung's massive power-up seal that granted them super strength and an iron body, while the Huxari tribe mark added powerful magic resistance to all. With magic damage cut by 30%, Yudi realized these sigils were originally meant to subjugate native beasts and shamans. Finally, understanding their purpose, the three hunters got into their battle stances, fully ready to face the legendary knight. They all shared one confident thought, believing they could definitely take this guy down with their boosted powers. Seeing their rising spirit, Gelbrick spoke to the surviving mercenaries in a deep, heavy voice filled with dark intent. He demanded to know why they were here, threatening to condemn them all for their sheer ignorance. Brimming with confidence, Young Wan aimed a flaming arrow straight at the sky, proudly declaring they were fully prepared. They were here to end him, knowing their final quest was defeating the mighty Gelbrick, who began emitting pure bloodlust. He offered the foolish group one last chance to surrender all their weapons and flee or face severe judgment. Yang Wen only grew angrier, clutching his bow even tighter as he listened to the man's arrogant and hypocritical threats. Tightening his grip, Yang Wan mockingly questioned this supposed sin, completely refusing to show any respect to the corrupted knight. He boldly brought up Gelbrick's atrocious crimes, asking if the man felt any shame for his past actions. He called out his corrupt justice that spared absolutely no one, neither the helpless elderly nor innocent children. Furious, Gelbrick raised his scepter high and roared like a beast, calling them nothing but wretched, arrogant heretics. Brimming with sheer arrogance, he claimed his conscience was completely clear, having absolutely no shame before heaven and earth. He declared his actions to be absolute justice as his scepter gathered a massive surge of glowing energy. He vowed to punish them for pushing his patience past its breaking point, leaving them with no escape. As tension peaked, Yui cried out in fear, but Yang Wan kept his bow drawn, warning everyone to activate defense. He warned the party to activate their limited defensive skills immediately, knowing they could not use them frequently. Deadly energy began pouring down from Gelbrick, but Yang Wan's resolve held as he tried to dodge the devastating blow. His thoughts halted as his body froze instantly at the sight of a massive energy vortex forming overhead. Beneath the blinding light of the vortex, a knight raised his sword high with an iron grip. He emphasizes every single word. He swears to protect the kingdom and everyone who entrusts their fate to the gods. That unshakable faith focuses on one person. The 3 Dawn Knights of Toscada raise their swords together as light wraps around them. The energy binds them. Someone gasps in utter confusion, asking what on earth is happening as everyone looks up in disbelief. They declare their allegiance. As royal knights serving the Holy Grail Knight, they will use this power to destroy all evil. A blinding blue light erupts. In the middle of those surging energy bands, Gelbrick sits on horseback, raising his powerful scepter. His eyes glow with divine authority. He issues a command to kneel before the brilliant glory of the true gods. Kneel now. He swings down a terrifying strike, causing massive waves of thunderous energy to explode all across the field. A miracle descends. The very earth crumbles beneath them. This is a champion chosen by the gods. The goddess of light and justice rules over all knights, granting them the ultimate power to ascend to godhood. That massive crater splitting the vast plain is the absolute punishment of God. Only a single group of knights join this ritual. However, the exact form of each ritual depends entirely on which deity the Holy Grail Knight serves. A Holy Grail Knight protected by the goddess of life can literally shatter the ground with a single step. Look at that destruction. Yang Wan is sprawled flat on the ground, completely paralyzed with dread by this terrifying display of power. Everyone stares up in absolute shock. Honestly, can you blame them? A female hunter mutters, asking what on earth that thing is. Zheng Shan is shaken to his core, barely believing his own words. A single move just wiped out nearly 3,000 warriors. The survivors shudder, looking at the deep crater. Yang Wen silently breathes a sigh of relief that they avoided the blast. They can't stop trembling as they watch Gelbrick on his horse. Damn it is, he even human. We cannot win this. Gelbrick bows his head slightly, gripping his scepter tight as he solemnly calls out to his goddess. He raises the scepter high. Waves of divine energy surge around him as he begs her to protect them. He prays that this homeland becomes a firm foundation so his comrades can march forward with unstoppable strength. Hudia and the others listen in absolute silence. He asks her to grant lost souls a chance at redemption, to wash away their earthly sins. Finished with his prayer, Gelbrick snaps his eyes open, glaring down with intense fury. He fixes them with a razor-sharp gaze. His icy blue eyes lock onto the battlefield below. Locking his eyes onto his scepter, he raises his voice with immense authority, commanding the despicable heretics to leave. Yang Wan is completely frozen in place. He grits his teeth in sheer terror, his eyes wide. Gelbrick's knights charge forward. Orders are quickly shouted to block the enemies and surround them from all sides. They must use their numbers to surround the enemy. The opponents charge forward blindly, completely unaware of the trap. The battle goes exactly as planned. The enemy forces are running straight into a deadly ambush. While they ride proudly, the allies unleash a fierce counterattack. Even the wounded hunters fight with incredible power. An ironclad knight blocks the incoming strikes with his shield, utterly amazed that a mere mercenary has this much strength. He spots the glowing mark on the hunter's face, realizing it must be the power of their tribal brand. At this point, the hunters have thrown away all self-preservation, even if they cannot walk the path of holy honor. To make a name for themselves, they traveled across the entire continent to become highly respected heroes. They fight with everything they have in this surreal place. Nearby, a proud knight is seen marching toward the battlefield. He carries a massive sword on his shoulder, putting a hand on his mask while muttering about these opponents. Pulling down his mask reveals the handsome blonde royal knight Ti Chu, who immediately shouts out his orders. He orders everyone to dismount and form a defensive wall. It has been decades since they first picked up swords. With a century of collective combat experience, they have proven themselves to be elite masters of the blade. These brave warriors have slain countless wild beasts, defeated heretics, and successfully stopped foreign invasions time and time again. Even monstrous beasts with immense physical strength do not scare them. He screams like a madman to honor the gods. Offer glory to the gods. This sight terrifies Yongwon down to his very bones, forcing a bitter curse from his lips. Zheng Qiang grips his massive hammer tight, analyzing the battlefield as more enemy soldiers prepare to charge. We are getting completely crushed in this clash of pure strength. He angrily snarls that everyone already knows that. If we are going to retreat, we have to run right now. Wang Junha honestly cannot understand why they are retreating. They need to run. Now. If they plan to retreat, Jonah truly cannot understand why they are running away. He steps back, his face clearly showing deep worry as he brings up a major concern. If they cannot even defeat the knights, how can they hope to take down the boss? We cannot do this alone. Hearing that, Yongwon immediately begins to formulate a strategy, believing that if they can find the right allies, there is still hope. If they enlist the help of the 10 strongest guilds, they could probably conquer this gate. But then a sudden wave of unease hits as he considers another possibility. What if he already cleared the dungeon before they can even get there? He solemnly offers a solution to that exact problem. There is actually a much better way to put an end to this. Curious, he asks to hear it. Zheng then mentions the first goddess, Ariana. She is the goddess of light and justice. The second deity who can help them is Demira, the goddess of life and abundance. After introducing the two deities, he turns to a dazed Yongwon and asks if he has ever heard of them. But Yongwon just waves his hand dismissive. He really does not care, admitting he has zero interest in religion. Besides, what does gate religion have to do with their current situation? What do they have to do with each other? But the moment the next name is brought up, Yongwon instantly freezes. He stands blank-faced. Have you not watched the videos of King Leon on Pantheon TV on YouTube? He can picture Leon's calm expression. He pictures Leon's relaxed expression and guesses that the king likely came from the exact same kingdom as the knights in this gate. On the very first day, he suspected that the man was just an arrogant fool who dared to call himself a holy knight. Yongwon finally understands. He grasps the hidden meaning. If the king really shares a homeland with these deadly knights, he immediately agrees with the suggestion. They should definitely retreat. Just as they finish talking, Hudia approaches, calling out to the warriors as she locks her eyes on them. Clasping her hands together with a tragic expression, Lady Hudia asks if they are truly going to abandon them in this place. He casually replies that they will return with reinforcements soon, claiming they are only taking a step back to wait for the perfect opportunity. Yongwon speaks so dismissively because he believes talking to non-playable characters is a complete waste of time, so he does not care. Her face darkens completely as he barks out orders to his guild members, telling everyone they are initiating a full retreat. They need to get out of this gate immediately. But before he can even finish, Hudia cuts him off with a chilling whisper. It looks like they cannot defeat these monsters after all. Her sudden change in attitude leaves Yongwon completely stunned. He can only gasp out Lady Hudia's name as she bites her thumbnail, clenching her teeth in a sudden fit of absolute rage. She cannot believe they are completely incapable of closing the gate. Her face twists into a hideous snarl of pure disgust. She spits out a curse, calling them disgusting creatures. Her strange words leave Yongwon utterly confused as she suddenly slumps forward. Seemingly drained of all strength, she mutters that it is over, and she has no choice but to take a shortcut. With a twisted grin, she raises her hand to snap her fingers, declaring that her master will surely despise a useless creature like him. Nobody wants a useless piece of trash. With a sharp snap of her fingers, an overwhelming force suddenly erupts from her body. She overflows with a surge of dark, corrupted energy, her terrifying aura forcing everyone nearby to instinctively stumble back a few paces. The massive pressure reaches all the way to Taeju in the distance. He keeps moving forward, shouting a warning back to his soldiers. He warns them that she is using black magic. Suddenly, a fallen hunter who was already dead begins to cough up blood. The mark on his face glows with an eerie, corrupt light, and his eyes snap open, burning with a bright serpentine red. Hudia's dark energy floods the area. The brainwashed warriors cheer in ecstasy, claiming that the great beast is finally granting them its grace. All around them, vicious beasts begin to rise from the ground, their deafening roars echoing endlessly through the chaotic battlefield. The mark on Yongwon's neck begins to absorb the corrupted power, forcing him to growl out in rage, demanding to know what she is doing. She stands proudly among the brainwashed victims, her voice dripping with smug satisfaction as she addresses the honored warrior. She mockingly tells him that resisting is completely useless, explaining that this brand is a new custom creation of hers. She sneers that his submission is only a matter of time. Yongwon desperately struggles to maintain control as Hudia suddenly claps her hands. She excitedly calls out to her new puppets. Right on cue, the soulless hunters charge forward like a devastating gale. She orders them to slaughter all the holy knights and their followers, eager to finally restart her twisted game. Grinning wildly, she wonders how many dimensions she has destroyed so far, yet she still hasn't managed to eliminate a single target. The enslaved hunters throw themselves into the fray, mindlessly lunging at the formidable Commander Gelbek from all directions. Gelbek is completely surrounded, forced to defend himself from every angle as Jung Chan suddenly charges in with a massive strike from behind. Gelbek raises his heavy shield just in time to block the blow. He quickly surveys the chaotic battlefield, noticing their unnatural madness. He realizes they have all been branded by that foul heretic. Meanwhile, a raging Jung Cheon raises his weapon, ready to strike again. The commander barks out a ruthless order to his allies, telling them to slice away the branded flesh of their enemies. In the blink of an eye, he unleashes a devastating slash that completely levels the entire ground right in front of him. Gelbek stands frozen in place as Juji and Huang Junha charge in together, launching a surprise attack right from his blind spot. Just as they unleash their blows, he swiftly leaps away, escaping death by a hair. But before he can even catch his breath, a massive wave of fiery blast erupts. An earth-shattering explosion tears through the area, completely controlled from below by Yang Wonian. Not stopping there, he conjures more illusions of smoke and fire, his face twisted in a perpetual scowl. The thick smoke slowly clears. Gelbeki took heavy damage from the assault. He spits out a bitter curse, calling them insolent brats before realizing things have taken a turn for the worse. 4 hunters backed by Hydia power are approaching. With overwhelming pressure, Gelbek makes a silent, grim vow: even if he has to burn himself to ashes, he must send the remaining survivors safely back to the capital. He slams his powerful staff into the ground, restoring his former majestic aura. A creepy, mocking smile spreads across his face as his energy surges back. With his body now at its peak condition, he taunts the hunters as they prepare their spells. "Come at me, you absolute trash." Right in the middle of that chaos, a thunderous shout echoes across the battlefield, invoking the glory of Leon Dragonia. A devastating sword strike crashes down before them all. Debris flies everywhere. Gelbek cannot help but stare. His eyes are locked onto the strike. Emerging from the dust, Leon stands proud, wielding his massive weapon. Gelbek immediately calls out to demand who he is. Slowly turning his sharply chiseled face, the newcomer introduces himself as the great King Leon Dragonia. With one hand gripping his sword, he brushes back his hair with the other, a bright aura radiating as he proclaims his full royal title, Leon Dragonia. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Bit rides a majestic stallion using the Sun King reins. This legendary royal item can tame any ferocious beast and awaken ancient bloodlines. She looks down at the ground where Leon is standing, deeply impressed by his entry. Handing her the reins just to leap straight down, the king is truly built different. She smiles at the white stallion. She is riding, speaking in a sweet, gentle tone to thank Sally for keeping steady under her control. Just 5 minutes ago, Leon was furiously cursing, calling their enemies filthy sewer rats. His mounted division kept charging forward, as he ranted about how they had already wiped them out. Their numbers had clearly dropped, but somehow they always found a way to resurrect. Leon was visibly losing his cool. Han Hari spoke up with a nervous, trembling voice. She asked Leon to forgive her, but skinning children to death felt extreme. However, Leon was certain they were not that foolish. The real culprit was that strange glowing brand. Han Hari imagined the image of the mark, but she still had so many questions. A brand. Leon frowned as he explained the dark truth behind it. It is a vow, offering one's body to a divine beast. If they abuse the brand's power from that very moment, the user's soul begins to rot away from the inside out. Hearing this, Han Hari stammered in absolute horror, protesting that it was not a divine beast, but a demon instead. Leon fell silent for a few seconds before gritting his teeth, telling everyone to remember his words. The students grew deeply worried, as he warned them that their soft ideas of peace and human rights meant nothing in this bitter, cruel war. His deadly serious tone emphasized every single word. In this fight, the only things that truly matter are truth and absolute destiny. Back in the present, Bit continues galloping forward, her heart filled with steel determination to fulfill her own duty. Blocking her path is a massive flock of giant eagles, all fueled by the dark spiritual power of Hydia. Without a second thought, she reaches out, channeling a strong flow of magical energy into her open palm. Within seconds, a series of glowing magic circles manifest all around her as she charges forward. Keeping her palm steady, she focuses her mind to unleash the spell, shouting out for them to get out of her sight. Down on the ground, Gelbek rushes up right behind Leon, calling him by his name, King Leon Dragonia. The king glances back, silently noting that the enemy keeps charging despite the Holy Grail Knight's attack. This proves Gelbek territory laws are highly flawed. Even with deadly beasts staring him down from all sides, Leon calmly turns around to speak. He tells the Grail Knight of Demira that they must first escape this chaos. Gelbek nods in agreement but is left wondering why Leon came here. The king casts his gaze over the chaotic battlefield before offering a slow, calculated reply. He explains that he intends to completely sever the connection of those pathetic fools. Right at this moment, the hunters, controlled by Hydia, continue their frantic advance. Leon conjures a dark void in mid-air, announcing the opening of Heaven's Gate. A sudden, brilliant flash of light illuminates Gelbek's face, leaving him completely speechless and stammering. Floating before him is the Holy Grail pulled straight from the dark void. A look of shock washes over his face, as he wonders how the Grail could possibly be here. Magic energy surges around Leon as his sharp eyes lock onto. He raises the Holy Grail, chanting the Great Commandment. The entire world suddenly fades to black and white as the Grail begins to emit blinding rays. Right where Leon stands, a brilliant aura erupts with massive force shaking the very heavens and the earth. That terrifying pressure freezes Gelbek in place. Unable to look away from the light, he gasps out in pure shock. Pillars of light continue to pierce the heavens without any sign of stopping. Toscada and his teammates stand frozen as they suddenly realize something unbelievable: their wounds are completely gone. One screams that his severed arm has grown back. At that exact moment, the brand on Yangwon's neck completely vanishes. Other hunters also begin to recover under the gentle light. Huang Junha falls to the ground clutching, his body groaning about how insanely much it hurts. This warm light is truly a miraculous blessing from the gods. Gelbek wonders why he did not recognize it sooner. He cannot tear his eyes away from this majestic miracle, realizing deep down he had completely forgotten what true divine power feels like. Right then, a glowing line of text appears directly over Gelbek's head, calling him her lost knight. He gasps in shock, realizing that the goddess Demira is sending him a direct message. She appears before him with clasped hands, delivering her command to follow that man and support the King of Knights. Upon receiving his orders, Gelbek grips his holy staff tightly without a single shred of doubt or hesitation. Armed with his massive shield and radiating divine energy, Gelbek declares clearly that he will simply obey her holy command. Leon does not answer immediately, standing there with majestic grace as he contemplates the situation. Finally, he turns his head with a slight smirk, replying that he is glad they can fight side by side in this upcoming battle. Two world-shaking forces are now standing together. Gelbek assures Leon that he will stay by his side. He is here to protect the Holy Grail. Leon's eyes flash with a sharp blue light as he nods firmly. Meanwhile, Hujia is busy creating massive beasts. Leon questions the situation as the slain monsters begin gathering in a single spot. They are actively regenerating. This is completely unexpected. Hujia screams out in absolute rage, cursing her rotten luck. She wonders how one Holy Grail knight was already bad enough, and now this deformed beasts of all shapes and sizes howl towards the dark heavens. She desperately begs her great lord to take all of these willing slaves. As the beasts grow increasingly wild, Hujia screams her deadly warning, vowing to rip Leon to shreds. With that, the monstrous army charges forward. Beatrice steps up, declaring it is time to clear the path. Spreading her pure white wings into the sky, she coordinates perfectly with her trusty steed to leap high above. In an instant, she teleports high into the clouds. A massive magic circle forms above her head, ready to activate. Its ancient runes begin to spin, crushing the air with overwhelming pressure. Below, Leon glares with razor-sharp intensity, a confident smirk on his face as divine energy pools around him. Beatrice swings her hand down, unleashing a blinding wave of light in all directions. Activating her Heavenly Eye skill, she carves a massive trail on the ground. With her job done, Beatrice calls out to Leon. Stepping forward through the rising smoke, Leon prepares to speak. He raises his voice, commanding his brothers and sisters to listen. Drawing his weapon from a dimensional rift, he calls out, summoning the Knights of Glory and all loyal soldiers to his side. A dark grin spreads across his face. His aura flares with fierce intensity as he delivers a chilling declaration. It is time to execute these disgusting heretics. As the battle reaches its climax, Hujia is seen panting heavily, desperately trying to escape through the deep, dark forest. She is completely exhausted from running but continues to scream in pure rage, cursing the useless damn monsters. Cursing the damn monsters and that wretched Grail Knight, she remembers how Leon mocked her dying forces as future fertilizer. She screams inwardly, thinking Gelbek alone was bad enough. Where on earth did this King Leon even come from? And that annoying witch too. Her rant is cut short as a chilling voice asks where she thinks she is going. Suddenly, magical energy erupts from the ground, binding her in place. Beatrice appears casually holding up a soul stone. She asks if this is indeed a soul stone, mentioning she collected it while hunting inside the mysterious gate. Standing before Hujia with immense magical power, she calmly notes that it is used to concentrate mana. She calls this gate very strange because no matter how many millions of monsters they kill, they keep appearing. Hujia cannot take it anymore and screams in frustration, demanding to know what this crazy woman is talking about. Cutting her off immediately, Beatrice calmly wonders if this gate is also just a cycle of reincarnation. Much like her own world, she does not believe Hujia is a demon, but she has done the exact same thing. Hujia grits her teeth, desperately trying to convince herself that this cannot be real. Meanwhile, Beatrice slowly approaches. He steps right in front of her and declares that he has plenty of questions, leaving her completely stunned. This woman clearly does not see herself as an NPC. Beechit leans in close red eyes, glaring down as magical energy surges. She speaks up, admitting this isn't her favorite method, but she'll play along for now. Suddenly, Hudia's pupils flash a deep, sudden red. She panics, wondering what on earth is happening before instinctively stammering out a quiet plea to her master. That reaction makes her laugh with pure joy. But then a pink aura erupts behind her, accompanied by a cold voice. It scolds her for failing them yet again as grotesque, monstrous faces emerge from the shadows, whispering their cruel mockery. They jeer at her for failing to even recognize her own master. Hudia, now restored to her original form, stammers in disbelief. She desperately calls out to the deity. In the midst of that high tension, Beechit gently caresses her shoulder, making her blush instantly. Then comes the sharp tease. What now, since your precious slave belongs to me? She keeps pushing the provocation. She pulls Hudia into a tight embrace, asking what they plan to do next. The opposing deity responds with a chilling proposal. He fiercely demands a display of her abilities, roaring that he will rip her apart, chew her up, and swallow her whole. Massive cracks begin to split the air as if tearing the world apart, while she can only scream in total despair. Beechit holds her tightly as she desperately screams no. Eventually, she lets Hudia go, her eyes tracking the growing chaos. In complete shock, she mumbles that the gods are descending. This gate is the true kingdom of the divine beast. The rifts grow wider, but Hudia warns of a far greater threat. Once the divine beast's true incarnations descend, it is over. There is no need to hear the rest. She already understands the danger, and things are looking incredibly grim. While the spatial rifts expand, Han Ha-ri and the other students remain unaware, busy taking turns treating the injured hunters. Meanwhile, Leon walks over to discuss matters with Gelbeck. He speaks of Ronald Battalion, Leon the 11th, the legendary king. He often talked about the brave frontier soldiers. Gelbeck hesitantly asks if Leon actually knew, His Majesty, his voice trembling. Confirming the truth, Leon shares that the legendary king is now in the heavenly palace, leaving Gelbeck completely stunned. The news is overwhelming. Just then, Han Ha-ri quietly approaches, asking Gelbeck if he managed to remember anything from his past. But Gelbeck shakes his head. It is still a total dead end, and their only purpose here is to subdue the savages. Han Ha-ri softly addresses Leon as Your Majesty. Leon wastes no time, immediately giving her the green light to reveal the truth. She hesitates for a quiet moment, desperately trying to keep her composure before finally revealing the heavy truth. She explains that Gelbeck and his soldiers can never leave this place because they are merely characters created inside the gate. Han Ha-ri delivers the final brutal blow to close this gate for good. They must defeat Gelbeck in open battle. Upon hearing this, Gelbeck bursts into roaring, hysterical laughter, sending a wave of deep anxiety straight through her. He offers no verbal response, only an unsettling manic laugh before slamming his staff down, cracking the very stone beneath him. Gelbeck beats his chest with pride, boasting that in all his long years of battle he has never suffered a single defeat. Leon merely smirks at the boast, replying with total indifference that if Gelbeck had lost, they wouldn't have met today. Soon enough, the massive spatial rift spreads closer to the group. Cracking sounds fill the air, accompanied by a booming threat. The monster's voice bellows mockingly across the entire room, swearing to chew Leon up and swallow him completely whole. A horrific demon-faced beast crawls from the rift. Spotting the monster, he calmly asks if the main event is finally starting. Keeping his cool, he calmly turns around to ask the group if there is any way to halt the beast. Hudia, still pinned down by Beechit, forces a grim smile and warns that this entire gate is absolutely doomed. The beast will unleash its raw power to obliterate the zone. Yet, Leon remains entirely unfazed by her dark warning. He boldly claims he will fight, refusing to let his people stand alone. Seeing his reckless determination, Beechit steps in to warn him. She quickly points out to him that facing such a massive monstrosity head-on is far from a wise move. Leon counters that they have no choice. If they do not stop the beast here, it might escape into the real world. A heavy silence falls over the group, only to be broken when Gelbeck steps forward and offers an alternative. He insists there is indeed a way and begins to march forward, leaving Leon staring blankly in utter confusion. Soft blue light begins to envelop Gelbeck as he raises his heavily armored hands. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he acts. He drives his own sharp hands straight into his chest, coughing up blood as Han Ha-ri screams out in absolute horror. Leaving a gaping hole in his chest, Gelbeck pulls out a glowing soul stone, reminding them of the rules of the gate. He explains that for this gate to close, he must be defeated, earnestly begging the group to finish the job. He tells him to step aside and live his life, arguing that fighting for a gate that will soon disappear is pointless. Hearing this, Han Ha-ri is so shocked he covers his mouth in disbelief, while King Leon can only grit his teeth in silent frustration. Gelbeck steps before his ironclad knights and addresses them warmly as his brothers, while Teku and his squad watch in absolute silence. Every single word of the commander echoes clearly through the quiet air. The final decisive battle is right before their eyes. This is the sacred ground where King Leon II, the true representative of the god's glory, stands tall as he makes his stand. Every brave word feels like a sharp blade cutting into Leon's heart as the commander calls on the dead to fight for the living. He declares his readiness to sacrifice his life, asking if they will follow him, a heroic choice that leaves everyone completely stunned. The hunters and trainees stand frozen in silence. Tekshu hesitates at first, his eyes filled with clear disapproval, but he eventually relents. He silently reaches out. A sudden splash of blood splatters everywhere. Leon stands frozen, utterly paralyzed with shock. It is a devastating sight as each knight clutches a glowing soul stone, blood pouring from the gaping wounds in their chests. Witnessing their ultimate sacrifice, Leon speaks up, declaring that their deep loyalty humbles him as he accepts this heavy sacred duty. In this emotional moment, Gelbrick looks up with one final humble request, asking the king if he can wait just a little longer. No questions asked. Leon agrees instantly. With the king's blessing, the commander prepares for his final act. Gelbrick closes his eyes for a brief moment before raising his scepter, high-drawing, glowing spiritual energy from every single standing knight. As the power swirls around him, he sends a desperate prayer to goddess Demira, begging her to make his final wish a reality. The winged scepter begins to glow with blinding light. Gelbrick stares intensely at the weapon before making a booming final declaration. He proclaims that the loyal servants of King Leon II are recognized by goddess Demira, granting them divine strength. Through this hammer, they will inherit his legacy and power. A second later, thousands of glowing energy streams converge onto the weapon. The energy pools into the hammer scepter, and the soul stone in his hand begins to dissolve into a brilliant, blinding light. Fragment by fragment, the stone completely vanishes. The massive hammer grows darker, gleaming with raw divine power. He resolutely presents the weapon to the king, holding it high in front of Leon as a symbol of their eternal bond. With deep, heartfelt respect, Gelbrick begs the king to keep the hammer safe until a worthy wielder finally shows up. Gripping the heavy weapon, Leon admits that he doubts anyone will ever wield this mighty hammer as masterfully as Gelbrick did. No hesitation. Leon reaches down firmly, gripping Gelbrick's bleeding hand to cement their deep, eternal, unspoken bond. Gelbrick closes his eyes, whispering with absolute sincerity that it was his greatest honor to fight alongside such a great king. Leon promises to forever remember this ultimate noble sacrifice, accepting the heavy hammer as Gelbrick turns back to face his loyal men. Death is near. Still, the commander rallies his troops one last time, shouting to his knights with all his remaining strength. He barks out his final command, ordering every knight still standing to protect the king with their very last breaths. A thunderous roar of agreement echoes back, leaving Leon so overwhelmed with heavy emotion that his legs refuse to move forward. Their glorious journey is over. Gelbrick's final blessing echoes, praying for the gods to watch over them all. Forcing himself to stay calm, Leon orders Han Ha-Ri to begin the retreat. Once the king is safe, Gelbrick looks up, taking a deep breath. Teku kneels respectfully, offering his commander a gleaming sword. Gelbrick grips the hilt tightly, ready to face whatever comes next. Raising the blade high, he proudly shouts his name to the heavens, boasting of the legendary victories he claimed in his past life. He recalls slaying over 1,000 enemies of the kingdom, single-handedly standing as a legendary war knight who never backed down. Boasting of 5 million foes destroyed, he proudly recounts defending Johan against 300,000 savage orcs at Monchio. Bringing his sword down, he offers his deepest gratitude to the gods, praising Demira for protection and Ariana for her constant guidance. He thanks Bedos as well, shouting his grand titles even as the terrifying hands of the beast begin to reach for him. Proclaiming himself the great knight of Monchi and the guardian of life, his men stand in perfect formation. Stepping forward, he rallies his brethren for one final charge, declaring that today is the day they die for a righteous cause. Air splits open. Elongated hands creep out of the void as the ground beneath them begins to shake. A bizarre, monstrous entity rises from the earth, but the brave knights stand their ground, with Gelbrick leading the charge. They lunge into battle together, their battle cries echoing as they confidently declare that the gods will protect them in this clash. With a final roar of glory to King Leon, the bloody clash begins, while back at the safe zone, Leon stands completely frozen. Han Ha-Ri quickly calls out to snap the dazed king back to reality, earning a sharp, annoyed glare from Leon in return. Leon snaps that he already ordered them to go ahead, but a hesitant Han Ha-Ri stands his ground to offer a final urgent warning. We have to watch until the very end. Leon doesn't care to ask questions, only casually replying, "Do as you wish." The two of them stand side by side. Their eyes are locked on the chaos ahead, Leon gripping his scepter tightly. Shock covers Han Ha-Ri's face. After a long silence, she calls out to him, noticing the sweat on his brow. But Leon rejects her concern, muttering that it is not yet time. Meanwhile, Gelbrick is desperately fighting for his life. He battles with absolute resolve. His fierce momentum refuses to fade. With a compact blade, he fights like a true knight. Then out of nowhere, a deafening roar echoes. Suho gasps as the massive beast raises its head, howling. What is happening, he wonders, is it injured? Meanwhile, the blood on Leon's hammer begins to steam. Han Ha-ri calls out in worry. Your Majesty, the blood is vanishing. Leon keeps his calm, announcing that Lord Geobrick has passed away. Rage consumes his face. With cold determination in his eyes, he unleashes his aura, unable to hold back his venomous words. They will pay dearly. He promises to grant them the most brutal death. He turns and walks away. We are leaving. Everyone watches in silence as he approaches the Red Gate. A Holy Grail knight delivers justice. So what did this legendary guardian have to say? His words carry immense weight. I will remember this day. Only the true Night King could make such a vow. Clad in his usual shirt and tie, Leon heads straight to the training ground. Day after day, he swings his sword relentlessly, aiming for even more devastating strikes. His grip is firm, his gaze tracking every movement. Once again, he raises the blade high. Suddenly, a tragic memory flashes. He is sitting in despair beside the body of his loved one. Thunder roared overhead. He wanted to cry, but he could barely find the breath. The heavy thoughts weigh him down. His next swing is sloppy and half-hearted. The blade stops midair. He stands frozen, placing a hand on his forehead, taking deep, heavy breaths. Drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, he sighs, muttering how incredibly tired he is. Why did treading through hordes of demons never drain him like this before? His eyes suddenly widen. The faces of his loyal comrades fill his mind. He forces a faint, bittersweet smile, finally realizing the truth. Yes, he understands now. He is absolutely terrified of losing the things he cherishes. A single tear falls. He dreads fighting all alone once again. He raises his sword once again as the same tormenting question looms heavy over his head. This is a burden he must carry alone. Who could he even share it with? In that moment, a voice calls from behind. Han Ha-ri stands shyly at the door, asking if he is still training this late. He opens a small portal, teasingly asking if she is usually resting or watching romance movies by now. At a loss for words, she stammers. Han Ha-ri blushes deeply, her embarrassment clear, as she explains that she simply felt the need to train harder to boost her strength. Leon looks surprised, asking what brought on this sudden change. She quickly replies that it is not sudden. He crosses his arms, staring down with a sharp gaze. Han Ha-ri grows increasingly flustered before finally admitting her reason. Following him has opened her eyes to so many new things. He responds with a dry, deadpan look. Leon summons his sword from the void, commanding her to draw her weapon and show him her skills. She eagerly agrees. Before they begin, she politely clasps her hands, expressing how honored she is to train with him. Her rigid etiquette only makes him sigh, wishing she would drop the formal speech. Facing each other with weapons ready, Leon tells her to raise her blade, his face completely serious. She complies immediately. Leon raises his own sword, warning her to brace herself for his strike. In a flash, both he and his blade vanish completely. Han Ha-ri stands there utterly bewildered, until he suddenly appears behind her. With a cold gaze, he swings his sword in a devastating arc. Shocked but reacting on instinct, she tilts her body to block, marveling at his terrifying speed. He is incredibly strong. Blades clash in midair as Leon fires off instructions. He tells her that her hands must always be ready. Always keep them ready for combat. Lowering her stance slightly will make her far more agile, and dropping even lower will massively boost her overall speed. They shift from place to place across the yard, one launching relentless strikes while the other fights to block every heavy blow. She barely manages to deflect the strikes but still struggles to reply. Yes, Your Majesty, she gasps, just as Leon leaps forward with overwhelming pressure. He lands right in front of her with both hands gripping his weapon. A terrifying heavy strike comes crashing straight down toward her. The air pressure itself shatters as Han Ha-ri pours every ounce of her strength into blocking. Yet Leon remains completely calm and casually speaks up. You cannot defend yourself with just a sword and your bare hands like this, he warns immediately, firing off a wave of instructions. He commands her to step 1 foot back to secure a solid stance, warning her not to get pushed away by the heavy impact of their clashing swords. By following his advice, Han Ha-ri actually finds a glimmer of hope in stopping his strikes. She stares at the point where their wooden blades collide. Her face lights up with absolute shock. In her excitement, she gasps out that she actually blocked his attack. But right at that moment, wait, did she actually think she was safe? Not a chance, as a massive palm flies at her face, sparking a loud, painful scream. Han Ha-ri takes a solid slap from Leon, leaving her utterly dazed with actual smoke rising from her forehead as his hand stays raised. Keeping his hand right there, he scolds her in a grumpy tone. Your movements are far too simple and leave obvious openings. How many times must I tell you to keep them quick and sharp, he asks, demanding to know the point of baiting an enemy. She looks around nervously, hesitantly, mumbling that it is probably to use his skill to finish them off. Leon sighs in deep disappointment. He stares at her with a serious expression, giving a stern warning. Do not think the only path to victory is spamming skills. What is the point of fighting if you die before you can even defend yourself, he asks. You must observe your enemy before attacking. Han Ha-ri cheeks flush red as she absorbs his wisdom. Fascinated by these valuable details, she eagerly asks if that is truly the case. Leon glares at her with a sharp, annoyed look. What did you not understand a single word? He snaps. She panics and turns away. It is nothing, Your Majesty, I understand completely, she stammers. But Leon is not letting her off, leaning in close with a dark expression. He demands to know what she said and tells her to repeat it. Facing his terrifying icy stare, Han-Ha-Ri takes a deep breath for courage. Then she delivers an honest answer that leaves him totally speechless. I thought you would tell me to sacrifice myself, she quietly confesses. To fight to the absolute death if the situation demanded it, all for a knight's honor and glory. Leon goes completely silent in response. He remains quiet for a long moment before slowly parting his lips. He gently taps her head with his wooden sword and calls her an idiot. He pictures those foolish traditional knights in his mind before speaking. Do not ever throw away your honor and glory for someone else, he instructs. There is absolutely no reason to imitate those foolish people. What you actually need to do is protect your own life at all costs. Han-Ha-Ri tilts her head, her big eyes blinking in confusion. She softly mutters his words, wondering about sacrificing herself for someone and protecting them. Watching her puzzled reaction, Leon cannot help but smirk. He stores the wooden sword in his dimensional inventory, turns around and calls it a day. Go and get some rest, we will train much harder next time, he says. Still dazed, she can only watch him leave and reply softly. Yes, Your Majesty, she replies. Suddenly, a strange, dark and gloomy aura begins to swirl around Leon's body. Han-Ha-Ri tilts her head left and right. Her confused expression remains completely unchanged. Later that night, Han-Ha-Ri sits in her office, deeply troubled by a nagging thought about her lord. I feel like His Majesty has been lacking any sort of positive energy lately, she wonders. Sitting on her desk, Jagged Spinner quickly chimes in. He explains that the abnormal biological reactions from Leon are being caused by severe stress. Hearing this technical breakdown, Han-Ha-Ri is still left confused. Can you explain that in a way that actually makes sense, she asks. I do not understand. The little robot seems slightly flustered. He tries to simplify it, explaining that the master is stressed and needs to relieve it. Realizing the truth, Han-Ha-Ri leans forward in excitement. You are totally right, that dungeon incident must have weighed heavily on him. Do you happen to know what he likes to do for fun? Jagged Spinner runs through complex algorithms to calculate the most accurate answer. After a brief pause, he suggests an effective method to research the problem. All organic life forms enjoy gaming entertainment to boost their spirits and rest properly. He claims video games are the absolute best stress reliever. Han-Ha-Ri tilts her head at this unusual suggestion. Does His Majesty actually play video games? She wonders, unable to imagine what he would play. Eager to find a solution, she pushes for more details. Can you think of any specific game that His Majesty might actually enjoy, she asks. Jagged Spinner runs a quick database search before replying. Games are ideal for boosting dopamine in organic beings. They make humans feel excited and happy. But because I am a robot, such emotional values are outside my calculation parameters, he concludes. Hearing this, Han-Ha-Ri just stares at him. Disappointed, she grumbles to herself. Why could he not just say he does not know instead of giving a massive, overly complicated lecture? But get this, a brilliant idea sparks in her mind. Han-Ha-Ri claps her hands together excitedly, declaring that she has found the perfect solution. His Majesty will definitely love this, she says. She immediately explains her grand plan to Jagged Spinner, who nods continuously as he absorbs every detail. Then he admits that it was indeed a suitable plan for His Majesty at the moment, but it was nothing more than a lucky coincidence. You could never hope to match my genius calculation skills. Han-Ha-Ri chuckles with sheer delight, her tone carrying a sharp hint of sarcasm. Sure, maybe, but only sometimes. The expression on her face feels like a dagger plunging straight into Jagged Spinner, completely piercing his pride. He is not pleased at all, quickly complaining that she seems to be mocking him. That is definitely not the right attitude. An organic being should never treat others this way. Seizing the moment, Han-Ha-Ri smugly fires back with a high and mighty attitude. But I still beat you. Early the next morning, Goddess Ariana walks through her temple, holding the sacred scales of justice. Leon is already kneeling respectfully on one knee. The goddess finally speaks. Beloved knight, your voluntary service pleases the gods, yet I worry. He closes his eyes tightly, resting his hand over his heart as he bows deeply, begging for her gentle forgiveness. Ariana gazes at him through a spatial projection screen, a soft smile gracing her lips as she mentions his victory over the demons. He has suffered through a grueling existence for 200 years. Training without rest is time he enjoyed some entertainment. It is time for a short rest. Leon immediately expresses his confusion, saying he has not heard the word entertainment in a long time. She maintains her gentle smile and continues. Yes, it seems this peaceful era offers many new activities quite different from the past. I am not entirely sure if there is actually anything here in this modern world that my king could truly find enjoyable. Ariana then speaks of the magic of leisure. True relaxation always remains timeless, helping humans wash away their daily exhaustion. Leon is genuinely curious, wondering if such a thing actually exists. The goddess then honestly suggests a specific solution. Sleeping with women is the absolute best way to relieve fatigue throughout all of history. Ariana lets out a sleepy yawn. She casually blurts out that the queen would make a wonderful partner, or perhaps that little red-haired girl instead. Leon is shocked and raises his voice in protest. Goddess, she is far too young and innocent, how could I suggest that? Meanwhile, Han Ha-ri, the very red-haired girl they are talking about, is running happily down the street at this exact moment. She stops after a short jog, staring intently at a wooden gate by the roadside while Ariana continues her lecture. She is actually a mature woman, Your Majesty. Humans naturally find joy and comfort in sleeping with the ones they love. After all, Your Majesty still needs to rebuild the royal lineage and ensure there is an heir to the throne. Wearing an innocent expression, Han Ha-ri twirls a lock of her hair as a sweet, gentle smile plays on her lips. Ariana remains fully committed to her advice, logically explaining that humans find ultimate comfort by marrying the ones they love. Leon kneels there in silence. Her words are starting to stress him out, reminding him of his duty to rebuild the royal family. He slowly opens his striking blue eyes, hesitating as he tries to speak, but is suddenly interrupted by a calling voice. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Leon glances back to see Han Ha-ri cautiously opening the door and slipping inside. Leon coldly reminds her that he told her to take care of herself, but she just rushes in, tripping and falling flat. She quickly announces that she has prepared something special for him, urging His Majesty to take a look. Leon turns around with his arms crossed immediately, criticizing her. You are quick in battle, but you behave like a stranded fish. Han Ha-ri lies there, trembling, completely speechless. Curiously, Leon sighs and asks her what is actually going on. The moment he finishes, she sits straight up, eagerly answering him, even though her nose is badly scratched from the fall. She proudly repeats that she has prepared something truly amazing for His Majesty, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Leon feels a mix of curiosity and dread, keeping his eyes locked on Han Ha-ri. She just grins widely, nosebleed and all. She happily announces that she received some invaluable advice and assistance from Jagged Spinner. Leon grimaces in absolute horror. He horrifiedly mutters those words back to himself. In a sudden rage, Leon lunges forward and grabs Han Ha-ri by her hair. He fiercely warns her that if she ever wears that sick outfit again, he will make her run naked around the block. Han Ha-ri blushes bright red with a mix of embarrassment and anger, desperately protesting that she is being falsely accused. Sometime later, a massive crowd from the Hunters Association gathers in front of a mysterious blue gate. Kim Jin-soo stands off in a corner. Spotting Leon, Kim Jin-soo calls out to him. Leon and Han Ha-ri approach the gate to get straight to the point. Leon asks what this is all about, having heard rumors from Han Ha-ri. Kim Jin-soo quickly steps up, offering to explain. He proudly points to the other hunters, explaining that the entire association teamed up to help assistant manager Han Ha-ri. They wanted to support her with a special event she had planned. Leon feels a sudden wave of anxiety at that word. Han Ha-ri looks at him with wide, innocent eyes, secretly thinking that nothing could possibly go wrong since Jagged Spinner helped out too. Brimming with pure excitement, she eagerly invites him, asking His Majesty to please step inside the gate. Han Ha-ri confidently assures him he will love this gate. Leon doesn't answer right away, silently observing her confident gaze. After a brief silence, he gives a simple nod and agrees. Stepping through the green gate, a lush, vibrant forest opens up. This dense, lush woodland is completely tranquil, creating an untouched green paradise where wild beasts live in absolute perfect harmony with the surrounding nature. The association members make their way inside first. Soon only Leon and Han Ha-ri are left to step through. Strutting past him with an incredibly cheerful grin, hands confidently on her hips, she looks completely and utterly proud of this setup she worked so hard to prepare. Her smug attitude only leaves Leon completely speechless. All he can do is sigh at her dramatic flair. Gesturing to the surrounding creatures, Han Ha-ri begins her explanation, introducing this special hunting gate to the king. This unique hunting ground is home to various beasts. Meanwhile, Ju reluctantly holds up a scoreboard for them. Han Ha-ri eagerly points directly at the scoreboard, asking Leon to look closely, while Ju stands there, sporting a forced, deeply corporate smile right beside her. Small beasts are worth 1 point, medium ones are 3, and a rare orc is worth 10 points. Leon nods, processing the rules for a moment before coming to a very serious conclusion about the game. She eagerly confirms that it is indeed a hunt, Your Majesty. She then twiddles her fingers together and softly adds her own shy thoughts. The young hunter thought hunting might have been a popular pastime back in his world. Hearing this, his lips curl up slightly. Leon looks around, finally putting 2 and 2 together. So she built this entire hunting ground just for his amusement. He appreciates the gesture as a gentle breeze blows. He admits it has been quite some time since his last hunt. Not a chance. The grand hunt begins right now, deep in the heart of the thick green forest. Pure chaos. Within seconds, a scream echoes as a single arrow pierces an orc right between the eyes. Leon draws 3 arrows at once, his face twisting into a manic grin as his raw excitement takes over. Hunting is surprisingly fun compared to regular brawls, and soon another unlucky orc takes 3 arrows to the chest. Talk about absolute chaos, the green skins are losing their minds as Leon keeps firing without a single care. He taunts them mid-shot, calling them filthy beasts who should not speak in his presence, ordering them all to die. Hanhari looks on, remembering how he claimed he might be rusty. She has to find a way to reassure herself. Seeing how much fun he is having, she figures it is a win. Meanwhile, Leon finishes off the weaklings. He snaps off an orc fang and slips it into his pocket, believing a true hunter always brings back souvenirs. Once the hunt concludes, Han-Hari shyly approaches to praise his skills, complimenting his incredible accuracy with the bow. Watching how naturally he grips the bow, she admits she initially thought he despised using ranged weapons altogether. Leon chuckles and clears up the misunderstanding. Being a knight does not mean he is helpless with a bow. He explains that hunting is a noble pastime, especially crucial for traveling knights who must forage on long journeys. Wandering knights always need to gather food on the road, making master-level marksmanship an essential skill for survival. No exceptions. Any respectable wandering knight has no choice but to fully master the art of the hunt. Han-Hari looks down at the slaughtered orc, pointing out that his skills clearly go far beyond simple survival. Placing a hand on his chest, he proudly boasts that while he is history's strongest champion, he is only the second-best hunter. Unbelievable. Han-Hari is completely flabbergasted, her intense curiosity instantly sparking about who could possibly outrank him. She eagerly asks who could hold that legendary #1 spot. Leon takes a step forward and begins to answer. He explains that the top spot belongs to someone who is more of a pure hunter than a knight. The legendary goddess of the moon and the hunt is whom he refers to, a famous figure of unmatched master skill. Pausing for a moment, he pulls out an old arrow, staring at it with deep nostalgia in his eyes. She once stood at the head of the Temple of Light, serving as the ultimate representative for all hunters. As he speaks, Han-Hari visualizes her glorious arrows flying like shooting stars, easily piercing through massive mountain ranges. Han-Hari quietly nods along, thinking such mythical feats might actually be normal in the world he came from. Looking back down at the orc corpses, she asks why he only targeted them when other prey existed. She had prepared plenty of different wild species for his hunt. Leon calmly offers his clear reasoning. He apologizes but explains that to claim the top spot, a hunter must pursue the highest value targets. She nods in agreement, though deep down she wonders if he truly views those orcs as mere game. Suddenly, Leon holds up a small cross, radiating faint holy energy, noting he found a rather strange artifact. It looked cursed. Han-Hari agreed, confirming the king was absolutely right. Then she introduced the rare totem to Leon. Leon knew it was rare. He tossed it to her, ordering her to sell it and reward the hardworking gatherers. She caught it, but she worriedly asked if he was certain, since it was worth hundreds of millions. His face was blank. He insisted it was a great bonus for people who worked like dogs on their day off. They toiled under the blistering sun. Right now, the exhausted corpse collectors were struggling hard to finish their grueling work. Seeing them completely worn out, Han-Hari kept quiet. She simply did not want to argue with the king any further. Leon slung his bow over his shoulder and started walking. He called out that he could see the escaped beast's tracks. She ran after him, asking if he was really continuing. In response, he shot her a freezing, deadly glare. A wicked smile spread across his face. He muttered that the filthy beasts were still polluting the forest and must be hunted. They might be fakes, but they had to die. His terrifying intensity left Han-Hari too scared to say another word. Side by side, they walked. Leon declared he would teach her archery, prompting her to happily shout her agreement. But as they went further, her sudden whisper made him look over curiously. Han-Hari gently brushed her hair aside, smiling. She softly admitted that she was just incredibly glad to see him in a much better mood today. Leon froze. His mind raced. He stared at her in silence before turning away to hide his sudden warmth. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Honestly, seeing this tough king soften up like this is surprisingly wholesome. Quietly, he admitted he was proud of her. Han-Hari blinked, apologizing because she could not hear his soft whisper. He quickly brushed it off. Instead, he dryly ordered her to use his teachings to slay at least 3 beasts. Otherwise, he would be angry. Flustered, she explained she had only handled a bow a couple of times. The next morning arrived. Over at the Pantheon Guild training grounds, Han-Hari was humming happily while pushing a cart. A bright smile remained on her face. She was genuinely happy that the king was finally feeling better. Suddenly, someone called her name. Chief Assistant Han, curious, she spun around to see who it was. It was the director. Surprised, she asked why he was here, and he pointed to a broken tractor schedule. The machine was ruined, forcing him to visit the storage. Nobody had touched that thing since the tragic Nazu disaster. Han-Hari offered to tag along. Soon, they both stood in front of the secure Pantheon Guild vault. The director pointed inside, whispering to ask if this was where Lord Gelbrick's legendary hammer was kept. Han-Hari gave a weak forced nod. Then she clasped her hands together, praying devoutly for him to reach nirvana. The director stared in utter disbelief. He asked why she was mixing Buddhist prayers with the Christian sign of the cross. As the vault doors slowly opened, he asked if the weapon had been locked in there all this time. Sadly, she confirmed it was. Since nobody could lift it, they kept it locked away as the vault opened fully. The interior was revealed. In the center sat the massive advanced tractor. Meanwhile, a huge crowd gathered outside the guild. People were lined up near the entrance as a sleek car pulled up. An elegant leg stepped out onto the concrete. The luxury car drove off, leaving two prestigious hunters to stride forward with absolute pride. Soda adjusted his collar, asking if this was the place. Koka excitedly agreed, eager to see their first epic item. They dreamed of witnessing Korea's first epic weapon, but their sophisticated poise instantly vanished when Jagged Spinner appeared. Startled, Soda quickly pointed at it. He whispered that it was indeed the famous Jagged Spinner robot. The old man scratched his head, surprised. Suddenly, Jagged Spinner projected a screen announcing the hammer lifting challenge. Soda stared, sensing something off. Yet the robot welcomed them with an incredibly polite and friendly electronic voice. Looking down suspiciously, Soda muttered a brief thank you. As the two hunters walked past, he whispered his concerns. He questioned why it was so polite. Koka also wondered if the machine was just naturally welcoming. Then disaster struck. A blinding red beam shot from the robot's face. It whipped a thick white cord straight at their feet. Terrified, they jumped back. Soda clung tightly to Koka, his voice trembling as he demanded to know its goal. But the red light remained. It slammed its metallic hand against the signboard demanding their entry fee. The sign clearly stated the rules. Citizens paid 500,000 won, but hunters had to pay 5 million. Both hunters immediately complained. Soda gestured wildly, demanding to know why they were being charged 10 times more. Jagged Spinner explained flatly. Normal citizens were just there to spectate while hunters were actually participating in the trial. They face a new challenge, a historic site preservation fee. Both hunters completely freeze. Leon is just as shocked. No way. Did they really just tack on another zero? Still, it's nothing compared to the priceless value of an epic item. Realizing this, with his mood completely hitting rock bottom, Soda pulls out his phone. He asks if they accept bank transfers. The clerk instantly beams. They are told to scan the QR code right here. After paying up, the pair walks forward. Utter misery. Just then, a cheerful voice welcomes the hunters. Right ahead of them stands Han-Hari. She is wearing a goofy lion suit and holding a sign. She introduces herself as Han-Hari from the Korean Hunters Association. The two of them scan her from head to toe, totally baffled. They realize she is last year's legendary monster rookie. Pretty wild, right? To understand how things got here, let's flash back a week. Right before the hammer vanished, everything seemed perfectly normal. Leon even spoke up to let everyone know they have finally found it. Right there, another hunter is straining until his face turns bright red. He desperately tries to lift the heavy hammer left by Gelbrick. The man gasps that he is pulling with all his might. It won't budge even a single centimeter. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers around. Someone yells out that the weapon was just lying there since morning. Seeing the struggle, Leon slowly walks over to the giant hammer. He casually rests, one hand on the shaft. Han-Hari watches with intense curiosity. In less than a second, the massive weapon starts moving. He lifts it effortlessly. Without even breaking a sweat, he looks at the stunned onlookers. Is that really your limit, he asks. Suddenly, waves of brilliant golden energy begin to swell around the entire weapon. The crowd can only watch in absolute awe. The winged hammerhead jerks violently. A blinding flash of golden light explodes. It suddenly slips from his grip, flying back to its spot. Seeing this bizarre reaction, Bit chimes in. It acts like a spoiled child. Leon quietly agrees with the strange observation. It seems the divine weapon wants something. Han-Hari cautiously pokes the metal. Can a mere weapon actually possess its own will, she wonders. Leon adopts a serious tone to explain the mystery. He places a hand over his heart as he prepares to reveal the truth. When a sacred relic spends ages serving a holy saint, it can develop a mind of its own. It becomes incredibly difficult to control. Leon looks down with a hint of nostalgia. Deep down, however, a contrasting thought begins to trouble his mind. Despite its majestic aura, he realized he could not truly connect with it. He remembers when Gelbrick raised this very weapon high. Gelbrick had proclaimed that anyone loyal to King Leon would be recognized by Goddess Demira herself. Leon places his fist over his chest. His heart heavy, he finishes the ancient vow. They would inherit Gelbrick's great power through this sacred hammer. The realization suddenly hits him. A small smile creeps onto his face. Everything finally makes perfect sense now. Watching the golden energy continue to drift from the relic, Leon understands. The hammer is asking him to find its next master. With the mystery solved, he calls out to Han-Hari. He instructs her to report the situation directly to the Hunter Association. She blinks in confusion, asking what exactly she should report. Wearing a smug grin, Leon makes a shocking historic announcement. Anyone who can lift the hammer gets to keep it, regardless of status. Hanhari quickly types it out, though she still doubts it. She double-checks if he is actually serious. Once the association replies, Hanhari rushes back to deliver the news to him. She explains they want to send an appraiser first. Get this a bit later, and that very expert is standing completely jaw-dropped. His dramatic reaction makes Hanhari yell out, asking why he is screaming. Shaking, he points a trembling finger at the glowing weapon. He can only stammer the word epic over and over. Still completely stunned, the appraiser turns to Leon to confirm the rating. Leon, however, remains completely unfazed and calmly nods. In this world, hunters must rely on special gear to defeat dangerous monsters. For simplicity, these items are ranked from common to rare, epic, and legendary. Each tier represents a massive leap in raw power. Artisans craft high-end luxury gear classified as unique. On top of that, some legendary equipment requires rare, hard-to-find materials. These top-tier items are forged using vast resources. They even require rare drops collected from completing the most punishing dungeon quests. But after 30 years of painstaking craftsmanship, you get epic items. These legendary-defying masterworks hold unmatched power. Some epic weapons can rule over 100 mountains like the bronze Heavenly Dao Blade. Others can warp reality itself. The Archmage scepters can split heaven and earth. Even as we speak, the vast freezing snowfields of Siberia continue to expand. This endless winter is driven entirely by the heart of the Ice Queen. After the tragic Black Gate crisis in London, the demonic Wolf-Fang's sword wandered the globe. It shook the earth with its mere presence, turning desperate battles into triumphs. An item of such legendary epic caliber is resting right here. The appraiser is practically vibrating with sheer excitement. Still trembling in shock, the expert looks up. He asks if they will seriously just let him keep it if he lifts it. Hanhari nonchalantly confirms his wild theory. Before even laying a finger on the weapon, the man cautiously looks over at Leon. Sensing his hesitation, Leon speaks up to reassure him. He confirms that anyone who can lift the hammer truly owns it. Whoever lifts this hammer becomes its new master. Just then, an appraiser brings him a slip of paper and reports, "Your Majesty, the value of this hammer is absolutely insane. Please take a look at this." Hanhari's eyes spin in circles as she reads the lines on the paper. An epic-grade Gelbrick hand. It is a holy hammer blessed by a Holy Grail knight named Gelbrick. He served Demira, the goddess of life and fertility, the core of faith. It draws holy power directly from the goddess Demira herself. Perfect stamina, endless energy. The goddess's blessing will also boost physical defense by 400% on land, recovery up 300%. Your legion also gains 200% armor and 150% holy recovery. Leon only glances at the stats briefly, then lets out a cold huff, shaking his head with a serious frown. After a short silence, he tells the appraiser that his mind is still completely made up. He wants everyone to hear about this weapon. The appraiser looks back at the hammer and asks if he can make a quick call. Not long after, a phone call from the association's appraiser rings through on a smartphone screen. President O picks up. This is the association president, and the other end answers immediately, right away greeting Mr. Lee. Hearing the shocking report, the president's face goes blank, completely unable to process the news, screaming so loudly that spit flies everywhere. An epic-grade item, unbelievable. In just a few short hours, the image of Leon holding the hammer is splashed across the front page with a bold headline. You won't believe the absolute frenzy it started. Right now, naturally, hopefuls are flooding in. Back in the present, Hanhari is busy welcoming a group of eager hunters when a blunt question from Soda catches her off guard. Where is this legendary hammer anyway? We want to see it, right now. Glaring at him, she quickly raises her voice to correct his tone. Watch your mouth, show some respect, to Lord Gelbrick. But Soda and Coca just exchange blank stares, completely unable to understand why she is so upset over a simple item. Swallowing his pride, Coca drops down to his knees and repeats his polite request to her, asking to try Lord Gelbrick's hammer. Hanhari immediately cheers up, raising a sign and pointing them in the right direction, showing them the path. The two hunters stride forward, and the legendary hammer soon comes into view as she welcomes them, as a blinding aura fills the room. Soda is completely blown away, staring in awe at the incredible waves of energy coming from the weapon itself. Coca is just as stunned, left utterly speechless by the sheer presence of the relic and its massive power. Grinning with confidence, Soda rubs his hands together, thinking this is going to be incredibly easy, like taking candy from a baby. He reaches out and grips the massive handle, but the second his fingers touch, a massive bolt of lightning blasts him backward. Talk about instant karma. He falls flat on the smoking ground. Scrambling up to his feet, he gasps, asking if the hammer just shocked him. while Han Ha-ri explains with a sigh that the weapon will violently reject anyone it does not like. Soda is furious, demanding to know why she didn't. She just indifferently shrugs, telling him that none of them really know what the divine relic actually wants anyway. Right on cue, Jag's spinner, the armor robot, appears right in front of them. Soda groans in frustration, wondering what this annoying thing wants with them now. Jag's spinner approaches the duo, offering them a chance to buy some divine merit. Coca grumbles under his breath, complaining about another cash grab after paying the entrance fee, but Soda freezes, repeating the word over and over. Divine merit for a holy relic. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off and he claps his hands with an excited shout, pulling out his phone to scan the donation code. Dropping down onto his knees, Soda shouts out his massive offer, pleading for them to take 10 million won in merit donations. Coco looks at him like he has lost his mind, while Jag Spinner bows politely to accept the funds. As the transaction confirms, Soda turns back to face the relic. He grips the handle with absolute determination, swearing that this weapon will finally belong to him. His face distorts with pure effort. He channels all his strength, but even after a long struggle, absolutely nothing happens. Weapon remains completely unmoved, leaving the crowd shocked. Coca yells out in disbelief, while other hunters whisper about the impossible task. Amidst the rising chaos, Jag Spinner calmly walks over to the holy hammer. Suddenly, the robot's mechanical voice announces that the donation for the Pantheon Temple has been processed. Coca and Soda freeze in absolute dumbfounded silence, unable to utter a single word. But a second later, a wild frenzy erupts as cash and phones fly up, with everyone screaming to pay next. Han Ha-ri stands frozen in shock as the crowd starts shoving each other to get into the queue. In an instant, Jag Spinner is completely mobbed by desperate hunters waving their money. Watching this madness, Han Ha-ri anxiously asks if this is really okay, fearing they are blaspheming the gods. But after collecting a massive pile of, Jag Spinner runs to Han Ha-ri asking if she wants to block his asset management. All she has to do is follow his exact plan. She watches the crowd compete to lift the hammer, her voice trembling. They cheer like crazy, screaming for them to lift harder, and Han Ha-ri can barely look at them. She sits quietly, feeling like a bad guy. Beside her, Jag Spinner starts making excited little squeaks. A gold coin symbol flashes on his face. His raw power erupts along with his system chime. The god of wealth is here. Jag Spinner's plan is officially in motion. Early the next morning at Leon's massive mansion, Han Ha-ri throws open the door. She is shocked that Jag Spinner wants to open a shop here. She goes silent, seeing him working hard, asking for a report on the total donations. Recently, the Pantheon Guild has become a hot spot. Hunters gather to lift the legendary hammer, and most illnesses are cured just by standing near it. A 10-year leg pain is suddenly healed. Even toothaches vanish. Everyone flocks to see the hammer, some taking photos with Bear Girl Han Ha-ri. Jag Spinner turns these donations into capital, raising Pantheon's name. All this day and night effort was for this single massive project. Han Ha-ri stares at the giant machine, asking in total shock what it is. Jag Spinner lands on her head, calling it a high-intensity forge. Lights flash as metal boxes start clicking to life. A giant cylinder of energy boils in the center. She walks through the massive chamber, looking around, asking if this is really a smithy. Jag Spinner explains it is a level 9 facility, which is the absolute lowest in his database. He blames Earth's poor metallurgy for the limit. Han Ha-ri stares wide-eyed at the room. She marvels at how incredible it looks. Jag Spinner calmly insults her, saying her brain is weak too. She angrily calls him cruel. Walking to the center, she asks him if he is the iron-tempering Holy Grail Knight. Jag Spinner nods, saying it is correct. Staring at the glowing pink gemstone, she asks him to forge her a sword. Jag Spinner flatly refuses. Han Ha-ri immediately pouts, whining that they are just strangers. Jag Spinner explains that the forge is not finished and they need more facilities to harvest materials. Hearing this, she is relieved. With a bright smile, she asks if that is true. Suddenly, Jag Spinner dashes off, shouting that he is heading to the central station. Han Ha-ri cheers him on, but then looks baffled as he crawls into a tiny hole. He slips inside the narrow space, speaking the code to activate the basic smelting protocol. Instantly, the massive screen before him flashes with countless numbers, and Jag Spinner focuses on every single detail, determined to analyze this market again. Lately, the global stock market faced a massive disaster, turning corporate offices into absolute scenes of chaotic shouting. Angry bosses yell about all the negative articles they failed to suppress even after paying massive bribes. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious force suddenly manipulates prices, driving the global stock market up rapidly. They somehow scramble trading times worldwide, throwing global regulatory departments into a state of panic. This hidden powerful force quietly siphons massive profits like a ghost lurking in the shadows. And of course, we already know the mastermind behind this ghost force is none other than Jag Spinner. Pretty slick, right? His next major financial target is food, since humanity's food situation in the 21st century is terrible, with endless lands and rivers heavily polluted. During the initial stages of the crisis, wealthy superpowers handled things perfectly, but weaker nations in Eastern Europe and Asia suffered massive losses from unexpected dungeons, and Jag Spinner quickly bought up all of those worthless, heavily contaminated lands first. His main target is the Black Dragon Granary, currently suffering severe pollution. This militarized area has been in a terrible state for 20 years since the Shanghai incident, so Jag Spinner bought a piece of it, slowly purifying the soil using the divine power of Demera, goddess of life. He cannot purify on Leon's massive scale yet, but this land will soon become an invaluable goldmine of crops, with corn and barley. He keeps working tirelessly, determined to succeed. Z tries to steady his focus. Now the global food hegemon will be the Pantheon Guild. His gaze remains glued to the computer screen. Only one issue remains. The massive problem here is a potential foreign invasion. Z quickly initiates his intensive information search. Global war definitely wastes resources, but the overall impact is actually quite negligible. And the risk of gate outbreaks is rising. He cheerfully tells himself that an ordinary leader would never have a reason to overextend resources just to secure more territory. Meanwhile, today's news reports a coup in the Jilin Republic. Overhearing this in the dining hall, Han Hari cannot help but feel curious. Is there a war coming? Meanwhile, Z says absolutely nothing, only flinching in silence. Once they find a quiet spot with just the two of them, he speaks up, promising to share this secret only with Han Hari. She turns to ask what is it. Z immediately displays some crucial updates. Their private investment fund is now officially active. It is a wealth management organization that keeps growing rapidly. She listens intently, her serious gaze fixed on his words. This specialized unit will focus entirely on managing her personal assets. He asks her to sign up right away. Stunned, she asks if he wants her to invest. Z explains it clearly. He wants to personally manage all her wealth. She does not hold back her praise, saying Master Z is quite clever with stocks. However, Z shuts her down with a blunt reality check. Looking at her pathetic bank account, he tells her she needs a professional wealth manager. Her face flushes red with embarrassment as she tries to defend herself. Calling her poor is uncalled for. At her age, she is actually doing pretty well. Z smirks, dropping a harsh truth that makes her break into a sweat. That is barely 15% of an average mid-tier hunter. Besides, most of her reward money went straight back into the gates. Her mood completely plummets as she dejectedly admits she cannot argue with that. She also sends money to orphans back home. Z quickly seizes the opportunity, offering to help her generate more funds for donations. Her face suddenly turns mischievous as she flatly declines, saying no thanks. Annoyed, Z strikes her with a whip of light and shouts that modern humans are completely shackled by their finances. Skipping financial lessons is basically giving up on life, so she should feel grateful that his fund is taking care of it. Hanari cannot really argue, but her initial investment offer is incredibly stingy. She offers only 2 million. Z does not reject her directly, but firmly demands she withdraw her 20 million deposit for her basement apartment in Seoul. She puffs her cheeks in frustration, knowing such a blunt demand is typical for this emotionless robot. She reluctantly gives in and agrees. In a flash, Z delivers a brand new notification that catches her off guard. Han Hari has officially been upgraded from bronze to silver. She freezes for a few seconds, her eyes wide with shock. She stares directly at the robot. Cold sweat pours down her face as she mutters silver member. Z immediately explains that bronze guarantees a 100% return, while silver guarantees a whopping 200%. He asks if she wants to push those numbers even higher. Overflowing with excitement, she raises a determined fist. Sounds like a plan. Z then offers her an incredibly tempting deal. If she recruits 5 more members, she will advance to gold tier, pushing her returns to 300%. That massive figure hits her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her completely stunned. A thrilled smile spreads across her face as she asks if it is really true. Poor naive Han Hari, a rookie in her 20s, naive enough to get lured into a pyramid scheme, and get this, nobody even suspected a thing. Even late at night, she is busy calling her younger brother Suho. She jots down 8 potential targets in her notebook. She assures Suho that joining is the perfect decision. Thanks to her relentless recruiting, Z's pyramid scheme gains massive traction. Early the next morning, a sleek black car pulls up right in front of Leon's estate, stopping before the grand gates. Several men dressed in sharp, formal suits slowly step out of the vehicle, marching with steady and direct strides. They head straight for the entrance. Inside, the man leading the trio announces that they represent the local court. He presents an official document reading aloud that they are here to deliver a formal property seizure warning. Leon stands completely frozen, unable to process the news, and demands to know what they just said. Meanwhile, Z flinches in sheer guilt. You can easily sense his panic while desperately trying to keep a cool head. The official casts a sharp, piercing glare directly at Z, making the robot freeze in absolute panic. Shortly after, Leon sits at the table, radiating absolute murderous intent. With the entire group assembled, he holds back his rage, demanding an explanation, emphasizing every single word. What on earth is happening? Z shifts nervously from side to side, frantically searching his database. The situation is bad. First, the guild missed the designated loan interest payment because their stocks took a major dive. Second, almost all Pantheon employees are deeply in debt from investing in the fund. Jag Spinner is in deep trouble as creditors swarm him demanding cash. His secret investment fund has collapsed, draining all their capital. The losses are staggering. Hearing this, Leon looks dead serious while Han-Ha-Ri breaks down, tears streaming down his face as he cries out. He begs for mercy, Sir Jag Spinner. I put my entire 87 million into your hands, even begging my friends and family for it. Every single worker starts pulling their hair out in sheer desperation. What about my money? What about my hard-earned savings? My wife's life savings are gone, and all my yearly earnings just vanished into this black hole, right in front of King Leon. An old woman weeps and laments that she mortgaged all her land. Her husband tries to soothe her, promising His Majesty will fix this. After sitting in grim silence, Leon finally speaks up to ask, Sir Jag Spinner, tell me the exact amount of our total losses. Jag Spinner hesitates, reading out 87,054,340 coins, which is climbing by another 49,853,655 coins every hour, is 72% loss. Panic instantly erupts in the room. Angry screams ring in Leon's ears as people lose their minds. Give me my damn money back, let us take whatever we can. Rip down those pillars, we can sell them for cash. Suddenly, a crazed worker waves a heavy knife in the air, shouting out that there must be expensive treasures locked in the warehouse, so they should grab those first. Jag Spinner frantically runs to stop him, wrestling the knife away and screaming, drop it, that is private property. Inside, Jag Spinner is absolutely sweating bullets. He got his weapon back, but Han-Ha-Ri collapses onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably as the screaming and cursing intensify. Damn it, my hard-earned cash. Let me grab something too. Nearby, Suho stands completely frozen, paralyzed by the sheer madness unfolding. People scream at Leon, demanding their gold, while guards shout to drop the stolen items. Everything is spiraling out of control. Grab those pillars, run. Leon's eyes roll back in pure exasperation. Trust me, this whole scene is a complete nightmare. Even assistant manager Han has passed out from the stress as her colleague desperately shakes her to wake her up. Finally, snapping under the noise, Leon flares his nostrils, eyes flashing with absolute fury, and bellows at the top of his lungs. Shut your mouths, you bastards. Leon slams his hands down like a roaring tiger, his voice echoing over the chaotic crowd. Silence. Stop this madness at once. The room instantly freezes, leaving only the sound of Han-Ha-Ri loudly choking on his tears. Leon casts a cold, sharp glare at Jag Spinner, then turns to address the robot helper Spinner. The metallic voice replies, Your Majesty. With your supreme intelligence, Leon says in a grave tone, I am trusting you to resolve this chaotic mess completely. He delegates this massive burden to the machine with full confidence, telling Spinner to do whatever it deems necessary. The mechanical glove detaches from Leon's arm as Spinner confidently salutes, promising a complete solution by tomorrow morning, Your Majesty. Leon nods in approval, leaving the matter entirely in Spinner's hands as the panicked crowd watches in absolute silence. Before they dismiss, Leon makes a grand declaration. Under my royal name of King Leon II, I personally guarantee your debts. Go home and rest. Kim Jin-soo bows and obeys, but his mind is racing with deep doubt over this insane promise. Can a disaster of this scale really be fixed in just 24 hours? Once the room empties out, Spinner begins to move. Entering a hidden chamber, the robot's optical sensor flashes red as a massive surge of dark energy wraps around it. System alerts blare, bypassing all security protocols to initiate emergency protocols and activate the advanced cybernetic exoskeleton. Integrated heavy weaponry and the experimental Mk1 armor begin fusing together, wrapping around the host in a seamless steel shell. Connectors across the suit glow hot pink as the synchronization finishes. All system operations are online and fully combat ready. Now watch, the real action is about to start. Meanwhile, in the ruined northern wastes of West Asia, Heilongjiang, amidst collapsed skyscrapers and shattered streets, Caporo, the brutal warlord of the Jilin Oro Rus Republic, sits yawning lazily. A subordinate approaches, asking with genuine curiosity, Chief Caporo, where exactly are our enemies hiding right now? Insulin peels back the tent curtains, sneering that the weaklings who used to rule this city all fled in absolute terror. Behind him, Leho chuckles and agrees, mockingly calling humans weak cowards who have absolutely no concept of warrior honor. The two stride inside as Caporo picks his nose casually, suggesting they just camp out here as long as food lasts. Once we throw a massive celebratory feast, we will gather our forces and crush the neighboring kingdom next. Insulin clasps his hands, drooling heavily at the thought of meat. Oh, that sounds like a fantastic plan, Chief. It has been far too long since I last had a taste of delicious human meat soup. He and Liho high-five in sick joy. Let's pillage every single resource and devour them all. Meanwhile, Kaporo looks up at the blinding sun, plotting their next raid. Great, once we are full, we will march right toward, but his voice suddenly cuts off as a strange crimson glow hits his face. Blazing light fills the sky as an unidentified burning object comes hurtling straight down toward their camp at terminal velocity. It plunges down like a lightning bolt. Pure energy radiates around it, revealing a razor-sharp blade. Meanwhile, Kaporo freezes in utter confusion, asking if that thing is a meteor. At that exact moment, U.S. Secretary of Defense Julius raises his voice in disbelief. What do you mean the magic wand has been hacked? This weapon is a hypothetical orbital strike, deployed from a satellite in Earth's orbit. He fires off question after question the second he hears the news. Only 3 people in the entire world hold the launch codes. A panicked staff member quickly explains that the White House and the Hunter Task Force commander claim complete ignorance. Staring at the massive monitor, Julius demands answers. How is this possible? Was it really hijacked? Meanwhile, the lead technician is typing furiously on his keyboard while replying. It is absolutely impossible because the encryption keys reset every single minute. His expression darkens as he mentions there are over 100 million possible combinations. Even with the world's most powerful supercomputer, it would take 13 years to crack. This impossible truth freezes Julius completely, muttering about who on earth could have done this. Watching the orbital satellite, he yells out to do something to stop it and asks if there is any way to shut it down. The technician frantically replies that it is impossible because the hijacker just upgraded the security. That is when another bombshell hits. They estimate over 10 billion new encryption patterns, locking them out of the orbital weapon entirely. Julius blows a fuse, spitting out his words in absolute rage. This is ridiculous. Right then, another operator shouts out that Russia's strategic weapon, Brown Bear, has just been activated. Both weapons are locking onto a target. Up in orbit, things are moving fast, but the staff can only watch in horror as the weapons begin their countdown, syncing up for a joint strike. The pale operator tries to keep his voice steady. As he drops the target location, the Jilin Republic, Julius whips his head around, utterly shocked by the location. Another aide rushes over, telling the secretary he needs to see this immediately. Staring at the screen, Julius demands to know what is going on now. Is this a joint statement from both superpowers? On screen, the 2 leaders take turns speaking. First, Julius's double declares the United States will break peace with Jilin, a country now controlled by a violent savage race. Next, the Russian president declares they will not tolerate any provocation from Jilin. To prevent human genocide, they vow to cooperate with America to crush this enemy threat. Julius frowns deeply, completely bewildered by the video. Is that actually him? The staff member confirms it is a highly advanced deepfake video. On the broadcast, his face looks incredibly realistic, speaking every word with flawless execution. Julius grits his teeth as anger boils over, realizing this is a deepfake. It is a synthetic broadcast manipulated digitally to swap out his face and make him look like he is speaking. Suddenly, every screen in the entire command center begins to flicker and go dark. The main theater's screen and smaller monitors all display a single strange logo. Seconds later, a brief message appears in multiple languages. I have come to end this war. Julius is absolutely stunned, overwhelmed by a flood of questions. Meanwhile, inside a heavily damaged room, the blonde orc leader sits clutching his head in misery. This is none other than King Kazakh. In his utter despair, he desperately asks how everything went so wrong. Facing him are 4 other equally confused orc warriors. Now that they finally secured the throne, all that awaits them is endless war. One of them speaks up, asking what they should do next. Are they completely finished now that 2 world superpowers are launching a joint attack? Kazakh has no other plan but to pack up, take the remaining money, and run. Gaining a bit of composure, he orders them to head into the mysterious wildlands, breed a massive army of young, and start fresh. Another orc grins, laughing wickedly as he eagerly agrees. Then he brings up an incredibly dark plan. All they need to do is hunt down human women and drag them away. But before he can even finish his sentence, the ceiling caves in. As a massive armored grip slams the orc's head straight into the dirt, the beast tries to look up, while the surrounding orcs leap back in shock, asking what just happened. Right there, a colossal steel knight appears, its polished armor gleaming under the light. With one heavy boot crushing the orc, the knight's eyes glow a deep crimson. As its mechanical voice registers the target as a non-human orc, instantly heavy weaponry deploys from both sides of the machine's torso alongside dual shoulder cannons. The heavy knight stands ready to paint the room red. Standing before King Kazakh, the knight points at the glowing dot on his helmet, delivering a grim warning. He demands they hand over all their cash so he can finally rest, leaving Sammy sitting there in pure disbelief. Staring down 5 or 6 gun barrels pointed directly at his face, he tells the armed squad he has no idea who they are. His face twists into a terrifying sneer as he growls out a challenge, which is pretty brave, but then 2 tribesmen rush in. They charge the armed robot, but the machine swiftly dodges the oncoming axe, causing the deadly strike to miss entirely. The heavy axe smashes the stone table instead, and the enraged robot locks its glowing red eyes as assassination mode activates. It immediately unleashes a relentless barrage of gunfire on the battle axe tribe, sending them scrambling and screaming in sheer panic. Sammy quickly flips over a massive stone slab to take cover, completely bewildered, while another fearless warrior charges forward. He raises his shield and screams for the machine to die, but the robot suddenly spins around and aims directly at him. A built-in gun barrel slides out of its arm, catching the warrior completely off guard just before a deafening blast echoes. At point-blank range, the heavy blast blows the warrior to pieces. Just like that, the machine turns its attention back. It hurls an explosive towards Sammy's men, hunching its back to deploy several more heavy weapons from its chassis. Modifying its system for heavy 12-gauge ammunition, the war machine aims every single barrel directly at its remaining targets. It locks onto the stunned survivors of the battle axe tribe, its optical sensors scanning each warrior to confirm the targets. All weapon safety protocols are completely offline, and get this, those glowing red eyes signal a total battlefield purge. With annihilation mode active, it opens fire, unleashing a relentless rain of bullets that tears straight through the heavy iron doors. The deafening, steady roar of gunfire echoes through the chamber, lit only by the violent, blinding flashes of muzzle fire. The tribesmen are ripped apart by the heavy rounds, screaming in agony as they take direct hits while spent casings rain down. A massive pile of brass accumulates around the robot's feet, and only after a relentless sweeping barrage does the firing stop. With its overheated barrels smoking heavily, the machine rests, leaving behind a complete bloodbath of fallen warriors. Dead bodies litter the floor as the thick dust and smoke slowly clear, but as the robot performs a post-battle scan, it detects a tall, imposing figure with a razor-sharp glare still standing tall amidst the carnage, a single survivor. His massive axe is barely scratched from blocking the bullets, and Sammy grips the weapon tight, muttering that it was not bad. His deep voice carries a chilling bloodlust as he grunts that the men just slaughtered were all on track to become generals. The armed robot wastes no time on words, immediately raising its gun arm to execute him, causing Sammy to roar in fury. His glare is pure death as he demands to know if the machine even realizes what it has done, but it ignores him. It simply fires another round, prompting Sammy to charge head-on, swinging his giant axe with a lethal razor-sharp gaze. He delivers a crushing overhead strike, forcing the robot to block with its arm, which instantly begins to buckle and crack. Sensing the critical damage, the machine notes in surprise that the weapon is adamantus, and Sammy confidently swings his axe again. Confirming his axe is indeed forged from adamantus, his face twists into a maniacal grin, boasting that even a drake would perish. He strikes again with devastating force, landing a near-fatal blow directly on the machine, but the battered robot somehow stands. Struggling to compute, the system notes its S-rank defense parameters are insufficient as it tries to block the brutal follow-up strikes. Suddenly, the machine's eyes flare up as it raises its arm cannon, pointing it directly at Sammy's face to end this. It fires at point-blank range, but Sammy reacts with supernatural speed, dodging the blast with only a minor scratch on his cheek. Smirking at the scratch, he rushes forward to tackle the robot, his eyes filled with a primal rage to tear it apart. He mockingly asks if a pile of scrap metal really thinks it can stand against a warrior blessed by the Boar God. Before the machine can react, Sammy swings his giant axe high into the air, once again preparing to deliver the final blow. The heavy blade splits the robot's head right down the center with millimeter precision, just as a system warning chime alerts. The system announces the plan has failed. Time is up. Sammy stares in shock as steel cables suddenly shoot out. The steel cables tightly bind Sammy as the damaged armed robot suddenly stands right back up, throwing him into a panic. He desperately struggles, demanding to know what is happening as Jeff flies in, reporting that the system has gathered battle data. The drone continues recording to update its database while Sammy screams in a mix of pure confusion and mounting rage. He demands to know what they are talking about, but Jeff's eyes suddenly glow as he initiates a complex tactical sequence. Bright light erupts around him while the cables hold him fast, leaving the warrior completely frozen in sheer helpless despair. He is instantly blown to pieces as flesh and blood scatter, leaving Jeff to quietly nod and inspect the aftermath. Where the game's axe drop jag spinner, the adamantus robot scoops it up. Beeping happily, it confirms all witnesses have been eliminated. With the elimination mission complete, the TV news broadcasts that the coup in the Republic of Zilin has finally been resolved. The newly established government of Zilin has officially apologized for all the chaos and destruction they caused. As everyone gathers around the TV to listen, lush, newly discovered crops are already thriving across the northern fields. Turning to Sir Jag's spinner with a bright smile, Han Hari holds up her phone and asks if he heard the amazing news. She cheers that the war is over and Jag's spinner whinnies in agreement, but suddenly her jaw drops as she stares in shock. Their fund just hit a 200% return. Meanwhile, Leon relaxes in the back, taking a quiet sip of tea. He casually flips through a folder, his mind drifting between swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horsemanship. Glancing at Suho's file, he notes the boy's progress and decides he must connect him with the gods soon. As Leon takes another sip, he reviews the details. But first, he needs to prove his unwavering faith. There is simply no time left. With a sigh, he flips to another page of the file to continue his evaluation. The gods have allowed a simplified process, so he must act quickly. The next page shows Soyeon's detailed profile. He quickly skims her background, revealing that Soyeon is a noble knight who strictly adheres to the path of virtue. Leon stares at the document with a thoughtful gaze, and as he reads further down, he sinks into deep contemplation. Curiosity, perhaps. He wonders if this wealthy, influential kid joined the ranks simply to experience what holy law feels like. Leon remembers standing amidst ancient ruins years ago where he struck down that specific man, the greatest king in history. The memory of his past self makes him shudder, and suddenly his expression darkens as a realization hits him. Turning around abruptly with a dark expression, he wonders who just moved the sacred hammer and rushes outside immediately. Han Hari barely has time to react, stammering out a quiet call to her king as he storms past the quiet, empty school. The atmosphere is eerily serene, but as Leon passes a room, he spots someone trying to lift the heavy hammer. He smirks at the unexpected sight of Dion straining with a weapon, who freezes in shock as Leon approaches him. Later, near the Nazu Plains, a horse lazily chews on what looks like a pink rope, but it's actually Han Hari's braided hair. A voice interrupts the calm as Leon, looking exceptionally serious, addresses the gathered crowd to announce a major update. They are receiving a brand new recruit, and an orange-haired cadet turns around in utter disbelief, questioning the sudden timing. After all, every other student has already joined prestigious guilds, leaving them behind, so they wonder who this newcomer is. Leon crosses his arms, explaining that this recruit will train alongside them and challenge the official night trials very soon. The announcement leaves Han Hari and the rest completely speechless as a clumsy figure slowly approaches them on horseback. Guiding his horse forward, Daeon rides past Leon to introduce himself to the rest of the shock class. Stammering nervously, he introduces himself as Dae Sung from the first squad of the Pantheon Legion, asking for their guidance. He hopes they will get along as the scene shifts to a massive towering association headquarters in the city center. Inside the Hunter Association, an officer announces that the latest operation has been successfully completed by the military command. With the U.S. 7th Fleet wrapping up, Association President Kang Hee-wook frowns deeply, muttering the name of the Dragon Palace. The threat at the Sea Gate is finally confirmed. This place, known as the Dragon Palace, is a massive ocean portal. It was first discovered in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago, back when humanity believed dungeons only appeared on land. Without advanced tracking satellites to monitor active ocean portals, no one bothered to watch the vast empty seas back then. The Tokyo Bay portal was completely neglected until a massive dungeon break occurred, devastating the entire surrounding coast. The resulting pollution corrupted the local waters, mutating innocent marine life into vicious monsters that terrorized the region. The legendary beast that emerged cemented this incident as one of the worst portal disasters in human history. In response, neighboring nations quickly formed a joint task force to handle any future deep-sea gate anomalies together. Suddenly, an analyst interrupts with urgent news. The massive Tsar storm has abruptly shifted course away from the Pacific. It is heading straight for Oleungdo. Sweat pours down Kang Hee-wook's face as he stares at the radar tracking map. This is the year's worst hurricane, and it's veering into the danger zone. Live TV feeds show the storm's fury. A reporter in a raincoat struggles against winds of 64.5 meters per second, warning the local residents. It easily eclipses the destructive 2023 storm, threatening devastation for Oleungdo. Suddenly, the official turns around with panic. With a grim, urgent expression, Kang Hee-wook snaps at his staff to establish immediate contact with the Pantheon Guild Master. Right away, on the storm analysis screen, data flashes rapidly. 30 minutes later, Young-won arrives. Any other watch sectors? Kang Hee-wook happily replies that this is all they currently know. Calling out Young-won, the old man asks if he dares ignore a direct order to answer him. Young-won turns red with absolute rage. Nearby Soon silently snickers, wondering why only their guild gets deployed. Surely other elite guilds are available. Kang Hee-wook quickly smooth talks, claiming Phoenix is irreplaceable. Scoffing and looking away, Young-won mutters that despite the recent island disaster, the president is completely careless. The president laughs it off. Just a freak accident, he claims, leaving Young-won to fume silently. He curses his luck. Why does he keep getting summoned here when the president holds a grudge? The last operation failed after all. Finally, Yong-won asks if they are the only ones going. The president panics. He wouldn't force them to take such a massive, dangerous risk alone. Waving his hands, the old man denies it. But his nervous stutter only annoys Yong-won further. He claims he would never put people in danger, promising that strong backup is already coming. Yong-won sighs, walking towards Soon. He grumbles that they solved absolutely nothing today. Classic useless meeting. The old man never changes. Yong-won remains deeply frustrated while Soon simply shrugs her shoulders in silence. Looking away, Yong-won feels awkward. He suddenly remembers his younger days when Toscat spoke of absolute loyalty. Toscat had promised to fight under the king's orders, even though his own horse-riding skills were pretty poor. Clutching the rope, Yong-won hopes everyone survives this battle under the watchful eyes of the gods. His back looks exhausted. What a drag. Suddenly, a bald staff member bursts in, breathing heavily. He reports to Kang Hee-wook that the king has arrived. Hearing this, Yong-won looks back confused. Kang Hee-wook nervously adjusts his suit, muttering that they must prepare for the royal presence. He quickly sprays his mouth, leaving Yong-won jaw dropped. Talk about an awkward pre-meeting ritual. King Leon enters the room accompanied by 2 aides. Kang Hee-wook bows deeply, warmly welcoming the king. Leon calmly states that there must be a very valid reason if the president summoned him here. The president eagerly agrees, gesturing for the king to follow so he can explain the entire situation in detail. After the briefing, Leon sits back with crossed arms, looking incredibly serious. Is that really so? Kang Hee-wook points to the data screen. A Seagate and an approaching storm are stalling things. The entire raid is in jeopardy. Suddenly, he presses a remote button displaying massive naval warships. Both America and Japan are deploying their heavy military forces to actively support the upcoming high-stakes operation. Other guilds are preparing backup units in case of an emergency, keeping their forces ready. Kang Hee-wook bows deeply, pleading with the wise king to seize this perfect chance to raise his global reputation. He asks Leon to leave his royal mark. Leon listens quietly, deep in thought about this sudden offer. A small smirk appears. You are quite the smooth talker. He stands up slowly, adjusting his royal coat. He warns that the sea journey is incredibly complex, demanding full support for his noble knights. The president asks if there are any specific demands. Leon simply smiles mysteriously and slowly turns to leave. He says he won't talk details, leaving it to the Pantheon Guild Master Spinner to coordinate. The president bows. He understands, but internally he wonders what kind of tribute to offer next. He watches Leon leave. Standard items won't satisfy a king. Meanwhile, Leon talks quietly to Han Haori. He orders her to register them under his army. Han Haori bows respectfully, agreeing to his absolute command as they walk. They leave the building together. Leon frowns at a file, planning to personally select all the raid members. He instructs Han Haori to take notes. Glancing through the pages, he starts reading the chosen names. First is the Pantheon apprentice Jun Hyeon Ji-won. Han Haori quickly opens her notepad to write it down. He lists the soldiers, including Jun Hyung, Gap Su, Hwang, Ju-min, and Moreldu. Suddenly, Han Haori pauses in total confusion. She looks up sweating and asks if there really isn't a single female knight being deployed. Leon looks genuinely puzzled. Han Haori panics internally, wondering if the king has completely forgotten about women. Did he forget? She looks at him doubtfully, suspecting he might have some rather old-fashioned biases against women. We have both fragile and strong women. Honestly, combat force training shouldn't discriminate based on gender, right? Anyone can fight, even women. Leon casually answers Han Haori's question as they walk, but his response is devastatingly blunt. His face contorts with utter disdain, asking if bringing women along will just invite bad luck. Hearing this, Han Haori completely freezes in her tracks. Above them, helicopters slice through the freezing sky. Rotors roar through the air as a helicopter rushes toward the harbor. It closes in on its target. A massive warship stirs up waves at sea. Over at South Korea's first fleet, the commander is waiting. As the chopper approaches the landing pad, wind blasts the deck. The moment it touches down, 3 naval officers step up. Leon steps out, hands in his pockets and sunglasses on, looking cool as hell. Han Haori is right behind him. She exited first and waits at his side. Leon leads his squad straight toward the welcoming committee, walking with absolute confidence. Stopping in front of Vice Admiral Jo Jae-song, Leon bluntly asks if he runs the place. Jae-song quickly salutes. Reporting that he is Jo Jae-song, commander of the First Fleet, the officer stands at attention before the king. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. My grandfather was actually cured of a terminal illness, thanks to the divine grain of goddess Demeter. Thank you so much. Leon chuckles softly and takes off his sunglasses. He notes that anyone grateful for the goddess's blessing is a brother of his. Admiral Jae-song bursts into hearty laughter. Calling it his absolute honor, the admiral warmly welcomes the king and gestures for them to follow him. The commander turns to lead the way as Leon and his crew fall in line behind him. Now time for the briefing. Before discussing the operation, Jae wants to introduce their allies. Under gloomy skies, a stark gray military compound looms ahead. Behind high chain-link fences, Leon calmly walks inside. Following from behind, Yongwon watches him silently before stepping forward. Gazing at the crowd nearby, Yongwon asks if those are American military forces. Jae nods as he steps up. He explains they flew directly to the aircraft carrier on cargo planes. The admiral clasps his hands behind his back. He looks concerned, admitting the U.S. forces are acting incredibly strange. Yonghwan glances over, deeply confused. Then, spotting the exact person the admiral is referencing, Yonghwan gasps in shock, shouting out Ronald's name. And honestly, who could blame him? The crowd instantly erupts in whispers at the mention of America's top mage. The sudden commotion quickly catches the high mage's attention. Why on earth would someone like him show up here? Ronald smirks slyly, his ego instantly inflated. Even in Korea, his grand reputation clearly precedes him. With a fake smile, Ronald approaches Leon's group while cradling a giant glowing purple magic orb to introduce himself. He introduces himself as the Tower Master and says he was invited to assist with this maritime gate raid. But as he finishes his smug speech, his eyes land on something and his voice completely locks up. Staring straight ahead, sweat pours down Ronald's forehead in pure horror. The moment he sees Leon, his face pales. His mouth hangs wide open. Inside the orb, even the little turtle demon begins to tremble in absolute terror. Ronald stands frozen like a statue, shaking uncontrollably as he stares at the king. In his hands, the turtle mutters, in panic, saying that the monstrous entity, the legendary king himself, is standing right in front of them. Confused by the intense staring, Leon adjusts his sunglasses to look at the little turtle, while the voice keeps warning Ronald to stay calm, saying if that genocidal freak suspects a single thing, he will execute them both. Ronald looks down at his glowing ring. The hidden demon inside sends a mental transmission assuring him they are safe for now. Ronald praised the artifact, calling the great entity incredibly wise and brilliant. As long as this ring conceals his demonic energy, he thinks he can avoid getting caught, so he keeps rubbing it. But the moment his anxious fingers repeatedly stroke the band, a sudden blinding light erupts from the gemstone. Ronald gasps in utter disbelief. His mouth drops open as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong with the spell. He whispers in absolute panic that the ring is cracking. The turtle demon frantically tells him to stay calm. And right on cue, things get incredibly intense as a blinding golden aura radiates from Leon's body. The turtle warns Ronald that the crack was caused by Leon's overwhelming holy power and urges him to back away. He demands Ronald flee immediately, but Ronald stubbornly ignores the warning and keeps walking closer to the king. Ronald reasons that backing off now will only arouse suspicion, while the voice inside his head screams in pure madness. He is called a lunatic for not running away. Ronald tries to force a polite smile, trembling as he greets him. To finally meet you, your majesty. Even from afar, your glorious reputation has reached my country. I only hope we might cross paths occasionally. Leon stares at him in silence, but the little turtle in his hand speaks up in annoyance, causing Ronald to glance down nervously. Hey, do not tremble like that while talking, the turtle complains. You are squeezing me too tight. Seeing Ronald acting so bizarre, Leon smirks with pure amusement. He casually walks right past the trembling old man. Passing by, he looks down and says, since you are the Tower Master, we will meet plenty during this gate raid. Leon walks off. Ronald breathes a massive sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his forehead that was way too close. Thank goodness for this ring, or he definitely would have sniffed us out. His face turns pale, eyes wide as he stares at the little turtle, whispering quietly, let us get out of here, you should be fine, just run the moment you see him. Got it. The turtle nods but hesitates. Yes, I understand, but it pauses to think for a moment before raising a very important point. It reminds the master that they have absolutely no choice but to enter the gate with him. Things are about to get complicated. Ronald looks down at his hand, utterly terrified. Damn it, of all places, why did he have to cross paths with that bastard king? Meanwhile, Han Ha-ri strolls along happily while carrying a stack of paperwork. She giggles, recalling the king, asking if women are banned from ships, but mid-thought she stops dead. Her eyes pop open in sheer surprise. Right in front of her, a crew is busy hauling heavy cargo crates. Han Ha-ri recognizes a very familiar face among the workers. It is Hunter Dae-sung. She approaches him shyly while clutching her papers. Dae-sung is currently wiping off some sweat with a towel when he spots her. He greets her warmly, "Oh, Assistant Manager Han." Just then, a soda can clatters down from a nearby vending machine. Curious, Han Ha-ri looks up at him and asks why he is hauling heavy luggage when the association is supposed to handle that. Before she can finish, he cracks open his drink and quickly insists that this is just part of his duty. Dae-sung tilts his head to look at her. Despite his humble words, Han Ha-ri reminds him that he is now a full-fledged hunter for the Pantheon Guild. Even the king himself would never expect him to do menial labor. Sweat dripping down, Dae-sung holds his open soda can. scratching his head sheepishly while explaining that he simply feels completely undeserving of such VIP treatment. After all, he only lifted a hammer. Not wanting him to sell himself short, Han Hari looks him straight in the eyes and offers some well-deserved praise. Out of thousands only, he was chosen by the goddess herself to carry that divine relic. Dae-sung stammers in response, completely unable to accept the compliment. But Han Hari is not about to let him downplay his achievements. Puffing her cheeks in annoyance, she insists it is absolutely true. She turns away playfully, mimicking the dramatic way the king speaks. If His Majesty were here, he would probably shout, "How dare a low-life idiot like you question the royal decree?" As she carries on, Dae-sung spots something behind her, his face turning completely pale. Turns out Leon is already standing right there, listening silently. Han Hari continues her dramatic impression. "What right do you have to judge the divine will of the goddess?" Dae-sung desperately signals her to stop, assistant manager Han, but she completely ignores the warning and keeps on talking. Fuming, she grits her teeth and tells him to just trust her. The king would totally agree with what she is saying. The more she rants, the more terrified Dae-sung becomes. Clueless to the danger, she has no idea she is thoroughly irritating the king. She loudly complains that she hasn't slept a wink just to serve him, training relentlessly day and night without rest. Yet he still refused to let her tag along. Dae-sung looks absolutely horrified, breaking out into a cold sweat. "Oh boy," he groans quietly. Assistant manager Han. Suddenly, the temperature in the room begins to drop rapidly. A heavy silence settles over them. Standing directly behind her, Leon is practically radiating a terrifying aura of pure bloodlust. Han Hari finally senses the cold. "Is he behind me?" Before she can move, Leon reaches out without hesitation and grabs her hair. She screams. Pulling her head close, he grits his teeth and demands to know how she dares to make such ridiculous claims. Since when does a king speak like that? She is totally putting words in his mouth. Terrified, Han Hari bursts into tears, begging for mercy. Leon holds back his immense rage, trying to keep his composure. He lets go of her hair with a soft sigh and crosses his arms, watching her as she continues to sniffle. Slowly, Leon calms down. He closes his eyes and raises his head, suddenly asking an unexpected question. "How did you receive his grace?" She stops crying, turning around with a completely confused look. "Grace? What grace?" Leon lets out a tired, heavy sigh. "The god of sea and waves," he explains, looking at the two of them. He tells them that the sea wants to make her his high priestess. Han Hari just stares in absolute disbelief, unable to process it. "Forget it," Leon mutters, placing a hand on her shoulder. "There is no point in explaining." "Understood. I will let you join this sea dungeon raid," Leon calmly replies. Han Hari happily thanks His Majesty. But feeling that something is quite off, Han Hari pouts her lips and squints at him, thinking it is good but somehow incredibly strange. Why is he looking at her like that? Just as she suspected, Leon has tied Han Hari up tightly as she screams in pure terror. It is clearly something weird. Yonggan stands at the railing, crossing his arms and looking down, asking if Leon is turning her into a priestess. Tied up on a wooden plank, Han Hari keeps crying out, asking how this is supposed to turn her into a priestess. What kind of setup is this? She begs for mercy, refusing to accept it as Yonggan watches her being carried off in absolute shock. His face darkens as he shouts out for Han Hari. Seeing her potential savior, she desperately begs anyone to come and rescue her. Meanwhile, Leon stands there completely calm. Wearing sunglasses, his lips curl into a smirk as he says that bringing women aboard brings bad luck. Leon approaches the anxious Yonggan, explaining that there is actually a pretty clever way to bypass this ancient maritime superstition. Yonggan turns around hesitantly, hoping it is not what he thinks, while Leon proudly raises his head and pushes up his sunglasses. A figurehead. Hearing this, Han Hari screams in pure agony, crying even louder as she struggles to lift her head. Looking down at the men carrying her, she desperately pleads, saying she promised to do anything to join but not this. She begs Suho to save his older sister, but he remains silent. Completely silent. Even Dewey avoids meeting her eyes entirely. He turns away completely, avoiding her gaze, looking down at the ground as he apologizes for only following His Majesty's orders. Furious, Han Hari calls him a traitor, but she is utterly helpless as they carry her away, while she screams at the top of her lungs. She begs the rookie hunter or anyone to stop this madness. Giving up on the other two, Han Hari frantically turns her hopes to Soon. She desperately asks Soon to save her, but Soon remains silent, her eyes drifting away. Once they hoist Han Hari onto the deck, they drop her down. The heavy wooden log she is bound to lands with a thud, making her scream. They place her right on the ship's bow in absolute terror. Staring around, Han Hari stops screaming, her mouth agape and her eyes wide as she tries to catch her breath, gazing out at the vast sea. She looks at the deep, endless water with a forced smile, her heart pounding with unease. Seeing everything is ready, a soldier blows his whistle. The crew lines up on deck and salutes the crowd on the shore. Meanwhile, Han Hari resumes her desperate, screaming, begging to go back. She wants off. But the ship begins to leave, the harbor waves crashing violently against the hull as they sail out. Helpless and terrified, she begs for rescue as a fierce thunderstorm erupts and the warship boldly charges into the raging harbor. Massive waves bash against the ship's sides, threatening to swallow it whole. White foam sprays everywhere amidst the fierce gale winds. As the storm intensifies, a crew member shouts out a warning that they are heading straight into a massive tempest right ahead. With 64.5 meters per second wind speeds, a pale, lifeless Hanhari screams out, begging for anyone to help her. The tempest shows absolutely no signs of slowing down as the two ships follow each other, her desperate cries echoing across the sea. She screams that she does not want to die, but Leon, who is casually fishing nearby, gets pretty annoyed by her loud shouting. Reassuring her that she is fine, Hanhari stops screaming and looks back, desperately begging His Majesty to let her go. Holding his rod and lifting his sunglasses, Leon tells her to shut up because she is scaring away all the fish, making her furious. Fishing. How can he casually fish while keeping her tied up? Leon completely ignores her furious complaints. Focusing on reeling in his line, he grumbles that her screaming scared the fish away, blaming the slow ship speed too. Completely ignoring Hanhari's sheer panic, Leon uses all of his strength to cast his fishing line out into the rough sea. Suddenly, Leon's eyes widen as he feels a strong tug. He plants his foot on the railing, pulling back with all his might. He reels in a massive fish, leaving the nearby crew completely stunned. Leon firmly holds the giant struggling creature in his hand. As the fish thrashes wildly, he casually rests his rod on his shoulder, turning to ask if the preparations are fully complete. Standing behind him, a stunned Commander Jiang tips his hat respectfully, confirming that everything His Majesty requested is ready. Soon, the massive fish stops moving entirely and is placed onto an altar as the entire ship's crew gathers around to watch. Leon kneels before the altar, placing a hand over his chest. Closing his eyes, he begins to calmly recite a prayer. He calls upon the Master of the Deep Ocean, offering this gift on behalf of those daring to challenge its dangerous domain. Suddenly, the fish on the altar begins to emit a brilliant, blinding light that pierces through the stormy dark. Amid the roaring storm, a brilliant beam of light pierces the sky and strikes the ship, leaving the crew inside the bridge utterly stunned. They scramble in disbelief, shouting if anyone has ever witnessed such a phenomenon before, as the sea begins to churn wildly. One soldier is completely pale, staring open-mouthed at the horizon, muttering that he has never seen a wave of this magnitude before. The sea and sky churn in unison, threatening to swallow everything as a colossal tidal wave crashes down toward the vessel. The tiny ship is sucked into a massive whirlpool in the roaring ocean. Giant columns of water swirl in midair. It seems to tear reality apart, hanging there menacingly. A strange voice suddenly rings out, calling Leon his lighthouse, and the protector of Leon Dragonia. Hearing this, Leon bows his head. He softly calls out the name Poseidon. A massive shark made of seawater materializes. It swims through the air against the raging waves. Daesung and the rest of the crew are terrified, staring up speechlessly at the strange sight. The voice speaks. It calls the ocean splendid and welcomes the meeting, claiming to feel every soothing wave, just like the gods once described. Meanwhile, the water shark appears angry, its head starting to turn bright red. It glares down at the ship, cursing the crew as foolish humans who sail on a vessel without any sails. Leon stands up straight with his hand over his heart, calmly pointing out that times have changed. This era is different, meaning there are things the deity might not understand. He asks for their protection and care for this place. But the shark does not calm down, charging closer to yell directly into his face. It refuses to care for non-believers, stating that divine grace is only for those who fear and truly worship. Leon shows no sign of fear at all. He calmly closes his eyes and prepares to ask a question. He turns toward Hanhari, who is currently tied to the ship's bow, looking on in absolute terror at the scene. Leon asks why the deity chose this girl. Poor Hanhari is on the verge of tears, staring at the monster. Hearing this, the terrifying shark bursts into roaring laughter, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it glares down at her. It explains that converting non-believers is hard but highly rewarding, ultimately bringing great power to the deity. Looking closely at Hanhari, the beast praises her, claiming she possesses a pure holy soul ripe for spiritual conversion. This leaves Leon standing respectfully behind, quite confused. The shark then recalls how Leon had calmly closed his eyes, releasing his power with a hand over his chest. Humans clearly lack the deep belief of a true king. In this world, he remains a complete enigma. Meanwhile, Hanhari is frozen in terror, unable to do anything. Leon glances over at her. He agrees she is a lucky choice, but asks if the deity is certain. The questioned shark snaps back in annoyance, demanding how he dares to doubt such a sacred divine blessing. Hanhari is caught in the middle. Leon continues, saying converting those with little faith is not difficult, should actually be quite easy for a powerful deity, and honestly, who could blame her for being so lost? The shark laughs heartily, expressing its absolute trust in the king of this world to resolve everything. Then it pauses. Looming over the crew with an imposing, majestic presence, it calls out Hanhari's name. Looking down at the trembling girl, it calls her its new priest, while she frantically cowers and stutters in fear. She stammers, questioning if it truly means her. The shark slowly descends, preparing to bestow its divine grace. This power will let her command the raging seas, telling her to open her arms and spread its divine blessings. Hanhari's fear fades slightly. Her eyes sparkle as she asks with a smile if she is being released. The shark is completely flabbergasted by her naive request. It bluntly and ruthlessly tells her to keep dreaming. A heavy silence falls as the majestic shark begins to fade, issuing one final proclamation to the ocean. As long as its priest remains devoted and faithful, no violent waves will ever harm this sacred vessel. Hanhari blinks in confusion as the shark dissolves. But the dark storm clouds still loom heavily overhead. Thunder and heavy rain continue to pour down. Hanhari remains tied to the bow, staring blankly as she mutters. She questions why she is still bound. Behind her, Suho watches with a very worried expression as chaos erupts. The crew screams that 10-meter waves are coming. Everyone rushes inside, leaving the bound Hanhari behind in terror. They yell to get below deck immediately. The massive waves grow increasingly violent, hammering the ship relentlessly. Hanhari watches in horror as a colossal wave rises, about to crash over them. She screams out for help. Only Leon remains behind, leaning calmly against the railing. He remarks she clearly lacks sufficient faith in the gods. Hanhari looks over, questioning what the prince means. Leon, still wearing his sunglasses, simply smirks in response. He notes that Poseidon seems quite fond of her, meaning she will likely be pardoned regardless of her actions. Hanhari desperately begs him to untie her instead of talking about forgiveness. Leon steps closer, calmly watching the sea. He adjusts his glasses as waves churn, telling her to stay quiet and let the ocean embrace her. He stands proudly at the ship's bow, arms wide open, calmly telling her that nature's vastness will soon embrace her. Behind him, Hanhari strains her neck to scream that she wants to live. "Your Highness." Suddenly, she pauses, completely dazed. Leon turns back with a smile. He asks if she does not find all of this a bit strange. Leaning over to look at Hanhari, one hand on his hip, he prepares to explain. Even in such a powerful storm, why has not a single wave touched her? Hanhari can only stare back in total confusion, her mouth slightly agape, and utters a soft yes. Only then does Hanhari finally realize something: the ship actually stopped shaking a while ago. Wherever the two ships sail, the violent waves part to both sides, clearing a path for them. Could the storm really be avoiding the vessels? Indeed, wherever they travel, the raging sea instantly calms. Leon explains in a loud voice that Poseidon is using his priest to channel holy power as a medium, actively suppressing the surrounding waves. Hearing this, Hanhari suddenly screams in surprise and asks if that is really true. Leon turns around, flashing a businesslike smile as he leans against the railing with crossed arms, explaining that without any believers, the god can only use the priest as a medium. Still terrified, she carefully peeks over and mutters that she understands. Secretly, Hanhari celebrates in her heart, though she quickly realizes that still does not justify why she is tied up. Right after his explanation, the ropes tightly binding her are suddenly released. Hanhari looks down and gasps in surprise. Since her feet were not even touching the deck while bound, she immediately collapses to the floor. Suddenly, her entire body feels completely weightless. Panicking, Hanhari screams out for help. The ship suddenly tilts heavily to one side as if sinking, sending her sliding across the deck. While Leon remains completely unfazed and stands perfectly still, Hanhari is not so lucky. She desperately lunges to hug the wooden post she was tied to, screaming that she is sorry and promises never to ask to be untied again. Meanwhile, the two vessels continue their steady journey forward. Hanhari's desperate wails echo across the open ocean, pleading to be let off this nightmare. In the end, Leon quickly grants her wish. With his help, she finds herself safely secured once again. After some time passes, the ships continue their trek across the rainy sea. The ship sails on through the pouring rain. Sometime later, a United States Navy destroyer fleet appears on the horizon. On the deck of the flagship, Admiral Ronald leans against the railing, holding a glowing small turtle while murmuring that he thought their ship would sink, but somehow it has completely stabilized. Suddenly, the small magic turtle in his hand glows brightly, transmitting a telepathic message, explaining that Leon is utilizing the power of the ocean and waves, perfectly shielding their vessel from sinking even in this fierce typhoon. Hearing this, Ronald hesitates. Sweating profusely, he looks down at the magical artifact and replies that he understands, though his heart remains uneasy. That monster's holy power is absolutely terrifying. On the deck, the rest of the crew begins to panic in the chaotic storm. Suddenly, a radio broadcast catches Ronald's attention with some bad news from the United States fleet. Clutching the magic turtle tightly, he listens in. It turns out the Japanese destroyer Murasame, which set sail from Sasebo, has been capsized by the storm and they are now launching a rescue. He mutters in frustration, complaining about having to divide their forces for a rescue mission when they are already short-staffed. Noticing Ronald's distraction, the glowing artifact in his hand sharply orders him to focus entirely on the spatial gate, reminding him that this mission is of utmost importance. Bowing his head, Ronald quickly complies, stating that he understands. Soon the heavy mechanism is lifted and activated as a radio announcement echoes. This is the Guangato proceeding with the plan. We will now send the strike team directly into the gate. A group of heavily armored hunters boards a small vessel to head out. In front of the two main ships, a massive spatial gate looms. Over the speaker, the strike team is ordered to scout ahead, heading directly into the crimson abyss-like rift. The small boats slowly advance toward the terrifying glowing spatial gateway. Entering the gate immediately, everyone stay alert, as Leon and his team draw near. A violent gust of wind slaps against them. Yet he stands tall with crossed arms, ready to conquer the storm. Meanwhile, Jinsu on another boat signals the Phoenix Guild, shouting for them to prepare for departure. At this moment, Han-Ha-Ri is bound tightly to the wooden post, once again crying in silence, with a look of sheer despair. The vessels slowly enter the gateway, engulfed in a blinding ethereal light as they cross over. Suddenly, a blaring warning echoes, telling everyone to watch out for a massive whirlpool. Han-Ha-Ri stares at the churning water in disbelief. An enormous water tornado erupts, a terrifying force of nature. It instantly sweeps up the boats, pulling everyone into its vortex. As they spin wildly out of control, hunters scream out for His Majesty to save them. Eventually, the storm subsides into sunset. The tide recedes, leaving an unconscious girl sprawled on the sandy beach. Even in her deep slumber, Han-Ha-Ri is still muttering, complaining about some kimchi before suddenly snapping awake with wide eyes, spitting out seawater and gagging at the incredibly salty taste. Han-Ha-Ri sits up, coughing violently to clear her throat. She suddenly recalls the massive whirlpool that blasted them into the sky. Wondering where on earth she has landed, Han-Ha-Ri scans her surroundings. She spots the other hunters scattered unconscious all over the sandy shore. She screams with all her might for everyone to wake up. They slowly sit up, completely dazed, with Suho groaning while clutching his head. "Is that you, sis? My head is pounding," Jiho groans. Han-Ha-Ri is incredibly worried and asks if he's all right. He quickly replies, "Yeah, except my throat is bone dry." Did we all get blown away by that storm? Suddenly, she senses something is off. All of us. Jiho looks around, completely dazed. "Wait, sister. Where did everyone go?" Han-Ha-Ri silently counts heads and realizes the king is missing, along with Sir Rax and the other hunters. They are completely gone. Just as she starts to panic, a mysterious voice rings out, telling her to calm down because they will be fine. She gasps. Han-Ha-Ri frantically looks around, while Jiho watches her in total confusion. Just as she is about to lose her mind, the voice speaks up again. She is told to look down. A tiny baby turtle is squinting its beady eyes, staring right up at her with an incredibly smug look. The turtle cranes its neck, claiming it sent its own avatar to save them. Han-Ha-Ri stands there completely baffled, repeating the word Incarnation while noting how tiny and weak it looks. The turtle immediately fumes, yelling at her to show some respect in front of a god. "You should be bowing in reverence." Han-Ha-Ri falls into deep thought as fragments of the past start flashing through her mind. Han-Ha-Ri bends down and questions the little deity, reminding it of the claim that everyone is safe. Does it actually know what happened? To Nayan's absolute shock, the tiny turtle stands up straight on its hind legs. While the wild storm was sweeping everything away, a protective barrier kept them safe. The sheer force of the waves carried everyone to dry land, though getting separated from the group was inevitable. Hearing this, Han-Ha-Ri is incredibly relieved in sighs in relief. Meanwhile, the little turtle slowly waddles forward, complaining about how hard it is to move around in such a tiny body. It demands to ride on Han-Ha-Ri's shoulder, and she obediently lets the creature climb up. With the turtle settled, she begins to wonder what their next move should be. Suddenly, her ears twitch as she catches a very bizarre sound wave. From the distance, a strange rustling noise echoes, sounding like a massive horde of scuttling legs. Following the sound, Han-Ha-Ri shouts a warning for everyone to get up. A massive swarm of giant crabs is heading straight for them. Monsters are here. Their brick-red shells are eye-catching as they leap out of the brush one by one. The tank frantically shouts to raise the shields. Han-Ha-Ri draws her blade, questioning why these beasts are suddenly swarming them. Her sword instantly ignites with a blazing aura of fire. She knows she has to go all out, but a splash of water suddenly washes over her blade, instantly extinguishing the flames. She looks over to find the baby turtle, exhaling a heavy sigh. It scolds her, asking how a priest of the waves dares use fire. Han-Ha-Ri breaks into a frustrated sweat, grabbing the turtle by its shell and shaking it wildly. Can she really not use fire magic anymore? To hell with being a priest, she doesn't want the job. But the turtle simply blinks and warns her that there is no turning back. Her face completely darkens, giving it a look of pure despair as she screams in frustration. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the forest, a pack of monsters has been completely roasted. Crab shells litter the entire clearing as Ronald stands in the center holding a glowing magic orb. He lets out a satisfied sigh, noting this is more than enough. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the orb admitting the start was a bit rough, but thankfully they escaped the monster king. The orb then commands him to ditch those low-tier mercenary hunters from the main unit. It is time to start building their resort instead. Ronald warily scans his surroundings before bowing to the almighty voice. Suddenly, Ronald sets his eyes on one of the fallen crabs and slowly approaches. He begins casting a dark spell over the dead beast. A deep purple light envelops the creature as its dead eyes begin to glow. Ronald repeats the casting process over and over. One by one, the fallen crab carcasses rise to their feet. With a cold glance, Ronald commands them to lead him to the stone statue. Following his new minions deep into the woods, he arrives at a clearing. Standing before him is a massive stone monument. A bright red gem is embedded right in its chest. The orb confirms his find, adding that they need to locate the remaining statues. Ronald raises his hand, forming a red magic circle. But just as he is about to touch the stone, a voice calls out to stop him. Yangwan steps forward with an arrogant smirk, asking the magic master if he even knows what that relic is before touching it. Ronald panics. Ronald quickly scrambles for an excuse, greeting Yangwan and expressing relief that everyone is safe. Internally, he curses their incredibly early arrival. Even the magic orb is stunned, wondering how these hunters avoided the monsters altogether. Ronald forces a calm expression, trying to play it cool. He casually asks if the two Korean hunters received a quest as well, hoping it is not to destroy the monument. Yangwan smugly responds that he already read the quest details. According to the interface, their mission is straightforward: explore the island and destroy the giant statues. However, Yangwan lowers his head, falling into deep thought as some details simply do not line up. He remembers the previous Jeju Island gate and the formidable warrior Gelbrick, which instantly makes him feel uneasy about their current target. Their last goal was defeating a fallen god of war, but everything feels different now. Suddenly, a realization hits him. In other words, the system quest is hiding a massive secret. They simply do not have enough raw data on this dungeon yet. Ronald frowns, confused by the warning. Yangwan is more than happy to explain, pointing out that this entire scenario could be a trap. No one can predict what is coming next. He shoots Ronald a sharp, meaningful look, firmly stating that they need to proceed with caution. He thinks they should share what they know about Jagged Spinnera. Panicked, he wonders if they should just retreat. Suddenly, the magic orb immediately scolds him. It warns him not to act rashly because he cannot handle them alone. Ronald just flashes a silly smile. He agrees, muttering that Korean hunters really are forward-thinking. Meanwhile, under the judging eyes of the entire group, he suggests they head to the beach to chat more comfortably. They slowly make their way through the giant forest trees, where members of the Maverick Guild are waiting. Back on the beach, Han Ha-ri lets out a heavy sigh and sheathes her sword, glad that it is finally over. She looks around and asks Suho if everyone is okay, and he reports the situation. He confirms they are all fine. Han Ha-ri then yells over to another group, asking the Paris hunters if anyone there is hurt. Their leader pats his shoulder, saying they are fine too. Just then, Hunter Do-gong approaches nervously, calling out her name. Han Ha-ri looks at Hunter Do-gong in confusion. His sudden hesitation makes her anxious as he looks down at his fidgeting hands. He confesses that His Majesty's buff aura has completely disappeared from them, something that even Han Ha-ri had not yet noticed. She gasps in disbelief, cold sweat dripping down. He adds that this is bad, having seen the king's aura many times before. But this time, a chilling realization strikes him. That is the real problem here. Earlier, Leon stood in the light to measure distance. Dugong explains that he once asked the king to participate in an experiment to see how far his divine aura could actually reach. The light can easily cover a massive 30-kilometer area because his hatred for demons pushed his aura to its absolute limit. Dugong speaks with heavy hesitation. None of them are receiving his aura as darkness slowly blankets the sky like their gloomy mood. They are completely cut off from the king's buff right now. Han Ha-ri's eyes widen in sheer horror at the implications. This means that no matter how they look at it, this island is nowhere near 30 kilometers wide and the nearby islands are scattered far apart. This distance leads her to a terrifying theory: there is a high chance the king is not even on any of these islands. She turns to the baby turtle in desperation. Boyson, can you track him? But the little creature just shakes its head sadly. The sacred link between them is completely gone. Han Ha-ri stares at the endless ocean, worried because they still cannot search for the missing. As the sun dips below the horizon, the vast empty ocean leaves her feeling utterly hopeless as she desperately cries out for him. Meanwhile, deep beneath the dark blue waves, hidden away among beautiful coral reefs, a secret passage sits right at the bottom of the sea. Inside this corridor lies a glowing magic circle. On high alert, he knows it is finally time to put an end to this nightmare. A massive beast bares its razor-sharp teeth. Having feasted on every fish for 500 years, even the finest prey no longer satisfies its hunger. It starts raising its pitch-black tentacles. Down below, a figure watches closely, wondering what kind of taste this holy night will have. Mechanical beeps echo continuously through the cold, dark waters. System booting. Error. The processor has collided with an unidentified substance. Retrying now. Error. Retrying. Error. The system is desperately trying to reboot itself using its remaining highly limited resources. Z slowly lights up only to find the king lying in the middle of giant flower petals. Z jumps up immediately. The king is resting on a clean white platform. Down below, a massive horde of crabs is lining up neatly in front of him. They raise their giant claws, clicking them together to make a strange sound. Z wiggles the two antennae on his head, completely lost. The crabs seem to worship the king, mimicking the noise and clicking their claws even faster. Z freezes in utter confusion, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. Z tentatively points his leg in one direction and the crabs mimic the gesture in unison. Z gets excited and points somewhere else and the crab army immediately shifts its formation. Watching this, the king just breaks into a cold sweat, not daring to make a single move. Back on the beach, Han Ha regathers everyone, but Captain Jun Ha-young, Du Han, and Ji Hee are still missing. Another hunter reports that Chief Jun Ha-young is gone too. Na-on covers her mouth in deep worry, realizing that many are lost. Both the students and the soldiers seem to have been scattered. Suho tries to comfort Han Ha-ri, assuring her they will be fine. She still cannot relax, but softly thanks him for his help earlier. Suho then turns to another hunter with excitement, praising their ally from the American Guild, noting that thanks to him they were able to wipe out the monsters so quickly. Flashing a sparkling look, the man introduces himself as Hunter M from the Maverick Guild, greeting the Korean hunters. Han Ha-ri offers an awkward smile, but she suddenly grows suspicious, wondering if she has heard of this legendary name before. She recalls a famous face from a magazine she once read and realizes this man matches the S-Class hunter, Taylor, the rank 6 S-Class hunter of the Maverick Guild. He clears his throat, suggesting they use real names instead of aliases. Flustered, Han Ha-ri quickly bows her head and apologizes completely, agreeing that they should use real names instead of code names. Taylor helplessly scratches his head, telling her there is absolutely no need for them to be so formal with each other. The nearby hunters whisper, recognizing him from YouTube and feeling incredibly relieved that an S-Class powerhouse is here to help. Han Ha-ri looks. She looked at him with admiration, admitting she had no idea he was joining this mission. Ren turned away in embarrassment. They had not exchanged any details yet. Perhaps his team had been a bit too hasty. Standing among them, he looked like a giant. By the way, the other guild was not there yet. They were all simply searching for those who had been swept away. Han Ha-ri reassured him with a cheerful smile. She told him not to worry, showing absolute confidence in her words. She asserted that they already had the sea god on their side. If His Majesty wanted to find them, he would have done so. Suho looked at her and agreed, saying that since His Majesty possessed Pegasus, they had absolutely nothing to fear. In his mind, Ren immediately pictured two massive oceanic symbols. He gasped, asking what she meant by Pegasus being a sea god. The clouds began to clear as a system screen suddenly materialized. Everyone looked up in utter disbelief at the floating panel. The system announced the first wave of attacks. Han Ha-ri rolled her eyes, complaining about having to fight off monsters yet again. He put on his combat gloves and told them to talk later, insisting they must clear out the threat first as monsters emerged. The first wave was approaching fast, with a timer showing 2 hours 59 minutes and 34 seconds left. A giant octopus emerged. More beasts swam closer. The moment the small ones hit the shore, the hunters knew they were in trouble right from the start. An A-rank boss was already blocking their path. It roared, signaling the swarm to charge. This was bad. The beast growled as its tentacles thrashed wildly, aiming straight for them. One massive tentacle launched forward, targeting the small group. That massive attack targeted the small group on the shore. Han Ha-ri stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by the beast's sheer size. Suddenly, she felt a presence next to her as a shadow blurred past. Ji-won dashed forward, raising his massive shield to protect them. He planted his feet to block the blow. The tentacle slammed hard against his shield, the heavy impact forcing him back slightly. Ji-won gasped in panic. Without His Majesty's buff effect, his defensive strength was noticeably weaker than usual. The heavy strike shattered their defense line, sending the brave hunter flying. He crashed heavily onto the sand right behind Han Ha-ri. Ji-won struggled to stand, asking if the others were safe. Reassuring him, Han Ha-ri told him they would handle the rest. Gritting her teeth, she wished she could just unleash fire magic. Suddenly, a beast pounced at her, forcing Han Ha-ri to react instantly. She drew her sword and lunged forward, her blade flashing through the air. Landing gracefully, she sliced several monsters clean in half. She plunged straight into the swarm. In her mind, she complained to Poseidon, asking if he could grant her some sea powers. She hoped for raging waves or at least a water-breathing skill. Instead, the baby turtle on her head sighed at her fantasy. The turtle teased her for reading too many comics. Han Ha-ri snapped back, pointing out that a talking turtle was also highly unrealistic. As she lost focus, a beast lunged from behind. Luckily, a powerful strike intervened, blowing the monster away before it reached her. Mitro had obliterated the monster with a single finger. He warned her not to get distracted, leaving her completely stunned by his strength. Muttering her thanks, she sensed another shift in the battlefield. Glancing over, she saw Ren's teammates still fighting with incredible speed. They were effortlessly clearing waves to her utter astonishment. Even the colossal octopus was already lying lifeless on the sandy shore. Taking down A-rank monsters took some effort, but they succeeded. Witnessing this, Suho felt a heavy pressure. These guys were incredibly strong. Naon also felt the gravity of the situation. This was definitely the strongest guild in America. He quickly turned to his teammates. He urged them to finish off the remaining beasts since time was running out. The scene then shifts to another desolate beach. The system announced the completion of the third wave. Dead monsters littered the clear blue water, having all been sent to the afterlife. Jag Spinner surveyed the battlefield. The monsters in his territory had been completely trapped here for over 36 hours. He rode on the back of a giant crab to get around, having successfully defended himself against the relentless wave of beasts. Living on the island had caused him to adopt the survival habits of the local monsters. Jag Spinner carefully analyzed the giant crab's movements. The wave update cycle on this beach lasted 12 hours. These crustacean beasts seemed to reproduce and grow at an abnormal rate. Examining the giant crab closely, he analyzed its genetic structure as a living organism. Normally, any creature grows by absorbing nutrients. They feed to develop and gradually form their skeletal structures. However, these crustacean beasts did not follow that natural rule. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Do-hyun stood there with his hands on his hips, calling him Big Brother. Looking back at Do-hyun, Jag Spinner asked what was wrong. Do-hyun excitedly pointed out that the system control panel had just been updated. He revealed that the Lax statue was not completely destroyed yet. The system also confirmed a vital detail they needed to know. A system note revealed they had rescued an unconscious survivor on the beach during Jag Spinner's very first day on the island. Pointing at his screen, he admitted his ignorance. And get this, the other survivors mentioned they could not even see the system panels. The entire situation was growing more complicated. Jag Spinner agreed, noting that it was becoming increasingly difficult to gather any further information. Since information from the system is highly essential, Dui Huck raises a hand to his mouth, lost in deep thought. The main goal of the quest is to destroy the statue. Clambering onto his shoulder, the leader adds that the enemy monsters must be locked in conflict with a mysterious third faction. Dui Huck steps over the monster corpses while talking to Jag Spinner. There is a chance they sent waves of beasts to demolish the statue. Jag Spinner is quite surprised by this strange strategy. Dui Huck breaks into a cold sweat. A sudden realization hits. One thing remains certain: the statue is the prime target. These aggressive monsters are solely focused on destroying it. Jag Spinner readily agrees, noting that the theory sounds highly plausible. Glancing around at the surrounding beasts, he wonders if the Kikiruk tribe has suffered far too many losses to survive. The loyal crab-like Kikiruks follow them closely. They never stray. However, defending themselves looks completely impossible right now. The difficulty of each incoming wave spikes dramatically, suggesting a high probability of total defeat by the fifth wave. Dui Huck questions if they will fail even with their boss around. The leader explains that victory is completely out of reach. Dui Huck instantly imagines crabs brandishing sharp knives. He wonders who will step up and teach these monsters a lesson. Suddenly, Dui Huck claps his hands with immense excitement, telling Big Brother Jag Spinner about a fascinating discovery he just made. He leads Jag Spinner toward a massive towering waterfall that is beautifully enveloped by a lush green forest. Du-Hu carefully squeezes past the cascading water to peer inside. A hidden cave sits tucked directly behind the falls. Venturing deeper, the leader scans the surroundings using infrared. Du-Hu steps into a brightly lit area. Calling out to his boss, he looks around. Morning light filters through, revealing towering pillars standing unlit at a major junction. A magnificent city of towering skyscrapers stretches before him. It seems the Kikiruks constructed a civilization far more advanced than expected. Deep in the ocean depths, anglerfish glide in slow circles as if surveying the ruins of this ancient lost world. Leon slowly removes his glasses with a heavy sigh, realizing things are getting complicated as he frowns in deep annoyance. This is no ordinary sea serpent, but the remnants of a fallen civilization. Leon recklessly strides right through the gateway. Shrouded in a protective golden aura, he steps directly into the ancient crumbling structure of a completely destroyed world. Leon watches his surroundings warily. The exact moment their ship capsized, the blessing of Poseidon was abruptly severed. Because this area is the territory of an entirely different dominion, its foreign energy has successfully suppressed their original divine powers. A sudden thought flashes through his mind. He envisions a dark demonic monster lurking within the shadows of this abyss. This creature must be a being of divine status, or perhaps a demon lord holding an equal terrifying level of power. Leon raises his fist high, demanding the evil demon show its true form. Suddenly, a low chuckle echoes. Looking around to find the source, he hears a booming voice. It calls him Leon, the Hound of the Gods. He stands alone in the vast hall, recognized as the descendant of the sacred dragon hunter as a dark energy approaches. It whispers from behind that he has slain more demons than anyone in the universe. Black tentacles emerge from a dark void. Glowing red eyes stare out. Calling him the Knight of Knights and King of Kings, the entity slowly reveals itself. He stands firm. Listening to Rakshar blather about the protector of a great empire, he refuses to back down. "Even my armies and I fear you," the monster mocks. Leon simply shoots the beast a look of pure disgust. Asking if it knows its place, he watches as Rakshar wriggles its long tentacles, playfully mock-respecting the legendary hero. Even among demons, Leon is a famous champion. Seeing that the knight remains unfazed, the beast resorts to threats. It warns him that many brave warriors have come to this place before, yet none survive to defeat the darkness. The creature lets out a deafening roar, challenging him to prove if he is truly any different from the fallen. Leon stares back with unwavering determination. He notes that even filthy demons view Rakshar as a dangerous threat. Rakshar suddenly bares its razor-sharp teeth and laughs hysterically. Leon is instantly surrounded by a dense, choking black mist. The only remaining light illuminates the spot where he stands. Suddenly, large chains and mystical talismans bind the monster. Thanking him, the beast mentions a familiar name that sends Leon down a path of deep, nostalgic memory. Thanks to him, defeating Malice, Rakshar finally has this opportunity. Leon initially thinks he misheard that specific name. The demon slowly sheds the heavy chains, declaring the 500 years of waiting are officially over. Prepare for Wave 4. Han-Hari dances excitedly along the beach, cheering wildly. But her mood swings quickly and she starts splashing the water in frustration. The little turtle resting on her head witnesses this display, sighing heavily as it turns away, unable to watch. It teases Han-Hari, suggesting she strip down if she wants to swim, making things much more interesting for everyone around. "Stop saying such weird things," she tells him. "I am actually trying to awaken here." Hearing this, the little turtle hangs his head in defeat. It turns out she was not just splashing around. He grunts that even if she turns the entire sea upside down, it won't help. She still will not be able to awaken the power of the waves. Hearing this, Han-Hari finally stops playing in the water. She stares intently at her hands as the image of goddess Ariana flashes in her mind. Han-Hari makes a serious declaration. She learned from Ariana, the goddess of justice, that doing good deeds elevates one's character, though the turtle is not quite convinced. He does not object, casually noting it as a classic method, but adds that it is also incredibly boring. Annoyed by his attitude, she begins quoting other deities. Goddess Demira, for instance, blesses the fields and protects the crops. Betos represents the sacred flame of glory and unyielding will. She asks if that is not the absolute truth of their world. Han-Hari points her finger to the sky, facing the little turtle on her head. Pama is connected to the great ocean and the waves. She figured she had to do something out at sea to trigger her awakening, but apparently that was a complete miss. The turtle retorts that even if it were possible, splashing water around like a kid is definitely not the way. She finally loses her patience and rubs his tiny head, demanding to know the secret, since they need to save King Leon. The turtle suddenly remembers that King Leon is trapped beneath the ocean depths, not on dry land at all. Placing the turtle on her palm, she sadly asks if they should not hurry, as she needs to find King Leon quickly. Awakening quickly is her top priority to find his majesty, while the turtle playfully agrees that she might have a point. Frustrated by his extremely laid-back attitude, she puffs her cheeks and asks how she is supposed to awaken. She secretly wonders if she will ever understand this strange deity. Sensing her impatience, the turtle sighs and starts to think. Floating in the middle of the blue ocean, the turtle begins, explaining that as his extraordinary maiden, performing water rituals is easy. Building up her faith in the sea and waves should be simple. The scene then shifts over to the other students. His voice continues to echo, explaining that the ocean is the ultimate source of life and she must show deep gratitude. But what the tiny turtle says next completely catches her off guard, making her eyes widen in absolute shock. He demands to know how she, his chosen young priestess, could ever confuse her path with that of a simple believer. He asks how she can be arrogant enough to think a foot soldier and a grand knight could ever stand on equal ground. Resigning herself to her training, she cradles the turtle and promises to work harder as they walk along the shore. Suddenly, Suho comes running from a distance, completely out of breath, causing her to ask what is going on. He gasps out that they finally found it. This sudden news leaves both her and the turtle completely frozen in place. It is the ancient Jaxa statue. As images of Aang and his allies appear, Suho explains that the Maverick Guild made the discovery. Cutting to the giant monument, the entire group gathers around to inspect it. Ronald holds a magic crystal sphere with a dark expression. Looking extremely cautious, he whispers to the orb that the guards are still actively protecting the site. This operation is turning out to be much tougher than expected, and even the magic orb complains about the dramatic ministers. Analyzing the situation, the orb senses that the guild members are genuinely anxious about their current mission. Growing impatient with the slow progress, Ronald releases a chilling aura and suggests secretly destroying the statue tonight. The magic orb quickly warns him against acting on baseless suspicion, assuring him that answers will come soon enough. From a distance, Minuteman calls out to Lee Yong-won with a highly demanding and incredibly impatient tone on his face. He asks his Korean teammate if it is finally time to smash the monument since they have been waiting for 3 days. Receiving no response, the S-rank hunter presses further, confirming this is indeed the target the Maverick Guild needs to demolish. Yong-won remains dead silent under the pressure while Ludi stands beside him with a knowing, playful smile. She steps closer to whisper that they really have no other choice here, forcing Yong-won to reluctantly back down. Shrugging his shoulders, he slips his hands into his pockets and tells Minuteman to handle the rest. Minuteman eagerly accepts the task and begins gathering massive amounts of energy directly into his fist. With his physical power fully charged, he unleashes a devastating punch that shatters the massive Jaxa statue into tiny pieces. A system notification pops up, confirming the destruction of the monument, updating the target progress to 2 out of 3. Picking up a glowing stone from the debris, Minuteman boasts that destroying the target was definitely the correct choice. But Yong-won remains deeply troubled, sighing heavily as he quietly asks Ludi if they actually did the right thing. She can only offer a helpless shrug, reminding him they had absolutely no other choice in the matter. With that, Juji returns to his serious self to warn him. Yong-won gets the hint and says they should start preparing since the next wave is already coming. He admits they ended up wasting far more time on this than he originally thought. With that, both of them fall silent. Sensing that something is off, Yong-won wonders why nothing has happened yet when suddenly a figure approaches from afar. Calling out for the blacksmith Yong-won, Ronald raises his magic orb with a fake smile, suggesting that destroying the main statue might actually be the key to completing this quest. Seeing no sign of a new attack wave, Yong-won turns back, sounding completely relieved as he mutters a curse. Still smiling, Ronald raises his finger and suggests that everyone gather around to reassess their current situation and make a plan. Once the entire group gathers together, Ronald slowly lays out his thoughts. He believes there's a very high probability that each individual island contains a different statue. Since they also need to locate their missing guild members, he asks what everyone thinks about destroying the statues as quickly as possible. Yong-won picks up a branch, scratches a few lines in the dirt, and proposes a plan. He draws 3 islands on the ground and explains that since there are 3 islands in total and only 2 statues are left, they should divide themselves into 2 separate teams to raid the remaining 2 islands. Ronald listens closely to the strategy, scratching his chin. He points out that if one team finishes off their statue early, they can immediately cross over to assist the other team. Yong-won agrees, noting that traveling between these islands is a breeze now that they have boats. Minuteman, who has been completely quiet, claps his hands in excitement after hearing the plan and calls it absolutely perfect. He eagerly signals to the rest of the group, urging them to set off and smash those remaining statues. Yong-won and Juji turn to leave, sounding pretty exhausted as they say their goodbyes. With that, the ships of the Maverick Guild begin to set sail. They split their forces across several vessels, charting a course toward the next destination. As they dock, a crew member suddenly shouts out, drawing the attention of Yong-won. He wonders what is happening, only to freeze as he looks ahead. The initial surprise on his face quickly twists into pure horror. The entire place is completely laid to waste. Yong-won asks in sheer panic if a massive battle took place here. Broken mechanical parts lie scattered across the beach, half buried in the sand. He spots a gleaming metal tube and his sharp eyes instantly recognize it. In that moment, danger alarms blare loudly in his head. He quickly realizes that this island is completely different from the last. His survival instincts tell him to turn around immediately. He frantically shouts for everyone to retreat and get ready, as this island is far too dangerous for them to stay. But his warning comes way too late. The chilling cry of a bizarre creature echoes from the shadows. Yong-won raises his bow, aiming directly at the rustling bushes. Suddenly, a massive mechanical leg slams into the sand. Yong-won gasps in utter shock. What on earth is that? The monstrous creature standing before them is completely unexpected. A panicked guild member quickly shouts out to inform the guild leader that these bizarre beasts are actually equipped with heavy artillery. Yong-won pulls his bowstring tight, wondering why this particular island has developed so strangely compared to the rest. Remembering the weak monsters they faced earlier, he tries to stay calm and compose himself. After all, the previous island only had basic beasts that did nothing but growl and flash their claws. He releases a sharp arrow, aiming directly at one of them. He assumes their heavy-looking armor is just for show, but the enemy fires back almost instantly, leaving him speechless. The ground right behind him erupts in a massive explosion. His jaw drops in disbelief as he turns around, realizing they are in serious trouble. Looking at the heavily armored forces lined up in front of him, Yong-won grits his teeth. He pulls back his bowstring, cursing their terrible luck. They are completely outnumbered and outgunned on this beach. Suddenly, another figure leaps into the fray and drops to his knees. Juji gasps instantly, recognizing the familiar voice. The newcomer proudly announces that their great chief, Master Jiang, has finally arrived. Jiu bows deeply, showing absolute respect to his leader. Standing tall on the back of a giant crab, the chief speaks in a cold, mechanical tone. He tells the humans to give up, declaring that they stand absolutely no chance of winning against his mighty tribe. The entire Maverick Guild stands frozen in shock. Yongwan is completely speechless and Juji wide-eyed, unable to believe what he is seeing. Even their trainees are completely paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, a system alert announces that the pacification is complete on the other side. The Phoenix Guild is at Jag Spinner Island, while Maverick and Ronald remain at Han Harin Island. With only 2 statues left, Ronald pushes aside the dense brush, breathing heavily. Seeing Han Hari standing protectively in front of the statue, he grumbles about how things are becoming more of a hassle. She blocks their path, desperately trying to explain that under no circumstances should they destroy any of these ancient structures. She claims she has seen the dark future. Len stops and crosses his arms calmly, analyzing her warning, realizing this is a tricky situation. Since she has the rare ability to foresee events, they cannot afford to rush. Han Hari looks away nervously, agreeing with his analysis. However, she privately wonders if anyone else can sense the ominous dark energy currently surging from the giant statue in the distance. Staring at it, she is absolutely certain that the freezing aura is what makes her tremble. This thing is highly dangerous. As she watches, she begins to wonder what would happen if they destroyed it, when suddenly a powerful blast cuts her off. Her train of thought was shattered. Staring at the broken statue, Han Hari wondered to herself who on earth could have done this. The ruthless culprit behind this was Ronald. He smiled with pure satisfaction after finishing, but that evil look was quickly hidden away. Instead, Ronald put on a saintly grin and explained that their goal here was to close the multi-sea portal. According to the quest guide, they had to destroy that statue. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupted, startling Han Hari, who stood right next to it. She glanced back to where the shattered statue lay, watching a sinister dark power rise once again. It was impossible. The ground began to violently shake, leaving everyone completely stunned. Minuteman looked back, completely terrified, gasped out that something was terribly wrong. Then his eyes widened in pure shock as he screamed. Rising from beneath the sea was a terrifying demon. Minuteman cried out in fear, asking what that thing was. The creature had dark red skin and shattered the chains binding its wrists. It let out a deafening roar, demanding everyone to surrender immediately. As the crowd trembled in fear, the demon declared that he was chaos itself, destined to shatter all of their rules. He was despair, the one who would extinguish their very heartbeats, and that his roars would crush every last shred of their hope. To finish his grand introduction, he bellowed out that he was Jag Spinnera, the Chaos Demon. The great archdemon Jag Spinnera had finally awakened an existence so massive that his mere presence suffocated all living things. Everyone who looked at Jag Spinnera instantly froze in place, unable to take even a single step as the chaotic aura rapidly seeped into them. Thick black liquid began pouring from their eyes as the terrifying status effect took hold of the entire group. They screamed in agony under the crushing debuffs, chaos, terror, confusion, and despair, their bodies seizing as they shrieked in absolute panic. Their bodies decayed, their minds crumbled, and their souls withered away under the passive pressure of this legendary archdemon. It was a nightmare debuff that completely crippled and terrified every living soul around. One by one, they collapsed, leaving only Han Hari standing. Jag Spinnera noticed her and glared, striking fear into Han Hari's heart. He sneered as if smelling some disgusting, pathetic insect standing before him. Despite his terror, Heian tried his best to shield Suo with the remaining knights huddled behind them. Jag Spinnera merely chuckled, saying that the best treats should be saved for last, so his first victims would be the ones who dared to lock him away here. His roar shook the ocean, telling them all to enjoy their final few seconds of life. Before anyone could process his words, the demon plunged deep into the sea. Instantly, a massive pillar of light shot up black clouds, blotting out the entire sky as chaos corrupted the entire area. Every living thing was driven into madness, completely losing their minds. Just watch how insane this gets. One crazed man drew a knife and stabbed his companion, muttering that they should just die quickly. Horrified by the sudden madness, Han Hari desperately tried to stop them, pleading for everyone to calm down. Gripping her sword, she knew she had to resist this mental corruption. But before she could even finish her thought, a lethal blade suddenly slashed at her right from behind with deadly force. Her attacker was Len. Barely parrying his strike, she begged him to snap out of it, but he wouldn't listen and barked back at her. "No, Han Hari, this is the only right way." Gripping his weapon tightly, he said with profound sorrow that they all had to die, promising to help end her life. Under the archdemon's curse, those affected completely lost their minds to fear. Then Len lunged. Han Ha-ri struggled to dodge, desperately calling his name, but he ignored her and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Realizing she couldn't keep this up, she tried one last time to reason with him, but Len only screamed for her death. Out of nowhere, a heavy fist slammed straight into his face, interrupting their tragic fight. The savior who had just intervened was Minuteman. That single punch saved Han Ha-ri's life, sending Len flying backward with a painful grunt. Looking at the man who saved her, she naively thanked him. But reality is cruel. Minuteman had already been corrupted by the chaos. He slowly turned around, his fist slamming directly into her stomach. Han Ha-ri gasped in sheer agony, realizing too late that she couldn't dodge. The blow was devastating, launching her backward across several meters. She skipped across the water before finally sinking beneath the waves with a heavy echoing splash. Down in the dark, cold depths, Han Ha-ri slowly drifted downward. Straining to keep her eyes open, she wondered if this was her end. As she sank, memories of her childhood flashed before her eyes. She remembered crying only for someone to kindly point out her parents. Sitting in a small room, that man smiled and told young Han Ha-ri that her parents were true heroes who sacrificed themselves to save the world. He patted her head as she pouted dry-eyed. He told her he had no idea what kind of adult she would grow up to be, but made her promise to always carry that pride. In his office, those words echoed back to her, pulling her back to reality. Gritting her teeth, she recalled how everyone expected her to be outstanding, to become someone everyone admired. She cursed to herself. Damn it all. She still lacked the strength to swim back up, desperately reaching her hand toward the light. What was the point of being a righteous hunter or a priestess of the sea god when she couldn't even measure up to Lord Gelbrick's shadow? As the last bit of oxygen left her lungs, she began to drown, wondering if she would end up just like him. If this is the end of her life, she should at least light one final flame. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a tiny turtle appeared right in front of her. Han Ha-ri stared in absolute shock as the creature spoke, calling her Han Ha-ri. Wearing the harmless face of a little turtle, it began to preach. It warned her not to try to control the sea, calling it just a tiny droplet compared to the boundless ocean. Completely dazed, Han Ha-ri absorbed the ancient wisdom. It urged her to fill her heart with belief, tranquility, trust, understanding, and acceptance. The little turtle happily kicked its tiny legs gently, telling her how vast the power she held truly was, but Han Ha-ri could only reply in her thoughts. She admitted she did not understand its words at all. Yet across the endless ocean, the turtle's voice echoed, urging her to listen to the sea. If you have never felt its infinity, do it now. The deep ocean fell silent, leaving only the little turtle's guiding whispers, the constant churn of the raging currents, and the quiet whispers of the coral reef. Deep below, Han Ha-ri sank deeper, her eyes widening as she finally understood the sea's grand symphony. The little turtle swam closer and spoke to her, calling her a finite being, a mere mortal child. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Han Ha-ri's eyes as the turtle continued to explain that if she truly desired unparalleled power, she must not try to grasp it with her bare hands. Then the little turtle finished its lecture. Something clicked inside her. Infinite power could never be forced or held. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before her, and the turtle's voice echoed, telling her she was already inside of it. Then her hair began to float up, as a pale blue aura enveloped her. Han Ha-ri slowly opened her eyes, which had transformed into the deep blue of the ocean. The surrounding waters began to surge violently. She had mastered the force. Gradually regaining full consciousness, she looked around, realizing she finally understood exactly what she needed to do. Turning her gaze toward the seabed below, she raised her hand, thinking to herself that His Majesty was in a place like this. Her hand sliced down like a sword, cutting through the water. Instantly, the sea parted to reveal the solid seabed. A magnificent castle rose from the depths, shining beautifully in the light. Right in the middle of the path stood someone waiting, his back turned to Han Ha-ri. It was Leon. He recognized her instantly and called out to his stallion, gently praising her for a job well done. He swept her up in his arms, leaving her flustered as she stammered out his title. Leon immediately told her not to squirm and just sit still. As they soared through the air, Han Ha-ri sheepishly asked if she had almost drowned. He casually replied that luckily he did not have to witness the high priestess of the sea drowning in her own domain. Suddenly, she remembered something, her eyes widening as her mouth fell open. With absolute seriousness, she quickly gave her report. Your Majesty, the Archdevil has awakened. Everyone has gone completely mad and is slaughtering each other. Hearing this, Leon stayed calm and said he already knew. They fell into silence as they sped through the sky, but a heavy shadow lingered on his face. Leon spoke while remembering the brutal scenes of madness where normal people tore each other apart. It was truly impossible for ordinary mortals to stay sane under the influence of the great sin. The faces of his squad members were grim as they faced this harsh reality. Leon suddenly broke the silence, calling out to Dae Sung. In just a moment, they landed safely on the ground. His eyes flashed with a cold light, his face dripping with murderous intent as he gripped a glowing blue treasure. Leon raised it high, unleashing a brilliant golden light that immediately erupted. He fiercely declared his return as the system chimed, announcing the activation of the aura of the brave heart. It removed all negative status effects. The watching crowd looked on in a mixture of utter shock and disbelief. What did they just do? Dae-sung stepped forward, stuttering as he asked if the king was unharmed. Leon did not hesitate to praise them for holding the line in his absence. Dae-sung immediately began to report the current status of the situation, stating that some soldiers and students were still missing, though rumor said they were safe with Puma. But Leon gently cut in to reassure him, saying he could already feel how they were doing. Hearing this, Dae-sung finally relaxed a bit and nodded in understanding. Leon suddenly issued a new command telling them to exit through the gate immediately. He warned everyone that if they believed and received the High Priestess's blessing, they would easily be able to walk on water. They just had to run straight toward the gate. Dae-sung asked in confusion, and Lin quickly questioned what his master's actual plan was. Leon frankly stated his goal to rescue every single survivor possible, giving him and the priestess enough time to make their own retreat. As night quietly fell, a bizarre, terrifying octopus-like creature emerged from the water. Its massive tentacles slammed into the ground, revealing its hideous, horrifying face as it sneered in pure contempt at Leon's group, mocking them for pouring all of their resources into such a pathetic plan. It ordered them, with a mocking tone, to surrender immediately, boasting about how long it had waited in the deep ocean. Suddenly, a massive fire explosion erupts right above its head. The giant octopus looks completely bewildered, silently wondering if this power belongs to a familiar shadow. The figure the beast suspected slowly materializes right before its eyes. Once the full shape is completely visible, the monster cries out in total disbelief. How is this possible? The Holy Grail Knights should all be wiped out, so how could one of them still be alive on this remote island? Without a moment of hesitation, the knight activates his combat mode, triggering third critical strike and massive fire power as blazing flames erupt. Fierce fireballs launch straight at the octopus. Its colossal body takes a relentless beating from non-stop explosions, both massive and small. The beast gets scorched completely black, yet it remains surprisingly calm, speaking as though it had foreseen this entire outcome. It notes that the knight has indeed upgraded quite a bit from the first prototype. Suddenly, a strange purple energy wraps around the monster, but it declares all of this is useless. It slams its massive tentacles down hard, sending giant walls of water splashing everywhere. That violent thrashing stirs up the entire sea into a chaotic frenzy. Air-chewing waves swell larger and larger, rising high into the sky. Terrified by the sight, Han-Hari calls out desperately to his leader, but Jag Spinner only replies with a helpless warning, there is no dodging this. It seems these waves are driven by pure magic, bending and twisting smoothly. The monster struggles in confusion, demanding to know what is happening. Looking up at Leon, and Han-Hari above it realizes the truth. This is the holy law that manipulates the tides. Its eyes glaze over in sheer terror. Who are you? It mutters, staring right at him. Are you the Holy Grail Guardian, Leon H? Before it can finish, the raging water whips around the beast, trapping it inside a compressed, swirling sphere of pure magic. The giant beast roars in absolute fury inside its prison. Leon remains calm, telling Lord Spinner they must close this gate and leave immediately. Spinner broadcasts a quick update. The target is heavily damaged, which means they can make a slow, safe exit, but Leon outright rejects that plan. He argues that they absolutely must destroy the remaining statues and seal the gate first. Looking at the trapped beast, he silently worries that without retrieving the holy sword, defeating a demon of this tier is virtually impossible. The trapped monster screams that it will slaughter him. Meanwhile, Z suggests they preserve their strength since the world tree hasn't bloomed yet. Z suddenly chimes in with a crucial request, noting that the native creatures of this island also need to escape. He immediately clarifies that this is a special tribe that seals demons. They are not just standard non-playable characters. Leon asks if they even have the time, warning that the giant octopus will break out of its confinement very soon. Jag Spinner confidently replies that it is doable. He plans to utilize the final stronghold of the ancient Kikir tribe. Moments later, everyone is stunned to find themselves actually walking on water. The system rings out with a new blessing notification. The sea goddess grants a 35% power boost while in water, allowing them to control the waves and traverse the surface smoothly. It also cancels out all negative status effects. Stepping forward, Suho admits with absolute wonder that he never imagined walking on water. Han-Hari quickly cuts him off urgently, telling everyone to hurry up before the archdemon breaks free from its prison. Leon looks on, deeply lost in thought. Meanwhile, the giant octopus continues its furious, endless ranting in the background. It screams that Leon Dragonia is indeed the ultimate enemy of all demons, just as it had expected. But then it adds that this still won't be enough to save them. Suddenly, a massive tentacle bursts through the water sphere, showing off its rows of terrifying razor-sharp teeth. The beast leaps high out of the sea, roaring that they will never escape. Keeping his cool, Leon gently raises his divine treasure, letting it glow with intense light as he summons Celion. Pure white wings spread wide across the sky. Gripping his spear tightly, Leon dives straight down toward the thrashing monster. Sensing tiny sparks of purple lightning crackling all over its body, the furious beast screams out in hatred for him to die. Beams of dark purple energy shoot straight into the heavens, turning the sky a mystical violet. He leaps off his mount to dodge. He maneuvers perfectly past the incoming energy blasts, landing gracefully right onto one of the octopus's massive tentacles. His cold breath visible in the air, his face is pure concentration. He strikes like lightning, hitting multiple vital points. Tentacles whip around trying to land a swift counterattack, but the monster merely sneers, calling his combat efforts completely disappointing. A massive purple blast detonates with blinding force, and suddenly glowing golden threads wrap tightly around the monster's entire body. With every swift movement, he makes the beast's giant form get sliced into pieces. Leon remains completely unfazed through it all. Staring at the writhing monster, he watches as it fires a sharp beam of purple energy like an arrow heading straight for him. The giant beast watches closely, searching for any impact, only to see Leon emerge from the dust completely unharmed. Riding his summon, he looks down at the beast as it mockingly calls him an annoying pest buzzing in the sky. He ignores the taunt, keeping his silence. Suddenly, his eyes glow white as he raises his radiant spear high into the air. He unleashes the ultimate judgment of the ocean. Below, the entire group watches in absolute awe at the raw power on display. What is that giant glowing magic orb floating in the sky? Suddenly, a razor-sharp weapon rips straight through it. Leon appears with a killer gaze, declaring that this is the very flame that burned the Chaos Demon to ash. Glaring at the giant octopus, he says its terrifying, agonizing screams still echo in his memory. But the beast remains stubborn and confident, roaring that it just needs to kill him before he can unleash his power. Suddenly, a brilliant light flares in the sky, reflecting off the monster's jagged fangs, as it gasps in shock. Impossible. How could humans hide this kind of power? The beast thrashes in absolute rage, screaming for those lowly fleas to let it go. His spear erupts in a blinding, majestic glow, swelling to a massive size as he unleashes divine wrath, fire domain glory to Leon. Riding his Pegasus, Leon grips the massive spear, diving straight down toward the battlefield with pure fury. Cold eyes flashing, he grinds his teeth in determination, ready to impale the beast below. He invokes the ultimate divine punishment, the wrath of the fire domain. The weapon plunges from the heavens like a shooting star. A blazing streak of light tears across the sky. Deep in the water, Jaxar surfaces aggressively, exposing a mouth full of fangs. Roaring in defiance, the beast watches as Leon rips through the sound barrier, creating massive shockwaves in the air. The spear plunges straight into Jaxar's open maw, silencing its roar. Talk about a brutal direct hit. Len freezes in place, completely dumbfounded. He stammers out, "What on earth is that?" Looking at the path of destruction left by Leon's spear, he whispers in awe, "Can a human really do that?" The Pegasus lands with effortless grace. Staring at the majestic rider, Len mutters that he must be a Holy Grail knight. Leon pays no mind to the praise. He coldly barks orders, "We are out of time, clear out of this gate now." The crowd responds with a loud, "Yes, sir." Turning his attention to his companion, Leon asks about the evacuation. Spinner reports they are 80% done, securing all critical data and main supplies. When Leon asks if there are any issues, Z shakes his head, "No, they can handle it." Leon casts a skeptical glance. Meanwhile, down in the swamp, Jaxar is thrashing and screaming. It opens its massive, toothy maw, ready to devour anything in sight. A red light flashes on Z's face as he notes they have endured for 500 years just for this moment. As the beast growls, Z runs a quick translation analyze language system. "Long live Gracia." Leon nods. Gracia, quite a proud name indeed. Pulling his horse's reins, he urges everyone to hurry. "The gate is closing, we need to move." Geo leaps up onto the horse behind him. But before they can escape, Jaxar roars out behind them, "Leon, are you running away?" Leon halts, throwing a deadly glare backward. His voice drops low. "What did you say?" The monster lets out an ear-splitting screech, mocking him. It asks if courage is not their main virtue, daring those cowardly knights to stay and fight to the end. Instead of replying, Leon just smirks as the little creature on his shoulder chirps happily. Eyes filled with sheer contempt, he scoffs that knightly virtue does not apply to dealing with vile trash. Green-skinned beasts and vile monsters simply do not deserve it. Jaxar's 4 eyes flare as its jaw drops open. The beast screams in absolute fury, watching Leon fly away as it vows to hunt him down and slaughter him. With their escape secured, the gate seals shut behind them. Out in the vast, dark emptiness of space, the world once lay in utter chaos. Soon, global reports confirmed the terrifying truth about Jaxar. It was the first high-tier demon spotted since humanity took heavy losses from those giant monsters. The news hits the public like a thunderbolt, but this is not just another hopeless warning. It ignites a rare spark of hope, making people believe that humanity might actually stand a fighting chance. Reading the morning paper, a young girl gasps in disbelief, and honestly, the internet is about to break. The Pantheon Guild's raid inside the gate has just been leaked all over YouTube for the entire world to see. Shortly after, a massive trade deal is finalized with a smooth handshake. Leon smiles warmly. He thanks President Zero, noting this partnership makes things much easier. Zero rubs his neck, quite embarrassed. He downplays it but admits his shock over the 10,000 survivors found on the beach. Leon nods, explaining that they are a proud tribe with a long history of fighting demons. As Leon speaks, Zero breaks out in a cold sweat, visibly shaken. He stammers in confusion, calling out to His Majesty. Pointing at a stone statue of Leon, Zero asks what it is. Zero wonders if Leon is trying to mark territory for another species. Meanwhile, the king calmly introduces it as a monument, honoring the great hero who fell fighting the Archdevil. And the design in the center represents a grand symphony of the ocean. Zero forces a faint, fragile smile. His voice shakes slightly as if every single word requires a massive amount of physical effort. That is not the only statue he is talking about. Hearing this, Leon speaks up to add that they also have the statue of Master Jag Spinner. From now on, Jag Spinner will represent the Kikiru tribe. Zero tries to smile to hide his thoughts. Is he some sort of idol fanatic? For a Protestant president like Zero, this is absurd. He then points to another monument. This one is still unfinished, lacking eyes and a nose. Leon suddenly bursts out laughing, praising the president's sharp eyes. Leon closes his eyes with a smirk, explaining that the unfinished statue is actually a special gift dedicated to Zero himself. He gave the tribe a safe place to live, so they must show proper gratitude. Even though Zero is no object of worship, the king still declares with ultimate confidence that the Kikiru people will come here to bow down right at his feet. They will thank the president for sacrificing his own life for a brighter future. However, Zero is absolutely screaming inside. His face turns completely pale as he desperately begs His Majesty in a trembling voice to please remove his statue. Leon just pats his shoulder confidently, wondering why the leader of a nation would ever feel embarrassed about something like this. With that, Leon turns to leave, bidding farewell and expressing how much he looks forward to their future cooperation. Zero can only muster a helpless response, bidding His Majesty goodbye. He quickly pulls out some paper towels to wipe his brow. Feeling like he just lost 10 years of his life, Zero tucks the napkins back into his pocket and asks what is going on. His bodyguard approaches with a stack of papers. Even though it is not a security threat, it is an urgent intelligence report. The guard hands over the documents, explaining that the issue has a direct connection to what is happening in North Korea. Zero smiles, glad to finally get some peace of mind. But as he reads through the urgent report, his brows furrow. How could North Korea still be causing trouble after giving up their nuclear weapons? The guard adjusts his glasses with a grim face. He reports that late last night, all channels of communication with North Korea suddenly went completely silent. Zero's face darkens with suspicion. The more he reads, the worse it gets, while the guard continues his chilling report. Satellite surveillance over North Korean territory has completely shut down, leaving them totally blind to whatever is happening over there. Not a single camera can capture what lies beneath the thick rain clouds now pouring over the nuclear-devastated ruins. Vagya stands over a lifeless body on the wet ground. Staring blankly into the distance, he mutters that it has been 30 years. His gaunt face looks exhausted, his raspy voice noting that ever since the dimensional gate opened, they have lived under South Korea's thumb. Stomping down, Vagya viciously kicks the corpse at his feet. The heavy impact is strong enough to send the adult body rolling away. He shoves his hands into his pockets, watching the body tumble directly into a pre-dug pit as cloaked figures approach. At that moment, several black-cloaked figures gather around. Jag Spinner's crimson eyes gleam in the shadows as a wicked grin spreads. He laughs maniacally, whispering that by serving the devil, ultimate power will finally be theirs. Another cloaked follower arrives to report that the dark mages are ready. The other cloaked figures behind them chant in unison that the preparations are complete. Addressing him as Chairman Jun Hyeon, they confirm everything is set. His sinister laughter echoes through the rain, growing louder and louder. Vagya tosses his walkie-talkie next to the corpse, sensing something is off, and orders the dark mages to begin the summoning. As the rain pours harder, the mages stretch their hands over the mass grave, ignoring the freezing downpour as they prepare. The others join in their movements, synchronized as they channel their dark mana to lay down a terrifying curse. Strange black veins bulge across their faces as they chant. Deep inside the pit, the dead bodies suddenly gasp open their mouths. Eerie crimson energy begins flowing out of their corpses, rising toward a giant magic circle that has formed in the stormy sky. The spellcasting intensifies as the glowing red matrix gathers the mist, pulling the raw energy into a violent spinning vortex. Vagya and the mages gasp in awe, frozen in place as they watch the blackened corpses dissolve and rise. Total confusion washes over him as he looks around frantically. Jag Spinner's brow furrows deeply, his mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. What is this? Vagia stares in disbelief as Jag Spinnerza emerges revealing a scratches cover his entire body. Stunned, he asks the jaw-dropped mage beside him if that person is even alive. Is this really the correct summon target? Vark slowly rises, complaining that things are looking bad for them. These wounds are severe. Jeria backs away in pure terror, completely shocked by the grim sight before him. Body recovery is the top priority for now, especially since those great archdemons are still far from gathering together. Glowing red eyes and a haunting, raspy voice echo as Jag Spinner speaks, noting that fortunately there seem to be plenty of targets around. Terrified, Eva stares with wide bloodshot eyes, screaming at the top of her lungs for everyone to run away immediately. A massive red pillar descends from the heavens as Jag Spinner exhales, ordering everyone to surrender before the scene shifts to a dark dungeon. Only a few candles illuminate the pitch-black hallway. Hydia is bound tightly to a chair, her body covered in painful wounds. Hydia forces a weak smile and whispers that she has confessed everything, her voice trembling as she looks up at Beatrice. She promises she is hiding nothing, prompting Beatrice to touch her own face with an innocent, intrigued expression. It is quite fascinating that a demon can travel through any gate it pleases, Beatrice softly murmurs, gently lifting Hydia's chin. She looks both excited and terrified as Beatrice leans in close, placing a hand on her head and asking if they cannot do the exact same thing themselves. Early the next morning, on a quiet and peaceful beach, the tide slowly recedes to expose the rocks. A sweet voice drifts through the cool morning breeze, gently calling out to him. And here's a rare, peaceful moment. Han Hari sits right beside Jeff, staring with wide, curious eyes at the tiny crawling crabs. Even if they can breathe underwater, she wonders if building on a beach like this is actually going to be effective. Jeff calmly answers that there is no issue as long as they have a nest and hunting grounds the Kiru tribe can survive. She frowns, turning to him with a highly skeptical look, asking if that is really true. Still harboring doubts about his claim, Han Hari stays quiet, letting her stray thoughts drift as she watches the busy crabs. Playing by themselves, she finally murmurs that there is indeed a massive amount of work waiting for them. Just securing enough food is a huge challenge, but Jeff quickly adds that they are already in the process of partnering with all the nearby coastal cities. Jeff calmly continues, explaining that they have also taken another major step. They signed up for the Manon Welfare Service to help them adapt to modern civilization, leaving Han Hari completely surprised. She turns and asks in curiosity about this Manon Welfare Service, and seeing her confusion, Jeff immediately explains. It provides a wide range of assistance, including legal and administrative support for members. Hearing this, Han Hari gasps softly, eagerly asking if she can sign up too. Jeff seemed to be waiting for this exact moment. He happily reveals that he already registered her, and she even earned profits from the previous month. Han Hari freezes in shock for a second before slowly reacting, suddenly grabbing Jeff and staring intently at him. She tilts her head, trying to read his mind, and seriously asks how much he's going to pay her. Without hesitation, Jeff frankly answers 19 coins. Hearing the small amount, she angrily stretches Jeff out with both hands, throwing a tantrum. Just as the tension peaks, Leon suddenly arrives on horseback, staring at them with a stern gaze as he demands to know what they are doing. Caught in an awkward, embarrassing moment, Han Hari quickly bows in respect, greeting the king, while Jeff also hastens to straighten up and bow respectfully. Leon nods slightly, getting straight to the point, mentioning that an emergency occurred and he must head to the guild. Suddenly, he coldly turns to Han Hari and orders her to get on. The abrupt command leaves her completely stunned. Staring at the massive horse right in front of her, she quietly wonders if she is even allowed to ride. Is it really alright, she thinks, since the king permitted it, but shouldn't he only share his horse with the queen? Even if the situation at the gate was urgent, Han Hari hesitates and stays frozen, leaving Leon entirely confused. Dismounting his horse without saying a single word, Leon simply extends his hand toward her, his voice echoing, once again, in an incredibly solemn tone, commanding her to get on. His gesture sends her into a silent panic. Han Hari reflexively steps back in fear, blunting out why he is acting so dramatic and asking if an earthquake is happening. Her blunt, innocent remark visibly annoys him. Leon pulls out a document telling her to take it or leave. Han Hari carefully accepts the folder, asking what it is, and he curtly responds that it is her new territory. In a calm tone, Leon adds that all the taxes collected from this land belong to her to do as she wishes. She cannot hide her sheer excitement, asking if it is really true, and he nods, reminding her of her status. As a knight of the kingdom, the law requires him to grant her at least some land. Even if their bond remains unclear, she is a knight chosen by the gods, making this honor only natural. He concludes solemnly, naming her a royal knight and divine messenger, telling her to embrace her duty and to broadcast their message everywhere. But this news is so shockingly serious that Han Hari lets slip a quiet remark. How ridiculous. He frowns. Watch your language. Leon quietly warns her that he doesn't expect noble etiquette, but she must respect herself. But there is absolutely no need to degrade her own self-worth either. Hit right where it hurts, Han-ha-ri immediately blushes with shame. She can only click her tongue in frustration. In the end, she responds to Leon in a cold, completely detached tone. "Thank you, Your Majesty." That indifferent response makes Leon frown. His sharp eyes cut right across her face with clear annoyance. He clicks his tongue in sheer irritation. Not wanting to drag this out, he coldly tells her to get on if she understands. Jagged Spinner quickly follows Han-ha-ri and climbs onto his horse without needing a second warning. As the animal finally starts moving forward, Han-ha-ri hesitantly calls out to the king. He replies with a short command to speak. Gathering her courage, she asks him. She excitedly asks if she is a noble now. That incredibly naive question actually makes Leon pause for a brief moment. He confirms that within the Temple of Creation, her rank is only below the Queen and Spinner. Hearing those words, Han-ha-ri gasps. She turns straight to Jagged Spinner. Lifting her chin with sudden confidence, she addresses him. She warns him to stop being so rude because she is officially a noble now, too. That sudden bold declaration leaves Jagged Spinner completely frozen in place, utterly unable to process it. Moments later, his anger spikes. To attack. Han-ha-ri panics, shouting to ask what on earth he is doing. Jagged Spinner shows no signs of stopping, snapping that a foolish monkey like her deserves zero respect. Completely backed into a corner, Han-ha-ri quickly turns to cry out for help, reminding Leon that they are both nobles. Honestly, their bickering makes Leon furious. A bit later, inside Becek's workshop at the Temple of Creation, Leon and Becek stand staring closely at a mysterious object. Leon eyes the item resting on the table, asking how the research is coming along. Standing beside him, Becek replies instantly. Her voice is filled with clear pride as she declares it an absolute success. The demons are definitely using the gate. Leon falls silent. His mind immediately drifts back to the suspicious details he first noticed during that incident at the JU gate. Those old memories flood his mind. At first glance, it seemed like a righteous act of justice, but the reality was far worse. It was actually a dark conspiracy to sell souls to the devil and bring down the honorable Holy Grail knights. In the end, he realized the system and its quests were never based on goodness. Pure evil had slowly crawled inside the Awakeners to control them. Leon speaks up slowly, explaining how their entire world is being manipulated by the abundant magical energy gifted by the earth itself. He continues speaking, his gaze drifting far into the distance as if trying to peer straight through the heavy fog of reality. People might call it strange, but they keep blindly pushing through these system quests anyway for money or personal gain. Those fools simply cannot escape this endless cycle. Suddenly, Leon calls out to Becek. She respectfully asks what he needs. His voice is slow but sharp. He warns her that the evil forces are on guard because she might use the gate. Becek offers a very calm smile. She explains that this is actually just a fragment of a destroyed virtual dimension. To successfully open a gate leading to the survivors or the demons, they will need a physical object to pin the coordinates. Leon nods slowly. After thinking it over for a few seconds, he asks if they should try tracking the coordinates with this. She answers without any hesitation. Since this object belongs to a demon, it will likely lead them straight to demon territory. Becek suddenly looks up, her eyes shining bright as she suggests they try using a completely different object instead. Leon frowns, asking what other object she could possibly mean. She wears a pretty mysterious smile as she suggests it. Becek pauses dramatically before proposing His Majesty's own holy relics. Leon looks back at her with a hint of suspicion. The holy relics. After pondering for a moment, he decides it might actually be worth a shot. He turns to her, asking what he needs to do. Becek explains clearly that they will first need the right materials to summon the gate. Her eyes sparkle with confidence as she adds that they will need a massive amount of Earth's magic energy. Leon frowns, wondering where they could possibly find that much mana. But Becek keeps her calm smile, answering with absolute certainty. It is simple. Right now, there are places to harvest it all over the Earth. Leon nods at her response. He acts as if a complete strategic map has already formed in his head. Decisively, he declares their future plan locked in. Leon raises his voice, commanding Becek to immediately notify everyone. It is time to launch a massive mobilization order. His face shines with pure determination. From this moment on, they are going to attack every single gate in Korea. No exceptions. Leon's eyes burn with a dangerous intensity as his final command is spoken and the plan immediately begins. Just a few hours later, across the entirety of Korea, members of the temple are already moving into position. The shocking spectacle sends the local residents into an absolute panic. Everyone stands frozen, staring blankly at the scene. A massive army stands before them. The Pantheon Temple has officially mobilized. News outlets immediately blast the story everywhere, reporting that just the knights and apprentices alone easily number around 1,000. Internet posts show real-time photos right outside people's homes. Online comments explode as users freak out. One says they were sick for days and completely missed the Pantheon showing up. Now it is right in their backyard. The updates keep rolling in. Among those who survived the Kira clan incident, they only selected those at the soldier level. Yet even with that restriction, their ranks have swollen to 2,000 troops. A massive announcement is broadcast nationwide. This fighting force is so incredibly powerful they are already being called the Titan Legion. Across the globe, people gasp in shock. The Kiru Queen is back and the Pantheon has appeared in Wand. With nearly 3,000 elite soldiers in position, the temple is ready. Leon smiles, highly satisfied as he watches his master plan unfold. Jag Spinner is also fully prepared to enter his ultimate combat state. Meanwhile, Beck leads the soldiers into the first phase, dividing their forces across 20 different fronts to completely wipe out every single gate in the entire country. The news updates nonstop and their sheer clearing speed is absolutely mind-blowing. Meanwhile, in one corner of the battlefield, Han-Hari excitedly shouts to aim and fire. The moment she orders the strike, a massive explosion erupts. While normal guilds take an average of 2 months to clear a single raid, the Pantheon Guild clears over 20 gates in just 4 days. Such terrifying power leaves the entire world in absolute shock. Meanwhile, those defeated by Leon's forces angrily shout, demanding to know why a human would attack them instead of helping. They accuse him of slaughtering their ancestors, but Leon simply bursts out laughing. Aren't their ancestors just mere beasts? Mimicking humans, ridiculous. With an icy glare and a voice as sharp as a blade, he asks, who's next? Who wants to be freed from their miserable existence next? Soon, every single gate in Korea falls under the control of a single guild. Jinsu stands there with his mouth wide open, sweat dripping in absolute shock. 100 million no. It does not stop there. The glittering pile of loot is blinding, and Leon calmly lists 13 unique grade items. Jinsu stares dumbfounded at the glowing mountain of legendary gear and priceless gems, utterly dazed by what he is hearing. There are 89 rare items and 500 magic stones. Jag Spinner chimed in with a highly detailed breakdown. We have 3.83 tons sorted worth 38.3 billion. The bidding should fetch 12.7 billion. Han-Hari's jaw drops in pure amazement. Leon just folds his arms with a confident grin, knowing this massive fortune is more than enough to cover the gate costs. He turns to Beck, asking if this will finally suffice. She smirks, highly satisfied, and assures him it is plenty. Leon then turns his gaze back to his core team. Stepping forward, he declares that the matter is settled. Standing tall with his hands behind his back, he makes an announcement. This strategy will focus solely on a small group of elites. Hearing this, his subordinates react with mixed expressions. He demands absolute secrecy, warning them that no details about this operation can ever leak to the public. His gaze turns sharp as he looks directly at Han-Hari, calling her out in a stern, commanding tone. He demands that she and Jinsu cut all ties with the Hunter Association, asking if they can actually do it. The heavy question catches both of them completely off guard. After sharing a worried look, Han-Hari asks him directly. She asks if he promises not to harm their country, and Leon offers a reassuring smile, promising he would never. Relieved, Han-Hari steps forward and declares her trust in him, earning an appreciative nod of approval from the king. Welcoming her loyalty, Leon turns away with a mysterious grin, announcing that the grand operation is officially underway. As he prepares the spell, he tells them it is time to start stepping directly into the glowing magic circle. He summons a sleek, glowing black sword out of thin air, causing the magical energy to swell intensely. Staring deeply at his blade, Leon steels his resolve. Seeing her king prepared, Beck begins chanting her spell. She prepares to input the coordinates of the Sword Saint, unleashing a massive surge of violet magic. Jinsu watches the spectacle, absolutely paralyzed with shock. Beck keeps her eyes closed, channeling the intense purple mana. Nearby, Suho and Soyam watch with their jaws completely on the floor, while Jinsu and Han-Hari are equally stunned. They cannot believe what they are witnessing. As a dark portal starts forming, Jinsu loses his mind. He screams that they have created an artificial gate. Meanwhile, Soyam desperately tries to keep her composure. She realizes that what she once thought was a coincidence is actually a terrifying, calculated reality as Beck turns. They respectfully report that all preparations are complete. The king responds with a satisfied smile. Praising Bice, he slowly orders the troop to move out. The stunned onlookers quickly regain their composure. They step through the gate into a chaotic battlefield. Leon frowns in displeasure when a sudden voice calls out. Suho turns to the king, asking with deep worry and confusion about where on earth they have ended up. Leon calmly replies that they are on a battlefield, silently analyzing how a gate malfunction must have scattered his army. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes through the air, forcing Suho and Ju-hee to look ahead in utter panic. A massive green-skinned orc charges forward, swinging a giant axe. Suho immediately rushes to support his fallen comrade on the ground. He yells at Jae-hyo to stand up just as an armored warrior suddenly lunges forward with a devastating strike. The blow crushes the monster's belly, sending blood splattering everywhere. But the armored warrior keeps pressing on, charging for a final strike. Suho and Juhi watch in shock as the armored warrior delivers a brutal thrust, easily bringing the massive beast down. With one final pathetic gurgle, the monster collapses. The warrior cleans his blood-drenched blade and sighs after a trivial battle. The knight gives them a freezing glare, asking why they are just standing there like useless statues in a war zone. He scolds them for freezing on a battlefield, but he freezes too when his eyes land on Leon standing right behind them. Stunned, he asks how on earth the king got here. Then he immediately drops to one knee in deep respect. He is Bantarik. Bantarik, the orc crusher, reporting his rank to his king with absolute loyalty. Bantarik reports his rank as company commander, and Leon responds with the absolute authority of a true king. Telling him to stand, Leon notes that this place is still a chaotic war zone before asking about their coordinates. Bantarik hesitates briefly before quickly regaining his composure to explain their current location in detail to the king. They are currently right in the middle of Liam Valley, tasked with transporting sacred relics to a legendary veteran. They are delivering them to Lord Jeria, which immediately triggers Leon's memory of a crucial historical event. He recalls Twilight Jeria, the famous Chalice Knight of Dreams and Death, whose final mission would ultimately claim his life. The old memory shows Jeria impaled by countless blades, taking his final breath, sitting amidst a mountain of corpses. Walking forward, Leon silently regrets that he did not gather more information from the heavens before embarking on this journey. He closes his eyes quickly, shaking off the useless regret to focus on the reality of their current situation. There is absolutely no point in dwelling on the past, so they must investigate the current battlefield immediately. Suddenly, Bantarik points ahead, urgently reporting to the king that Jeria is fighting just a short distance away. Before them, the old knight stands among his soldiers, brandishing a glowing purple sword and commanding his men to strike. The terrifying, blood-curdling shrieks of a massive horde of bloodthirsty orcs echo wildly across the chaotic valley. A cautious warrior shouts for everyone to fall back, explaining that Jeria is casting his legendary dream barrier right now. With burning determination, the elder knight channels every ounce of his energy straight into his blade. A glowing energy shield forms in front of Jeria as his armored troops brace themselves for the incoming clash. One suspicious orc senses that something is terribly wrong, but it is already far too late to run away. The beasts shriek in agony, clutching their heads in absolute terror as the magic barrier completely traps them inside. Jeria simply watches the orcs collapse before calmly ordering his men to fall back 20 paces and regroup. Leon steps forward, noting to Jeria that these particular orcs seem highly unusual compared to normal enemy beasts. The sudden presence of the king completely freezes Jeria, leaving the old knight staring in absolute disbelief. He gasps, asking how the king got here before dropping to his knees to hail the divine messenger. Welcoming the first sacred knight of Ariana, Jeria bows his head, but Leon gently commands him to stand. Leon gazes into the distance, recalling how Chalice Knights are fully restored to their prime after drinking the holy water. While Leon became a Chalice Knight at a remarkably young age, the veteran standing before him is quite different. This aged warrior has clearly endured countless brutal battles, carrying a completely different weight upon his shoulders. No matter how much time passes, he always remains at his absolute physical peak. Leon stares at him intently. Deep down, he knows Jeria is a knight who dedicated his entire life to justice, a lifelong companion, an ancient Grail knight. But Leon keeps these thoughts to himself, simply offering a warm smile and telling the old knight to stand up. Deep down, Leon is glad to see Jeria has not changed one bit. He quickly shifts the topic to ask about their situation. Report the current situation to me, Leon commands. Jeria stands up, respectfully replying to his majesty. His face turns incredibly serious. Looking grave, his distant gaze reports the truth. They secured the sacred relic, as planned. It is currently on the move. Stepping forward, he continues reporting. Monsters and divine beast zealots attack relentlessly, but the relic travels safely toward the imperial border. Hearing this, King Leon finds the situation highly unusual, prompting him to instantly map out their next strategic move. To counter them, Jeria deployed infantry and several knights to block the enemy path, buying precious time for the transport. The convoy split into 5 separate paths. King Leon nods, praising him for a remarkably sensible strategy. But Leon suddenly grows quiet, his voice dropping slowly as a highly unusual detail begins to deeply bother him. He demands a vital detail. Where is the escort right now? Jeria frowns, his expression turning incredibly tense. Closing his eyes, he bows his head. He silently reviews their military strength before finally giving a firm response. Danger strikes. The scene shifts southwest, where an escort soldier faces a terrifying, life-threatening situation. The 5th escort group is traveling southwest, led by Jeria himself, as he rests his hand on his sword in deep thought. He analyzes the situation. This unit is led by his past self, hidden amidst rugged mountains and thick, blinding fog. Through the heavy mist, a massive brown bear lies slain by the hunters with blood spilling everywhere. Jeria chuckles softly. Look who is finally awake, Jeria chuckles. DC lies dazed on the ground while the older knight strokes his thick beard. He asks how DC could lose his cool so badly that he charged straight into the giant beast like that. Two knights lift the massive carcass. DC panics, shouting about the bear. Hanhari rushes over, deeply worried. Hanhari asks if Hunter DC is all right. DC stares in disbelief, asking if it is really Hanhari, who silently nods. The army is scattered again, Hanhari confirms. DC nods in understanding while Jiraiya flashes a surprisingly bright smile. He asks DC how wandering knights like them ended up here, joking that he did not know other crazy fools existed. He never expected anyone else to pursue such nonsense. DC gapes in utter shock, repeating the words, wandering knights. Suddenly, his system triggers a quest to support Holy Grail Knight Jiraiya Vatham in transporting the holy relic to the border. Stunned by the system prompt, DC mutters about escorting a treasure. Jiraiya confirms that is exactly what they are doing. They are retrieving and escorting sacred relics from desolate lands. The knights march alongside two heavily loaded carriages. As the pieces fall into place, DC mutters in realization. Jiraiya playfully asks if he is a bit out of touch. But for a wandering knight seeking glory in the middle of nowhere, it makes perfect sense. DC looks at him. He thanks Holy Grail Knight Jiraiya Vatham for his understanding, and the older knight merely gives a soft grunt. Jiraiya adjusts his cloak, explaining that the title is a future achievement. Right now, he is just a wandering knight. He abandoned his pursuit of glory long ago. DC can only frown in utter confusion, letting out a soft gasp. Jiraiya's sharp profile is revealed. For ages, Jiraiya Vatham has not received a single mission from the gods. At 15, he began wandering the world, traveling for 10 long years. Now Jiraiya kneels on the ground, leaning heavily on his sword. His exhausted body is surrounded by fallen, bloody enemies. After his wandering years, he served as a royal knight. He spent 10 years serving the kingdom and the next 50 years searching the vast world for a divine calling. Panting heavily, Jiraiya grips his sword hilt with one hand while pressing his other hand firmly against his chest. He is an outstanding knight. Still, he is no mythical giant who can single-handedly turn the tide of a war. Fulfilling a divine mission that goes down in history is a task reserved only for those legendary giants of immense strength. Though Jiraiya gasps for breath, his gaze remains sharp and cold, refusing to ever back down from his endless quest. He never abandoned his reckless journey, even as public admiration slowly withered into cruel mockery and eventually pity. One night, the goddess of dreams and death appeared. Fleur stood holding a lantern, gazing down at the weary knight. She calls him her son. Jiraiya listens with deep reverence as Fleur asks why he continues wandering in endless misery. The temple fully recognizes his devotion, urging him to return home and dedicate his immense strength back to the kingdom. Jiraiya slowly opens his eyes, his mind racing with deep thoughts as he respectfully addresses the goddess. Kneeling with one hand on the ground, he begs her not to look down on his lifelong quest for a divine purpose. He proclaims that facing challenges is his ultimate privilege. Jiraiya stands tall, his dark cloak heavily stained with blood. He never cared whether that blood belonged to his enemies or himself. Facing impossible challenges is just who he is. Taking powerful steps forward, Jiraiya coldly strides past the bodies of those who dared to stand in his way. It was a filthy mud pit that no other noble knight would ever dare to approach. And although the poets would later sing praises of his bravery, Jiraiya marched forward without looking back for even a single second, never abandoning his quest for honor. He raised his head, his eyes filled with unshakable determination. That was how he finally became a Grail Knight. At 100 years old, he was the oldest Grail Knight to ever awaken in history. Back in the present, on the narrow trail passing through the steep cliffs, Jiraiya sits on his horse alongside Leon, who stands with his hands behind his back. Together, they watch the black-armored knights ahead, readying their weapons and shields for battle. On command, the front line forms a massive shield wall as the green-skinned monsters charge straight toward them. The knights shout to prepare their axes. The enemy leader bellows a deafening roar, rallying his horde to slaughter. Every single one of them. The green-skinned beasts crash violently into the steel shield wall, displaying their savage, beastly nature. To the defensive line, one knight yells out to hold them back as the monsters throw themselves forward like absolute madmen, while others call to prepare the counterstrike. The front line managed to drop several beasts, but the next wave of soldiers, staying ready to strike. Charge. The shield-bearing knight bellows out to hold the line as a green-skinned beast gets run through the gut with a sword, coughing up blood. A knight from the rear rushes forward with his axe to counterattack. The eyes behind his iron visor gleam as he delivers a powerful downward strike, splitting the beast's body in half. The pumped-up knights charge ahead to slaughter the rest of the green monsters. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Leon watch with completely calm expressions, while Suho and Jiuk can only watch in absolute awe. It is a stunning display of power. Looking at the serious faces of Jiraiya and Leon, Suho realizes that organized military force operates on a completely different level. Even if they share the same level, these knights are vastly superior to any hunter you would find back on Earth. From his saddle, Ziria calls out to Leon, who calmly nods back. The veteran knight points toward a heavily armored green monster, wielding a massive wooden club, identifying it as a rock weasel. Leon smirks and calls out to Han Suho and Jun Haing Jiuk to watch very closely. Standing with his hands behind his back, Leon commands that their goal from now on must be leadership. He raises his hand in command, prompting Ziria to draw his weapon and charge forward on horseback, his passionate squad following close behind. Jiuk is stunned, wondering how they can charge in such a narrow canyon. Suho stammers, asking if this is way too dangerous. He worries they might crash right into their own allies, but the heavy cavalry is already bearing down on the front lines. But Ziria does not care one bit. He tightly grips his reins and drives his steed straight ahead without hesitation. The horse's hooves smash into the ground, cracking the earth beneath as Ziria launches his mount high into the air, leaping right over the defensive shield wall. Behind him, the rest of his knights ride incredibly along the sheer cliffside. Jiuk and Suho watch with their mouths wide open in disbelief. The green monsters looking up are equally shocked by the sight. It is an insane move. Leading the charge right into the enemy lines, Ziria channels powerful fire magic into his weapon. He unleashes holy fire, sending massive waves of magical flames sweeping through the monsters. Suho can only watch in absolute awe. Jiu clenches his fists, his eyes wide with excitement. He wonders if they can always dominate their enemies like this. Leon shoots them a dry, judgmental look. He warns them not to be fooled, as the enemy has not shown their true strength. Jiuk looks at him, asking if the king plans to step in. After all, their only goal is to protect the relic. Just then, the system screen flashes a notification. They must assist the Grail Knight Ziria Verm in transporting the holy relics safely to the border of the Leonist kingdom. There is also a sub-quest to protect Ziria's main army to the end. Leon rubs his chin, narrowing his eyes. If Stallion were here, catching up to the main army would have been effortless. Still, Leon firmly decides to stay behind and help Ziria Verm, wanting to witness the final chapter of this honorable night. Leon turns and asks Han Suho and Jun Hyung Jiuk if they have thoroughly completed the tasks he gave them earlier. Jiu quickly replies that they searched the fallen orcs as ordered, though they could not find any magic stones. Leon listens, closing his eyes in silent contemplation. It seems this particular gate is not as simple as it first appeared. While previous gates always carried some sort of malicious trickery, he does not sense any hidden evil in this one. Leon strokes his chin, realizing that while the gate itself might be neutral, the active quests can still be manipulated. He closes his eyes once more. No matter, he has already gathered plenty of valuable information from just this single attempt. Leon commands Han Suho and Jun Haing Jiu to scan their surroundings and check if any other threats are lingering behind them. Just as he speaks, a sudden streak of light flashes across the sky. Leon snaps his eyes open and barehandedly catches an incoming projectile. Suho gasps in shock at the flying spear, while Jiu quickly crouches down to check on the king. Is that so? The monster leader sneers craftily, pointing out a figure riding a Pegasus approaching from behind. Leon's lips tremble as his face darkens. Veins bulge on his arms, unable to hide his raw fury as he snaps that spear. He snarls, demanding how a green-skinned beast dares ambush him from afar right before their shocked eyes. Leon grinds his teeth, snapping the blade. His eyes flash gold. Why? He screams in absolute fury. Raw pressure erupts around him. He roars, asking how a green-skinned pest dares to fly around like a fly. How dare it attack this king? Leon barks an order, commanding Holy Grail Knight Jiria to bring him the arrogant beast's head. Jiria bows with a sharp, cold look, calling it an absolute honor. Drawing a sword from his inventory, he vows to deliver. He promises to bring the head immediately. The orc leader sneers in amusement, calling the old man incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, Jiria appears behind the leader like a ghost. The monster keeps mocking him, completely blind to the danger. How can he fight with his feet stuck? The monster sneers, but a massive blow cuts him short. Jiria smashes him directly on the head, burying him deep into the earth. The ground shatters as the monster screams in agony. The dazed orc leader pokes his head out of the rubble. Right next to him, his mount is planted headfirst in the dirt. Scrambling up, the beast looks at Jiria in pure confusion. How? The holy knight just looks down on him. Jiria releases an overwhelming wave of killing intent, growling that filthy beasts like him belong face down in the dirt. He demands to know how they dare fly in His Majesty's airspace. Yet despite the beating, the stubborn monster still isn't afraid. He laughs, calling the Holy Grail Knights absolutely insane, and warns Jiria that his life ends right here, right now. Smirking, he reminds the knight that he brought an entire army and that Jiria will regret coming here all alone. Jiria scans the area. You brought this many beasts? How very peculiar, he notes. The orc leader laughs proudly. He claims he doesn't care how powerful Jiria is in the human world. No single man can take on his entire horde. Jiria's purple eyes narrow as his murderous aura spikes even higher. With a cold smirk, Jiria agrees that the monster did gather a lot. A lot of useless trash. The monster freezes. Watching Jiria get wrapped in purple light, he senses things are going wrong. A horrible feeling. Meanwhile, Jiria begins to whisper a chant calling on the goddess of death right now. A massive magic circle erupts beneath his feet. Sensing extreme danger, the monster urgently warns his horde to get back. Retreat, he screams to get away from this crazy human. Jiria calmly raises his blade. He offers up a prayer, hoping his patron deity will be pleased with the sacrifice of his holy knightly duties. As if Goddess Fleur herself is standing behind him, granting him immense power, he prepares to deliver the final strike. He declares that death itself will punish these godless beasts, his voice echoing over the battlefield as the leader despairs. The monster can only watch in absolute dread as an endless nightmare unfolds, turning the sky completely gray. Invisible magic threads materialize from thin air, wrapping tightly around the bodies of the panicking orcs, trapping them instantly. Meanwhile, a hand gently rests on Daeon's head. Jiria appears behind the boy, warning him to stay highly alert. Most are actually demons, Jiria explains. Daeon gasps, apologizing immediately, but the old knight just smiles. He is still young after all. Hanhari chimes in, glad they have a forest nearby, but warning that they are still in danger. Daeon and Jiria slip back into the thick brush. The knight suggests they carefully move toward a cave he spotted earlier. Hoisting a heavy wooden barrel onto his shoulder, Jiria startles Hanhari, who stammers that they should carry it. Stella feels completely overwhelmed. She cannot understand why such a legendary figure is doing manual labor like this. Jiria chuckles warmly, telling Stella that right now he is just an ordinary knight and she should absolutely relax. Gritting her teeth, Stella tries to protest, but the old knight just smiles and tells her it is fine. Daeon watches with deep skepticism, highly doubting that a Holy Grail knight is just some regular soldier. Jiria silences him with a wink. He whispers that they need to move fast to avoid detection. Looking at his young companions, his voice grows firm. He declares his absolute faith in their survival. Soon, they head out under the pitch-black sky, navigating through heavy mountain mist. The dense fog completely blinds them, but they manage to locate a small cave tucked beneath a large old tree. Thick vines woven from pure mana sprout to cover the entrance. Daeon steps back satisfied, while Han-Hari looks on in awe. She is amazed that holy magic can be used this way, prompting the old man to flash a bright thumbs up. He chuckles, calling it a simple old man's trick, playfully claiming he doesn't deserve such high praise from them. The four of them gather inside the cave to plan their next move. Since the entrance is sealed, they decide to make camp. It is going to be a long night. While their horse quietly chews on its reins, the group huddles together. Sitting around the crackling campfire, Stella tightly clutches a small wooden box. After a long silence, she finally speaks up to break the quiet. Glancing over at Jiria, she asks if she can entrust the legendary knight with guarding their precious sacred relic. Jiria places a hand over his heart politely, reminding Stella not to force him to exceed his own authority. He explains that during wartime kingdom, knights hold command authority over fellow knights. Hearing this, Stella pouts in disappointment. Stubborn as always, she argues that he is still the Grail Knight chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. To her, he is the best person to shoulder this glorious duty, but Jiria firmly declines the offer. He insists that past achievements only burden his future self, offering him no comfort in the present. The old knight views himself merely as a challenger, not someone who has already crossed the finish line. While Stella frowns in frustration, Han-Hari and Dekong quietly watch the exchange, struggling to hold back their laughter. Finally, Dekong raises his hand to politely cut in, apologizing to Jiria and Stella for the interruption. He asks what Jiria meant by his past and future selves, prompting the old knight to explain further. Looking down with a hint of sorrow, Jiria notes that the goddess simply granted him a truly undeserved blessing. A memory of his powerful younger self appears on screen. Twilight Jiria, the legendary Grail Knight of Death. After surviving countless brutal trials, the goddess Fleur blessed him with a unique power to honor his journey. Closing his eyes, Jiria explains his unique destiny, to always emerge victorious within the endless world of dreams. He can recreate a fragment of memory from his long journey and summon his avatar from that specific era. Now 85 years old, his weathered face relaxes as he notes it is finally time to accept this divine mission. Dekong gapes in utter disbelief, wondering if holy laws could really pull off such an incredibly insane feat. Han-Hari curiously asks if his power gets split, but Jiria just grins warmly while confidently flexing his strong arm. He explains that this body is simply a peak recreation, carrying all his past strength without letting it fade away. Han-Hari is thrilled, calling him practically invincible, but Jiria just chuckles and asks how strong an old man can be. He warns them not to expect too much, claiming he is nothing compared to a true Grail Knight. But right as those humble words leave his mouth, a terrifying growl echoes through the dark cave. They spring up with weapons drawn as Dekong anxiously whispers, trying to figure out what that horrifying noise was. Jiria quickly shushes them, warning that the enemies have found their hiding spot. Instantly, the tension in the room skyrockets. Heavy, violent thuds shake the ceiling. Jiraiya looks up just as a massive monster crashes through the rock. Jiraiya yells for everyone to get back as heavy debris begins to rain down directly onto his position. The others scream out in terror. Hanhari and Dekong scramble up desperately, searching the dust to see if he is okay. Through the rubble, Jiraiya is holding his ground, single-handedly blocking the beast's razor-sharp fangs with his sword. Stella watches in sheer panic as he holds back its thrashing tentacles, desperately screaming his name in fear. He warns them this toxic beast is a demon subordinate, even as the wound on his own back begins healing. He tells Stella to get back immediately, while Hanhari desperately shakes a dazed hunter Dekong to wake him up. Fear washes over Hanhari as she realizes Dekong has turned completely pale from a nasty wound on his arm. She frantically calls his name as blood pools from the gash, forcing a painful groan from the injured hunter. Slumping onto the cold ground, DC Kong quietly apologizes to assistant manager Han as she quickly kneels beside him. She brushes it off, telling him it is fine, though sweat drips from her forehead as she lifts his heavy arm. She warns him not to move because of the poison, her hands working fast while blaming herself for this mess. Suddenly, Hanhari stands up and tells him to wait right there, leaving a confused DC Kong clutching his arm. He looks up and calls after her, but assistant manager Han does not hesitate, instantly grabbing her weapon. Clutching her sword, she slowly approaches Jiraiya, who is desperately fighting off the monster. Seeing her, he suddenly turns around and shouts in worry, "Hey, it is too dangerous, you shouldn't," but before Jiraiya can even finish, his eyes go wide in absolute shock. Hanhari stands there, deadly serious, her gaze sharp and filled with pure intent to kill. Gripping her sword, her entire body is suddenly engulfed in blazing fire. Awake, she tells herself, awaken the flames. Suddenly, old memories flash in her mind, showing Leon holding her close. Hanhari closes her eyes, telling him that he must have been chosen by the god of war and fire too. She insists that he cannot apply ordinary rules to divine power. Snuggling up close in his arms, she reaches up to softly scratch his chin, while replying that she still is not entirely sure. He raises his hand to conjure fire, leaving her completely amazed and fascinated. As she listens to Leon explain, this fire god is like a wave with its flow, mimicking ocean currents moving, exactly as desired, like a tidal wave. Back in reality, Hanhari's eyes light up with fierce determination as she swings her sword, Leon's warning echoing in her mind to remember his words. Gritting her teeth, she prepares to strike, unleashing a heavy slash that cuts deep into the monster and forces a painful shriek. Divine power represents the ultimate law of the land. Leaping forward, she delivers a finishing blow that splatters blood as the beast roars one last time and crashes down. Watching from afar, Jagdad Spinner stands frozen in absolute awe, unable to move a single muscle, his jaw dropped in shock. Soon the dust settles safely and they seek refuge inside a nearby cave to build a campfire. Jiraiya examines the residue left on the rocks, identifying it as coral poison. Hanhari quickly points out that they are nowhere near the ocean. With his body now tightly bandaged, Jiraiya supports himself on his hands, explaining that the beast was a chimera belonging to the Empire's dark mages. Fortunately, he knows the cure, but their companion Vast stands nearby, peering closely before softly whispering that there is only enough antidote for one person. Hearing this, Hanhari feels a wave of guilt, lowering her eyes anxiously to apologize for accidentally burning the rest with her flame. Jiraiya looks at her and sighs gently to reassure her that they cannot predict what happens in the heat of battle, telling her not to blame herself. Meanwhile, Daesung sits quietly in a dark corner, holding his injured arm with his good hand, when a sudden voice breaks his concentration and catches his attention, asking if his name is Daesung. Looking up, he sees Jiraiya standing directly in front of him. Daesung stammers out in confusion, "Master Jiraiya," as the old man kneels before him, gently offering the small bottle and telling him to drink because he truly deserves it. To have it. Daesung quickly accepts the potion, cradling it in his palms as he looks down in hesitation, to ask if it is really all right for him to take it alone. Jiraiya calmly replies that of course it is, since a young knight like him can achieve far more in the future than an old man. Daesung frowns slightly, a deep sense of guilt washing over his face as he offers his deepest gratitude. Daesung then raises the vial and drinks, making the old man smile warmly in satisfaction. Having finished, Jiraiya stands up straight and speaks clearly to the rest of the group, announcing that he has thoroughly hidden their cave entrance, and no matter how sharp the beast's senses might be, they will never track them. But as he tries to continue, a sudden sharp pain pierces his chest and cuts his words short. Unable to endure the agony any longer, suddenly Jiraiya collapses to his knees with a painful cry, throwing everyone into a panic, yelling his name. Daesung rushes over to support him, frantically asking if there is any other way to heal him now. His face turns pale as he stubbornly clutches his chest, reassuring Dae-sung that even if he passes away here, past self will still guide them on their journey. Dae-sung holds his hand tightly, looking down with a heavy, troubled expression, and hesitating to remind him that he is the only one they have right now. Despite his fading strength, Jiraiya smiles at his concern, and the group quickly gathers to help the old man lean back against a rock to rest. As they crowd around, he whispers that his clone was blessed by the goddess of death, who even bestowed a special gift upon him. They sit closer, listening intently as Jiraiya leans weakly against the stone wall to leave his final instructions, telling them his passing will be peaceful and not to grieve. Lacking any remaining strength, his body covered in sweat, he struggles to breathe out that someone is hunting the holy relic and to successfully deliver it to King Leon. They must treat his past clone as a decoy, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. A heavy silence fills the cave, as Han-Ha-Ri quietly holds back her tears, and Jag-Spinner bows his head softly, calling out Jiraiya's name, while Dae-sung stands silently, watching him. Jiraiya rests his head back, his fading vision suddenly showing Fleur holding the holy relic and smiling warmly down at him. Showing no surprise at her appearance, he whispers that the goddess of death does not need to visit him in his final hours. Hearing his words, everyone stares in absolute shock. Jiraiya's eyes slowly glaze over, narrowing as he gazes into the void. They watch him in breathless silence as he fights to whisper his absolute last words of eternal glory. In a different memory, Jiraiya solemnly sheathes his blade when a sudden voice calls out from behind him, praising his excellent work. Turning quickly with his hand over his heart, Jiraiya respectfully dedicates all this honor to the goddess of death and to Leon himself, who now steps forward with his two loyal subordinates, asking if he has decided. Trying to force their leader into the open, Jiraiya looked up with a dejected expression to report that the plan was useless. Looking in their direction, he remarked that those simple green beasts possessed a surprisingly high level of patience. Leon scanned the area, pointing at a fallen monster on the dirt to suggest that such heavy provocation should have triggered them. If they still refuse to strike, then their leader must hold absolute command over them, Jiraiya noted while tightly gripping his hilt. Looking in the same direction, he wondered if a great commander was hidden among them as Leon clasped his hands behind his back. He agreed that it was highly likely, his lips thinning as he silently noted how surprisingly organized the beasts seemed to be. Perhaps an orc champion was guiding them, he thought, while the captured monster sneered, its eyes glowing as it raised its hand. These rare champions were handpicked by the orc god to rule over the rest and assemble them into a terrifying war legion. Their ultimate goal was to ignite a massive war, prompting Leon to rest his hand on his chin, envisioning a majestic warrior. He could not recall seeing such a grand figure on the battlefield back then, making any final judgment a bit too premature. Realizing something, Leon turned to the knight beside him, calling out Jiraiya's name with a slight tilt of his head. He quietly mentioned having something important to share, just as the main army began setting up camp behind the towering mountains. Leon asked if they could step aside to find some privacy, and soon the two of them sat down together for a serious talk. Keeping his head lowered, Jiraiya stammered in disbelief, asking if he had already died and was now standing in the heavens. His hands trembled uncontrollably against the table before clenching tightly as he mumbled about the grueling 2 centuries Leon fought alone. He sat in heavy silence, unable to even look up as immense guilt washed over him for leaving his lord to suffer in isolation. He begged Leon never to forgive such a disloyal knight, unable to comprehend how the king could endure the endless torment. Leon offered a gentle smile. Closing his eyes to comfort him, he told Jiraiya there was no need to apologize at all. Looking up at the glowing magic orb, Jiraiya realized something. If he fell to an orc, a legendary chieftain would surely appear. Leon gave a calm, steady nod of agreement, his mind flashing back to the towering, monstrous figure he had faced before. Staring downward, Leon noted that the champion chosen by the orc god was active here, though he never saw him again after. Jiraiya shot a curious glance his way, asking his master what his ultimate plans were for this mysterious gate. Leon frowned slightly, explaining that he wanted to run an experiment, making any raw loot a secondary concern. Jiraiya's expression turned incredibly solemn as he stared at Leon, who admitted that he had another underlying motive. When the knight asked what that motive was, the king slowly opened his eyes, speaking with a very slight and hesitant pause. As the spirits of armored soldiers materialized right behind him, Leon raised his head with a gentle, resolute smile. He declared his wish to stand beside his beloved comrades until the absolute final moments of their lives. As darkness slowly blanketed the sky, lights flickered awake in the orc camps where the beasts slept soundly on straw. They lay completely oblivious to any danger, living out simple daily routines that closely mirrored those of ordinary humans. Their lives revolved around eating and fighting. Now Leon's face darkened in the shadows, his eyes burning with intense malice. A sinister smirk played on his lips. His eyes suddenly glowed, summoning a small but bright flame to his fingertips. The orcs were powerful yet incredibly simple, which made their camps vulnerable to the raging fires spreading in the night. Deep sleep made them easy targets. Ambush. Violent flames quickly encircled their entire camp, trapping them in a fiery hell. Waking up in sheer panic, the monsters ran around, screaming that their vital food supplies were completely ablaze. Amidst the chaos and useless cries, Leon stood on a nearby peak, watching the destruction with a dark, satisfied grin. He chuckled at their panic, knowing those brainless and filthy beasts were getting exactly what they deserved from the humans. Kneeling on one knee, he noted with excitement that the screams of those burning monsters made a pleasant melody. Jiraiya stood silently behind his king, fully agreeing with the sentiment as he held his massive sword and gently rubbed his chin. He offered to recount every single piece of information he possessed, glancing away with a very profound and silent realization. Knowing his king was here, Jiraiya realized his tragic death in the pages of history had now been completely rewritten. Approaching Leon as power gathered around the king, Jiraiya wondered if this gate could actually replicate the Leon Dragonia kingdom. He imagined the terrifying figure of Dullahan standing proudly inside the castle, fully expecting that formidable enemy to appear soon. Dullahan turned with eyes gleaming with dark energy, standing as a stark contrast to the strongest holy knights. The image of goddess Ariana clasping her hands appeared as everyone closed their eyes in silent prayer. Those who successfully completed divine trials and drank the holy water would eventually become representatives of the gods, kneeling down in heavy iron armor as legendary holy knights of supreme power. Their most striking trait is that they represent the very essence of a god. Another stands firm, enveloped in a vast well of power with hand, gripping a sword tightly and pointing it toward the heavens. Their divinity is sustained by the pure faith of their Sus, followers channeling divine power to their living saints. Leon envisions it all, a grand knight holding a majestic sword, pointing forward while the beautiful Ariana prays. Unlike regular knights who rely on magic to fight and face strict limits, these Holy Grail knights dedicate their absolute faith to divine power. As long as she offers a single prayer, a massive army of legendary knights will rise right behind you. In a way, these Holy Grail knights are like vessels of endless devotion. They simply don't know what it means to grow tired in battle. Sim claws at his own face, roaring in pure frustration. Damn those bastards. His shout echoes loudly, drawing the attention of the orcs outside the tent. How can they keep attacking non-stop for 3 straight days? The monster and orc alliance is in chaos as a terrified soldier kneels, reporting that they have been raided over 3 million times. Sim screams in shock, what his rage boils over as he covers his face, exhaling hot breath with eyes rolled back. No, we have 10,000 troops. 10,000 memories of Leon and Jiraiya destroying his camp flash before him. Sim simply cannot accept it. How could they attack a camp of tens of thousands day and night without stopping? There are only 2 of them. Meanwhile, Leon smirks with a sly grin as he flies away alongside Jiraiya. Sim demands to know why they couldn't catch them. His terrified subordinate stammers out that they are Holy Grail knights. Sim cuts him off in a panic, cursing that things are very bad. He slumps in his chair, rubbing his forehead and muttering that he must take action. Suddenly, an object flies inside from the cold outdoors, whipping the tent curtains open. A round object bounces across the floor, causing Sim to jump back in terror, stammering as he asks what it is. Dark liquid splashes onto his face, making both of them turn around in shock. Before them lies Chuang, defeated on the floor. Sim screams out his name, utterly paralyzed with fear, as he realizes the strongest orc warrior blessed by the beast god has been sliced completely in half. Horrified, Sim looks around, wondering who could do this. Just then, a massive foot steps slowly into the tent. Katter stands there with an axe on his shoulder, sneering at them and calling them weaklings. Sim cowers back, glaring at Katter with pure dread. Sim screams out in anger, but Katter merely grins with pride. He demands to know what is happening, addressing the champion of Helkin. Suddenly, Katter grabs Sim by the throat, choking a groan out of him. Sim is lifted off the ground with one hand, struggling to breathe as his face blues. Katter glares with a dark expression, telling Sim that he gave him a strict deadline. His face is terrifying red eyes, burning with murderous intent. Sim claws desperately at the giant's iron grip, utterly powerless as his face pales. He wonders what insane strength this is. Even in his youth, he could fight Holy Grail knights, but right now he is completely helpless. Yet a spark of hope lights his eyes as he realizes this monster might be their strongest weapon. Katter suddenly releases his grip, tossing Sim to the dirt floor before placing his heavy axe back on his shoulder. He commands Sim to gather his forces, declaring they will launch a full assault tomorrow with everything they have. Sim looks up in terror, stammering about the 2 powerful Holy Grail knights leading the enemy army. But Katter does not care. He turns to walk out of the tent, but suddenly stops at the exit. He promises that Grand Knight Skudik and he will join the fight, urging Sim to prepare to crush them. Sim stares with wide eyes, barely processing the sudden turn of events before instinctively nodding his agreement. He rejoices inwardly. 2 legendary orc champions blessed by the beast gods straight out of the history books are helping. As Katter leaves, Sim slumps back onto the floor with a sigh of relief, confident that this is enough to win. Suddenly, a thunderous crash from outside shatters the silence and grabs everyone's attention. Sim grimaces, shouting in pure anger. What are those bastards doing now? He scrambles to his feet, waving his hand for his men to follow him out. They rush outside, but Sim freezes in his tracks. A massive metal spear is driven deep into the ground, forming a smoking crater. Dead orcs lie scattered around the impact zone with heat radiating from the metallic shaft. A small note attached to the weapon catches their attention. Sim quickly pulls it off and opens it to read. Katter leans in with curiosity as Sim reads. This is a direct declaration from King Leon delivered with serious effort. Reading the words, Sim is left utterly speechless, while Katter falls silent. The ultimate challenge has been laid down. Shin was absolutely furious. Without hesitating, he ripped the paper in half and shouted that those muscleheads were proposing a duel. They only wanted to fight because they thought we were at a disadvantage. Katter merely crossed his arms, clutching his battle axe. With a grim expression, he demanded they accept the challenge. Standing behind him, Shin asked if he actually wanted to fight them. If he joined the fray, their odds of winning would skyrocket. Katter said nothing, simply smirking with a calculated, determined look. Wearing a confident smile, Katar boldly declared that he would personally bring back the cold corpse of the Holy Knight. Meanwhile, the massive beast had finally been slain. Everyone rushed over to the fallen monster, practically glowing with sheer joy. They loudly thanked the queen for saving them. The female knight broke into tears and ran forward, whimpering about how terrifying it was. Smiling gently, she patted her knight's head and asked if she was all right, relieved that no one was seriously injured. Soyeon approached with a sigh of relief, placing a hand over her heart in deep gratitude. They had almost been in serious trouble. She thanked the queen for the rescue. Beatrice looked over with a cheerful smile, saying it was no big deal. Soon, Soyeon spoke up again, asking if anyone had seen Yu Hyuk. Beatrice blinked in surprise, wondering why she asked. Blushing furiously, Soyeon scratched her cheek and nervously stammered that she definitely was not worried about him at all. Beatrice giggled softly, covering her mouth as she teased her companion about how adorable it was that she cared so much. Soyeon practically had steam coming out of her ears. Beatrice kept smiling, fully understanding exactly what was going on. After a moment, Beatrice stood before the group, shyly clasping her hands and asking if their main goal was to assist Juria. Protect the main military forces, right? They quickly answered in unison, confirming that was indeed their current task. Next, she explained that the king actually did not come here fighting on another battlefield instead. Beatrice turned toward them. Facing their bewildered expressions, she explained that Yu Hyuk was likely with another squad for some other mission. She reassured her that there was no need to worry. Tilting her head, Beatrice gathered a small spark of magic. She told them she had cast a tracking spell on everyone for safety so they could fight without any worries. Hearing this, everyone cheered in excitement. Beatrice stepped forward, then suddenly turned back to look at them again. She urged them to do their best since they would reunite soon. Much later, Beatrice was traveling with the knights. Looking serious, she glanced up, calculating that the royal guards and Yu Hyuk were likely with the king right now. They were probably attacking the orc tribe. Deep in thought, Beatrice mapped out her predictions inside her head. She wondered about the three remaining issues. Sensing their energy signatures, Dae, Sung, and Hyori seemed to be with a different group. As a mental map formed, she carefully calculated everything. However, Spinner was still entirely out of her detection range. She had thought she could see every corner of this canyon, yet she still could not locate him anywhere. Clenching her fists, she closed her eyes and sighed, wondering where he went. Nearby, misty cliffs stretched into the horizon. The vast landscape felt desolate and incredibly cold. Meanwhile, Zack was currently floating silently out in outer space. System beeps echoed around him. Staring straight ahead, he reported that the orbital stop was prepared and ready. After calculating gravity effects, Zack turned to a small monitor in the dark to check on the orc gate. He carefully observed the reproduction and growth rate of the orcs, leaning forward slightly as he watched. His glowing red eyes scanned the screen. The satellite launch into the gate had succeeded, but data was still limited. He needed to calculate potential physical anomalies. Just then, a highly detailed map opened up on the display. Zack analyzed the map and announced that the terrain boundaries of this miniature planet were now clearly defined. However, only the canyon and a portion of the Empire's border were visible, leaving the rest completely obscured. Analyzing the battlefield, he adjusted his coordinates to scan for high-energy entities until the tracker locked onto someone. A small green circle kept expanding on the screen, zooming in to bring the target clearly into view. The massive energy source was identified. Clad in heavy armor, Yu Hyuk stood perfectly still, seemingly sensing the scan. Suddenly, King Kindness looked straight up, staring directly at Zack. Startled by the sudden detection, Zack broke into a sweat. He could not believe he had been spotted. King Kindness then looked down, no longer staring upward. Removing his iron helmet, King Kindness glared with pure irritation, his teeth grinding in anger. His eyes glowed crimson with murderous intent, whispering that it had been a long time. Down in the dusty canyons, two armies stood ready on a vast open field. The massive orcs were fully armored and heavily armed. Their large muscular bodies made their formation look incredibly fierce. Observing their terrifying presence, Yu Hyuk asked with deep concern. Leon asks if this is really a good chance to test their army. It seems everything might spiral completely out of control if they make a single mistake, he coldly reminds them. He analyzes the situation carefully, knowing this battle is incredibly important. Understanding the enemy's strength will make predicting this battle easy. If they can capture this crucial base, the soldiers transporting the Holy Relic will have a much easier time. Leon assures them that transporting it used to be a nightmare, but now they have their main army supporting them. Do Hyuk and Suho stand by his side, deeply curious. They ask if this is a massive deal, wondering if they should also assist in escorting the relic through these lands. He confidently replies that Queen Betchik and Sir Spinners are already on it. Reinforcements are already well on their way. Do Hyuk gasps as he realizes the plan. Just then, a knight approaches with an urgent report for the king, which Leon silently acknowledges. With a nod, Leon asks General Jiria if he is ready to move. The veteran commander calmly tells him that he is. Assuring the king he will lead the charge, Jiria steps forward with steady, unshakable strides toward the waiting orcs while the others watch with absolute trust in their eyes. The savage orcs immediately start clashing their weapons together, chanting for blood and slaughter. Hyped up on battle rage, they roar that the god Hyukan is watching, demanding they tear these puny human knights apart. The human knights grit their teeth in anger at the insults. Leon scoffs at the barbarians, but Jiria is already far too used to their loud. They are always noisy, matching their wild and impulsive nature perfectly. But hold on, look at who just stepped out from the ranks. Welcoming the wretched humans, this giant commander threatens them, stating the rules of their clash are incredibly simple. Whichever side dies is the loser. He proudly introduces himself as Ban Baza, the undefeated champion of Hyukan. He claims he has never lost a single battle. He challenges the knights, asking if any of them have the guts to stake their honor and fight. Leon sneers, mocking the idea of orcs even having a shred of honor to stake. Showing clear disgust, Leon calls the giant a joke, saying only weak cowards would lose to him, and orders Jiria to go ahead and grab that damn beast by the neck. Jiria locks in, pulling a glowing blade straight out of thin air. He calmly promises to remember the beast's name after this fight. Man and beast face off as Jiria's gaze grows intense. His eyes glow with raw power, declaring that today is the orc's final day. Staring at the blade pointed at him, Ban Baza laughs it off, telling the old man his big talk is useless. Jiria sighs, finding the green-skinned warrior's confidence highly amusing. Ban Baza dares him to back up his words, and Jiria calmly accepts the challenge, ready to put him down. Ban Baza slams his heavy axe onto the ground with a wild laugh, declaring that it is already too late for regrets. He promises the knight will die today. Unshaken, Jiria reads his opponent's stance as Ban Baza stomps the ground to launch himself forward. The giant swings his massive axe, roaring as he closes the gap. Jiria grips his sword and charges right back at him. Ban Baza screams for him to die, and a devastating strike suddenly cleaves right through Jiria. His eyes widen in shock as fresh blood sprays across the battlefield. Slinging the axe over his shoulder, the giant raises his fist and boasts of his easy win. The orc horde cheers as Dewey, Hyuk, and Suho watch in absolute horror, unable to believe what just happened. Dewey Hyuk panics, but get this. There is no way a legendary knight goes down that easily, right? The victorious orc begins to look highly dazed, muttering about his eternal glory. Suddenly, Jiria appears behind him, completely unharmed. He notes that beasts are always just mindless beasts, chuckling at how incredibly predictable the giant's wild attacks truly are. Suho suddenly remembers something crucial and tells his friend, calling Jiria the legendary Chalice Knight of Dreams and Death. Dewey Hyuk is totally lost, but Suho explains that Jiria must have used his holy law to create a flawless illusion. It was indeed his specialized skill, the domain of dreams. Jiria's eyes flash as he teleports right in front of the giant. He readies a lethal strike, telling Ban Baza to drown in a sweet dream before activating his final holy law. Jiria unleashes the execution aura, confident that at this close distance his blade will absolutely find its mark. A single hit will drain the monster's life force and kill him. Jiria zeroes in on his opponent's main weak spot. But suddenly, Ban Baza catches the blade barehanded. Smiling like an absolute demon, he mocks their pathetic holy laws. Jiria is horrified as his sword is locked tight in the giant's grip. His ultimate holy law has completely failed. With a massive roar, Ban Baza flings the knight back and swings his axe, slashing Jiria's chest and leaving him groaning in pain. Suho and Dewey Hyuk scream out for Jiria in terror as the veteran knight quickly leaps back to create some distance. Ban Baza sneers at the noisy Chalice Knight. Jiria clutches his bleeding chest, finally feeling the terrifying power of Hyokan. The proud champion boasts that he is the right hand of Hyokan, blessed with enough godly might to crush any opponent. He wants to destroy everything, gripping his massive axe and sneering that none of those fancy skills mean a single thing anymore. Ban Baza swings the heavy axe straight down. A near-miss Jiraiya barely manages to throw himself backward to avoid the lethal blow. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya struggles to block the follow-up strike quickly, realizing this monster is simply too strong to fight head-on. Jiraiya lunges forward with everything left. Banbaza laughs, goading the old man to keep coming as their weapons clash fiercely. They exchange brutal strikes, but Jiraiya's advanced age quickly puts him at a disadvantage despite the few shallow cuts he manages to land on Banbaza. Banbaza mocks him. Is that all a legendary Grail Knight can do? Suddenly, he grabs the helpless old man by his collar. He slams Jiraiya onto the dirt. Is this how you fool everyone with your strength? Banbaza laughs, mocking his opponent. Jiraiya gasps, eyes rolling back in pain as the axe comes down. Daidu Hux screams out in absolute terror. The dust settles, revealing Banbaza looking disappointed that it is over, but then he spots a battered figure still standing just a few feet away. Jiraiya clutches his bleeding wound, barely staying upright as he silently curses his own weakness, thinking what a pathetic and humiliating sight he is. Even after throwing away his pride on the battlefield, he still has not defeated this monster, only rolling around in the dirt and shedding blood. He has bled far too much today, but he refuses to die here, tightly wrapping a cloth around his hand to bind it to the hilt. Talk about absolute badassery. He binds his hand to the sword, spitting out that the disgusting monster makes him sick. The real fight starts right now, Jiraiya warns, dropping into a low stance before launching himself forward in one last desperate charge. Banbaza laughs in disgust and swings his weapon to finish him, mockingly yelling that a weak human could never hope to stand against his power. Jiraiya feels his vision fade as the pain becomes unbearable, his mind slipping into darkness even as his body keeps moving forward. In a flashback, Holy Knight Leon stands tall and solemn before his soldiers, preparing for the upcoming monster subjugation campaign. With sharp eyes, Leon demands the old applicant state his name, prompting Jiraiya to bow deeply with a hand over his chest. He introduces himself as Jiraiya, the second son of Baron Wortham, who once served proudly in the Twilight Knights of Liona. Leon stays silent, sizing up the elderly warrior with a cautious frown before speaking of what he knows about the man's past. He mentions hearing about Jiraiya serving in the prestigious Royal Knights 50 years ago, which seems like a lifetime ago. Jiraiya closes his eyes and bows even lower, admitting with deep regret and sorrow that his current state is truly shameful. Leon hesitates, clearly torn, before warning Jiraiya that this orc campaign is highly dangerous and aimed at taking down a brutal general. He worries it is far too risky for an old veteran to join, but Jiraiya remains determined to make his case. He places a hand over his heart, showing absolute sincerity as he begs the legendary Knight of Glory and Justice. He begs to join the front lines in any position, even if he has to fight alongside commoners or stand with the infantry. He claims he does not care about rank anymore, leaving Leon wide-eyed and deeply surprised by the veteran's intense dedication. Sunlight streams through the window as Leon asks why he is so desperate to fight when there are safer ways to find glory. Jiraiya looks down, biting his lip before offering a gentle, warm smile that carries a lifetime of hidden burdens. He softly says that honor and glory are not everything to him, and then we snap back to the bloody battlefield. Now pinned to the cold ground, Jiraiya coughs up fresh blood as the enemy's weapon pierces deeply into his body. Banbaza points aggressively at himself with glowing red eyes, boasting that he has won against the stubborn armored knight. But suddenly, the monster feels a strange vibration in his weapon, realizing that Jiraiya is gripping the blade with bare hands. Jiraiya summons every ounce of his remaining strength, his face shadowed as he recalls Leon's words from before. Leon's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him to bring eternal glory to his entire household through this brutal crusade. With renewed resolve, a massive surge of purple magical energy begins to swirl violently around the dying veteran. He invokes a powerful forbidden spell, his eyes glowing bright purple, as he calls upon the goddess of the end. He unleashes a devastating sword, praying for her divine protection as a knight who has survived countless deaths. Banbaza clutches his own chest in sheer disbelief, wondering how this dying old man could possibly possess such explosive power. The massive orc collapses to the ground while Jiraiya stands tall, protected by a divine blessing that defies death itself. He pulls the weapon free and raises his sword to signal the army, sending a wave of cheers through the ranks. Honestly, who could blame them for standing there completely stunned after witnessing a literal miracle play out before their eyes? Meanwhile, the remaining orc horde watches in cold silence, mockingly calling the fallen Banbaza a useless weakling for losing. A heavily cloaked elderly orc slowly steps forward, muttering that dropping one's guard is a quick way to get killed. He reveals his face and introduces himself as Ma, the true general of the orcs, ready to finish off the dying hero. Maga looks at the battered Jiraiya and mocks him, asking if he wants to spark one final desperate ember. He stands frozen, knowing he has lost too much blood. Jiraiya frowns, calculating how much time his death immunity has left. Once it runs out, true death will finally take him. His vision begins to fade, yet his resolve never wavers. He dedicates his final breath to his king. Maga approaches with his staff, while Jiraiya prepares to drag him to hell. Jiraiya collapses from the strain, but someone catches him just in time. Leon has finally arrived, offering quiet words of comfort. He tells the old knight he fought bravely. Leon steps forward to face the enemy, telling Juria to rest. He promises to witness and bless his final moments. Juria watches with deep worry, seeing Leon covered in wounds himself. Despite his injuries, Leon boldly challenges the orc horde. Maga stands utterly stunned as the king delivers a chilling declaration. He offers the green-skinned monsters one single chance at victory, slowly drawing a weapon that radiates a pure golden light. The masterfully crafted blade gleams with immense power. Leon unleashes a torrent of energy surrounded by roaring, fiery crests. A mystical chalice manifests right above his head. Talk about bringing out the heavy artillery for this fight. Leon charges forward like a roaring lion, daring them all to come at him. Meanwhile, high in orbit, a strange object watches. It monitors the battlefield and reports the situation, detecting massive troop movements along the Imperial border. The Empire and the Kingdom of Li share a fragile alliance. On its map display the locations of the relic escort units appear. 2 escort squads have already been wiped out, though the members of the Pantheon remain safe for now. Detecting an anomaly, it reports a surge in the Orc and Heretic alliance. Suddenly, the device halts as if sensing danger. Z leaps away from the main building just before a sudden massive streak of fire crashes down, obliterating everything. Under the fading light of dusk, Leon stands ready to unleash his unmatched power and level the entire battlefield. The onlookers watch in absolute awe as he chants a single spell, completely vaporizing the orc forces in an instant. Leon turns back with a cold expression. Nearby, EA places a hand over her chest to show her deep respect. She promises to follow Juria to the ends of the earth if this holy war demands it. Sweat drips down his face. He weakly calls out to his sovereign, kneeling on the ground to beg Leon not to linger in this memory. He urges his king not to waste precious time, declaring that Leon has already proven himself to be a magnificent ruler. Juria breaks into a violent cough, prompting a worried cry from So, who stands close by. Leon kneels beside him, placing a hand over his heart, promising to perform the ascension ritual for his loyal knight. Juria quickly objects, his face filled with anxiety as he begs Leon to save his precious holy power instead. Leon remains calm, explaining that the orcs and heretics are already retreating, meaning they will not have to fight anymore. Juria feels conflicted and hesitates to argue further, silently reminding himself that he is merely a lingering memory. He is just a passing shadow. Leon does not hesitate, preparing the ritual with a deeply solemn expression. He addresses him as Juria V. Thome, the second son of Jack V. Thome and the very first knight of their order. He was the knight of the Lion Sunset Knights, serving Dream and Death. Suddenly, a goddess appears with a gentle smile. Leon tells him to pray to his goddess. Juria clasps his hands tightly, staring at her with pure devotion. He speaks to the goddess, who guides from the depths and governs the end of all things, his expression resolute. Juria declares that his long journey has finally concluded, bowing his head in sincere prayer to the divine being. He says he shunned falsehood, despised worldly riches, and dedicated his life to protecting and feeding his people. He begs her to bless his king by expanding his domain and easing all the heavy burdens on his shoulders. Juria closes his eyes tight. Leon gently places a hand on his shoulder, calling upon the god of dreams and death. Closing his eyes, Leon declares that her first knight is ready to embark on his final sacred journey. His honor will be remembered by the living, and his glory will never be forgotten by those left behind. Leon prays that his knight may raise a glass at her eternal banquet and that his name echoes through history. A massive wave of magic erupts, enveloping them both. Leon promises that they will dine together in the heavens. They lean their heads together in a quiet nod of agreement as a brilliant golden light begins to ascend. He bids farewell to his old friend as a beautiful white powder starts to coat Juria's fading form. He slowly opens his eyes, watching the rising particles of light dance around them in the quiet canyon. Meanwhile, a group of orcs is plotting in the shadows, and one turns to ask their grand chieftain what's next. He is interrupted, a tiny flame flickering on his fingertip. That failure is nothing, he claims. They were just weaklings after all. The old orc monster firmly voices his opinion, requesting forgiveness because his disciple is still too inexperienced, suggesting they should retreat. Continuing to fight under these current circumstances will only lead to a disadvantage. Hearing this, the chieftain rests his chin on his hand, starting to ponder. He grits his teeth, eyes burning with a blood-red glare. Confident in the trump card he holds, the chieftain speaks with absolute certainty. If destiny allows, perhaps he will face that opponent himself. Deep in the quiet night forest, tiny specks of light flicker in the dark as Juria carefully parts the leaves to observe. He tells the group that based on the tracks, monsters rarely travel down this particular path. Suddenly, Han Hari calls out to him, addressing him as Sir Juria. The old knight turns around to ask what is on her mind. Han Hari is quite worried about him, asking if he remembers anything from the past. In a calm, steady voice, Juria wonders if she means the memories of his other self currently traveling with him. Clarifying her question, she asks if he feels like he inherited memories from his original body. Juria tries hard to recall, but the task proves rather difficult. With a gentle expression, he admits he has no recollection of them. He smiles warmly, explaining that right now he is merely an 87-year-old apprentice knight. At that time, His Majesty was already a Holy Grail knight and a war knight. The other warriors around them gasp in awe while Hanhari grows increasingly curious about his history. She asks if he knew His Majesty during his younger days. Stella is equally intrigued by this tale, eager to hear more. She chimed in that they would all love to listen. Jiraiya clears his throat, preparing to recount a deeply vivid, legendary victory from his past. He vividly visualizes Leon standing majestic on the blood-soaked battlefield in shining armor. At that moment, His Majesty was the youngest Holy Grail knight in history, and his fame as a mere apprentice had already spread far and wide. Jiraiya asks the youngsters if they believe the king set out on his apprenticeship at age 16. Hanhari lets out a gasp of pure amazement. The three knights gather close like children listening to bedtime stories. Normally, one has to serve the kingdom as a royal knight. However, His Majesty was the rightful heir to the legendary Dragonia Grand Duke family, which automatically set him apart from the rest. Even after skipping certain traditional steps, he quickly proved he was more than worthy of his family's noble name. Jiraiya goes on to describe Leon's glorious exploits in detail, including how he single-handedly annihilated an orc territory and crushed a dark cult. Those epic quests, alongside his loyal comrades, were eventually turned into songs of honor and glory celebrated by bards everywhere. The tale continues as Leon grew into a seasoned warrior. By age 20, he was chosen by the Goddess of Light. He accepted his holy quest, and by age 27, he became both the youngest War Knight and Holy Grail Knight. Jiraiya remembers every single milestone as if it happened yesterday. He was such a brilliant man, unmatched in talent and legendary presence. Jiraiya squints slightly as he calls out to Hanhari. The young female knight immediately perks up and answers him with a respectful nod. He advises her as if passing down a sacred duty, telling her to stay close to His Majesty and learn from him constantly. Achieving such growth at a young age is truly mind-blowing. Hanhari eagerly accepts this noble responsibility with a bright smile. She promises to do her absolute best, though her intense excitement makes Dae-sung look on with a nervous sweat. As night falls, the party finds a safe camp. While everyone else collapses from exhaustion, Dae-sung remains wide awake, tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship. He pours every ounce of his soul into each precise swing, desperately hoping his hard work will finally bear fruit. Then out of nowhere, Jiraiya is standing nearby, leaning against a tree. He quietly watches him train, recognizing the distinct moves of royal swordsmanship. The sudden appearance startles him. He awkwardly apologizes, worried that his late-night training session disrupted the old man's sleep. Jiraiya simply chuckles to reassure him, mentioning that at his advanced age, deep sleep is hard to come by anyway. Stepping closer, Jiraiya explains he came out to keep watch, but asks if he can personally test the boy's skills. Dae-sung gladly accepts, calling it a true honor. With both sides in agreement, they prepare for a friendly spar. As they take their battle stances, Jiraiya gently warns him that he will hold back, telling him to prepare himself. Dae-sung politely nods, but before he can even blink, Jiraiya's razor-sharp blade is already threatening to graze his throat. Quickly snapping back to his senses, Dae-sung barely manages to parry the follow-up. Jiraiya continues to instruct him mid-combat. Keep both hands positioned above the navel. A sword is your fastest defense, so always hold it ready to react instantly. Jiraiya's strikes are incredibly swift and lethal. The quiet knight is pierced only by the sharp ringing sound of clashing steel. Gritting his teeth under the heavy pressure, Dae-sung quickly realizes he is facing purely mechanical, highly precise swordsmanship. Against such a formidable opponent, he struggles immensely, unable to find an opening to strike back. With one simple move, Jiraiya disarms him completely, sending his blade flying into the distance before resting his own sword tip against the boy's neck. Left panting heavily, Dae-sung has no choice but to surrender, admitting his defeat. Jiraiya laughs warmly to comfort him. Jiraiya sits down on a large log, brushing off the training session to praise DC, noting that the young man's foundation is actually quite solid. Your reflexes are pretty good too, showing how hard you have trained. The old man gestures for DC to join him, telling him to sit down. DC sits next to him, humbly admitting he still has a long way to go before shyly asking how he compares to Knight Hanhari. Jiraiya is visibly surprised by the question. A flash of sorrow passes through the experienced eyes of the veteran knight. He bitterly acknowledges that there is an immense gap between them. Even though DC already expected this answer, it still hurts to hear. Jiraiya goes on to praise Hanhari, explaining that in his old eyes, Knight Hanhari possesses a truly exceptional raw talent. She is beloved by the gods, and she will undoubtedly achieve greatness much faster and soar way higher than anyone else. DC slumps down, admitting he already knew the truth, bitterly feeling that some walls simply cannot be scaled, no matter how hard he tries. Jiraiya looks at him with deep sympathy, sharing his quiet sorrow before offering a gentle smile to break the heavy tension. He chuckles, saying DC really reminds him of himself. Hearing this, DC is confused and asks if the legendary knight truly means him. Looking up at the starry sky, Jiraiya softly points out that in the end, he never actually became Holy Grail Knight. He asks if DC thinks his future self failed his dream, admitting that such an idea sounds incredibly strange and unexpected to him. His voice grows quiet as he shares that his family comrades King Leon Dragonia and even the goddess herself once told him to quit. DC carefully asks why he never gave up just as the starlight washes over them, setting the stage for a profound answer. Jiraiya calmly explains that a true trial does not require the approval or evaluations of other people. He asks if there is any real reason not to try even when everyone else claims it is impossible. His unshakable optimism leaves DC completely speechless. Jiraiya smiles and asks the young squire if he knows the true meaning of valor. DC innocently asks if he means courage, prompting Jiraiya to explain that valor can mean bravery, power, or even hope itself. He speaks of grand ideals, explaining that a true knight is one who wields this valor as a force of ultimate hope. It is unyielding hope, pure love, and profound courage. The Holy Grail Knights represent the absolute pinnacle of this sacred trait. He softly calls him Knight Daesung, asking if Holy Grail Knights are simply born with valor. DC stammers, assuming they naturally have it. Jiraiya immediately refutes this, explaining that no one is born with valor. It cannot be owned, gifted, or easily obtained. He places a firm hand on DC's shoulder, a sudden gesture that catches the young man completely off guard. Jiraiya thumps his own chest, declaring that valor is something that must be forged and pulled from deep within. DC stands amazed. The profound truth finally clicks for DC. Jiraiya then stands up, stretching his limbs, and looks back at the young knight. Smiling warmly, he asks if DC thinks the gods will simply hand him valor or if they will give him opportunities to prove it. The scene shifts to the Imperial Outpost, a massive and imposing fortress standing proudly against the horizon. Disciplined guards stand at attention in perfect formation, carrying out their watch duties with absolute unwavering seriousness. After a grueling journey of many days, the party finally arrives. Stella excitedly points out the massive outpost to Jiraiya. He looks on in surprise, realizing they have made it, and shares a crucial piece of information with the young knights. Once they cross, they will hit the kingdom's border. Han-Hari is impressed by his knowledge, while DC quietly ponders the situation. He checks a confusing system notification, wondering why their escort quest has not been marked as completed yet. Reaching the Empire should mean the mission is over, but the system's silence suggests something is still very wrong. As they approach, the guard division goes on high alert, shouting for them to halt and state their identity. Stella steps forward to explain that they are the escort unit for the sacred relic of the Leon Kingdom. She notes their prior passage should be recorded, but her words are met with an eerie, tense silence from the outpost. After a long pause, the heavy chains grind and the massive gate slowly rises, allowing them to pass through. A booming voice welcomes Jiraiya, leaving the veteran knight completely stunned as he stares at the figures waiting inside. Standing there is the Pope of the Light Sect, along with Bulfat, the elite commander of the Royal Guards. Even the Stargazing Guild Master Stat is present. Jiraiya is shocked to see 3 of the Empire's 13 legendary vassals here. The Pope offers a warm smile, addressing him as the Twilight Grail Knight, but his expression quickly warps into something sinister. He sneers, asking if Jiraiya is merely a clone, as hostile forces suddenly surround the young knights from all sides. They have walked straight into a trap. Han-Hari quickly warns Jiraiya of the incoming threat as enemies close in. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya realizes the betrayal, but before he can even raise a guard, a blinding beam of energy strikes him. The direct hit sends Jiraiya's blood spraying, leaving DC frozen in absolute horror as he watches the legendary knight collapse. The sinister priest sneers, welcoming them to the Empire. His grotesque figure twists into a horrifying grin, his dark eyes glowing crimson in the fiery night as he bids them farewell. Daesung watches helplessly, took a brutal stab straight to his stomach. The impact sends Daesung flying back. He collapses, clutching his bleeding abdomen, while High Priest Jiraiya calmly strokes his beard and grins. As long as the Holy Knight is neutralized, they have nothing to fear. He asks if the rest of them plan to resist. Stella glares in hatred, gritting her teeth. Her sword ignites with a furious, vengeful flame. Leaping high into the air, she unleashes a massive slash at the priest, her fire forming a giant orb of pure rage. Her raging fire forms a massive orb, but the priest simply flicks his fingers to draw a magic sigil. Purple beams shoot out from the circle, instantly neutralizing her high-level magic. Stella is stunned, unable to believe he just nullified divine magic. The priest wears a smug grin, enjoying her utter despair. "We have studied divine arts for a long time," he explains, gesturing with his hand. "Holy knights and kings might be troublesome, but the miracles you kids wield are far from reaching the level where they can rewrite the laws of nature." Stella yells out, calling his research a blasphemous sin, but the old priest quickly pushes back. He mockingly calls them fools for clinging to ancient gods instead of striving for actual progress. Daesung desperately struggles to his feet, drawing his sword in a panic. The Empire has been in league with the Lost since the beginning, targeting their sacred relic. Han Hari panics at the revelation. The priest spreads his arms wide, mockingly condemning them. How dare these fools keep the divine relic all to themselves? Knowing the enemy ensures total victory, he laughs hysterically, pointing his finger at their pathetic, defeated state. That relic will unlock the secrets of the gods. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black as dark clouds roll in. The once clear sky vanishes, replaced by a suffocating heavy pressure that instantly crushes the hope of Dae Sung's group. The high priest watches their panic with sadistic glee. Then Min swirls his finger, gathering a bright golden light. He calls it the true potential of humanity. In an instant, a massive lightning bolt tears through the dark clouds. It is Layman's ultimate lightning magic, crashing directly toward Dae Sung's squad. Caught off guard, they are frozen in terror. The electric currents singe their armor. Han Hari and Dae Sung can only grit their teeth, bracing for what seems like certain death. Suddenly, a mysterious figure arrives, radiating a vibrant pink magic. This immense archmage mana materializes in midair. It effortlessly nullifies the ultimate element. The lightning, hovering just inches from Han Hari's face, is completely absorbed by her mana. The high priest gasps in panic, demanding to know who could possibly neutralize his spell. Then a playful voice echoes. She teases from above, claiming she rushed over because things looked too dangerous. Han Hari looks up, his face lighting with joy. A massive bird glides through the sky, carrying Beatrice on its back. Below her, an elite cavalry unit charges forward. Weapons drawn, they rush the enemy. Beatrice looks down, mockingly asking how they like her ultimate magic. Her giant avian mount is also enveloped in that thick pink aura as it spreads its massive wings, riding the wind. The heavily armored cavalry units press forward in perfect order, charging right into the fray under Beatrice's command. The enemy soldiers exchange panicked glances, wondering who she is. The high priest is dumbfounded by her overwhelming mana. He senses magic, yet it is wrapped in divine energy. Completely speechless, he can only stutter in utter confusion. Desperate, he activates a defensive barrier, stacking mental immunity and physical enhancement buffs to protect his troops. His green aura flickers defensively. He mutters about how disrespectful it is to flaunt such seductive charm magic like a common harlot. Beatrice rests her chin on her hand, mockingly asking if he calls himself a wizard while lacking any self-respect. She teasingly apologizes, saying her overwhelming allure is simply natural. The high priest grits his teeth in rage. He curses her in his mind, calling her power deceitful and wicked. He strokes his beard, lost in thought. Her charm triggers dark desires. Min, the elite mage, squints in concern, realizing her divine energy carries the stench of death. He wonders if she is actually Pope level. Unaware of his internal panic, Dae Sung's team is still in absolute shock. The Empire had only expected a single holy knight, not a hidden saintess. Stella can only stare in complete disbelief. She wonders who Beatrice is, since Fleur's current leader is supposed to be male. Meanwhile, Jariah summons golden magic. He sneers that showing up here is her final mistake, channeling his mana to forge a massive blazing fireball. He vows she will not leave alive, casting a devastating fire spell. Beatrice playfully covers her mouth in mock surprise. She mockingly asks what he plans to do with that cute tiny toy. Enraged, the priest completely loses his cool. A sharp fiery stone materializes in his hand as he speeds up his magic transformation, his gaze burning with intense fury. The Pope targets the bird high above and fires a lethal shot, yet Beach stands completely still, unbothered even as the attack grazes her face. A hexagonal shield manifests right in front of her, effortlessly blocking the strike. Hexagonal holy shield. Suddenly, Beich senses danger and glances backward just as a devastating bolt of lightning threatens to vaporize the entire area. It is Layman's giant lightning magic striking from behind. The Pope laughs in sinister delight, shouting out how about that there is no way she can block two massive spells at once. A colossal explosion rips through the sky, unleashing a blinding flash that obscures the battlefield from the onlookers below. Han Hari's eyes widen in sheer terror, his voice trembling. But amidst the smoke, Queen Beich casually dabs her mouth with a handkerchief, remarking that she needs to sweep away this cheap trash first. Activating her Archmage skill, Magic Circulation, she freezes the Pope right in his tracks. Mian breaks into a cold sweat, trembling at her absurd levels of mana. Beich raises her hand, summoning dozens of layered, intricate magic circles that showcase her Archmage status. A giant mystical eye appears above her, raining down endless fire until the entire city is engulfed in flames. Screams echo through the streets as Elder DC ducks low to dodge the falling debris. Suddenly, the gem on the Pope's forehead glows brightly. Grimacing in realization, the Pope raises a defensive hand and grits his teeth in pure hatred. She is actually absorbing the leftover magical residues to fuel her own spells. What terrifying capacity! In response, he deploys his pure concept barrier while the mystical eye behind Beich burns with rage. Noticing his defense, she wonders if it is a barrier concept. With a simple point of her finger, the eye unleashes an attack equal to a god's wrath. Baich playfully taps her own chin, musing aloud that the people here call it magic, but honestly, it is exactly the same as the magic from her homeworld. She smirks in disdain, wondering why everyone uses such a raw power so crudely. Mean glares and roars in fury. What did she just say? Meanwhile, the giant eye above sucks in more energy, dilating as it charges up. Baich spins her hands, conjuring a dark, swirling sphere of pure magical energy right in front of her, wrapped in a golden aura. She lofts the sphere high, letting it feed on the rampaging lightning crackling through the air. She chides them for ignoring the true potential of magic, calling them the foolish ones. Mean is left completely speechless with shock, stammering as he asks if she is trying to copy their own spell. Baich spreads her hands wide as the spell reaches completion, commanding it to bloom. Raising the blinding sphere with both hands, she unleashes her Archmage spell, Heaven's Divine Judgment. Elsewhere in a much quieter area, Jiraiya slowly opens his eyes under treatment while Elder DC maintains a barrier, protecting them. Asking if Jiraiya is okay, Elder DC scans their surroundings, realizing they are at an Imperial outpost. Jiraiya frowns, piecing together their situation, and realizes that waking up here means the Empire has betrayed them. High above, Baich continues to unleash her power. Suddenly, Hanhari's eyes widen in sheer panic as a mysterious voice echoes directly inside his head. It is Baich using telepathy to speak to Hanhari and the rest of the escort squad. She orders them to request immediate reinforcements. Still confused, Hanhari asks if they are already winning the fight. The Pope and Mian are barely holding on. But Baich warns that she senses an unsettling, highly ominous power emanating from those self-proclaimed electors. Even with the Pope pushed to his absolute limits, Baich cannot let her guard down. If this turns into a war of attrition, she fears she won't be able to hold them off alone. Suddenly, a massive object plummets straight from the sky, crashing into the ground with an explosive impact. The living armor lies paralyzed in the smoking rubble, broken pieces of its body scattered around. Beeping, the system registers a critical error and initiates emergency self-repair. Suddenly, a giant hand lifts the living armor, which can only emit a few weak, staticky groans. King Kindness shakes it violently, demanding to know who this mechanical creature is and why it possesses such an immense divine aura. 12 knights gallop wildly through a narrow rocky canyon, their iron hooves kicking up a thick, blinding dust storm. Jiraiya grips the reins with one hand while clutching the treasure chest, yelling out that the Imperial forces are closing in. Elder DC struggles to keep pace, shouting back for him to ride ahead and not to worry about them. Meanwhile, Hanhari clings to her saddle in sheer panic, begging her horse to keep going. Just then, the Imperial cavalry catches up. The vampire leader roars a command to seize them all. Hearing this, Elder DC quickly looks back, seeing that Hanhari is already surrounded by enemy soldiers. She gasps in absolute horror as the Imperial forces close in. Suddenly, their commander roars like a beast, the savage sound echoing through the canyon. He snarls at them, asking where they think they are going. The arrogant leader harshly commands them to halt. Fueled by anger, Hanhari whips her horse around and draws her blade, ready to fight. She points her flashing blade, unleashing a violent torrent of flames that engulfs the canyon as it rushes toward the calm commander. He grinned maliciously with wicked eyes, swinging his arm back as his heavy sword swept forward. The devastating strike crushed Hanhari's flames, leaving her completely shocked as Bulbihat glared at her. With a darkened face, he roared for the followers of the gods to die. Angered by this crude mockery, Hanhari gripped her hilt tightly with burning eyes, staring him down. The two clashed, their swords clashing and sending sparks flying. Metal flashed with a deafening screech, but she could not hold out for long against his overwhelming power. Knocking her off her horse onto the dirt, Daesung gasped in shock, his face tightening with pure anger. Cursing the pests of the kingdom, Daesung glanced back. Just then, Bulbihat leaped forward, cloaked in dark mystical energy. He declared he would slaughter them all right there. Daesung looked up in absolute terror, his heart pounding wildly. The monster activated his demon descent skill, growing two dark horns on his head that radiated massive magical energy. Bulbihat unleashed Krua, the ruthless destroyer, slamming his fist into the ground and cracking the earth wide open. Shockwaves rippled through the air. A sinister purple light erupted from his horns as his eyes turned blood red. Laughing maniacally, the beast lunged forward and closed the distance in an instant. Terror-stricken Daesung spurred his horse, but Bulbihat completely ignored Daesung, charging straight past him while roaring for everyone to get out of the way. Calling them mere minions, he closed in. Realizing the danger, Daesung screamed a warning to Stella. Hearing the warning, Stella steeled her resolve calmly, ordering her soldiers to protect the holy relic and stop the demon. The soldiers saluted in unison and turned their horses, ready to lay down their lives to buy some time. Shouting for King Leon and the Leon Dragonia, they charged headfirst into Bulbihat. The beast laughed, welcoming the clash. Leaping into the air, he prepared to unleash a devastating blow. Bulby Hat swept his sword, sending a massive shockwave. The ground trembled as he roared for them to clear the path. But suddenly a clear voice echoed from above. Thanking her loyal warriors, Stella appeared high in the air. Bulby Hat looked up in surprise as she gripped her hilt. She focused her holy energy, summoning a ring of divine light that radiated around her sword. Descending like a meteor, she slammed her sword energy directly into Bulby Hat, causing a massive explosion of dust. As the dust settled, Stella hoped her strike had sliced him apart, but suddenly his massive hand reached out. Bulby Hat roughly grabbed her head. Her ultimate attack had not left so much as a scratch on him. Instead, it only enraged the beast within. He roared that he would kill the insolent brat, but then a voice called out. The sudden mockery made Bulby Hat pause. Commenting on how tough his head was, Ziria made his move. The veteran knight intervened just in time, pulling Stella away and saving her life. Bulby Hat lost his mind. He mocked Ziria of the Twilight, calling him a fool who was not even a Grail Knight. He dared them to bring a real Grail Knight if they wanted to defeat him. Ziria frowned in displeasure. He remarked that the Empire had become far too arrogant. Narrowing his eyes, Ziria stared him down. He asked, since when did trash like them have the right to speak of the Grail Knights? Bulby Hat gritted his teeth. Furious, he was about to strike when his sharp senses caught something. He froze, shouting in sheer disbelief. He demanded to know where the holy relic went. Ziria smirked, teasing that old age makes people forgetful. Bulby Hat spotted Daesung frantically riding away in the distance, leaving him completely baffled. While Ziria was busy buying time and distracting him, Daesung had slipped away with Han Hari and the holy relic. Realizing he was tricked, Bulby Hat lost his temper. Ziria exchanged a knowing look with Stella, both nodding in agreement. She rallied her forces, calling out to the glorious Knights of Leon as their commander Stella Vermilion. She ordered them to stand and raise their swords. Without hesitation, the soldiers moved to surround Bulby Hat. Tightening their formation, Stella declared they would die there today. The soldiers roared their agreement. His face darkened, hands shaking with pure rage. Bulby Hat cursed the foolish fanatics standing in his way. Screaming that they were nothing but dogs of the gods, he stomped his foot heavily onto the ground. The terrifying shockwave shattered the earth, sending deep fissures spreading rapidly. Bulby Hat marched forward coldly. With a decisive swing, his blade energy flashed forward and sliced straight through a brave soldier. His strike carried a wave of terrifying magical energy. He sneered, calling them cattle who had abandoned all reason. Bulby Hat arrogantly mocked their devotion, stating they were even worse than brainless beasts. At that very moment, Ziria and Stella charged together to face the threat head-on. Ziria glares with fierce determination, gripping his hilt. With a tight grip, he braces. Right then, Bulfith's blade erupts with divine power, thrusting straight toward Ziria with absolute precision. Stella cries out in panic for Knight Ziria. He grabs the enemy's blade with one hand while blocking with his other, yelling not to worry. But Ziria cannot hold out for long and takes a heavy hit. Taking advantage of his dazed state, Bulfith ruthlessly kicks Ziria straight to the ground, shouting that the fool does not understand the massive gap in their power. Once Ziria is pinned, the monster decisively pivots, redirecting his brutal onslaught towards Stella. She struggles desperately to fight back against his overwhelming strength. With a violent swing of Bulfith's hand, Stella is sent flying backward. But right then, young Jia agilely springs into action, striking from a completely blind spot. Thanks to sharp instincts, Bulfith barely spins in time to parry, wondering how his opponent recovered so incredibly fast. Ziria mutters under his breath that the beast's mana is still rising. Both of them quickly back away, staring down their terrifying foe. Stella anxiously asks the kingdom's knight if he can still stand and fight, but he remains completely silent. Ziria simply declares that until his body finally drops, his fighting spirit will never be broken. As the grueling battle drags on without an end, heavy ragged breathing fills the air. Stella, covered in deep wounds, clutches her chest and collapses to the dirt, gasping for air. Having brought her down, Bulfith stands tall, completely filled with arrogance, sneering at her with a cruel laugh. He mocks her, asking if this is the absolute end of her rope. Ziria grips his hilt in pure fury, every single insult burning deep into his soul. Such foolishness will cost them their lives. The monster snaps, calling them naive brats. But with a completely blank stare, Jia coldly drops a brutal truth. Even your true self is not enough to bring me down, he declares. Bulfith simply laughs it off, entirely unbothered, mockingly questioning why the goddess would ever choose such a mediocre knight. It changes absolutely nothing, he sneers. The young knight slowly steps forward, replying calmly that Grail Knights devote their entire lives to the divine mission. Jia walks past the fallen soldiers who sacrificed everything on this battlefield, speaking with deep, solemn pride. Their lives are like brilliant flowers blooming from unyielding faith. That radiant honor was once his ultimate dream and goal. Now he stands directly before Bulfith, locking eyes in a heavy silence that makes the air turn completely frozen. Raising his sword, a brilliant light erupts. Jiraiya prays to the goddess of all creation, remembering how everyone said his dream was entirely impossible. Closing his eyes, Jia sincerely bows, praying to the god of the underworld and sinners. He calls upon the ferryman of lost souls, remembering how they urged him to accept the goddess's will and quit. Watching the incredible transformation unfold, Bolfith stammers out in disbelief. Jiraiya is lost in his memories of that legendary knight, who always chased the impossible, constantly pushing himself to overcome every obstacle. In his mind, he sees him walking through a dark forest choked with the stench of death. Jiraiya's face shows an unwavering, rock-solid resolve, proving nothing could ever make that hero back down. In the real world, the young knight focuses his magical energy, turning the impossible into reality to cheat death itself. And then the ultimate miracle finally happens. Even the god of death looks down in satisfaction. A massive pillar of purple energy erupts, piercing the sky. Jia slowly opens his eyes as a soft, comforting voice echoes in his mind, fueling his fighting spirit. The voice blesses him, urging him to go and conquer the impossible. Jiraiya takes a deep breath, slashing his sword down as a blinding light ruptures the space around him. Brimming with absolute confidence, he announces that while he is not immortal, he will destroy the immortal threats around him. Stella watches utterly speechless. Standing tall as a legendary Grail Knight, Jiraiya glares intensely at Bolfith, who is nothing but a fool playing with fate. He commands his allies to quickly escape the canyon and call for reinforcements while he holds the line. The battlefield is in absolute ruins, choked with dust and fallen soldiers. Furious, Bolfith stomps his foot in rage, charging toward the fading purple light while screaming curses. Bolfith clutches his head, his face contorted in agony and burning with pure hatred. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he calls them wretched fanatics, completely losing his mind. Thinking back to the brutal clash, he curses himself for almost losing to some random adventurer knight. Jiraiya's cold face and burning eyes still haunt Bernhardt's mind. He knows that without his demonic transformation, he would have lost. Plunging his sword into the dirt, he stands frozen in silence. His soldiers catch up their leader, speaking hesitantly. Draven steps forward, quickly analyzing the map. It will take half a day to reach the border, but they can do it. They can still catch up if they move right now. Bernhardt grinds his teeth, his face flushed with tense, raw fury. Fueled by fierce hatred, they pursue them to retrieve the sacred relic. Amidst the dusty ruins, the old man shakily props himself up with his sword. He struggles to stand, panting heavily as he orders them to stop. The commander sneers, asking with sheer sarcasm if he is actually still alive. Bull 7H arrogantly calls out Stella Vermilion by name. Despite being covered in blood, she calmly wipes her lip without showing any weakness. She stares back, completely unafraid. Seeing her unyielding defiance infuriates Bull 7H to the core, darkening his expression with pure rage. He coldly turns his back and issues a brutal order to kill her and leave absolutely no survivors. Immediately, Bull 7H's soldiers begin to close in. Stella grips her sword hilt with trembling hands. Her exhausted body sways, but her unyielding spirit forces her to raise her weapon anyway. She grits her teeth, declaring that glory belongs to Leon H. Suddenly, the ground right behind her begins to shake with terrifying force. She spins around in shock. The entire army freezes. Far in the distance, a brilliant beam of light tears through the sky. Suddenly, the light veers straight towards Stella, triggering panic screams. And get this, even the mighty Draven looks up with absolute terror. His pupils dilate as sheer panic leaves him completely speechless. The blazing meteor crashes down, exploding with a force that shakes the entire world. Heavy shockwaves ripple out, crushing the surrounding rocks to dust. A massive gust of wind blows Stella's hair back, revealing her completely stunned face. Bull 7H stops dead in his tracks, staring back in disbelief. Nearby, the terrified soldiers stumble backward with their mouths wide open. Out steps the legendary butcher Vinus. The ground beneath his feet melts into boiling lava as hot smoke rises to meet the screams of Draven. Draven, the decapitating knight, is utterly terrified as Venus stands clad in heavy iron armor, his massive body radiating intense blazing flames. He gasps out, calling Vinus the witch hunter and the knight of destruction. Vinus shields Stella, his overwhelming presence filling the battlefield. With dual swords burning red, Vinus slowly opens his eyes. His raspy voice echoes with a deadly promise as he declares his name. He roars his own name again, letting the sound echo across the field. Instantly, crimson lightning bolts erupt all around him, shaking the earth. The sheer power of the blast makes the entire world tremble. Vinus calmly points his blazing blade toward Bull 7H and his army. He coldly tells them to plead their case. Bull 7H gasps. What? Vinus is already losing patience. He threatens to burn their souls to ash. Only death will offer mercy. Hearing this bizarre threat, Bull 7H scoffs. He laughs mockingly, his anger boiling over as he grits his teeth. He growls that Vinus is still just as arrogant as ever. He asks if they fail to realize that their own foolish pride is what brought this massive crisis upon them in the first place. Bull 7H boasts that today they will fall before the Empire's might. But before he can even finish his sentence, Venus moves. Venus charges forward mockingly, asking if that is really all he has. Terrified Bull 7H barely swings his sword up to block. Steel clashes loudly in the chaos. Amidst the sparks, Venus calmly asks if they even know why they are allowed to call themselves an empire. As Bull 7H struggles desperately to hold his ground, he gasps in shock at the absolute monstrosity of the power pushing against him. Venus unleashes his full might, roaring that they only exist because they were permitted to. The overwhelming pressure leaves the commander buckling. Before Bull 7H can even catch his breath, his relentless opponent is already prepping the next strike, looking down on him with absolute disgust. Venus lists his enemies' sins, starting with their arrogant cries for independence. The old commander grits his teeth, groaning from the agonizing pressure. He struggles to hold his blade, crying out in pain as Venus continues mocking their completely pointless territorial expansion. With every word, Venus's strikes grow increasingly violent as blinding beams of energy continuously explode from his dual blades. Finally, Venus delivers a devastating blow, roaring that everything was only possible because they allowed it. The massive shockwave blasts his enemy back. Bull 7H skids backward, digging his heels into the dirt. He stares in utter horror, unable to accept this absurd speed and strength. This endless magic energy has completely surpassed the limits of a normal human. As the dust settles, Venus stands tall with absolute majesty. He remains in his stance, his entire body radiating brilliant spirit fire. Shaken and battered, Bull 7H slowly pushes himself back up. But wait, things are about to get really weird. Suddenly, a bizarre third eye splits open right in the middle of his forehead. Purple lightning wraps around him as he screams to the heavens, begging Klua for power and promising to pay whatever price is demanded. His nearby troops watch in sheer horror, stammering that their commander is turning into a literal demon right before their eyes. Seeing this stubborn desperation only infuriates Venus even more. His flames erupt as Bull 7H's heavy iron armor suddenly begins to crack and fall away. The armor pieces clatter to the ground as a manic laugh echoes. He has transformed completely into a wild, terrifying beast of pure magic. Reveling in his new energy, he boasts that those who only pray for power could never comprehend this ultimate feeling of absolute omnipotence. But suddenly, that creepy third eye on his forehead twitches violently, catching him off guard as his vision begins to distort. Seizing the opening, Venus raises his massive glowing blades high into the air, manifesting a giant sword of pure blazing fire. The massive fiery blade reaches all the way to the clouds. Without saying a single word, Venus charges forward at blinding speed. He swings the colossal sword straight down onto Bull 7H. Before the beast can even raise a claw, he is swallowed by blinding light. Screaming in pain, the enemies are blasted away as the scene shifts. Tension hangs thick in the air at the Imperial outpost. Another brutal clash is underway. Two evenly matched sides relentlessly launch waves of powerful magical attacks at each other. Beatrice hides behind a complex shield formed from a magic circle, the glittering light reflecting her deep worry. Opposite her, the High Priest and Min laugh, mocking her defense as they boast that her defeat is inevitable. Old Man Kai unleashes rapid-fire magical barrages. Watching the assault, the High Priest smirks with absolute satisfaction. This magical power is endlessly inspiring, he boasts. But just as his ally prepares to strike, a cold voice interrupts them. The speaker calls them arrogant fools, exposing the Imperial plot behind this entire catastrophe. A sudden chill fills the area. The High Priest's smirk instantly vanishes. Dripping with sweat, he stammers in fear, demandingly asking who this intruder could be. In contrast, Beatrice is completely unfazed. She cheers with joy, praising her king for arriving at the perfect moment. Riding a white stallion, Leon calmly mentions he was merely seeing off an old friend before approaching them with curiosity. With a gentle smile, Leon asks to join. She respectfully bows hand over heart to answer him in a soft voice. She claims she has no desire to monopolize the glory, but Leon grumbles that they need to talk about her attitude. The villains watch in complete bewilderment as the two casually carry on their conversation. Beatrice playfully reminds him she is not actually a knight. Angered by the banter, the High Priest screams his death threats. He immediately summons a massive orb of destructive energy. But before he can launch it, he suddenly freezes in terror. But look up, a blinding red pillar of flame suddenly crashes straight down from the sky, blinding everyone. Terrified by the sheer scale of the attack, the High Priest panics, asking if someone just summoned a massive meteor. Beatrice watches curiously. Smiling calmly, Leon assures her that they will not even need to lift a finger in this fight. Descending from the heavens, Vulcanus swings his sword with immense pressure. Leon adds that this knight has no mercy for demons. The High Priest grimaces in frustration, utterly shocked. Jaw dropped, he desperately tries to process who this monster is. Recognizing the legendary Holy Grail knight, they gasp. Vulcanus lands heavily, sending massive shockwaves, tearing through the cracked earth. Blinding divine flames sweep across the area, completely erasing the enemies in a final, devastating act of divine retribution. The villains vanish like mist. Once the dust settles, Volcanus kneels before Leon, bowing with deep and absolute respect. Removing his helmet to show his absolute devotion, the giant warrior formally speaks to greet his beloved king. He hails Leon as the representative of the gods, sovereign of the Leon Dragonia, and the rightful protector of the Holy Grail. Leon smiles warmly, welcoming his knight back. He notes that it has been a very long time since they last saw each other. Bowing his head, Volcanus politely asks if his king is well. Right then, Beatrice interrupts with an urgent warning. She reminds Leon that they must gather the rest of their companions before the dimensional gate closes. Leon agrees. Placing a hand on the knight's shoulder, he looks down and begins to speak to him. Kneeling down to look Volcanus in the eye, Leon admits he has much to say, but explains the situation is too urgent. Volcanus quickly responds, declaring that no one would dare block the path of his king, urging him to go on ahead. Leon then makes a serious request, asking if he can borrow a personal token of his to remember him by. Without a single second of hesitation, the loyal knight agrees to hand over whatever his lord requires. Opening a crimson portal, Volcanus summons a small sword from the void. Leon accepts the item with a bright smile. Pocketing the sword, Leon clasps his hands behind his back and turns to bid his loyal warrior farewell. Volcanus stands and wishes him safety. Leon turns back with a gentle smile, promising they will meet again. Behind him, the ruined castle lies split in half, engulfed in roaring flames as Leon walks away. Volcanus's smile fades as a solemn thought crosses his mind. In the realm of the gods, his battle goes on. Near the swirling dimensional gate, Han-Hari and the others wait anxiously. She holds Jag's spinner, tightly searching the horizon. Her face lights up with pure relief as she spots them, calling out with joy that they have finally arrived. The group turns to see Leon and Beatrice riding in majestically on their white stallion, kicking up a light dust cloud. Han-Hari politely greets her king. Helping her down, Leon smiles and notes that the entire group has finally gathered. Leon breaks a sweat, seeing the bandaged Jag spinner, politely asking the loyal warrior how he is holding up. The knight quickly reassures him that he is fine. Just then, the Daesung approaches them with a serious expression. Holding a sacred treasure, the Daesung bows formally to the king, hesitantly presenting the legendary Holy Relic. Leon is pleased to receive the Holy Relic from Daesung's hands, commending them for keeping it safe after all their hard work. He carefully opens the mysterious mirror. Instantly, a blinding burst of light erupts from within, completely enveloping the entire space in a flash. Everyone watches in absolute awe as Leon stares directly at the relic, a sudden flash of surprise washing over his eyes. Smiling to himself, he finds it hard to believe that this lost holy relic is actually the legendary item before him. The item is an ancient scabbard radiating a mesmerizing magical aura that glitters in the light. Leon stands tall and proud. He declares that it has finally returned. Meanwhile, at the bustling Pantheon Association, the modern city feels incredibly welcoming and peaceful. A foot steps out of a car, as a voice wonders if something happened with the association president so early this morning. The speaker is Baek Sujin, head of appraisal for the Korean Hunter Association, who quietly steps out and shuts the door. She looks completely puzzled, wondering why she was summoned to the Pantheon so suddenly while taking in the lively street view. The bustling prosperity makes her realize this is no longer just a regular tourist spot. Nearby, a young couple chats happily. The girl calls this place amazing, and her boyfriend notes how many ordinary citizens are walking around among the hunters. Sujin walks down the street, wondering how anyone could possibly lift the relic just to claim a free epic-grade item. Suddenly, a loud robotic voice from the roadside catches her attention, echoing through the street and stopping her in her tracks. It announces that Pantheon donations can be paid via mobile transfer. Hearing this, Sujin quickly dashes across the busy street. She approaches Zach and politely greets him. He immediately turns around as his system begins scanning her to verify her identity. He identifies her as the head of appraisal. Her eyes widen in shock as she excitedly asks if he actually knows her. He explains that their database has access to everyone's file. Sujin is stunned silently, noting that information is supposed to be classified. The mechanical voice says he will inform the king and invites her inside. She shyly steps up with a quiet request. She asks to take a quick look at the hammer, and the droid asks if she wants to test her strength. She confirms she just wants to try it for fun, then softly inquires about the cost of making an attempt. Pointing to the neatly placed sign, he reveals it costs 5 million. Sujin gasps at the astronomical price, whispering that it is too expensive. Noticing her hesitation, the system quickly offers a special wealth-based discount, telling her she qualifies for a major price cut. Since she is in Group 2, it is only 500,000 won. She cheers happily, but suddenly freezes up in confusion. Her face turns pale with wide, panicked eyes, and let me tell you, her realization is absolutely priceless. She quickly asks how they could possibly know her net worth. Zach calmly responds that a photo was already taken. Sujin gasps in shock, but he simply repeats the answer impatiently, asking if she's going to do it or not. Her entire body trembles in sheer embarrassment. Caught in an extremely awkward spot, she stammers that she will pass for today. Sometime later, she slowly walks through the massive gates. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, calling her Chief Park. She turns with a warm smile, greeting Representative Han. Han Ha-ri comes running over wearing a hilarious lion costume. The adorable mascot suit makes Sujin giggle as she adjusts her glasses, her cheeks flushing with slight embarrassment. She thinks Han Ha-ri is incredibly cute. Han Ha-ri happily asks if she got promoted recently, saying she is still a hunter after all. The two of them walk side by side. Han Ha-ri cheerfully asks if she is here to appraise some items today. Sujin gently pats her head, wondering where to go. Han Ha-ri giggles and happily offers to show her the way. After walking for a bit, she scans her card. Two other hunters join them in the elevator, laughing and chatting warmly. As they ride up, Han Ha-ri cheerfully greets everyone she sees, showing just how bright and social her personality is. Seeing this brings relief to Sujin, who's glad to know that Han Ha-ri is still widely loved here as they reach a massive room. Han Ha-ri whispers to take a look, and the majestic view inside leaves Sujin completely wide-eyed with awe. Out on the terrace, Leon and Beatrice are sitting together, sipping tea with an unmatched elegance and noble grace. Sujin is immediately captivated by Leon's incredibly handsome face and sharp features, but as she looks at Beatrice, she is struck. Beatrice's noble elegance leaves Sujin completely breathless, making her realize that these two are truly members of royalty. Leon calmly sets down his teacup and asks directly if she is the appraiser sent by the Hunter Association. She bows deeply in respect, introducing herself as Baek Sujin. Leon looks over at Han Ha-ri, asking if she taught her that. Han Ha-ri stands there in pure confusion, quickly shaking her head. Leon gets straight to the point, asking to see the items. He tells her to bring them out, and after struggling for a bit, Han Ha-ri pushes a heavy cart into the room. Upon seeing the massive pile, Sujin stands there, frozen with cold sweat running down her face. What on earth is all this? Still recovering from her surprise, Sujin adjusts her glasses to look closely and comments that every single item looks incredibly valuable. Her eyes follow a glittering battle axe, her gaze instantly locking onto it. Is this really the legendary champion axe of the orc tribe? Next, Sujin is shocked yet again by the second treasure. This bracelet right here is that a concept of absolute purity. Sword of Vulcanus gifted to Leon is currently being appraised. Sujin keeps adjusting her glasses, trying to get a clearer look. Ah, this one is also incredibly rare. The system information panel pops up with details of the ceremonial blade of Vulcanus. Epic tier. It is the very blade that the legendary hero of war and fire Vulcanus received upon sacrificing himself to Pathos. The divine flames clinging to the blade are far beyond appraisal, but long wars have worn it down, rendering its functions inactive. Just then, Han Ha-ri carefully brings over a case, the final piece. He asks the manager to inspect it with care. Sujin nods and says she will take a look. Eager to see, she pops open the lid and gets blasted by blinding light. The brilliance is blinding, completely shocking her. Sujin squints, trying to keep her eyes open as she stammers in pure disbelief. This dazzling scabbard is emitting waves of pure divine energy like the very breath of a god, leaving her absolutely stunned. An epic tier scabbard, she quickly confirms the rank, identifying it as the legendary scabbard belonging to King Richard Leon Dragonia. Leon calmly confirms it, and without a second thought, he summons his sword and swings it right in front of her. Sujin watches in absolute shock. "Your Majesty," she gasps, seeing that the blade fits the holy scabbard like a glove. The sacred scabbard slowly floats into the air, glowing with pure divine light. Even without any telekinetic control, it flies right to Leon like a missing piece. Mind of its own, Sujin is completely baffled by this magic. As the two pieces draw closer, a dense ancient energy fills the room. The scabbard slowly slides over the sword with perfect compatibility. They lock together tightly as if they were always meant to be one. Leon watches quietly. On the scabbard, a glowing inscription appears through hardships to the stars. The letters begin to shine brighter and clearer. The strange script commands to hold courage, do good, and restore justice, even if the heavens themselves should fall. Beatrice, curious, asks him what those words mean. Leon solemnly explains that they are the teachings of the first Leon Dragonia king. She studies his face and repeats the title, deeply confused. Meanwhile, the memory of that king is etched deep into Leon. Those ancient words left behind for all future Leon Dragonia kings are carved into his very soul, gripping his hilt tightly. Leon confidently orders everyone to step back. The three girls look at him, completely confused by his sudden commanding tone. And now the entire street is buzzing as everyone points to the rooftop. Talk about a grand entrance. All eyes lock onto the balcony where Leon stands tall. The crowd is stunned to see the master of Pantheon. Gripping his sword, Leon proudly declares himself to be the 15th Leon Dragonia king, rightful heir of the first crown. Drawing his blade, Leon firmly announces that as the representative of the gods, he will restore the holy relic's true power. A massive pillar of light erupts, wrapping the entire area in a mystical blinding glow that commands absolute attention. The three girls look on with completely different expressions, watching the world get swallowed by this breathtaking display. Down below, the crowd watches in awe as the temperature spikes. Leon smiles, knowing his time has finally come. After so much effort and waiting, he has reclaimed the power of his golden age. It is finally time. Leon turns back inside, ordering them to prepare the grand ritual immediately, now that the scabbard is finally restored. Beatrice places a hand over her heart and respectfully asks if this is what he had planned all along. Looking down at his blade, pure satisfaction washes over him as he maps out the next steps of his grand plan. He intends to establish a new order of knights, preparing to summon the holy warriors of the Grail. Beyond that, Leon plans to use the grand ritual to call upon the stars themselves to aid them. Later that night, the peaceful city is wrapped in quiet darkness with only the dim streetlights guiding the way. So Yoon strolls down the empty streets alone on a phone call, listening to the voice on the other end. Her subordinate asks if she really wants to stay there, and she shortly confirms that she will stay for now. The caller starts rambling about the secret techniques of the Divine Sword Guild, but So Yoon calmly cuts him off. She knows their strength is not enough, as a worried subordinate warns that defeating him requires holy power. Coldly dismissing the warning, she demands to know if they have successfully tracked down the target's current location. The caller reports that his last known location was in South Korea, right in the heart of a ruined city. Choked by dense demonic energy, a mysterious sword drags along the shattered ground, kicking up sparks with every step. He is a tall, slender man, slowly pacing through the wreckage of the ruins with a sword firmly gripped in his hand. The hilt pulses with a strange, eerie red glow. Over at the Pantheon, Liam stands watching with his arms crossed. He observes the fiery duel as a loud voice rings out across the training grounds, split into attackers and defenders. This is their usual morning training. The cavalry launches a fierce charge, shouting at the top of their lungs to break through. The defenders are just as intense, bracing behind heavy shields with grim, determined expressions as they shout in unison. Leading the charge, Suho rides like a madman, yelling for his team to tear down the enemy wall right now. But at the critical moment, Yoo Hee-wook struggles with his mount. Suho curses, "Damn it, the horse won't hold still." Yoo Hee-wook yells for Suho to just push through alone. Suho swings his blade with brutal force, but the defense is solid. The shield wall doesn't even budge. Suho mutters that their wall is way too sturdy and they've already tried everything. Suddenly, the defenders lunge forward, grabbing his tunic before he can react and brutally dragging him off his horse. He hits the ground hard, groaning in pain. Surrounded by hostile forces, he looks up, cold sweat dripping down his face. All he gets in return are bloodthirsty, terrifying glares. A black-haired girl smiles maliciously and coldly gives the order to strike. They immediately lay into him with absolute brutality. Kicks rain down alongside agonizing screams and mocking laughter. They crowd around, taking turns stomping him. Suho can only scream out in absolute misery under the relentless blows. Suho screams in pain as they break his bones, but his agony only makes the attackers more excited to hit harder. Yoo Hee-wook reassures himself that they will survive thanks to the Holy Grail, believing they can still beat these guys. Once they are satisfied, Suho is pitilessly tossed aside. He is completely covered in blood and looking absolutely battered. Yoo Hee-wook cries out in despair inside his head. Up on the platform, Leon coldly calls the match for the defenders. He declares the shield team victorious. Soon after, Suho is quickly resurrected, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Everyone quickly surrounds Suho as he clutches his chest. Yoo Hee-wook anxiously asks Han Hari if he's okay after that. Yoo Hee-wook says he looked clinically dead. Han Hari angrily vows to get revenge, and another fierce battle erupts immediately. Han Hari unleashes her powerful holy magic, and Leon quickly declares the cadet team the winners of this round. Morning training finally comes to an end. Under the blazing sun, the battlefield glistens with puddles left from the clashes. Standing majestically on the high podium, Leon addresses the cadets, gently teaching them some crucial battlefield tactics. He advises them that if a breakthrough fails, they should bring the rear vanguard forward to secure a safe retreat. Since the infantry moves slower, they must utilize their mobility to prepare for a swift counterattack, asking if they understand. The cadets shout their agreement to the king, except for So-yeon, who remains silent. Yoo Hee-wook notices her quiet demeanor. While Leon continues lecturing, So-yeon just stares blankly ahead with an emotionless expression that is actually quite chilling. After class, the exhausted recruits collapse in the cafeteria. Some slump over tables while others yawn and complain about being exhausted. Yoo Hee-wook groans that he's absolutely starving, while Suho weakly mutters that the cavalry trainers are way too harsh. Right on cue, a warm voice calls out to them. The entire group turns around instantly to see who it is. Han Hari walks over carrying a basket of freshly roasted sweet potatoes, offering them with a warm and gentle smile. She warns them there are only potatoes and sweet potatoes, but everyone is already cheering with pure joy. A cadet eagerly asks if she brought any kimchi, but she laughs, admitting that the priest took all of it. Yu Hee-wook splits a steaming potato, the delicious aroma filling him with absolute happiness as their spirits lift. Now fully fed, the cadets chat happily, complaining about how they are sick of surviving on basic sugar water. They joke that going on a real military campaign might actually give them access to better food than this. Han Ha-ri reassures them that with the upcoming ordination ceremony, they will finally get to eat proper meals soon. Yu Hee-wook pauses his eating curiously, asking about the connection to the gods that he has been hearing about. Han Ha-ri explains that they have been studying the various gods and rules during every spare moment they have lately. To become a holy knight, she adds, they must understand how to wield divine power and find their path. Han Ha-ri notes she was chosen by Lord Paiden and asks if they have chosen a god they want to follow yet. Yu Hee-wook quickly wonders if they will be chosen by Ariana, goddess of justice, or Phaedos, god of war. He recalls the king saying most knights serve those two, but Soyeon suddenly speaks up to mention another path. She asks if Knight Jag Spinner belongs to the Holy Grail, serving Hephaestus, the god of iron and blacksmiths. Everyone gets pretty curious about Knight Jag Spinner's ability. It has to be making money, right? The girls keep gossiping about this. The chatter never stops. Do you want to join the fund? Let's see if it's not a blacksmith's skill. What could it be? Right, last time he was running experiments with gravity beams and lasers, wasn't he? Or some other crazy machinery like that. Something like that. He is definitely a bit unique. Just then, hearing all the whispers about himself, the armor instantly pops up on the screen to correct them. My power is for making and managing money, got it. The others cheer excitedly. It's the knight. Jae-hyuk laughs and teases him. Boss Zach, did you install a wiretap here? Zach angrily fires back. No way, the acoustic tracking on this device is incomparable to other entities. Wherever you speak, I know everything. Hearing this, the student gets even more amused, laughing out loud as he requests, please respect our privacy. The armor seriously replies, I will think about it. Zach's mechanical voice rings out again, calling for Jun-hyung Jae-hyuk. Hearing his name, he starts and looks up. The system sends a notification that his guardian has arrived, asking him to quickly change and head to the entrance. Hearing this, Jae-hyuk freezes, angrily grinding his teeth. He stands up, pretending to be calm, scratching his head with a forced laugh. Hari watches in confusion. As he walks by, she catches his briefly frustrated expression. With heavy steps, his tense figure slowly walks away, disappearing from sight. As the door slams shut, Hari snaps out of it. She quickly says, I will be right back. All eyes turn to Suho. He scratches his head helplessly, knowing everyone must have so many questions. He hesitates, I cannot talk about this, so please act like nothing happened. Hari stands there staring at him in utter shock. What? Meanwhile, at the Temple Guild Hall, Jae-hyuk frowns, his face darkening as he grumpily asks, what is it, Mom? The middle-aged woman opposite him scowls. He bluntly asks why she came again. Hearing this, she demands angrily, what do you mean, why am I here? Does a mother need a reason to visit her own son? He puts his hands on his hips, snapping back. Just get to the point. Though I already know what this is about anyway. Karen, instantly ticked off, yells, hey, how dare you speak to your mother like that? Jae-hag crosses his arms, looking disgusted as he coldly says, I'm busy, so speak fast and leave. She sighs in dissatisfaction, wondering who he takes after. Karen gets straight to the point. Son, I found a massive guild for you to join. Why on earth are you staying here? He coldly replies, I have my own ways, you don't need to worry. She clutches her chest, firing back, how can I not worry? I am your mother. Jae-hag flatly declares, no matter what you say, I am not doing what you want. Karen screams in frustration, what is wrong with you? That is one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, and joining them guarantees you a bright, promising future. Hearing this, the receptionist breaks into a cold sweat. She shivers, recalling the terrifying presence of the guild leader back then. Are you betraying me? Karen demands bitterly. Is everything I've done for you not enough? She snaps, complaining that, in the end, he still joined a heretical guild like this. Jae-hyuk grinds his teeth in anger, but his gaze remains steady, his resolve unshaken despite his fury. Karen screams, let's go home, listen to me. Meanwhile, Leon stands majestically before the podium, heavy winds whipping up clouds of dust. Hands clasped behind his back, he coldly asks, the students, what is the difference between a cult and the true gods worshipped in temples? Answer me. The students look completely lost, racking their brains. One trainee clears his throat, hesitating. Well, Daesung watches in disbelief, wondering how anyone could answer that. Comparing a cult to divine temple faith, isn't that pure blasphemy? Baek suddenly steps forward and confidently answers. Is it the difference between what is real and unreal? Leon nods in satisfaction and continues to press with harder questions. Do you have proof of the unreal? Can it exist somewhere you know? Baek freezes, asking in surprise if he means actual proof. Suho suddenly gets an epiphany, raising his hand. I think gods who do not perform miracles as we wish are what is known. Leon flashes an arrogant smile. If they do not perform miracles, how can they be called gods? Suho stammers, completely flustered. Next is Jae-hyuk, who blankly guesses. Is it the difference between what we can see and cannot see? Your Majesty, did the goddess of beauty bless you during the war against? Leon scoffs with a cold smirk, his brow furrowing as he picks apart their arguments. Countless gods dwell in the temple, but many of those divine beings can never reveal their true forms to mortal eyes. Does that mean those gods do not even exist? Jushu asks with a shaky, anxious voice, clearly sweating over the implications. Leon fires back with a chilling look, pointing out that just because they are unseen does not mean they are not real. He smirks arrogantly, throwing another question right back at them to ask what guarantees that their words are actually the truth. Jushu stands frozen in sheer shock, silently agreeing that just because something is invisible, it does not mean it is gone. Just then, Soyeon raises her hand, catching Leon's attention as the king commands her to speak up and share what she knows. After a brief pause, she speaks of the temple gods, declaring that unlike other religions, they bring actual benefits to the people. Closing her eyes, she vividly recalls the divine presence and firmly replies that those gods answer prayers and perform true miracles. They answer prayers and create real miracles for everyone who believes in them, which is absolute proof of their existence. Hearing this, Leon smiles, ready to dismantle her logic by pointing out she serves both the goddess of justice and the goddess of war. He asks if she has ever actually received a direct response from either of them, leaving Soyeon completely flustered and struggling to explain. She stammers that her faith is still too weak and lacking, which is why she hasn't heard back. Leon just stares coldly. When he asks if she really thinks her faith is lacking, a panicked Soyeon admits it is something she constantly worries about. The king surprisingly agrees with her, but casually starts channeling his magic, warning them that they are far too obsessed with such concepts. Clenching his fist with incredible force, he unleashes a massive surge of raw power, sending waves of blazing fire magic into the air. The flames curve into a magnificent glowing archway that leaves everyone breathless, but then the bright sunny sky suddenly shifts. A sudden heavy downpour drenches the city, sending panicked citizens scrambling for shelter, while a stunned Soyeon can only watch in disbelief. How can there be rain and thunder under such a clear blue sky, she wonders, as the entire city is drowned in water. Yet right where they are sitting, the sun shines brightly without a single drop of rain. Leon stands tall, bathed in brilliant light. He proudly asks if this is what they call divine proof, noting that ordinary people would certainly see it that way. They believe gods grant whatever they pray for, but Leon begins to explain the actual truth behind this bizarre phenomenon. He prayed for rain but never actually believed it would happen, and if he had not prayed, he would not have gotten wet. Confused, Soyeon frantically asks why their exact spot remains dry. Leon, cool and collected, is more than ready to explain. He tells her the gods are simply protecting him and they do not want their loyal followers to get soaked. Soyeon gasps. She frowns in utter disbelief, pointing out that he is essentially making a deal with the divine. Leon calmly shakes his head. Gods do not exist to grant every petty wish, he explains. They only act when they deem it truly necessary. Looking at his stunned students, Leon gently eases their worries, telling them they are free to believe in whatever god they choose. It has nothing to do with the temple itself, because whether those divine beings are real or imaginary, their teachings still hold value. Faith in justice and righteousness is always honorable, but the king's tone turns deadly serious as he issues a dark warning. He warns them to beware of false prophets demanding a price for faith, advising them never to succumb to cheap, lowly beliefs. Leon barks out a final question that leaves Jushu trembling with fear, asking if they have all understood his words. Shortly after, a voice echoes through a dark basement containing a beautiful stone statue welcoming the young, aspiring knight candidates. The students look around in absolute awe, whispering to each other about how magical it is to hear the goddess's actual voice. The mysterious voice echoes through the chamber again, telling the young recruits not to be so rude if they want to succeed. They must prove themselves worthy to fight in this holy war, prompting one excited student to call out to the war god Betos. The realization that they are in the presence of the god of war spreads fast, making the entire room buzz with excitement. They eagerly plead for Betos to show his divine power, while Leon watches quietly from the sidelines, calculating his next move. He realizes that even with himself, they only have 3 holy knights, which makes the upcoming holy war look incredibly difficult. To stand a real chance, he needs to awaken at least 2 more holy knights. He frowns, scanning the crowd. Han-Hari clearly has the highest potential, but his thoughts are interrupted by an excited Suho shouting to his sister about Lady Ariana. Han-Hari smiles warmly and congratulates her brother as he laughs with pride, while Leon keeps his eyes locked on the candidates. He notes that their ideals are perfectly aligned, but as he turns his head, a deeper concern begins to weigh on him. Jushu stands completely paralyzed with fear, while Soyeon and the others stare silently at the stone statues before them. They clearly share a deep connection with these divine figures, yet they remain frozen, staring at them with a strange, distant coldness. Leon silently, he uncovers the statue of the most dangerous male god, then immediately looks over at another statue completely covered in a heavy cloak. That draped figure is the temple's strongest god. Leon's face darkens with caution as he steals a tense, highly curious glance. Will those high deities even care about what happens here? Is this the start of something good or a complete disaster? A few days later, a cold wind sweeps through the dusty city streets under a bright sun right outside the Nazar-Du temple branch. A young man passing by stops in fear, wondering who those people are, while his girlfriend cowers right beside him. Leading a flock of followers, a smug man struts down the street, ignoring the startled gasps of the onlookers. Whispers spread, "Aren't those guys from the famous Hambi Palace?" The crowd halts in front of a skyscraper, drawing every eye. They pull out a massive megaphone and switch it on. Guangte steps up wearing a punchable, smug grin as he grabs the microphone. Adjusting his tie with a wicked smirk, he starts blasting empty, ear-piercing nonsense through the speaker at maximum volume. He screams that only believers in the dragon god can enter heaven and the fires of hell will consume all doubters. Behind him, his followers chant in perfect unison, "May the mercy of the dragon god descend and bless his true believers." They chant that his grace is like spring rain begging for his divine protection, while the entire street cringes from the noise. Pure madness. The crowd is deafened as the cultists scream that heaven awaits the faithful, while hell claims the rest. One annoyed teenager covers his ears, groaning about the unbearable noise, but the fanatics only scream louder, completely out of control. Desecrating the shrine, Guangte barks insults at the crowd, asking if they've lost their minds and telling the heretics to get out. His face twists with malice as he shrieks, a warning the dragon god is coming, so all heretic filth better run. Over and over, he spits out threats, but wait, Zepp suddenly drops down from above to stop him. Landed right in front of them, the little robot chirps out a cold warning. "What on earth are you doing here?" Zepp reminds them that the local decibel levels have exceeded legal limits, politely asking them to pipe down. Guangte just stares, dumbfounded. Glaring at Zepp with pure disgust, Guangte shifts gears and mockingly tells the bot to open its heart to the dragon god. He stubbornly rants that everyone must reach salvation together, claiming it is the ultimate desire of their almighty deity. Zepp breaks into a mechanical sweat, completely stunned by their fanatical delusions, and falls silent for several long seconds. Then its system kicks in flatly, ordering them to stop shouting and respect the peace of this holy sanctuary. Finally, the bot snaps. It issues a final ultimatum: shut up now or face immediate painful consequences. Guangte sneers, his face twisting as he asks if this stupid hunk of metal has been possessed by a demon. Laughing like a maniac, he points a finger at Zepp and declares that the dragon god will smite him today. Just watch. In a flash of blinding light, glowing magical ropes bind the troublemakers instantly. Landing gracefully on top of one bound rebel, Zepp lets out a soft sigh, clearly pleased with its quick work. It chirps happily while the crowd cowers. Pinning Guangte down, Zepp plants a cold metal foot right on his forehead. The bot flashes red, declaring that all public nuisances will be immediately expelled from the premises. Guangte groans in agony. But as he whines helplessly, a tiny lapel pin on his chest secretly rolls, capturing every single second of the beatdown. In the end, the troublemakers are thoroughly thrashed and utterly humiliated, forced to wear embarrassing signs around their necks. The signs force them to apologize, but their grumpy, insincere attitude only makes the little robot even angrier. Spitting out a harsh warning to back away, Zepp decides it has had enough of their incredibly bad attitudes. Wax Zepp lashes out with its energy whips. Guangte shrieks in pain, calling the little machine a complete devil, but Zepp only whips them harder, snapping back and asking if they have a literal death wish. Guangte scrambles to dodge, yelling at his crew to run for their lives from the absolute monster. He looks back to scream that they are only leaving because Zepp is crazy, not because they are scared, leaving the robot annoyed. The group flees to a completely different neighborhood, panting heavily as they immediately draw stares from local pedestrians. Ripping off those humiliating signs, they toss them to the ground while one follower asks Guangte if he is okay. He asks if Guangte got hurt dealing with those temple freaks, but Guangte just chuckles and brushes it off easily. He tells them it is no big deal and that he is perfectly fine. Just then, a sharp-dressed man in a suit approaches. It is the boss's assistant, who pushes up his glasses and coldly demands to know if the mission was a success. Guangte flashes a confident smirk, proudly declaring that everything went exactly as planned and they got exactly what they needed. He gleefully holds up his tie, bragging that the hidden camera captured every single bit of the temple's violent reaction. Now let us watch it on the phone. Assistant Choi and his accomplice tensely stare at the screen as the man asks, with a serious look, asking if this is the one. Guangte confirms, telling him to just open it as the phone screen replays the footage, showing jagged spinner grabbing Guangte. He even intentionally yells for help, claiming a robot is beating people. Watching this, Assistant Choi grins widely, fully satisfied. He sneers, saying this is more than enough and wondering how they dare defy the laws of Korea. They are absolutely done. The scene shifts to the Hambit office inside a towering skyscraper surrounded by bustling city traffic. Assistant Choi sits inside, his eyes glued to the screen as rapid keyboard clicks echo. A devious smirk creeps onto his face. He gloats, certain that the temple members attacking a civilian has completely flooded the news. He confidently clicks the mouse, but the headline is completely different from what he expected. Instead, it exposes the very plot he spent so much effort scheming. Cold sweat pours down his face. He panics desperately, wondering why these damn reporters are suddenly turning on them instead. Suddenly, his monitor goes completely dark. He gasps in sheer terror. Unbeknownst to him, Jagged Spinner is silently hacking into their servers. He stares in utter shock, stammering out, "What is this?" A warning sound plays, and in the next second, the entire server crashes. Hambit is completely offline. The scene shifts to Jae-hyuk walking slowly through a quiet neighborhood, his eyes fixed on his phone. On the screen is a photo of three people. It is clearly his family, and they all look incredibly happy together. Jae-hyuk pockets the phone, muttering to himself in frustration. He only came here because he was told to do so. Standing quietly before a towering apartment complex, he mutters in doubt, wondering if he is even capable of pulling this off. Gloomy thoughts consume Jae-hyuk. He remembers the majestic figure of the god of sky and thunder appearing right before his eyes. The deity radiated an immense mystical aura, looking down with a deep frown and glowing white eyes as his powerful voice boomed. Remembering that imposing moment still makes Jae-hyuk shiver. The deity's words had struck him like a physical blow to the mind. Who wouldn't be completely terrified here? But after a fierce mental struggle, he finally decides to step inside. He heads inside, walking down a dark, narrow, and damp flight of stairs. Soon he stands before a very familiar apartment door. Dim light spills out from the window. Jae-hyuk reaches out and presses the doorbell, the sharp chime instantly breaking the heavy silence. Hurried footsteps head toward the entrance as a joyful voice calls out, asking if it is Jae-hyuk. Karen quickly swings the door open. She smiles warmly, inviting him inside. But Jae-hyuk only offers a cold, indifferent response, stating he is only here for a meal. Right then, the divine voice echoes in his head once more, snapping him back to reality. The god of sky and thunder stands right behind him, constantly commanding him to enact divine punishment on them. With folded arms, his sharp gaze never wavers. He sternly warns Jae-hyuk that this is his test. Meanwhile, Karen excitedly says she made the kimchi stew he loves so much. She warmly asks if he wants some sponge cake before dinner, completely oblivious to the intense pressure he is feeling. Jae-hyuk winces, gritting his teeth in frustration as he curses his situation. He walks past the hallway and into the kitchen. His eyes widen slightly in surprise. Before him is a massive feast, but there is only a single set of utensils laid out. He pulls out a chair and asks about his mother. Karen simply smiles, offering the familiar excuse that she already ate. Jae-hyuk sighs, knowing the lie is empty. Speechless and feeling completely helpless, he quietly picks up his chopsticks and starts eating. The meal continues quietly, with his mother gently urging him to eat some egg rolls. Jae-hyuk nods as he eats, telling her he will. Karen happily asks how it tastes, while the god of sky and thunder keeps calling out his name. She rests her chin in her hands, her warm gaze filled with motherly love as she asks why he is only eating rice. Beside him, the god relentlessly demands that he punish these heretics. Jae-hyuk clenches his jaw, trying hard to contain his rising emotions. He hesitates to speak, but ultimately just takes another bite, complimenting her cooking. Karen beams with joy at his words. She warmly tells him to have another bowl. Later that night in the quiet streets, Jae-hyuk leans back on a roadside bench. A dim streetlight shines down. He stares up at the sky, letting out a heavy sigh to ease his troubled mind. The god of sky and thunder manifests angrily, declaring that these heretics are incredibly cunning and full of deceit. They are a wicked bunch that must be destroyed. Sitting beside Jae-hyuk, the deity commands him to punish the heretics without mercy. Jae-hyuk sadly whispers that she is his mother, but the deity coldly retorts that some things are far more important than bloodlines. He roars in fury, preaching that these cultists must never be forgiven and demanding they all be punished. Honestly, how is he supposed to make a choice like that? Torn and conflicted, Jae-hyuk mutters that he can't. He covers his face in frustration, desperately crying out to the god, asking why it has to be him of all people. He looks down in despair, wondering how he could ever destroy this cult when his own mother is one of them. Recalling Karen's gentle and affectionate eyes, Jae-hyuk felt utterly helpless, wondering who on earth could ever complete this challenge. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, calmly asking if this was his hometown. Jae-hyuk froze in shock. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He whipped around, terrified to see it was Leon standing right there. Bowing deeply, he greeted his king, who calmly nodded. Jae-hyuk quickly knelt to show proper respect. Still surprised, Jae-hyuk watched as Leon sat on a bench, crossed his legs, and said he already knew everything. Jae-hyuk asked how that was possible. Leon simply glanced at him with a look of pure contempt. There was no hiding after the scene in the Great Hall. Jae-hyuk sheepishly apologized. Leon did not press further, quietly touching his necklace. He told Jae-hyuk to stand up as he did no wrong. He grew solemn, asking the Thunder God how he could make this child bear such karma. The proud god of thunder and sky shot back, claiming his high status meant no mortal could question him. Leon seriously proposed that if the god wanted to punish the heretical cult, he should leave it to him. The deity flatly rejected this, wanting the cultists punished by the hands of their own children. Jae-hyuk broke into a cold sweat. The god of thunder directly laid out his divine will. He commanded Leon to grant the boy determination. Leon offered no reply, only a quiet grunt. Ending his talk with the deity, Leon sternly demanded why Jae-hyuk had kept this a secret. Jae-hyuk timidly replied that he never expected this. Leon opened his eyes, flashing a deadly glare. Leon calmly brought up the recent temple incidents, noting how a specific group had been causing constant trouble. Jae-hyuk panicked, wondering if it could be true. Leon added that Sir Spinner had uncovered the truth. Those heretics had declared war on the gods, and they would pay a very heavy price. Frowning, Leon made it clear this was not a war, it was a hunt our way. Jae-hyuk stared in utter disbelief. He was silent for a moment, then anxiously called out. Anxiously asking about his mother, Jae-hyuk was quickly silenced as Leon shoved a hand over his mouth. Shushing him, Leon assured him the thunder god was no mindless killer. Jae-hyuk quieted down. Leon stood up, explaining that the deity would simply set certain standards for them. Heavy energy radiated from Leon as a sinister smile crept across his face in the dark. Just tell me where they are hiding, Leon demanded. Now let us look back at the life of Park Hyun-shin, a Hambit Palace priest born in 1990, and his incredible story. Experiencing a disaster at age 12, the young boy witnessed a truly horrifying sight. A dying victim desperately screamed at him to run. In those days, hunter academies did not exist. He grew up in a chaotic era, learning how to survive purely through raw experience. Yang-shin threw himself into battles, quickly rising as a highly promising A-rank hunter. His fateful encounter with God happened in the winter of 2014 in Samchuk. Yang-shin knelt among the corpses, leaning on his sword. The gate difficulty had spiked. Stranded and near death, a strange system notification popped up before his eyes. The message asked if he wanted salvation. He hesitated, but the pull was too strong. The moment he accepted, a brilliant light surged through him, awakening every single cell. Saved by this mysterious voice, he returned as the 7th S-class hunter in South Korea. He wore a triumphant smile, finding light in darkness. Back in the present, Yang-shin offers a fake smile. Reaching his hand out, he delivers a mesmerizing sermon, claiming his very existence is proof of God. Pointing to the armored warrior beside him, he proudly explains how this soldier received a blessing. The warrior chimed in, recalling how he heard the divine gospel the moment he stepped inside. It seemed like a normal dungeon, but his system glitched out, serving as proof. This testimony cleverly deepens the cultists' blind faith. He urges them to target dungeon bosses. He tells them the system guided him to defeat the boss, extract mana crystals, and find treasure. His life changed completely, and he shouts that everything was made possible by the grace of God. The devoted followers swallow every word, raising their hands to praise their Lord. He keeps feeding their blind faith, telling them they simply must believe because there is no other way. Of course, this kind of phenomenon occasionally happens to the hunters of Hambit Palace. This strange event is not just a one-time occurrence, having a meaningful connection to Hambit Palace, which the Hunter Association has officially recognized. Because of that very reason, expanding Hambit's influence has been completely effortless. The cultists cheer endlessly, with many crying as they feel their salvation. It is a miracle. We believe in you, Dragon God. John Sin spreads his arms, basking in the wild praise. A sleazy grin spreads across his face as he basks in the glory, his smile stretching unnaturally wide with pure satisfaction. Half closing his eyes to soak up the fanatic cheers. Posing as the Dragon God, he continues spinning his deceptive web. But that is not all. Apparently, some weak hunter managed to find a cure-all herb to save his sick mother inside a gate, and that talentless hunter achieved a miraculous breakthrough. John Sin is intentionally laying out his trap, claiming those two proved their devotion through heavy donations, and the god rewarded them with a miracle. His face flashes across the giant screen. As he declares loudly, "Prove your faith, it is not that hard, since we are already one big family." The brainwashed crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting the Dragon God's name. But then John Sin suddenly freezes up for a moment. He spots something in the crowd. Leon and Beatrice are sitting right there, staring straight ahead with absolute gravity. Their dead silence, contrasting with the fanatical cheering, catches John Sin off guard. Those people. He pales in shock as he recognizes them, his expression twisting in anger at their sudden arrival. His smile vanishes instantly. Why on earth are those temple people here? Beatrice quietly whispers, "Your Majesty." But Leon, completely consumed by his growing fury, only responds with a cold, harsh grunt. The sole reason for his intense rage is this heresy. Leon grinds his teeth, his eyes burning with absolute hatred. He knows their game better than anyone, cursing them inwardly. They prey on poverty and weaponize the spiritual weaknesses of ordinary people. These parasites preach twisted lies just to fill their own pockets. Up on the stage, John Shin breaks the tension, smiling warmly with a hand over his chest. He extends an open invitation welcoming their special guests. Come forward to receive your baptism. Without a second thought, Leon stands up ready to make his move. Beatrice is startled. Leon steps forward with immense presence, growling out, "How dare you address a king so casually?" Stopping right in front of John Sin, Leon shuts his eyes silently, pulling a massive white bag out of his subspace. Stacks of cash come tumbling out, shocking the crowd as everyone stares in absolute awe at the ridiculous wealth. The money keeps pouring out quickly, piling up into a literal mountain of cash. When the final stack lands, his cold face remains unchanged. His overwhelming presence strikes fear into everyone watching. Leon ruthlessly flings the empty bag. Right at the man's feet, John Sin stands frozen, totally dazed, his lazy eyes scanning the massive pile of cash. "What are you doing?" he asks. Leon coolly delivers his demand, "Go ahead and show me your miracle. Didn't you claim that anyone can witness a miracle through donations? I want to make a deal with your god." John Sin forces a nervous laugh, quickly trying to deflect. How insolent, attempting to test a god with worldly offerings. Leon shoves his hands into his pockets, his gaze dripping with cold contempt. "Didn't you say loyalty and devotion earn a ticket to heaven? Have you actually made that choice yourself, or is it all a lie?" Hearing this, John Sin snaps his gentle facade, completely shattering as he points an angry finger right at Leon. "You must show absolute obedience to the missionary. That is the ultimate truth and the only gospel." Leon fires back without hesitating. "Do servants of God now consider themselves gods? Who gave you that right?" He kicks the empty bag aside, sneering with absolute disdain. "This so-called faith is nothing but cheap and cowardly." John Sin stumbles back in fear. Still, he stubbornly refuses to back down, cursing inwardly that Leon is no different. Why is this guy acting so high and mighty? Unleashing his rage, he points straight at Leon's face. "This man has no faith," John Sin yells to his followers. "He is a seed of evil invading our sacred sanctuary. We must banish this wicked presence from the palace of the dragon god immediately." He continues to manipulate them, ordering everyone to rise. Hearing the call, the elite hunters of Hambit Palace stand up with murderous intent. They glare at Leon, ready to tear him apart. The enraged crowd begins screaming, hurling venomous insults and demanding his immediate departure. "Get lost, you heretic! Get out of our god's temple!" Below the stage, Beatrice watches anxiously, pulling her hat down as they yell insults. They curse him as a filthy bastard, whose wrath will drown him in a sea of fire. Jae-hai feels a rising dread, questioning his king. Is this really going to be fine? Young Shin cackles like a total maniac, tossing out one cheap insult after another. Leon does not argue. No fuss. He just glares, but someone else aggressively yells, calling him a demon. Beatrice and Jag Spinner are startled by the sudden shout, while Garth mutters a quiet curse in sheer panic. They all look at him with heavy judgment. Beatrice covers her mouth in shock, while Jag Spinner keeps making strange mechanical noises. Leon stands on the stage. Shockingly intense waves of bloodlust and divine energy wrap around his entire body. As a sovereign king, Leon can tolerate insults, but the crowd is absolutely terrified by this power. People look back in panic, wondering why everything is so quiet. Still, Leon has 3 absolute lines. First is disrespecting family. Second is blasphemy, a sin that mere mortals must never dare to commit. Leon turns back slowly, his veins popping from sheer anger as his cold eyes lock onto these lowlifes. Finally, he roars in fury, "How dare you!" The pathetic trash who were just insulting Leon are now completely frozen. Their jaws drop in terror. Leon screams with an overwhelming mad rage, calling them disgusting cultists as his face twists. His voice is like thunder. "How dare you compare the great Leon Dragonia to a common demon?" His power explodes outwardly, sending the panicking crowd running in every direction to save their own lives. This offense is completely unforgivable, and punishment is coming. He tightly grips his sword-shaped necklace, a sacred divine relic. Serving as a direct link to the gods, the relic glows brilliantly, drawing a massive complex magic circle in the air. Leon shouts, "Let me judge your false faith and mediocrity." Yang Shin stutters in absolute terror, asking what he is doing. The magic circle spins as crackling lightning erupts around Leon, who slowly emphasizes that the holy stars will cleanse them. Just imagine trying to enjoy a nice lunch when the sky suddenly turns into a literal war zone before your eyes. High above the atmosphere, a massive burning fireball pierces through the clouds toward Earth as the petrified citizen screams out. Leon's voice echoes with absolute authority. "This is divine punishment, and now it is finally your turn to face it." A colossal meteor plummets toward Earth, radiating sheer destructive energy. Leon looks on with a dark, intensely solemn expression. He declares that St. Annia's relic will summon the stars to punish the wicked. Hearing this, Yang Shin stands completely frozen. The fake warrior beside him aggressively snaps, asking what is wrong with that demon. Meanwhile, Beatrice calmly steps up. She gently asks Jag Spinner if he is ready to begin. The man eagerly shouts back in excitement as Beatrice prepares. Beatrice solemnly commands her magic, let them witness our true power with their own eyes. Right away, a massive beam of energy blasts straight through the ceiling, causing absolute panic and screams. One of the scammer's accomplices yells in shock. He calls it impossible, while another points up at the collapsing ceiling. Yangshin is utterly terrified and demands answers. Leon calmly looks back and gives him a direct answer. He has summoned the stars to clean up this place. The scammer desperately yells that it is absolute nonsense, but right then a massive shadow blocks out the sunlight. Yangshin looks up and trusts me, the look of pure, unadulterated terror on his face tells you everything. He is too terrified to even speak, letting out weak, incoherent whimpers as a massive object suddenly appears overhead. A colossal meteor plummeting toward the city streets. Panic screams echo everywhere as citizens try to comprehend the nightmare. Strangely, the massive falling rock suddenly halts in midair. Its estimated weight is 680 billion tons. Leon calmly asks Beatrice if things are in place, and she respectfully confirms she is fully ready to deploy. A massive explosion suddenly detonates high in the sky, shattering the giant meteor and channeling intense energy downward. The surrounding sky turns pitch black as divine punishment is officially triggered, sending a brilliant blazing fireball downward. Blinding beams of light are bound by glowing purple magic threads, displaying the absolute terrifying power of the heavens. Jagged Spinner raises his energy cannon, loading divine power with his signature mechanical whirs. Immediately, a barrage of golden bullets tear through the sky at breakneck speed, aiming directly at the floating fireball and slamming right into it. The impact triggers a sequence of violent chain reaction explosions, unleashing destructive shockwaves that shake the entire city. Yangshin's face loses all color as he begins to tremble in absolute horror, whispering a quiet prayer. He stands frozen, utterly unable to process this madness. Is this really the wrath of a god descending? Terrified, desperate screams echo under the burning sky. Yangshin panics completely, but then he suddenly senses something strange. He opens his teary eyes to anxiously look up, completely stunned by the massive fireball looming directly overhead. Has it stopped? How is this even possible? The colossal meteor came to a dead halt right above them. The strange location makes the scene look incredibly epic. Leon slowly approaches and commands John Shin, "This is far enough." Benedict looks up at the meteor and casually marvels at how impressive it is. Depot mechanically warns that the target is still active. This contradicts their previous data. John Shin stands frozen in complete shock, staring warily at him like a monster currently standing right in front of him. Leon coldly demands to know if this foolish bastard who only does wrong finally realizes his sins. John Shin nervously asks what he is talking about. Leon furrows his brows in absolute anger, fiercely declaring that he is indeed a fool. How long did he think he could hide? Leon suddenly shouts for Jiwoo, who startles in utter panic while helping an old lady. After Jiwoo nervously replies, Leon calmly commands him to come stand by his side, leaving John Shin completely stunned. He gasps that it is trainee Jiwoo. Leon's face darkens as he grabs the boy by his shoulders, declaring that he will show him right now. The evil demons masquerading as missionaries. Jiwoo obediently complies with his master, and almost immediately, Jiwoo discovers something absolutely horrifying that leaves him completely shocked. He stands frozen in place, his mind spiraling into total chaos. Jiwoo sees a massive blood-red monster clinging tightly to John Shin's back, and trust me, it is horrifying. Asking what that thing is. It is truly impossible to talk to them like normal human beings. Leon, standing hidden in the shadows behind him, reveals that it is an evil specter, a creature that always hungers to steal the souls and minds of humans. It resides inside a host, waiting for them to fall before making its move. Suddenly, a familiar voice from Karen rings out, asking if that is her son Jiwoo. He stares blankly at her, calling out to his mother as a cold shiver runs down his spine in sheer terror, completely unable to say a word. Karen frantically screams, asking what these things are and begging him to let her know. Jiwoo silently cries out to his mother in his heart before urgently turning to Leon, calling him Your Majesty. Leon calmly explains that this is a demon the Thunder God wants punished and Jiwoo must strike it down. He is filled with deep anxiety, unable to accept this. But Your Majesty, that is my mother. Possessed by the evil specter, Karen desperately pleads for him to come to her. Leon, confident and righteous, reassures him to put his trust in him. He gently encourages the boy, telling him to let divine power rule his heart so he can act righteously. Jiwoo falls completely silent for a long moment, not saying a word as he processes the king's words. Suddenly, he decisively reaches out his hand with a soft whisper, driven by an inner resolve that every human possesses. Fighting through the intense anxiety and fear in his heart, he makes a silent decision, knowing that humans always desire to find peace, but it is never that simple as dread and fear constantly plague them. Gritting his teeth, Jiwoo tries to firmly believe that the divine miracle of holy power he channels will pierce through these wicked dark temptations and completely destroy them. He fiercely unleashes his ultimate spell, Holy Power. Fighting through the immense pain, Ji-woo prays for the forgiveness of all tainted souls. A happy memory of his childhood family suddenly flashes before his eyes, serving as one final beautiful reminiscence. The evil specter, clinging to Karen, screams in absolute agony as a massive golden bolt of lightning strikes them down. Suppressing the emotional chaos within him, Ji-woo silently calls out to his mother. After a long, painful struggle, the exhausted Karen collapses onto her knees. Her gentle voice suddenly calms his chaotic mind, making him gasp in tearful joy as she calls his name, Ji-woo. Amidst the ashes of the destroyed specter, she weakly calls out to her son, sending Ji-woo rushing forward in a wave of pure emotion toward her through his tears. He joyfully embraces his mother amidst the grand epic landscape left behind in the aftermath of the battle. Deeply moved, Karen whispers her apologies. Ji-woo sheds tears of pure relief, happy that everything is finally over. Nearby, the twins tremble as they hold each other, complaining that their mother had lost her mind doing such bad things. Observing this, Leon smiles in satisfaction that everything is now fine. Benedict smiles silently, deducing that the boy has been chosen by the Thunder God to inherit his power. Leon immediately turns around and coldly addresses John Shin, the master of Hanit Palace, asking what will become of him. John Shin stares back in utter panic, his face filled with pure dread. Watch closely now as Leon summons a devastating bolt of lightning to strike him next. He is completely overwhelmed, barely able to let out a gasp. A violent storm triggered by Leon's power causes everyone around them to convulse and lose consciousness. Completely stripped of his arrogance, John Shin shakes in absolute terror until he passes out. The evil specter is forced out of its host, roaring madly before slowly turning into ash. John Shin lies completely motionless. The specter's remaining, scorched, shrunken form desperately tries to flee with an angry, screeching cry. Leon brutally steps directly on top of it, demanding to know where it thinks it is going. He proudly lists its horrific crimes while the specter can only shriek in utter helplessness. An evil creature like you always seeks to control humanity. Analyzing the situation, Leon calmly realizes a fundamental truth about this world: corrupt dark species always feed on the wicked desires of humanity to survive, meaning they will never be completely wiped out. Looking down at the unconscious, John Shin, Leon sighs deeply, knowing that human greed will always endure. Fortunately, seeing this soul can still be saved, Leon resolutely points his sword directly at the demon's eye, making the creature scream in terror. Now, it is time to die. Leon wears a rare, terrifying look as he sentences the crying demon. Your wicked, deceitful lies end here. You will pay for your sins in hell. Above them, a massive meteor freezes in midair inches from the skyscraper. Down below, police set up urgent barricades. They want civilians kept far away from the collapsed Hanit Palace. Nearby, a news reporter solemnly reveals that over 20 years, this massive cult recruited a staggering 18 million followers. It is an incredibly influential and massive group backed by elite politicians, high-ranking hunters, and powerful business moguls. Inside, every home emergency broadcast play on repeat. The sudden palace collapse has triggered a massive national crisis. On a stretcher, a wounded man panics, yelling that the giant meteor is falling and everyone needs to run. While the television screens continue flashing breaking news, the arrogant face of John Shin suddenly appears on every broadcast. He confidently addresses the public, giving a grand official statement on the country's highly tense political situation. In a packed hall, John Shin speaks. He plans to merge Hanit Palace with the legendary Pantheon. The reporters gasp in shock. He adds that all their assets will be transferred directly to the Pantheon's leader. That leader is none other than Leon Dragonia. With a calm smile, John promises their powerful military forces will offer protection. Reporters quickly cut in. They shout urgent questions directly at President John Shin about this madness. One completely stunned journalist gasps in disbelief, asking if this incredibly massive announcement is actually real. Another eagerly asks about his connection with His Majesty Leon. John Shin dramatically raises his hand with a confident smile. He proudly claims that Leon is a true hero who saved his soul, embodying the ideals of defeating evil. Giant billboards across the busy city broadcast this speech live, echoing his loud vow to save humanity from darkness. Watching this drama unfold from near the barricades, Leon listens to the broadcast in deep, quiet silence. Jagged Spinner calls out. Leon just sighs, muttering about how incredibly loud and chaotic everything has become lately. A giant star hanging over the city like a falling meteor is bound to terrify the local citizens. Even though the meteor hangs harmlessly in the sky, Jagged Spinner points out that the public has never witnessed anything like this. Leon looks up, asking Lord Spinner when they can finally begin. Z replies that the Pantheon requires several key upgrades first. Leon frowns. He is quietly calculating their next move. Right now, they need better armor and stronger weapons. Upgraded gear will drastically boost their overall combat strength. Jag the Spinner curiously asks if the king needs anything for himself. With onlookers watching in awe, Leon admits that while he requires nothing, his loyal subordinates definitely need proper gear. Jag Spinner sighs, noting that with so many tasks piling up at once, they must prioritize the most urgent matters. Leon calmly nods. Just then, a familiar voice calls out respectfully, addressing the king from behind. Kang Hyuk and John Shin arrive accompanied by Jun Haeon Shin Cheon. Kang Hyuk bows politely, asking how Leon has been. Leon gives a cool nod. He notes their arrival while Kang Hyuk whispers something private to Shin Cheon. Completely baffled by the whispered words, the clueless Shin Cheon panics before quickly forcing a big fake smile. He nervously introduces himself as Jun Haeon Shin Cheon, the official minister of the Scientific Research and Communications Technology Association. After greeting Leon, Shin Cheon curiously asks about the massive floating star. Leon confidently replies that it is a celestial body. He explains that stars are governed entirely by the gods, leaving a shocked Shin Cheon clutching his head in absolute disbelief. Wait, did Leon actually summon a literal star? Kang Hyuk cuts in, seriously asking about their next move. Leon calmly reveals his plan to harvest the massive floating star's resources to forge top-tier armor and weapons. He promises to craft only the absolute best gear, prompting Kang Hyuk to immediately pledge his full support. A shocked Shin Cheon gasps in complete panic, questioning the chairman's sudden blind obedience to Leon's demands. Kang Hyuk mentions hearing about the Alchemist Guild from Hanhari, trusting them to refine these rare valuable materials. Leon confirms this plan. He looks up at the massive star still hovering menacingly over the city. Extracting the finest resources from a floating celestial body is a highly complex task requiring a specialized process. Kang Hyuk bows with deep respect, assuring the king that they will follow every instruction to the letter. The government will fully back this project, bypassing any legal red tape to ensure Leon has everything he needs here. Leon softens his tone, hoping things go as promised. Kang Hyuk adds that the harvested materials must be evaluated. They will need Spinner's advanced analysis skills to fully comprehend the unique cosmic structure of these star fragments, the structure, composition, and specific properties of each rare metal. Would it then be possible for us to watch the process of crafting these weapons and armor? He coldly agrees that is not difficult, and I can even give you some raw materials as well as the gear we make for the Ministry of Defense to research. Listening to this, President Cheon cheers, excitedly thanking him deeply. But Leon suddenly lowers his tone. However, many of the crafted divine weapons will be kept strictly secret. They are not holy relics yet, but such masterworks are still extremely rare in this modern era. Kang Hyuk speaks up in a quiet voice. He is curious. Since Han Hari has been assigned to work at your majesty's temple, will she get to look at those divine artifacts? Leon happily confirms she will, and Kang Hyuk can barely hide the pure joy on his face. He smiles, noting that since she previously worked at the Hunter Association, she might be of help. She should be allowed to read the design analysis reports. After all, she was one of their top employees. Leon agrees they can give her full authorization to research freely. The two men shake hands to finalize the deal. Let us go with that, Leon says. Kang Hyuk is thrilled, offering his thanks before suddenly pulling out a small device. His voice turning grave as he brings up another issue. Leon looks puzzled, taking the device in hand to examine it. Kang Hyuk asks him to check the video playback. Leon watches closely, wondering if the footage was taken inside a dungeon gate. The screen reveals a completely burnt-down village, and Kang Hyuk gently explains that this represents a brutal conflict that took place in China. A mysterious figure slaughtered the entire village, hunting down the very last survivor, hiding in the grass. The victim screamed for help, but a swift, merciless finishing blow ended it, shocking Leon with its sheer cruelty. Kang Hyuk's face darkens as he delivers the grim truth. This is a magic swordsman. He frowns, recalling the rogue named John Jo. The man is the Dark Blade heir. After completely wiping out that region, his next target seems to be Japan. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-won sighs heavily, looking completely stressed out. Ju-hee notices this and kindly asks if he is doing all right. He blankly replies that he is fine. She enthusiastically reassures him that the association is going through some major positive shifts. He simply replies that he does not really care about the guild's administrative direction or how they operate. As the leader of the prestigious Phoenix Guild, Lee Jong-won is currently feeling pretty annoyed by all these structural disruptions. It seems like Leon Dragonia is behind all of this. Lee Jong-won suddenly clutches his growling stomach, his face turning pale. The merger between the Hanbit Palace and the temple has kept things moving, but his stomachache is seriously acting up. Ju-hee watches him, groans, smiling to herself as if plotting something funny. Ju-hee suddenly slaps his back with a lot of force and laughs out loud. She playfully asks why he is so detached, since a major merger like this is bound to affect absolutely everyone. He calmly shrugs it off, stating he only cares about their own guild and does not have time to stress over other things. Lee Jong-won pouts, but deep down he knows this massive integration is going to reshape their entire world. Ju-hee playfully agrees. Just then, Jun So-ah walks over gracefully, asking why Jong-won and Ju-hee are still lingering outside. Lee Jong-won politely greets her and asks how she is doing, but her response is rather brief and professional. As the proud head of the Hunter Medical Association, Jun So-ah flips her hair and asks about their specialized dietary supplements. She wonders why they do not seem to like their Hunter nutritional products, leaving Lee Jong-won feeling highly confused. Ju-hee sighs and explains they simply found the price a bit too steep for their guild budget. Lee Jong-won frowns, wondering what product they are even talking about. Inside the meeting room, Baek Jong-soo notices their arrival and calls them in. The other guild leaders are already seated. Baek Jong-soo tells them to take a seat, and Lee Jong-won cheerfully greets everyone. He nods toward Baek Jong-soo and Kang Jun-song, who are already observing them silently with very sharp, calculating eyes. He mutters softly that everyone has gathered. Across the room, Han Gun-soo, leader of the Lion Guild, sits silently. Right beside him, Jun So-ah is also settled in. Baek Jong-soo looks over and breaks the ice with a chuckle. He compliments Ju-hee, warmly telling her that the formal outfit looks incredibly good on her. She blushes, explaining it is her first time wearing formal attire and it feels slightly too loose. Lee Jong-won quickly offers his jacket. He gently hands it over, earning a warm thank you. Baek Jong-soo burst into laughter, seeing their close bond. He playfully asks when they plan on getting married, catching everyone in the conference room completely off guard. Lee Jong-won flusters and waves his hands in denial, while Baek Jong-soo puts out his cigarette to lecture them. He points directly at the two, boldly declaring that the severe shortage of hunters in recent years is entirely their fault. He lectures them that they need to get married, claiming he already had multiple kids by their age. Indeed, they can only marvel at his presence. Jong-ha and Jeong-cheon, sitting right next to him, listen in stunned silence. Oh boy! Jin-soo stubs out his cigarette and speaks in a low voice, telling everyone to get down to business with a displeased frown. He states clearly that he wants that bastard Joe dead, prompting someone to quickly chime in and beg him to reconsider the idea. Jin-soo immediately roars in fury, asking if he really needs their opinion on the matter. Jong-ha starts panicking, thinking this is getting incredibly troublesome. Outside, the meeting room door slowly and quietly creaks open. Leon and Kang Hyuk walk up, and the handsome Jong-soo walk in, instantly silencing the room. Leon scowls, letting out a heavily judgmental sigh. Leon walks briskly to his seat, his footsteps echoing through the silence. Jong-soo looks up at him and silently marvels at his arrival. Leon approaches Jin-soo, silently judging him. He knows both of these men are incredibly stubborn and refuse to listen to anyone. They refuse to listen to anyone. Their eyes lock, a mighty king facing a stubborn old elder, both equally unyielding in their pride. Leon points a finger at him, radiating overwhelming pressure as he commands him to get out of the way. And so the clash begins. Jin-soo holds his cigarette with an imposing aura of boundless strength. Jin-soo is a man of massive power. Through his overwhelming abilities, he has survived countless brutal wars and left behind nothing but ruins and seas of fire. His life is legendary, and since everything he did was for his nation, he became a figure that nobody could ever cross. Absolutely no one in the country dares to stand against him. Even when Jin-soo acts friendly, people still walk on eggshells. They get flustered, never daring to step out of line. He wields so much power that he is virtually untouchable. His advanced age only commands more respect, making him doubly powerful. But get this, that authority only applies to normal people. When he meets Leon, the king casually and coldly orders him to clear the path. Jin-soo is left utterly stunned. Leon simply sighs with a condescending look of absolute disdain, turning his nose up in disgust at the old man. He completely ignores Jin-soo. Instead, Leon mockingly asks if his hearing is already failing him at such a young age. Jin-soo gasps in absolute shock. He slams his hand on the wall in rage, shouting out to curse the arrogant brat. Kang Hyuk suddenly pokes his head out from behind Leon and explains that the king is actually over 300 years old. Jin-soo's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Kang Hyuk calmly continues, explaining that Holy Grail knights possess eternal youth. Leon remains silent, letting his companion handle the explanation. So yes, he really is 300 years old. A cold sweat breaks out on Jin-soo as he stammers, asking if that is true. Leon's face darkens with sheer pride. He grabs his chin, raising his brow with a smug, threatening hum. Feeling completely small and defeated, Jin-soo collapses, meekly bows his head and respectfully invites him to take a seat, calling him Your Majesty. Leon accepts. Leon politely thanks the young man. The onlookers watch in stunned silence, realizing Leon just completely humbled their strongest elder. Leon then casually remarks that there is no tea around. Hearing this, Jong-soo immediately scrambles to fetch some. He runs off to brew it, while So-ah chimes in with a sweet, charming smile, cooing over how handsome the king is. She introduces herself with a sweet voice, but Jong-soo, who is busy brewing tea in the background, snaps in annoyance. He scolds her for being disrespectful, asking how she dares speak to His Majesty before being spoken to. She glares back, snapping that if the king is fine with it, why is he getting worked up? Leon suddenly interrupts. Leon raises his voice to stop them, and both of them instantly fall in line, answering in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." The sight leaves everyone else completely dumbfounded, questioning what on earth they are witnessing. Leon, now seated at the head of the table, coldly reminds the association president that his time is precious. Kang Hyuk respectfully bows and agrees to get straight to the point. He pulls out a remote to turn on the screen and begins his presentation. 13 years ago, as the screen lights up with scenes of absolute chaos, Kang Hyuk explains that a black gate appeared in London. Thick smoke and fire rose from the ruined buildings of the devastated city. A massive swirling spatial rift, glowing with a dark violet light, whipped up a violent gale, threatening to suck everything in. This monstrous gate dominated the government's monitoring screens, radiating a terrifying pressure. Even Kang Hyuk has to admit that because of its absurd difficulty, no one has been able to clear it to this day. A heavily armored foot stomps onto the ground, showcasing immense power. The European coalition feared that if the Black Gate was not cleared, they would suffer the same fate that befell Shanghai. They assembled a massive strike force composed entirely of S-class hunters, desperately trying to close the rift. Equipped with various gear, these elite hunters formed an army in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. The group consisted of 24 S-class hunters alongside 1,834 A and B-class hunters from various European guilds. Magic staves were used to support the battle against monsters. Cornwall Wong, the Archmage of the British Clock Tower, stepped up to command the team. The raid went on for 2 months. Blood, corpses, and weapons lay scattered everywhere after countless brutal clashes, buying this hard-won victory with lives. The city was filled with excitement, cheers echoing to welcome the victorious heroes who successfully cleared a black gate for the very first time. Hearing this, Leon calmly deduces that the real trouble must have come afterward. Kang Hee-wook frankly admits that was indeed the case. On screen, the details of the epic demon sword excessive murder are displayed. The knights look in absolute horror at this cursed, bloody blade brimming with massive dark energy. The strongest weapon to exist in the 30 years since the Great Cataclysm had finally appeared. Instantly, greedy and ambitious figures began plotting with wicked designs, desperate to claim this ultimate weapon for their own selfish ends. Eventually, the sword was presented to James Spencer on the city stage. After a fierce political battle to decide who would get to own it, the British government claimed the ultimate victory. The demonic blade was sold for an astronomical 1.4 trillion, one more than the most modern warship. Spencer eagerly stepped forward to claim his prize. Then, the government leased it to the greatest swordsman of the era, James Spencer, leader of the Gentlemen's Guild. But the ultimate nightmare began the moment Spencer touched the sword. Dark energy violently erupted, instantly consuming his entire body in a painful storm of horrific magic. His face twisted into a brutal, murderous mask as pitch-black shadows enveloped him. The mayor, who was celebrating just moments ago, froze in pure terror at the gruesome sight unfolding before him. Spencer had transformed into a crazed monster, instantly slaughtering the mayor. And that was just the start of a horrific catastrophe. His dark, savage face twisted with a sadistic grin as he was completely consumed, officially becoming a mindless slave to excessive murder. Soon, the ruined city was engulfed in flames, littered with countless mangled bodies of those he impaled. He slaughtered 870,000 civilians and over 600 hunters. Leon listens, lost in thought, before asking what happened to the demon sword and its host. Kang Hee-wook calmly reveals that they managed to defeat Spencer, the sword's host. As Leon snorts coldly, the records show excessive murder slipping away right before everyone's eyes. The demonic sword escaped into the sky after Spencer died and has not been seen since. Kang Hee-wook slowly explains their long, exhausting hunt to stop the demon's sword, repeating a grim cycle of finding and destroying its hosts across Australia, Mexico, Laos, and Spain. The old president somberly shifts to the tragic event in South Korea. 4 years ago, the blade chose its final host right when he was at his peak. It was Chun Ji-ho, the brilliant genius who was supposed to become the next leader of the Divine Sword Guild. Instead, the cursed weapon fell into his hands. Kang Hee-wook sorrowfully adds that Leon has probably already put the pieces together. He reveals the painful truth while Chun Jin-soo sits in gloomy silence. Chun Ji-ho was actually the son of Chun Jin-soo, the current Divine Sword Guild master, and the father of Chun So-yeon, whom Leon welcomed into his own temple. Kang Hee-wook carefully presents the official list of guilds participating in the raid against the Demon Sword. One by one, he lists them: the newly rising Pantheon Guild, the Divine Sword Guild, the Golden Lion, and the Firebird Guild. Suddenly, S-class swordsman Kang Kim Jin-song raises his hand, declaring he will join. Golden Chol asks in surprise if he is serious, and Kim Jin-sung quickly nods. Kang Hee-wook calmly accepts the decision while His Majesty Leon lets out a tired sigh. All right, it is settled then. Yang Won mutters with some irritation, reluctantly compromising but noting he still has a very bad feeling. We will not gain anything from this. Leon casually points out the noble rewards, asking what he means. Doing this will bring immense honor and glory. Hearing such idealistic words, Park Yong-shin is instantly moved to tears, his face blushing with absolute adoration. Leon continues explaining how he can fulfill his noble duties as a knight, building a protective wall for the people to lean on. Yang-shin clasps his trembling hands together, letting out squeals of pure ecstatic joy. Tears streaming down his flushed face, he passionately gasps that Leon is their true savior, and he simply cannot contain his deep emotions. Yang-shin keeps piling on the dramatic praise, which is incredibly heartwarming yet to hear. Yang-won groans in utter exhaustion, complaining to a laughing Ha Yuri that he really does not want to go along with that weird guy. Meanwhile, Kang Hee-wook is quietly thrilled, realizing he was right about Leon. Behind them, Yong-shin keeps swooning loudly, asking if they saw how majestic His Majesty looked. Kang Hee-wook then hesitantly asks about the financial offer of 10 trillion from Japan to the alliance. Leon casually agrees, saying he will accept it, leaving the president completely stunned. Leon then prepares to leave casually, instructing them to contact Japan's leader, since they probably have a king there too. Jang Ji-hoo respectfully bows. He assures Leon they will contact the government, bidding farewell on behalf of the group. Take care, Your Majesty. Leon strides ahead while John follows closely. John reports that they are visiting the hunters he prepared, fully confident that His Majesty will like them. Suddenly, an elderly voice calls out. Both are caught off guard, and Leon growls in irritation. Kim Jin-soo panics quickly, correcting his tone to address him as Your Majesty. Leon's cold response allows him to sigh in relief. Leon asks what he wants. Kim Jin-soo gathers his courage, requesting a favor and asserting his right to speak. Leon indifferently replies that he will decide after hearing it. Kim Jin-soo turns deeply serious. He begs for a single favor, pointing out that Leon surely knows his granddaughter is in his guild. Kim Jin-soo makes this request out of sheer dread that So-yeon might fall under the corrupting influence of dark magic. He begs Leon not to let So-yeon join the upcoming Demon Sword raid. Meanwhile, night falls. Beatrice and So-yeon are fast asleep. The atmosphere is completely peaceful until So-yeon's face suddenly contorts with fear. Sweat drips down her face. In her deep sleep, a distant voice seems to call her name. She remembers someone holding her small body tightly. Then a blood-soaked hand reaches out. A horrific tragedy plays out before her. Through the thick haze, Seo Chang is desperately trying to protect her. She tries to shield her little daughter from being brutally crushed under the massive weight of the monstrous Akasha. So-yeon, still a helpless child, watches with tears streaming down her face, screaming in absolute despair. The cursed sword is pulled from Seo Chang's body. Blood drips. It is a memory of pure horror. Blood splatters across the crumbling ground. The beast stands there indifferently, watching the life fade from the helpless woman. Akasha flashes a savage, sickening grin, taking immense pride in his brutal slaughter. He mocked her, whispering that he found her. So-yeon snaps awake, her eyes wide with lingering panic. Still dazed, she covers her face with her hands, gasping for breath as she tries to steady herself. Once she calms down, she sighs with sorrowful eyes. It is starting again. A cold can of soda drops from a vending machine. So-yeon sits alone, needing some fresh air. She whispers that this is her golden opportunity. But before she can finish, a dark, menacing shadow looms over her. Ventasis appears draped in purple energy. He mocks her, calling her precious opportunity nothing but a lie. So-yeon replies that she is ready to negotiate. The dark god quickly agrees, his face completely hidden. He warns her that his chosen avenger must have already taught her never to negotiate with a god. So-yeon hesitates, looking down in deep sorrow. Seeing her struggle with indecision, Ventasis continues to mock her. He points out that he is the only god who would tolerate her insolence and offer her power. He warns her not to take this luck lightly. So-yeon casts her eyes downward, remaining silent. Finally, So-yeon musters up her courage, asking if she can become a Holy Grail knight if she complies. Hearing her bold request, Ventasis bursts into laughter, deeply amused by her absolute absurdity. He mockingly repeats her goal. Then he gently lifts her chin, preparing to drop some harsh reality. He calmly explains that her meager achievements are nothing compared to the legendary deeds of King Leon. Can she really replace his avenger? The harsh question leaves her completely stunned. So-yeon is shocked to her core, realizing that His Majesty must have also borrowed power from Ventasis. The god bluntly tells her that she is currently nothing. He slowly fades back into the void. Before fully disappearing, he promises to help her get revenge, though the heavy price remains unchanged. With that, the dark god vanishes completely, though his voice continues to echo with a chilling offer. The moment her revenge is complete, her soul will belong to him forever. Soon morning arrives. Gentle rays of morning sun beam down on the massive hall where a crowd of academy students has gathered. They look up at the podium where Leon stands tall, proudly announcing that they will become part of the army. He instructs those called to step forward and retrieve their gear. In the ranks, Dae-hyun whispers to Han Ha-ri. He curiously asks if Soyeon is really joining the mission, mentioning her protective grandfather was absolutely against it. Han Ha-ri quietly replies that she asked about that too, her mind wandering back to their conversation. She explained everything to her companion, but His Majesty apparently has no power to interfere in this matter. Ji-hyuk was stunned, asking if that was really true, just as Leon spoke up from above to present the honors. He called out 4 names, summoning Han Ha-ri, Han Suho, Jun-han, Ji-hyuk, and Jung-soon to step forward. Hearing this, Han Ha-ri was absolutely thrilled, whispering that it was finally their turn as the 4 of them stepped forward together. Dressed in formal attire, they stood solemnly before Leon. The tension in the room began to rise. Leon quietly prepared a speech in his mind, feeling completely satisfied with their incredible achievements up to now. He praised them warmly, saying that their incredible efforts up to this moment had met his highest expectations. He singled out Han Ha-ri for special praise, making her eyes light up with pure joy at the recognition. She happily accepted, her face blushing bright red with sheer joy as she listened closely to Leon's words. He told her that the gods admire those who remain pure, and she had proven both her talent and integrity. Because of that, she deserved this praise. Leon then glanced at the girl beside him, who immediately understood his meaning. She quickly brought over a package, which turned out to be a special reward from Leon for Han Ha-ri's hard work. Leon explained that he was giving her a sword, a spear, and a set of armor to help her. These legendary items, crafted by Lord Spinner himself, would help unleash her true inner strength, so she must guard them. What an incredible gift! Han Ha-ri gaped in wonder, realizing she was looking at the legendary Iron Essence armor. Suddenly, a strange voice muttered that the gear was not bad at all, leaving her completely stunned. She spun around only to see Vito's and Palma standing right behind her, leaving her jaw on the floor. Vito's flared with a fiery aura and cast a spell commanding her to fight and become a blazing fire. Beside him, Palma chimed in, telling her to surrender her body to the endless depths of the deep sea and fill her heart with absolute faith. Instantly, their 2 massive elemental forces merged into a single light. The surge of power enveloped Han Ha-ri's armor, making it glow with a brilliant, blinding light that shook the hall. The crowd gasped at the spectacular display, and Han Ha-ri was just as stunned by this unexpected divine blessing. With her mind racing in complete confusion, she stared at the glowing notification for the legendary Iron Essence sword. It was classified as a legendary weapon blessed directly by Vito's, the mighty god of war and fire. Her new armor was also legendary, infused with the power of the sea by the ocean god Palma. Leon's assistant smirked, having anticipated this, noting with satisfaction that both pieces were top-tier legendary gear. The other cadets stared in absolute disbelief, whispering that legendary gear of this caliber was practically priceless. As the ceremony continued, Leon announced that the devastating power of the Thunder God would soon be unleashed. Right after that, another powerful deity materialized with eyes of burning flame, calling out Jun-hyung Ji-hyuk's name. The boy's heart nearly stopped as the god grabbed him, declaring that he would become a judge of evil, to punish all the wicked around King Leon. Next, the saintly goddess Ariana appeared to bless Han Suho. Looking serene, she clasped her hands together and whispered for justice to protect him through any future corruption. She promised that the sacred light of immortality would guide him even through the deepest, darkest trials. Jung-soon looked around anxiously, seeing everyone else with a patron deity, which left her feeling completely abandoned. But then Leon finally called her name. She flinched, replying immediately as he delivered some grim news. Her grandfather had requested to have her removed from the mission, prompting Leon to ask what she wanted to do. Staring at the floor, she struggled to find her voice, completely torn on how to handle the situation. But stealing her resolve, Jung-soon looked up and bravely declared that she absolutely had to join. She refused to back down, and Leon, understanding her determination, respected her choice and let her proceed. Suddenly, the menacing shadow of Ventices loomed behind Leon, folding his hands and whispering darkly under his breath. Radiating a dark purple energy, the god turned toward Jung-soon's armor to acknowledge her path of vengeance. He declared that the gift he bestowed would summon the darkest destruction to aid her in her crusade. Corruptive dark magic quickly swirled around her armor, wrapping the pristine metal and weapon in a shadowy aura. The dark energy seeped deep into her blade as he growled that he alone would grant her deepest desires. But before the spell could finish, a hand suddenly grabbed the hilt, pulling the blade from his grasp. It leaves him completely stunned. He turns directly to Leon, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing with that sword in his hands. "What is the Avenger up to?" he asks. Leon just closes his eyes and smirks at the question while Ariana appears right beside him. She quietly prays for everything to turn out fine. Leon grips his sword tighter, replying that he is only worried for his disciple's future. Ariana actually showed up to bless Soyeon, an act of kindness that makes the young girl feel incredibly grateful. Choked up, Soyeon addresses Her Highness as a brilliant light wraps around both Ariana and Leon. He holds the sword tight, plunging it downward, right into the armor. Ariana reaches her hand forward, a bright beam of energy erupting from her pale palm. She immediately casts her spell onto the armor, unleashing a blinding flash of power that forces everyone nearby to shield their eyes. "Go forth, lost sheep, let this light guide your path," she chants. Her immense magical power completely drowns out the aura of Ventasis. Furious, the old man snaps, shouting to ask if she has lost her mind and changed her plans. Hearing this, she calmly looks back, stating she is simply granting the wish of her loyal knight. Glaring down from above, Ventasis mocks Leon again, calling him a pathetic avenger who is far too soft on these fragile humans. It makes him sick, but Leon immediately fires back, declaring that as a king he will not let Ventasis do whatever he pleases. Crossing the line, Ventasis decides to play dirty, deliberately striking Leon right where it hurts by bringing up the loss of his daughter. Ariana is absolutely outraged on Leon's behalf, glaring directly at the sinister smirk plastered across the old man's face. Pressing his advantage, Ventasis steps closer. He lists his titles: Leon Dragonia, Leon H., the heir to the throne. He wants Leon to remember the past, reminding him that his ancestors, the founders of the kingdom, found glory in the dark. Leon remains calm, replying that he has never forgotten the struggles of his ancestors. Soon after, Ventasis turns his attention to Soyeon. He calls out to Han Soyeon, attempting to snap her wavering mind back to reality and warning her not to rely on the light. Relying on it will only make her lose sight of her goal, because true revenge can only be forged in the freezing dark. Suffocated by his harsh words, Soyeon grips her chest, desperately trying to steady her breathing and calm her racing heart. He whispers one last warning to his little avenger. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a sleek modern office overlooking a bustling city. A man stands by the glass window holding a glass of wine while staring down at the streets below. His secretary walks in and hand-delivers a file announcing that the finalized raid list is ready for his review. "Tell him to hand it over," commands Yasu Kamiya, the powerful chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association, as he begins skimming the names. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a specific name, his expression shifting to one of deep suspicion. Recognizing his change in mood, the secretary speaks up. She explains the situation, noting that even the Prime Minister himself seems highly anxious about this entire operation. He went as far as hiring foreign hunters, though she doubts those weaklings can actually accomplish anything of value anyway. Besides, the government is rapidly losing its influence. Hearing this, Yasu smirks arrogantly, a dark expression washing over his face. The arrogant leader boasts that he orchestrated their downfall himself, claiming this entire country has basically become his private kingdom. He then asks about their competitors, wondering if the Pantheon Guild is truly as formidable as people say. Massaging his shoulders, she replies that while they are terrifying to others, they are absolutely nothing compared to them. Still, she cautions him to keep an eye on them, noting that Pantheon has quite a few devoted followers around here. Their promotional strategy is incredibly effective, and it is honestly bizarre how almost nobody in Korea opposes their actions. Yasu falls silent, deep in thought, as he weighs the feasibility of their upcoming dungeon raid plan. They might hold sway in Korea, but they lack global influence. After weighing his options, he makes a bold decision. He calculates every single move to ensure the maximum benefit for his own guild. Talk about a snake. They will push the Pantheon Guild to the front lines during the initial phase, forcing them to absorb all the damage. The secretary quickly points out that Korea will definitely protest this move, though she expects they can easily persuade them. Yasu tells her to promise that they will deploy 3 of their own top-tier S-rank raid teams in support. Confused, she reminds him that those specific elite teams actually belong to the main Hunter Association. He covers his face with a sinister grin, laughing that those teams have been a massive pain lately, making this the perfect trap to eliminate them. Once this raid is over, his private empire will be absolutely flawless. He is completely intoxicated by his own cleverness. His secretary applauds in admiration, offering her congratulations. Yasu carefully refines his master plan, ready to initiate the first phase. They need to throw a grand welcoming party, he suggests, knowing they will gladly leap into danger if they are properly buttered up. Under a beautiful crystal-clear sky, their flight finally takes off, soaring straight toward their destination. Leon prepares to land. The airplane's wheels touch down, rolling and sliding across the ground. His flight has arrived. Having landed safely, a group of men is already waiting outside. One of them anxiously adjusts his tie. "Damn it," he mutters to himself. "This is just like when the Thai royalty visited Instant Dread." He prays there are no mistakes. Then he remembers the phone call with his superiors. Avoid all political conflicts. The guest isn't some ordinary man, prompting him to ask what they meant. The voice on the other end explained that Normal didn't even begin to cover it. Any incident would spark major trouble. If things go south, the press will destroy relations between Japan and Korea. The caller barked out an order to treat him as royalty. They were dead serious about it. Remembering that conversation, cold sweat starts pouring down his face as he braces himself. He quickly dabs his face with a handkerchief as the cabin door begins to open, revealing a figure in a magnificent fur coat. Leon gently takes Beechik's hand as they step outside together. Their extravagant attire is nothing short of breathtaking and incredibly regal. The crowd below stands frozen at a sight straight out of a fairy tale. You can literally feel the tension in the air. The man carries himself like true royalty, oozing immense power and dignity. The worried official stares with wide, captivated eyes. The sheer presence radiating from the king is overwhelming. Just standing near him exerts an intense pressure that demands complete respect. That glorious aura projects the image of a majestic lion looming behind Leon, forcing the official to realize something crucial. This man is born to stand above all. Leon and Beechik slowly descend the stairs under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Every eye is glued to them as they reach the bottom of the steps. The official immediately steps forward to offer a greeting. He bows deeply, welcoming His Majesty King Leon Dragonia and Queen Beechik Gasparo. Hearing this formal introduction, Leon looks down. The king delivers a blunt question that leaves everyone speechless. He asks if this man is the ruler here. Kang Hee-wook, standing behind Sir Leon, almost facepalms in pure disbelief. Right then, Kamiya arrives on the scene with a fake smile. He acts overly welcoming, saying Leon probably doesn't know much about their nation since he rarely visits Japan. Confidently stepping closer, Kamiya raises his voice, pointing out that the official is just a government representative and should step aside. The official is absolutely furious at Kamiya's blatant disrespect, but he does not dare speak a word of protest. He extends his hand for a warm shake, introducing himself as Kamiya, president of the Japan Hunter Association, thrilled to meet him. Leon stands still, cold and completely indifferent. Then his face twists into pure annoyance. He barks a sharp command to have him removed. How dare a commoner touch his royal person? Take him away. This reaction leaves Kamiya completely stunned. He thought his high and mighty act would work easily, so this rejection is a total shock. Rage boils inside him as he fumes over the sheer disrespect. How dare this foreigner treat him like trash on his own soil? Kamiya's bodyguard is equally offended, stepping forward to confront the king directly. Takeda is furious. He yells, asking who he thinks he is to address the president like that. He boasts his title as S-Class Hunter Takeda, but Leon coldly shoots back, asking what rank a peasant could possibly have. Takeda is absolutely not letting this slide. Right in front of everyone, he prepares his counterattack, and honestly, things are about to get ugly. The onlookers panic, fearing a massive clash is imminent, while Kamiya secretly enjoys the tension. Someone needs to stop them now. Watching from the back, Han Hari realizes things are getting out of hand and whispers to a pale Kang Hee-wook to stop this. But the king has no intention of backing down. Why should he tolerate a lowly commoner defying him to his face? Leon grips his sword and a terrifying divine aura begins to radiate from the weapon, shaking the very air. He glares at the impudent hunter, ready to make him pay dearly for his insolence. Behind him, Han Hari and Kang Hyuk freeze. They are completely paralyzed by fear, unable to step in and stop the king. They can only watch in absolute terror. Leon's blood boils. He tightens his grip on the sword hilt with a horrifying expression. Takeda grits his teeth hard. Veins pop on Takeda's face as he charges, screaming at the barbarian. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps interrupts them. The incoming runner halts the looming disaster just in time, cutting off the fight before either can unleash their power. Panting heavily, the messenger struggles to get the words out, shouting that they have an urgent emergency. Jinsu gasps. The demon's sword has appeared. Hearing this, Kamiya spins around in shock, demanding to know where he is right now. Stuttering in panic, the messenger finally manages to speak, explaining that Akasa is currently flying across the ocean on his sword. With his cloak billowing in the wind, Akasa glides majestically over the sea, extending his hand as dark energy surges. Casting a spell, he conjures a mysterious black portal right in front of him and effortlessly glides straight through it. On the water's surface, his figure slowly fades through the portal. After dissolving into the void, he vanishes without a trace, leaving only a tiny rift. His sharp sword slowly follows him to the other side, casting a brilliant and mesmerizing trail of fire along the way. Now, Akasa steps through that mysterious portal with a hazy fading form. But right in that moment, a massive, terrifying monster suddenly appears and sweeps him away. He glances down, calling out for someone. Over on the monitor showing the chaotic, monster-infested battlefield, a reporting voice rings out. As you can see, the wandering demon's sword opened a dungeon rift right at the Dragon Palace gate before vanishing underwater. Yasu stares at the screen, questioning if a dungeon rift is even possible. A staff member quickly answers his question, explaining that according to the monitoring team, the rift opened up immediately after the demon's sword stepped inside. Shaken by this, Yasu raises his voice, demanding to know why a gate appeared there. Takeda whispers to Yang-won right behind him, wondering if the enemy summoned the portal himself, which should be impossible. Leon stands nearby with crossed arms, chiming in to say that it is actually not as impossible as they think. Jan spins around in complete shock, asking what he just said, and Leon calmly repeats that creating a gate is possible. This is a real emergency. He offers to share the critical details, turning to Beechik and telling her to explain. She quickly complies with a polite nod to her sovereign immediately, asking Jagged Spinner to help her with the system. Jagged Spinner starts working his magic right away, shocking the room as the screens flicker, prompting them to wonder if they got hacked. Beechik slowly begins her explanation, recalling how about 4 weeks ago they seized the eastern seaport along with other elite hunters. She openly shares her theories, noting that they had deep suspicions about the gates, the system, and the bizarre questions it posed. After analyzing everything for so long, she explains that she finally has a concrete answer to this mystery. Her shocking conclusion is that the gate might actually be artificial, leaving everyone in the room completely dumbfounded. Yoon Ha is completely stunned by this revelation, while DM Cheon stands beside her frozen in disbelief. It totally shatters the basic rules of dungeon raiding, but Leon just sighs, pointing out that their mission remains the same. He calmly rallies the room, making it clear that he is already mentally prepared for the upcoming battle. They must prepare for war, face the incoming monster horde, and hunt down that demon blade. Hearing his orders, the secretary bristles. She demands to know who gave him authority, but Yasu raises a hand to quiet her down, ultimately agreeing with the plan. The wandering demon blade is incredibly powerful, and Yasu warns that he is likely trying to draw the soon-to-arrive monsters to himself. He suggests forming a special squad to handle the threat, noting it will be faster if everyone prepares for the emergency together. Leon raises no objections and simply leaves the organizing to him. Just then, Kang Hee-wook interrupts, stepping forward. He looks at Yasu, proposing that Leon lead with Beechik supporting so they can launch a decisive ambush. Kang Hee-wook displays a strategic map mapping out the target's expected path to set up the perfect ambush zones. First up is the Wakayama division of the Japanese Hunter Association, heavily armed and ready to strike under Yasu's banner. Then comes the Korean Hunter Association, led by Jisoo, sending their elite Kochi squad to reinforce the front lines. Finally, the three-man team of Leon Han, Ha-ri, and Beck from the Miyazaki Shrine faction will hold the flank. Analyzing the screen, Kang Hee-wook notes they have successfully repelled the beast hordes in Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama. Everyone stares at the screen, showing the zones were cleared 30 minutes ago, marveling at how fast the Korean team moved. The operator quickly pulls up the latest combat feed, revealing that a massive energy cannon literally dropped from the sky. Yasu pieces it together immediately, realizing that the queen herself must be involved, and quickly grabs his communicator to issue orders. Noticing that Team 4 has gone completely dark on the main monitor, he checks in with Takeda to see what is happening. With no reports coming from Team 4, he orders Takeda to investigate, and the subordinate promises to move out immediately. Yasu frowns, wondering if their comms equipment is down, while the scene shifts to Takeda stepping onto the battlefield. Leading the Japanese vanguard, he takes one look at the horrific scene ahead and curses under his breath. The group stands paralyzed before a wasteland of utter destruction, surrounded by smoking rubble and the bodies of fallen allies. Takeda deeply doubts that the wandering demon blade could be responsible, wondering how he could have even reached this place. Scouting the ruins, he reasons that they would have easily detected any traces of his presence nearby. Suddenly, panic erupts through the comms as they find Nishimori dead, with the rest of the squad heavily injured. Takeda looks at his fallen comrades, swearing bitterly in his mind about why his hunters always have to pay the price. He finally keys his radio to report the grim reality, confirming that Team 4 has been completely wiped out. The demon sword has arrived. A Japanese hunter screams with a grim expression, calling out for Takeda to get over there. Takeda quickly rushes over, standing before a heavily bleeding monster, deducing that someone must have escaped from its stomach. He is completely shocked by this unexpected move, wondering if the enemy let the beast swallow him to hide his tracks. But why would anyone do such a crazy thing? Before Takeda can think, a frantic voice crackles over his radio. The caller delivers devastating news: Team 2 has been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Takeda feels his entire world collapse. Meanwhile, over at the Korean Hunter Association, a panicked bodyguard grabs his radio to report that the demon sword is here. Yongwon freezes in shock, demanding to know where. The guard frantically replies that 3 S-rank hunters are already dead in Wakayama. Jinwoo is equally stunned. Everything is happening way too fast, completely defying belief. How could things go south this quickly? The bodyguard continues, saying Takeda is gathering other teams outside the Shrine Association, which leaves Yongwon highly confused. Why not the Shrine Association? The guard explains they tried, but a massive monster shot down their plane, triggering a passive trait. That hateful enemy trait left them completely helpless. Damn it. Left with no other choice, Yongwon has to make a desperate call. In that case, he suggests they should just stay put. But hearing this cowardice only makes Jinwoo grow even more furious. What the hell are you talking about? Jinwoo snaps. Soon a plane speeds over the ocean while someone inside frantically urges the pilot. He complains that the plane is flying too slow, but the pilot yells back that this is already top speed. Suddenly, a dark sky looms. Below them lies Wakayama, completely devastated under a pitch-black sky. Takeda looks up as a group approaches, realizing it is the Korean team. He feels immensely grateful and thanks them for showing up. The newly arrived hunters take a slow look around the ruined area. Man, this is bad. Jinwoo, leading his squad, admits he thought their plan was to buy more time before engaging the demon's sword. Takeda honestly admits that the monster is way too strong. If they fight individually, he will easily wipe every single one of them out. 2 teams are already gone, Jung Cheon notes. But since they have 5 teams here plus 4 of theirs, that makes 9 S-rankers total. Hearing this, John Hang complains about being left out of the count. Still, he believes their current numbers should be more than enough. Standing nearby, Yong Won takes the opportunity to show off, confident that they have plenty of firepower to handle the situation. He boasts about having nearly 100 A-rank hunters doubting the enemy, but before he can even finish his sentence, he senses an overwhelming surge of magical energy. A massive razor-sharp sword suddenly crashes straight into the ground right before them. Without a second of hesitation, the Korean hunters unsheathe their weapons, bracing for a brutal fight. The demon sword has finally arrived. The demon sword finally steps up, charging straight into the crowd. And trust me, this is where the real nightmare begins. His glaring eyes strike absolute fear into everyone. He declares himself as the killer Akasa, the ultimate destroyer of all living things. Even the elite hunters are completely on edge. Having the legendary Akasa standing right before them is a total nightmare. They realize they have never faced anyone this powerful besides the king. Gripping his massive blade, Akasa leaps high into the air. He vaults across a dark rift. The moment he lands on the other side, Takeda instantly orders his forces to strike. The powerful army surges forward with a yell. One hunter notes that the target's gear is worth over 100 million yen. He tells them to surround him. Desperate for a win, Takeda assures his men that nobody can withstand their combined overwhelming power. But Yongwon quickly tries to stop him, yelling to wait. Meanwhile, Akasa just growls, letting out a highly contemptuous sneer. Pure dread washes over Yongwon. Ignoring his warning, Takeda's squad charges recklessly toward Akasa, screaming for him to move. A second later, total chaos erupts. Yongwon stares in absolute horror, unable to believe the grim scene unfolding right before him. In the blink of an eye, nearly the entire vanguard is obliterated. Terror grips him as he struggles to process this. Witnessing Akasa's mind-blowing power, Yongwon can only think one thing: he wiped out dozens of A-rankers with a single blow. Takeda crashes hard to the ground, finally realizing Yongwon was right to hold him back. They were completely outmatched. They would have died instantly. Cold sweat pours down Takeda's face as he looks up, his jaw dropping in absolute terror. Akasa is already standing right over him, blade raised high. But just as he is about to strike, he suddenly freezes. He senses something and looks back as a massive beam of light blocks his blow. A silhouette charges in from behind. Spotting the opening, Yongwon yells for everyone to strike. Jung Cheon immediately channels all his strength into a massive hammer throw. But Akasa does not even flinch. With absolute calm, he effortlessly lifts his blade to deflect the heavy incoming weapon. The hammer is easily knocked aside, leaving Jung Cheon in complete disbelief. He cannot comprehend how he blocked that with one hand. Akasa sneers, mocking their feeble efforts. But suddenly a rain of countless swords begins to fall from the sky above them. A voice echoes with the words, "Infinite swords." From afar, Jin Woo casts his ultimate spell as thousands of blades rain down. Suddenly, he flashes forward like a gust of wind. Chang Sung steps up right beside him, and both of them move in to shield Jung Cheon. Jung Cheon is badly injured. Jin Soo raises his voice, asking if that is the guy, while Chang Sung warns him that the opponent is incredibly strong. Staring over at Akasa, Chang Sung admits he once fought him at Yusan, but the monster was never this powerful. Meanwhile, they notice Takeda has been seriously wounded. A girl rushes over to ask Takeda if he is okay. He winces in pure agony, gasping that he cannot heal this wound, something that has never happened before. This is entirely unprecedented. Juji calls out to Yongwon, who instantly obeys. Then glowing text begins flashing across the screen. It throws Yongwon into absolute chaos. His mind goes blank as the slaughter mode activates, targeting every single living creature. Physical speed drops by 90%, all resistances plummet, 90% health rapidly decays, and wounds become completely unhealable. He looks up to analyze Akasa, calculating the sheer scale of his terrifying power. But that is not even the biggest issue here. This monster is likely on par with Demon Duke Reicha, maybe even stronger. Jinsu suddenly cuts in, yelling to forget all that and just focus on killing him. Yongwon calls out to the elder. Meanwhile, over in the corner, Akasa stands watching them, mockingly observing as they try to scramble together a strategy. Jinsu steps forward first, telling the beast that he seems to be doing quite well for himself. Akasa just scoffs, flashing a mocking grin. He sneers that he recognizes Jinsu, the one who shares his blood. But the old man firmly declares he has no son like him. Akasa pours more fuel on the fire, grinning as he asks where the old man's granddaughter is. Jinsu snaps back that it is none of his business. Cutting straight to the point, the old man promises that Akasa will die by his hands. Just then, a helicopter randomly passes overhead. Inside, John Shin sits back smugly boasting about how lucky he is to be riding a private chopper. He mentions they probably do not even have to do anything considering who is fighting down there. Then he turns serious and asks if she is ready. He formally calls her by name Soyeon. She sits there huddled up quietly, murmuring that coming here was her own choice. Then her expression hardens, asking if he wanted something so badly that he had to sneak onto this helicopter. John Shin quickly denies it. He acts cute, his cheeks turning red as he claims he wants nothing from Her Majesty. All they want is to beg for forgiveness. She showed them mercy and granted forgiveness. To him, that was absolute salvation. This guy is honestly incredibly dedicated. Suddenly, the helicopter begins to shake violently. John Shin presses his back hard against his seat, trembling in absolute fear. Could it be down below on the battlefield? The brutal clash is still raging on. Jinsu unleashes a flurry of attacks directly at Akasa. He unleashes a rain of wild swords, an invincible thousand-blade strike. But Akasa is just as fast, instantly countering the massive assault. Jinsu is burning with pure rage, gritting his teeth as he glares at Akasa. Neither of them is willing to back down an inch. Two massive forces collide head-on. But Jinsu's expression suddenly shifts. It looks like he just fell right into a trap. Akasa starts laughing, thrilled by the turn of events. They take their fight to the sky, where Akasa summons a devastating murderous sword. It is the weapon of the Slaughter Lord. Inside the shaking chopper, John Shin and Soyeon peer out the window to watch the madness unfold. She screams out for her grandfather in absolute terror. A sinister red aura wraps around the blade, radiating a frightening amount of magical energy. Right then, Juji begins to stir as a gentle voice calls out to her. Yongwon is right there helping her sit up. Still completely dazed, she groans for him to stop shouting because her head hurts. As her mind clears, she suddenly remembers what just happened. Wait, what is going on? The legendary blade has been snapped clean in half. The tide of battle has completely turned in Akasa's favor. He effortlessly lifts Jinsu off the ground. Yongwon mutters in disbelief, wondering if the old man actually lost. Akasa bursts into triumphant laughter. He mocks the old man, telling him he has simply gotten too old, but Jinsu grits his teeth, vowing that he will still kill him. Wait, is some other force trying to interfere with his plans? Akasa senses something off, realizing the resistance is much weaker than expected. By all accounts, the old man should already be dead. Akasa looks up at the sky, sensing an active barrier blocking his power. Right on cue, Soyeon arrives just in time, commanding him to release her grandfather. Her demonic sword Ventusis begins to clash with Akasa's dark blade. The holy sword Ariana radiates a brilliant light, tearing through the suffocating darkness. Thanks to her sudden intervention, Akasa is forced to let go of Jinsu. Soyeon recklessly throws herself into the fight to protect her grandfather, but Jinsu desperately tries to stop her from taking such a massive risk. He pleads with her to stop, but a primal power has already taken hold of her soul, her eyes burning with sheer determination. She activates her soulbound boost, triggering a 12% soul consumption rate. Cloaked in a magnificent suit of armor, she stands before Akasa. She glares at him, gritting her teeth and mentally preparing for the fight of her life. With this power, she believes she can win. Akasa just flashes a jagged, menacing smile. He sneers, calling her a mere amateur, before immediately launching a lethal thrust. The sheer force of his dark blade sends her stumbling back. He quickly closes the distance, pressing his weapon right against her neck. He mockingly admits that her holy power is impressive, noting many of his allies have fallen to it. Then he releases a wave of destructive energy. The terrifying blast sends her flying backward. Akasa swings his blade once more, barking with rage, as he prepares to finish her off. You are no knight and you are no hero. Akasa sneers, his eyes burning with crimson fire. You are absolutely nothing. Suddenly, John Sin appears right behind him. Leading a powerful army, he orders them to protect Soyeon and triggers their fanatical buff. This fanatical zeal resists several curses, and they charge forward, blood boiling, ready to fight Akasa. This makes the demon absolutely furious. Grimacing in anger, Akasa slams his sword deep into the ground just as John Shin charges, halting the army in their tracks. John stares in absolute horror, unable to believe his eyes. Soyeon stands frozen as she witnesses the brutal nightmare unfold. To teach them a lesson, Akasa casually unleashes a single blow, sending the entire alliance flying backward before they can even react. Akasa sneers, mocking them. A dog meeting a tiger must tuck its tail. You are just cowards. An entire army completely defeated in an instant under his overwhelming power, making the demon's arrogance swell even further. I am immortal, Akasa boasts. Suddenly, Yongin steps forward, letting out a wild laugh despite the brutal carnage around them. His laughter echoes, deeply irritating Akasa, who glares in pure disgust. What is so funny? The demon lord snaps, annoyed. Yongin smirks, showing absolutely no fear. Nothing, he says, it is just a bit of a scam. Immortal, my foot. He says this right to his face. Akasa turns his gaze to the sky where Leon appears, riding a horse. Are we not all going to die anyway? Leon looks down from above his handsome face, radiating an overwhelming divine aura. Legend says that long ago there was a world where kingdoms were protected by gods. Those lands had knights blessed by divine power. On a map, a clawed hand points at their territory. In those ancient days, these holy knights were a massive threat to immortal demons. They used sacred laws to defy the natural order of life and death. Some say they wiped out all evil from the world. Then 4 of the 7 lords were summoned along with 6 grand dukes, 87 archdemons, and 10 million soldiers. This massive demonic army invaded the realm of the gods. Thanks to their overwhelming numbers, they successfully destroyed the entire world, leaving only 2 factions standing. Back then, Leon was an imposing legendary figure leading his remaining knights to their final battle. His faction charged forward and completely obliterated those monstrous demons. They treated this catastrophic war like a massive celebratory festival, destroying everything in the east. In the end, Akasa was sent to another world during the war, missing the final outcome. He could only watch from afar, eventually realizing just how incredibly lucky he was to survive that utter slaughter. Akasa smirks, mocking Leon with a bitter sneer. Go ahead and call yourself the last hope of this world, he taunts. Leon's face twists in pure rage. Who dares speak my name like that? He leaps down, confronting the demon face to face. A voice echoes from afar, saying he is finally here. Instantly, Leon charges forward, delivering a devastating punch to Akasa's face. Just how insane is this physical power? It sends the once fearless Akasa spinning backward through the air like a total ragdoll. Kim Jin-soo stands frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe his eyes. He defeated a Grand Duke demon with a single punch. Staring at the utterly battered Akasa, Kim Jin-soo can only wonder just how terrifyingly strong this man actually is. To everyone's disbelief, the demon refuses to stay down. He slowly stands back up, his voice still dripping with arrogance. It is useless, you are still just a mere mortal, Akasa sneers. Suddenly, dark debuffs begin to swirl around Leon's body. The system announces the slaughter effect targeting all living things. Physical resistance drops by 90% and defenses crumble. Defenses are cut by 90%. Vitality drains rapidly, wounds refuse to heal, and souls decay. Every living creature is affected. Mental resistance drops by 90%, causing panic. Attack power decreases by 50%, and stamina drains by 5% each turn. Next is Heart Piercer, reducing target stamina by 70%. All healing effects are inverted, turning directly into raw damage. Constant pain debuffs stack. Attack speed drops by 40%. Then Shadow Limit activates, shrouding all living creatures in darkness. Movement speed is cut by 50%. Vision is severely restricted, and panic triggers each turn, dropping defense by 30%. Blood Covenant increases all damage dealt to the target twofold. It absorbs their blood to fully restore the user's stamina. All healing on the target is completely blocked, and their physical resistance is reduced by 60%. This is absolutely brutal. Kim Jin-soo reads these stats and gasps in sheer shock. Destruction Wings then activates, spreading its effect to all living things. Attack power drops by 40%, evasion by 50%, and defense gear efficiency is reduced by 70%. Panic triggers every single turn. Kim Jin-soo thinks that despite all these debuffs, Akasa still cannot win. Leon is not backing down. Glaring with intense murderous intent, every step Leon takes radiates sheer magic. The victor's Aegis completely resists all curses. Confidently gripping his legendary sword, he slowly advances. Every single one of his steps carries the weight of history. Kim Jin-soo realizes Leon is nothing like an ordinary human. He is stunned to see a terrifying racial suppression debuff weakening Akasa, inflicting fear, anxiety, and dropping all resistances. Kim Jin-soo realizes that Leon is truly a monster of another level. Unlike normal humans, demons are entities that no living being should ever lay a hand on, yet he steps forward like a knight carrying an unmatched majestic aura. Charging straight into the epicenter of battle, this absolute legend rises, a true one-man army. All stats increase by 200%, boosting his allies' morale to the absolute limit. Demon-slaying effects boost damage by 300%, granting total curse resistance and sending all nearby demons into pure panic. When one falls, the rest scatter. His warrior passive boosts single combat power by 150%, while evasion climbs damage increases by 10% after each strike, and counterattack power completely doubles. Talk about a broken build. His Demon Lord Killer title deals 500% damage to bosses while raising general resistance by 70%. Kim Jin-soo is absolutely stunned. He cannot believe Leon has nullified every single debuff through pure overwhelming buffs. Meanwhile, Akasa stands face to face with Leon. The air grows incredibly heavy. Akasa arrogantly announces he is the ultimate destroyer of life, but Leon refuses to back down. Leon roars back that he will be the one destroying Akasa instead. They clash, but suddenly the scene shifts to a busy street crowded with vehicles and panicked civilians. Inside a car, an angry driver demands to know when they can leave. The officer quickly replies they are working on it and begs him to wait while another family is completely losing their minds. Why is this not on the news? The father snaps, complaining they will be stuck forever and should just walk instead. Suddenly, thick smoke envelops the city and cars slam violently into each other. Terrified passengers check on one another in the chaos. The mother asks if everyone is all right, comforting her young son, Haruto, who stares blankly out the window in sheer disbelief. Haruto asks his mother if she sees it just as a bright flash explodes in the sky, throwing everything into madness. High above, Akasa and Leon lock blades in an explosive sky battle, neither willing to yield an inch to the other. Leon barely dodges a massive blow, sending shockwaves through the air. The impact triggers a massive explosion across the city. Buildings crumble, forcing terrified citizens to flee for their lives as the driver warns everyone that monsters are fighting above. Furious, Akasa dives toward the streets, mockingly asking if they are mere humans before unleashing a devastating, lethal strike downward. His sword slams into the earth. The mother desperately shields her child as the world around them shatters into dust and smoke. Amidst the constant explosions, Leon activates his legendary Dragonia skill, standing firmly as he prepares for his next move. The ultimate holy sword is finally active, refusing to succumb to despair. Suddenly, a brave knight kneels before him in reverence. This is the Holy Grail knight. Once chosen by the gods for completing their mission, they inherit 3 sacred treasures. Standing tall, Leon commands respect, with his majestic armor, enchanted spear, and a brilliantly glowing holy sword. The blade shimmers with divine light. But what is the true nature of this guardian's sword? Leon reflects on ancient lore. The Holy Guardians are those who inherit the heart of a lion, becoming demigods tasked with protecting the Grail itself. Gathering his courage, Leon focuses entirely on this fateful battle. The king of his lineage does not represent divine power, but rather acts as the ultimate executor of the gods' divine will on earth. This is the real deal. Leon stands firm against the raging storm, focusing his magical energy. Legendary smiths forge this divine blade from raw starlight. Tempered by cosmic flames and polished to perfection, the goddess Ariana herself infused her brilliant light directly into the steel. Leon grips the sword like a priceless national treasure, prepared for the ultimate strike. But the blessings do not end there. Countless other deities have bestowed their grace upon it. Raising the blade high, his eyes burn with fierce determination. He declares that this sword represents the absolute pinnacle of light as Akasa's dark energy rapidly closes in. Chanting his final incantation, Leon initiates a massive counterattack to defend the holy relic. Akasa watches with pure contempt. The demon finds it hilarious, mocking Leon for being a mere mortal, but then something impossible happens behind the hero. The physical apparitions of countless guardian gods manifest, standing shoulder to shoulder with Leon to offer their divine power. Sensing this terrifying spike in magical energy, Akasa realizes he must eliminate the hero before his power fully peaks. Screaming that Leon's golden days are over, the demon strikes, but Leon firmly grips his hilt with endless resolve. He proudly declares that his glory is eternal before unleashing a ferocious slash that completely tears through the heavens. The earth rumbles as giant boulders fly in every direction, catching the Demon King completely off guard and stunned. Akasa bares his sharp fangs in pure fury, calling Leon a monster, as the holy strike pierces deep into the sky. Radiant light wraps around Leon as he stands tall, though the surrounding city lies completely shattered in ruins around them. Sighing, Leon looks down at the rubble. Akasa is still breathing, but his energy is clearly beginning to drain. Leon mutters that this stubborn snake is pretty hard to kill, while the demon continues to throw desperate, weak insults. "You've gotten so much weaker since then," Akasa mutters, suddenly realizing that this land lacks enough faith. Leon is not about to take that lying down, firing back that Akasa is barely fit to be a cockroach king as the two lock eyes. Leon casually rests his massive sword on his shoulder, staring his opponent down and asking what difference that even makes. His face is filled with pure contempt, stating that even if he is weaker, Akasa is still nowhere near his level. This insult strikes a massive blow to Akasa's pride, making him boil with absolute rage as he prepares another deadly strike. He screams to take this attack as hundreds of sharp shards fly directly toward Leon, who remains completely unbothered by the chaos. Leon calmly observes the battlefield while Akasa thrusts his hand forward, desperate to put an end to this fight once and for all. He pours all his furious anger into this strike, but the ultimate move fails, completely forcing Akasa to freeze in pure disbelief. Leon suddenly dashes from behind, pressing his blade directly against Akasa's neck and putting him in a completely helpless position. Luckily, Akasa barely manages to dodge in time, cursing Leon as a total fool while refusing to back down from the fight. Leon mocks him for wasting his remaining holy power, cutting him off and blocking the incoming blade while telling him to shut up. Their blades clash with incredible force, throwing off bright sparks before Akasa tries a sneaky low sweep at his legs. But Leon predicts the move easily, leaping right over his head and sending Akasa crashing face first into the dirt. Akasa grits his teeth in pure frustration, nearly going insane from his helplessness as Leon glares down at his pathetic state. Refusing to admit defeat, he unleashes a blood-tied smokescreen despite his heavily injured and exhausted body reaching its absolute limit. He realizes he cannot defeat Leon alone while Leon notices something strange and begins scanning the surrounding area. Suddenly, waves of terrifying monsters swarm the area, completely disrupting the battle that was just about to reach its final climax. Leon quickly realizes Akasa's dirty trick, asking if he really thinks these mindless beasts can actually stop him. Akasa flashes a wicked smirk, admitting that they definitely cannot defeat Leon as a massive army of beasts lines up. The creatures block Leon's path entirely, and Akasa sneers that they only need to buy him a little bit of time. Leon calls him out for trying to run away again, promising that he will not let him escape so easily this time. Akasa snaps back that once he gets a little more time, his transformation into a full demon will finally be complete. He commands his monster horde to swarm Leon and buy him time, sending the rabid beasts rushing forward with terrifying eyes. Standing completely alone against the tide, Leon refuses to back down, ready to fight them all to the bitter end. He curses the absolute cowards as a monster leaps forward to target him, activating its destructive combat parameters. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes from the distance, calling out the activation of a devastating charged particle cannon. Akasa screams in fury, demanding to know who dares interfere, but a calm voice tells him his complaints are useless. As Akasa begins to fade into a mysterious purple dimensional rift, the speaker mentions saving mana for later. She gestures to her side, explaining that she will only provide support for now to keep her mana reserves high. Bichik appears with a radiant smile, asking Hanhari if that is fine, to which Hanhari respectfully agrees, calling her queen. Just then, Hanhari's massive army arrives on the scene, with Bichik declaring it is their turn to save the king. Bichik closes her eyes and bows with deep respect, while Akasa grows highly cautious seeing Leon's massive army arrive. He scowls and mutters under his breath about these annoying reinforcements, recalling that he last saw them 4 months ago. Leon's legendary army now stands proudly before him, completely prepared to easily obliterate the remaining enemy forces. This realization only angers him more, wondering how Leon managed to build an entire army in just 4 short months. Wasting absolutely no time, Leon points his sword forward, taking direct command of his kingdom's brave soldiers. The soldiers quickly assume battle formation as Leon leads the charge, yelling out for them to defeat their enemies. He looks down at the chaotic battlefield to assess the situation, just as Bichik approaches with an urgent report. She warns him that their worst fears have finally come to pass, but Leon remains completely calm and unfazed. Acknowledging her warning, he looks out over the absolute chaos, with massive monster corpses littering the bloody ground. Frustrated that the demon's sword has escaped, Leon immediately rallies his forces, shouting to keep pushing forward. The soldiers charge ahead with incredible fury, and even the recruits are filled with an intense, burning fighting spirit. They easily tear through the summoned beast army, but they still cannot prevent the main target from escaping. Bichik flashes a knowing, mischievous smirk, asking if this outcome was all part of his master plan. Leon confidently confirms her theory before suddenly pulling out a strange severed hand from his coat. Pointing to Akasa's severed arm, Leon cuts straight to the chase, asking if she can use it to open up a gateway. Beatrice's eyes gleam with a smirk as she promises that with this, their target cannot escape her even in the heavens. Looking down at the pale, severed hand, the two share a dark smile, knowing he will be found no matter where he hides. Their chilling laughter echoes through the hall. Meanwhile, Hanhari and Suho look around, their eyes wide with awe at the luxury. Stepping into the lavish venue, Suho whispers to Hanhari that he has never been to a place this fancy in his entire life. The banquet tables are packed with desserts, candles, and wine, with elegant servers attending to everyone with perfect noble grace. The hall is packed with elite guests, and a polite waiter soon approaches to ask if they would like anything to drink. Hanhari quickly orders just one drink for herself, leaving Suho to grumble in frustration when she does not get him anything. He complains that she is being selfish since he will be of age soon, but Hanhari teasingly reminds him that he is still underage. That is right, Jaehuk calls out loudly as he spots them from a distance. Hey there, you two are, what are you doing? He holds a drink in his hand too. Hanhari quickly uses her magic to snatch Jaehuk's glass away because he is still underage. You're not allowed to drink yet, either, she tells him. Stop that, he groans. Hanhari is smiling quite a lot today, making Suho and Jaehuk whisper together, wondering why on earth she seems so happy. Shouldn't she be with President Kang Hee-wook right now? Honestly, she has just never seen a place quite this beautiful before in her entire life. Shifting their focus away from Hanhari, the two look around. Our battle was actually pretty impressive too, they note as they admire the view. Because His Majesty turned down all those interview requests, she is absolutely thrilled. Hanhari shyly starts recounting the situation she faced during the chaos. It was terrifying, she explains. I completely panicked when hundreds of people started rushing directly toward me all at once. However, Jae-hyuk is completely dumbfounded by her reaction. What on earth did you even do, he asks as Han Ha-ri steps closer to Suho and him. Forget that, she says. Have you seen His Majesty and Soyeon? The two boys reply in perfect unison with a quick, simple no. Meanwhile, high up on a towering balcony overlooking the city lights covered in darkness, Soyeon stands with her arms tightly crossed. Her bitter expression says everything. Irritation fills her chest as she remembers that annoying face. This is definitely not over. Suddenly, a mysterious figure stands right beside her. He warns that she cannot handle this dangerous matter all on her own. Through that encounter, the stranger has clearly sized up Soyeon's power, calling her talented but still far too immature for this. She calmly asks if he means compared to His Majesty. The mysterious entity has actually come tonight to deliver a specific message to Soyeon. You can still be useful, he says, boasting that his subordinate easily crushed the lazy archdevil using the special power he bestowed. She hesitates, feeling a sudden wave of dread. But I already gave you my soul, she argues. What is left to trade? The figure had planned this all along, simply needing to lure Soyeon further and insisting he needs nothing else to slay those disgusting demons. I will give you the power to put them down, he promises. Soyeon hesitates for a few agonizing seconds, unable to make a decision. Well, then she begins, but before she can finish, Leon's cold voice suddenly cuts through the air from right behind her. That is enough, he says. He warns her to turn back now because nothing in this world is free. Soyeon looks skeptical. She questions Leon, asking if he expects her to abandon her revenge because if he thinks revenge is meaningless, she completely disagrees. He walks right up to her, staring her down to deliver a brutally honest answer. Who do you think I am, he demands. Truly worthy of the title God of Hatred. He meant every word. The stranger's eyes glowed a deep crimson, his challenging voice warning that she definitely should listen to him. Leon has already sent countless souls straight to the afterlife. This man swore he would exact absolute revenge for his fallen people, his comrades, and himself, the one harboring the heaviest grudge of all. His suffering runs incredibly deep, as an entity who has fought completely alone for 2 whole centuries. Absolutely nothing can hope to stop Leon's relentless thirst for vengeance. Fueled purely by vengeance, he turns his deep hatred into power to achieve the impossible. The mysterious figure slowly places a hand on Leon's shoulder with a challenging grin. Do you really think he'd advise you to quit? Leon immediately dismisses his words. I'm not telling you to abandon your hatred, quite the opposite. I actually want you to succeed. Finding the truth hard to swallow, Soyeon hesitates, asking why. The three of them remain talking on the balcony, their tense conversation far from over. Leon casually leans, his body against the cold stone railing. He tries to convince Soyeon that while the fruits of revenge are incredibly sweet, to succeed, she must change, but losing herself along the way would be her absolute ultimate failure. Leon carefully emphasizes this vital point to her. He knew that in the end, hatred would consume her mind. Soyeon rejected his kindness, but he simply refused to stand by. Leon grabbed her by the shoulders, desperately pointing out the consequences so she would finally stop this madness. He warned her not to underestimate the gods who already held her soul, leaving her to face punishment and repent. Those words made Soyeon's heart skip a beat, yet she remained silent, stubbornly charging forward in her reckless pursuit of raw power. In the end, vengeance only leaves behind a lonely, eternal abyss. Even the god of vengeance had vanished, leaving only Leon, and Soyeon standing there. He told her if she felt empty, she should improve herself instead of losing her mind. That way, after revenge is successful, a smile will remain on her lips. Emperor Leon frowned slightly, pondering Soyeon's choice before asking Chun. Soyeon, who she actually wanted to get revenge on. Was it the father who killed her mother and friends? Her eyes widened, barely daring to breathe. Or was it herself for choosing to follow the demonic sword? Soyeon lowered her head, her shoulders shaking as tears began to stream down, falling. It was all her fault, she thought. Sobbing, she admitted she was tempted by it, which ultimately led to her father's downfall. She lost all control of her emotions, crying that everyone suffered because of her. Leon had tried his absolute best to comfort her, but now he resorted to scolding her to snap her out of it. He sighed deeply, calling her foolish and struggling to understand Soyeon's decisions. Why on earth would she treat the victim as the culprit to target for revenge? She did not even know who she actually wanted to punish. Slowly, Soyeon began to understand Leon's point, asking if the demon was her real target. Exactly, he replied. She just needed to complete her contract with the god of darkness and vengeance to achieve her goals. Leon smiled, glad. She finally recognized the right path. That was what true revenge looked like. Seeing his exceptionally warm and bright smile, Soyeon completely stopped crying. 10 days later, the Demon Sword Raid team assembled, though some members stood there looking rather annoyed, in front of the teleportation gate. Many strongly opposed this decision, including the Garm Guild, who protested opening a Black Gate in Japan. But once the Hunter Association president revealed the truth, volunteers flooded in by the hundreds. Sang unclenched his fists, still furious, thinking about it. That bastard actually sacrificed his own citizens just for profit, risking the entire nation's future. The raid leader ordered everyone to move out and they began heading inside. Walking in an orderly line, Sang-un stared straight ahead with absolute determination, vowing never to back down. He would make the demon sword pay for all those stolen lives and see what this temple guild was truly capable of. One by one, the raiders stepped into the black void. It was hard not to wonder just how powerful King Leon and his temple guild actually were. Sang-un's brow furrowed tightly. Before long, everyone froze, completely stunned by the sheer chaos unfolding right before their eyes. Soldiers were brutally torturing and terrorizing the local citizens, ordering their capture as desperate screams for help filled the air. People cried out for mercy while the guards ordered them to shut up. In a corner, a terrified little girl sobbed helplessly. The raiders watched in disbelief, wondering what those monsters were doing. Meanwhile, Bill was carrying a captured child on his shoulder, yelling at his soldiers to round up as many as possible. He declared these trash would be enslaved forever, living in misery. What kind of disgusting king would do this? Go back a few hours earlier when the soldiers led by Leon first entered this bizarre territory. Everything looked so strange yet incredible to them, with an atmosphere unlike anything else. This was the demon sword's domain. Suddenly, a system notification flashed, alerting them that they had entered the territory of the Grand Duke of Slaughter. Every single stat was reduced by 80%. The cadets stared in horror, completely shocked by such a devastating debuff. As panic began to spread, Leon calmly told them to keep their heads, but they just gasped, eyes filled with terror. Little did they know this was the Legion buff, boosting defense, reinforcing fortifications, and raising their courage to the maximum. It granted them steel bodies, burst power, magic resistance, range defense, expanded vision, and insane anti-infantry capabilities. Along with poison immunity, the War Knight's blessing boosted leadership by 150%. All allied soldiers fighting alongside a War Knight would gain 20% physical resistance, while an invisible aura of dread began to weaken any nearby demons, lowering their defense. Leon fell silent, staring at the sheer scale of these incredible effects. Buffing thousands of people at once was far beyond anything he had imagined. He knew the king was strong, but this was absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, Han-Hari rode up on her horse to deliver a message about their newly assigned quest. After Leon told her to speak, she reported every single detail. They were officially designated as King Leon's expedition team, on a deadly campaign to Akaza, tasked with helping the king defeat the Grand Duke. Defeating him was a given, of course. Leon raised his voice so everyone could hear. He promised to do whatever it took to protect them in this demonic land. Since this was their first time visiting, he ordered them to gather as many clues as possible. Suho and Jae-hyuk looked incredibly excited as they accepted the command. Meanwhile, Jung Cheon watched silently, wondering if they would actually be of any use. Jag Spinner asked why he looked so surprised. Hearing Jag Spinner's voice right next to him, Jung Cheon quickly looked down to investigate. There stood Spinner. He cried out in absolute shock, asking if he was joining the battle as well, but Spinner just nodded, calmly, like it was completely natural. Jung Cheon was still in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, back with Han-Hari, they spotted something. Something caught her attention, prompting her to turn back toward the light. Leon rode closer on horseback and cheerfully asked if it was finished. Jag's Spinner was ready. Han-Hari stared blankly, totally clueless about what was happening. The external skeletal frame was completely finished. He felt a much stronger wave of energy radiating from it now. It cautiously replied that it had integrated high base stat weapons and auto combat. The battle routine was activated. Z did a quick scan to assess their status. Was the scout report already wrapped up? Activating Ron revealed several camps that likely belonged to the enemy. It was hard to believe, so Leon asked again to be absolutely sure. Camps. He immediately ordered Z to take the lead and guide the entire group. In that case, let's head to the closest one. Understood, I shall lead. A few hours went by and the troop led by Leon finally arrived at the fortress gates. A loud voice suddenly echoed from above, demanding to know who they were. Han-Hari completely ignored the guard's question. She looked up, wondering why there was only one sentry up there. There was just a single grumpy guard standing on top of the gatehouse, which seemed incredibly sparse. Leon ignored him entirely and marched straight forward. Turning his head, Leon demanded to know who he was. The guard refused to answer, snapping that he had asked first. Leon gnashed, his teeth in anger, furious that a mere commoner would dare ignore his voice. How could a simple peasant force him to repeat a royal command? He decided to overlook the ignorance and forgive him this once. Flustered, the watchman stammered to Leon, asking him to wait while he summoned the chief. After a short delay, the heavy gates slowly swung open. The village chief stepped forward, offering a respectful greeting, asking if they were travelers. The old man awkwardly introduced himself as the leader of this small village. Leon merely let out a quiet "oh." Suddenly, the village chief fell to his knees, his voice turning desperate as he muttered King Leon Dragonia. He actually recognized the sovereign. At this, the old man went dead silent with sweat pouring down his face, completely paralyzed. Not even 5 seconds later, he suddenly bolted back inside, behind the gates. This bizarre escape left Leon deeply confused, but without wasting a single second, he issued a direct command to Jag Spinner. He ordered Sir Spinner to target the runner and ready the main cannon. A massive energy blast shot straight down right at the fleeing chief, sending him and nearby villagers flying. The chief hit the ground with a painful thud. Leon coldly asked if he was trying to run. The old chief lay pinned, far too terrified to even breathe. With a dark expression, Leon suppressed his rising anger and demanded to know who he really was. Intense, murderous intent flared from the king as he asked why the chief had fled upon seeing him. Trembling with fear, the old man could only beg for his life, desperately calling him his majesty. Leon frowned in confusion, stating that he was not here to kill. He only wanted to eliminate the demonic forces. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered directly in his ear as the Spirit King leaned in. Did he recognize this man? The Spirit King revealed the chief's dark, horrific past. He had once been a high-ranking commander in the royal army, who defected to serve the devils and lived alongside murderous demons. Hearing this truth, Leon fell into a grim silence, utterly speechless. His towering rage could no longer be contained, and he let it explode. A devil worshipper, he roared to capture them all. The fires of war burned hot within him. Back in the present, every single villager in the area had been bound by Leon's soldiers. He personally took charge of the interrogation. You were granted immortality for being a clever little pawn in the great massacre of weren't you? The chief desperately tried to defend himself, pleading that it was all a manipulative lie forced upon them to control their lives. The villagers had to grit their teeth and stay silent, never daring to speak up. They were forced to obey those vile devils. Even now, their future was entirely bleak, and they lived in constant fear of death. Bowing low to the ground on behalf of his people, he begged King Leon for mercy, pleading with him to save them and grant forgiveness to these ignorant commoners of the village. Ji-hyuk and Suho felt a wave of sympathy for them, but there was absolutely nothing they could do to help. It was truly pathetic. They were just playthings manipulated by devils, left with no alternative but to commit those atrocities. Leon, however, had reached his limit with the chief's whining. "Village chief, what kind of absolute nonsense are you spewing?" He slammed his sword deep into the ground, terrifying the old man. "Answer me right now, you worthless piece of trash. How many innocent lives have your hands taken?" The chief stammered, unable to speak. The villagers and their chief stared at Leon with pure burning hatred. "Let me ask you again, how many innocent people did you butcher? If anyone can answer, step forward." The village chief cried out in absolute despair, claiming he was left with no other choice. If he had a leader like His Majesty back then, he never would have done it. His whining was only dragging out the interrogation. "Don't go blaming your own heinous sins on a king like me. This judgment is nothing but the direct consequence of your own choices. Since you committed the crime, you must face the punishment." For a brief second, Leon's tone softened, losing the harsh edge it had earlier. But as it turned out, he had planned everything from the start. Even a sinner like him had once been a child of the benevolent God. The chief gasped, asking if His Majesty was actually forgiving him. "I will spare your souls," Leon declared, and the villagers' hopeless faces instantly lit up. He then laid down the law for them. "Until Saint Tater hands down your final judgment and punishment, you will serve as slaves. You must serve in absolute obedience for 50 years. The village chief couldn't believe his ears, stammering about being forced into slavery. "You must serve the gods to cleanse your filthy souls." Since the villagers were spared, they are beyond grateful. They shower him with praises. But the village chief reacts strangely, doing something completely unexpected. He grits his teeth in fury. This ridiculous old man actually starts throwing a pathetic tantrum about being slaves. So Hu-yeok and his companions watch this highly absurd spectacle. They have absolutely no idea what to do. He refuses to be a slave. The hunters wonder if they should stop him, but why is he panicking? Before he can finish speaking, the terrified villagers shut his mouth. They call the old man completely crazy. Leon's voice rings out. Instantly, everyone freezes in their tracks as he prepares to give his direct orders. He tells the villagers that 50 years of labor will redeem their sins provided they obey instantly. They must execute every order with zero hesitation. Radiant golden light erupts from Leon, signaling his absolute power. No one dares oppose his divine will. They swear submission. Yet the stubborn chief still tries to resist. He screams that he refuses to serve Leon. In response, the goddess behind Leon gently points her finger. Instantly, a glowing collar binds the chief's neck. He refuses to submit, screaming in absolute horror. He rejects the bond. But Leon simply orders his troops to capture them. Finally, they become free labor. Exactly 1,034 bound captives are dragged back. Leon rides his white horse, feeling pretty satisfied. He scans the area for more targets. Suddenly, Zia approaches to report on the treacherous road ahead. A massive enemy force is waiting up ahead. Yet Leon remains completely unbothered, answering with casual confidence. He notes they will arrive soon, likely sent by the great demon Aza. Leon's soldiers grin with excitement. Their faces light up. A real battle is finally here, and their hands are practically itching for action. They have trained hard and equipped their absolute best gear. Now they want to test out their buffs. It's time to fight and avenge their fallen comrades. Leon suddenly tugs the rope of a slave. The captive turns around in a daze, only to see Leon wearing a terrifyingly wicked, bone-chilling grin. He orders the slaves to charge first. Talk about a brutal reality check, they realize they are the meat shields. Leon calmly confirms this. He coldly states that even if their limbs are severed or their guts spill out, they must drag the enemy down with them. That is their sole value. The villagers turn pale with dread. They glare at him, asking how he can dare call himself a righteous knight. It is completely ridiculous. They ask if their enslavement is just a pointless death sentence, but suddenly their feet move on their own. Absolute panic sets in as they walk forward. Their bodies are moving completely against their own will. The goddess behind Leon is controlling them. He calmly reminds them that as convicts, they have no freedom. Until their sentence is fully served, the concept of liberty does not exist. The two armies finally clash. The demon vanguard stares at the oncoming crowd in utter confusion, wondering why simple peasants are marching forward. They yell at the peasants to go back home, assuming they have lost their minds. Leon merely smiles. He enthusiastically orders his newly bound vanguard to charge. The peasants weep, screaming that they do not want to die. The demon soldiers do not hesitate, charging forward with orders to slaughter the entire group of crazy humans. Dungo charges in with his giant axe, cursing them as insects before slamming his weapon into the ground. The devastating strike lands. But instead of running, the desperate villagers begin climbing all over Dungo. He roars in confusion. Lacking any weapons, the frenzied peasants use their bare teeth to bite him. Believe it or not, these terrified peasants are suddenly buffed with insane endurance, active shielding, and survival instincts. Their vitality is boosted by 250%. Desperate to survive, they swarm Dungo with feral biting. Enraged by the biting, Dungo roars for them to get off, violently swinging his arm to throw them off. The villagers are thrown back, but Dungo spot. Suddenly, a loud noise behind draws Dungo's focus as Leon leads his knights in a full-force charge. Dungo desperately yells for his allies to watch their backs, but before he can even finish his warning, Leon thrusts his sword straight into Dungo's face, effortlessly tossing the massive beast high into the air. After the battle concludes, the broken chief collapses, sobbing like a baby. The battlefield lies in absolute ruin. The demon army has been completely wiped out. Zia scans the carnage, then returns to stand before Leon. Leon reports that they eliminated 3,243 enemies and seized 300 cannons. Really, Leon asks Betchich, what will she do now? The queen has no doubts, and her contribution deserves the highest praise. Hearing this, Betchich shyly covers her mouth with her hand. Oh my, is he actually worried about her? Betchich's eyes flash with a gentle light as she pauses to think before making her next move. She requests permission from Leon, asking if he can spare around 30 demons categorized by rank. Naturally, the higher their rank, the better. Leon looks slightly regretful, as if his demon slaughterhouse might have to close down. When asked why, Betchich quickly bows her head in concern. A deep mystery lingers in her eyes as she speaks. After all, having more opportunities to crack open the demon gates is always a good thing. Leon stands there with his mouth slightly open, looking completely dazed. This is the great summoner, a man who once only welcomed death. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts them, drawing their attention. As a group of soldiers approaches, Leon asks what is going on. It turns out Sangun has arrived with a request for Leon, asking if he could grant his assault squad a few demons. Leon immediately rejects the request. Despite being shut down, Sangun refuses to back down and tries his best to persuade the summoner. He asks why, pointing out that their hunters have shed plenty of blood. Leon acknowledges their achievements but explains the situation is different. Leon raises a challenging question for Sangun, asking if they are absolutely confident they can resist the dark temptations of demon schemes. Sangun hesitates, unable to give a straight answer. Fortunately, Betchich steps in to huddle up and consult with Leon on the matter. Leon sighs and agrees to her suggestion. Thanks to Betchich stepping in, Sangun's request to take some demons is finally approved. Leon allows 3 demons but demands they keep things clean. Inside a nearby cage, a captured demon bares its teeth, growling menacingly. Leon shows zero fear, poking his head right into the cage. Suddenly, the table turns and the demon is the one terrified. Wondering which one is suitable, Leon points to the cowering beast and tells Sangun this one will do. Without hesitation, he grabs it. Leon drags it out, staring at the beast as if he might devour it alive. The stubborn demon refuses to submit, begging him to let go. It even flips him off, declaring that it will slaughter everyone and unleash a bloodbath without leaving a single soul alive. Leon shuts the cheeky demon up with a brutal fist to the skull. Terrified and dazed, the creature freezes in place, completely paralyzed. Sangun breaks into a cold sweat, witnessing this raw power. Leon looks down at the beast and delivers a stern warning to his ally. He warns that these vile creatures will use their wicked tongues to manipulate humans the moment they are given even a slight chance. Leon's sheer dominance ensures no other demon will dare step out of line. Watching this, Sangun is left entirely stunned by his methods. Since these beasts only make useless random attacks, they are perfect for scouting. Sangun wonders if this is what Leon meant by keeping things clean. Leon drops the beast and turns to leave, telling him to deal with them once they return. Sangun quickly nods in agreement. Following closely, Sangun asks if they plan to take Sun Fortress next. He clings to Leon, eager for a definitive answer. He wonders if Leon will send the serfs out to the front lines again. Despite their victory, their side took heavy casualties. Many soldiers were wounded, but Leon's next words make Sangun freeze. Leon claims that 10, maybe 20 lives were lost. Sangun's eyes widen as he senses something is terribly wrong. The reported numbers do not match Leon's casual estimate at all. Could it be? Sangun quickly corrects Leon, revealing that in the previous clash, over 900 soldiers actually lost their lives. This shocking revelation hits Leon hard. His expression freezes instantly and his tone drops to a heavy, low whisper. He asks if Sangun included the serfs in that death toll. Sangun looks up nervously and confirms it, sensing the heavy mood. Sangun is left speechless, realizing how grim their future truly is. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the eerie haunted castle of Grand Duke Akasa. Akasa is a ruthless killer. Sitting quietly before him, the corruption demon cautiously addresses the Grand Duke, waiting for his command. Akasa asks in a dark tone about the requested reinforcement. Terrified, the corruption demon hesitates, revealing that their summons went completely unanswered. It nervously wonders if they lack the authority. Instantly, a sinister dark magic pressure erupts from Akasa, filling the room. He reminds the demon that the power to summon great archdemons belongs solely to the Lord. Gritting his teeth, Akasa struggles to suppress his rage. He blames everything on Chieftain Atmoka, regretting that they lost their lord during the Great War. Bowing his head, his voice drips with resentment. He declares that Leon deserves to be utterly crushed. Suddenly, Akasa roars in anger, causing the corruption demon to jump in pure terror. He demands to have his constraints removed. Exhausted, Akasa leans back in his throne, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. Consciousness has finally awakened in his battered body. He mutters about finding their true lord, demanding once more to be set free. His incoherent mumbling leaves the demon confused. Realizing things are looking bad, Akasa rests his head on his hand, scheming his next move. To secure their future, they must find a perfect lord who possesses absolute genius talent. Unfortunately, Soyeon is likely Akasa's next target. After all, Soyeon is the only surviving descendant of that powerful lineage. Later that night, Leon stands beside Soyeon and addresses her directly. Looking straight into her eyes, he speaks her name with absolute seriousness. He asks Soyeon if she truly wants to save her father. Leon asks if her thirst for revenge is real. She firmly replies that she would happily pay with her very life. But her words earn her a sudden playful whack on the head. She stares up at him, completely lost. Leon chuckles softly. He tells her she needs to value her own life a bit more, making Soyeon blush red with embarrassment. She awkwardly rubs her head and mutters a quiet agreement. Then Leon reaches out to place a mysterious item into her hand. He tells her to take it. As she looks down, the strange object begins to glow with a beautiful mystic blue light. Soyeon wonders if it is just an earring. Suddenly, Queen Beatrice steps forward to explain its true incredible nature. She reveals that this legendary gear is forged from star steel. It contains the power of dreams crafted for the top students. With a gentle smile at the stunned girl, the queen continues. It can generate a powerful shield to protect the mind. Since many dark demons target human minds, the shield is vital. Soyeon bows deeply, completely overwhelmed with gratitude. Leon frowns with heavy concern, warning her. If she fails, she will become a helpless vessel for the darkest of demons. He delivers a harsh truth. If she gets possessed, he will not hesitate to put her down himself to protect the world. Clad in her heavy armor, outside the demon sword's dark lair, she bravely declares that she will hold absolutely no resentment. Looking up at the legendary hero standing before her, she resolves to put her full trust in him for this final mission. They stand right outside the massive castle gates. Leon's eyes burn with a fierce power that signals the start of the raid. He raises his arm and summons a swirling black vortex. The hero declares he will personally blast through the main gate. Ordering his forces to charge, and immediately the legendary hero plants his feet and prepares to unleash absolute chaos. He hurls his glowing blade with insane velocity. It tears through the air like a meteor straight toward the castle defenses. Deep inside the dark fortress, the dread Lord Akasa and his tiny demon minion watch the battle unfolding beyond their walls. Trembling in absolute terror, the small demon shrieks. He asks the Grand Duke what they should do against such overwhelming power. Akasa only lets out a twisted, sinister grin. He locks his eyes on Soyeon as she approaches the battlefield with the army. The villain whispers that her bloodline is the key to turning this whole war around. It is a perfect opportunity. Instructing his minion Nut to buy him some time, the Dark Lord prepares to steal Soyeon's body for himself. Outside, Soyeon fights like a woman possessed. She slices through waves of demonic beasts until a cold, chilling voice echoes behind her. Calling her foolish, Akasa suddenly appears from the shadows. His dark blade is raised high and ready to cleave her in two. Dodging with lightning-fast reflexes, Soyeon barely escapes the lethal blow. Her heart pounds as she prepares to launch a counterattack. Fueled by a sudden rush of absolute fury, she leaps forward with her sword. She screams for the demon to release her father. The fiend chuckles mockingly, promising to give her exactly what she wants. Then he launches a blindingly fast strike right at her. His hand moves like a blur. It closes the distance in a fraction of a second, reaching directly for the young warrior. With brutal force, he grabs her head and slams her into the dirt. The shattering impact leaves her gasping in agonizing pain. He ignores her desperate cries to let her go. Pinning her hands down easily, he lets out a dark, mocking laugh. Glaring down with glowing red eyes, he raises his blade. Taking over her body will finally make him complete and unstoppable. But just as the sword begins to fall, the demon suddenly freezes. His raspy, terrifying voice begins to shift and change. In a moment of pure shock, Soyeon recognizes her father's desperate soul. He is fighting back from deep inside the monster. He uses his fleeting control to desperately scream for her to run. But the brief spark of humanity vanishes quickly. Akasa ruthlessly crushes his resistance. Seizing control once more, he sneers that it is already far too late for any escape. A pillar of dark purple light shoots into the heavens as he demands her body, enveloping them both in a blinding aura. Tears stream down the demon's face as the father's soul weeps. But Soyeon's eyes snap open, glowing with a deep, sinister crimson. Now the possession is complete, the demon's sword has claimed her body. Talk about a worst-case scenario. The monster laughs in absolute triumph. He marvels at the incredible potential of this vessel that could have easily become a master. His expression turns icy as he notes his lost essence. Securing this fresh new host makes up for everything. With glowing eyes, he decides his first move must be escaping this place. He needs to slowly rebuild his lost power. But before he can even take a single step, a cold, powerful voice cuts through the air. That won't happen. Spinning around, he finds himself staring directly at Leon. The lifeless body of his little minion falls heavily to the ground. Leon rests his holy sword calmly on his shoulder. He confidently declares that it is time to end this vile parasite. Every window in the hall shatters into millions of tiny shards. A blinding flash of light erupts between the two combatants. Soyeon charges into battle, Akasa wearing an ecstatic grin on her face. This stolen body is a masterpiece, he thinks, as two glowing blades slice the air. The air crackles with incredible potential. But the moment their swords are about to clash, Akasa suddenly freezes. His blades can't even touch Leon. Not even close. Naturally, a massive question mark pops up in his mind. Why can't I touch him, he wonders. Leon merely responds, asking if this is the swordsmanship of the predecessor demon kings. The clueless demon just laughs arrogantly, boasting that the techniques of all those ancient vassals reside entirely inside his head. Akasa unleashes a blinding flurry of high-speed strikes. Leon watches the incoming blades and prepares his defense. He raises his sword to easily block Akasa's strikes before retaliating with a swift slash that the demon barely dodges. The two lock eyes again. Akasa is thoroughly shocked by Leon's power, marveling at how insane his skill is. He cannot believe a mere mortal can rival a demon in pure technique. Leon does not reply, only giving him a knowing smirk. Leon bursts into laughter, which Akasa takes as a massive insult. Enraged, the demon barks out, "You bastard, what is so funny?" Leon openly mocks him, calling Akasa exactly what he is, a useless parasite, as he slowly walks toward the cornered fiend. He sneers, pointing out that despite watching so many master swordsmen, the demon never managed to learn a single move properly. This completely sets Akasa off. Enraged and gnashing his teeth, he warns Leon not to get cocky. Gripping Soyeon's blade, he lunges forward with a furious strike, screaming that a mortal with only 3 years left dares defy him. He unleashes a chaotic storm of slashes meant to slaughter thousands. Seeing this desperate display, Leon remains completely unbothered. Leon merely smirks and calls him a pathetic bug. He casually raises a single hand to meet the incoming strike. He effortlessly blocks the entire ultimate attack with ease, mocking the demon for even copying the flaws of the swordsmanship. After shattering the move, Leon reaches out to grab Akasa's face. The demon barely dodges, which only annoys the king. And then boom, Leon grabs the sword demon's head and slams it directly into the ground, making him shriek in pain. Leon pins him under his boot, completely locking him down. Yet Akasa still stubbornly smirks, calling his opponent a ruthless monster. He tries to play mind games to sway Leon, asking if he would really slay his own loyal knight. Too bad for him. Leon is completely immune to his games, staring back with absolute unwavering resolve. He coldly declares that justice never wavers and drives his sword straight down without a shred of hesitation. Even with a blade in his chest, Akasa tries one last time to shake him, asking if he would really kill his comrade. He flashes a sinister grin, gasping out to ask what kind of absolute monster Leon truly is. Leon locks eyes with him, delivering a chilling answer, "I'm no monster." He pushes the sword deeper. He reveals his true identity as the Leon Dragonia king before finishing him. Next thing Akasa knows, his soul is bound by glowing chains. Tethered and helpless, the demon's eyes go wide in absolute panic, wondering where on earth he is. Then footsteps echo. Emerging from the light is Demera, the goddess of abundance, who looks down to give the demon a harsh lesson. She asks if his mother ever taught him not to talk so trashy, noting that such foolish slips of the tongue carry heavy consequences. But of course, those rules do not apply to demons. She proudly declares that her champion has finally fulfilled his sacred vow. Livid Akasa screams at her, cursing the gods who aid Leon, swearing he will make them pay for this humiliation. Soyeon, now standing right behind the bound demon, simply looks over and asks if this is finally enough. Demera gently pats her shoulder, replying that she could never refuse Leon, especially since the Grand Duke of Demons is now mere dust. Soyeon turns to face the goddess, bluntly asking if she can leave now, not wanting to stay a second longer. Demera sees no reason to hold her back and tells her to go, promising to take care of the rest. Though things did not go exactly as planned, she calmly brushes it off, knowing the main threat is dealt with. Demera then turns her attention back to the bound Akasa, mockingly bringing up his strange high priest follower in this lifetime. She asks how such a weird servant could dare use his dream barrier spell for such a bizarre purpose. Akasa seethes with rage, refusing to accept that he has completely lost all control over Soyeon's body. He desperately tries to command her, shouting for Soyeon to capture everyone in the room right now. He tries to tempt her by promising absolute power to destroy and slaughter everything in her path. Soyeon remains quiet, looking down coldly at the desperate demon before slowly walking right up to him. Thinking he has successfully tamed her, Akasa is absolutely thrilled, smugly urging her to quickly accept his dark energy. But before he can finish, she shuts him up with a devastating face-shattering punch. Talk about a satisfying reality check. Soyeon's face contorts in absolute agony. Demera finds the whole display highly entertaining, while the battered Akasa seethes with pure rage. He hurls insults at her, mocking her as a useless woman and asking if she really thinks those cheap tricks could ever scare him. Soyeon stays silent, only turning back to shoot him a deadly murderous glare. Without uttering a single word, she moves in. She delivers a devastating kick straight to Akasa, letting him know exactly what she thinks. Beat it, you trashy parasite. Just like that, she is transported back to the real world inside a hospital room where she collapses right next to her father's bed. Her father is finally awake, gently reaching out to stroke his beloved daughter's hair. Soyeon wakes up from the gentle touch. Sensing the movement, she opens her eyes and instantly cries out for her father soon. The tears immediately start to overflow. She breaks down, throwing her arms around him in a deeply emotional embrace. Shaking with tears, she keeps calling out his name. Her father cannot hold back his own tears either, calling her his precious treasure as he gently pats her to soothe her pain. He keeps whispering comforting words to his little girl, telling her that everything is fine now and the nightmare is finally over. A family photo sits quietly in the hospital room. Soyeon finally calms down, looking at her father and asking what they should do next. Soon lowers his voice seriously, stating that they must find a way to make amends, since those mind-controlled memories are still inside him. He shares his next plan with his daughter, explaining that their first move must be returning to the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Hearing this, Soyeon strongly disagrees. She turns her face away, telling him that doing such a thing is simply out of the question. Her father tries to reason with her, but Soyeon blushes and scratches her head in embarrassment, preparing to confess the whole truth to him. She explains that she has been chosen by the god, gaining access to immense powers in exchange for the Archduke Devil's soul. She tells him to return to the guild and take over as successor of the Temple of 10,000 Gods, leaving the rest to her. Hearing his daughter's words, Soon's expression turns incredibly grave. To be absolutely certain, he looks her in the eye and asks again, "Is that really all there is to it?" Blushing, Soyeon avoids his gaze and quickly fires back, asking what else he could possibly mean. Her father stays silent, his face tightening with worry as cold sweat begins to bead down the side of his cheek. He gazes down at his flustered daughter and feels a quiet surge of pride, realizing his little girl has truly grown up. A framed picture of the two of them sits on the shelf, reflecting his worries. Now let us switch over to a completely different scene. Over in another location, a man carrying a hot cup of coffee approaches. Leon is sitting quietly, deep in thought about something. A man named Jinsu walks up, greeting him warmly as the Lionheart King. Leon looks up at him and casually speaks, Are you here to visit your son? Jinsu laughs heartily, admitting he has been staying here for the past 4 years now. He looks at Leon, asking why His Majesty has paid a visit. Leon glances down at the cup of coffee Jinsu offers. He calmly explains that he is here to clean up the aftermath. Surprised, Jinsu asks him exactly what aftermath he is referring to. Leon explains that the demonic sword has deeply etched the martial arts and souls of past devil warriors into that body. Without a high-level priest like him, purifying those lingering souls is completely impossible. Jinsu strokes his beard, processing the shocking news. He wonders if the souls of other demonic swordsmen are still trapped. Leon confidently claims that nobody else can guide lost souls. Jinsu's gaze suddenly turns dead serious. He bows his head deeply, showing his profound respect and gratitude toward Leon. He thanks His Majesty, expressing immense gratitude for everything Leon has done since both his son and granddaughter owe him their lives. The entire clan is forever indebted to him. Jinsu offers to help with anything, but Leon simply takes a slow sip of coffee. Leon tells him to do as he pleases, as long as it helps prepare for the rising demons he will do whatever it takes. Jinsu grits his teeth and suggests an idea. He slaps his chest with a booming laugh, proposing a brand new arrangement. From now on, he will officially consider His Majesty as his big boss. Leon looks back at him, completely taken aback by this. Sensing Leon's confusion, Jinsu explains that in their world, this oath is like swearing brotherhood under the peach trees for a great cause. From today, he will play the loyal Guan Yu to Leon's Liu Bei. Leon raises an eyebrow, looking highly skeptical of the offer. He scoffs at the idea of becoming brothers, pointing out that Jinsu's status is far too low. Jinsu quickly tries to reassure him. He boasts about being a 37th generation descendant of the Troll clan, meaning he technically counts as nobility. Leon casts a side glance. Leon flashes a subtle smirk, suggesting he convert immediately to the Temple of 10,000 Gods. All believers are his true family. Jinsu gives a big thumbs up with a loud laugh, promising to convert every single member of his guild right away. Including all their branch offices, they will bring in a massive crowd. Leon stands up, ready to head out of the room. Before leaving, he leaves him with a parting thought, saying he might actually consider the Peach Garden Oath. Jinsu can only sigh. He watches Leon walk away, feeling slightly disappointed as he wonders if his new boss is really leaving him behind like that. He looks back at him and smiles. After 4 years apart, they should just enjoy this reunion. With those words, he slowly steps away. He walks out the gate. Suddenly, the strange object inside Leon glows with a bright golden light, as if it has something to say. Leon gets the message and asks what it wants to say. He summons a dark blue portal and commands it to come out. An intense power surges from the dark portal. Leon smirks. It is finally time to use this secret weapon. He holds the book as his eyes glow. Behind him, a massive muscular figure appears, grabbing the giant by the throat with royal authority. The scene shifts to a forest. Assistant Han Ha-ri looks terrified as she watches the giant carrying wood in real life. She gasps, noting that the beast looks easily 9 meters tall. This comes just days after they defeated Akasa, the mass murderer. Han Ha-ri and the other students are now official royal knights, and they have just received their very first mission from Leon. He explains their objective: they must use the local serfs to capture the giant. Hearing this, one student raises his hand in confusion. He asks if they should use the peasants as bait and strike later. But Leon clarifies that only the peasants will do the capturing. The student gets visibly worried, asking if they are really just going to hand those poor farmers a bunch of cheap daggers. Leon explains that according to the ancient records, the giant can only be slain with daggers. He sighs clearly, doubting his students. He calls them out for their doubtful looks, warning them never to rely on the common sense of this strange world. He promises to give them a demonstration before they try it themselves. Below him, the entire crowd shouts in agreement. And that explains exactly why Leon and his squad are now standing right outside the forest. Let's see how this crazy plan works out. Facing the towering monster, the trainees shake with fear. They wonder if they can actually pull this off. These poor peasants only have the strength of lowest-rank hunters at best. Another student sighs in pure disbelief. A brave peasant named Bill steps forward and asks Leon how on earth they are supposed to bring down a giant. Leon taps his chin and consults his book, noting that Gratis laid out a very specific theory for this exact scenario. Assuming the giant has 3,000 health points, and a single peasant wielding a small dagger deals only 1 point of damage, then it only takes 1,000 successful hits to inflict a massive serious wound that cannot be ignored. Landing 2,000 hits will cause it to bleed out, and 3,000 hits guarantees its death. Reading this ridiculous math, Leon flashes a sinister grin, loving how beautifully simple this insane logic actually is. He tells them that each person must stab the giant at least 6 times to win. The peasants are horrified, crying out, "What the hell is this?" Leon remains completely calm. Surely 500 men can manage 3,000 stabs. If not, they just die. Bill is absolutely horrified, realizing this crazy noble is actually going to get every single one of them killed. Turning pale, Bill asks if they are expected to do this crazy stunt for 50 years. With that, he suddenly bolts as fast as his legs can carry him. The crowd watches in absolute shock as he flees, screaming back at Leon. He yells at Leon to stop joking because he will never play along with this madness. Meanwhile, Leon just stares at his book. He activates a buff that boosts the peasant's attack power by 20%. Bill tries to scream about leaving with dignity, but before he can finish, the giant smashes him to pieces with a massive hammer, lifting the weapon to inspect the mess. The monster looks disappointed by how fragile the human was. It plops onto the ground with a heavy sigh, leaving Han Ha re-traumatized. Standing behind Leon, she covers her mouth in absolute horror. This is bad. This is really, really bad. In contrast, Leon remains completely calm. He complains that the peasant failed to land even a single strike. A holographic screen displays an alert. The attack buff has skyrocketed to 20,001%. Leon suddenly turns around in absolute shock. His eyes widen as he demands to know if this is actually real. He raises his magic book high, shouting that this rapid increase means the scripture is absorbing some serious power. Could it have harvested the energy of 200,000 lives? Gratis truly left behind an incredibly terrifying treasure. The two students behind him can only think one thing: there is absolutely nothing holy about that cursed book. Meanwhile, the sweating peasants shake in pure terror. Leon decides that he has explained enough about his special book. He turns to threaten the trembling peasants, telling them that if they do not want to die, they have to kill that giant. Terrified, none of the peasants dare to argue. They all band together to charge the massive monster while Leon watches calmly. He quietly reads from his book, noting that utilizing peasants to take down giants actually activates a massive combat buff for them. Their attack power will jump by 200.14% when facing the beast, and this effect is permanently applied. He marvels at how incredible this is, wondering how much effort Gratis must have put in to write this masterpiece. An incredibly brilliant holy book, truly outstanding. That was when Han Hari finally spoke up, asking Leon why that was. He turned his head to look back. Why would Han Hari finally let out all the questions she had been holding inside, asking about the serfs' chance to redeem themselves over 50 years? Leon confirmed it. She pushed on, voicing her concern. They shouldn't be pushed into a meaningless death. Leon listened, starting to understand her point. He agreed she had a point. Purity was valued by the gods. Hearing this, she was overjoyed. But then Leon added that the serfs of Leon H were not human. Han Hari was completely shocked. Was he prejudiced? Leon asked why she seemed so confused. He pointed directly at a dwarf serf, ordering him to step forward. Realizing he was chosen, the serf was instantly terrified. Stammering in fear, he slowly approached the two of them, his heart racing with pure anxiety. That was when Leon ordered him to confess the crimes he committed when he was still human. The serf nervously rubbed his neck, avoiding Leon's sharp gaze. Seeing that the serf was hesitating to speak, Leon immediately cast a spell, making the man's neck burn and smoke. Demanding he speak, the serf screamed in pain, begging to talk and confessing everything. He admitted to everyone that he had committed murder. But he didn't stop there, continuing with worse details. He had chopped up the corpse to eat it, sacrificing it to his god. The students looked completely horrified. Controlling the flames to force a full confession, Leon asked which crime had brought him the most joy. How did it feel? The serf let out a savage smile, showing absolutely no remorse for his actions. He sacrificed children to bloodthirsty demons, throwing them into deep pits to force them to kill each other. Watching them fight for survival was pure entertainment. Before he could say more, a student named Jihyuk furiously kicked him right in the face. Jihyuk completely lost his cool at the serf's sickening actions. He screamed that 50 years was too long, wanting to end him right now. Hansu quickly held him back. The serf trembled, begging for mercy, while Han Hari and Soyeon sighed in disbelief. Leon spoke up to warn them. Those who choose evil over good are the real monsters. He warned them never to underestimate these creatures. They did not deserve to live. However, Leon explained that the only reason he gave them a chance was because they were not completely demons yet. He then ordered the students to follow his lead and take action themselves. Each student would be assigned 500 serfs. He also announced that whoever captured the giant with the fewest losses would become the knight commander. Hearing this, the students realized his true intentions were showing. Leon urged them to get moving and complete the task, asking why they were still hesitating. After some time, the clear results came in. In the final tally, Han Hari had 88 serfs. She was currently screaming commands, telling them to block the left, which only annoyed one of them. The serf grumbled, wondering if that even counted as left. Her leadership lacked boldness. Meanwhile, Jihyuk had only 32 left. During the battle, he kept shouting useless orders, telling them how to dodge. His excessive yelling only caused massive confusion and chaos. As for Hansu, he had only 2 left. His holy blessing was completely incompatible with controlling the serfs. Soyeon, however, kept 154. She kept a cold, calm face throughout the battle. In front of a white-clothed man, death appeared. Soyeon confidently asked if he wanted revenge for his fallen comrades. The Grim Reaper let out a smile. With the target set, souls were consumed to boost their strength. It was a brilliant move. Afterwards, they returned to the academy where Leon reviewed their scores. He praised the Knight Commander exam results. Soyeon kept 154, Han Ha-ri had 88, Ji-hyuk had 32, and Hansu had only 2. He turned his gaze towards Soyeon, officially appointing her as the new commander of the Knights. She gave a clear response. Leon added that using the serfs as intermediaries for revenge was highly effective. Soyeon asked if she did a good job, and Leon highly praised her, admitting he was impressed. Hearing his praise, Soyeon blushed and offered a quiet smile. Leon then turned his attention to Hansu. He crossed his arms and explained that Lord Gratis originally designed this test to reduce excess serf numbers. Hansu had panicked because his abilities were incompatible. Leon noted that the Blessing of Light simply wasn't suited for controlling these dark creatures, reminding him of his limitations with a serious tone. Serfs. Suho breaks into a cold sweat hearing that, squeaking out a weak yes. Suddenly, Leon claps a hand on Suho's shoulder, raising his thumb. He praises his apprentice. "You really have a talent for dragging those serfs straight to hell," Leon says. Hearing that, Suho only gets more tense. "Yes, sir." Before he can even stammer a reply, Leon drops a brand new order. "With that talent, I will give you 500 more. Serfs, keep up the hustle." Cut to the outside. Leon stands before a deeply sacred ground as brilliant rays of sunlight flood the majestic temple of the gods. Rubbing his chin, Leon sinks deep into thought, speaking to the tiny fairy perched on his shoulder. Leon notes that the sapling he got from Gunna isn't growing at all. The fairy points out a simple truth. Raising a seedling of the world tree on this barren land is no easy task, Leon guesses. Is the soil just not a good match? But the fairy immediately shoots that down. "No," she says, "this place has my blessing. The only real difference here is holy power." Leon plunges back into serious thought, wondering if there is another explanation. With a sudden wave of his hand, his fingers move in a swift, fluid motion. It looks like Leon is casting a spell directly onto the sapling. Suddenly, it starts growing rapidly, its trunk expanding until it is easily double its original size. Seeing it grow 2 to 3 times its size, he realizes his guess was wrong. It is definitely not a lack of holy power. The fairy agrees. Exactly, so could it be the purity of the power? Whispering in his ear, she points out his specific nature. "You have stronger holy power than anyone, but it is not pure," she notes. "You possess the mixed energies of many different gods." The fairy shares her theory, and Leon stays dead silent. If only a true holy knight were here, but now they can only rely on luck. Turning to leave, he searches for another clue, muttering that he must return to the heavens to meet his old brothers in arms. Maybe they will know something. Gently brushing his hair, the fairy softly pleads with him not to go down that dangerous path. She warns him that lingering in the world of the dead never ends well. Yet Leon remains completely stubborn, insisting he can handle it. To distract him, she suggests some fun instead. Why not take Castile out for a night, or maybe try some other options, to bring back some happy memories? How about sharing a drink with Jiria, or joining Julingham for a thrilling horse race? Or maybe settling the score with Roxley in an all-out life-and-death duel? Can you really throw away all those precious memories? Leon grits his teeth in pure frustration. Sensing his distress, the fairy softens her voice gently, comforting him as he struggles. Her tone turns incredibly sweet. At first, it is just for a brief moment, she whispers, but the second time will feel longer. By the third time, you will find yourself wanting to stay there forever. She continues, offering these incredibly crucial protective warnings. If it is not absolutely vital, you must stay away, she advises. Placing a hand over his heart, Leon nods silently, soaking in her words. "I will keep your words in my heart, mother," he promises. She gives him a gentle pat. Later, Leon strolls alone through the quiet royal gardens. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, asking if His Majesty is also enjoying a peaceful stroll. Startled, he turns and spots Bi-Chick. Leon greets her warmly, asking if she is also visiting the sapling. She gently smiles, saying she comes here often these days. Sensing something unusual, she asks what kind of secret power that little sapling holds to make him care so much. Leon does not hide a thing. Guna is a sage of the forest and a dear old friend, he explains, and this tree is linked directly to him. Sages of the forest nurture the sacred seedlings to become the absolute heart of the woods. It is the only way for this tiny sapling to eventually awaken as a legendary treant. Hearing this, Bi-Chick pieced it together. Could His Majesty be trying to bring his old friend's kind to life on this land? Leon hesitates before answering. Of course I am, he admits, but he still harbors deep doubts. The holy tree serves as the absolute foundation of the temple. Without it, the world tree cannot unleash its true holy power, nor can it awaken from its deep, quiet slumber. Beachik gently waters the plant, asking if there might be another way to trigger the World Tree's awakening. Leon nods, explaining that when the World Tree finally awakens, its sheer holy aura will incinerate any nearby demon. This only sparks more curiosity in Beachik. If its awakening holds such purification power, is it fueled by pure faith? Leon gladly explains that this is both the unique strength and the ultimate limit of the gods themselves. To make it clear, he compares it to implanting a lion's heart inside the World Tree to generate its own holy power. This massive purification barrier keeps any nearby demons completely at bay, protecting the entire area around the World Tree. Beachik takes this information and realizing that since demons love hiding among intelligent races, this makes locating them easy. I see. Having that power will make things so much easier since demons love hiding among intelligent mortals. She immediately pitches an idea. Your Majesty, I have a way. Surprised, Leon asks her what it is. They head over to a magic array surrounded by incredibly sharp, sparkling quartz crystals that are worth an absolute fortune. Bringing the sapling along, Leon tells Beachik this should be enough. She bows respectfully, agreeing to make absolutely sure. He asks if they should place the seedling in the magic circle. Beachik nods. Leon then walks to the very center of the formation and carefully sets the sapling down. Leon leaves the task to her, asking Beachik to handle the rest as she begins preparing her spell. Acknowledging his command, a blinding purple light suddenly erupts from the magic circle, causing all the surrounding amethyst stones to react instantly. A perfectly transparent crystal begins to form right in front of Beachik. The nearby guards point at it in absolute disbelief. They wonder what that strange color could be, realizing it is not a normal crystal at all, but a colorless dungeon gate. Leon frowns, a deep sense of dread washing over him as he wonders what this overwhelming, powerful energy could possibly be. Beachik turns to him and warns him to be extremely cautious this time before they both look back at their waiting forces. Leon immediately issues an emergency order declaring that everyone from the scouts to the elite units, including Jim, must join the raid. Every soldier below the knight rank must stand ready, leaving the troops utterly bewildered and trembling with fear. They find it hard to believe they must enter such a terrifying portal, but Leon glances back to quickly calm their nerves. Telling them to stay sharp, Leon takes the lead and charges straight into the hazardous gate with his loyal guards following behind. Led by Leon, the group of 6 steps forward. His horse takes its first stride, crossing the threshold of the portal. As the guards follow him in, the gate suddenly undergoes a bizarre and violent mutation, shaking the entire area. The movements grow more intense, shocking everyone outside as they realize the gate is actually shifting its position. A beam of energy shoots from the portal, carving a deep line into the ground and slamming directly into the fortress wall. As the smoke clears, Leon is shown pinned against the wall, his worried guard rushing over to ask if he is all right. Breathing heavily, Leon warns that things are looking bad as the gate seems completely impenetrable, rejecting any entry. A flashing red system notification warns them that a duplicate character has been detected inside, denying Leon access. While Leon is blocked, the rest of the group successfully crosses over. Han-Ha-Ri squints, looking out into the distance. Confused by the unfamiliar landscape, she turns to ask Leon where they are, only to find the king is nowhere to be seen. Anxiety sweeps through the entire squad as they look around, frantically wondering where on earth their leader could be. Beachik quickly analyzes the situation and realizes a grave problem, concluding that Leon was unable to enter the gate. Han-Ha-Ri stares in confusion, asking why their king is barred, but Beachik admits she cannot explain this phenomenon either. They decide they must exit to investigate, but a strange mocking voice suddenly echoes from above, catching them off guard. The speaker is amused that someone else can manipulate portals, warning that they will not let anyone interfere. Suddenly, Suho points frantically at the portal, calling out to the fairy queen that the gateway is rapidly shrinking. Beachik quickly channels her magic to force it open, shouting at the others to get back as the space collapses. She deploys multiple magic circles to stabilize the rift, but she quickly finds her spells completely useless against this force. Struggling against the absurd power, she gasps that she cannot hold it before one of her magic circles suddenly shatters. The backlash forces Beachik to cough up blood, prompting a worried Han-Ha-Ri to run over and check on her queen. Beachik gasps that her mana backfired before weakly turning to Jag Spinner to ask if the machine has detected anything. The mechanical knight quickly runs a diagnostic scan, but it can only deliver devastating news to the panicked squad. The gate has completely vanished with zero signal from the outside, leaving Suho pale and paralyzed with absolute terror. As lightning tears through the dark sky, Suho watches in panic, realization sinking in that their escape route is gone. Han-Ha-Ri screams that they are completely outnumbered as a massive army of thousands begins to chase their small group. With hostile forces rapidly closing in, Jag Spinner calculates the nearby enemy count to be around 534. Suho rushes to Beachik to check on her, but the fairy queen solemnly replies that all of her mana is depleted. Even worse, they have been dropped into the worst possible coordinates as Suho stares ahead with wide, terrified eyes. A massive, terrifying enemy battalion looms right in front of them, completely surrounding the small group from all sides. They are trapped by tens of thousands of monsters, leaving them wishing their king was there to save them. As the demonic horde charges, Jagdis Spinner readies its primary weapon, firing its high-tech rifle into the crowd. The laser pierces through the ranks but barely slows them down, and the machine is quickly surrounded by enemies. The robot stands frozen as the overwhelming horde closes in, bringing them to the very brink of certain death. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning strikes down, unleashing a devastating storm of absolute wrath upon the monsters. A glowing army of heroic knights emerges from the light, charging forward with spears raised as their leader takes the front. She ordered her forces to charge straight through the enemy center, and her loyal soldiers instantly reformed their lines. They form a deadly arrow formation, crashing directly into the vanguard as the enemy monsters watched in absolute shock. With unparalleled valor, a single spear thrust from their leader wiped out countless foes as the army tore through the ranks. They smashed through thousands of defensive lines until the horses finally halted, and a majestic rider declared he had felt something. He traced a surge of immense holy energy to this spot, though none of the faces before him looked familiar. Sitting tall on his steed, he introduced himself as Juling M. Yulin, a Holy Grail knight of Antima wielding thunder power. Urging them to move, Yulin promised to lead everyone to safety before the lingering lightning storm completely faded away. Barely escaping, they found shelter in an abandoned ancient castle, where Yulin hesitantly asked to know their true identities. He was especially curious about Jia, noting that he possessed the distinct aura of a knight of iron and smithing. Yulin could feel a holy power resembling Antok, the guardian of the mines, prompting Bichik to quickly step in with answers. She explained they were travelers from the kingdom's border, leaving Yulin to ponder that distant origin as she closed her eyes. Bichik admitted they had rushed back out of concern for the kingdom, only for demon hordes to block their path. Wanting to gather more intel, she asked Yulin if he could share any updates on the current situation. After a brief hesitation, Yulin decided they could be trusted and began summarizing the grim state of the land. Ever since the battle on the Lead Plains, the region had fallen into utter chaos, war, and rampant plundering. With Lord von Kynus and the Grand Duke gone, an unstoppable enemy force had completely seized control of the kingdom. To fight back, King Leon united elves, treants, and even the surviving remnants of the empire into a single front. She sighed. It made sense. Bichik silently processed the grim news, understanding the true scale of the crisis. She realized this world belonged to her liege and was now being overrun by demonic forces trying to tear it apart. Han-Hari hesitantly addressed her as Lady Bichik, catching herself before she accidentally revealed her true royal title. Bichik silently acknowledged her concern, agreeing that their current situation was far more dangerous than they had initially anticipated. She quietly instructed Han-Hari to check the quest window in secret, away from the watchful eyes of the knights. The system screen materialized before them, filled with glitched, missing text that looked like a broken exam sheet. Han-Hari reported that major chunks of information were blocked out, confirming Bichik's fears that this task was not simple. This was going to be a hard fight, especially as Yulin openly blamed himself for neglecting his tired soldiers. Standing up, he announced they would depart at the break of dawn, urging everyone to get some rest. As the first light of dawn began to peek over the eastern horizon, the party prepared to move. Riding like the wind, the group raced through endless winding paths, watching the landscapes shift rapidly around them. As they approached their destination, Han-Hari squinted against the bright morning light before opening her eyes in pure awe. She gasped as a magnificent, towering sanctuary came into view, surrounded by beautifully sculpted topiary trees. The sun bathed the ancient castle in a golden glow, prompting Yulin to turn and welcome his guests. He announced they had finally arrived at humanity's last noble sanctuary, officially welcoming them to the sacred temple. So this was the sacred temple. Still, a creeping dread hung over whatever was going to happen next. Knowing an unfamiliar sovereign ruled this sacred place stirred complex, indescribable emotions in their hearts as they entered. The history goes back to the 63rd year of Leon's reign, a dark age when a terrifying entity first appeared. The great demon Lord Malice was summoned right in the imperial capital, plunging the entire nation into brutal warfare. Death consumed the land until the 66th year, when the Chaos Monarch Malice was finally slain at a heavy cost. Countless bodies piled high as rivers of blood ran through the streets, and the Grail Knight Manon tragically perished. The death toll rose relentlessly, with no sign of hope, claiming the Holy Grail Knight of life and prosperity. Beside Killian, 3,000 temple knights from 14 kingdoms and another 10,000 wandering knights fell in battle. Along with 270,000 soldiers, over 22.7 million innocent people lost their lives in this tragedy. The kingdom falls into absolute misery as the war grows more brutal. In the winter of the 66th year of the Leon dynasty, the demon army launches its second massive invasion. The entire nation hangs by a thread, dragging this proud empire straight down toward total destruction. Even the forests are stripped of life. The elven woods are reduced to ash, and the dwarven mountain ranges are shattered, are completely wiped out. Great cities crumble one after another, and the Eastern Sky Kingdom falls. Day-sungades of progress vanish. All of it goes up in smoke. 9/10 of the Leon Dragonia kingdom lies in total ruin. In the 85th year of King Leon Dragonia's reign, the kingdom stands on the absolute brink of destruction. But wait, a miracle happens. Back at the Grand Temple, Beatrice and her weary group advance deep into the city. The knights ask to place it here, and the local guards welcome them all with open arms. Are you from the border? You must be exhausted. Hearing this, Daehyuk just scratches his head, feeling totally out of place. Not at all, Daehyuk replies. I am just happy to help. Meanwhile, Han-Ha-Ri stands nearby asking Queen Beatrice for their next orders. What should we do next? Beatrice is actually preoccupied with something else. Word is that Sir Jing-am has finished clearing up the ruins after the war and is finally returning. Ultimately, she decides they should stay put and wait. Right after giving the order, Beatrice turns and leaves. Han-Ha-Ri eagerly decides to go take a look. Then the scene shifts to a massive staircase. Han-Ha-Ri turns. A massive staircase stretches out before her 1,000 meters long. She stands there completely lost and utterly overwhelmed. How can anyone climb this? Riding a horse up would probably look highly disrespectful. But then out of nowhere, a carriage screeches to a halt right in front of Han-Ha-Ri. Anak pulls back the curtain and peers outside, surprised to see her. Why are you walking instead of taking a carriage? Han-Ha-Ri is momentarily stunned by Anak's breathtaking beauty, wondering who she is. Anak offers a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she sweetly invites Han-Ha-Ri inside. The sheer amount of holy power coming from her is nearly on par with the king. I am sorry for calling out so suddenly, Anak says, but would you like to ride together? Han-Ha-Ri breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing she actually gets to ride along. The carriage rolls forward, heading deep into the palace. Anak smiles warmly, gently explaining the rules of the temple. People visiting the Grand Temple for the first time often get confused. There are carriages meant for official duties that anyone can use. Han-Ha-Ri responds shyly, thanking her warmly for the helpful tip. Introducing herself, Anak says she is Anak Protasia, a close servant of goddess Ariana. Eagerly, Han-Ha-Ri shares her own name. It is a pleasure to meet you, she says. I am Han-Ha-Ri. Anak tilts her head slightly, clearly wanting to learn more. Han-Ha-Ri sits opposite her, stammering a bit before realizing she needs to state her role. She explains she serves two different gods, those deities being Betos and Pama. Anak's eyes widen in surprise. Serving two deities at once makes her quite a unique person. Deeply sympathetic, Anak notes how incredibly exhausting that must be. Tearfully, Han-Ha-Ri grabs her hand, grateful that someone finally understands. Before they can talk much more, the carriage reaches the palace. Chatting with a fellow saintess really makes the journey fly by. They have arrived at the Grand Temple itself. Stepping out, Han-Ha-Ri scratches her head, thanking Anak profusely for giving her a ride. The warm-hearted High Saintess politely replies that it was no trouble at all. Then the two of them happily make their way inside. She asks if Han-Ha-Ri has temple business, and Han-Ha-Ri quickly nods. All around them, elite guards keep an incredibly close watch. But as soon as the guards spot Anak, they instantly bow and call her High Saintess. Hearing this, Han-Ha-Ri completely freezes. Realizing Anak holds such an incredibly high status, Han-Ha-Ri immediately drops to her knees to show her deep respect and gratitude. Flustered by the gesture, Anak waves her hands in complete embarrassment. She begs her not to do that and gently helps Han-Ha-Ri back up. She reminds Han-Ha-Ri that they are all equals before the gods. Han-Ha-Ri can barely believe her own ears, completely stunned by this. Whenever she is around Leon Dragonia, he literally grabs her by the head. Equal? What on earth is Anak even talking about? Experiencing this level of genuine respect feels incredibly foreign to her. How can a high saintess be so incredibly gentle and humble? Attempting to guess which temple Han-Ha-Ri belongs to, Anak asks in excitement if she has actually met His Majesty the King before. Clapping her hands together in delight, Anak realizes she can sense an incredibly powerful wave of holy energy radiating directly from Han-Ha-Ri. Gently turning back with a warm smile, she asks if she can request a quick favor from her new friend. They head over to a hall where several sisters are gathered. Two of the nuns immediately approach Anak to offer a respectful greeting. Han-Ha-Ri watches in total awe, her mouth wide open. Anak really is a big deal around here. After returning their warm greeting, when asked about High Priestess Isabel's location, the sisters point the way without hesitation, directing them to her private room. Since she is currently inside absorbing the moon's holy power, Anak smiles and instructs them to prepare the Great Blessing ritual first. With that, they are told to inform Isabel to come down. The two nuns clasp their hands together in pure excitement at the news. The Great Blessing ritual means His Majesty is returning in glory. Anak expresses deep empathy, knowing how exhausted he must be. Dealing with the blood of so many demons must have taken a toll on his mind, so they really need to hurry. Han-Ha-Ri is left thinking about King Leon Dragonia. Walking through the magnificent gates, she wonders what kind of person he really is beneath all that fierce legend. Could this be a memory of his past projected by the temple gates? Suddenly, a loud announcement echoes from the distance. They all turn around to see the arrival of King Leon Dragonia. As the massive doors slowly swing open, a looming silhouette. Everything is engulfed in a hazy blend of red and pitch black. Footsteps draw near. Savage, terrifying. Seeing him, Manhwa freezes. She clamps a hand over her mouth to choke back a scream. Oh God. This side of her king is completely foreign. A blood-stained monster clad in heavy iron. This is not the majestic, gentle Leon she knows. This is something else entirely. He stands as the physical embodiment of terror, radiating a suffocating dark aura. A true harbinger of death. This is a past phantom of the king conjured by the gate. Manhwa stares, her eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a cold hand drops onto her shoulder. She jumps. It is only Isabel. We will catch them, Leon mutters coldly. Isabel steps closer, boldly declaring that the sacred light of the moon is finally here. She confidently boasts, "In life I was the king's executioner. In death I am Dinah's first hunter. So why should this surprise me?" She tells him to stop being so serious. "Come quickly, your majesty. You must receive your purification." Anak walks toward the sacred bath. "Your majesty, the great blessing is fully prepared." He quietly unclasps his heavy armor. As the iron plates fall away, Manhwa gasps in horror. Leon's shoulders are covered in thousands of dark, gruesome bruises. Anak softly calls out to him. Staring down at his battered flesh, Leon quietly confesses, "This is the price of tearing apart a savage archdemon while it still lived. Its dying screams became a curse. It clings to my flesh, but it dares not harm me." Watching from the side, Isabel can feel his agony. Anak tries to speak, but Leon stops her. He is already used to the pain. Her disrespect is nothing new. He has sinned greatly against the pure goddess by taking so many lives. He just wants to get this over with, urging them to begin the ritual immediately. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoes outside. Someone is trying to force their way in during the sacred blessing. The doors burst open. A striking figure slips inside. Leon frowns, demanding to know what is happening. She walks with an incredibly commanding aura. This is Ariana Dragonia, Grand Duchess and Commander of the Northern Army. Placing her hand over her chest, the rightful Duchess of Dragonia bows to show her respect. She congratulates him on his victory. Leon turns halfway, his attitude cold and completely indifferent. "Is that so, Grand Duchess?" he asks in a flat voice. Karina's expression darkens. She drops a massive bombshell. The Northern Army is officially withdrawing from the alliance. Leon glares at her. He searches her face, refusing to let this happen. The Northern Army is a vital pillar of their forces. Their departure would leave the alliance crippled. But Karina's eyes remain hard as steel. Leon's face darkens, but even his overwhelming pressure cannot bend her iron resolve. Anak tries to intervene. Karina cuts her off. "Your Majesty, the situation is growing more desperate by the day. The capital has fallen, leaving the continent in ruins. Even with conscripted peasants, their forces barely reach 300,000. Meanwhile, the enemy army exceeds 10 million and their numbers continue to grow." She asks the one question she has held back for so long. As their commander does he truly believe they can win? Leon remains silent, unsure of how to answer. "Then what should we do?" he quietly asks. Karina trembles, her words driven by a desire to protect her remaining people. Her territory was completely devastated right after the empire fell. 30,000 northern soldiers have lost everything. Only this remnant of the Northern Army remains. Clutching her head in agony, she makes her stand. Gritting her teeth, she radiates a terrifying aura. "Even if we cannot slaughter every demon, we must have our vengeance. I will destroy the monsters nesting in my homeland and desecrating the graves of our dead." Leon's heart sinks. "Karina, do you blame me?" he asks in near despair. "Do you believe it was a mistake to crush the demon vanguard instead of defending your home?" Karina shakes her head. She knows he did what had to be done, sacrificing her lands for the kingdom. But Leon can only let out a heavy, weary sigh. "What are we to do now?" Karina's voice grows cold, dripping with malice. "This is no longer just war, it is personal." She rolls up her sleeve, showing a glowing brand on her flesh as proof. Leon stares in absolute shock. Rising from the water, Liam roars her name. Karina looks back, admitting to everything she has done, right before his eyes. He screams in the water, calling for Karina, who refuses to back down. "My army and I are." The North signed a pact with the god of vengeance. She sold her soul. From now on, she serves him. A knight of darkness serving Ventisis. Now she is the Archduke of Dragonia, commanding 30,000 fierce vengeance warriors, her hand clenched into a tight, trembling fist. Survival is no longer her goal. This left Leon absolutely furious. "Get out," he hissed in anger. "I never want to see you again. Get out of my sight." She left without a word. She stepped out. Isabel sighed softly. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" she asked while Leon closed his eyes. He sank into the water, losing all hope for Karina. It was too late. She had sworn herself to vengeance. Only one path remained. Isabel slowly cleansed the dark stains on Leon. There was simply no other way. He felt entirely lost. Which way should he go? Had he made a terrible mistake? Isabel reassured him. No, she said, you have never made a wrong choice. You of all people should know that. While working, she comforted him. They began to strategize. What if a priestess of the god of purity was forced to marry? Perhaps they could frame it as a peace compromise. But more importantly, what about the withdrawal of the Northern Army? Should it be disguised as a royal command from His Majesty? This was crucial for keeping the soldiers calm. Leon agreed. He cast his eyes to the side. His gaze shifted, eventually stopping on where Hari was standing. Who was she? Outside, a bustling market was alive with people. Antoine was busy handling a stressful negotiation. How much material is left? Stocks are empty. We need more. Antoine was getting a massive headache over this. The timing was awful. Did the Holy Maiden say anything else? Meanwhile, Jag Spinner was listening from the rooftop. He caught every single word of their conversation. No, nothing. Jag Spinner recorded every detail without missing a thing. Video recorded actions analyzed, backup initiated. Antoine returned to his hot iron forge, ready to get to work. He swung his heavy hammer with just one hand, striking the glowing hot sword before casting a quick glance upward. Antoine threw an object right at Jag Spinner. Startled like a rat, the little droid shrieked, asking who he was. Antoine reached out. Jag Spinner scrambled to escape. Why do that? Antoine easily snatched him up with one hand. His eyes flared with an intense, menacing glare at the strange intruder. Jag Spinner frantically tried to explain he meant no harm. He kept explaining until his gears almost smoked. I am a friendly creature that deeply understands humans, he pleaded. Before Antoine could throw him, Jag Spinner suddenly vanished. Strange, he thought the mechanical rat was trying to fly. Antoine called out, realizing he had completely misjudged the creature. It was actually an adorable companion belonging to the priestess. He burst into laughter, teasing Jag Spinner as the little droid scurried around. Antoine then tried to reach a peaceful compromise. Why fight when we both serve the gods? But the strange little intruder still did not understand the situation. Don't you recognize me? Antoine asked, looking up. He then decided to introduce himself to the little scout. I am Antoine, Holy Grail, Knight of the Blacksmith God. Meanwhile, in a desolate camp on the city outskirts, Hari pulled back the tent flap, bringing fresh food back to her team. Sorry I'm late, she apologized. Suho greeted her with a bright smile. Looking curiously at the basket, he asked what all of those things were. She smiled warmly. The kind temple people gave me these as a special reward for my hard work, she answered. Did you just come from the temple? Hari nodded. Yes, and I even ran into His Majesty over there. This immediately caught Jae-hyuk's attention. His Majesty, she quickly clarified the exact person she had run into. It was the sovereign of this gate, not the king they normally knew. This was exactly what So-yeon expected. This gate indeed belonged to the world of King Leon. Hari then urgently asked if they had heard any news. Jae-hyuk hesitated. He then slowly relayed everything he had managed to uncover during his secret scouting mission around the area. The capital fell long ago. Other regions are completely overrun by demons, leaving this as the last surviving city. Hari connected this to past rumors. Lord Ventices had once mentioned a final battle to her. That legendary clash was likely the main quest of this gate. Jae-hyuk quickly searched the system for clues. It was tough. If only they could view the active quest, things would be much easier. Soon Suho and Jae-hyuk locked eyes. With a curious gleam in her eyes, Hari asked if anyone was connected to the temple's gods. While holy magic could still be cast, the response from goddess Arya was incredibly weak for some reason. So-yeon looked confused. Strangely, Jae-hyuk experienced the exact same thing. Holy magic worked but felt completely unstable. Even Hari agreed. How could this possibly happen? Suddenly, a shocking realization struck So-yeon, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes are on them. But wait, she notices a tiny detail. This whole area has gone dead quiet. Just a second ago, it was buzzing. Now it is totally silent. Jae-hyuk and Suho are starting to notice too. What is that? He looks outside, catching a weird movement. Massive fingers reach down. Jae-hyuk screams in absolute terror as a colossal tree monster rips their entire tent away, exposing them to the sky. Armed soldiers surround them. Suddenly, Knight Luxley draws his sharp blade, pointing it straight at the trembling group as he demands their silence. He declares himself the Chief Justice of the Leon H. Kingdom, a Holy Grail knight serving the God of Judgment. Luxley orders them to prison. He tells these sinners to face the judgment of light. Seeing this, Han Hari lets out a loud, desperate cry. Her scream echoes like thunder. But back on the peaceful streets, only faint whimpers of pain escape the barred windows of the moving carriage. Trapped inside the metal carriage, Suho and Jae-hyuk are completely panicking. They keep asking what they should do next, terrified they will die. They expect to be executed without a second thought. But from outside the carriage, Luxley immediately shuts down Ji-hyuk's crying. He tells them to shut up. Ji-hyuk instantly turns incredibly submissive, whimpering that he will be quiet and cause no trouble. Suho asks Han Hari where they are going. Han Hari grimly whispers that they are likely heading to the execution grounds. Ji-hyuk nervously joins in. Usually do they not offer slavery first, they are not even evil worshippers. Soyeon disagrees. To her, dying is honestly a much better alternative than spending the rest of their lives as slaves. Ji-hyuk reluctantly agrees with her. But right then the noises outside grow significantly louder, instantly catching Han Hari's attention. The carriage is climbing a steep road, prompting her to silently wonder if they are heading toward the Grand Temple. Ji-hyuk is spiraling. "We are all going to die," he cries out. Soyeon tries to calm him down, telling him to breathe. It does not work. Suddenly, the carriage doors fly open and a blinding wave of bright light floods their dark cell. Ji-hyuk gets goosebumps. As the guards aggressively drag him out, he refuses to accept this fate, screaming in protest. The armed escort marches them directly into a colossal palace. Only then is the dark hood finally pulled off Han Hari's head. She is absolutely stunned by the magnificent sight. Standing before her are majestic, powerful knights and a cold priestess. But the most imposing figure is King Leon, radiating an oppressive aura. Standing beside him are Luxley and Anya. Leon's deep eyes lock onto them with sharp curiosity. He breaks the silence, giving a sudden command to his guards. He orders them thrown straight into the holy water. Hearing this, Knight Luxley immediately steps forward to execute the command. Raising his heavy blade, Luxley barks at the prisoners to jump into the holy water of their own accord. Ji-hyuk panics instantly, imagining the worst. He wonders if this is some kind of brutal and notorious water torture method. His hesitation offends the proud knight. Luxley yells, asking how Ji-hyuk dares to make him repeat a royal command twice. He threatens to take Ji-hyuk's head. Terrified, Ji-hyuk vigorously shakes his head, swearing he will jump in right this second. Ji-hyuk plunges in first. The rest of the group quickly follows him into the pool as King Leon watches silently. Isabel steps forward to analyze the situation. She reports that since the holy water is not dissolving them, they must not be demons. Anya agrees with her, noting that their bodies are naturally absorbing the holy energy, meaning they cannot possibly be evil demons. Gullingham nods in agreement. He notes the high priest is correct, which is why he did not suspect them at all. But the stubborn Luxley remains highly skeptical. He warns that they cannot trust these outsiders, suggesting they are plotting. He praises King Leon's divine wisdom, claiming a demigod blessed by the holy mountain spirit will easily see through any trickery. Suho breaks into a nervous sweat. He realizes these people believe their noble king is completely flawless and incapable of error. He whimpers to Han Hari that he is terrified. After a brief silence, Leon finally speaks, asking Gullingham about the missing members. Gullingham quickly confirms the report. He explains that one is a woman who holds the rare divinity of dreams and death. The other is a creature blessed with the divinity of steel and forging. His next words shock the entire room. Both individuals possess raw divine energy that easily rivals living saints, prompting Leon to quietly plan his next strategic move. He swiftly changes his strategy, ordering his retainers to step back so he can interrogate these mysterious prisoners privately. Luxley is deeply concerned, trying to protest the order, but Leon's word is absolute law and cannot be disobeyed. He acknowledges the knight's loyalty but commands him to trust his judgment. Luxley has no choice but to step back. Leon silently motions for the rest of his court to leave. The prisoners left in the pool can only watch them go. Left alone in the massive hall, they are forced to look directly at the formidable demigod standing before them. Leon takes the initiative, asking if her name is indeed Han Hari. Before she can reply, Suho nudges her to act. Soaking wet in the pool, Han Hari immediately drops to her knees, confirming her name to the powerful king. That is Han Hari Han. But a second later, he is completely ignored as the two begin bickering about what they should have done. But the other insists it worked just like their first meeting with the king. Leon calmly continues his questioning. He demands that they tell him their names right now. One after another, they introduce themselves in a very brief, nervous manner. They state their names as John Soon, Han Su, and Junhaing Jiwoo. Leon closes his eyes to ponder. John Soon, Han Su, Junhai Yu Wu. Leon immediately throws out his second direct question, demanding to know where they came from, making them visibly hesitate. They hesitate, prompting Leon to unleash an overwhelming aura of pure authority, demanding to know why they are looking around so guiltily. "Can you not answer me right away?" he growls. Survival instincts quickly force them to confess that they are from Seoul, South Korea. Dae-sung-gu adds that it is a very distant country, and Suho Han quickly backs him up to boost credibility. Yes, it is indeed extremely far away. After a long silence, Leon calmly accepts this, but his glowing pupilless eyes suddenly radiate immense power. This energy explodes as his legendary skill, Advent of God, forcing everyone present to freeze in terror. Nobody dares to make a single move under this pressure. From the blinding ring of light, a divine foot slowly steps forward. The goddess Ariana appears and quickly confirms that she has never met any of these strange people. This leaves the shark god Betos completely bewildered, wondering why these mortals carry their sacred blessings if she does not know them. Betos suspects the work of evil creatures. Meanwhile, the thunder god can no longer suppress his brutal nature. He growls that he remembers everyone he ever blessed, promising to rain down divine punishment and rip these imposters' souls into absolute shreds. Han Hari is left utterly speechless, wondering if Leon just summoned actual living gods right before her eyes. She had heard rumor that Leon was still coughing up blood during his meeting with Jag Spinner, making this scene even more unbelievable. This eye-opening sight is proof of His Majesty's peak power. Leon breaks his silence to explain his goal. He tells them that the reason he had them captured is because he can feel divine energy inside them, yet no god knows them. Meanwhile, at a nearby blacksmith workshop, everyone is staring in absolute awe at Jag Spinner's godlike crafting talents. Blinding sparks fly continuously, completely hiding his rapid movements. They can only hear a cold mechanical voice echoing through the forge. The system logs that the grinding ratio is 62% while multitasking up to specimen number 14. Antok and the veteran blacksmiths watch with unblinking eyes, utterly amazed as Jag Spinner continues grinding and machining at an incredible speed. Soon, he produces specimen number 157, the Leon Han basic form facing identical armor. Seeing the neatly arranged suits of identical armor completely blows their minds, instantly expanding their understanding of what is actually possible. Antok wonders if any race could truly achieve this, praising the mechanical recruit as being absolutely extraordinary. Jag Spinner merely replies with a blunt mechanical log, but that does not dampen the veteran blacksmith's burning, passionate enthusiasm. He remarks that it feels like watching His Majesty Leon's path of cultivation, asking if Jag Spinner knows the king. The recruit immediately logs a response, stating that His Majesty is actually a vital cooperative target of this very device. Confused, Antok listens as Jag Spinner clarifies that they are demon-hunting partners, finally giving the blacksmith some clarity. Antok eagerly expresses his desire to join the action, introducing himself as a longtime companion who traveled beside His Majesty Leon. He proudly shares that they used to train together, leaving the mechanical warrior feeling a bit skeptical. Antok confidently confirms it, and fond memories of that unforgettable era suddenly rush back to him from 30 years ago. He recalls a collapsing border village that desperately begged for reinforcement after being hit by a surprise raid. Since it was a remote borderland, only Antok and Gildas were training nearby when they ran into the traveling sage Gunnar. Gunnar was on a spiritual journey, and the resulting clash with a massive army of orcs was extremely tough. Just as they faced the fearsome enemy elite warriors, a swift, shadowy figure draped in a brilliant red cloak suddenly burst out. He first saw young Leon under the cold moonlight, possessing a fiercely energetic and driven personality in his youth. Leon would fiercely curse those green monsters, instantly leveling the entire battlefield with a single devastating swing of his own sword. He scattered the enemy forces effortlessly. Seeing this, Antok stood frozen in place, completely awestruck by the display. It was absolutely hard to believe such godlike, overwhelming power came from a young rookie knight who was barely half his age. The sight of him effortlessly bisecting an orc giant left a deeply terrifying impression that Antok would never forget. Antok quickly finishes his story, noting that he definitely sees that very same legendary potential shining deep within Jag Spinner's mechanical body. The robot records this, prompting the old blacksmith to ask if Jag Spinner wants to become his personal apprentice. Jag Spinner slowly tilts his head up, staring directly back as an awkward, heavy silence suddenly fills the entire blacksmith workshop. Just like Anto's stunned deer, Jag Spinner keeps bouncing up and down, his center eye curving into a crescent moon. It curves into a mocking crescent. He mocks that for an organic creature, it must be a truly pathetic pain. Anto cannot help but stammer in pure disbelief. "Don't you know who I am?" Jag Spinner casually replies, "Of course, the Steel Grail Knight." Anto tries to show off this time, asking how he dares say that, knowing his identity, but this trick is completely useless against Jag Spinner. No matter how talented he is, still just an organic creature incomparable to the high efficiency of this machine. Thanks to this machine's perfect process. Sure enough, Jag Spinner's sharp, clever tongue immediately shuts down the blacksmith, but surprisingly, makes Anto even more interested. "You really are a formidable young guy," he says. His opponent simply does not know how to spell the word modesty. Naturally, after having a really good laugh, Anto finally gets down to business. "Well then, let me show you a thing or two." Anto seriously picks up his hammer and promises, "If I teach you, I cannot do it half-heartedly. It cannot be a sloppy lesson." Soon the loud clanging and bright sparks flying out the window catch the attention of passers-by. The master blacksmith does not care at all, focusing entirely on his craft. The intense heat radiating from the forge makes Anto sweat constantly, yet his eyes never drift from the steel. During this, he even finds time to chat with Jag Spinner. He tells him he is quite satisfied with his flawless skills. A human blacksmith's output certainly cannot compare to a machine. The hammer strikes down powerfully and decisively, but every single movement is analyzed by Jagged Spinner's advanced eyes. An error is detected, internal cracks are growing. Yet Anto just lets the sweat pour and flashes a confident smile. This is not just forging a simple weapon, he says. The heavy hammer swings high again, then drops with thunderous force. It is like a roaring storm. Blinding light and sparks burst out in an indescribable wave. Even Jagged Spinner is completely stunned by this sudden transformation. Recording data now. Meanwhile, Anto is completely lost in his passion, reaching absolute sublimation. This is true art, my friend. The art of forging steel that sharpens the very soul. Anto picks up the finished armor, admiring it closely. Something that raw, perfect technique alone can never achieve. I am certain that such a domain truly exists. While it is hot, he quickly plunges the metal into the cooling liquid. When pulled out, it shines brilliantly like a brand new creation. Jagged Spinner falls dead silent, offering no critique. He has finally confirmed it, if it is this man's unique technique, which previously failed by a mere 0.01%. He can definitely forge the legendary armor for King Leon. Still, Jagged Spinner cautiously keeps observing before admitting to Anto that his system database is still not quite complete. He wants to record organic forging methods to expand his knowledge. Hearing this, Anto immediately jumps to a conclusion. So you want to be my apprentice, right? Jagged Spinner firmly denies it, claiming he only wants to study organic tech. But Anto already knows the truth. Just follow me, apprentice, he says. Jagged Spinner can only sigh in sheer helplessness. What a character. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly calls out from behind. Master Anto, this arrival is highly unexpected. It is Sir Gullingham, and before he even steps inside, he delivers some urgent news to the master blacksmith. His Majesty Leon has summoned you immediately. Soon the core members gather. You can practically feel the tension in the room. Leon does not start the meeting, staring silently out the window. Du Hu looks on, bewildered by their grim faces. After a heavy silence, Isabel breaks the quiet with a soft sigh, taking the initiative to speak first. We must forge the final Holy Grail, she says. But Anto immediately objects, calling it a highly dangerous decision. She decides to test him. Sir Knight, if the king ordered you to charge into the demon army alone, would you? The knight's response is surprisingly straightforward and blunt. If it is a royal command, I will obey. Isabel smiles peacefully. Me too, she whispers. Turning to King Leon, she awaits his word. The king calmly replies without looking back. Please speak, sister-in-law. With his permission, she goes straight to the point. Will my sacrifice lead us to a future? Leon's expression grows incredibly dark and somber as he looks away. Yes, he quietly confirms it will. Despite the heavy silence hanging over the room, Isabel remains completely calm as she makes her final decision. I will end this suffering once and for all, she declares with a resolute heart. Forge the great Holy Grail. I will sacrifice my life for it. Later, under a starry night sky, they gather in silence. A soft voice speaks. You have been granted permission. Leon turns back with a heavy heart, quietly calling her name. Isabel calmly steps forward. I never imagined performing such a blasphemous act, she says. He bows his head deeply, whispering that he is sorry. There is no need for apologies, brother-in-law. Isabel smiles gently, looking at him with deep affection. You might be a rogue who stole my sister's heart, but you are definitely not a king who makes wrong decisions. She tells herself that with all territory lost to the demons and the ritual made impossible, the only choice left is to gather astral metal for the final grail. Drawing her bow, Isabel calmly accepts that she might not be the protagonist of this story after all. Instantly, a brilliant blue light envelops her entire body as Isabel fully draws her bow and locks onto her target. She silently notes that the goddess of the moon and purity is no combat deity, but her own talent ensures she never misses. Gritting her teeth, Isabel lets out a strained cry and begs for forgiveness. Apologizing to the moon, she knows that for its own high priestess to attack it is pure blasphemy. Yet the glowing arrow streaks away the moment she releases the string. As it climbs into the dark sky, Isabel remains lost in thought, calling it the ultimate act of sacrilege permitted by her deity. Ironically, it transforms into a beautiful galaxy, decorating the night sky. The arrow creates a spectacular pillar of light, making everyone below stare up in absolute awe. She realizes that the arrow is meant to pierce the moon itself. The projectile tears past Earth's atmosphere, flying straight, directly into the lunar surface. A massive crack appears. Debris rains down. Gullingham looks up, utterly stunned, and shouts that they succeeded. The moon is actually breached. Leon spins around, calling out to the High Saintess Anak, who immediately answers, Yes, Your Majesty. She closes her eyes to pray. A fierce crimson aura flares as she raises both hands to the sky, conjuring a massive magic circle that shoots a giant flame upward. Standing nearby, Gullingham is completely taken aback. Laughing with excitement, he shouts that the lunar fragments are heading right for them, but then he quickly turns, only to see Isabel collapsing straight toward the ground. He catches her, shouting her name as she groans about the agonizing pain. Panic washes over him. Soon Leon is carrying a blood-soaked Isabel, though she still manages to softly whisper that Dina share the heavy recoil with her. Leon frowns, gritting his teeth to promise he will carry her burden, since she did more than enough. Suddenly, Gullingham cries out in panic, calling to his emperor as he spins toward Leon. He screams that the fragment trajectory is shifting. Now Anak struggles to hold her ground, shouting that some massive force is pulling the debris away, making it uncontrollable. Bichik watches in shock. This energy is identical to the force that sealed the portal back then. Warnings echo. The debris veers completely off its intended trajectory. Leon tightly cradles Isabel, who stares helplessly. Gritting his teeth in pure fury, veins bulging, Leon unleashes a murderous aura and commands the deployment of a special unit to secure the pieces. They cannot waste this opportunity, Sanctus. Isabel risked her life to create. At the impact site, the falling debris carves a massive crater deep into the earth. Antok strokes his chin. Their long trek was finally worth it. The transport team for the lunar pieces soon arrives. At the scene, suddenly Jag Spinner gasps behind him, making him jump in surprise before ordering the launch of scout drones. Bichik gasps, calling out to Spinner. Antok stares wide-eyed at the advanced machines, questioning what kind of magic this is, and bragging about how talented his disciple is. The robot snaps back, demanding to be addressed properly since Antok is just a client, and its unit lacks the cognitive functions to recognize a teacher-student relationship. Laughing, Antok walks over and grabs the machine, playfully admitting he is jealous of its high intelligence. The machine barks back, ordering him not to touch it. Suddenly, his expression hardens and Jag Spinner tenses up beside him. Glancing over at Bichik, Antok asks if she has also sensed the danger, to which she calmly confirms. Yes, Master Antok. Standing at the edge, Bichik notes that the weak demons are being strangely quiet. There is no way they would ignore an opportunity like this, and Antok adds they will likely strike the moment they start mining. Sliding down into the deep crater alongside Jag Spinner, Antok yells that they cannot afford any delays. He summons Spinner's aid, commanding everyone to gather and begin extracting the precious stellar metal. The knights quickly acknowledge the order. Deep in the crater, they open a chest filled with glowing yellow stones, while the team and Spinner Z-scout the pit. Suddenly, the machine sounds an alarm detecting enemy movement as a swarm of monsters charges fiercely. Z reports that they are approaching at high speed while Bichik rushes forward. Of course, they came now. They chose the most vulnerable moment to strike. She screams out to Antok, warning him that the enemy is flooding in. Antok quickly turns and commands that they must intercept them while they are still at a distance. Suddenly, a shot echoes as Spinner Z fires laser beams, declaring suppression protocol active. A massive pillar of light erupts from the pit alongside the agonizing shrieks of the monsters. Frowning, Bichik's eyes glow crimson, her hands swirling with intense red magic. Bichik announces that she will buy them as much time as possible, raising her hands to the sky to reinforce her cosmic spell, activating a triple-tier ultimate defense as magic circles manifest. Beatrice's aura flares as she commands her system to analyze the spell and replicate its magic. Instantly, crackling lightning surges around the circle, unleashing her wrath. Beatrice screams out Lamentia's fury. A violent crimson energy erupts from the deep crater, shattering the ground around it. Antok watches in sheer awe, muttering that it is incredible. Not even a high-ranking Marcus could pull off magic of this scale. Looking down at the flattened monsters, Beatrice calmly remarks that the mages of this world are actually quite decent. They develop destructive spells to counter holy magic, but it is not enough. Beatrice waves her hand, her expression hardening. She orders them to harvest the star metal immediately. This was only the enemy vanguard, and their main force is closing in. Sweating profusely while hammering away, Antok yells back that he's on it and tells everyone to move faster. Suddenly, his hammer strikes something. The tool hits a strange box, and his carving knife flares with an intense light, leaving him wide-eyed. Even Jag Spinner is enveloped. Both are surrounded by blinding beams. Antok suddenly stops as a massive golden stone catches his eye, and he spins around. He yells out that it is done, but his triumph is cut short as he freezes, staring at a massive fireball hurtling straight. Terrified, Antok can only scream for everyone to get out of the way before the blinding light completely engulfs him. Beatrice watches in utter shock as a massive explosion rips through the area. Through the smoke, a cloaked figure points forward with glowing eyes. His eyes flash a menacing red as Jag Spinner's automated database begins scanning, searching for the identity of this incredibly destructive entity. Match found the Demon Lord of Wisdom. Floating high in the sky is a terrifying dragon-headed beast in a human shape. It is Karasail, the harbinger of this world's destruction. As he looks down at them, Beatrice lies wounded on the ground. Beatrice struggles to speak, ordering Jag's spinner to give a damage report. Looking at the horrific carnage, Jag's spinner immediately delivers the grim news. 30 holy knights who were too slow to deploy their defensive magic died instantly. The auxiliary cavalry is completely wiped out. Caracal looks down with pure disgust, calling them lowly creatures. He sneers, asking how mere mortals expect to fight an immortal god. Hundreds of small monsters fill the sky. Caracal grabs his collar and yells out for them to just die already. A figure steps forward, wondering how a mage of the imprisoned managed to summon an archdemon into this battle. Beatrice turns around in utter shock. Antok steps up to her side, desperately asking if there is any way out of this. Gritting her teeth, Beatrice mutters that they might be able to use long-range teleportation. But Jag's spinner immediately shoots down the idea. He objects firmly, saying that even with teleportation, no one is getting away. The chances of survival are absolute zero. Beatrice strokes her chin, realizing the Demon Lord would easily block any escape portals anyway. Hearing this, Antok closes his eyes. He accepts the grim reality. Stepping forward with a fierce resolve, he announces that they will simply have to fight their way out. It is basically a death sentence. Yet, as the knights look up, they raise their swords high despite the absolute absurdity of it. They roar in unison, shouting that they will obey, embracing this completely suicidal charge without a single trace of hesitation. Suddenly, Jag's spinner hears a voice calling out to his system. Antok turns to him with a smirk, saying a genius wouldn't get this wrong. Antok grips his heavy hammer as an explosive aura begins to gather around him. Resting the massive weapon on his shoulder, he smiles. A divine voice echoes from above, urging his beloved blacksmith to stop, but Antok keeps walking forward, his resolve unshakable. The voice warns him that if he summons his god to descend, a mortal body won't survive the immense divine pressure. He calmly replies that his god guided him from the very bottom and he would make this choice 1,000 times over. The voice agrees, saying this unyielding faith is exactly why the gods love humanity. Stopping in his tracks, Antok chuckles. His hair begins to glow with divine power as he mutters that their burning flame of life is just too beautiful to ignore. His hair grows long and wild as he unleashes a thunderous roar, declaring himself the Holy Knight of Iron and Blacksmiths. He is the guardian of the mines and the greatest smith in the realm. An overwhelming wave of power surges toward the demons. His hammer, which once forged the future, now rests with a smith destined to fall on this very battlefield. Sensing the colossal energy rushing at them, the demon horde starts to sweat in pure terror. Antok's thoughts keep racing. The roaring furnace and the ringing steel of his forge will never be silenced. Behind him, the massive specter of Bedos rises. Every single strike of his hammer has always forged a path forward. The god of iron and blacksmiths has finally descended. Right here, their unbreakable covenant of iron is forever sealed. Floating above, the demon lord casually scoffs at his newfound holy power. Antok merely grins, his eyes shifting color as his power peaks. He commands his allies to fall back and leave this to him. With a simple wave of his hand, 3 massive pillars of light erupt from the earth, sending the demons crashing down in agony. Caracal frowns in disbelief, questioning if this is truly the god of iron. He immediately commands all metal to alter its state. As the master of alchemy, every speck of iron in the area is under his absolute control. Antok frowns, raising his weapon. He raises his hammer, chuckling in admiration. Quite a fast decision, you outcasts, he softly chants, Hammer of Ho. Giant. Hammers rain down from above onto the demons. A small demon raises its hand, chanting Grand Shield of Amansa. A massive shield forms, but the hammer smashes straight through the shield, striking the demon's face and making it scream in agony. The others shriek in pure terror. Oh my god, what on earth is this? Did it just pierce an absolute defense and deal damage? A massive explosion erupts, leaving Caracal kneeling on the ground, safely inside his barrier, muttering in genuine awe. Impressive. To think a mortal who hasn't even lived 1,000 years could possess such terrifying power. Antok rubs his chin in deep thought and sighs. Yet you managed to block that attack without taking a single scratch. He stands up calmly, declaring that it is time to begin. Caracal raises his hand, making the earth tremble as massive chunks of debris float into the air. He sneers, promising to teach them a lesson, declaring this is just the prelude to the most brutal war of the century. Meanwhile, Beck channels his magic with both hands, quickly asking Spinner how their work is progressing and if they are close. Reached 86%. Giap draws a magic circle, adding that since he has seen it once, replicating it is no problem at all. Beck replies, but warns that the moment the magic circle is deployed, the enemy will notice the monsters charging at the struggling knights. Jag's Spinner shouts out, making Beck whip his head around in surprise. Apparently there is still one way left, but the success rate is only 2.714%. Surprised, she admits that is still much better than last time. Meanwhile, Anto grits his teeth as he fights Caracal, thinking a mage should always be rational but deciding to pray for a miracle anyway. Cariel looks down at him with absolute disdain. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, Cariel notes that every single grand magic spell was shattered by a simple hammer. Antok retreats, still enveloped in flames. Antok realizes he is indeed facing one of the most powerful beings in the world, a monster that even demons fear. If even a low-ranking Holy Grail knight possesses such terrifying power, then the entities standing at the very peak must be absolute monsters. Cariel waves his hand casually, admitting that the absolute peak of humanity might actually have what it takes to slay a monarch. He extends his hand as dozens of magic arrays materialize, launching devastating beams of raw energy right at Antok with sheer arrogance. He mockingly adds that Antok is not that peak. Watching the deadly beams of light race toward him, Antok remains completely calm. He commands the iron to block the onslaught, invoking the sacred smithing art of Ho to raise an impenetrable barrier against the attack. As thick smoke fills the air, Cariel sighs in boredom. He looks up and asks why outcasts like them are so utterly despicable. But mid-sentence, he freezes in shock, sensing something above him. Antok is hovering in the sky, clutching his giant glowing hammer. He swings it down with all his might, shouting that they lack faith. Cariel scoffs, calling him a fool who cannot touch him. Cariel declares his analysis is complete, telling him to die as he raises his hand to unleash another destructive blast of energy. Suddenly, Jag's spinner appears, initiating a self-destruct sequence to force an energy core overload. Antok watches in horror, shouting for his ally. He screams out Spinner's name as Cariel curses. Lightning strikes the glider, triggering a massive blinding explosion that lights up the sky. Roxley rests his broadsword on his shoulder, calmly staring at the dark, looming sky. Below him, hordes of demons swarm the empty plains. They rise from the earth, staring into the distance with a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, two knights stand atop a high rocky outcrop. Staring forward is the sole survivor of the Winter Empire, commander of the Silver Knights. He remembers the tragic downfall all too clearly. He remembers how his actions led to their doom when those terrifying ancient creatures crossed through space and time to invade their world. One of the knights speaks up, his voice trembling with deep boiling rage, cursing the horned beasts as demons of pure chaos. He reminds his companion that these monsters destroyed his home 20 years ago. The older man beside him remains silent for a moment, before quietly agreeing that this might truly be the end. His mind drifts back to a legend from 23 years ago. Back then, the foolish emperor summoned a demon king, instantly destroying the capital and leaving the entire empire at the mercy of demons. But just when all hope seemed lost, a heroic figure stood tall amidst the ruins, stepping forward to face the Dark Legions. The legendary Lion King Leon Dragonia appeared, completely wiping out the demon lord and his forces. Yet that was only the beginning of their torment. He sighs, wishing he had the strength of the Lion King to secure victory before looking around at the ruined wasteland of their reality. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble, forcing both men to freeze in shock as the setting sun casts an eerie red glow. A thick, mysterious haze rises from the mountains, though it feels too heavy to be a normal mana storm. Cariel watches the horizon calmly. He senses the seismic shockwaves, realizing a massive clash has started somewhere else. Behind him, two of his loyal minions tremble in fear. He laughs at the distant explosion, mockingly asking if they honestly believed a cheap nuclear-level trick could ever hope to scratch him. Suddenly, one of his minions cries out in a panic, warning that the humans have successfully opened a massive teleportation portal. Crowds of survivors scramble desperately to escape through the gate. Cariel realizes the massive blast was nothing more than a decoy to buy time. A cruel smile creeps onto his face as he realizes the short-range portal can only transport a handful of people at once. He summons a massive wave of magic, roaring in absolute fury. They are trying to abandon the remaining soldiers and knights, those arrogant bastards. Before he can even launch an attack, another surge of magic crashes down, forcing him to duck and defend. Did they really think they could escape from his hands? The enemy commander turns around, snarling in frustration at those bastards. But right then, Toscata leads a massive army forward to block them. They charge ahead like starved tigers, ready to tear their prey apart. He screams to defend with their lives and block those disgusting beasts. Meanwhile, Caracal gathers a massive surge of magic. Those absolute fools do not even realize they have been abandoned. A blinding light suddenly erupts beneath their feet, swallowing them whole as they vanish into the glowing abyss. Caracal has absolutely no intention of letting them escape. He unleashes a blinding spell before pulling his hand back, showing off a smug, satisfied smirk. His magic effortlessly pierces a massive boulder in the distance. The servant bows in shame for being late, to apologize to his lord, but Caracal dismisses it. Meanwhile, Beatrice collapses to the ground, her eyes wide with absolute horror as she stares. To the side, they have secured the target, but a massive fountain of crimson blood suddenly sprays onto the ground. Beatrice looks over, completely frozen, in shock as she gasps out Antok's name. The warrior stands completely still, with a gaping hole pierced through his chest. It seems his armor, was not entirely perfect. Beatrice panics, screaming for Antok to get treated immediately. Antok just offers a strained, exhausted smile, asking to be taken to the forge instead. With a heavy echoing step, Antok carries a wooden box by his side, walking slowly alongside Beatrice. The onlookers clutch their chests in deep grief, seeing the legendary guardian of the mines, the first Iron Knight and Master Blacksmith. As the crowd gathers and moves forward, Antok looks ahead with determination, even though his eyes betray a heavy fatigue. Holding the box, he calmly announces he will now refine the iron with his own life force. He suddenly sits down right next to the hot furnace. Arn desperately tries to stop him, knowing his master's life is rapidly fading away to an end. Antok quietly responds that he knew this was decided ever since a normal mortal like him first obtained divinity from the gods. Gently patting his young disciple's head, he explains that Iron Knights are forged from steel. His master's time is running short, and this is the only chance left to teach his student. With a warm, comforting smile, he promises to show him his very first and final lesson. Something powerful ignites within young Arn's heart as the forge suddenly flares up with a brilliant, golden light. Antok uses his remaining power to refine the blade. Long ago, he embarked on a path of trials to receive a holy quest and serve his kingdom. Along that journey, he met the future Lion King, who shared that same path of glory and honor. A wave of profound emotion wells up. Though his heart is failing and his life is nearly spent, he remembers his golden youth clearly. He was trained by the greatest master blacksmith, learning countless secrets. Later, he even challenged his teacher, but could never truly surpass him. Today, dozens of sharp swords stand driven deep into the ground, looking like sturdy and unyielding pillars. Yet the knights wielding his forged blades easily defeated the kingdom's enemies, and his spearmen kept the entire empire safe from harm. Even with sweat drenching his exhausted face, he continues pouring his soul and power to forge one last powerful blade. Even if his trembling hands can no longer hold the hammer, even if his bloodshot eyes can no longer see clearly, he never stops swinging. He completely tunes out the noise of the world. Slow and steady, the heavy hammer falls, carrying the will of the gods and 1,000 years of history as clanging sounds echo throughout the hot chamber. He shared glorious triumphs with the Lion King, receiving honors beyond what he deserved through the gods' love and blessings. The hammer rises once more, guided by his resolute gaze. He urges his student to put his absolute faith into the iron and shape the future with his own hammer. The sword he forges will strike down the enemies of the empire, and the armor will safeguard his comrades. Crimson flames flare up as Antok raises the work of his entire life and final strength. Weapons are merely tools for survival, but in the right hands they become an unbreakable shield to protect the entire world. Antok's face grows incredibly weary as he prays his disciples' creations will safeguard this world from all harm. Suddenly, a gentle hand rests on Antok's shoulder as his eyelids slowly droop, losing their remaining life force. It is Lord Leon. He rests his hand on his shoulder, prompting Antok to offer a soft, peaceful smile. Despite his deep fatigue, he keeps talking, leaning weakly into his old friend's embrace. He jokes that if Judas saw this, he would be completely shocked and disbelieving. After all, who could ever doubt a sincere man like him? Leon leans close to his ear and whispers, asking about Aaron. Antok smiles weakly, whispering that he was loved, respected, and taught, so he has no regrets. Leon grinds his teeth in deep grief as Antok speaks softly, asking him to help him stand one last time. Of course, Leon supports Antok as they walk out to face the people who are in absolute shock and despair. Everyone quietly wipes away heavy tears of sorrow, until his very last breath, the legendary guardian points, left completely devastated. Everyone quietly wipes away their tears of deep grief. In his final moments, Anch turns. He stares ahead with absolute determination, placing his fist over his heart. Protect the kingdom, protect the emperor. Leon's face darkens. He tries to look composed, but inside his heart is completely shattered. I will meet you in heaven soon, your majesty. Antok's hair is turning almost fully white. His tired eyes droop. Antok has no strength left to stand, collapsing right into Leon's arms. Please, your majesty, live and protect this kingdom. Do not follow me too soon. Antok lets out a weak, bitter chuckle. As he draws his final breath, everyone goes completely silent. The soldiers kneel in unison to show their deepest respect to the fallen hero who sacrificed everything. At least let him speak his final words in peace. In the 85th year of Leon's reign, the Holy Knight of Iron and Steel Antok passed away. The camp falls into a heavy silence. As the sun slowly rises to light up the camp, Leon clasps his hands behind his back and closes his eyes tight, carrying the heavy burden. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind the white curtain. Your Majesty, it is Judas. He pulls back the fabric and calmly steps inside. Leon, looking exhausted, looks at the two before him. It has been a long time, come on in. "Greetings, your majesty," they say. "It has been so long since we last met." Leon replies with a warm smile, "No need to call me your majesty, just call me uncle." Hansu shyly rubs his neck, wondering how he could possibly do that. "You will spoil the boy, your majesty," he says. Leon chuckles softly. "Why, I've looked after him since he was in diapers. Am I not his godfather?" With that, he steps forward and wraps an arm around him. "Come here, you were so small back then." He apologizes, but Leon suddenly remembers something, casting a brief glance toward Lord Arendo. Judas lowers his head. He is currently on a scouting mission. We informed him of Lord Antok's passing, but he could not make it back. He said he could not abandon his post. Leon's eyes droop as he lets out a bitter laugh. He is as stubborn as his father. Suddenly, the entire room begins to tremble violently. It seems he has finally arrived. A familiar face appears at the small entrance. Leon smiles and welcomes him in. "Come on in, my friend Gunnar. Did you actually manage to drag your heavy backside here?" Gunnar looks down at Judas and replies, "I do not have what humans call a backside. It is just a figure of speech, my old friend. A so-called sage should not be this slow to catch on." He sits down and casually drops a line that riles up Judas. "That is not what I want to hear from a knight who fought windmills. Why bring up something from 70 years ago? And besides, I was not the only one who did that, you know." The tense atmosphere softens a bit. "Besides, I won." "You call that a victory? Just a fond memory, right?" Memories of their joyful journey together flash through Leon's mind. The bond we forged along the way remains strong. It is still alive today. "This friendship is truly a blessing," Leon says, with a gentle, warm expression. "So we do not need to be pessimistic. Antok was our lifelong friend." He then picks up a bottle of wine and a glass. "I always thought Judas would be the first to go." "Me too." "Are you teasing me because I became a holy knight, your majesty?" As the wine is poured into the glass, Leon raises his cup, his voice laced with a quiet pride. "He achieved greatness with glory and honor. How could that not be a blessing for our dear friend?" Their eyes show a quiet acceptance of Antok's passing, fully honoring the legacy of their brave dear friend. "We must bid him farewell with the utmost sincerity." Judas raises his glass with renewed spirit, shouting to their friend Antok. Everyone raises their glasses and drinks. Leon's brow furrows as if remembering something, and he speaks with firm resolve. "Now we must carry on the legacy he left behind." He turns to Gunnar, asking how the artifact is coming along. "It is perfect, blessed by the blacksmith god." Leon asks next, wondering about the will of the forest. With a serious gaze, Gunnar replies that the sages have agreed. Now we must refine its essence and place it inside. Leon turns around and walks to the back. Preparations are complete, and he remains deeply grateful for the sage's devotion. With a serious face, Leon pulls back the curtain, stepping out with the others to face the massive army. Anak frowns slightly. She stares ahead while Toskata cautiously closes his eyes. Leon walks down the long pathway lined with soldiers. "Sir Wanter, the army is indeed growing." Remembering the horrific demons, he speaks in a deep, solemn tone. Indeed, the enemy army surging from the capital is moving. Sloth demons from the Dom Plains and beast worshippers are joining them. "We have also confirmed the presence of the fallen from the Empire." Leon looks at Toskata with a grim face. "Their number is 10 million. Leon's heavy footsteps carry a mix of rage and determination as they lead their entire army here. "I see. The final battle is coming." You can practically feel the tension as Leon speaks with a quiet rage. "Prepare for battle, we will arrive soon." Outside, the soldiers are busy organizing everything, carrying supplies to where they are needed. Other eager soldiers step forward to plead to help, but Leon closes his eyes and declines firmly. "No, you will stay at the main camp." Jisoo and Han Ha-ri look bewildered by Leon's words, wondering why they must stay behind. Soyam speaks up to draw Han Ha-ri's attention. She claims she has enough power and that even the future king is aware of it. Leon lowers his eyes and smiles before speaking a single silencing word, "No." And yet, his judgment is entirely correct. He remembers the sight of those young rookies stepping up to fight. But unlike Leon, who only recreates the past, Han Ha-ri's group is made of real living people. If they die inside these fortress walls, there is no coming back. Gazing down at the houses in the fading light, the Leon of this world has no choice but to face the future. He calmly tells Han Ha-ri that she has other more important tasks to perform, leaving her completely stunned by the sudden news. Other tasks. Down in the courtyard, the patrolling guards suddenly stop in their tracks, completely jaw-dropped at the scene before them. A woman with a warm smile asks what they are waiting for and invites them in. Suddenly, someone asks if she is the High Priestess. Isabel calmly confirms it, introducing herself as the first hunter of Dina, the goddess of the moon and purity. She proudly points to herself, declaring that she is King Leon's sister-in-law and the second strongest warrior in the kingdom. Her bold claim leaves the youngsters completely speechless. Even her maid tries to step in and stop the boasting. The maid urges her to rest and stop teasing the kids. Supported by her attendant, she knows everyone is currently pushed to their limits. Standing up, she looks at the rookies and asks if they are wondering why they have been brought here. Smiling, she explains that while the path ahead is filled with gold, only a select few are truly pure gold. She then casts a spell, opening a small portal to summon ancient artifacts recognized by the 7 strongest gods. A heavy chest drops to the ground through the portal, followed by several more chests tumbling down after it. Isabel kicks open one of the chests to reveal its contents. First up is the legacy of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. Resting inside is a shield glowing with a warm orange light. She is the kingdom's most revered and noble deity. A shield. The next 2 chests slowly open to reveal relics representing the raw power of waves, war, and destructive fire. Then a long box opens to reveal a weapon carrying the terrifying power of the sky and thunder. Throughout history, water and lightning have represented nature's fiercest wrath. Hanhari stares in absolute awe at the glittering weapons. There are plenty of other treasures here, but these specific relics are the ones destined to connect with their group. Placing her hands on her hips, Isabel confirms that these are legendary relics left behind by ancient high priests. A stunned knight speaks up, asking why they are being shown such legendary treasures in the first place. Isabel's reply completely blows their minds, leaving them unable to believe their ears. They are going to inherit them. Folding her arms, she tells them not to get ahead of themselves as they cannot wield this power just yet. Brushing her hair back, she calmly explains that she is also entrusting the future to them, hoping they will survive this trial. The rookies can only watch in stunned silence as she speaks with a voice as calm as a placid lake. She asks if they can put these relics to better use than a dying woman like herself, keeping a strange peace. Turning her sharp gaze directly towards Soyeon, she points out the dark, heavy energy swirling inside the young hunter. With a playful smile, Isabel folds her arms and asks if Soyeon would be willing to do her a favor. It is a task that only a true believer can accomplish. Soyeon places a hand over her heart, agreeing to help. Pleased with her polite attitude, Isabel smiles warmly and begins channeling her magic to activate the sacred inheritance process. And with that, every single warrior begins their final preparations under the warm golden glow of the setting sun. Knights sharpen their weapons for the upcoming clash, while others offer silent prayers for the blood about to be spilled. High above, where the sunlight breaks through the brightest, Leon stands completely silent, watching over his newly gathered people. Wandering soldiers and veteran knights are rallying back to the fold as the chaotic, demonic horde marches forward. The final showdown is finally here. As the sun sets on the battlefield, the forest sages slowly enter the castle. Welcoming them with a sincere bow, Anak greets the forest sages and announces that the ritual is fully prepared. Gunnar's eyes widen as he spots the central relic of the ritual, completely awed by the chalice on the table. The Holy Grail Knight had forged the vessel to absolute perfection. Sapling stands nearby, nodding in quiet agreement. Their ally, a blacksmith who understood metal better than anyone, had finished his duty. Now the rest was up to them. Gunnar nods, promising Sapling that they will do their part. He then turns to remind everyone in the room of their roles. He looks around the room, reminding those who remain that everyone must carry out their designated role to ensure their survival. To the crowd, reminding them that those who survive must still play their part. Even the land of Betchik, she nods with a smile. Sir Spinner and I will support the front. We need to buy time. As for Lady Hanhari, she hesitantly cuts in. We will continue the relic inheritance with the High Priest. Z immediately barks instructions. Regroup at the designated point once settled. Protect the Holy Grail of Essence at all costs. After securing the essence, this team will reunite with you. Beck then turns and calls out to Lady Hanhari. The young lady responds nervously. Yes, Lady Beck. Beck gently pats her head, reminding her of their vital role. Hanhari understands her duty. Still, she hesitates. Finally, she turns to face the High Priestess, Aniak. We bid you farewell. Aniak smiles, clasping her hands. May the blessings of the gods remain with you. Still uneasy, Guna looks back. He watches Hanhari bow deeply as Lady Beck departs, then addresses the High Priestess. High Priestess Aniak, he calls out, you know what happens when this ends. She cuts him off. I know. To complete the essence, a deity must ascend. Guna looks back with deep reluctance. Leon is commanding the front lines, so he cannot do it. This heavy responsibility falls solely on you. Aniak understands. Clasping her hands tightly, she declares that as the Priestess of Light, this is her absolute mission. If my sacrifice can pave the way for the future. She prays before the Grail, truly the High Priestess. Aniak spent her entire life in the temple reading scriptures. Even when the Great Demon War erupted, nothing changed. Only one thing changed. Her quiet prayers shifted. They went from the living to those who had already passed. Comforting countless fading souls, she always felt a deep regret. She could not fight alongside the brave knights. So the young priestess is deeply grateful. She can finally aid her beloved king in this desperate final battle. Finding true peace, she offers her final prayers. May the light and justice always watch over his majesty. Meanwhile, at the capital, the stage is set. A massive, endless army of destruction waits in the shadows. Fully armored soldiers stand in rigid formation under the burning sun. Sweating profusely, they wait in tense silence. Toscata stands helmetless. Pure terror is written on his face as he stares at the nightmare approaching. An evil legion stretches to the horizon. Repulsive temples rise from the ashes of the dead, desecrating civilization. The kingdom of Leon H has fallen. Even the legendary land of the Lionheart is gone. Only one fortress remains. Hearing his heavy panic breathing, a nearby veteran turns to him. "Get it together, rookie." Toscata mutters that he is fine. The veteran assures him. Their holy barrier blocks all ranged weapons. Toscata clings to that small comfort. "Is that really true?" he asks, desperately wanting to believe the veteran. But then the veteran looks up. A fresh horror in the sky freezes him beneath his helmet. Talk about a nightmare. Countless human bodies are suddenly raining down from the sky right above them. Falling in a straight line, they smash violently. Blood splatters everywhere. Toscata frantically dodges the flying corpses. He shakes with terror, staring at the mutilated remains. This is worse than any horror movie. These are no ordinary bodies. A strange purple mist begins to leak and swirl around the flesh. "Hold your breath," a soldier screams. Poison gas. Panic erupts as the toxic cloud begins to spread. A general in a red cloak barks orders. "Collect the priests of life. Purify the poison first." Amidst the chaos, Toscata completely breaks down. He retreats to a dark corner, curling up in terror. He looks up to see a commanding figure approaching. Golden hair. An extraordinary presence that demands respect. "Oh, fire!" the warrior whispers softly. Flames immediately descend, burning the toxic corpses wherever he walks. A commander spots him. "Lord Leon," he calls. Leon nods back, greeting Aaron with a grim expression. "Take pride in this," Leon says. "Your father fell in glory. He now dines with the gods." Sorrow lingers, but his expression remains stern. Aaron nods, quietly accepting the comforting words of his commander. They turn to look at their soldiers. It is tragic. The final days of their kingdom are here. An inevitable end is fast approaching. Leon raises his voice, calling out to those who still carry honor. In his heart, he prays to the goddess. "Please grant these fragile mortals the fierce courage of a lion." He asks the master of the Holy Grail to look down upon these frightened, trembling soldiers. "Do you see them?" Nearby, terrified mothers hold their crying children close, holding back their own tears. Brave young men fight to keep the spark of resistance burning. The knights steel themselves for battle, shedding blood to plant a seed of hope even on this barren land. He asks them if they can hear it. The screams of the wretched wanting to trample on everything they hold dear. The sparse army of soldiers responds that they do. They hear them. But what about the masters of the holy sword, spear, and grail who slaughtered their brothers? Do they hear the weeping souls stolen by the wicked? His first knight knows they cannot stop the oncoming evil alone. The evil stretches all the way to the horizon. Another soldier asks their goddess what this foolish knight must do. Right after those sincere, desperate words, the goddess suddenly manifests directly behind him to offer her comfort. Embracing Leon, she calls him her noble, silver-armored knight and promises to stay by his side until the very end, urging him to do as he wishes. Soothed by her presence, Leon regains his resolve and draws his sword, slamming it into the stone floor, calling for fury. He calls them out one by one. Knight Arn, son of Anto, the legendary warrior who slew the great beast of the Black Forest. He commands them to unleash their rage. He calls on Judas, hero of the plains, and his noble son Gambaron. He drives his blade even deeper, calling on the noble elven archers, the proud guardians of the ancient oak forests. He summons the armor breakers of the Iron Mountain who face the fire dragons, screaming with all his might for their fury. He questions everyone who carries the honor of this era, asking why they are not absolutely furious at this moment. Why tolerate humiliation from beasts? Facing those fools blinded by delusions of victory, he urges his men to let their righteous anger explode. Leon beats his chest, declaring his resolve to fight to the end, then demands Jingham tell him who he is. Jingham calls him a living demigod, the will of the gods and the protector of the Holy Grail. Next, he questions Roxley. Roxley beats his chest, declaring him the Lion King of Leon Dragonia, who decapitated the Chaos Lord Malus. Leon firmly agrees. He is the first knight of the goddess, the Lion King of Leon Dragonia, acting as their shield at humanity's final stronghold. Winter is coming, but he tells his brothers not to tremble, promising their weapons will become a blazing fire. They will fight right here on this ground, turning this very place into a massive graveyard for those wretched creatures. Atop those ashes, they will build a monument to engrave their honor and glory. He asks his brothers if they are ready. With that kind of overwhelming atmosphere, no one can stay silent. The crowd immediately lifts their weapons high, roaring in unison. They chant for the Lion King of Leon Dragonia. Satisfied with their roaring spirit, Leon looks down and issues his final command. He orders these great heroes of the world to fight to the very end as humanity's final battle begins. Horrific mutated monsters and evil gods of all shapes crawl toward the fortress walls, their horns twisting in the air. The booming voice of the heretic inquisitor echoes above the chaotic battlefield, telling these lowly creatures to look up. One of the soldiers, wide-eyed, silently listens. This is a massive magical symphony of ancient malice, older than divinity itself. Glowing red meteors filled with pure destructive energy begin to manifest across the dark sky, lighting up the clouds. The demonic minions gape in awe as their leader spreads his arms, boasting that he will wipe them all out. Those glowing crystal meteors rain down like terrifying missiles, lighting up the heavens. Beatrice stands frozen, completely speechless. Leon looks up with absolute calm, gripping his sword tightly, ready for the impact. He calls out to Roxley. The Holy Grail Knight keeps his composure, raising his weapon and responding to his liege's call immediately. Channeling their divine magic, they invoke the devastating punishments of the fiery arena and the blazing solar path. High above the fortress, a massive spinning fireball of pure destructive energy illuminates the dark horizon. Leon glances over. He instructs his ally to focus solely on the debris threatening the temple, ignoring any empty, uninhabited zones. Roxley raises his blade high, calling upon the devastating power of the heretic inquisitor of Leon Dragonia to strike back, delivering swift judgment against the evil malice. 4 bright beams of divine energy erupt from the high fortress. The energy strikes the crystals, triggering a violent explosion that sends shattered rock and debris flying everywhere. Amidst the frantic screams, a creepy skull-masked cultist with sharp ears and glowing yellow eyes barks out orders. He urges them to keep scaling the walls, screaming that everything ends once they breach this fortress. The captain guarding the ramparts coldly draws his sword, ordering his unit to open fire and hold them back. A relentless storm of sharp, polished arrows pours down from the fortress, piercing through the grotesque cultists below. The barrage hits the south gate of the Pantheon Temple. Watching from afar, Judas frowns with deep concern. Just a single stray meteor fragment could easily turn this fertile land into a completely uninhabitable, barren wasteland. Holds a single meteorite fragment that easily turned this entire territory into a lifeless, completely uninhabitable wasteland. Even if they use the Saintess's divine power, complete recovery will still take countless years. Suddenly, a massive echoing blast rings out from afar. Judas flinches at the sound. Looking toward the horizon, he spots a massive explosion with smoke and fire rising. He begins to wonder, could it be the East Gate? Just then, the massive blade of a bull-headed demon cleaves a helpless soldier right in half. Fresh blood drips slowly from the heavy blade. The surrounding soldiers freeze in pure terror as the enemy closes in. The massive bull-headed archdemon Dungo bursts into laughter. Eyes burning with flames, he rests his great sword on his shoulder, looming over the soldiers. He mocks them, asking if this pathetic display is truly all those stupid tin cans and armor have to offer. But a voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Arn commands the disgusting beast to shut up. Leaping high, the brave knight raises his sword, ready to strike a decisive blow. Dungo reacts instantly, using his massive cleaver to block Arn's downward strike. The two weapons collide, emitting a screeching, deafening metallic ring. The demon narrows his eyes, surprised to find such a strong warrior outside of the Holy Grail Knights. He swings his blade to retaliate. Forcing Arn to leap back, Dungo smirks, introducing himself as the Archdemon of Slaughter. The knight calmly counters, declaring his own name. He is Arn's son of the Holy Grail Knight Antoine and leader of the Order. He coldly vows to execute the hideous monster. Gritting his teeth, Arn remembers that both King Leon Dragonia and Sir Joxley are completely incapacitated and unable to fight at the moment. Leaping back into the fray, Arn knows they must hold the line alone. Meanwhile, inside the shimmering halls of the Holy Cathedral, where sunlight streams through the windows, Han Suho glances over at Han Ha-ri and calls out to his senior. He tells her he is finally finished, and she turns around with a bright smile, noticing something disappointing about his progress. The holy relic has clearly rejected him. Looking down at his staff in embarrassment, Suho admits the weapon flatly refused him. Apparently, the relic deemed him completely unworthy. Standing in solemn silence, Han Ha-ri raises her glowing bracelet, her expression turning quite grave. The accessory on her wrist radiates a brilliant mystical blue light, causing her to wonder if this power could actually change things. Could this energy help the soldiers struggling on the front lines? Suho immediately cuts her off, urging his senior to stop right there. Looking at the fiery explosions erupting at the city walls, he reminds her that they are far too weak to join that battle. The only ones who can survive a hell zone like that are His Majesty and Sir Joxley. Hearing this, Han Ha-ri looks down sadly. Panicking at her sudden gloom, Suho breaks out in a cold sweat and quickly tries to cheer her up by mentioning historical facts. Since the legends say King Leon Dragonia defeated 3 powerful demon kings, won't he easily crush this threat too? Han Ha-ri quietly considers this point. That should be true in theory, but as Han Ha-ri reflects on the actual events of the past, she realizes something is off. In the original timeline, King Leon Dragonia did secure a victory, annihilating every single demon before crossing paths with Han Ha-ri's exploration party. They were supposed to meet him while exploring the gate, but her eyes suddenly snap wide open as a terrible realization hits her. He should have won easily, but she suddenly stops, turning to Suho with a look of dread to tell him the plan changed. Dumbfounded Suho can only stare as she explains that the original timeline's plan regarding the final Holy Grail has completely fallen apart. He nods, noting that the destruction of the Grail is common knowledge. Back then, before the grand ceremony, 4 high priests stood ready. Looking at the memory of the priests and the saintess gathered around the artifact, Han Haori realizes their intervention changed everything in this era. By calling for help, they inadvertently caused the 3 Holy Grail Knights to vanish, leaving them to silently pray for a miracle. They wonder if victory is even possible now. Suddenly, Suho senses a strange presence nearby and quickly alerts Han Haori of incoming trouble. A suspicious group is heading straight toward them. Pointing them out, Han Haori confirms she has also spotted the mysterious figures approaching. Spotting the heavily cloaked figures, Suho commands them to stop immediately. The 2 young hunters move swiftly to block their path. One of the strangers politely asks what is wrong, but Han Haori points directly at their leader, demanding he show his face. She orders him to remove his hood. The silent figure refuses to speak, but a terrifying surge of dark energy begins radiating. He lets out an arrogant laugh, pulling back his hood to reveal a blood-red mouth, praising them for being so sharp. Han Haori immediately channels her divine power, spinning a sphere of light in her palm before launching a powerful blast at the villain. Unfazed, the cloaked figure blocks her head-on, causing their red and purple energies to violently clash. Suddenly, Suho lunges into the fray. Swinging his heavy staff, Suho strikes directly at the center of their clash. The ground erupts in a massive shockwave of dirt. He anxiously warns Han Haori that they are in extreme danger, especially since the cultists remain completely unharmed by the combined assault. Placing his hand over his chest, the stranger politely bows, welcoming the Knights of King Leon Dragonia as his cloak slips away. Underneath, he wears an iron mask, sporting massive bull horns and glowing crimson eyes that radiate pure, unadulterated evil. He introduces himself as the Archduke of Ruin. Suddenly, his eyes narrow and a sinister grin spreads across his monstrous face. Grinning from ear to ear, he whispers a cold farewell before a deadly laser-like beam of light suddenly pierces straight toward Han Haori. She stands frozen in shock. Jae-hyuk pushes her aside with everything he's got. "Senior," she screams out in pure terror. Jae-hyuk, no. The glowing blade is right at his throat. He grits his teeth and suddenly an armored knight blocks it with his sword. He can only look up in absolute awe, his jaw completely dropping as he recognizes the man, Lord Gillingham. He looks down at Han Haori on the ground, asking if she's all right. She's so stunned she can barely process the question. Then she gasps as Isabel appears, the High Priestess herself calmly noting that His Majesty's caution has finally paid off. The Archdemon glares with a cold, arrogant look. He assumed all their fighting forces were deployed up on the castle walls, so there was someone left behind. Isabel just smiles, channeling her holy power to say monsters like him aren't welcome here. Even with Gillingham and Isabel standing right there, the massive Archdemon and his underlings don't show a single hint of fear. Looking at their foes, the 2 heroes instantly realize they are staring down a demon general and a high-tier archdemon. Gillingham calmly assesses the threat, while beside him, Isabel quietly gulps, knowing this fight is going to be incredibly tough. But Gillingham has already made his move, glancing over to give her a silent, decisive order to unleash her power. Responding instantly, High Priestess Isabel unleashes a brilliant blue light that completely wraps around both of them with overwhelming force. The pure energy is so intense it shocks everyone watching. Sensing the danger, Jae-hyuk calls out to Lord Gillingham in panic. Han Haori stands nearby, asking in absolute shock if Isabel is actually sacrificing her very life force for this spell. Before anyone can process it, Isabel's hair transforms into a vibrant neon blue, her raw power exploding into the air. Alongside Gillingham, she stands tall and ready to face the horde. Ready for battle, she turns back to warn the others. She tells them the demons have likely infiltrated the interior, urging them to go support Suho and So-yeon right now. Gillingham barks out that the Holy Grail is in danger and they need to move. Realizing she can't stop them, Han Haori nods. She and Jae-hyuk quickly rush off to rescue their comrades while the Archdemon just watches them with a mocking smirk. He mockingly asks if they really think they can handle him in their current, clearly exhausted state. Hearing his arrogant taunt, Isabel can't help but cover her mouth, holding back a laugh at his sheer ignorance. She fires back with the exact same disrespect, telling the Archduke she could easily crush him with a single finger. Power violently erupts from her body as she speaks, and Gillingham steps forward, telling the demon to prepare for death. The Archduke actually gets excited by the challenge, scoffing that the god's loyal servants are always so foolishly overconfident. He commands them to pay the price for their arrogance as dark, corrupt energy surges violently around his body. Meanwhile, Suho and So-yeon are in a brutal struggle, but they refuse to back down, fighting with everything they have. Their adrenaline is hitting absolute peak levels, and the longer the battle drags on, the more intense they get. But human endurance has its limits, and a weary So-yeon looks around in dread at the endless wave of enemies. She calls out to Suho about the overwhelming numbers, hoping for backup, but their current situation is just too desperate. Barely holding his own, Suho shouts back that he is already hitting his absolute limit as well. Then absolute terror fills Suho's eyes as he spots a massive demon looming directly behind her, completely out of her sight. He screams a frantic warning for her to look out, but the vicious monster is already lunging forward. So Young completely freezes up, unable to react to the sudden deadly ambush, left with no choice but to brace for the impact. But right at the last second, Hanhari's group arrives and she quickly summons a massive fireball to blast the beast. The fire incinerates the monster instantly, and a furious Hanhari activates her Sacred Rage skill to cover her allies. Seeing her arrive, Suho breathes a sigh of relief, glad that they managed to avoid disaster at the very last second. Hanhari rushes over to check if they are okay, prompting a deeply grateful So Yun to thank her for saving their lives. But get this, before they can even celebrate their survival, Suho senses another wave of enemies closing in fast from behind. He frantically warns them that more are coming, and Hanhari completely freezes as a massive archdemon steps into view. The high demon radiates an incredibly oppressive dark aura, gritting his teeth in sheer anger as he stomps toward them. Gritting his teeth, the beast growls a threat for them to get out of his way before he tears them all to pieces. Realizing how incredibly dangerous this foe is, Jae-hyuk and Hanhari immediately steel themselves for a brutal fight. Their only goal now is to hold the line, delaying the monsters until His Majesty can return to save them. But suddenly, the massive doors right behind them burst open and thick, writhing tree roots shoot out from the darkness. Catching everyone completely off guard, the roots wrap around all four heroes, dragging them helpless into the open gateway. Hanhari still struggles, desperately gripping the floor so she won't be dragged away. But once pulled through the door, all four of them finally catch their breath. They look up at the two figures standing before them in absolute shock, recognizing the great Saintess Agak. She calmly clasps her hands and bows in deep gratitude, thanking them for protecting the sacred ritual to extract the holy water. With the process complete, she points toward the cup of holy water while her desperate subordinates try to hold back the beast. They use tree roots to block the demon inside, urging her that time is running out and the barrier could break at any second. Agak knows the danger is real. Nodding to Sage Gunlar, she leads the group of four as they slowly step toward the cup. Gazing warmly at the vessel, the Saintess explains to Hanhari and her friends that this moonlight chalice is a divine gift. It holds the pure crystallized essence of the gods. As a brilliant aura radiates from the cup, Hanhari watches in awe. She marvels at the incredible energy flowing within, realizing it is more precious than any divine relic she has ever seen. Meanwhile, the high demon continues to smash against the door from the other side, roaring in fury at the stubborn wood. With the seal on the verge of splintering, the panicked sages urge them to hurry because they are out of time. Hanhari panics, her heart sinking. She turns to Saintess Agak, anxiously asking what will happen to her once the chalice is complete. Hearing this, Saintess Agak smiles gently, understanding the deep worry and concern weighing on the young hunter's mind. She softly explains that the Moonlight Chalice was once a desperate, uncertain plan, but everything changed when they arrived. King Leon altered his design to complete it, showing that His Majesty has not given up on building a stronger kingdom. He still intends to fight the demons, and the forest sage Gunlar chiming in whispers that the king never despairs. The sage repeats his vow of unwavering faith, leaving Hanhari silent as a heavy, painful feeling begins to swell inside her. Gritting her teeth, she struggles with a surge of anger before swallowing it down softly, offering her apologies to the senior. Jae-hyuk calls her name, utterly shocked by her words as tears suddenly begin to spill down Hanhari's cheeks. She feels deeply frustrated and helpless, standing there as she voices the bitter pain eating away at her heart. It makes her so angry that innocent people are being tortured and slaughtered by demons while she remains powerless to stop it. Her brother Suho watches her with a breaking heart, but Agak does not blame her, only letting out a soft sigh. She gently takes Hanhari's hand to comfort her, thanking her deeply for all the help she has given them. The Saintess reassures her that the king has entrusted the future to everyone here, and she is glad to help. Assuring her that serving the kingdom is her greatest joy, she looks up at Hanhari and admits she is a bit envious of her. Hanhari still feels a lingering reluctance, softly calling out to her. But the final decision has already been made. Saintess Agak quickly reaches toward the holy chalice, starting her solemn chant to the goddess of light and absolute justice. She begs for divine judgment, calling upon the sacred light to purify everything and sweep away the darkness in this place. As her prayer ends, a massive burst of holy energy explodes through the building, radiating outward from the chalice. The glowing silhouette of a divine angel emerges. Originally, this pure power was meant entirely for King Leon. The light instantly blows apart the door where the demons are raging. The plan was to focus everything on him. But the king changed his mind, leaving a seed of hope for the future to protect his people instead. Smiling with absolute faith, the Saintess gently hands the holy cup to Hanhari and tells her to hold onto it. She pleads with her to let the flower of hope bloom, leaving Hanhari still feeling hesitant and unsure of herself. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, announcing that the task is finally finished. Everyone quickly turns toward the sound. A dimensional portal tears open in the empty air and Beatrice calmly steps through telling Hanhari it is time to go. Stunned, Hanhari calls her name as the robotic beast Jagged Spinner alerts them that the temple is about to collapse. With the surrounding temple structures already destroyed, the mechanical beast warns them that the entire collapse is coming early. Realizing she cannot delay, Hanhari knows it is time to leave, looking back at the Saintess and sages one last time. She promises never to forget their sacrifice, and Saintess Agik simply smiles, thanking her and offering a warm blessing. She wishes Hanhari well on her journey ahead. Bowing one last time, the group steps into the portal. As they vanish into the light, the heavy exhaustion finally takes its toll and Agak stumbles, nearly falling. Sage Gunlar catches her as she coughs weakly, thanking him as the ancient temple begins to crumble around them. Gunlar holds her close, shielding her from falling debris while she weakly asks if the king will fight to the end. The sage firmly reassures her that he will, but she still wonders if he can truly defeat the demon race. Anik peacefully closes her eyes after getting the answer she wanted. Gunnar protects her while telling her that if it is him, it is possible. Hearing those words brings her immense relief as the towering structure above them crumbles into dust. Anik weakly calls out to him once more. Gunnar patiently listens and tells her to speak. Meanwhile, Gillingham's squad is not as lucky as everyone had hoped. Their squad is completely defeated. Yet despite their loss, Isabel still wears a gentle smile as chaos continues to rage around them. This brutal war is finally drawing to a close, following the endless clash between the Lord of Knowledge and the Holy Grail's guardian. The battlefield enters its most intense phase yet, as the relentless demon army begins to flood in from outside the tower. Behind that fated door, Leon and Loxley stand together in absolute silence, waiting for the massive swarm of enemies to arrive. Suddenly, Walter calls out to Leon. Hearing his title, Leon turns around only for Walter to bluntly ask him a serious question. Does he really intend to continue this hopeless war? A nearby soldier is startled, loudly calling out Sir Walter's name. Leon does not take offense, calmly reassuring them that it is fine. Under the fading light of the setting sun, warriors keep fighting. These people refuse to give up, and their inner fire remains unextinguished. Still, Walter finds Leon's words unconvincing, raising his voice in frustration. He demands to know what any of this even means. Leon remains patient, gently attempting to persuade the stubborn commander. Leon asks Walter to fight by his side for the honor of the Empire, protecting the innocent citizens they both cherish. He offers a gentle look before turning back to his army, who are ready for battle. He speaks with unwavering resolve. He vows to fight for every remaining soul in this land until the very last ember of their spirits is completely gone. Otherwise, the world will end just like the prophecy foretold. This battle is merely repeating a fated event from the past, yet it is not meaningless. For the strangers who came from Earth, Leon turns around and walks with pride. He marches toward the opening gate, dedicating this stand to the brave warriors who fought so valiantly for their home. With high morale, Leon commands his troops to open the gates, staring intently into the dark void outside. He knows that the promised destruction is absolutely unavoidable, yet a small seed of hope has already been planted deep. But get this, even though Walter is still somewhat reluctant, he ultimately chooses to stand and fight by his king's side. Before charging, Leon offers a final word of encouragement, declaring that the world will remember their final glorious raid. With those words, Leon raises his hand to summon his holy sword, proving their lives were never meaningless. Standing tall alongside his trusted comrades, they prepare to face the incoming enemy, ready to sacrifice everything they have. They fight to protect their sacred land. For honor, for victory, for Leon, even their steeds are roaring with spirit. With immense pride and love for his kingdom, he bellows out a command to charge, sending waves of soldiers rushing forward. Caught completely off guard, the demons panic and scream to stop them, but they are given absolutely no time to react. Leon claims the very first kill to kick off the bloody clash. The entire battlefield immediately descends into absolute chaos. Neither humans nor demons back down as Leon commands his troops to press forward without stopping. High above the battlefield, a mysterious figure stands quietly watching the bloodshed unfold. Cariel is highly disappointed, viewing their charge as utter foolishness. They are merely throwing their lives away. Their battle with the gods has already concluded, leaving them with no escape. With a wicked laugh, he summons countless magic circles, declaring that the era of evil is about to begin. But suddenly, a loud horn blares through the air. Talk about perfect timing, startling the demon and causing his circles to vanish. Deeply confused, he watches as the legendary cavalry of Northern Dragonia arrives on the field. Karina quietly observes the raging battle. Seeing that their king refuses to give up, a nearby soldier notes that he is indeed the father of their duchess. Karina smiles softly in agreement. Her mind drifts back to a spirit she once met who had offered her a solemn warning. The spirit had asked if she would regret this, warning her that the upcoming war would be incredibly brutal. Her eyes burn with absolute determination. She accepted those words long ago, ready to face whatever this war brings next. Karina raises her hand, commanding her forces to wipe out the enemy. For revenge and for Leon, her knights charge. The demon's confusion turns into pure rage as he curses the filthy mortals, screaming in absolute fury. He cannot understand why mere speck-like mortals cling to their worthless values when they are nothing to the universe. He declares that they will all be buried alive, insisting they can never hope to defeat his massive army. He mocks their futile struggle, questioning why they persist, only to die in vain before falling completely silent. Unleashing a thick wave of murderous intent, the demon targets Karina first, preparing to take her life. But just as he prepares to strike, a blinding flash of light erupts alongside a thunderous voice questioning where he is looking. Is that so? Kara flinches and looks toward the voice. What a saintly descent. Suddenly, the descended saint charges, swinging his sword. Kara is completely astounded. 9 angelic wings are impossible. Just how much divine power has he managed to absorb into his body? The descended saint simply smiles, declaring that death is inevitable for demons. With those words, he swings his sword, slicing right through the demon. That devastating strike lights up the entire sky. Over where Leon is fighting, the devils show clear fear. The surrounding area lies in ruins. Leon looks completely exhausted, yet he still leans on his sword, forcing himself to stand up. He quietly reflects on what a long and exhausting life this has been. Still, he lifts his blade, ready to plunge back in. The fight must go on. The warrior goddess has guided this knight with pure love, glory, and honor. But is there any hope left? What hope can survive when everything is reduced to rubble? He remembers his fallen comrades. Is there still hope left? Of course, there is Leon. He is the living proof. His comrades fell fighting for glory and honor, and their legacy lives on. Their loyalty now burns brightly inside him. A knight carrying the hopes and dreams of everyone will never falter. The true meaning of life still fills this battlefield, so he must act as his heart desires. The warrior goddess is with him. She will stand by him until the very end. Meanwhile, the demons cannot hide their utter contempt, bursting into cruel laughter. To them, his resolve is nothing but a pathetic struggle. Boom. A sudden heavy blow strikes the talking demon right in the head. Seeing this, the nearby monsters freeze in shock. It turns out Leon used magic to hurl a rock straight at him. He offers a mocking smile. What a pathetic display. Their vile inferiority complex will cost them everything. Leon feels a rush of excitement. He screams for them to bring it on, boasting that they will never defeat him and will remember this humiliation forever. After 200 years of war with this demon clan, he is ready to shoulder the burden and claim absolute victory. The demons shrink back, terrified of his fierce appearance, with one even calling him a complete madman. But a knight never surrenders. Leon throws himself headfirst into the horde. He laughs like a lunatic, declaring that he will slaughter every single one of them. Slash, one demon gets decapitated and Leon laughs hysterically. With another foe down, he vows to conquer any obstacle in his path. Remembering his old companions, he knows this is a righteous war and he must lead his people to ultimate victory. Meanwhile, Han-Ha-Ri and her companions finally return to Earth. No words are needed as they let out all their long-held emotions. The Holy Grail has safely arrived. Some other survivors cling desperately to the memories of those who sacrificed themselves. They cherish those heroic deeds deeply. He fought relentlessly for the glories of the past as well as the present. Leon simply smiles gently, reflecting on everything he has endured. After Han-Ha-Ri and her team return, peaceful days follow. Fortunately, Han-Ha-Ri makes a quick recovery. The other trainees also seem to have grown much more mature from this ordeal. While it is not a dramatic transformation, a quiet shift is definitely taking place among them. And then there is the Holy Grail. The Moon Grail was successfully retrieved from the gate. Leon asks if it is not an extraordinary artifact. He confesses he only wanted to find absolute proof of the gods during their recent journey into the gate. Bichik readily agrees, calling it an unexpected triumph. Leon looks at the holy chalice, his heart swelling with pride. He admits he never foresaw this either, never imagining it would lead them to the final Holy Grail. This master plan was proposed by Gunna and the Forest Sage. Their ancient wisdom truly never ceases to amaze him. When a world faces irreversible damage and begins to wither, one must be prepared to sacrifice everything to save it. The first thing to protect is the Temple of the Gods. Their divine presence is vital for the survival of the world. If the temple collapses, the divine energy maintaining it will vanish, which means the underworld opposing them will also disappear. Leon continues his explanation in a surprisingly cheerful tone, laying out the grand cosmic stakes of this battle. That is why the gods chose to reside within his Leon Dragonia. In that space, they can safely survive on holy energy. Beside him, Bichik confirms that this desperate gamble was a massive success. Leon then summons yet another chalice. He gently places the golden Holy Grail right next to the silver one, watching the immense magical power they radiate. Looking at the radiating power, Leon notes that when the king obtains the Grail, the solar robe, and the astral lantern, and Ariana unites the starlight to perfect these legendary items, he has complete and absolute faith in the divine process. This is exactly why the Holy Grail serves as the ultimate symbol of founding a new kingdom. Its holy water is essential for knighting the Grail Knights. With that, Leon reaches toward the two cups. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupts. Beecha gasps as the gold and silver chalices begin to melt and fuse together. She quickly asks what is happening. Leon calmly replies that this is the final Holy Grail, the Moon Grail, a sacred relic used to refine the unfinished Holy Grail. Depending on the era's needs, it's considered the key to forging the final Holy Grail. Realizing this, Beatrice asked if this was part of his salvation plan. Leon confirmed it. The real purpose of the final Holy Grail was simply to preserve their heritage and knowledge. Hearing this, Beatrice grew even more astonished. She deeply admired his vision, seeing it as a truly legendary force. It was a power capable of rebuilding a new kingdom. Beautiful. But Leon added it depended on Gunnar's seed. But that relied on Gunnar's seed maturing. Mentioning Gunnar made him fall silent, his eyes reflecting deep, heavy sorrow. Then Leon sheepishly admitted he had another task for her. Beatrice heard this and only smiled with gentle warmth. She reminded him that as her king, he could command her at will. But Leon strongly disagreed with that. He believed a king should never order another ruler around. Beatrice smiled playfully, quite charmed by his noble stubbornness. She couldn't stop his stubbornness anyway. Cutting the playful banter, Leon got serious and made his urgent request. He stated they had to locate two survivors first. Beatrice immediately guessed the name of Sir von Kius. Leon nodded, adding that the other was Leon Dragonia, a shadow of profound sorrow crossing his face. He hadn't found his daughter in the pantheon of gods, begging Beatrice to help search for her instead. Beatrice warmly accepted the difficult mission. Leon placed his hand over his heart, showing his deep, genuine gratitude. Honestly, without Sir Spinner and her, he would be lost. Beatrice politely waved off the compliment with a smile. She credited his good relationships instead. In response, Leon offered to grant her any wish she desired. This took her by surprise, sending a sudden blush to her cheeks as she shyly looked down. Smiling happily, Beatrice promised to tell him later. Meanwhile, back on Earth, tensions were rising very quickly. Inside his office, a high-ranking official was growing frustrated, impatiently tapping his fingers against his heavy desk. He grumbled about the inactive guilds while the gate opened before ordering his staff to contact the Korean government. He recalled the former president's request to wipe out the Temple of the Gods, secretly agreeing with the decision. President Kang Hee-wook was right. National security was far more important than protecting the greedy, self-serving guilds. The temple's rise was actually a welcome blessing compared to 10 years of corrupt guilds dominating politics. It operated under strict rules, and as long as they aligned with Leon, they had nothing to fear. They wouldn't have to worry about the annoying, self-serving policies of those 10 major guilds ever again. Thinking of this, his tense face relaxed. Their blessed agricultural goods were now a massive global export. It was a golden goose of profits, but the temple's rapid growth was starting to raise alarms. Both military power and religious influence were expanding at an alarming rate, bringing unexpected and dangerous side effects. He remembered today's report where an anxious employee suggested the government should formally convert to the new religion. They wanted everyone to become followers of Ariana, the goddess of light. The sheer audacity of it was baffling. Sweating, the official had firmly replied that as public servants, they must remain absolutely neutral in their beliefs. Yet the internet was already filled with wild rumors questioning why and Dong Jin refused to believe in the goddess. Netizens mocked him, claiming an embezzler of billions could never truly believe in a goddess of absolute justice. Some even spun conspiracies claiming the blessed Shingiri rice would brainwash people with electromagnetic waves and kill them. Reading those ridiculous claims made him boil with rage. Those internet bastards were clearly going way too far. He knew they targeted him simply because of his Protestant faith. As he groaned, a staff member suddenly knocked. He snapped in frustration. The assistant nervously entered carrying a stack of urgent documents from the National Assembly. The legislative body had just contacted them in an emergency. Surprised, the official asked what had happened. Too afraid to speak, the assistant placed the files on the desk, suggesting he look at them himself. Assuming it was just a routine report on foreign aid to developing nations, the official calmly opened the folder. But as his eyes scanned the paper, his calm expression instantly dissolved into sheer terror. The government was officially deploying a monitoring team to investigate the Temple of the Gods. They were alleging severe human rights violations. Furious, he ordered his staff to call the temple immediately. Meanwhile, at a nearby mining site, the relentless clatter of pickaxes echoed through the air. The workers were utterly exhausted, desperately begging for rest as they mined a colossal, mysterious stone. At the former site of Hambit, a refined iron mine for the Temple of Gods, Han Ha-ri is making contact with the other world. Through the robot, Jogged Spinner asks what she wants because he is busy, making Han Ha-ri hesitantly reply that the government just contacted them. Han Ha-ri nervously tells him about a sudden human rights issue, saying they apparently did something wrong and that an investigation is already underway. She wonders what they are even talking about since they broke no laws, while the robot is actively binding workers with thick ropes. The terrified worker lies on the ground unnoticed by Han Ha-ri as the robot leaps toward her, and Jag Spinner promises to handle the response himself. Hanhari agrees but still nervously asks about the workers only for Jag Spinner to calmly dismiss the issue like it is absolutely nothing. He caught them secretly drinking extra sugar salt water, so he plans to force them into a brutal slave challenge instead. At the construction site, a sign boasts 15 days of safety alongside a falling rock warning, but the passing workers look utterly terrified. Jag Spinner reassures her not to worry since they did nothing wrong, while miners with axes work in the distance. Deep in a dark cave, flickering torchlight casts shadows over cold stone walls as Bara tightly grips his heavy mining axe among the crowd. His face is gaunt and his ragged breaths rattle in his chest. Ever since becoming a slave for the Temple of Fan, life has been hell. The brutal labor has broken him, but when Jag Spinner calls Team 214 for food, he lets out a sigh of relief. It is finally here. But Bara freezes the moment he sees the food, staring in absolute shock at the miserable meal. He wonders if this weird floating liquid is supposed to be oatmeal when a sudden voice speaks up and completely freezes him in place. With wide, pale eyes, he listens as they explain that essential nutrients have been mixed directly with raw salt and sugar. Gritting his teeth, his hands shake around the bowl as he silently rages, questioning how they expect him to mine on such garbage. His eyes turn dark as memories of his glorious past flood back when he sacrificed the blood of youths to demons. Back then, he could feast on as much meat as he wanted, but those days of luxury are long gone. Now, as a slave under Leon, his humanity has been completely stripped away, and Jag Spinner quickly barks out the next command. Everyone must mine 20 kilograms, so get to work. With heavy shoulders, Bara bows his head and walks back to the rocks. Behind him, the guards yell at them to move. Bara swings his heavy gleaming axe against the unforgiving stone. Every single strike drains his remaining energy until his sweaty hand slips, sending the heavy axe clattering loudly across the floor. He curses under his breath and bends down to retrieve it hoarsely, wondering how his life ever fell to this pathetic point. Before he can even touch the handle, a whip cracks across his back, sending him crashing down, trembling in absolute agony. Jag Spinner coldly demands to know why he stopped working, causing a terrified Bara to break out in a cold sweat. He frantically swings his axe, promising to work right away while gritting his teeth in silent rage at his humiliating fate. If only he had not been captured, he would never have faced this disgrace, but his thoughts freeze as a massive crack appears. The fissure runs along the giant boulder, making his heart race as he trembles in fear, wondering what is happening. Suddenly, the cave violently shakes, showering Bara with falling debris as Jag Spinner detects the danger and instantly runs for the exit. Outside, pure chaos erupts as the perfect record of 20 accident-free days is shattered, sending panic through the entire crowd. People desperately shove past each other, screaming that the mine is collapsing, ending their streak of safe mining days in an instant. Suho frowns with a firm gaze, knowing this disaster was inevitable, while beside him, Hanhari rests her chin and speaks with a heavy voice. She notes that the Human Rights Commission has appeared again, while Suho calmly points out that the sugar salt water must be rigged. He asks if she saw how brain-dead the first knights looked while drinking that stuff, but Suho just slowly looks up. Suho points out they are treated like unpaid interns with slash pay, yet they still work frantically to meet the guild's quota. He clarifies those are technically voluntary contributions, his eyes flashing sharply as he mentions that the strange water is only temporary. They only have to endure the terrible drink during training, and the investment clause is actually a pretty fair deal for them, especially when considering the massive benefits, which makes Soyeon immediately chime in to firmly agree with his logic. She notes that the items they receive are already worth tens of billions, but Suho remains serious about the actual issue. He points out that the real problem is the overworked slaves, which she calmly agrees is completely true. Since they are demon worshippers anyway, she argues they do not deserve to be treated like humans, asking Hanhari for her opinion. Hanhari hesitates before forcing a smile and agreeing, though she notes that the Human Rights Committee might see things quite differently. In the quiet silence that follows, grim visions of abused, overworked slaves collapsing from sheer exhaustion flash through everyone's minds. It is hard to ignore the brutal reality of how these workers are treated, worked to death, and discarded like garbage. Told to prove their worth by working until they drop, Suho can only offer a chillingly excited smile at the harsh situation. That sounds incredibly dangerous, and we might actually be entering a highly critical era. Cut to Incheon International Airport. The automatic doors slide open and a group strides out with perfectly synchronized steps, led by Louise, who exudes an imposing aura. Representing the survivors at the United Nations, the Human Rights Committee has arrived. They shake hands under the bright flashes of press cameras. A calm and polite voice rings out as he introduces himself as Gang Hee-wook, the current president of the Korean Hunter Association. Luz responds with a professional smile, introducing herself as Officer Luz from the Human Rights Committee representing the survivors of the disaster. She looks up, her voice filled with deep respect as she calls it an absolute honor to meet a legendary figure of Korea. He laughs heartily, saying it is all in the past, but behind his gentle smile and humble appearance, Louise harbors a few doubts. She wonders if the rumors of a cozy relationship between the Korean government, the association, and the Panton Guild are actually true. He thanks her for traveling all this way, leaving her to wonder if she will face massive pressure confronting them in this place. But she quickly smirks, adjusting her glasses as she reminds herself that she has successfully protected countless survivors across different nations before. Louis takes a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, confident that pressure from local guilds like this is nothing she cannot handle. Right then, a clear female voice cuts through the air, greeting her directly as Officer Louise and breaking up the formal atmosphere. Louise asks in a low, questioning voice, wondering who she is as Gang Hee-wook steps in with a warm, natural smile. He introduces Han Ha-ri as her guide for the day. Louise nods slightly, a subtle trace of pride evident in her tone. She understands, replying with bright and enthusiastic eyes, then asks if they should visit the Krasachia Autonomous District in Mokpo first. She notes there are currently 18,744 Crusacians living there. Han Ha-ri is slightly taken aback but smiles with interest. That sounds good, she replies, gladly accepting the guide's help. Han Ha-ri offers a warm and fully relaxed smile in return. She tells her to leave it to her, but for a split second, a sharp flicker of vigilance passes through her eyes. Louise thinks to herself that they came from another world to live and work here, so she must protect their basic rights. Cut to the car ride from Incheon Airport to Mokpo. The scene at the Krasachia Autonomous District in Mokpo looks incredibly peaceful. She steps out of the vehicle with her entourage as a salty sea breeze blows in, directing her gaze toward the shore. Groups of people are gathered on the beach, making her realize they have integrated well with the locals playing on the sand. Laughter echoes alongside the crashing waves, with humans and beasts living in close harmony, showing absolutely no barriers or awkwardness between them. She scans the area slowly, her gaze stopping on a couple laughing and posing for a camera, wondering if it is a tradition. Gently pushing up her glasses, Louise tilts her head, asking if these ocean-dwelling Crusacians ever clash with the local fishermen. Han Ha-ri answers reassuringly that there are no issues. She explains that the fishing industry in Mokpo has actually declined over time. The region has shifted to consumer goods, shipbuilding, and heavy industry, though some small fishing boats still work alongside the Crusacians. Louise listens closely while staring at her tablet, slightly knitting her brows as she asks if there might still be unemployment issues. She asks for understanding, explaining this kind of data is crucial for her to properly protect the rights of these survivors. Han Ha-ri reassures her that ocean waste is being cleared out as well, with many survivors participating in government-led marine cleanup projects. They clean the ocean floor using their highly advanced underwater skills. Louise sighs in relief, wondering what is next on her list. Suddenly, the sea in front of them erupts, sending a massive column of water spraying white foam high into the air. Louise frowns and asks in irritation about the sudden explosion, to which Han Ha-ri calmly explains it is likely the Crusacian commando training. She is taken aback by the mention of commandos, learning that over 300 warrior-class Crusacians frequently gather in the ocean. Since their king requested underwater training sessions, they are practicing down there, prompting Louise to nod, noting it must help with gate raids. Han Ha-ri hesitates for a moment. Cut to their car speeding down the road, where she is focused on flipping through documents. Her gaze shows satisfaction as she notes how incredibly well they are adapting. Louise smiles, agreeing their harmony is a perfect model. Han Ha-ri adds that they understand their own strengths and racial weaknesses, ensuring zero conflicts with locals even inside the city. Hearing that Crusacians are highly regarded, she sighs softly and looks out the window, finding this arrangement surprisingly humane. Yet Louise remains thoughtful, sensing something feels slightly off, wondering how this local guild manages to spread such positive influence for those who manage to survive here. Liz smiles, agreeing that their peaceful harmony is a perfect model for other regions. She softly points out that they truly understand both their strengths and weaknesses, which is why there are no clashes with the local citizens. Even in the city, the Crusacian people are highly respected. Hearing this, she lets out a soft sigh, watching the scenery fly past the window. This is definitely a reasonable and incredibly humane system. Louise looks thoughtful, wondering if this is a bit too good to be true given how they spread positive influence. So the rumors claim this guild and King Leon cruelly abused their prisoners. Her slender finger rests gently against her chin. Maybe it was all just a misunderstanding after what she just witnessed. Inside the carriage, Makpu arrives in Nazu. Han Ha-ri's eyes gleam with unhidden excitement as she declares they have arrived at the main holy ground of the Pantheon Guild. Before them, the grand city of Samwat appears, the holy land of Nazu. Louise steps out of the carriage with curiosity in her eyes. So this is the famous place. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks as a loud shout rings out, welcoming them. Two neat rows of people instantly line up, rolling out a bright red carpet between them. "Welcome to Naju," a man calls out excitedly. He claims they are doing fantastic and feel completely satisfied, insisting there is absolutely no abuse or forced labor going on. Another worker chimes in right away, eagerly agreeing that they all work voluntarily and feel incredibly happy here. Louise covers her mouth in shock. She has seen that exact kind of strained, distorted smile on many people before. but her gaze quickly sharpens with a hint of hostility. This is not right. This expression usually appears in war-torn areas, places where basic human rights are completely ignored. In her memories, Luz was once a highly passionate human rights advocate. As Officer Luz Puster, she dedicated herself to protecting people with absolute devotion. Now her old boss takes off his glasses. He sighs with relief, saying her hard work made the world a better place and bringing smiles back to suffering people was her reward. She used to smile with satisfaction at that, but back in reality, her sharp senses tell her that something is very wrong. Louise stops in her tracks, completely on guard. What is with this incredibly stiff speaking style and those forced smiles? She gently grabs a worker by the shoulder, asking if anyone is being oppressed and promising to help if they tell the truth. The man flinches, his face turning pale as tears well up in his eyes, yet he still tries to force out a lie. He insists he is not being oppressed at all, claiming he is here voluntarily and finds the work incredibly comfortable. He even adds how happy he is. Louise grows suspicious. Normally, absolutely nobody would deny their suffering to this bizarre extent. Of course, Luz has no idea that the moment these workers made a covenant with the sun god, they surrendered their freedom. A sudden mechanical sound whirs. Louis is taken aback quietly, asking if that is really Lord Jag's spinner. It flatly tells her it is mealtime and to step aside. Louis forces a smile, asking if they can eat with everyone. It agrees to show them the way, and she gently thanks him, saying she will leave it in his hands. As they prepare to board, she notices two workers sweating bullets, their faces twisted into terrifyingly fake smiles. The carriage rolls down the wide road, and when they finally arrive, Louise is taken completely by surprise. The hall is absolutely massive. Han Hari's eyes light up. Adjusting her glasses, she speaks with a warm but confident voice. She announces that today they are having soybean soup and bread. Before them, a massive feast is neatly laid out. Every dish is perfectly arranged. There is soybean soup and kimchi, though she is slightly disappointed to find no meat. Given the local culture, it makes sense. She turns to her hosts and shyly asks how she is supposed to eat this. Leaning in, she is instructed to place the rice on lettuce. When the rich soup and spicy kimchi blend on her tongue, she is stunned. They even eat raw garlic. Suddenly, Louise feels a wave of energy wash over her and all her exhaustion instantly vanishes. She feels better than she has in a long time. Amazed, she grabs another bite and turns to Han Hari. While chewing, she asks if this is what she thinks it is. Han Hari smiles proudly, confirming it was blessed and grown right here. While eating, a suspicious thought crosses her mind. This magical produce can literally cure sicknesses just by eating it. Why would they feed such precious miracle crops to regular workers? She looks up and suddenly freezes. Louise gently asks if they are going to eat, pointing out how delicious and nutritious it is. An employee avoids her gaze. He stammers that he is not a fan of fermented food. The person beside him quickly waves his hands with a forced laugh. He claims it just does not suit his taste. Louise pauses, her eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. They keep making excuses. Once the meal finishes, Louise smiles happily, calling it an absolutely wonderful experience. She thanks them for the food, and a relieved Han Hari smiles brightly, expressing how glad she is that Louise enjoyed it. She then hesitantly asks if they can talk for a bit, mentioning that His Majesty is currently waiting for her. Without a single speck of doubt, she happily agrees. Back in the room, people are crowding around a fallen worker. She was so satisfied with her meal that she failed to realize this holy crop is actually poison to bad people. People panic as Chunsik collapses onto the floor, completely knocked out again. Meanwhile, on a gloomy fog-covered street, a dim lamplight shines. Dennis drops to his knees before Ronalan, his voice filled with absolute reverence as he addresses the Great One. He stood up, reporting in a formal tone that they had dispatched the investigation team to the Pantheon. Ronald nodded, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. He muttered that human faith was incredibly weak. Dennis slowly loosened his tie, his lips curling into a sinister grin. It was going perfectly. Who could have guessed that expanding the orc horde would be this smooth? Blocking of the investigation team was none other than Dennis, a spy operating deep within the World Association. Every move on this chessboard was meticulously calculated. The demons had fully deployed their forces across the entire world, infiltrating not only civilian areas, but also the government and the World Association itself. In the shadows, their demonic eyes gleamed with raw, naked ambition. Their goal was to destroy Earth, starting by expanding the orc population. Soon cities would be engulfed in smoke and fire, filled with corpses and echoing with desperate screams. If orcs came to make up more than half the population, society would collapse. It would be constant war, war after breakfast, war after lunch, and war before bed. He clasped his hands, pleading with the Great Lord. Ronald coldly told him to speak. Dennis frowned, sounding hesitant, but still showing absolute respect. He did not doubt the Master's plan, but even if the investigators uncovered the truth about the Pantheon, he still believed the Korean government would just cover it up. The magical orb in the Master's hand glowed, and a voice rumbled. The bond between the Pantheon and the government ran incredibly deep. After all, the Pantheon was originally established, with full support from the Korean Hunter Association. Bop materialized a twisted, sinister grin plastered on his face, but that did not matter. His venomous voice rang out, stating that keeping the public suspicious of them was enough. Hearing this, Dennis hesitated, expressing doubts about whether the plot against the Pantheon's human rights would actually work. He shrieked as Bop suddenly shoved him hard, sending a sharp pain through his nose. He claimed he did it for their nobility. He struggled in a fury, but Bop warned him to watch his step. Cold sweat dripped down Dennis' panicked face. Ronald, who had been silent, suddenly told him in a low, raspy voice to look at the screen. Dennis's eyes widened. On screen, a dark, damp tunnel appeared, showing exhausted people desperately digging away. He asked if it was a rare metal mine, but Ronald cut him off, telling him to just watch. Suddenly, a massive stone slab cracked open as the cavern shook violently. Panicked workers screamed, scrambling to escape the collapsing cave. Screams echoed over the sound of falling rocks. Out of the chaos, a towering figure emerged carrying a heavy, thick rope. The giant closed in like a beast stalking prey, ruthlessly whipping the workers. The sickening sound of tearing flesh and agonizing cries echoed through the tunnel. Dennis shook his eyes, turning red with absolute rage. He growled that those bastards deserved severe punishment. Bop narrowed his eyes and snapped that there was more to see. Dennis gasped, a wave of dark terror washing over him. On screen, a heavy voice explained that they had touched holy power. It was the exact opposite of their dark force, yet even if the prisoners collapsed, they were forced to work. Suddenly, a cold, harsh shout erupted from the screen, demanding they get up. Dennis was horrified, choking out that they were pure evil. Bop lowered his voice, saying the worst part was next. Dennis gasped, asking if there was more. Suddenly, Leon's voice echoed, ordering them to prep the human launcher. Dennis turned completely pale, his face losing all color. A human launcher. What on earth was that? He trembled in speechless horror. The video showed a severely bruised man tied up and strapped in front of a massive cold piece of machinery. He wondered how humans could be so cruel. A desperate, hateful cry rang out on screen, pleading for others to remember him. Their eyes burned with rage. Bop lowered his voice, pointing out that this was the grim future if Leon took over the world. Everyone would be exiled and discarded by that absolute lunatic. Dennis roared, his eyes burning with intense hatred for those cruel monsters. He swore he would never forgive them, but then Denise suddenly paused as a sudden doubt crossed his mind. He asked his master if exaggerating the situation too much might cause Leon to realize what they were doing. Ronald told him not to worry. The ring on his finger gleamed, explaining that the artifact he had provided would fully protect his mind from any investigation. Dennis gaped, completely thrilled, and pounded his chest in a sudden surge of renewed confidence. He vowed to bring judgment down on that cruel tyrant himself. Bop let out a dark, scheming laugh at the sight, praising his determination. But in the next scene, Dennis was tied tightly to a wooden post, his body trembling and pale. Below him, an angry crowd screamed to burn the demons. He could only wonder how everything had gone so wrong. Thousands of furious eyes glared up like daggers, shouting that they were all devils who deserved to be burned alive. Next to him, Lou stood utterly frozen, his vacant eyes reflecting deep, hopeless despair as the executioners closed in. Two heavily armed soldiers stepped forward, their presence cold and imposing. The lead soldier declared that the trial was about to begin. In South Korea, burning at the stake was abolished long ago. Choi walked calmly along a narrow dirt path, a native farmer of Naju, a kind soul dedicated to life and prosperity under the temple. He smiled gently as a pleasant breeze blew past. He had become a believer from the very moment Leon first arrived here. Choi stood quietly gazing into the distance as memories washed over him. He had spent decades watching this land waste away, completely ruined and barren from magical pollution. They had lost the very last ground they were born and raised on, while dozens of others drowned in debt, just trying to buy expensive purifying agents. Their simple dream had finally come true. All they ever wanted was a powerful cleansing force to wash away this corrupted soil. And then he appeared, their absolute savior. Leon stood in the middle of fields once dead for seasons now, glowing with a vibrant golden harvest. The locals stood frozen in utter shock, unable to believe their eyes. It completely purified the land that even the tower mages had abandoned, bringing the goddess of life and prosperity right to their doorstep. At the dinner table, he lifted his bowl as a sweet aroma filled the air. The joy of finally eating blessed crops was truly beyond words. Every single ache and pain that plagued the elderly vanished in the blink of an eye. Laughter echoed through the house. They felt younger, healthier, and suddenly possessed a strength they never even had in their prime, so it was only natural for the elders to embrace the temple. Just then, Pat walked up and waved at Choi. Choi looked up with a smile and walked over, asking what he was doing. Pat calmly replied that he was just tuning up the upgraded tractor Sir Jag's spinner worked on. Pat's eyes gleamed with pure excitement, his voice thrilled. Sir Jag Spinner called it a horror origin or a hologram. It literally guides you step by step, you know. Choi burst into laughter, shaking his head with an amazed sigh, noting how fast things were changing. Pat then spoke, in a suggestive tone calling out to Choi. Meanwhile, the bright morning sun gleamed off a freshly forged sickle and hoe. Pat grinned. Are you not planting your own garden? Everyone has one these days. I even made you a hand sickle and a hoe already. Are you interested? Choi fell silent for a moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Caring for these tiny personal gardens had become the hot new trend among the elderly in Naju. According to temple law, large crops were taxed under Article 19, but small gardens under 12 payan were completely exempt. Back inside the study, Leon sat at his desk, his deep voice carrying an absolute certainty. After all, a private garden is just a harmless hobby. Who would tax a leisure activity? These individual plots are not considered an extension of farmland, but rather personal recreation. Choi's eyes darkened slightly as complex thoughts swirled in his mind. It seemed the temple laws were not as strict as people thought, a system full of loopholes ripe for exploitation. Choi smiled gently, his eyes bright with a quiet optimism. Those with dark intentions will surely face divine punishment. Give me a set, he said. I want to grow some tomatoes for my new grandbaby. Hearing this, Pat nodded. Who wouldn't think like that? At our age, we all feel the same. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the path behind them as Dennis stepped forward with a polished, highly polite demeanor, offering a formal greeting. Choi looked surprised, his brow furrowing slightly. Who was this guy? The stranger bowed slightly and introduced himself formally as Dennis, an inspector from the United Nations. The UN, Choi asked, surprised. You are part of the inspection team that arrived, right? Choi smiled, but Pat chimed in with proud excitement, boasting about how famous their village had become. Dennis offered a stiff, incredibly forced smile. I just have a few quick questions, Dennis said. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy, a hidden hostility lurking deep in his eyes. The people working here. A heavy silence filled the air, thick with tension. Many of them look like foreigners. Are they all foreign laborers? Choi hesitated, visibly thrown off by the sudden interrogation. After a long moment, he sighed and answered with firm conviction. Not at all. His Majesty bestowed them upon us to help make things easier for us elders. Dennis froze, utterly bewildered by the word bestowed. A smug grin tugged at the corner of his lips. Jagged spinnerpot, he thought. He forced another tense smile, his voice dripping with cautious calculation as he asked how they were paid and what their working conditions were. Pat's eyes instantly darkened with deep suspicion. What he gripped his sickle tighter, his knuckles turning white with rising fury. Look at this insolent brat, Pat snarled, wondering why on earth this stranger was nosing into their business with his Majesty. He glared, veins bulging on his temples in sheer rage. Is he seriously accusing us of exploiting our beloved Chunsikis? Does he look down on us just because we are simple country folks? Dennis panicked, stammering instantly. No, that is not what I meant at all. But deep down, Dennis was terrified of this crazy old man wielding a sun-blessed weapon. Choi quickly stepped in, his voice calm yet firm. That is enough, Pat. You will shame His Majesty if you do not control yourself. He swallows his anger and turns to Dennis, a thin, knowing smirk on his face. We can talk later, UN guy. For now, I am going to show these kids around the village. Dennis swallows hard, his face pale and legs trembling as he whispers, yes, that is fine. Not daring to stay a second longer, Dennis spins around and bolts, his stumbling figure disappearing down the road. As Dennis runs down the stone path, Choi's eyes darken. His voice drops heavy and grim. Elder Park looks briefly confused but nods. Yes, he mutters. He tells the kids to pack up their tools, declaring they must end this with one decisive battle. Right now, furious screams are roaring like wild waves. Kill them, the crowd shouts. I told you, burn those bastards alive. Angry peasants of the Nazu Plain have tied up the entire UN inspection team. Liz struggles and tries to explain the situation. Please calm down, she begs. We are not devils, but an angry villager glares back, shouting at her not to lie to them. Liz's face completely pales in sheer shock. What on earth is happening here, and why are they being called devils? Jag Spinner steps forward, asking what is going on. The villagers spin around, their voices instantly filling with deep respect for the night. A middle-aged man speaks up with burning rage, explaining that these outsiders were snooping around, asking if His Majesty mistreats his people. Those punks are trying to twist everything into a filthy smear campaign. We were so incredibly angry, we just could not take it anymore. Liz screams out, her voice hoarse with despair, while the villager yells back that only evil devils would do such things. What her trembling eyes look toward him, her voice choked but full of anger as she calls out to Jag Spinner. Are you just going to stand there and watch this injustice? Jag Spinner tilts his head, his cold eyes scanning the captive inspectors. They are tied tightly to wooden stakes. He calmly announces that the trial is now starting, which is absolutely completely insane. In 21st century Korea, an actual witch trial is about to begin. Liz is in absolute panic as Jag Spinner speaks coldly. He calls out for the first witness to step up. Elder Park slowly walks forward, standing before the old speaker. He stands in the middle of the square as witness number 1. His angry gaze locks directly onto Dennis. That blue-eyed bastard suddenly appeared and said that His Majesty might be abusing innocent people. Park growls, his voice booming. Dennis completely freezes, his face pale as a ghost, as he stammers that he never said it so bluntly. But Park immediately cuts him off, demanding if Dennis even knows who His Majesty is. He points a finger, eyes blazing. He saved our village when we were on the brink of collapse, Park shouts, and yet you accuse him of human rights violations. Does that make any sense to you people? He screams. Immediately, a massive wave of furious shouting erupts from the crowd. Dennis is completely speechless, his head spinning. What the hell is this? There is absolutely zero logic or reason in this trial. Jagged Spinner calmly accepts the testimony, stating they are clearly the villains. He calls up the next witness, Choi Dyo-gu. As Choi Dyo-gu walks up, he and Park high-five with perfect coordination, as if they had rehearsed this entire setup beforehand. He steps into the center, his voice booming with absolute authority. I am Choi Dyo-gu, servant of the Earth Mother Demira. He stands proudly as witness number 2. Choi Dyo-gu looks down at Dennis, his eyes flashing with raw, murderous intent. He points a finger, his heavy breath carrying each word like a death sentence, declaring his gut says they are evil devils. The villagers immediately break out in angry curses, shouting back at the absurdity of the claims. This is completely insane. Did you just insult Elder Choi? They scream, we should kill him. Any logical protests are immediately drowned out by the noise. Jagged Spinner demands order with a commanding shout. Choi lowers his voice, claiming he has yet another reason to suspect these people. When Jagged Spinner asks for the reason, Dennis feels his heart pounding. Choi points at their dull, lifeless eyes, comparing them to devils. Dennis immediately shouts back, his voice cracking with pure outrage. What are you talking about, you senile old man? I was born this way. Liz stands there, her face completely pale. This whole accusation is incredibly absurd, but Choi insists his gut feeling is never wrong. They are definitely devils, Choi claims. Jagged Spinner records it, noting the devil-like eyes, and asks if there is any more testimony. Another villager stands up, screaming in rage that his dog completely stopped eating the moment these devils arrived in town. A tearful woman clutching her pet cries out, claiming her little dog, Poppy, has been barking like crazy because of them. They are a horrible omen, she wails. Choi nods firmly, his voice carrying the absolute weight of a final judgment. Animals can always sense pure evil, Choi declares, so they definitely know these people are devils. Dennis is totally stunned. He stammers out, asking what a fasting dog has to do with any of this. The crowd screams back, telling him to shut up. Shut up, you devil, they scream. Jagged Spinner silences them and asks the defendants if they have anything to say in their defense. Liz chokes up, crying out that this is unfair and they are not devils. Jagged Spinner agrees that logically it does seem unfair. Hope briefly flickers in Liz's eyes, but that hope is instantly crushed when Jagged Spinner coldly orders them to be burned alive. The entire square falls dead silent in an instant. She stands there frozen, her face pale with utter disbelief at what she is hearing. If they burn, they are demons. If they survive, they are human. The surrounding darkness makes the flickering torchlight look incredibly eerie and ominous. Gia speaks coldly, ordering them to bring the fire forward right now. Louis screams frantically on the stake, but wait, something is seriously wrong with this trial. Liz fiercely objects with an unyielding tone, insisting that she has every right to defend herself against them. What kind of ridiculous law is this? Liz yells out in pure fury, asking how they can burn someone just on mere suspicion. Dennis quickly chimes in to agree that it makes no sense, but Gia solemnly declares that the law is absolute. Gia speaks in a deep, commanding tone, invoking the authority of Tatida, the god of the sun and divine judgment. The Holy Grail Knights trained to prosecute heretics are the ones who establish these ruthless demon-hunting laws and their execution. Hearing this, Liz stands in absolute horror while Louis grits his teeth, his voice choked with rage at their cruelty. He asks if they think this barbaric method is right, but Gia only responds with absolute indifference. Anyone suspected of associating with demons will be burned alive without exception, prompting Liz to struggle even harder against her restraints. Her eyes turn bloodshot with pure fury as she screams that this is nothing but barbaric fanaticism, not the act of human beings. Gia remains completely unfazed, his voice firm as he argues that they are simply following the proper procedure for testing a demon suspect. This is a necessary step to purify them, as the fire forces any demon to reveal their true form backed by historical data. Louis screams with a cracked voice, his eyes burning with anger as he asks how they can possibly justify this madness. Dini shouts in protest, pointing out that anyone would obviously die if they were set on fire. Have they even considered what would happen if they accidentally burn a loyal believer of the church? He screams at the top of his lungs, desperately declaring that he is a faithful follower of Ariana, the goddess of light. It is utterly absurd to burn him alive, but the bloodthirsty crowd only responds with loud mocking jeers. They accuse him of lying now that he is backed into a corner, even though he insists his faith is real. Gia sweeps a cold, threatening gaze over him, declaring that his personal faith is not for him to decide here. An accuser turns to Lord Spinner, frantically claiming that the prisoner is just lying in a desperate attempt to save his own skin. The cold knight remains quiet before calmly ordering them to proceed, stating the law is absolute. Louis completely loses it, screaming at them to ask what any of this actually proves. The Inquisitor casually asks what else they could complain about while Liz struggles in pure despair. With tears in her eyes, she screams at the fanatical crowd that the outcome is always the same and they are executing people without proving any actual guilt. The leader coldly claims there is a difference, making Liz go completely pale. He explains that if their faith is weak, they will burn, but if they are truly devout, the gods will keep them safe, a claim backed by their insane fanatic logic. The cold Inquisitor orders them to light the fire anyway, prompting Dennis to scream out in horror. The bloodthirsty crowd cheers wildly, carrying their torches forward to obey the merciless command of the Holy Grail Knight. Flames erupt suddenly, catching the dry wood with a loud crackle as he screams in absolute despair. He begs the crazy fanatics to put out the flames, but his horrific screams are quickly cut short as the fire swallows him. Liz can only watch in frozen terror, her eyes wide and body trembling violently as he begs for help. The crowd cheers that they killed a demon, praising King Leon and the temple before Gia coldly orders the next execution. Louis can only let out a choked, desperate cry as he watches the flaming torches slowly move toward him next. Liz looks down at the smiling, smug faces in the crowd, screaming that human rights organizations will make them pay for this. She yells that they will be hunted down and punished, calling them shameless, insane zealots who must pay for their crimes. Louis joins in, his eyes burning with hatred as he shouts that the mad King Leon will never get away with this. He declares that the entire world needs to see that racist tyrant for the absolute monster he truly is. The growing flames reflect off her furious face as she screams, asking how they are any different from the actual demons. She curses the crazy fanatics to burn in hell, but as the fire surrounds her, Liz suddenly grows strangely quiet. Feeling a strange warmth, she whispers that it feels warm, prompting Gia to declare her officially cleared of all charges. The crowd hears a call for the next accused, followed immediately by an agonizing scream. The crowd shrieks that it is a real demon, leaving Louis completely stunned and terrified by the sudden twist. She watches the UN staff burn to ashes one by one in the divine fire of the gods. Meanwhile, some inspectors stand tall amidst the roaring red flames, completely uninjured. Incredibly, several other workers also manage to survive the blaze. Even after being completely engulfed in flames, they cry out in gratitude, "Thank you, Goddess Ariana, thank you so much." Later, as the moon rises high, Louise steps forward with deep doubt and resentment. She demands to know Master Jag Spinner, what on earth is happening? Why are some burned while others are spared? Jag D. Spinner proudly answers her. 4 out of 8 of the accused are dead, exactly as predicted. Louise freezes at those cold words. Suddenly, a bright screen flashes, showing a formal meeting. The plants blessed with holy power by the gods act as a deadly poison to those harboring wicked intentions. Jagd explains in a low, heavy voice they simply cannot withstand the purging flames of Bedos. She stands frozen, her heart pounding as she mutters in disbelief. Bedos, the god of war and flame. Louise questions him, does this mean we are completely cleared of all charges? I can hardly believe it. He remains silent. After a brief pause, Jag gently spreads his wings and soars into the night sky. The trial is over. Louise cries out in absolute despair, wait, just hold on a second. Is this really how it ends? Just like that, the trial reaches its dramatic conclusion. Later, Leon crosses his arms with a stern look, his deep voice carrying immense pressure. I see, he says, I heard. You survived a terrifying trial by fire last night. Louise quickly replies, not at all. Leon narrows his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and sharp with hidden intent. Then I trust you enjoyed your tour of the Queen's workshop and learned more about how we deal with demons. Louise lowers her voice, speaking with heavy, deliberate words. Yes, I saw it clearly. Only those allied with demons burn in the divine fire of the gods. After the chaos of last night clears, Jag Spinner guides Louise through the workshop and the dark dungeons of the temple. Louise walks with trembling legs, her eyes filled with shock as the dark truth unfolds. Their yesterday's execution is replayed, right before her. The wailing of those damned souls, which she once hoped was a mere hallucination, sounds identical to what she heard before. Even for Louise, a staunch defender of human rights, she cannot bring herself to defend a demonic beast. Her eyes fill with deep anxiety as she addresses him in a low voice, but Your Majesty, she asks heavily, how am I supposed to report these demonic incidents when I return? Leon rests his chin on his hand, looking completely unbothered. He notes that he already anticipated how people over there would react. His gaze turns sharp. A few fools will preach about human rights, claiming even disgusting demons deserve salvation. Louise takes a deep breath, struggling to keep her composure, and replies, in our world that is a core value we cannot easily discard. Leon speaks coldly no. His eyes darken with a sudden flash of killing intent. Keep a close eye on anyone saying such things during meetings. In any world, humans instinctively despise evil. Those who show mercy to evil are usually evil themselves. Leon slides a golden cup across the table. Take this. Startled, she bows with trembling shoulders, saying, Your Majesty, as a UN officer, I cannot accept bribes. Leon raises an eyebrow, a lowly official. Like you dares to refuse a king's gift. His voice is booming, yet loaded with absolute authority. Take it. It will protect you for a while. Keep it close. Louise hesitates for a second, then her hands tremble as she accepts the gift. Thank you, Your Majesty, she whispers. Leon stares at her, his voice slicing through the air. Louise Foster, I heard you are a smart woman. Her eyes dim slightly. You will know exactly how to use this wisely. Leon notices Jagged Spinner entering. Right then, Leon spots the knight. She wants to return to the UN headquarters. Can you escort her to the gate? The knight confidently responds, no problem at all. Now get this, 4 members of the UN Human Rights Team died during their temple visit. Back at headquarters, a fist slams heavily onto the conference table. Those savages. This incident is enough to shake not only the Korean government but the entire UN. Harrison demands in a fit of rage, do you mean they literally burned people alive? Our own colleagues died there. Louise, sitting opposite him, hesitates. Well, about that. Her gaze hardens with resolve as she suggests perhaps some of our colleagues actually sympathize with those demons. Harrison snaps instantly. What on earth are you saying, Officer Louise? Do not spread such baseless rumors. Sioux nations declare a state of emergency condemning the temple's brutal acts. The tension in the meeting room is suffocating. This is unbelievable, someone whispers. We must save them immediately. Ultimately, Louise is summoned before the highest-ranking officials. Under intense scrutiny, she is forced to testify in detail about the events at the temple. Louise remains completely calm despite the barrage of hostile accusations. Yes, she states an official dispatch must be sent to the temple immediately to announce their public punishment. She trembles with pure rage. Her teeth clench as Louise stands up with absolute killing intent in her eyes, spitting out every word with venom. She demands to know why Officer Harrison keeps defending those demons, making him frown and suspiciously ask why she is questioning him. Officer Louis notices his face pale. Suddenly, she slams her foot right onto the conference table and leans forward. Raising her arm high, she summons a blinding divine light that erupts and throws the entire meeting room into absolute chaos. Representatives shield their eyes from what seems like a flashbang as someone screams in shock, asking what Officer Louis is doing. A panicked voice screams that Officer Harrison is a demon, prompting him to roar in fury at this crazy woman. He accuses her of taking bribes from Leon H. Louis freezes, legs shaking. He really is a demon. Harrison loosens his collar, his face twisting in rage as he screams that since it has come to this, they must die. Red-eyed fang demons leap from the shadows as he orders them to kill everyone, while the system confirms the threat. Louis stumbles backward in shock, but she does not fall. A pair of strong, warm arms catches her. Anter steps forward to fight, a lethal crimson spark igniting in his palm as Louis watches the spectacle in utter disbelief. He clenches his fist, letting empty bullet shells clatter to the floor, leaving her feeling quite flustered. Anto activates protection mode. As the thick smoke clears, a massive zombie is left staring at what stands in front of it. A giant robot towers over the zombie. It shrieks in terror, asking how this machine is even standing there. Ignoring the monster's panic, the robot coldly declares that the world is on the brink of absolute destruction. Red lights flash on its faceplate as the system boots up, downloading combat archives directly from the cloud network. A faint hologram appears, shocking Luce as she recognizes her guardian Anto. The zombie growls in frustration. It demands to know if he thinks he can fight alone, boasting about the massive horde backing it up. The machine remains completely indifferent to the threats, operating purely on its pre-programmed protocol to wipe them out. Massive battleships warp in behind the robot as it locks onto its target, declaring the demon race must be eradicated. The screen cuts to Suho sipping a drink while scrolling through his phone, casually speaking to Jiu. He mentions Master J, putting his cup down to ask where they are as endless red alerts pop up on his screen. Countless demons have been detected. A sudden global broadcast leaves both of them utterly stunned. Suho stares in absolute shock. The report states there are 337 demons in that spot alone. Ji-Hyuk, sitting next to him, looks totally unfazed. He casually asks when Master J even arrived there. Suho frets, worrying that the demons might have already infiltrated every corner of society. But instead of matching that panic, Ji-Hyuk just slumps back in his chair with folded arms, muttering that he does not care. Wait, why are our heroes slacking off right now? Well, there is actually a pretty good reason for their sudden break. The Grand Chuseok holiday is coming up, and Ju has officially declared a full day off across the entire temple grounds. After surviving the absolute hell of fighting inside the gates, Suho and Jiu are finally getting a well-deserved break. Ji-Hyuk happily plans to feast on pizza tonight, followed by a chicken hot pot set tomorrow, but he does not stop there. He says he will have even more pizza for lunch. Suho, chewing on a burger, asks if he ever gets tired of it. Suddenly, loud training chants of 1-2 echo across the yard, prompting both of them to look over in curiosity. In the distance, a group of men is jogging in formation, with some wearing nothing but athletic shorts. As they get closer, Suho and Jiu notice the squad is a mix of older men and young recruits, all sweating profusely. A white-haired veteran calls out to them, asking if the two young guys are just slacking off on their vacation. Ji-Hyuk waves both hands in greeting, calling out to Uncle Doug before the duo gets up to walk over to him. They ask if he's out jogging, but Doug explains he is actually training with Dio Gong, who stands there looking pretty bashful. Dio Gong quickly clarifies that he is not an official knight yet, just a humble apprentice trying to get by. He begs them not to treat him like a knight. This humble admission catches Ju and Suho completely off guard. To be fair, elite members like Han Ha-ri, Jon-soon, Ji-Hyuk, and Suho hold special ranks within the temple. Jon-soon serves as the commander of the knights, while Han Ha-ri is the 4th-ranked S-class hunter in the entire temple. The same goes for Ju and Suho, who both reached legendary status after securing their powerful divine relic. Both of them have already become S-class hunters, while Dio Gong is still struggling to break out of his trainee phase. He awkwardly scratches his head in embarrassment, knowing they all started their journeys from completely different levels anyway, just like him. Then their leader says they are heading out, but Hui Hyuk suddenly yells for them to wait. The leader doesn't even wait for him, rushing off with the squad and leaving only their fading voices behind in the air. 1-2. Suho really can't believe how hard he works when absolutely nothing ever goes his way. Beside him, Hui Hyuk seriously replies that this kind of bad luck is simply unavoidable. He is only slightly above C rank after all, and wonders when they will ever lift Lord Gilbek's legendary father. Hearing that, Suho digs into his knowledge, noting that even their inherited relics haven't fully accepted them yet. Yet Lord Gilbek's father immediately turned him into a powerful Grail Knight the moment he picked it up. Hui Hyuk feels the massive headache coming on, admitting he has no idea how to pull that off. He doesn't know how many skills it would take, and both lie back down to sunbathe under the sky. Only 4 people in the entire temple truly understand what the heavy title of a Grail Knight actually means. They are the Knights of God who fell in the final war, much like the Sorcerer Queen at her peak. Or those bizarre machines completing thousands of missions, as only the Chosen receive such a massive legendary title. Honestly, Hui Hyuk wonders who on earth could possibly hold that much raw honor and glory without breaking. Suho guesses it might be Han Ha-ri, noting he has never seen her cry like that in his entire life. He freezes at the mention of her name before asking what the king is up to with the queen lately. He's been completely absent from his desk, but Suho calmly replies that his pressure is under control. Hearing that, Hui Hyuk sits straight up in absolute shock, unable to believe his ears at the news. He quickly tries to play it off, claiming he knows absolutely nothing about what is going on. Suho glances away as well, pretending not to understand a single word before the massive skyscrapers. Whatever lies deep beneath their temple is a total mystery, leading down to the dark and forgotten underground ruins. A maid rests on a wooden barrel when a sudden painful shriek rings out, making Hinder jump in horror. Another demon has died today, and the sound of approaching footsteps leaves Hinder utterly frozen in fear. She gasps out that the king himself has arrived as his majesty steps directly into the dark, foul workshop. Instantly, a horrific stench hits Leon's nose, forcing him to cover it as someone cheerfully approaches the king. Welcoming his arrival, Beatrice smiles while Leon notes the place is still a total toxic dump unfit for nobles. Beatrice giggles, claiming she does her absolute best to ventilate her workshop when she can, despite his complaints. Leon asks if she really has to walk through this garbage just to get to her workstation. She replies she cannot make things comfortable for these monsters just for her own convenience, keeping up her smile. Leon calls it a touching level of self-sacrifice, completely ignoring Hender, who is kneeling right beside them. The situation is completely ridiculous, making Hender grit her teeth and curse both of them in her mind. She wonders why these absolute lunatics act like the victims when she is the one actually suffering here. Her face contorts, knowing the workshop is connected directly to the elevator, making this route totally pointless. Suddenly, Leon glares back with an icy look, calling her a wretched bastard and terrifying her to her core. She shakes in absolute terror, teary-eyed as she trembles and asks why he is doing this to her. Her words make Leon grit his teeth as he commands her to stop having those wicked thoughts. She instantly freezes up, clutching her knees and glaring at his back with pure, silent resentment as he turns. She curses his insanity, unable to comprehend why he would scold her just for her private thoughts. Leon turns back to Beatrice, asking why she summoned him, as she offers a deep, knowing smirk. She promises news that will please him, bringing instant surprise and curiosity to the king's face. They have finally tracked down the legendary Grail Knight Vulcanus, a monstrous powerhouse in heavy iron armor. Shortly after, Leon and Beatrice sit inside the grand hall, quietly sipping tea with heavy expressions. Beatrice slowly explains that this is still only a hypothesis, though she is highly confident about it. She strongly believes that Vulcanus is currently trapped inside the territory of the frozen Grand Duke. Instantly, Leon's eyes widen with shock before he quickly composes himself and questions her about the gates. He asks why they cannot simply open a gate there using holy power, leaving Beatrice disappointed. Beatrice suspects the demons upgraded their security, making them far more alert, but she doesn't stop there and continues to explain the situation. When they cross into Grand Duke Butcher's territory, his severed arm served as a key to breach the demon world's gate. On top of that, the holy power dagger failed because it simply does not belong to the demon world. Leon listens and nods. He wants to confirm his theory. If Night Venus vanished through a gate with known coordinates, the dagger should easily crack open a portal directly to him. But if he ventured deep into an uncharted demon territory, then the blade would naturally remain completely useless. This realization leaves Leon somewhat baffled. Why on earth would Night Venus be wandering around inside a demon's domain? Facing this apparent mystery, Beatrice remains completely calm. She asks if His Majesty remembers the demons fleeing through portals during the 200-year war. The king is caught completely off guard but nods in agreement. He definitely remembers their desperate escapes. She goes on, believing that the Frost Grand Duke felt his life was in danger during his fierce duel with Venus. He fled back to his realm. Hearing this, Leon suddenly snaps out of his deep thoughts. The king quickly asks if the Frost Grand Duke ran away, meaning Night Venus likely pursued him. Exactly, Beatrice confirms with a nod. She suspects some unavoidable obstacle is now keeping Night Venus trapped on the other side. To unravel this mystery, they first need to track down the hidden domain of the elusive Frost Grand Duke. Hearing this, Leon flashes a sly smirk. They can breach that realm by using the Butcher's arm as bait. It is the ultimate shortcut. With eyes glowing with anticipation, he turns to his trusted ally for the upcoming raid. He asks Beatrice if she will join him in this battle. She places a hand over her heart, bowing deeply. She readily agrees, stating that just imagining the demon's utter shock makes her heart race with pure excitement. A dark, mischievous laugh soon echoes through the quiet room, sealing their dangerous pact with a grin. Meanwhile, word of Leon destroying the Butcher's territory and Grand Duke Akasa's sudden disappearance reaches the other demon generals. Once Leon defeated the Duke, the collapse of that domain was inevitable. And let me tell you, things are about to get messy. The army left behind a complete disaster. One of the demon generals angrily points his finger and screams in frustration. He yells out, asking if they think he is insane enough to go clean up that terrifying battlefield himself. Terrified, he clutches his head, remembering how a single echoing roar from Leon easily obliterated hundreds of demons. Another demon chimes in, shivering at the memory of those piercing blue eyes descending onto the battlefield like a god of war. The mere thought makes the council tremble. To make matters worse, they just got word that the Magician Queen has joined the fray. Remembering Beatrice's icy gaze and her brutal orders to boil them all alive, the panicking demon lets out a frantic shriek. Frantic screams echo as he panics over the infamous queen. Another demon quickly whispers a cautious warning. The demon warns him not to mention her name there. Meanwhile, Gob, a demon known for his wits, grits his teeth. Gob realizes they are in deep trouble. Watching the panic unfold, he knows someone must go clean up the Butcher's ruined territory. Letting things spiral out of control is not an option. Right on cue, the older demons turn their eyes toward the rookie. They call out Gob's name. Caught off guard, the young demon tries to stay calm and quietly asks what they need. Under their intense demanding glares, it is clear they want him to handle the job. Gob is furious but has no choice. He forces a loud nod, agreeing to take on the mission. The senior demons are absolutely thrilled by his submissive response. They immediately finalize the decision. They laugh, saying sending a mere rookie is the safest option and he will do great. While Gob pretends to weep with gratitude on the outside, his inner thoughts are filled with nothing but pure rage. Soon after Gob arrives at Akasa's territory, standing in the holy power purification zone, he impatiently urges his workers. He paces around, barkingly ordering them to hurry up. This entire zone must be fully sterilized before the day ends. Suddenly, one of his workers collapses, clutching his face. He groans that the holy contamination level has reached 85%. It is simply too toxic for them. The demons scramble backward, terrified of the intense holy residual energy left in the soil. Holy power is the absolute kryptonite to demon kind. Even a tiny trace of it causes them excruciating burning pain. The massive spells unleashed by Leon and his mages have completely contaminated this sector of the underworld with blinding light. But as they sweep the area, they freeze in shock. A beautiful flower is actually blooming amidst the toxic holy ashes. Gob stares in disbelief, realizing Leon is trying to reshape their world. As a demon, he cannot let that happen. Stepping forward quickly, he orders them to gather all the contaminated soil into one massive heap. "What do you plan to do with that horrible soil?" Gob simply replied that everything would be recycled. Soon the minion dumped the last of the polluted dirt. It was scary, Looking at the massive mound radiating supreme holy power, the other demons whispered that the contamination level was just too high. Then a warning voice suddenly rang out. Don't get too close. Gob showed some concern, advising the minion to step back because it was far too dangerous. The confused demon hesitated. He watched anxiously as Gob approached the massive pile and raised his staff. The minion was curious. He asked what that staff of his was, and Gob quickly explained that it contained the immense holy light gathered over. He had accumulated this light over the last 250 years. This left the helper demon even more bewildered, wondering why on earth he would do that. Gob just absorbed the holy power from the soil. He calmly replied, asking if he had not already mentioned having his own plans. The demons asked nothing more. They watched in suspense. Meanwhile, Gob secretly sneered at their absolute ignorance. How incredibly foolish of them. They did not have the slightest clue how useful holy power could be. That is why they remained nothing but low-ranking underlings. All done. Before long, Gob announced that all the energy had been absorbed into his staff before turning to urge them to hurry up. He ordered them to resume their cleanup campaign and pick up the pace. Not daring to delay, the minions quickly obeyed and got back to work. Gob slowly walked away, keeping a close eye on the busy demons. But as he watched them, a sudden wave of anxiety hit him. Worried and anxious, he wondered if he had ended up absorbing way too much holy power. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind. He had completely forgotten to check on the situation back on Earth. He decided that once this job was finished, he would have Ronald confirm the exact location of the Leon Dragonia king. Night fell and Gob brushed aside his uneasy thoughts to get some sleep, but he suddenly bolted upright in bed, sensing something off. Sitting up with a racing heart, he clutched his blanket in sheer worry. What was that? Outside, the dark hallway was completely empty, with only a thin sliver of light escaping Gob's bedroom. Throwing on a light robe and grabbing an oil lamp, he cautiously stepped outside. But after taking only a few paces, he immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Where were all the slaves and guards? Gob did not stop looking around warily. His mind raced. Even when he took a break, those slaves were supposed to be working hard. Unbeknownst to him, a dark figure with piercing blue eyes was clinging to a pillar nearby, staring directly at him. In a flash, the shadow slipped behind him. Gob did not see it directly, but he still vaguely sensed its presence. He shivered. A sudden chill ran down his spine, making him absolutely certain that someone was hiding right behind his back. An assassin was here. That shadow was Leon, who was silently watching his every move. Gob's suspicion was entirely correct. On the surface, the demon realm seemed unified, but behind closed doors, it was a different story. It was a chaotic mess. Constant power struggles ruled this brutal world where race, origin, and power decided everything. As a low-ranking archdemon of goblin descent, Gob had always been looked down upon and bullied by the higher races. He was mistreated. Returning to the tense present, Gob suddenly let go of his lamp. Meanwhile, Leon continued to draw closer. With a confident smirk, Gob claimed that Leon was neither the first assassin sent to kill him nor the last. Swinging his staff at Leon, Gob shouted out loud while Leon instinctively took a quick step back. He roared. He commanded his holy power to quickly consume his enemy. Instantly, a powerful beam of golden light blasted from the staff. Moments later, Leon was completely engulfed in the divine energy, and Gob could not help but gloat in triumph at his apparent victory. This holy light was powerful enough to melt absolutely anything it touched, especially demons. Gob truly believed his enemy was finished. He was wrong. When he saw that Leon was completely unharmed, he froze in absolute disbelief. He was totally petrified. Leon just stood there calmly, staring back. Gob could only gape in pure terror as his mind went completely blank. What is this? How is this even possible? Then he recognized him. Damn it, it was Leon. Why on earth was he here? Gob already knew his gruesome fate. He was dead. Leon finally spoke up, finding the entire situation to be rather bizarre. A demon using holy power, Leon muttered that this creature definitely was not a goblin. Hearing this, Gob dazed out. Believing he had a chance, a sudden spark of hidden hope flared in his eyes. In the dark hall, two divine swords hung crossed. With the candlelight long gone, Leon stared suspiciously at Gob, completely puzzled by the demon's holy power. He slowly asked Gob if he was not actually a goblin. Gob could barely hide his utter confusion. His mind raced. He had only used holy power to defend against an assassin, but now Leon was mistaking him for someone else. Seizing this unexpected lifeline, Gob widened his eyes in dramatic surprise and immediately dropped straight down to his knees. In a deeply reverent voice, Gob loudly praised Leon as his grand savior, which left the legendary hero feeling completely bewildered. Leon gave him a cold, piercing glare, demanding to know exactly why on earth he was being called a savior. Gob grits his teeth in relief. He's lucky the hero didn't kill him on the spot. As a demon general of wisdom, his mind is racing. Desperately plotting his next move, he suddenly looks up and speaks about an ancient legend passed down in his tribe. A holy knight sent by the goddess would eventually arrive to save them from their suffering. He finished carefully watching Leon's expression. Leon remains dead silent, just listening before finally telling him to continue. Goba secretly celebrates, wondering if he actually bought it. Feeling emboldened, the demon spins an elaborate lie, claiming that a very long time ago his people were just a peaceful tribe. They worshipped the gods and loved peace, but then the ruthless orcs invaded, laying waste to their home and taking captives. The orcs dragged them everywhere to serve as slaves, and his people endured the torment, hoping to see the light again. Unfortunately, the orcs sold them to demons for food. While laboring away in the dark under their new demon masters, they received a prophecy. Goba leans in, declaring with absolute certainty that his savior would eventually come to rescue them. But despite his smooth lies and confidence, the demon general cannot stop his hands from shaking as he looks up. He stares expectantly at Leon. Surprisingly, the hero has completely lowered his guard, his eyes welling up with tears over the story. Leon is deeply moved, which only panics Goba more. The hero then kneels down, asking him gently about his god. Goba blurted out the first thing that came to mind, the powerful god of wisdom. But as he looks up, he meets Leon's intense, burning gaze. The hero repeats the name slowly, looking a bit puzzled by the choice of words. It is quite a unique name. Goba quickly covers, claiming their tribal language is just incredibly complex. Leon falls silent, seemingly weighing the truth of his words before looking away. After all, he never expected to find a believer here. Hearing this, Goba is absolutely thrilled. It is clear that the legendary hero has been completely fooled by his act. Leon's open-mindedness completely backfires, warping his judgment, while Goba eagerly nods along to keep the ruse going. Goba rejoices silently, he's going to live. Suddenly, Leon places a heavy, friendly hand on his shoulder. The hero declares this place is far too dangerous, ordering Goba to come along. Goba mutters that he is fine alone, only to get a hearty laugh, telling him not to be shy. Seconds later, Leon drags him away by force. The hero refuses to leave him behind in danger, wanting to learn more about his supposedly peaceful tribe. Trailing behind, Goba weeps in silent agony, begging for mercy in his mind. But Leon is just thrilled. He tells Goba to let his tears of joy flow, completely oblivious that the demon just wants to go home. As the old fortress fades into the distance, Leon looks back, saying Goba reminds him of someone. The demon is startled, asking who he means, as Leon recalls a certain goblin from his past. A goblin he desperately wanted to slice in half. Terror strikes Goba, who clamps his mouth shut instantly. Leon grumbles about how deceitful that monster's tongue was, asking if its name was Gob or something similar. Sweating bullets, Goba swears he has never heard of such a name. Leon smiles warmly, apologizing for the comparison, but they are just so strikingly similar. Goba stammers that it's fine, while his mind flashes back to the past. 230 years ago, right after Goba became a demon general, he first crossed paths with Leon. The hero had approached him with a gleaming blade. Facing Leon's pure hatred, Goba had to find a way to survive. When the hero launched his attack, Goba fled to the absolute rear of his army to escape the onslaught. They ran for their lives while Leon pursued them relentlessly, screaming that he would tear them all limb from limb. At that moment, Goba felt less like a general of wisdom and more like a master of survival. Recalling that nightmare, Goba glares at Leon's back, his mind plotting. There is still a secret magic circle he created for Genin. Later, as they approach a small cave, Leon calls out that they have arrived. Goba quickly responds to his call. Out of the cave steps Beatrice, slowly walking over to meet them. She warmly welcomes her master, but immediately questions who the stranger is. Goba wonders the exact same thing. Leon introduces her as the Magic Queen. Beatrice looks closely at Goba, thoroughly surprised by his presence. She asks if he is really a priest of their ancient order. Goba bows deeply to introduce himself. He pledges his service to her with absolute reverence. In an instant, Beatrice steps closer to him. She inspects him carefully, repeating his name before a warm, welcoming smile spreads across her face. Sensing his holy power, she looks forward to working with him, leaving Goba with a strange smile. And so begins Goba's miserable life of endless hard labor to avoid suspicion, cleaning tirelessly day and night. From making beds and sewing blankets to cooking, Gob never missed a day. Sometimes he even had to run around, scrambling to brew tea, doing whatever it took to avoid suspicion. And just as Gob hoped, Leon seemed very pleased with it. Sipping the hot brew, Leon marvels at how such a comfortable life could exist in this remote wasteland. Beachik also loses herself in the rich aroma, convinced this rare comfort is a direct answer to their prayers. That thought brings her a deep sense of peace. Seeing them so content makes Gob happier than anyone else. Who knew his lessons on human kingdom etiquette would pay off like this? It is a stroke of pure luck. He plays the deeply moved servant on the outside, but inside his fury boils. As a high-ranking demon, general of intellect, possessing endless knowledge, he hates playing the loyal butler, but his desire to survive is stronger. 3 days pass this way. Gob sits quietly outside the cave, bathing in the warm sunlight, finally feeling some relief. He survived. Still, there were moments when Leon threw sharp, sudden questions his way that nearly made him crack, like why their god never shows up. Gob had to quickly lie, explaining that their deity wants them to face trials alone. The clever goblin managed to talk his way out of everything, proving he deserves his title. Emerging from his thoughts, Gob suddenly stands. His personal troop of goblin riders is actively searching for him. Relief washes over his face, but he hesitates. He cannot call out to them just yet. If they charge him blindly, Leon will slaughter them all in seconds. Just then, Leon's voice echoes from inside the cave, pleading for a moment. Gob tenses up immediately. Rushing inside, he announces his arrival, then stops to peer into the shadows of the cave, watching warily. Right there, Leon and Beechik have opened a massive portal. Gob realizes they must have worked tirelessly to find this gateway. Stepping closer, Gob carefully asks if they are leaving. Leon nods, confirming his suspicions without a second thought. He has finally traced something crucial. But Leon delivers a blow. He cannot take Gob along on this journey. Gob is secretly thrilled, quickly waving his hands to say he is perfectly fine staying behind. Leon, patting his shoulder, promises to return in a few days, declaring he will tear every single lower creature out there to bloody pieces. Under that monstrous glare, Gob screams internally, begging the knight to spare his kind from total annihilation. But Leon, apparently worried about Gob staying alone, decides to bestow a divine blessing on him. Leon takes Gob's staff, pauses for a moment, and unleashes a blinding surge of holy energy that wraps around the wood. The divine light purifies every trace of dark mana inside it. Watching this happen, Gob's heart sinks in absolute despair. He bids a silent farewell to his weapon as fresh, green sprouts bloom from the wood. Leon hands it back with a warm smile, telling him to keep it for protection in this filthy land. Feeling the raw, holy pressure, Gob shivers, wondering if Leon is trying to kill him. Panicking, Gob stammers out a refusal, claiming the sacred staff is too flashy and will draw unwanted eyes. Leon sighs, admitting his mistake, and agrees to keep it. Gob breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he is finally safe. But the next second, Leon's hand lands firmly on Gob's head. He is getting that blessing, like it or not. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the cavern as holy energy floods Gob's body. Leon tells him to remain calm. Instead, Gob writhes in pure agony, feeling like his brain is literally melting. He barely chokes down the bile rising in his throat. Leon watches him writhe, assuming Gob is simply crying tears of joy. Only Gob knows he is fighting for his life. One slip in focus, and he is dead. Later, the goblin scouts finally locate their missing king and call out. Pointing inside, the scout yells that the king is here, but the sight waiting for them makes their blood run cold. They scream in horror at the sight of Gob, sprawled on the cold dirt, twitching in absolute agony. The goblins crowd around, asking what happened. Face flushed red and tears streaming, Gob grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. He survived, but the humiliation burns. Meanwhile, Leon and Beechik step through the portal into a blinding, snow-covered wasteland. Fierce winds bite at their skin. Amidst the freezing squall, Beechik looks around, remarkably unfazed by the sub-zero temperature. She remarks that the icy world is actually quite beautiful. Shivering, Leon asks if she is not freezing. Beechik calmly explains that she can regulate her body heat using magic, but her confident expression quickly fades. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes her mana flow is severely restricted in this harsh region. Spellcasting consumes massive energy for barely any output. Leon nods grimly, noting that even his holy light is failing. This is a massive blow. If even the divine light is heavily suppressed here, they are in serious danger. Physical combat still works, though heavily weakened. Beechik can only brace herself for whatever nightmares lurk ahead. She wonders if they should head back to prepare. By combining their mana, they might reopen the portal, but Leon thinks otherwise. Leon immediately rejects the idea, knowing that retreating won't solve anything. The freezing magic in this area is incredibly intense. Its power matches the holy light itself, making simple preparations completely useless. He then turns to Beatrice with a warning. He advises her to preserve her mana and avoid casting spells. They will need every drop of energy to escape if things go south. Beatrice feels a brief flash of disappointment, but ultimately agrees. It is then that she notices the dagger in her hand glowing. A vivid crimson light pulses from the blade, calling out to her. As she lifts it, Leon realizes they are nearing Lord Vulcanus. The dagger is acting as their guide, bringing a wave of relief to Beatrice. At least they are heading in the right direction. Suddenly, a bitter freezing wind strikes them. Beatrice shivers from the intense chill, silently praying that their destination is not too far. Leon urges her onward, saying they must move quickly. Before them lies a treacherous path carved through massive towering glaciers. Shivering winds and blinding snow howl all around. Leon leads the way, using his immense strength to forge a path through the deep snow. This makes it slightly easier for Beatrice to keep up, but the relentless freezing temperature is quickly pushing her past her limits. Leon notices her struggling and turns to ask if she is holding up. Her voice is barely a whisper, noting the long road ahead. She quietly apologizes for her own weakness, but Leon reassures her. He explains that her magic was sealed solely to protect her energy. He tells Beatrice not to blame herself. They want to say more, but a sudden threat ahead quickly cuts their conversation short. A massive blizzard is bearing down on them and finding shelter is urgent. Asking for her understanding, Leon places a hand on her shoulder. Before she can even react, he calmly sweeps her up into his arms and continues walking. Knowing she might feel flustered, Leon reassures her that this is strictly an emergency. Though blushing, Beatrice tells him that she is fine and asks if he is all right. Leon flashes a soft smile, telling her not to worry. He playfully mentions that she feels as light as a feather. Beatrice playfully counters, teasingly asking if that is really the proper way to talk to a lady. He simply asks in return if his words sounded too hollow. She laughs, agreeing that she is light, but wonders how he remains so incredibly calm. While delivering such embarrassing lines, Leon shrugs, calling it his honest observation. Resting in his warm embrace, she makes a quiet confession. She admits this is actually her very first time being carried by a man. Though unexpected, she finds it rather comforting. Leon calls it his absolute honor. He waits for her reply, but looking down, he notices she has gone completely silent. Beatrice has fallen fast asleep, her cheeks flushed bright red from the brutal cold. Leon mutters to himself that had he known how rough this journey would get, bringing along young Hari might have actually been useful. Meanwhile, Hari faces her own crisis. Staring at her ringing phone, she looks on in absolute disbelief. Urgent alerts are flooding in regarding multiple gate outbreaks. Massive dimensional gates are suddenly opening across major districts like Gangnam, Gwangju, Incheon, and Daejeon, throwing the city into panic. This sudden disaster leaves Hari deeply shaken. Association President Kang Hee-wook immediately takes action, declaring a state of emergency. He alerts the top 10 guilds and orders Hari to make direct contact with the Pantheon Council without delay. Grim dread fills the room. Kang Hee-wook knows they are desperately short on time. Moments later, the first responders arrive. S-Class Hunter Chun Jin-soo enters the command center, staring at the screen. He asks his senior if those blinking red dots are gates. S-Class Hunter Lee Yong-won nods with a grim expression, confirming the terrible reality. Hearing this, Jin-soo mutters that they are completely doomed. Right then, a calm voice breaks through the rising panic, welcoming them. Everyone turns to see the newcomers arriving. They are surprised to see Hari Kang Hee-wook and the robotic Jagged Spinner, though the king and queen are notably absent. Jagged Spinner sits directly on top of Hari's head, making digital beeps while she can only offer a tired, helpless smile. Then a mocking sneer echoes from across the room. It is Jun-hyung Jin-chael, the arrogant master of the Shark Guild. He sits cross-legged, snidely asking if they are treating machinery like humans now. While Jin-soo watches in surprise, Lee Yong-won is busy grimacing from a sudden stomachache. Jagged Spinner, completely unfazed by the insult, ignores the human completely. It merely emits another monotone beep as Hari takes her seat at the conference table, ignoring the petty remarks. She sits down only to notice Jagged Spinner acting strangely, prompting her to quickly intervene. She asks if it is really doing this now. The machine retorts, calling her an organic life form and asking if she has a complaint. It demands she sit up straight. Annoyed by the mechanical demands, Hari points out she is an S-class priestess, serving 2 gods, and expects some basic respect. When Jagged Spinner notes that rules apply to everyone, she stubbornly fires back, asking why it never speaks that way to the king. Jagged Spinner simply asks if His Majesty is in the room. Knowing she cannot win, Hari finally sighs and complies. Watching their bizarre interaction, Jun-hyung Jin-chael fumes with irritation, his burning gaze filled with a rage that is about to explode. Pushing past his limit, he leaps from his seat, slams the table, and screams, "How dare you ignore me!" Meanwhile, Yong-won can barely keep his feet. Hwang Ju-min quickly nudges him, asking if he is alright, but Yong-won snaps back to not touch his aching stomach. Feeling completely abandoned by both of them, Jin Cheon turns around to face Chairman Kang, desperately searching for some backup. But Chairman Kang only offers a helpless shrug. He silently figures the hothead will learn the hard way not to mess with those two. To Jin Cheon, however, that helpless shrug looks like a green light to do whatever he wants, completely misreading the old man. He immediately stomps right up to Jagged Spinner, grinding his teeth in fury as he growls directly into the mechanical knight's face. He snaps that he does not care if this is some elite killing machine or just a third-rate holy knight, warning the tin can to stop looking down on humans. He loudly demands to speak with an actual human instead. Hearing this, Hae-ri quickly speaks up, hoping to diffuse the tension. She reminds him that she is indeed human, but he immediately snaps at her to stay out of it. Yet Jin Cheon's arrogance gets no reaction. Jagged Spinner only replies with quiet mechanical clicks. Growing impatient, the hunter turns to Chairman Kang, demanding to know why a machine is running things. But Chairman Kang calmly explains that Jagged Spinner is fully qualified, especially with a personal guarantee from His Majesty Leon himself. The hunter scowls, deeply annoyed, and begins muttering complaints about why such a crucial meeting is being treated like a complete joke. He rolls his eyes, acting as if the machine is completely worthless, all while ignoring the cold, piercing stares of both Hae-ri and Jagged Spinner. When he finally notices their intense glares, his temper flares even higher, and he spits out a venomous threat. He demands to know what the tin can is looking at, prompting Jag the Spinner to announce he is generating a response suited for primitive minds. Jin Xion is completely baffled, but a moment later, Jag Spinner's system chimes to confirm that a suitable dialogue has been successfully compiled. To Heiri's complete and utter shock, the giant machine raises a very specific, unfriendly middle finger directly at Jin Xion. Calling him a lowly brat, Jag the Spinner tells him that he is the one acting smug, prompting Heiri to grab its metal arm in a panic. She scolds him for being so vulgar, but Jag Spinner calmly defends his choice, stating it was the only language a primitive mind could understand. Just then, a freezing cold aura washes over the room, causing Heiri to spin around in terror as Jin Xion completely snaps. Losing all control, the hunter throws a devastating punch straight at Jag Spinner, leaving Heiri to watch in absolute horror as Jag Spinner calmly gives an order. He casually commands the mortal to block him, and despite her panic, her body reacts instantly to the sudden threat. She catches the fist with just a single hand, plunging the room into dead silence as Huang Jumin and Yang Wan look on in disbelief. They exchange stunned glances, realizing that if she can block a blow like that so easily, she must be an S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Jin Xiong's rage boils over, veins bulging across his face, which sends a wave of panic straight through Heiri. She stammers out an apology, insisting she did not mean to interfere, but Jag Spinner completely misinterprets her diplomatic move. He asks if she is siding with the enemy, causing her to frantically wave her hands while begging him to stop swearing. Jin Xiong growls, demanding to know if she actually has the guts to fight him, leaving the poor girl completely baffled as she stutters in response. While Huang Jumin and Yongwan look on with pity, Jag Spinner's eyes glow with complete confidence, assuring her she can easily take him. Heiri panics, pleading with the machine to stop making things worse, but Jin Xiong has finally reached his absolute limit. Oozing pure bloodlust, he growls, asking if they even know how to shut up, forcing her to desperately beg him to wait. Right on cue, a powerful voice thunders from the doorway, ordering everyone to shut their mouths as the legendary sword master enters. Chun Jin-su steps inside, roaring at them for having the audacity to yell like children in front of their respected elders. He points his long pipe directly at Jin Xiong's face, demanding to know if the young hunter has completely lost his mind. When the hothead glares back, Jin-su dismisses him as a spoiled brat before turning to call Heiri over with a slight hesitation. Chairman Kang quickly chimes in to explain, revealing that according to their reports, Jagged Spinner is actually over 1,032 years old. Instantly embarrassed by his own posturing, Jin-su quickly turns away with a fake cough, making Heiri realize he just got outaged. Meanwhile, Huang Jumin and Yang Wen whisper that having a 300-year-old and a 1,000-year-old in the same room is absolutely ridiculous. As the chaos finally quietens down, Chairman Kang taps on his notebook firmly, stating that Jagged Spinner has every right to be here. He adds that the association will not take any more complaints, forcing the grumbling hunters to finally take their seats. Even with sour faces, everyone focuses on the screen as Chairman Kang projects a global map showing the active dungeons. He explains that there is no need to recap the gravity of this crisis, as every single nation is currently struggling. The association will take direct command of the operations, bypassing all standard auction protocols to secure a rapid and coordinated strike. But this swift decision instantly sparks outrage among the greedy guild leaders, who immediately voice their vocal complaints. They demand to know if they are banned from mining mana crystals, protesting that they cannot raid these dungeons for free. I cannot agree to this, old man. Jian stands incredibly firm this time, arguing they need to make money to pay their own guild members. Seeing someone back him up, Dua quickly agrees, adding that her guild members are very expensive to hire, so they must be allowed to make money. Then another voice joins the protest, leaving Chang Hyuk feeling quite helpless. It is Jang Sung, the guild master of the legendary Wuji Sword Guild. He casually points out that they are a civilian guild with no reason to obey the government, demanding that each guild be given independent command. Hearing this, Ji Woo angrily stands up to criticize him, demanding to know if all he cares about is money. He glares back, reminding everyone that this is a national emergency, not a business deal, and asks if they have forgotten that. Jang Sung then cautiously brings up how the government wasted highly skilled hunters during the tragic Great Red Gate incident. Remembering that scene, Ji Woo cannot help but frown. Suddenly, another hand rises as a strong voice echoes across the room. Park Jong-chan stands up and boldly declares that heroes must step up during national crises, so they will follow government orders just as Leon would want. Hearing those words, Huang Jumin also nods in agreement, stating that this is a global crisis and cooperation is the best path forward. Seeing this play out, Jang Sung lets out a deep sigh, convinced that history is about to repeat itself yet again. He remains highly stubborn, firmly declaring that the association president has absolutely no authority to force them to fight. Facing this direct challenge, Chang Hyuk simply smiles calmly, replying that of course, he is fully aware of that fact. He goes on to suggest that he has a special proposal prepared for those who decide to cooperate with them. Following his gesture, an assistant wheels in a covered cart, and once it is uncovered, Jang Sung is completely taken aback. Several sets of pristine iron armor are proudly displayed on wooden racks. Unlike him, though, Jian seems entirely unimpressed. He notes that they look like unique-grade gear at best, asking if they expect everyone to obey the government for just that. He boasts that his own warehouse is overflowing with similar items. In response, Cheng Heo calmly begins to explain the truth. This is fine steel armor crafted directly in Lord Jag Spinner's workshop, and he asks Jag Spinner how many sets they produce this month. It quickly answers 1,300 sets, including weapons, though production slowed down because many serfs died along the way. Han Ha-ri is stunned, and even Ji-on gasps in disbelief. He immediately leaps to his feet, shouting that unique gear is supposed to be rare. How could they possibly mass-produce something like that? Han Ha-ri quickly steps in to defuse the rising tension in the room. But it is the absolute truth, as the Association and the Pantheon have already worked out a formal agreement. Chang Hyok then outlines the massive benefits, promising that participating guilds will receive customized iron armor tailored to their needs. He also mentions that the Japanese Hunter Association and America's Maverick Guild have already offered 10 trillion won for them. Seeing their shocked faces, Chang Hyok just smiles, saying he is merely delivering the news, while Yang Won realizes the gravity of this. Normally, forging a single unique grade item takes months in a massive furnace, yet here, they are mass-producing them. Seeing everyone silently hesitating, Chang Hyuk takes a deep breath. Under their bewildered gazes, he speaks up with absolute confidence. He tells them that if they do not want to join, no one is forcing them, before coldly adding that the world will move on without them as humanity's era ends. Suddenly, Beatrice's memories flood back, showing her loyal wounded General Luicardo. He promised to protect the land for Her Majesty. Beatrice was dragged away in complete despair while the terrifying enemies marched closer. They sang of eternal twisted pleasures, seeking nothing but endless corruption. These monsters simply would not die even when cut down. They mocked the living and defiled everything pure. At the end of her tragic path, Beatrice finally met a dark demon. He offered her a glowing purple jewel of immense magical power, demanding that the desperate queen make a contract with him. With no other options left, Beatrice accepted his offer. She spent hundreds of years repeating a dark, decaying history. The demon's wild, mocking laughter marked the exact moment her beloved kingdom collapsed into complete and utter ruin. Her loyal knights withered away for their queen as the brutal nightmare repeated itself in an endless, agonizing loop. Just as she finally decided to give up on fighting this cruel destiny entirely, a savior suddenly appeared before her. During their very first encounter, he introduced himself, telling her proudly that he is the great Leon Dragonia. As the memories fade, she slowly opens her eyes. Noticing this, he asks if she is awake, making Beatrice look up in confusion. Leon sits beside a campfire fueled by divine energy. Seeing she is doing better, he strikes up a warm conversation. He mentions that he dug out a shelter for them to rest, but she worries that he is wasting too much divine power. Leon calmly hands her a cup of water, reassuring her that it is simply a necessary expense for her safety. He adds that he would have used it much sooner had he known she was suffering this deeply, and she gently thanks him. Beatrice silently takes a small sip without saying another word. Suddenly, remembering something, she shyly asks if she has committed any discourtesy toward him. Leon calmly reassures her, guessing that she must have finally remembered her past before resting his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, Leon remembers the past as a beautiful dream he always wants to return to. Beatrice's cheeks flush bright red as she hesitates. She quietly asks if he is doing okay, but he doesn't answer right away, seemingly lost in a chaotic mess of old memories. Eventually, Leon assures her he is fine. She looks at him and sighs. Are all knights seriously like this? Leon smiles, saying they were simply trained that way. Lost in her own thoughts, Beatrice pouts. She casts a knowing glance at him. When she calls his name, Leon starts looking back with a pretty confused expression. She points out there is plenty of room next to her. She slips off her heavy winter coat, revealing pale shoulders and a blushing face. She invites him to come closer. Soon, Leon grows quiet and slowly begins to fall asleep. The two of them sit huddled under a shared blanket, resting against the cold cave wall. Beatrice smiles softly, her cheeks glowing pink. Leon looks over, asking if she is uncomfortable. Beatrice smiles, replying that she actually feels incredibly warm and peaceful right here. To his surprise, she gently rests her head on his shoulder, whispering for him to please just let her have this moment. She promises she won't ask for anything more. Her words carry a heavy sadness, leaving Leon standing completely quiet. The campfire crackles softly, offering a rare bit of warmth in this freezing place. A deep silence soon settles. Beatrice quickly drifts off. Suddenly, the goddess Ariana's voice echoes inside his head, calling him her loyal knight. Leon closes his eyes, wishing she would stay quiet. Meanwhile, the gods gather around to watch, listening to Ariana. She asks when he will open his heart to love, but Leon flatly refuses, saying it is not yet time. The sea god chuckles, teasing that they seem like a perfect match and a pure soul should become the East Queen. Another deity snaps back, telling him to shut up since anyone can see this is the power of dreams. Clearly, the next queen should be this worthy priestess. This might be a prophecy playing out right before their eyes. Hearing this, the god of war scoffs. The prediction sounds great, but the actual decision-maker does not care at all. She growls at war, completely offended. Meanwhile, the god of darkness calmly sips his tea as they argue. He says those sharing the same ideals will walk together, fueled by mutual motivation, and questions if there could be a better match. The god of war retorts, asking if Leon is not just a young, inexperienced kid compared to the rest of them. Darkness responds that the boy is actually a whole year older than the priestess, reminding War how humans view age. He agrees that humans place heavy value on even a single year difference. Talk about a headache, Leon rubs his temples in utter exhaustion. Ariana finally steps in, calling their bickering pointless. She proudly declares that since Leon is her champion, she will choose his bride herself. Hearing this, Leon groans internally, jokingly lamenting that he now has two overbearing mothers micromanaging his love life. Ariana starts counting his birth mother, the Duchess in Dragonia, and herself. That makes her his third mother. Leon can only sigh dryly, thanking her for the immense honor. Ariana lowers her eyes, looking as though she knows everything. Calling him her child, she softly asks if his hesitation is because of that person. Hearing that name, Leon pauses. He quietly answers that the time has not yet come. This leaves the gods in heavy silence. Sometime later, the duo exits the cave. Beatrice holds out her dagger to track their target, noting the reaction is getting stronger. Leon looks around, guessing there are no other monsters nearby, though he expected at least a few ice demons to appear. She asks if he means those notoriously lazy and foolish creatures. Nodding, Leon quickly explains their true nature. Indeed, they are lazy and slow, using cold frost energy that is absolutely no match for the divine sacred fire. Gazing out over the endless blinding white snow, he falls into deep thought. It is easy to see how one could get lost. He muses that Vulcanus and his knight going missing here makes total sense given the extreme freezing conditions. It is cold enough to alter nature itself. Could they be hibernating just like Spinner said? Suddenly, Beatos calls out to him, asking if he can feel the signal now that they have gotten this close. Leon agrees that he feels it too. Standing right before them is a massive solid barrier of thick ice. They step closer, the howling wind whistling in their ears. Taking in the sight, they realize this wall is truly humongous. It looms before them like a sheer cliff. Leon summons a powerful sword from his inventory and tells Beatrice to step back. His eyes glow with holy energy as he channels his strength straight into the blade. Bright red sparks erupt on command, ready to melt the barrier. A massive wave of fire surges forward, engulfing the ice. The ice slowly begins to melt with a loud hissing sound. Soon enough, whatever was hidden behind the wall is revealed. Beatrice gasps. Leon immediately confirms her fears, his voice filled with a quiet sense of relief. They finally found them. Trapped deep inside that thick block of ice are the flame sword knights of Van. They serve under Lord Vulcanus, the Knight of War and Fire. Meanwhile, in the domain of glacial Archduke Kadsha, the lazy and foolish great demon rests. Suddenly, an urgent call echoes from the observation base on the first glacial continent. A panicked demon servant runs frantically toward Belotus to report the dire news, shouting that there is a major problem. Peeking from her blankets, she lazily asks what is wrong. Finally, leaving her warm bed, Belotus demands him to speak. The servant frantically gestures at a report warning that a massive spike of destructive divine energy was detected in the frozen continent. Hearing this, she scratches her head in confusion before burying herself back under the covers, muttering how strange it is. Since the intelligence team claimed the seal would last 1,000 years. Unlike her, the terrified servant is panicking. He adds that they still have no response from Archduke Kadsha, growing pale as he imagines a horrific nightmare. This is no time to relax, because if that monster is freed, a terrible massacre will surely repeat itself, brought by those who fall from the sky with fire. Realizing this, a worried Belotus gets serious and issues her command. He must lead the elite forces ahead while she rallies as many troops as possible to follow behind. The servant departs and the scene shifts back to Leon and Beatrice as she asks if these are the Holy Knights, and if he is absolutely sure they are Van's Flame Sword Knights. Smiling, Leon is thrilled to have finally found them. Daesung glaring that they will rescue them immediately. Leon swings his blade, channeling the sacred fire to melt the dense ice sheets. The searing flames wrap around the frozen blocks, slowly burning deep into the ancient frost as he continues the process. Leon pours even more of his power into the flames, praying in his heart for his old brothers to return. Their king has finally returned, and in an instant, one of the frozen knights falls from the melting ice. It is Reiha, landing heavily on the ground from midair, with eyes suddenly flaring with intense, furious sparks. Both Leon and Beatrice are stunned to see Reiha immediately charge at them with a dark, menacing roar. Realizing the knight is completely out of control, Leon quickly steps ahead of Beatrice to shield her from the incoming blow. Raiha leaps high into the air, raising his sword while shouting that he will tear this despicable monster to shreds. He screams for the beast to die, prompting a terrified Beatrice to scream out for his majesty from the sidelines. Hearing her words, the knight is momentarily startled, wondering what she meant before his sharp sword can hit. You won't believe how easily Leon catches the deadly blade with just 2 fingers, smiling as he welcomes his old friend. Stunned, Raiha drops to his knees and bows deeply to the ground, crying out for his majesty in absolute reverence. Leon chuckles warmly at this before proudly introducing himself as Leon Dragonia, the legendary king of Leon Dragonia. The knight introduces himself as Raiha, the third sword of the Blazing Flame Knights. Leon pardons his earlier hostility, telling him to rise since they are still in enemy territory. Beatrice finally lets out a long sigh of relief. She then approaches the two of them, looking at Raiha to explain that she has a sudden question for him. Glancing at her, the knight senses a massive wave of spiritual energy and asks who this Lady of Dreams and Death is. Bowing gracefully, Beatrice introduces herself as the Queen of Sparrow and High Priestess of the Church of Dreams and Death. Raiha is utterly stunned by her prestigious royal identity, repeating the name of the Sparrow Kingdom in complete disbelief. Leon quickly steps in to diffuse his shock, mentioning that it is a very long story, and gently prompts him to answer the Queen's question instead of dwelling on his shock. Raiha complies immediately, and Beatrice fixes him with a serious gaze, warning that her questions might sound a bit strange. Only her clear voice rings out across the vast, snow-covered wasteland as she asks about the state of the continent. She asks if this region was already covered in heavy snow when they first set foot here long ago. Without a moment of hesitation, Raiha answers that while it was abandoned, it was never a frozen land like this. Pondering his words, Beatrice cups her chin as she realizes the truth, prompting Leon to ask if she figured it out. Beatrice looks up at the massive mountain before explaining that this artificial wasteland was created by a powerful demon to trap Lord Vulcanus and his holy knights. Listening closely, Leon nods as the pieces finally fall into place, realizing that the cornered glacial archduke must have resorted to freezing space and time across this entire region. Beatrice agrees with his conclusion but raises a critical concern, pointing out that they still face a massive problem. Looking uneasily toward the massive ice sheet, she warns that if they continue to melt the ice around the remaining knights, we might face the glacial duke. Right as Beatrice finished speaking, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath them. Raiha gasped, crying out. He wondered what the shockwave was. Beatrice turned around, her eyes widening in absolute shock at the massive portal. Unlike her, Leon remained completely calm. He noted the enemy had noticed them. Suddenly, from the spatial rift, glacial demons charged. Raiha shouted as the monsters bared their razor-sharp fangs, snarling with pure malice. Beatrice glared at them with disgust, thinking how incredibly annoying this was. Looking at Leon, she calculated. Opening the gate meant she had to conserve magic. His Majesty would have to melt the ice wall to free the knights. Beatrice glanced at Raiha. He was their shield. Leon seemed to realize this. He looked at Raiha, called out his name, and quietly told him to stand strong. Just hold on for 1 minute. Raiha lowered his armored visor and saluted, promising to get the job done. Beatrice watched with worry, calling to her king. Leon reassured her. He told her to trust the knight as they watched. Leon knew exactly what Raiha could do. The brave knight was already locked and fully prepared to unleash absolute hell. He gripped his sword with a white-knuckle hold. Holy Grail knights were chosen for their unmatched power and absolute loyalty. Among all the elite temple knights, Raiha was one of their absolute best. He slowly drew his legendary blade out. Instantly, a scorching red aura erupted from the steel, accompanied by a freezing voice. Raiha prepared his legendary style. It was the third form of his flaming sword technique. Stepping forward majestically, a deadly aura radiated from him. Every single slash of his blade proved his unmatched martial strength. Raiha charged ahead, tearing through the demon horde. Meanwhile, Leon sensed a sudden shift and turned around. He stared intently at the massive frozen block before him. He thought about melting the whole thing at once. Lost in his calculations, he stood silent before the ice. But doing so would unleash an uncontrollable flood of water. He could stop it, but it would drain him. He would be completely powerless afterward. Suddenly, Raihar's fierce battle cry snapped Leon back to reality as he watched. He looked over worried. But the knight was still full of raw energy, swinging his sword while shouting at them that this battle would lead them straight to the victory banquet. Leon let out a relieved sigh, smiling to himself. Honestly, his worry was completely unnecessary. The most reliable warriors were standing right there. Turning back to the ice, Leon prepared to free his frozen knights and summoned his legendary weapon. A swirling rift opened in space before him. Leon drew his holy sword, unleashing a blinding golden aura as the Aurora Holy Sword was finally fully activated. Its pressure was so immense that Leon had to brace himself just to stand. Frowning, he raised the glowing blade. He grit his teeth and declared a holy strike. Swung down, the sword created a shockwave that forced Beatrice back. A brilliant flash of light tore through the frozen wall, slicing it clean in half. He looked at the aftermath. Leon felt slightly dissatisfied. He could not melt the entire glacier safely. Suddenly, waves of water rushed forward from it. As the deluge threatened to flood the area, Leon quickly used his holy magic to block it. Beatrice stood shocked. She called out to her king, knowing that maintaining a barrier of this scale must be completely draining his mana. Yet Leon easily held back the entire massive torrent of water. Smiling mysteriously, he quietly muttered a brief warning. They were finally coming. Right on cue, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed as the knights charged out. Each soldier radiated an absolute beast of a battle aura. Leon smiled, proudly commanding them to destroy their enemies. Without a moment of hesitation, the flaming knights charged forward. The commander at the front roared out their motto. He demanded absolute and merciless brutality. The soldiers behind him echoed his words, shouting back with terrifying anger. Show them no mercy. Give them a painful death. The knights of the war god swept in like a fire. They resumed the legendary battle they could not finish 200 years ago. Beatrice stood completely speechless at the scene. Staring at the combat, she wondered if this could even be called a battle. The demons were being utterly crushed. They screamed in agonizing terror, begging for help. But the merciless knights did not slow down for a second. They declared they would slaughter every last one of them. Beatrice watched the entire one-sided beatdown in complete awe, mumbling that this was nothing short of pure, unadulterated violence. Suddenly, a cold, bone-chilling voice echoed through the area. The voice remarked that the sleeping army had finally woken up. The surviving demons instantly recognized it, crying out. It belonged to Archdemon Velotas. She stepped out of the spatial rift with a chilling and incredibly arrogant smile. The demons cheered, welcoming their cold lord. Velotas looked at her pathetic minions and muttered in a bored tone that the outcome was always the same. Glaring at the knights, she wondered where those monsters had even come from. He stared directly at her with glowing red eyes, startling Velotas. She immediately raised her hands to cast magic. She kept muttering that they were done for as a massive glacier formed in the sky above. Bee gasped in shock, her jaw dropping. She quickly turned to warn Leon, but the king just smiled and told her not to worry. Trusting his knights, Leon murmured that his comrades seemed to have finally awakened from their long, deep sleep. Right then, an electric surge coursed through the knights, triggering a sudden breakthrough. Beneath the ice, a pool of molten lava erupted. The lava surged straight toward Velotas's massive glacier, shattering it in an instant. The demon stood there completely horrified. Panicking at what was unfolding, she screamed that it had awakened. Right then, a hand reached out from the molten lava. Inside the glacier, a knight opened his crimson eyes and muttered that it was too heavy, unleashing a massive wave of power. The final seal shattered, sending the demons into a panic as they screamed about a monster emerging. Standing tall in towering iron armor, the monster was finally awake. He slowly forced out his very first words. "I am Vansinis," he declared. The war god's incarnation was Knight Vantand. On the map, the black pieces were neatly set. 200 years ago, in the kingdom of Leon, a massive demon army led by the Frost Duke launched their invasion. They clashed with Vansinis' Fire Sword Knights and the allied coalition with black chess pieces, completely dominating the board. Outnumbered 10-1, the demon forces overwhelmed the white pieces, leaving everyone to believe they would easily win. But get this, suddenly the demon lord's face twisted in pure anxiety. What on earth could terrify a creature like that? Striking without mercy, they brought absolute violence to the battlefield, leaving the terrified demon horde with only one option. Begging for their lives, they watched darkness consume everything. The strongest Holy Knight Grey drew his two sacred weapons. These legendary swords of Vansinu's unleashed raw flame. Gritting his teeth, Grey could only try to resist the raging onslaught. Even the Frost Duke had to admit this terrifying strength, recognizing a warrior whose power was second only to King Leon. As they clashed, the Duke silently admitted that the knight was incredibly strong, realizing he was severely outmatched. Knowing survival was far more important than any victory, he immediately ordered a full retreat to save his own skin. The demons rejoiced, thinking they had survived. The Frost Duke had made a highly tactical and rational decision. But just as he thought they could safely escape, his expression darkened. He had severely underestimated his enemy. Before they could even flee, his demon army was completely wiped out by an opponent who defied all logic. Charging forward, the knight demanded to know where they thought they were running while the demons scrambled in terror. Ruthless strikes continued to rain down upon them. But that was not all. Vansinis and his knights pursued them even further. They chased the demons straight through the Hell Gate, completely surrounding the entrance of the demon realm itself. Outraged, the Frost Duke pointed at them, asking if these madmen even realized whose territory they had just entered. Completely unfazed by the demon territory, Vantin slammed his great sword deep into the ground and roared back a simple no. He pointed in every direction, claiming this spot, that spot, and everything they could see as his domain. Pointing directly at the cowering demons, Vantan loudly declared to the Frost Duke that all of this belonged to God. The Duke scoffed at the ridiculous claim, calling Vantan insane for thinking he could win inside the demon realm. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his vast demon legion to charge forward and slaughter them all. As the brutal war raged on in the underworld, Vantan charged forward without a single shred of hesitation. His sharp blade carved through the enemy ranks, proving that the raw power of Vunsinus was simply too overwhelming. The demons were crushed like mere insects, with even their high-level officers completely wiped out in the carnage. With the enemy forces decimated, Vantan closed the distance, his blade finally drawing near the desperate Frost Duke. The sacred sword of Vunsinus locked against the Duke's weapon, leaving barely any distance between the two fighters. Feeling utterly humiliated, the Duke lost his mind, unleashing his magic while screaming in absolute rage. He spat at the thought of risking his soul against a mere mortal, preparing his ultimate defense. He cast an ultimate spell to freeze both time and space, a power even a demon king could not break. The absolute ice slowly encased Vantan and his mighty army, dragging them all into a deep, endless hibernation. Everything nearby was consumed by the endless winter, slowly severing the knight's vital connection to his god. The Duke planned to recover his power, promising that a demon horde would devour them once the seal broke. Calling them useless suits of armor, he watched as they were completely buried under layers of eternal ice. 200 years have passed. And now, at this very moment, the massive iceberg sliced in half by Leon Dragonia begins to rapidly melt away. The ancient seal of Frost Duke Kras is finally broken. Feeling an unnatural heat in the air, the Duke wonders why it is suddenly so hot. Kras is completely awake now. He stands up, scanning his surroundings, thinking that without that monster of a holy knight here, he should have no weaknesses. Down below, Leon Dragonia stares back up at the awakened Duke with a cold look. The king notes that the beast has finally opened its eyes. Shaken, Kras gasps out in pure disbelief, asking what is going on. He stares at the king and Beatrice in absolute confusion. Why is King Leon Dragonia here, and who is that standing beside him? Kras stammers out, realizing the legendary king is somehow still alive. Leon Dragonia responds in a heavy, quiet tone. Has someone actually dared to show hostility to me? It has been a long time since I felt this. Raising his holy sword, Leon Dragonia unleashes a massive wave of endless pressure. He calmly warns Kras that lately demons have been wetting themselves just seeing him. He adds that Kras has been sealed away for 200 years, completely blind to the world. But the Duke refuses to believe the hard truth. Desperately shaking his head, Kras screams out that it is impossible. He yells that the Lord of Wisdom once commanded an army of millions. There is no way these humans could have survived. But suddenly, a terrifying, chilling voice cuts him off, telling the scum to shut up. The High Knight glares at Kras with a sharp warning, telling him not to dirty their ears with that foul mouth of his. Furious, Kras spits out his words to the knight, calling them nothing but armored savages. His rage peaks as he roars at Leon Dragonia's group. He screams that this is his land, his territory, and soon his kin will sense the disturbance and gather here to wipe them out. Promising they will all meet a brutal end, Kras smirks. But Leon Dragonia remains completely unfazed, his lips curving into a confident smile. The king asks the man beside him which side he wants to fight. Vantor looks closely at Kras, answering with deep resolve. Vantor declares he will end this old grudge with his own hands. Respecting his choice, Leon Dragonia nods, looks like he gets to hunt the small fry. Turning to leave, the king warns Vantor to finish this for good, promising to gladly play the supporting role this time. Vantor firmly replies there is no doubt about it. He stomps his foot hard onto the ground, sparking a fierce crimson aura around him. The power surges and explodes outwards with incredible force. Vantor roars out, his voice shaking the very air as he makes his vow. He commands that all evil must be wiped out through death. The unfinished battle from 200 years ago is reignited at this very moment. Meanwhile, back on Earth, hunters are facing the 10th day of a massive, unprecedented wave of multiple gates opening all over the world. As soldiers gather in an open field, a sudden shout rings out there as a dungeon break, evacuate immediately. 10 days into the gate openings means dungeons are collapsing everywhere, proving that several gates have already started to break. Proving that gates are rupturing, one of the hunters curses why on earth did a gate have to open at the bottom of a lake. His teammate agrees, noting it is not even a dragon gate and nobody could have ever expected a portal to appear underwater. Thinking about how other nations are falling into complete ruin, the hunter sighs in relief that their country is still holding strong. All thanks to the Pantheon Guild. Honestly, with foreign news reporting absolute chaos, having a powerhouse guild like this is a lifesaver. Under the flawless command of Jagged, Spinner, Spanner, and his elite raid team, they have coordinated almost all hunters across the country. This has allowed the top guilds to rapidly clear out the active gates. But due to the sheer number of spawns, some still break. Right near their guard post, massive bubbles suddenly break the water surface. Out of nowhere, a colossal crocodile monster lunges upward. As it breaches, the soldiers freeze in terror. Some do not even see it clearly, shouting out in panic to ask what it is. Others scream that a monster has appeared as the beast bares its razor-sharp teeth, snapping wildly at the fleeing soldiers. The troops desperately scramble to reach safety. Fortunately, Han-Hari arrives just in the nick of time to provide backup. Activating her divine water magic, she manipulates the flow, wrapping currents around the giant crocodile like unbreakable ropes. Watching the beast get trapped, a soldier mutters, "Are we actually alive?" Right behind Han-Hari is Ji-Uk leading the main force. The soldiers cheer that the Pantheon Guild has finally arrived and they are saved. Han-Hari yells ahead, calling out to Ji-Uk. Ji-Uk nods, fully prepared. Channeling his divine retribution spell, a massive bolt of holy energy completely incinerates the crocodile. Ji-Uk quickly warns everyone to step back as they secure the gate. The survivors are deeply grateful, thanking the hunters for saving them. Meanwhile, Han-Hari charges forward with an unyielding battle spirit. Beside her, Ji-Uk is just as pumped, leaping into the fray. He shouts out for the glory of King Leon Dragonia. In the water, swarms of monsters keep rising, starting a brutal all-out war. Telling the beasts to die, Ji-Uk swings his blade, yelling that they just keep coming. He rushes to Han-Hari's side, suggesting a plan. He asks for some fire support since they are running out of steam, but Han-Hari gasps that her energy is almost dry too. Still, she quickly summons the flames from her blade, commanding the fire to ignite as the steel glows a bright crimson. With sweeping strikes, she cuts down the beasts. Over the past 10 days, the Pantheon Knights have closed over a dozen gates consecutively. This brutal march is only possible thanks to 4 knights wielding sacred relics, especially Han-Hari, who was blessed with a divine relic, the Water Wave Bracelet, and the Heart of Fire, boosting her power way past S tier. Yet deep in this battle, Han-Hari still craves recognition, wishing the sacred relic would truly acknowledge her. But while she is completely lost in her thoughts, Ji-Hyuk's sudden shout snaps her back to reality. "Senior Han-Hari," he yells. She turns in confusion only to see him staring in terror at the massive beast ahead, screaming that the boss has finally showed up. Looking at the colossal water monster, Han-Hari loses her cool. It is absolutely massive. Ji-Hyuk completely panics, screaming they are totally doomed. Han-Hari stares at the rampaging beast, gritting her teeth with a single goal in mind: stop it at all costs. She raises her sword, gripping it tight, and prays. "Lord Petis," she begs, "please help us face this giant serpent." Fortunately, the fire god hears her desperate prayer and responds. "Very well, my priestess," he asks. "Do you wish for power?" Han-Hari does not hesitate. "Yes," she quickly replies. But the god suddenly groans in agony, asking if she has any idea how hard he worked to gather this divine energy. Han-Hari is left utterly speechless. Behind her, Ji-Hyuk urges her to hurry, asking what is wrong and why she is not attacking. She looks down at her weapon in total shock. The flame is gone. The divine fire has been completely extinguished, and this is not just Han-Hari's problem. Elsewhere, a chef watches his stove go dead. The flame is gone. "What is happening?" he gasps. Every believer of Petis in the stadium and virtually all fire on Earth has suddenly vanished. People everywhere panic as their flames die out. Something is terribly wrong. They cannot summon even a single spark. Every fire has been snuffed out. Back on the battlefield, Han-Hari falls into a state of pure panic, wondering what is happening. Over with Ariana, things are just as chaotic as Petis writhes in agony. Meanwhile, back at the clash between Vantan and the Frost Duke, the Duke thrusts his hand forward in pure rage, calling Vantan a wretched human. A massive glacier slams straight into Vantan, making him howl in pain. Up above, Petis feels the exact same agony. The fire god trembles and screams, cursing his chosen warrior. "I told you to watch your limits," he cries out. Ariana just watches with her chin resting in her hand, amused by the drama. Beside her, the shadow god casually sips tea. "So this is the Grail Knight you chose," he chuckles. Petis snaps back, yelling about how much effort went into this. He clutches his head in utter frustration. Why can't his champion understand the basic concept of moderation? But Vantan does not care about his patron god's mental breakdown. He roars at the Frost Duke, telling him to die. Slicing the massive ice block clean in half, Vantan charges straight forward. The Duke looks down on him with absolute disgust, cursing this foolish human for wasting so much raw power. Duke Kazuya immediately counters, conjuring more massive spires of ice to crush his opponent. He knows a mere human vessel cannot possibly hold an unlimited amount of divine energy. Why does this insect fight without any caution? It is like he actually believes he is a god. Yet, despite the relentless barrage, Vantan easily shatters every obstacle in his path. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a deep crimson light. Right in front of Kazuya, something inside Vantan shifts and he breaks past his limits. A blinding column of red light shoots straight into the heavens. Seeing this unfathomable display, even the mighty Duke Kazuya feels a sudden chill of panic. That is a completely insane technique, he thinks, watching the massive wave of energy lock onto him like a homing missile. Countless legions have been sacrificed to master such a spell. Knowing this, the Duke braces himself and plants his feet firmly. "You think I will fall for the same trick twice?" he roars. He activates his absolute zero magic, launching razor-sharp ice shards forward. It is unbelievable that a mere mortal can unleash such a high-tier spell twice. As his magic surges, he declares that his frost will freeze not just physical space but time itself. Slowly, a massive, solid glacier forms from the countless shards. Once the seal is complete, the Duke bursts into a triumphant laugh. It has finally stopped, he boasts. Believing the battle is over, he looks at the frozen warrior with supreme confidence. Foolish human victory is mine, he sneers. He smiles at his icy masterpiece, already planning his next move. He needs to regroup his forces before King Leon turns his attention to this region. But just as he calculates his future, a familiar crimson light rips through the clouds. He looks up in horror as a blazing sword streaks downward. Impossible, he stammers, unable to believe his eyes. The boy had thrown that weapon away moments ago. Yet the descending blade shatters the massive glacier into a million pieces. Breaking free, Vanton grabs the hilt once more. Enveloped in the war god's blazing fire, his strength surges to a terrifying new level. Vanton smirks, asking if the Duke seriously thought he would fall for the same trick. Realizing he has been outplayed, the demon roars in pure rage, cursing him as a filthy human. But Vulcanus cuts him off instantly. Shut up. Charging forward, he delivers a massive downward slash. Down goes the despicable trash. A strike of pure, terrifying power. The devastating blow completely levels the surrounding area, finally ending the unfinished war from 200 years ago. Meanwhile, another blade plunges directly into a skeleton's skull. It belongs to none other than Leon. He has just annihilated the Red Gate boss. It screams in agony as the national crisis is finally put to rest. Thanks to Leon's heroic return, bystanders watch in utter awe. Even John Shin cheers in absolute excitement. The monster is dead and they are saved. He worships Leon like a loyal puppy, shouting, "Long live the king." Standing far beyond S-class, Leon and Beatrice teamed up with Vulcanus and 50 knights to completely clear the remaining gates. Elsewhere, Huang Jumin and Huang Junha watch the explosion ahead, keeping a close eye on Vulcanus, the Knight of War. Huang Jumin stands dazed by the sight. Huang Junha is completely frozen, muttering about Vanton fighting all on his own. This sole survivor from Leon's old world ruthlessly slaughters the beasts pouring out of the dungeons, showing absolutely no mercy. He etches his terrifying power deep into the minds of the citizens. At last, the nightmare is over. Taking a breather at the dungeon break site, Leon and his knights rest when a sudden voice echoes through the air. Adjusting his tie, he asks what the god of war wants, leaving Vulcanus looking on in complete confusion. The divine voice orders Leon to pacify his rowdy underlings. Vulcanus immediately speaks up to question the god. He asks Lord Bedos if he himself is not the ultimate war god, triggering a wave of divine fury from above. Manifesting as an illusion, Bedos snaps at Vulcanus, yelling that he never had such a reckless war god while striking him. He scolds Vulcanus for acting rashly and releasing his divine power like a bursting dam. Another man nearby chuckles at this. The newcomer defends him, teasing that Bedos should not judge others. After all, things have changed. Bedos is left speechless, reflecting on the past with regret and admitting they really should have gotten rid of him. He regrets trying to civilize that barbarian. But another voice consoles him. Do not be too hard on the kid. Even barbarian gods coveted his incredible potential. Just then, Leon speaks up, calling for Vulcanus, who bows in deep respect. Standing up, the king reminds him it is time to head back and honor Lord Spinner along with his subordinates first. Vulcanus asks if he means the mechanical Holy Grail knight whom the king had praised so highly. Hearing he is the successor of Anch, Leon turns back with a meaningful look. You will be incredibly pleased. As autumn arrives, Leon and Vulcanus walk away together. The global gate crisis has finally come to an end. Elsewhere, a beautiful woman sips her tea in absolute peace. It is Beatrice quietly reading the news on her phone. She sighs at the absolute chaos. Luckily, heavily populated nations seem to have protected themselves quite well. But she wonders about the inland continents. Right now, the screen before her is flooded with headlines about a giant serpent. Though the armored knight sent mercenaries to control the devastating damage, Beatrice knows it is simply not enough. Staring at the massive python on her phone, she whispers that even Vulcanus would struggle to deploy his troops here. Too many monsters are lurking deep inland, meaning bloodshed is inevitable. But suddenly, she freezes. Scrolling down, a shocking headline catches her eye, alleging serious misconduct within the high-ranking members of the nation's cabinet. The cover photo features a powerful man surrounded by multiple women, prompting Beatrice to sigh in disgust. Desungguidance and corruption among the elite are the same everywhere, which is not surprising given the current situation. She pauses for a brief moment, whispering to herself that this particular scandal seems a bit too ritualistic. Spotting something highly unusual in the photo, she begins to tremble. A familiar dark symbol is hidden in plain sight. After thinking for a moment, her eyes widen in pure shock. This emblem belongs to a demon. Sensing a chilling presence right behind her, she leaps up. In magic, speaking a true name has serious consequences. Just as she feared, a sinister figure stands behind her, having whispered the forbidden name of a demon to summon him. The demon looks at her, letting out a savage smirk as he remarks that he finally found where she was hiding. Gritting her teeth in absolute fury, she prepares to unleash her power, demanding how he dares show his face. The hateful destiny that once brought her entire beautiful kingdom to ruins has somehow returned to haunt her once again. The intruder laughs with twisted excitement, bowing mockingly as he greets his queen after such a long time. She spins around to glare at the masked figure with freezing intensity, but his sudden manic laughter catches her off guard. "What are you laughing at?" she demands, completely bewildered. He just grins back, his eyes flashing with a dark, calculating charm. "Your fate has already been decided. Yet you still stubbornly try to fight it, acting like you can somehow turn things around." His mocking words make Beechich grit her teeth in sheer frustration. He just stares at her beautiful face with a sly grin. He licks his lips hungrily, murmuring that she looks absolutely adorable. Beechich can only growl in pure, unbridled rage. "How dare you?" she barks. His voice softens as he starts fading into thin air, telling her not to get so angry. "I am leaving now," his disembodied voice echoes. She yells back in fury, demanding to know who he thinks he is to just come and go. "Is that so?" He chuckles with a devilish look. "Remember, your fate can never be altered. Don't you ever forget that." With those final words, his silhouette dissolves into nothingness. The queen of this fallen kingdom is left in bitter, resentful silence. Beechich presses her thin lips together, her violet eyes gleaming with royal determination. Meanwhile, a radar screen nearby blares with warnings. Red dots blink rapidly across the interface as an automated alarm rings out. Z-Spinner decides the Pantheon Association must act. They need to deploy forces to the global grain belts. Officially, it is to protect Pantheon followers in these vulnerable zones. These defenseless nations have opened up their airspace. The next update confirms Jiak is deploying his royal guards to seize control. Their mission is to take charge of every major grain belt globally. Elsewhere, a group of fighters struggles to block a monster attack. "Hold it down," someone screams. The soldiers charge forward, raising their heavy shields to brace against the beast's crushing blow. The monster screeches in frustration as its strike is blocked. Using the shields as a springboard, Dion leaps high into the air. He closes the distance like a gust of wind. Letting out a fierce battle cry, Dion tightens his grip on his sword. Landing squarely on the beast's face, he drives his blade deep into its eye, sending a wave of agonizing pain through it. The soldiers erupt in cheers at the sight. Dion pulls his blood-soaked sword from the thrashing monster, letting out a quiet sigh. Standing victorious atop the fallen creature's head, he modestly mutters that he still has a long way to go to become a true knight. A whole week passes by in a flash. The sixth official raid in the Kejin Principality is now fully wrapped up. Outside, a sense of peace returns. Birds soar through the windy sky, casting a serene atmosphere over the entire city of Kejin. Just 2 days before they are scheduled to head back home, the bustling streets outside the local taverns are alive with people. Laughter and clinking glasses echo from a lively corner. Chun-Young takes a sip and remarks that at least the food pairs well with the beer. Meanwhile, Daeon sits across from him with a slumped posture, staring blankly at his drink with a heavy, listless sigh. He thinks back to that day, realizing he hasn't returned to this area since the tragic incident on October 31st. Watching the crowded eatery, Jun-Hyung tries to comfort him, reminding him that the locals just have to keep moving forward. He notes that Kejin hunters are rarely seen cleaning up gates. It is always the ordinary civilians who suffer the most. Jun-Hyung pours another glass and slides it over. "Drink up, Dion," he says. "I told you not to focus on the negative. We came here to unwind, so cheer up." Dion lets out a faint smile and agrees, taking another sip of his freshly poured beer. But get this, just as he wonders where the others went, a sudden, violent shockwave rips through the air, shaking the entire room. Outside the window, a massive energy surge rolls over the streets. Terrified screams erupt from every direction, catching them both off guard. A shockwave out of nowhere, Dan bolts to his feet, grabs his sword, and rushes straight into the panic outside. "Grab your gear quick," Dan urges, leaving Jun-Hyung scrambling to put on his combat gloves as they plunge into the chaotic streets. Panic cries of monsters ring out. Is this a dungeon break? Dion wonders as terrified citizens run for their lives. "Run for your lives," people scream. A girl running at the back gets cornered by a beast, its jaws opening wide. The girl shrieks in pure terror as she stares into its razor-sharp teeth, but suddenly something massive shoves her out of harm's way. Dion slams a motorcycle directly into the beast's face, instantly stopping its charge. His jaw is clenched tight with stress. He quickly pivots to his next target, spinning the heavy wheel of the bike right into another monster. The creature howls in pain as the vehicle shatters on impact, successfully blowing the horde back a few paces. Breathing heavily, Dion curses under his breath. Damn it, a dungeon break right in the middle of town. Jung-Hyung emerges from the panicked crowd, calling out that he has already contacted the rest of their squad. The two step into defensive stances, shielding the civilians. Jung-Hyung assures him that help is on the way. "First, we need to push them back," Daeon replies, gripping his weapon tightly and bracing for the clash. With Jun-Hyung right on his heels, Dion yells for them to charge. Their battle cries echo down the streets. Their shouts shatter the silence of the city as a starry night sky looks down on their desperate fight. An hour later, monster corpses litter the road as Jun Hyung lets out a deep, relieved sigh. Nearby, the tired soldiers huddle together to rest. One of them speaks up, wondering why there was no guard and how everyone missed this disaster. Looking at the pile of dead beasts, Jun Hyung can only sigh at the complete mess. Then another soldier stands up with a helpless shrug. He explains that over half of their security cameras are broken and the satellites are completely unreliable. With everything down, they have to rely on civilian reports, making it a miracle they even prevented casualties. A weary voice agrees that it is a total mess. He awkwardly nods, looking out over the empty, desolate streets. He adds that the city is actually the safe zone since monsters run completely wild everywhere outside. Shocked, Deokgu stammers, wondering how anyone in the countryside can even survive in such a nightmare. The soldier simply sighs, saying they just have to endure it. The harsh truth leaves Deokgu staring in silent, heavy thought. Trying to comfort him, Jun Hyung tells Deokgu that they did their best and now need to head back safely. Deokgu nods gloomily. Is this really okay? Biting his lip, he reaches for his communicator to call Jag. A three-dimensional holographic projection of Jag's spinner suddenly appears on the screen, asking what is going on. Deokgu quickly responds to Sir Spinner and slowly declares his wish to stay behind instantly, shocking Jun Hyung. Stay put, a voice from the screen warns. Jun Hyung leaps up, demanding to know what he is saying. With a serious expression, Deokgu points out how many desperate places like this exist, but before he can finish, Leon appears on screen. Leon questions his decision, asking if he truly wants to stay there, leaving everyone around them completely stunned. Leon looks at Deokgu through the monitor and calmly asks what use he could possibly be if he lagged behind. Dismissing him as a low-ranked porter, the king questions his plans. Undeterred, Deokgu remains entirely serious. He explains that since monsters roam the open roads outside, he could at least help clear a few of them on horseback. Though he sits there isolated, he knows deep down that staying behind won't magically make him a hero. A heavy silence falls between them before Leon asks if he is just desperately seeking the approval of the gods and the king. Deokgu remains silent, harboring a quiet, desperate wish to finally do something that actually has meaning. Gritting his teeth, he denies it. He knows what he truly wants deep inside. He addresses Leon, speaking of a man who failed countless times but kept moving forward without a shred of hesitation. Recalling Jiraiya's warm smile, Deokgu feels that legacy of hope and declares he does not need royal approval to grow stronger. His bold declaration leaves the surrounding soldiers utterly speechless as they stare at him in sheer disbelief. Leon smiles. His sharp gaze shifts with newfound respect as he recognizes the boy's resolve. He encourages Deokgu to pursue his own path, declaring that not even the gods should stand in his way. With courage, faith, and the gods as his guide, the king places his absolute trust in him. The call suddenly cuts off. Everyone sits in a daze as Deokgu stares at the blank screen. He holds his head in disbelief, murmuring that the king actually gave permission before apologetically telling the others he is staying. The soldiers immediately cut him off, announcing they are all staying too, which leaves Deokgu completely flabbergasted. One soldier laughs, joking that heavy taxes would ruin them back home anyway, so they might as well stay. Besides, slaying beasts here means they get paid directly. Jun Hyung smiles, confident that their leaders won't abandon them. His eyes burn with tears of gratitude. Hearing their absolute support, overwhelming emotion completely washes over him. 50 brave soldiers and one wandering knight decided to stay, setting the stage for their legendary future. They crowd around to tease and comfort him, laughing about his tears, since he is not even a real knight yet. The terrifying night finally passes, welcoming a brand new day with the warm golden light of dawn. Shouting in unison, they prepare to march toward the next gate, officially beginning the true path of a knight. Leon approaches Jiraiya, calling out to Jiraiya the clueless. With a serious face, he asks if he plans to train again. Revealing that he knows about the reincarnation, the king urges him to return to the kingdom and draw his sword once more. With a bright smile, Jiraiya replies that he does not need royal judgment before he returns to the imperial capital. Leon helplessly closes his eyes. Standing nearby, Hari notices the king staring at the sky with a warm smile. Leon casually replies that an old friend just crossed his mind, smiling at the strange similarity between them. He quietly reflects on that familiar incompetence, the sheer foolishness, and that undeniable, unyielding stubbornness. Leon strikes up a conversation, asking Hari if she knows that those who shake the world are usually fools. Hari's face darkens as she smiles and asks, really? She cheers excitedly, saying if His Majesty says so, it must be true. He glances behind, slightly surprised. Leon teases her, saying she finally learned how to flatter and act like a proper subject. A bird lands right on top of her head. She asks Leon if she is loyal, right? He just smiles in silence. Then his voice echoes out, still not aloud. High above a massive ship, sails across the vast ocean as someone screams. Hari is tied tightly to a post, complaining bitterly. Not just once, but twice. She complains it is too cruel, but Leon calmly folds his arms, repeating still not allowed. Seeing this, Beck gasps in surprise with a hand over her cheek. Watching her bound, Beck asks if this is the ritual, offering to the Lord Poma. It is quite fascinating that this rite is supposed to ward off bad luck. Han Hari cries, streams of tears, asking if Beck doubts it too. Apparently her sacrifice is what stops the disaster. Han Hari stammers with tearful eyes, but Leon beside her coldly orders her to shut up. Beck feels pity, holding her cheek in sympathy. Poor girl. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as she realizes something. Beck asks curiously if the offering could simply be replaced with a statue of a woman. That direct question catches both of them completely off guard. Crying, Han Hari freezes instantly. She turns and anxiously asks His Majesty. Beck, standing nearby, adds that a regular statue might not be as effective. She turns to look at the pitiful sobbing Han Hari and makes a suggestion. After all, this is a rare vacation. Poor Han Hari has been hanging up there long enough. Why not use magic to swap her with a statue? He ponders, eyes closed. A moment later, the ropes fall off. Han Hari cheers excitedly. Awesome, she is finally free. She quickly runs off with a massive grin, shouting that she is off to change into her swimwear. Leon sighs deeply, complaining that she is an adult, but has zero manners. Beck laughs and defends her, saying she must have suffered quite a bit. Beck looks over to thank Leon for joining them on this trip. Leon calmly replies that there is no need for formalities. They should also relax and enjoy this rare opportunity. Looking at the giant ship cruising across the vast ocean, he estimates that at this speed, they will soon reach the kingdom of Haman. The ship glides rapidly across the waves. A quick flashback reveals the real reason Leon took this sudden vacation. Beck's suspicions. Back then he stood by the window, turning around with doubt, asking if she meant the demon Duke of Lust and Corruption is residing there. Beck frowns. Absolutely positive, because when she spoke its name, it reacted. Although the links severed quickly, it is definitely on Earth. Leon rests his chin in thought, saying if a veteran demon hunter claims so, he will believe it. He looks at her with resolve, announcing he will personally lead troops to Haman. The issue is they have no valid excuse to deploy soldiers there. That is why Leon devised a clever plan, a trip to the country of Haman disguised as a relaxing resort vacation. Flashback ends. Leon strolls out in swimwear, hands behind his back. Suho looks on with a goofy expression and calls out, smiling, to greet him. Soyeon suddenly chimes in, asking if he has arrived. He glances at her. She blushes red, looks away, and respectfully offers a glass of juice. Please accept this, Your Majesty. Leon takes the glass with a polite smile, thanking her and promising to enjoy it. Turning to leave, he casually adds that the drink suits her perfectly, making her blush even harder in shock. Leon raises his glass and announces to everyone that this is a rare vacation, so they should relax and enjoy themselves. The crowd below cheers in appreciation, thanking His Majesty. Soyeon stands in the back, still blushing intensely from his compliment. Leon walks over to his sun lounger, thinking this is not half bad. Relaxing under the sun, he promises himself that on this rare getaway he will also, but suddenly Han Hari dashes forward, cutting off Leon's thoughts, yelling she has arrived. She dives straight into the water. Suho shouts in panic, telling her to wait, but Han Hari plunges right into the pool. Water splashes everywhere, forcing everyone to scatter. The massive splash hits Leon squarely in the face. She surfaces, brushing back her hair, and remarks that it was cold at first but feels quite warm now. Suho stares with jaw dropped, stammering out, "Sister." Han Hari looks at him in confusion. Sweating bullets, Suho points, shaking fingers in one direction, whispering, "Your Majesty." A wave of intense murderous intent gives Han Hari goosebumps. Behind her sits Leon, clutching his wet hair. With tears in her eyes, she stammers out an apology. Leon brushes his hair back, frowning, and sternly warns her that having fun is fine, but she is still a lady and must mind her manners. She flinches, repeating the word lady in her mind. He smiles and asks. Leon scoffs. He asks if she thinks she is just some ordinary woman, calling her silly for trying to act like a commoner. Han Hari just smiles. That simple grin makes Leon's face twist instantly into a dark scowl as he snaps in pure irritation. She needs to learn proper etiquette. Therefore, he will personally teach her exactly how a noble lady is expected to behave. Learn or get her knees broken. That ruthless threat makes Han Hari's eyes immediately well up with tears as she begins trembling. Sobbing, she mutters a quiet agreement. She walks back with tears streaming down her face, prompting Suho to ask if she is okay. Looking down, she completely changes the subject. She calls out to Jag, Spinner, and the floating robot casually asks what she wants. Pointing at her swimsuit, Han Hari demands to know if he bought it and how he got her exact measurements and preferences. And get this, Jag Spinner smugly claims he hacked her Everyone gasps in absolute shock as he continues his analytical lecture. He claims he can predict her actions. Han-Hari turns pale internally, screaming in horror at what she just heard him say. Jag's spinner starts breaking down his analytical observations. He notes that Han-Hari naturally prefers short outfits that expose her skin. She wants her midriff and underarms free due to sweat glands. As a primate, she is mostly unbothered by such exposure. Han-Hari shrieks in protest. She covers herself and angrily yells that she wears it purely for coolness and comfort. Jag's spinner then roasts Ju-Hyuk's style. He describes it as cheap and flashy, combining ripped jeans with totally mismatched aloha shirts. He bluntly concludes this tacky fashion is a tragic byproduct of a highly distorted childhood spent in extreme poverty. Ju-Hyuk quickly defends his clothes. He argues it is not trauma-induced, but rather the pinnacle of modern street style. Next, Jag's spinner targets Suho. He reveals that credit card history shows his clothes are bought at cheap wholesale bargain markets. Suho desperately argues he is just saving cash. Meanwhile, Jag's spinner shifts his gaze towards Soyeon, resting by the pool. Jag's spinner adds that Soyeon is also extremely bizarre. Everyone looks over, finding her sitting there with a completely blank expression. He claims her behavior mirrors a male blue-footed booby. The entire group is left utterly baffled by his complex comparison. What is a male booby? Jag's spinner has zero filter and straight up explains the nature of the strange bird species. They flamboyantly show off their chests to attract mates. Hearing this ridiculous statement, Soyeon looks absolutely horrified. He adds that false online details almost led her to buy the wrong swimsuit. Infuriated, Soyeon reaches for her sword. She draws her blade. Screaming at the perverted robot to shut up, she attacks while the others try to hold her back. Jag's spinner calmly rejects the insult, but Soyeon just screams over him, drowning out his explanation with sheer unbridled rage. Put the sword down. The others plead for someone to stop her as Soyeon swings her weapon wildly at Jag's spinner. Jag's spinner easily dodges every slash. Suho cries out in terror, leaving Han-Hari to look around and wonder where the queen is. Wandering down a luxurious hallway, Han-Hari is completely in awe of the sheer scale and beauty of the VIP suite. This place is gorgeous. She stops right in front of a grand set of doors, wondering if this is the hall. Han-Hari calls out to Beatrice, but a sudden muffled sound from inside the room makes her eyes widen with intense worry. Anxious, she yells that she is coming in. But as she reaches out for the handle, the door suddenly slams shut. Startled, she stumbles back. She covers her mouth in fear, realizing that the room is completely locked from the inside. Fearing the worst, Han-Hari screams she is breaking in, while Beatrice frantically waves her hands inside, telling her to stop. But here is the crazy part. Han-Hari crashes straight through the heavy door, cracking it open to reveal Beatrice. Beatrice stands clad in a highly revealing swimsuit. Brushing her hair aside, she shyly tells Han-Hari she cannot go out. Han-Hari's jaw drops. Mesmerized, she covers her blushing face while Beatrice asks if she is even paying attention. Speechless, Han-Hari can only gasp in pure admiration. Meanwhile, back at the pool party, thick slices of meat are sizzling. Perched right on Suho's shoulder, Jag's spinner reminds him that ensuring both sides of the meat are cooked evenly is critical. How even a tense Suho asks, but Jag's spinner demands absolute perfection, suddenly screaming at him not to let it burn. Suho tries to argue it is just the Maillard reaction, but Jag's spinner bluntly rejects his defense with raw scientific facts. That reaction requires specific conditions, and this is just charred meat. Ju-Hyuk watches the entire argument in sheer panic. Ju-Hyuk spots 2 clay jars and a bottle. He looks at Leon and asks if His Majesty wants a drink. He inspects the bottle. He marvels at how expensive it looks, wondering aloud what kind of quality alcohol it contains. A dark, murderous presence looms directly behind Ju-Hyuk. Shivering in terror, he turns around to find Soyeon glaring at him. Soyeon coldly points out that he is still a minor. Clutching the bottle, Ju-Hyuk begs her not to be a buzzkill. She reiterates that alcohol is strictly forbidden. Suddenly, someone nearby screams, demanding to know what Ju-Hyuk is holding. What is in his hand? A bottle of wine. Ju-Hyuk flinches, sending the bottle flying, but a hand suddenly catches it. He quickly turns around, eyes wide, trying to explain that it is all a misunderstanding to Senior Han-Hari. She holds the bottle, keeping her other hand on her hip, angrily reminding him that he is still a minor. Turning to Suho over there, she yells, asking if he was about to drink some too. Suho stands there stunned, replying that he is only grilling meat. She turns her back, opening the bottle while laughing and praising him. Good job, Suho. He is still too young to drink, so only adults like her should have this. Suho, feeling completely annoyed, silently mutters that she is only 1 year older. Ju-Hyuk then asks where she went. Pressing her lips against the bottle, she casually replies that since the queen was not there, she went back to her room. Just then, Beatrice appears, hiding behind a wall to watch the group chat. She looks worried, especially when she hears someone calling out, asking why the queen has not returned yet. Beatrice flinches, her eyes wide, covering her mouth as she imagines a pitiful scene. Looking at the others playing in the pool, she sighs to herself. Men and women are exposing their bare skin, splashing around together in a public pool. Even His Majesty is there. He turns around with a smile, asking what Beatrice is doing over there, adding that the water is nice and warm, so she should join. Talk about an awkward situation. Beatrice shyly calls out to Leon, her face turning bright red as she lets out a soft, embarrassed sigh. Han Ha-ri and the others look over as Beatrice steps out, wrapped tightly in a blanket. She stammers, asking His Majesty if something is wrong. Beatrice stands shyly in the pool with Leon while still holding her blanket. He casually sips his wine, prompting her to clear her throat. Sighing, she asks if he finds this uncomfortable, but he glances back with a smile, saying not at all. Beatrice then speaks up. She explains that the cultures of Leon and Sparrow are quite different. While Sparrow values austerity and restrains any display of grandeur, she reflects on their customs. Thinking of Leon, she imagines a young couple dancing together, continuing her thoughts on how the kingdom of Leon prides itself on a romantic, liberal, and lively culture centered entirely around its knights. Thinking of him, Beatrice uses Leon as an example. He is a romantic who once kidnapped the saintess of the pure temple to win her heart. He casually replies that it is just a part of royal culture, which immediately makes Beatrice blush and cry out in embarrassment. She mentions that the royal banquet hall even has waiting rooms for couples, calling out his name. Leon smiles gently at her red face. She puffs her cheeks in annoyance, accusing him of being mischievous. He nudges her, asking if that story was a bit too much for her. Beatrice lowers her head hesitatingly, replying that on their trip to the Ham Kingdom, but suddenly a finger is placed on her lips. He smiles, telling her to leave business discussions for later. Leon turns to her, saying that they should just eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. It is rare to have such a relaxing time with such a beautiful view. He proudly asks Beatrice if she agrees. Even the ocean waves look elegant when wearing modern clothes. Beatrice shyly covers her mouth with her blanket, staying silent. She then asks a question that startles him, pointing out that although he is not used to electronics, he seems quite familiar with Earth customs. Leon walks away in annoyance, grumbling that he still cannot get used to that damn phone no matter how hard he tries. Beatrice silently notes that Leon, being an Earthling in his past life, is a secret. As a reference, Leon belongs to the pager generation. Han Ha-ri turns to call out to His Majesty, while Rep floats on the water making some noises. Using his magic, he lifts a wine bottle to show off. This is the royal wine of Leon, and everyone should have a glass. The surrounding crowd gasps in excitement. Du-Hu cries out, thrilled to receive such royal wine. He graciously accepts as the wine is poured into his glass. Beatrice stands nearby, explaining that His Majesty has served this a few times before, and it is a very sweet drink. Leon presents the wine, explaining it is made once a year from grapes nurtured by the Holy Grail, Knight of Life and Abundance, through a grand ritual. It is offered as royal wine to honor the achievements of the knights. Everyone stares wide-eyed at the glass in Leon's hand. Suddenly, Han Ha-ri snatches it away, shouting out confiscation, which startles him. He frowns as she downs the drink in one go, claiming they are all too young. Du-Hu cries out in disappointment. It is royal wine, how could she touch his share? Watching Han Ha-ri pour the last drops into her mouth, Leon groans, in annoyance at her complete lack of refinement. She lets out a warm breath, her face flushed red as she wipes her mouth. Han Ha-ri rests her chin on her hand, smugly reminding them that no means no. He calmly remarks that someone seems drunk. Watching Han Ha-ri laugh foolishly, Leon grits his teeth in annoyance while Beatrice giggles helplessly in the background. She happily holds up a glass, inviting His Majesty to have a drink. Leon freezes as Beatrice suddenly cheers, saying this is indeed her proper posture. Meanwhile, a small shark complains, telling them to squeeze tighter together. He sighs in defeat at this wild bunch. Suho and Soon step in to support the heavily drunk Han Ha-ri. Suho apologizes to His Majesty, explaining that he will lay his sister down on a chair, folding his arms. He smiles, telling them to wrap her in a blanket as it gets cold. Chatter fills the air as someone yells not to block the way. The goddess of light keeps completely quiet. Han Ha-ri, who is completely wasted, suddenly wide eyes in total confusion, struggling and screaming. Suho only has things to tell her. He panics, yelling that it is dangerous, but Han Ha-ri instantly faceplants right into the water. Dead silence. He clutches his head, groaning at this utterly ridiculous, stupid sight. Absolutely speechless. Leon frowns and triggers his holy boiling skill. Blue light flashes, creating a massive explosive shockwave. Water splashes everywhere. Annoyed Soyeon covers herself, muttering about another drunken stunt. Beatrice panics, screaming as her towel slips. Suho spots the falling fabric and completely freezes, face turning bright red. He screams at the top of his lungs. What a sight! Leon steps up beside Beatrice, making her jump. Shaking and close to tears, her face turns crimson. Suddenly, Leon drapes a warm towel over her. Surprised, Beatrice looks up shyly, whispering for her king. He just smiles, telling her to take it step by step. Meanwhile, Suho rushes to block the view. He rants and scolds the others, but Beatrice catches a whisper. Off in the distance, a group is watching. Ariana is fast asleep in her chair. Beto sighs, grumbling that this is definitely no time for a nap. Beside him, the goddess watches eagerly, loving every single second of it. Betos mutters that they should just take everything. The other god readily agrees. Demera scratches her cheek, looking over at Ariana with a sigh. Did they really have to bring her? She feels completely helpless dealing with the goddess of abundance. Meanwhile, Leon lets out a deep breath, watching Beatrice blush. He thinks, I can hear every word you gods are saying. Only 2 days left before Hammon. Their ship glides smoothly across the sea. Upon arrival, a highly diplomatic formal handshake takes place. It is a polite show for the cameras as a horde of reporters crowd around, snapping photos of them. President Zhao shakes Leon's hand, welcoming His Majesty to Hammon, but Leon keeps his response cold and brief. He introduces himself as King Leon Dragonia, then casually tells the president to back off a little. The president stands there completely bewildered. Suddenly, a streak of fiery red light flashes across the sky. Leon warns him that someone is arriving heavily intoxicated. Zhao looks up blankly, wondering if it is a meteor. The massive crash makes Zhao stumble back in sheer terror. Standing there is a towering, muscular beast of a man. This is Vulcanus, the legendary holy knight of war and flame, who glares down at President Zhao with sharp eyes. Pointing a giant finger, he demands to know if the shaking president is indeed the king of this land. Zhao panics, waving his hands frantically to explain that he is just an elected president, not a monarch. Smiling nervously, he welcomes Lord Vulcanus to Hammon. Vulcanus just rests his hands on his hips and laughs heartily. Cold sweat pours down Zhao's face. He keeps up his polite smile, wondering if there are more of them. Right behind them, Queen Beatrice leads her retinue with a graceful smile. Leon casually adjusts his dark glasses. He explains that his other knights are waiting back in Korea, so he only brought his personal guard. Hearing this, Zhao flashes a sly smile. So this terrifying power did not come to start a war after all. Zhao speaks up, bringing a sudden silence to the crowd as he asks what brings the king here. Leon slowly slides his glasses off his handsome face, displaying a calm, confident smile. Just sightseeing, he replies. Hanhari puffs out her cheeks, taking a slow sip of water. She stares over at Vulcanus in his tank top, showing off those massive bulging muscles he plays on his phone. She sighs, unable to get used to this. Scrolling through social media, he ignores her. Hanhari looks back on her memories. This is how they first met. Vulcanus had laughed, asking Betos why he chose such a weak girl as his saintess. Hanhari could only bow shyly. She nervously asked if everyone seemed tiny to him, which only made the giant laugh even louder. He agreed. Hanhari shivered in fear, finding him absolutely terrifying, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Leaning down, he reminded her that as a knight, she really needed to work on her physical proportions. Hanhari, wearing a tight uniform, froze in pure shock. Had she really just been harassed within 5 minutes? Vulcanus beat his chest with a booming, proud laugh, shouting out his 3 absolute rules for any worthy knight: a tall height, a wide chest, and strong hips. Hanhari stared in complete confusion as he crossed his arms. He told her to start training those 3 areas immediately, leaving her to hope he was just being dense. Either way, looking at him now as he scrolls and chuckles, she remembers that terrifying first impression. Back then, Vulcanus had genuinely terrified her. To her, he felt like a dangerous, unpredictable wild beast. He behaves like a rude, highly masculine brute. Vulcanus stares at the phone, poking the screen and shouting to go wild and get violent. Hanhari watches in disbelief, noticing he is actually more tech-savvy than His Majesty. Vulcanus keeps playing on his phone. He explains that this account is meant for spreading the temple's teachings. He is even connecting with the Empress on this app. Hanhari can only stay silent in sheer helplessness. Suddenly, Betos flies over and whispers right into her ear, calling her name. He calls her his holy maiden. Startled, Hanhari whispers back to Betos. The war god warns her to stop him from wasting his power. Hanhari wonders why he would say that. Sensing they are talking about him, Vulcanus suddenly looks up, catching them red-handed. Vulcanus wears a menacing grin that sends shivers down Hanhari's spine, making her sweat. She nervously turns to answer Betos. She tells him she cannot do that. Betos simply shakes his head and sighs, while a highly satisfied Vulcanus grins and looks over. He starts teasing Betos, mocking the god for losing his old strength. Apparently granting just a sliver of power completely drained him. Betos clenches his fists in absolute fury. Bewildered, Hanhari asks him if he really did that. Vulcanus merely shrugs and speaks up. He asks if she already knows about it, admitting he thought His Majesty would keep it a secret. Suddenly, Demera flashes through Hanhari's memories. She remembers witnessing it herself. Looking at Von Kius with deep concern, Han Ha-ri asks if he is alright, shocked that anyone else could do it. With a smirk, Von Kius proudly declares he is the strongest man alive and continues explaining. He explains that manifesting divine authority depends entirely on raw talent. Among all past Leon Dragonia kings, only 3 ever achieved it. Enduring such a miracle is nearly impossible for a mortal body. He stares at her with sharp, cunning eyes and a knowing smile. Von Kius tells her it is nothing to them. He reiterates that he is the strongest man alive, while His Majesty is even crazier. He calls the Emperor a complete monster. Von Kius then points directly at Han Ha-ri, claiming she also possesses that very same divine talent. Han Ha-ri is left completely stunned. Folding his arms, Von Kius explains that she should have realized this already as a dual-power wielder. He clarifies that being blessed by 2 gods means she was born to be a vessel for divine authority. Von Kius then asks. He points out that receiving the Heart of Fire from Isabel proves her divinity. Hearing this, Han Ha-ri places her hand over her heart. She repeats the words, questioning him. Von Kius explains that the heart generates divine power all on its own. It is a sacred relic of the legendary Flame Sword Knights. Shocked by its value, Han Ha-ri quickly shakes her head. She confesses she had no idea it was so incredibly precious. Von Kius simply closes his eyes, letting out a helpless, smirking sigh. Von Kius declares that it is now his duty to train her into a holy knight. Meanwhile, Bedos sits on her shoulder. The war god proudly crosses his arms. Resting his chin on his hand, Von Kius sinks into deep thought before speaking up. He muses that since they cannot have 2 holy knights, maybe he should be a holy duke. Bedos notes that title never existed. Suddenly, Von Kius slams his hand on the table, shouting that he has found it. His muscular frame and wild grin make Han Ha-ri uneasy. He loudly proclaims his desire to be a king, admitting he has always wanted a throne. Meanwhile, Han Ha-ri sits there completely clueless. Bedos turns red with anger, demanding how he dares suggest that. Von Kius merely laughs it off, declaring he will be the Holy King. He envisions himself as the Holy King, while His Majesty rules Leon Dragonia. He then curiously asks Han Ha-ri about the size of this country. Han Ha-ri stands there dazed, clutching her phone and stuttering. She quickly opens up a map application on her screen to show him. As Von Kius tilts his head to look, Han Ha-ri points to the screen and explains that this tiny area is Hamon and this is South Korea. Hearing this, Von Kius flashes a menacing toothy grin. He suddenly bursts into wild, ecstatic jumps, leaving everyone around him utterly dumbfounded. He shouts at the top of his lungs that the place is way too small. His eyebrows arch up with supreme arrogance. He boasts that such a tiny land is completely unworthy of the great Leon Dragonia Empire, marveling at how vast the rest of the world is. With a proud grin, he tells Han Ha-ri they will conquer this country starting from Hamon, then march west. Han Ha-ri is left completely speechless. She stares at him with her mouth wide open. Von Kius laughs even louder, raising his hand to admire it with absolute satisfaction. He declares that once their great empire is rebuilt, he will crown himself king and turn Hamon into his personal summer palace. Han Ha-ri's eyes widen in sheer horror. She realizes that at this very moment, this guy is finally showing his true chaotic colors. Panicking, she turns to Bedos, begging him to stop this madness. But the war god merely frowns, asking if there is a war. With a bloodthirsty smirk, Bedos declares that he loves war and urges him to start immediately, leaving Han Ha-ri even more stressed. She suddenly remembers that Bedos is literally the god of war. Desperate, she realizes she must change the subject before they actually start a conflict. She quickly blurts out, asking Von Kius why he thinks His Majesty left them here in the first place. This successfully catches him off guard. He calmly replies that the Emperor surely has his own grand plans. Then, remembering something, he looks at her knowingly. He mentions that she probably has not seen the other side of His Majesty yet. Intrigued, Han Ha-ri raises a finger and asks what he means. Vinus whispers that His Majesty is more noble and just than any other knight, staring at her alongside Bedos. He is the very symbol of victory. In his memories, the king was always fierce, imposing, and wild. He adds that the king is also incredibly cunning and ruthless. His cold voice echoes out, addressing the crowd. Addressing his 138,000 followers in the Grand Hall, the king declares the heretics have gone too far. Now is the time to fulfill their holy duty as the chosen ones. The king then touches the items on the table. Vinus whispers that the king will do absolutely anything to win the war, stopping at nothing for victory. The king smiles broadly, raising his hand to declare this a holy war. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, Jayade runs panting into the secretary office, completely exhausted. He frantically searches for the room, shouting in a panic. He yells out for the Duke of Depravity. Yu turns around and playfully addresses the Supreme Commander. With a sly smirk on his face, Yu reminds Jiaode that he really should knock before barging in. Jiaode screams out if this is really the time for manners, slamming his hands on the table in a total panic. King Leon has actually arrived with his bizarre knights. If that madman loses his temper, we are all dead. Yu casually closes his eyes and smirks calmly, asking why he is being so dramatic about it. Just because the king comes from another world with different values does not mean he should be discriminated against. Zhao De panics, asking if Yu even understands the danger they are in to be joking around like this. The demon summons a thick red fog that wraps around the room, leaving Zhao De absolutely terrified. Everything turns a deep murky crimson as Zhao De trembles, begging the Duke of Depravity to stop playing around. Yu snaps and grabs him by the throat, making Zhao De choke in sheer terror as they lock eyes. The demon sneers, calling him a useless mortal before lifting him completely off the cold floor. In a creepy voice, Yu warns him that he seems to have forgotten his lowly place after signing the contract. He asks who Zhao De thinks he is showing off to, licking his long tongue across the man's terrified face. Yu threatens him, stating that his title means nothing, and he is merely a breathing piece of meat. Sweat pours down Zhao De's tense face as he quickly nods in submission, desperately trying to apologize. He begs for mercy, but the demon mockingly cuts him off, repeating his desperate pleas back to him. Yu throws him onto the floor, casually accepting his apology, while Zhao De shivers on the ground. He nervously asks what the demon plans to do next as Yu turns to look toward the window curtains. Yu casually asks what King Leon is doing right now as Zhao De kneels on the cold floor trembling. He quickly replies that the king and his knights are simply walking around and enjoying the scenery. He adds that besides Park Young-shin of Hamit Palace, no one has seen them. Yu turns with a sharp gaze. The demon smirks deviously, noting that King Leon must have realized they were here from the very beginning. Or perhaps he is just waiting for them to make the first move, sending Zhao De into a full panic. He asks if they can even defeat him as the demon lets out a terrifying, sinister laugh. Yu tilts his head, letting his hair cover one eye, admitting that they stand absolutely no chance. The king is basically a god of victory in human form, and only a true archdemon could ever face him. Yu's eyes sharpen in thought before he clasps his hands together, wearing a truly creepy grin. He boastfully claims that even someone like him can drag at least one of them down to the abyss. King Leon has made a fatal mistake. Meanwhile, in the crowded city, people on the buses lean out in awe. They marvel at how crowded it is. Inside a luxury car, Leon's group is heading over, and Jae-hyuk looks out. He is shocked by the crowd, but Leon, holding a glass of water, calmly tells him to stay composed. He explains that since they are knights of King Leon, they should know how to stay calm and enjoy. Hari eagerly points out the window, asking if those are the followers from the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Jae-hyuk chiming in notes that they look exactly like the followers of Demera, the Earth Goddess. Leon quickly slides over to the window to get a look himself, agreeing that they are indeed her followers. He is quite impressed by the sight. Queen Beatrice, who is sitting right next to him, looks outside too. She reminds him that besides their group, there are actually many other guests arriving for the event, inviting other important guests. Leon casually replies, noting that this festival seems to be a major national event here. He quietly tilts his head to observe. Bichik notes that it is no wonder they invited high-ranking VIPs from around the world. She then turns around with a rather anxious expression. She suggests this might be their way of keeping our actions in check. Leon bows his head in deep thought, considering their next move. After pondering for a moment, he calmly tells everyone that he has no concerns over a mere insignificant hostage. Leon immediately asks her about preparations. He asks Bichik how her preparations are coming along. She recalls some recent rumors to update him on her overall progress in the investigation. She explains that she has not actually uncovered any major intel yet. A few days ago, Bichik heard rumors that President Zhao loves women. He is obsessed with nightlife, so she went undercover into a VIP club. There, the president had one arm wrapped around a girl. His other hand raised a glass, cheering loudly about how incredible the party is. With a rather creepy, depraved expression on his face, the man turned. Zhao turned to ask Suiren when the idle trainee she promised him will finally show up. Hearing this, Suiren was visibly put on the spot. Suiren flashes a tense smile, telling him not to rush since she is already waiting outside. Bichik, standing by the door, overheard his creepy voice. The president called out for her to enter, promising a huge reward for whoever performs best. Bichik easily slipped into their lavish party. The room was filled with girls. Afterward, Bichik successfully approached President Zhao, staring coldly and directly into his eyes during the chaos. It did not take long for Zhao's sweet dream to turn into a living nightmare. Bichik sighs in frustration as she speaks to Leon. She tells Leon that unfortunately Zhao had no valuable intel about Kui in his mind. Leon rubs his chin in deep thought after hearing this. The Duke of Corruption Kui is a name he has heard a few times. He suddenly remembers something and shares his thoughts on the matter. This fiend used his cunning to corrupt the entire empire alongside the demons, being the only surviving demon duke who fought in the war. Bichik tilts her head and confirms, explaining that after leaving His Majesty's world, the demon invaded her own world to continue his destruction. She continues, stating that alongside the archdemon Andromalius, it took him less than 50 years to completely ruin their world. She alerts everyone with cold, sharp eyes and slightly furrowed brows, explaining that he always targets human weaknesses to break their spirits. He targets weaknesses to manipulate them, as countless generals, kings, and nobles fell into corruption by his hand. She cautiously warns them to be careful. They must tread carefully. Bichik adds that he will show a person their deepest desire and offer it with an irresistible temptation. It is an offer they cannot refuse. Inside the luxury room, gilded lights shine above a banquet table overflowing with delicious dishes. This is the grand hall of the five-star hotel ballroom in the kingdom of Hamel. Suho adjusts his clothes, feeling completely out of place. He sighs, complaining that wearing a suit is incredibly uncomfortable. Taesoon reminds him that he needs to get used to it. Suddenly, a figure glides past Suho and Taesoon. Suho's eyes light up with surprise, and he quickly calls out, welcoming His Majesty. Leon casually grunts. Looking over at Han Haori's group happily feasting, Leon reminds them that although they are here to hunt demons, this is still a formal state event. He tells them that as Knights of Leon, they must behave properly. Suho nods, dejectedly acknowledging the command with a quiet yes, Your Majesty. President Jiao rushes over to welcome him, asking in a low voice if His Majesty has already arrived. Leon quietly tilts his head to look. Leon replies coldly, noticing Jiao's haggard face and asking him if he is feeling all right, which makes Jiao quite uncomfortable. Jiao awkwardly admits that he has not been sleeping well lately. Leon casually slips his hands in his pockets, stepping forward with an air of authority. Leon remarks that this is a common struggle for any world leader. Jiao scratches his head in embarrassment, thanking him and quickly touching his chin. He frowns as if lost in thought. Leon immediately realizes why Jiao looks so worn out. He must be repenting every single night in his nightmares. Observing Jiao's guilty expression, a smirk plays on Leon's lips. Honestly, who wouldn't enjoy this? Even though they do not know the exact plans. With no details on Kui, the information extracted allowed Leon to strategically station his knights at every critical point. Leon softly comments on it. He notes that, by the way, the weather today is truly beautiful. Jiao quickly catches up to walk beside him, smiling and agreeing. Jiao says that such nice weather during the spring festival must be a good omen. Suddenly, he freezes in realization and calls out to Leon. Leon asks what is wrong, and Jiao anxiously explains his concern, noting that he cannot find Vung Kaz anywhere in the hall. Suddenly, a blazing fire erupts right behind him. Wait, is that an attack? Jiao looks around in absolute terror as smoke fills the air. Sweat pours down his temples. In a complete panic, the president desperately wonders if that was just an unexpected explosion. People scramble to escape the flames. Amidst the chaos, mysterious figures in black cloaks blend into the fleeing crowd to execute their plot. Red-eyed attackers wielding swords block Han Haori's group as they try to escape. Terrified guests scream out in horror at the sudden ambush. They demand to know who these people are and call for someone to stop them. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach with a mocking voice. The cloaked figure spreads his arms wide, sneering that it is such a shame to cause trouble on such a beautiful day. He mockingly welcomes everyone. The terrified guests scream in panic, demanding to know who these intruders are and what they want. They ask if the intruders even know where they are. The black-cloaked figure gently bows, placing a hand over his chest as he whispers, "To present this glorious spectacle before the Savior is truly an incomparable honor," and with that he flings off, his dark cloak leaving Jiao Dai watching with a panicked face. That was his announcement to everyone: a bomb. Jiao Dai frantically screams out that these madmen are walking bombs, they are terrorists. His mechanical face stares straight ahead, completely terrifying. At the same time, he chests out madly across key locations throughout the kingdom as terrorists launch attacks everywhere. Suicide bombers begin popping up everywhere. The leader spreads his arms wide, looking up toward the light while chanting. In absolute adoration, the terrorists scream out for Davin because the gods demand it. Meanwhile, at a capital mall in Haman, another terrorist makes his grand entrance. Shoppers freeze, staring in absolute panic as the crowd descends into total chaos. Nearby bystanders stammer in confusion, wondering why a terrorist is here. Covered in weapons, the maniac already holds a detonator. An angry young man steps forward, demanding to know why he is doing this while his friend runs away screaming. He yells back to escape immediately. But it is too late. The terrorist's eyes flash red. With his thumb resting on the button, the terrorist coldly asks why, his gaze radiating a bone-chilling murderous intent. His voice turns solemn as he declares it is what God wants before decisively slamming down on the detonator. Instantly, the canisters strapped to his chest glow bright red. A massive blast rips through the mall, shaking the foundation. The deafening roar echoes through the smoke as panicked crowds flee at top speed. Amidst the chaos, a little girl named Lily cries out for her mother, who quickly warns her not to inhale the fumes, shielding her with her body. Coughing violently, the mother uses her remaining breath to say her final words, whispering how much she loves her daughter. They close their eyes tight as thick white smoke envelops them. But suddenly they both gasp, sensing something completely unexpected. And get this, she inhaled what should have been lethal poison gas, but feels absolutely no pain at all. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoes from the smoke behind her, prompting her to turn around in concern. Holding Lily close, she rushes toward the voice and frantically asks if he is okay, finding a man coughing uncontrollably. He hacks violently as if his lungs might give out when suddenly his torn clothes rip open, exposing his true form, a dual-horned demon. The beast snarls, cursing his broken disguise, leaving the mother utterly paralyzed. She stammers out the word demon in sheer terror, while the exposed beast grumbles about his cover being completely blown. Unleashing his bloodthirsty instincts, the demon lunges at Lily and her mother, roaring they must die until suddenly a brutal bone-shattering punch connects straight with his jaw. Unable to react, the demon is sent flying backward onto the floor. The savior standing before the frightened family is none other than the terrorist himself, who politely tells them to evacuate. She stammers out a quick thank you, completely bewildered that their protector is the very madman who started the blast. Another bomber steps up, noting that the beast survived their holy gas, proving he is a high-ranking demon of some sort. He proudly claims they have nothing to fear, promising to purge all evil in the name of their holy god. The demon staggers back up, wiping away the blood and growling in frustration at the pathetic mortals standing before him. He points aggressively, mockingly asking if they think they can win before attempting to activate his sinister corruption curse. But before he can unleash his dark spell, another heavy fist shuts his mouth right in the middle of his speech. The flat command to shut up is followed by a relentless beatdown as the group delivers a brutal lesson in righteousness. They mock him, telling him to repent for his monstrous birth, while the battered demon curses their absolute madness in agony. The zealots even invite the mother over to join, pointing out that the beast had tried to harm her and her child. She hesitates, covering Lily's eyes, nervously wondering if these crazy cultists seriously want her to join in on the beatdown. But remembering how viciously the demon had lunged at them just moments ago, a sudden shift of emotion takes over. Leaving little Lily standing there in complete disbelief, the mother runs over and starts kicking the living daylights out of it. Unbelievably, citizens everywhere begin taking up arms against the exposed demons. Meanwhile, a pair of pale wrists are bound tightly. Heavy iron shackles glint under the harsh lights as the terrorists gather hostages, shouting for everyone to move immediately. They order the prisoners into the main hall while a trembling terrorist, dripping with nervous sweat, holds a pair of cuffs. The guard hesitatingly prepares to lock them on as Leon grits his teeth and warns the coward not to dare. Zhao De watches in absolute disbelief. Why is Leon not resisting? Everyone had hoped their champion would do something. After all, Leon is a legendary powerhouse, far exceeding any level 5 hunter. Yet he only sighs as the metal clicks shut. Leon grumbles about their pathetic hostage-taking tactics, while Beck commands the rest of the group to follow their instructions. The Pantheon Temple can do nothing because of the hostages. The broker curses helplessly. Damn it, even Pantheon cannot do a thing. Despite the president's desperate hopes, the banquet guests are held hostage, unable to show even a shred of resistance. Suddenly, iron handcuffs clatter onto the floor and a voice echoes. "You did well, Your Majesty." Zhang Yin respectfully apologizes. "I know it was by your command, but I still feel terrible about what I did." Leon gently smiles, reassuring him that a king must bear responsibility for his commands, and he did well. Harry looks on in pure astonishment, her mouth hanging wide open. She gasps that the terrorist is Park Jong-in. Suho asks if she really did not realize it. Beatrice already explained the situation, though perhaps they missed the details. After arriving in Hammond, he worked with Jag Spinner, visiting one of the brilliant branches in Hammond. Harry asks in utter shock, a bomb vest, completely bewildered. Did they seriously hand bomb vests to civilians and order them to commit terror? Jong-in laughs to reassure her, "Do not worry. It is actually holy powered gas that only affects demons." Harry gasps in surprise. "So it is meant to purge demons from Hammond." Leon confirms this is the only way to force them out. Jong-in adds that high-ranking demons might still survive the holy gas. Beatrice happily chimes in with a suggestion. "Let us see what the others have accomplished so far." She swiftly leads them to a state-of-the-art system control room. Beatrice points at the main monitor and announces that the target is locked down securely. Leon nods in satisfaction. "Then, let us begin." Harry turns to look at him in confusion. Leon suddenly flashes a bizarre smile, noting that this might get a little violent as hunting season begins. The night sky stretches out in eerie silence. In the distance, the city lights shimmer against pale blue towers. Q stares intently at his phone, letting out a heavy sigh. "This time they outplayed us," he mutters, never expecting them to take hostages. Monitoring the latest news broadcast, Ju falls deep into thought. The real headache is that the demons were exposed by this terror attack. Hugh asks his assistant which high-ranking members are left. The assistant quickly replies, "Sir, the Demon General, the Vice President, military commanders, and police are still active. Most of the Navy consists of corrupted forces who can aid us if needed." Hearing this, Gyu gazes out the window, realizing they lost their strategic edge due to the terror, but this is still their home turf. This nation is a swamp that will drown Leon, and even if all else fails, he has a final trump card. The assistant stammers as he runs in reporting urgent news. Gyu whirls around to demand what happened. Looking at the image in his hand, he gasps in shock. The first night order has arrived. Gyu is completely baffled. Why would that man ever miss a chance to slaughter demons? He smiles, mysterious-like. But wait, he is completely alone right now. If they use innocent soldiers or police as human shields even, that monster cannot kill them all. Nearby, a terrified soldier screams out in a desperate attempt to stop him. Halt. Vulcanus frowns, questioning if the man is actually trying to block his path. The soldier firmly nods. Yes, this is a restricted military zone, so step back. The knight cannot hide his pure annoyance, causing the soldier to tremble with sweat pouring down his face. He stammers. Vulcanus unleashes a spine-chilling, murderous glare, his deep voice carrying a cold weight. He never takes orders from those weaker than himself. The soldier stands frozen, whispering in shock. What? A panicked man rushes forward. This is Han Guk Kwan, the military mastermind. Suddenly, frantic whispers echo in his ears. An armed group is fighting the demons. Who are they? What, the terrorists? Cold sweat beads on Han Guk Kwan's face. His heart races with dread. Damn it, they are all going to die. Things have spiraled into complete and utter chaos. News spreads like wildfire. The entire city panics over the gas attack and the sudden manifestation of terrifying demons. The grand banquet hall is locked down by the attackers. Han Guk Kwan stands before the elevator, slamming the button with violent desperation. Where on earth did this Holy Grail knight come from? Have they somehow discovered his true identity? His soldiers contact him over the radio, asking for orders on whether they should engage the demonic beasts. Desperately pushing the close button, Han Guk Kwan orders his troops to eliminate the terrorists first. The confused soldiers ask what he means, demanding to know his current location. Though he is absolutely furious, he tries to explain. He told them to stop them and insists his priority is securing the VIPs. Suddenly, a massive metal hand jams between the closing elevator doors. Two powerful arms forcefully pry the heavy metal apart, causing Han Guk Kwan to panic. Within seconds, the doors shatter. Vulcanus steps through with a triumphant grin. He lets out a hearty laugh as he announces he found him. Recognized immediately, the mastermind freezes in terror, stammering the name Vulcanus. In an instant, Han Guk Kwan's entire face is clamped tightly in the knight's iron grip, his powerful fingers squeezing with cold intent. Cold and ruthless, absolutely no one is getting out alive. Just a second or two later, agonizing screams echo through the entire building. As night falls, the full moon climbs to its highest point in the dark sky. Meanwhile, Leon is busy over on his side. He uses a blackboard to sketch the monsters, explaining that demons have blended in with the guests. Across the room, Han Ha-ri raises her hand. She asks loudly what they should do. Leon calmly responds, "It is simple, just check if they are demons and then eliminate them." Leon crosses his arms, speaking with a pretty dismissive attitude toward the beasts. Since they are chained up and completely harmless, they can just strike. He says to just wipe them out without a second thought. Is not this even easier than picking up free cash off the street? He grips a marker, talking while quickly moving on. Everyone can figure out their own way, because right now he is deciding the group missions. To make absolutely sure of success, Leon assigns specific roles. Han Suho and Jae Hyuk are paired up to go together. As for Han Hari, she will operate solo this time. Han Hari is completely stunned by this. But Leon does not stop there and keeps assigning tasks. He orders Knight Captain John Soyeon to protect the queen. Soyeon accepts the command immediately, acknowledging her lord. Leon looks over at the guards kneeling on the floor, instructing them to wait in the hallway. They bow deeply in obedience. They promise to follow orders. Seeing that everyone knows their duty, Leon nods quite contentedly, gripping his sword as his battle spirit ignites. It is time to begin. In the next room, a guest who turned into a demon screams in terror, hands bound tight in heavy chains. He begs them to stop. Seeing this fear, Vunkis is highly pleased, urging them on. Jae Hyuk readies his weapon to unleash lightning magic. The spell instantly vaporizes the demon, but right then his partner notices something. Wade is not the guy you just killed, the minister of France. Suho sweats a bit and explains that even the minister got corrupted. Jae Hyuk and Suho work together to clear the demons among the hostages. On the floor, the demonized minister is charred black from the lightning strike. Using their absolute shield power, they push the hostages aside. This allows them to trap the remaining demons inside the barrier and finish them off with lightning. It is a bit slow, but definitely safe. Seeing the hostages trembling, Suho offers a reassuring smile. Do not worry, the lightning will not hurt you unless you are a demon. He tells them to just wait peacefully until they clean everything up. Not wanting to waste any time, Jae Hyuk steps forward and calls out. He urges Suho to move to the next room and Suho quickly follows. With weapons in hand, they pace down the hallway feeling slightly anxious. Suho begins to wonder about the situation. There are far more high-ranking officials disguised as demons than he ever expected. This could seriously spark some major diplomatic issues. Jae-hyo quickly tries to reassure him and ease his worries. Remember, we have Phi set up a body cam. We captured the exact moment they transformed on video, so we will be fine. As they chat, Suho spots Han Hari stepping out from a doorway. Pointing her out, Jae-hyuk runs over to give her the update. He proudly tells his senior that the hallway is completely clear now. Han Hari nods in approval that did not take very long. She points toward the opposite door and proposes handling this room next. Before anyone can reply, she flings the door wide open. Peering inside, she says a quick "excuse me." Within seconds, her sudden entry causes the entire room to erupt into wild, roaring flames. The hostages inside scream in relief that Hunter Han Hari is here to save them, but then the blazing fire starts to spread. Panicked cries yell that everything is on fire. Standing outside, Jae-hyuk and Suho look absolutely terrified. They ask if she intends to burn down the entire room. After it is done, Han Hari playfully sticks her tongue out. She proudly asks if that was fast. Suho sighs in disbelief, muttering that it was indeed super fast and incredibly extreme. Suddenly, a familiar voice speaks up from behind the three of them. Honestly, that is a pretty simple and highly effective method. It is the Emperor himself, covered in blood and facial scratches. He smirks with amusement, admitting he still prefers using a sword instead. Leon's bloody look leaves the two boys completely speechless, while Han Hari is totally swooning over him. Realizing things are getting out of hand, she asks. She wonders if they should really keep killing demons like this. Leon does not quite get it, questioning what could possibly be more important. Not wanting to beat around the bush, Han Hari gets straight to the point with a very worried look. While they are making all this noise, the Grand Duke of Demons has remained strangely quiet. The thought of this beast makes Leon pause. What if this is a trap? Leon strokes his chin thoughtfully, slowly agreeing that she might actually have a very good point. A shadow of the mastermind behind the scenes appears. Those wretched creatures from the realm of pleasure and corruption love useless little schemes. They are just like those self-proclaimed intellectuals who chase empty knowledge. If they are planning something, they will definitely target this spot. Hearing his deduction, Han Hari grows even more anxious, wondering if they are in extreme danger. Jae-hyo grips his weapon tightly and guesses, what if they run straight into the corrupted Grand Duke while wandering around? But Leon has a completely different take on this. He lowers his head slightly, calculating. In critical moments, those cowardly creatures always prioritize running away above all else. His unexpected words leave the trio wide-eyed with shock. But things are not going to be that simple. That doesn't change the truth that Bastard is still a demon Grand Duke. His eyes burn with blue fire as he warns that if they ever cross paths, you must report to me immediately. Not far off inside the building, Kwei sits atop a pile of corpses, flashing a deeply scheming grin. Looking ahead, he mutters that they have finally arrived. Queen Bi-chich stands opposite him, her brow furrowed in pure anger as she waves her hand. She orders Soyeon to charge. Carrying out the command, Soyeon bolts forward like a sudden gust of wind, wasting absolutely no time. Raising her sword high, Soyeon aims a direct strike at Kwai. He stays completely calm even as the blade closes in, wondering if this is divine power. It is a troublesome power indeed. Kwai raises his hand and blocks her strike head-on. But suddenly, right above his head, something forms. A massive magic circle appears. The caster is none other than Bi-chich, screaming for him to die as she unleashes her full power. Multiple magic arrays manifest and quickly erupt into violent explosions. As the smoke clears, Kwai is revealed standing completely unscathed. He casts high-level magic without even using a catalyst, moving incredibly fast. Standing right behind him is a monstrous beast that blocked the blast. That shield magic is truly worthy of his dark intellect. Kwai sneers, praising Queen Bi-chich for being just as formidable as ever. He tries to tempt her, suggesting that if she fell and embraced the path of pleasure, her potential would reach absolute heights. She could have become a supreme archmage, even surpassing Corallo. But Bi-chich immediately sees right through his dirty tricks and cuts him off. She barks that she has zero interest in the heights of filthy demons. Unable to contain her rage, she glares at him with pure hatred. She warns him to shut his rotten mouth before she tears him to pieces. Seeing her fierce resistance, Kwai drops his polite act. He scoffs that she underestimates him, asking if a failing queen and some half-trained knights really think they can stand a chance against him. Hearing his arrogant challenge, Bi-chich merely smirks. Right as she smiles, Leon Dragonia suddenly smashes through the door from behind. She asks if they ever said it would only be the two of them fighting. Suddenly, on the highest floor, a brilliant golden light erupts. Leon Dragonia drives his weapon straight forward with blinding speed. His blade pierces right through Kwai, completely catching the demon off guard. Kwai spits out blood from the heavy blow. Assessing the threat, Leon Dragonia asks if they are all right and they quickly shake their heads in gratitude. They thank him for saving them. But suddenly, a raspy voice draws Leon Dragonia's attention. Unbelievably, Kwai is still breathing and gasping out his name. Soyan snaps, telling the bastard to shut his filthy mouth. Kwai struggles to stand, desperately gathering enough strength to speak to Leon Dragonia. Kwai wheezes, realizing Leon Dragonia predicted his trap at the banquet hall. Leon Dragonia frowns, replying that everything went exactly as he anticipated. He asks if a headless cockroach is somehow no longer a pest. Suddenly, Kwai flashes another eerie, scheming smile that puts everyone on edge. Kwai chuckles, mocking Leon Dragonia for thinking he was ahead of the game. He raises his hand towards Soyan and Chich. He asks if Leon Dragonia saw this coming too. Sensing immediate danger, Leon Dragonia grips his weapon tighter and lunges forward to stop him. But Leon Dragonia is too slow. A massive violent explosion rips through the upper levels of the building, shaking the foundation. A corrupt purple light shoots directly at Chich. At that exact moment, a bizarre phenomenon begins to unfold outside in the open air. A massive glowing magic crest appears in the heavens. Dark purple energy ripples violently across the sky, blanketing the entire area. Ham slowly pulls back his hood, muttering if it has finally begun. His companion coldly responds that the bait has served its purpose. He blames Kwai for neglecting his duties. The demon must have known their intelligence was leaked by that useless commander from the start. The companion states firmly that Kwai likely viewed this sacrifice as an acceptable loss, which is precisely why he went through with it. Ham notes bitterly that they were discarded after the Great War. Suddenly, the magic staff in his hand begins to glow with dark power. Their centuries-old master plan might have failed, but they must secure a victory here. The other demon nods, his eyes burning with desire. He agrees, stating that he refuses to lose their hard-earned knowledge to those annoying humans. Ham flashes a chilling cold glare. He declares that they will isolate Leon Dragonia right here. Raising his staff high, he channels a massive spell to seal the entire area. He summons the domain of lust and corruption. Roaring out, Ham calls upon his massive army to rise and crush their enemies. In an instant, massive summoning portals tear open across the horizon, casting a sinister red glow over the entire sky. Endless hordes of demons pour out of the rifts. Their bloodshot eyes burn with sheer malice, hunger, and primal bloodlust. One demon growls that it is time to get to work. Ham slams his staff down, wearing an eager grin of anticipation. He wonders if Leon Dragonia, who lost everything in the Great War, can possibly survive against an army of this magnitude. Ham's chilling words echo across the field. Meanwhile, in a vast desert of endless golden sand, Leon Dragonia finds himself completely alone. Bewildered, he looks around and mutters where on earth he is. He quietly calls out for Ariana, but receives only silence. He calls out again, louder, for Poma. Clenching his fists in growing frustration, he demands to know where Petus is. Leon Dragonia frowns as annoyance washes over him. He whispers that the connection is dead. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the general is furious. He slams his hand on the desk, demanding to know if headquarters has fallen. A panicked subordinate quickly continues the report. That is not all. Everywhere on land, hidden low-level demons are showing themselves. This very location is the absolute front line. It is the first armed unit of Hamyun, the command center. The commander holds his exhausted head, muttering about this chaotic situation. If only the communication devices were stable. Just then, his subordinate Wang Han reports that a demonic summoning gate has appeared. It has opened right in the capital. The general gasps in shock. Are they truly doing everything to destroy this nation? What on earth is happening? Strange static suddenly disrupts the control screens, followed by an unidentified object. A bizarre entity pops up on the screen with a sharp scree. The intruder speaks up, declaring himself the Grail Knight of Iron and Forge. He is Jag Spinner, Spinner from the temple. The general leaps to his feet. What the hell is their command center compromised? Jag Spinner calmly continues, stating that they must know the situation. Unfortunately, the leadership of Hamyun is now entirely useless. It has been completely seized by demons. The general gapes in utter disbelief while the machine tells him to make a choice. Jag Spinner poses the ultimate question: are they enemies or allies? Before the connection cuts, the machine leaves a parting thought. The intruder says he trusts the general to make a smart judgment. His subordinate officer calls out to him in deep worry. The general stands frozen for a moment in front of the dead monitor. Then he decisively grabs his coat from the chair. They are heading straight into the Hamyun capital to join the Pantheon Guild. Hearing his commander's plan, the lieutenant turns pale. He warns that this move could be seen as treason. The general whips around furiously, telling him to ignore politics. Demons are the true enemy of humanity. Adjusting his cap, the general quickly heads out. He believes that with the Pantheon Guild on their side, they will have the strength needed to stop the demon army. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto the view outside the window. What the general sees out there leaves him completely stunned. It takes only a few seconds to recognize those massive flying shapes, fighter jets. The general's face contorts in shock. His mouth twitches uncontrollably. How could a private guild possibly gain complete command over an entire nation's air force? Meanwhile, at the temporary base of the Hamyun Marines, a tense report echoes from inside the command tent. Sato bows, respectfully reporting that Leon Hart is currently isolated in a hotel and cannot interfere with their plans. Bo casually steps over the corpses scattered across the ground, his lips curving into a twisted, arrogant smirk. It was all too easy. Smiling, he announces they will march straight into the capital. Without Leon Hart around, stopping the Pantheon Guild should be easy. His partner hesitates, questioning if victory is guaranteed. Sato adds that Venus, the one who took over the command, is still nowhere to be found. Bo just laughs. Licking the fresh blood off his blade, Bo sneers that nobody else matters compared to Leon Hart's terrifying strength. Besides, the elders from the Church of Lust are already stationed in the capital. Suddenly, a blinding flash cuts him off. A devastating beam of light tears through the sky, obliterating the entire marine camp in a single roaring instant. The entire base is flattened by a high-tech particle accelerator cannon. From a safe distance, Raihar watches closely. Raihar doubts the blast killed their target. Jagged Spinner confirms that high-ranking demons easily survive deadly blows like this. He urges the captain to surface the ship. Captain Rudolph immediately issues the command to end their dive. The crew quickly operates the controls, swiping screens to confirm that they are rising to the surface. As the water clears, Jagged Spinner cheers. Their massive Leviathan-class carrier is finally rising from the depths. Back on land, smoke and fire rise from what used to be the military camp. The area is completely decimated. Only a massive crater remains where the barracks once stood. Out of the burning rubble, Bo painfully drags himself up. He struggles to sit up, wondering if that was high-tier magic. But his eyes suddenly shrink in pure terror. Massive modern warships are cutting through the water at terrifying speeds. Staring at them, Bo wonders what the hell those things are. Overhead, the enemy fighter jets quickly switch combat modes. Weapon bays open and gun barrels deploy. The 3rd Amphibious Support Air Battalion is ready to strike. In an instant, a massive payload of bombs rains down from above as tactical commands echo through the sky. Deafening explosions tear the ground apart, engulfing the entire landing zone in a violent sea of flames. Wails of terror echo through the smoke. Hiding behind a crumbling wall, Bo screams furiously into his communicator. He demands to know why the air defense units are not firing back. An urgent voice crackles through the radio. They report being under heavy attack by unidentified forces. Bo freezes in shock. Nearby, his soldiers start to scatter. Soldiers flee in tears as sheer chaos takes over the battlefield. Terrified, the commander struggles to organize a retreat. With the outpost abandoned, the landing force retreats. Inside the battleship, Jagged Spinner keeps his focus locked on the controls. Firepower concentrated. Instantly, the massive gun barrels raise in unison. A barrage of shells whistles through the air, creating a sea of smoke. Fire erupts violently, lighting up the sky. Shortly after, a scout reports that the landing zone is completely secured from any threat. Jagged Spinner quickly commands his forces to the assembly point. Their target is the capital center, the Bombay Hotel. His eyes glow as he activates the land-based combat prototype, initiating the merge with his 3rd decisive weapon. The subordinates shout out, synchronizing all parts with the crowd system. Another operator confirms the results. System compatibility is clear with absolutely zero anomalies. In just moments, the machines complete their fusion. They form a colossal high-tech robot. Every single step it takes falls heavy as a mountain, shaking the earth violently. Rocks and soil crack under its immense weight. His voice echoes across the battlefield as he unleashes his ultimate weapon, the ground weapon Marquis. Jagged Spinner holds his head high, boasting that nobody can stop him now as they target the capital. Meanwhile, back in the barren desert, King Leon trudges through the scorching sand. He possesses the ultimate power of the Leon Dragonia. As the guardian of the Holy Grail, this demigod generates divine power that eclipses even the saints, driven by a sacred force. With endless vitality and an unyielding spirit. Yet sweat completely drenches his body now, his breathing turning ragged and heavy. Every step carries an unprecedented weight of exhaustion. Finally, unable to endure the strain, Leon drops to one knee. It has been ages since he felt this kind of weariness. He is truly struggling, isolated in a wasteland devoid of life. If there were only something to hunt, he could have eaten and quenched his intense thirst to drive away the fatigue. But this barren ground offers absolutely nothing to satisfy his dire needs. Even so, he stands right back up, trudging onward through the desolate sands. Leon moves his legs in silence because sitting idle is simply not a knightly trait. Suddenly, Gip appears right beside him with a mischievous smirk. Quite impressive, the devil mockingly remarks. Walking for 40 straight days without food or water, is that what you call the pride of a knight? Leon merely frowns, casting a sharp side glance. Without a single word, he swings his sword clean through Gip's body. The king scoffs that this is his knightly duty, yet the devil's body instantly mends as if untouched by the blade. It is utterly useless. Gip laughs. You cannot harm me here, where we are beyond your time or divine providence. Leon presses his razor-sharp blade right against his neck. Then I will keep striking until I hit you, he coldly responds. That is the path of a knight, a legend's way of marching toward victory. Gip sighs, wearing a sarcastic look. How exhausting, the devil complains. Suddenly, a loaf of warm bread and a flask of fresh water materialize in his hands. Here, take this, Gip offers with mock concern. Your throat must be parched, and are you not starving? Your gods will not save you now, but I gladly will. He grins, whispering that all Leon needs to do is one simple thing. Gip points directly to the ground, absolutely thrilled as if waiting for a show. Drop to one knee, he tempts him. It is not submission or a betrayal of your faith, just a single knee. Leon does not even bother to answer, stepping forward as he tells the devil that his kind always talks way too much. Gip's eyes go wide in disbelief. What he demands, thoroughly confused. Just one knee and you escape this torture. Why on earth refuse? Leon growls back, calling him a cheap devil, asking if he truly thinks a man lives on bread and water alone. He declares his body is built on faith and judgment, not just flesh and blood. Gip snaps his fingers in annoyance, shaking his head at such foolishness. Instantly, the landscape shifts, conjuring a painfully familiar vision. Karina stands there. Her eyes are red with tears as she asks why her father refused to save her mother, letting her die. Was duty more precious than his queen? She demands to know if he could have saved her. Gip stands right behind him, whispering if he is deaf to his own daughter's cries when he could heal her heart. The devil smirks, urging Leon to simply bring her back from the cathedral, claiming it would be so incredibly easy, insisting that the king is fully capable of it. Hearing this, Leon instantly reaches out and grabs him by the collar. Leon roars in fury, accusing the demon of tempting him to violate the sacred laws of life and death. I am the holy knight, protector of the gods. Gip merely pinches his fingers together, looking incredibly annoyed. How frustrating, the devil mutters. He snaps his fingers again, instantly reshaping the space around them. Continuing to test King Leon's resolve, he walks right through oceans of gold and priceless jewels without taking a single coin, ignoring the lavish feasts and dancing girls, utterly rejecting every temptation thrown at him by these higher entities. Even after using every trick in the book, Leon refuses to take the bait, making Chip grind his teeth in pure frustration. He can't believe it. Why? Why won't you fall? Chip screams in disbelief, reminding Leon that here he is no king. You are just an ordinary man here, Chip continues. I can satisfy your every dark desire. I am completely omnipotent. Leon laughs mockingly. Omnipotent, no. All you really have is a lying tongue and a desperate, useless hope. That vain hope that I will somehow fall. His cold words strike a direct chord, instantly silencing the frustrated demon. Why don't I fall? Simple. Leon plants his sword into the ground, sitting with pure, absolute arrogance. Because I am Leon. Chip stammers, completely lost before screaming in rage. No, don't talk rot. What is the point of impossible dreams? Chip pinches his fingers together, his eyes turning cold. Drown in pleasure and fall into temptation, he commands. Just surrender. In the end, you will yield to pleasure just like any other weak human. Instantly, the space shifts again. The bleak scene transforms into a massive, ridiculously lavish bedroom filled with luxury. Exquisite furniture lines the walls. Suddenly, an incredibly seductive sight catches his eye, making Leon freeze in his tracks. A brief surprise flashes in his eyes. Chip smiles, get ready for this, confident this new trap will finally break Leon. Behold her reign. On a massive bed, countless sleeping beauties lie, but this one woman stands out. A silver-haired lady slowly sits up. She raises her head, offering a seductive smile as her sleepy eyes lock onto Leon. Chip is playing his ultimate trump card. The Lord of Temptation is using the beautiful Beatrice to break Leon's iron will. This stunning woman is Beatrice Sparrow. She calls out softly, "Your Majesty." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling royal capital. A magnificent castle towers over the kingdom, standing in stark, heavy contrast to the poverty-stricken slums spreading below it. Deep inside a luxurious chamber, the maid Scent calls out for the princess, but she is met with absolute silence. Frowning, Scent calls out louder. Seeing the princess still tightly wrapped in her blankets, she puts her hands on her hips. She yells out, "Princess Beatrice, please wake up." Beatrice stirs slightly, mumbling some incoherent words under her breath. Eventually, she slowly sits up and rubs her sleepy eyes. Her vision is still a bit blurry, but then she gasps. Beatrice gasps. Scent. Seeing her loyal maid standing right there, she is completely and utterly stunned. Scent asks what's wrong, but Beatrice remains in a daze. Seeing her like this, the worried maid asks another question. A nightmare. The question snaps Beatrice back to reality. She quickly gets out of bed, still visibly shaken. It was too real. I think I had a terrible nightmare, she admits. Scent gasps in surprise. A nightmare. The maid tries to soothe her, suggesting she is just exhausted from her magic studies. What kind of dream was it? Beatrice looks down slowly, explaining it was a dream where the entire world ended. Scent quickly dismisses the dark thought. That won't happen, she laughs, calling it just a weird dream. Beatrice nods silently, staring at her reflection in the mirror. You are right, it was just a strange dream. Yet the vivid details of that nightmare still linger heavily in her mind. She remembers Leon driving his sword into the ground, gripping the hilt so hard his knuckles turned completely white with rage. Pure cold rage. But then Leon seemed to notice her and a faint smile played on his lips. Reaching out toward her, he told her to wake up from her dream. His deep voice echoes, saying she is no longer a slave. You belong to this master now, he declared. Before long, Beatrice is seated at the grand dining table. Maidservants busily serve steaming dishes. Slicing her steak, her mother gently asks Beatrice if she slept well after that nightmare. Beatrice smiles, reassuring her mother that it was just a silly dream. But her younger brother immediately looks panicked. Did you really have a nightmare, sister? Her little sister next to him also tears up, asking if she is okay. Reassuring them, she says she is fine. Her father, Rhodey, pops a piece of steak into his mouth and teases her. At least you don't knock on everyone's doors when you're scared anymore, he laughs. Flustered, Beatrice protests, calling out to him. Her mother frowns lightly, scolding him for teasing Beatrice so much. Breaking a cold sweat, her father quickly backs down. Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow, the crown princess of the magical Sparrow Kingdom and heir to the throne. Though her kingdom is constantly locked in intense power struggles and border disputes, the royal family always remains peaceful, because her beloved family is always by her side. Beatrice's life has been peaceful from birth with a bright future ahead, or so it seemed. And here is where the peaceful illusion cracks. Hearing her subordinates report, Beatrice's eyes widen in sheer shock. Did the king really do that? Unable to believe it, she asks if he summoned those servants to his chambers again. Kneeling respectfully, the subordinate confirms the rumors and adds that the king is secretly purchasing banned, highly dangerous drugs. Whispers of forbidden drugs and strange women spread like wildfire through the capital. The king, always known to deeply love the queen, was once hailed as a wise and talented mage, yet a man of his stature betrayed her and became a helpless addict. This was something Beatrice could never comprehend. Melissa stood frozen for a moment, trying to soothe her own panic. She bowed her head quietly, swallowing the immense grief and bitter disappointment, her voice sounding incredibly heavy. Just keep it hidden for now. Ensure that no rumors escape. The queen pointedly avoided her gaze. Outside the castle, the brilliant sunset began to fade. Behind the distant mountains, as night slowly descended, gradually devouring the entire fortress like a grim omen for the nation's dark future. Unfortunately, the darkness only grew more oppressive. Inside the meeting hall, the atmosphere became completely suffocating. A panicked minister shrieked, asking if the commoners had started a rebellion. The messenger, still visibly shaken, replied with a trembling voice, "No, sir, the emperor burned his own capital to ash and slaughtered everyone." The heart of Romagna near Sparrow was completely swallowed by a sea of flames ignited by the ruler's own hands. Just recalling that horrifying scene turned his face entirely pale, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. That place was no longer fit for the living. It was a literal hell. The soldier gulped, his voice cracking. Mothers cooked their own children and children abused mothers. Endless crimes piled up, committed by things wearing human faces that clearly do not belong to this world. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to whisper two words: demons. The messenger's face remained completely bloodless. Only demons could commit such horrifying atrocities. Demons. The terrifying word echoed continuously inside Beatrice's mind, sparking chaotic thoughts. Demons had never physically manifested in this world before. While some dark wizards signed pacts, they were only mentioned in legends. She clenched her fists in sheer disbelief. Were these hellish creatures from the demon realm now actively devouring her beloved kingdom? Beatrice suddenly called out to her mother. Melissa calmly answered yes. She slowly raised her head, showing absolute unwavering resolve. The time to make a final decision had come as the hidden fiend eating away at their world finally showed its face. A few days later, a horrifying sight stopped her dead in her tracks, making her chest tighten with pure dread. On the day the queen set off with Romagna's knights, Yodi lost all humanity, leaving fresh blood splattered across the palace walls. He slowly turned his head toward her, raspy voice calling out Beatrice. A sinister, bone-chilling grin stretched across Yodi's face. He remarked that she looked far more beautiful than the last time they met. The king had secretly usurped the throne. Backed by his wicked loyalists, he committed sins Beatrice could never have imagined. Seeing her two siblings lying dead in pools of blood, Beatrice stood frozen in shock. Tears poured instantly as she squeaked out, demanding to know what this madness meant. He licked his lips, eyes wild with perverted madness, mockingly asking why she was so afraid. Beatrice recoiled in absolute panic, stumbling backward, desperately pleading for him to stay away. Beyond intense disgust, she felt completely paralyzed by absolute terror. Her father's gaze felt sickeningly invasive, as if he wanted to possess her body. She was facing an unimaginable vile lust. Yodi let out a brutal, animalistic laugh. He whispered incredibly filthy words, asking if she knew how many men were deeply craving her body. Beatrice froze, her pupils shrinking in horror. What Yodi brutally grabbed her chin. He claimed every single man in this castle was imagining taking her. Beatrice stammered in panic, unable to speak. When she mentioned her mother, he burst into delighted laughter, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture while asking about that woman. He mocked that she was likely dead and that wretched woman would never know what happened. Beatrice stared into his eyes. She demanded to know if he already knew about the horrific tragedy in Romagna. He coldly replied that it changed absolutely nothing. His very next words plunged Beatrice into a bottomless pit of despair. He asked his guards if any of them wanted his daughter. He suggested having some fun with her before they offered her to him. He spread his arms wide, welcoming them joyfully. He called for everyone to come join the celebration. But before Yodi could finish, a blinding, icy flash of a sword blade sliced through the air, cutting his body cleanly in half. A princess needs no permission to strike down a beast. She stood completely motionless on the blood-spattered floor, her face an unreadable mask of ice showing no emotion whatsoever. That was the day the queen died fighting demons in Romagna, the day Beatrice's beloved family truly ceased to exist. Seeing the king fall, the remaining demons charged at her. Beatrice channeled all her grief and agony into every single strike. She fought with everything she had. Within moments, crimson flowers of blood bloomed wildly across the ruined imperial palace. They were blooms fed by the lives of those she once loved. When the storm cleared, only ruins and crimson earth remained. She was left utterly alone in a once familiar home. Beatrice was only 13. And thus, an endless war officially began. Under a permanently gloomy sky, her long, brutal struggle shows no sign of ending. Years later, we find her in the present day. A high-ranking demon is locked inside a giant iron cauldron with firewood piled high beneath, waiting for its end. Beatrice quietly watches. She stares at it slowly, emphasizing every single word. Today she will deal death to a high-ranking demon. The monster panics in front of the Witch Queen. She speaks, saying she has prepared a special gift for him today. Beatrice places her hand on the rim of the cauldron, her gaze icy cold. "Are you demons hard to kill?" she asks. "Let us see how you handle the heat." The crowd around them goes absolutely wild. Roars of anger echo through the streets. Kill them, Queen, avenge us, do it now," they scream. Only those who fought and lost everything truly understand this fury. A crimson spiritual energy flares up in the palm of her hand. "Enjoy it," she says. The once noble princess, the finest flower of the realm, has now become the Witch Queen. She rules the Sparrow Kingdom, and Beatrice has become the absolute nightmare of the demon race. She fights relentlessly, unleashing attack after attack. Even after losing time and time again, Beatrice refuses to back down. This vicious cycle repeats over and over, fighting and failing. She suffers defeat after defeat until Sparrow remains the very last kingdom left standing on Earth. Then a high-ranking demon arrives. It sneers slowly, dragging up the painful past. It mockingly reminds her that 100 years have passed, wondering how much longer she can last. She stays silent. For just a brief moment, a sudden flicker of shock washes over Beatrice's otherwise cold face. She mutters unconsciously, asking if His Majesty would have overcome this if he were here. Right then, Beatrice snaps out of her trance. She wakes up from the illusion with only 2 words echoing in her mind: "Your Majesty." She glares at the demon, realizing what is happening. A quiet thought rises in Beatrice's heart. She still cannot resist that warmth. Her sister's innocent smile flashes clearly in her mind. Her sister asks if she was in pain, and Misa speaks gently, telling her she has done enough and it is time to rest. Her brother nods in agreement, urging his sister to come with them. Beatrice clenches her teeth, struggling to hold back the surging agony. She bows her head, her voice raspy, admitting she thought she had overcome it all, but the inner darkness has consumed her in the end. Unable to take it anymore, Beatrice buries her face in her hands and sobs. She realizes she cannot overcome this. After all, she is not His Majesty. Just then, a lantern glowing with a bizarre, eerie light suddenly appears in the room. A sneering voice echoes, asking if she truly believes that calling her his high priestess. The voice asks her who she is. She hesitates, starting to say who she is as the scene shifts back to Leon. He continues, asking Beatrice Aligo who she is. Beatrice raises her head proudly, declaring herself the Witch Queen of Sparrow. She stares straight ahead, her voice turning deep. She answers now without any hesitation, calling herself the High Priestess of Dreams and Death. Leon then asks who is standing before her. Beatrice's gaze sharpens with absolute determination. "King Leon H. Leon Dragonia," she answers. Leon simply smiles in satisfaction. "Exactly," Leon says firmly. "You are the Witch Queen, the nightmare of demons, my High Priestess, and the comrade of Leon H. Leon Dragonia." He emphasizes that they are allies on this path to slay demons and rebuild this broken world. Leon urges Beatrice of Sparrow. He commands her to wake up from this dream. Back in reality, Beatrice slowly reaches out her hand, grasping at empty air. She cries out in panic, calling for His Majesty. But when she finally opens her eyes, Beatrice realizes Leon is already holding her hand. His voice is incredibly soft as he speaks, asking Beatrice if he had not already warned her before. Stunned, her eyes widen as she silently hangs on his every word. He places his other hand on Beatrice's shoulder, squeezing gently. He wants to give her strength, reminding her that she is the one who gives dreams, not the one who gets consumed by them. Just then, a voice from behind startles Beatrice, making her spin around. Ricardo bows, respectfully addressing his king. He begs him not to stay trapped in the past, saying he will always be the revered king. These words leave her stunned. A spark of hope quietly ignites in Beatrice's heart, piercing the endless dark. A bright smile breaks across her face. She vows to prove it from now on. In that instant, the illusions clouding Beatrice's mind begin to crack. Now watch as the fake world shatters completely. She gasps, wondering what is happening while Leon locks onto the crumbling scene. Spiderweb cracks rapidly spread across the entire dimension. In the blink of an eye, the entire illusion explodes. It shatters into countless glowing fragments, fading into nothingness. Meanwhile, the demon slowly stands up, grinding its teeth. This is complete garbage, the demon snarls. It simply cannot believe that she actually managed to escape her fallen state. This was supposed to be the destiny of a fallen king. Beatrice scoffs at the word destiny, her magic flaring up violently. She speaks of the past, admitting she once accepted her set destiny, slowly sinking deeper into that dark abyss. But hatred burns in Beatrice's eyes as she declares that fate is not for garbage like him to decide. She instantly unleashes her grand holy law of judgment magic. In a flash, countless invisible hands tear through the air. They rocket toward the demon with terrifying speed. The monster roars in sheer fury, cursing the dead as its face twists in rage. His face twists, eyes blazing with pure hatred as he snarls that this is far from over, but before the words can even leave his mouth, a sudden barrage of invisible fists rain down on him. The relentless storm of blows completely pulverizes the demon, tearing his body clean in half right in the middle of the air. Leon praises the impressive display as Beatrice tilts her head curiously, asking about the other foe, while the king steps calmly forward. He was never actually here from the start, though. He likely took damage from the Holy Law strike, prompting Beatrice to apologize for leaving any trace of her essence behind. Leon pauses his stride and gently tells Beatrice not to blame herself, calmly, adding that their hatred should only be directed at the demons. Beatrice smiles sheepishly at his words, noting that it is certainly a very royal way of looking at things. He reassures her that his authority is absolute here and she can trust him, just as a sudden, frantic scream echoes down the hallway. Hearing the cry for the king, Leon turns toward the door as Han-Hari flings it open with a face full of sheer panic. She anxiously asks if His Majesty is all right, but her gaze immediately freezes on the Knight Commander slumped on the cold floor. The poor commander mutters weakly on the floor, pleading with the king that it is not what they think and begging him not to believe Gu Dae-sung. The shocking words leave everyone in the room completely stunned, their jaws dropping in silence as a heavy cold sweat breaks out. Leon steps forward with absolute composure, gently lifting the fragile commander before instructing Han-Hari to take care of her right away. Han-Hari quickly obeys her king, while Leon declares in a low, serious tone that it is finally time for them to make their move. Outside the walls, a massive horde of roaring demons floods the city like a dark, terrifying wave, their crimson eyes burning with absolute madness. Thirsting for blood, they charge, but on the general's roaring command, the human soldiers raise their shields and tighten their grip on their weapons. With unwavering determination, the defensive line holds firm as both armies collide head-on like two furious waves crashing together. The battle spirit reaches a fever pitch as a brave knight swings his heavy blade, cursing the demons to die. But the courage of the soldiers quickly drains away as a terrifying sight makes them turn pale, one pointing ahead in sheer horror. He stammers out that a massive giant demon is heading right for them, frantically asking the knight commander what they should do. The knight stays perfectly composed, ordering the men to raise their shields and hold on to their unwavering resolve. Following their leader, the soldiers lock into position, forming a defensive wall, while the knight of the burning sword stands ready. Across from them, the towering giant slowly lifts a massive mace, its glowing crimson eyes locked onto the human lines with murderous intent. But out of nowhere, a massive mech suit leaps high into the sky, crashing down violently right onto the giant beast. With a vice-like steel grip, Jagged Spinner locks onto the monster's neck and slams it hard into the dirt. He orders the heavy anti-personnel Star Steel ammunition to be prepped, and in an instant a volley of fiery shells roars through the air. As the smoke clears from the devastating blast, a landscape of craters and demon bodies is revealed, with a soldier quickly reporting in. The enemy has gone silent, with their forces reduced by over 2%, while the operator's voice crackles over the comms. The long-range support team delivered highly effective fire, but a sudden dark figure drops from the sky, landing directly onto Jagged Spinner. Rest of the mech, the demon balances a massive sword on his shoulder and sneers that the machine is actually quite durable. The system quickly scans the target but returns absolute silence, leaving the pilot stunned that nothing is showing up on radar. Mocking the outdated technology, the demon chuckles and leaps back into the sky to dodge any further tracking. Seeing the danger, Jag's spinner instantly triggers his emergency reactive armor system to brace for the impact. The massive machine throws itself backward, narrowly evading the blow as its steel feet carve deep trenches into the earth. Witnessing this insane maneuver, the surrounding demons freeze in shock, their eyes wide as fear washes over their faces. One demon stammers in absolute disbelief, questioning if the humans actually mix star steel and holy water into their armaments. Han confidently notes that while they will win once he joins, minimizing their own casualties is always the smarter play. Suddenly, the tactical system blares an emergency warning as the enemy threat level spikes to an alarming degree. It appears to be a high-ranking commander, forcing him to scan the skies anxiously as if anticipating a sudden arrival. After a tense moment, Jag's spinner loses his patience and roars toward the heavens, demanding to know what Vulcanus is doing. Right on cue, a blazing figure rips through the night sky, plummeting downward at a terrifying speed with a deafening screech. With Vulcanus finally arriving on the scene, his eyes burn with holy wrath as painful memories of the past flash through his mind. He recalls that horrific day and curses the enemy, while the person beside him asks if this is really the time to be stingy. Vulcanus snaps back that his holy energy has not been restored since their last battle, forcing him to borrow power from other gods. Goddess Ariana calmly adjusts her glasses, offering him an emergency loan of divine power if the battle truly requires it. But of course, she notes that it comes with heavy interest, leaving the warrior completely stunned as she simply clicks her tongue. Our precious first knight wants his moment of glory. How tragic. I would help him if I could. Vulcan gritted his teeth, his entire body shaking with rage. He slammed his massive fists down, causing the earth to split wide open, blasting rocks everywhere. What a cunning bastard. An overwhelming pressure erupted from him like a violent storm. It was a suffocating pressure. The demons whispered among themselves, realizing he was a force to be reckoned with. A knight of the war god. This power is on par with King Leon himself. Nothing has changed. We will take them down while we can. Vulcan stomped hard, slowly rising. Take us down. In a flash, his figure completely vanished. He charged at the demon horde with terrifying speed, roaring that those arrogant bastards shouldn't dare let their guard down. With his full power unlocked for just 60 seconds, Vulcan bellowed that the war god would pay for this assistance. Naturally, a knight shouldn't have to carry all the interest on alone. In that moment, his mind flashed back to that painful day, screaming in agony at those bastards. Watching him, Leon quietly noted that their dear Han Hari shouldn't learn such things. Poma also worried this wild knight would be a bad influence on his priestess. Borrowing power should really be done responsibly. Vulcan unleashed a barrage of devastating strikes, wiping out the demon swarm before they could even realize what hit them. They were completely swept away by his violent, murderous intent. Demon corpses littered the ground amidst a chaotic storm of blood. Amidst the brutal slaughter, one demon stood completely frozen, paralyzed with fear. It looked at its severely chipped sword, realizing it had been an incredibly long time since its blade had been damaged like this. The demon lunged forward, noting that a machine of that size must contain a massive amount of solid steel essence. But the demon asserted it still wasn't pure solid essence. Jag's spinner reacted, instantly activating his entire weapon systems. Cannons fired in rapid succession, tearing through the air. Yet the enemy swiftly tilted its body, dodging every single shot. It swung its sword, carving cold, lethal lines in an instant. The demon smirked. It would start right here. Jag's spinner gritted his teeth in anger. They had painted it to look like solid essence to hide its weakness, but the demon saw right through it. Still, Jag's spinner pushed the attack, analyzing combat data in real time. He analyzed a single second into hundreds of thousands of frames, his advanced system calculating cause and effect. The system concluded the enemy had an exceptional sense of smell, reacting to the sense of steel essence and adamantite. To counter this, Jag's spinner triggered a massive holy gas explosion, intending to completely block the demon's olfactory senses. An instant cloud of gas flooded the battlefield, halting the demon's movements for a split second as it lost its footing. But the demon quickly leaped high into the air with a cold glare, dismissing the attack as a cheap trick. He fired back with lightning speed, unleashing bright explosive rounds that tore through the sky and blasted the surrounding earth. The demon roared its face, contorting in pure rage at his insolence. But Jag's spinner didn't stop keeping up the heavy fire. Red light swept across the battlefield like a storm. The demon smirked, asking if he really thought this was its first time fighting a machine. Without a word, the demon deployed its fallen temple domain skill. Suddenly, the entire machine seized up and lost balance. The combat operators panicked as the console reported abnormal system feedback and a total loss of mechanical control. This demon mocked him, saying machines are useful, but in the end they are still just machines. With a cold, arrogant gaze, it boasted that taking over this weapon system was as easy as pie. Jag's spinner immediately ordered an emergency purge. The machine froze instantly, falling dead silent like a useless hunk of metal. Tapping on the armor, the demon realized the pilot had shut down the machine before it could fire. Its eyes narrowed as if verifying something, slowly speaking to itself as it analyzed the metal plating. It finally understood how a machine of this weight could move. It used anti-gravity devices to balance its massive load. Ripping the heavy iron mask off the machine, the central control cockpit was instantly exposed to the open air. The demon stomped on the mask, turned around, and raised its massive sword high in the air. It sneered that this was his limit, mocking him for trying to fight back with a mere toy. But right then, warning lights flashed. A deafening engine roar suddenly shattered the silent battlefield. Before another word could be spoken, he launched out of the cockpit at breakneck speed, delivering a brutal kick to the demon, sending the monster flying. Jagged a spinner shot forward, tearing through the battlefield and wiping out groups of demons. The remaining demons tightened their grip on their weapons, panicking as they screamed to hunt him down. Soldiers cried out for Sir Spinner as a brilliant golden spiritual energy began to gather, flares around his body. Jappy Spinner unleashes his ultimate holy art, the heaven and earth net. Countless streams of magic shoot out like razor-sharp blades, slicing down anyone in the way. They weave together into a colossal net stretching in all directions, resembling a giant web over the battlefield. The trembling demon barely stutters out his terror, asking what the hell Jappy Spinner did. Jappy Spinner simply gives a clear answer. The holy art is connected. The demon stares blankly at the swirling magic currents twisting in the sky above. Then the restoration skill activates, leaving him in utter disbelief. He cannot believe his eyes. The demon finally realizes a pseudoplanet is forming and that Jappy Spinner has actually restored the rest of the dead star. Jappy Spinner coldly tells him to die. A magic orb immediately tears through the air, hurtling straight toward the demon without mercy. Quickly channeling his own magic, the demon roars that there is no chance, waving his hand to deploy his domain, the fallen temple. His eyes gleam with an icy light as he proclaims himself a great archdemon in his own declared territory. He boasts that he will throw his target straight into his allies. Suddenly, invisible magic completely chokes the massive machine, locking it in place. It cannot budge. System warnings blit out, signaling a failure to maintain control. The demon sneers in utter contempt. Mocking them, he calls the massive mech a mere pile of junk with zero magic resistance inside his fallen domain. Right then, the cockpit hatch suddenly blows open for an emergency ejection. Jappy Spinner leaps out in a flash. He barely escapes the oppressive domain in the nick of time. Instantly, he deploys his weapons and targets the demon with lasers. The demon mocks him, asking what he expects to achieve with such a tiny machine gun. But a second later, that gun begins to shift. Mechanical parts expand and fuse together, transforming into a massive cannon. The demon goes pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. He stammers that this is impossible. The system reports that the external weapons are fully equipped and wired synchronization is complete. Furious, the demon screams, wondering when Jappy Spinner even set this up. Right then, a mocking smiley face symbol lights up on Jappy Spinner's visor. The cannons roar in unison, sending a massive barrage of artillery shells ripping through the air toward the enemy. Earth-shattering explosions erupt one after another, shrouding the entire battlefield in thick swirling dust and smoke. Soon, the thunderous blasts quiet down and the smoke clears. The surviving demons stand completely frozen in shock. Their jaws drop. One terrified demon screams that this is insane, as nobody mentioned there were 2 Holy Grail knights. He heard they were all killed long ago. Staring in horror, he realizes even their great demon was completely wiped out. Nearby, Von Sinus watches quietly. Admiring the giant machine, his eyes show clear appreciation for such an impressive weapon. He then turns his gaze toward the remaining demons. Von Sinus declares that not a single one of them will survive on this island, promising to kill every last enemy. Hearing these terrifying words, the panic-stricken demons go completely pale and immediately turn around to run for their lives. They scream to retreat back to the demon gate. Hearing this, the human soldiers grip their weapons and prepare to strike. Charging forward with fierce determination, they roar to wipe out the fleeing demons, unable to hold back their rage any longer. Terrified demons literally burst into tears, screaming at each other to get out of the way and run. But suddenly, a golden light strikes. It rains down relentlessly onto their chaotic ranks, completely blocking off any chance of escape for the desperate horde. High above, that intense magic power continues to glow brightly on Leon's sword as he looks down at the cursed creatures. Smiling with pure sarcasm, Leon mocks them for even attempting to form ranks and lines in front of him. Turning back, Leon looks at Beck. She instantly understands his intent, bowing her head and calling him Her Majesty. Beck immediately activates her skills, chanting a massive spell that combines holy magic eyes with a phantom domain. Gently touching her lips with a finger, she flashes a mesmerizing smile, whispering that it is time for the death dance to begin. Out on the deep blue ocean, a speedboat races wildly, as if desperately trying to outrun death itself. Suddenly, a massive blast echoes. Clutching his bleeding wounds, Kwai grimaces and looks back to see a huge column of black smoke rising above the city. Gritting his teeth, the demon curses, realizing the other elders have likely been defeated. He tightly clenches his fists in anger. This is getting highly problematic. His mind races with chaotic thoughts as he tries to make sense of the situation. More importantly, he wonders why that guy did not fall to corruption. If he had not used the essence of corruption as a shield, he would have actually died. Kwai mutters to himself that there is still one way left as past memories suddenly flash in his mind. He recalls a single deep regret still lingering within his own thoughts. If they target that exact vulnerability. Out in the middle of the vast ocean, his boat glides quietly. Suddenly, towering walls of water erupt all around him. Looking down into the deep blue depths in shock, Kwai spots a massive shadow slowly rising toward the surface. He freezes in pure shock as a deep booming voice echoes from the ocean floor, questioning where that foul stench is coming from. The demon freezes in shock as a deep voice echoes from the depths of the ocean, wondering where that awful stench. He scoffs with pure mockery. Turns out it is just a human. The colossal beast raises its head, locking a freezing gaze onto Gui. The demon finally realizes who stands before him, the Archduke of Chaos and Destruction. Gui freezes in absolute shock, thinking to himself. Gui wonders how he grew so strong, questioning if he inherited the Lord title. Aloud, he mentions that Leon's wounds have fully healed. Rakshar chuckles calmly, explaining that he recently enjoyed plenty of snacks since quite a few fools walked right through his newly opened gate. A highly calculated smirk forms on the demon's face as his eyes gleam with dark schemes, softly whispering that he finally understands the situation. He glances over and sure enough, Rakshar concludes that their campaign using the essence of corruption must not have gone very well. Gui sighs, feeling powerless against a massive variable. Desperate, the demon quickly offers another proposal to target King Leon instead. He claims he has a better method, but Rakshar coldly cuts him off. Suddenly, the Archduke's razor-sharp tail whips forward. In a horrific twist, it pierces straight through Gui's chest. The demon's eyes widen, freezing in absolute terror as blood gushes. Rakshar's voice is chillingly emotionless as he mutters that he already found his own way. He opens his massive jaws wide, filled with razor-sharp teeth, devouring the demon's body without a single shred of mercy. Meanwhile, inside South Korea's Blue House, night begins to fall, wrapping the emergency meeting room in a heavy, silent atmosphere as the shadows slowly take over. Inside, President Ahn Dong-gil calmly snaps his chopsticks. His bodyguard nearby closely watches his every single move. The guard asks curiously if this is about another lunatic, wondering if the Pantheon Guild's agenda is truly safe to handle. An aide beside them expresses deep worry, begging the president to skip the salty kimchi due to his high blood pressure. The meeting includes key ruling party lawmakers alongside President Ahn Dong-gil himself, all gathered around the official table. President Ahn quickly grabs some noodles, promising he won't drink the soup, but unable to resist the delicious aroma. He takes a massive bite, sighing in pure satisfaction as he mutters that things feel much better now. After all, President Ahn is just an ordinary guy. He turns to his aide, asking for a salmon mayo roll next. The assistant quickly serves him. True to his reputation, President Ahn has the political skills and backing to lead. He is far from the stereotype of an evil dictator, just a rational, capable politician with standard levels of political corruption. He lifts the hot noodle bowl and gulps down every last drop deeply, relishing the simple joy of a good meal. He sighs that this is the good life, but lately a major threat to his comfortable routine has appeared. That threat is none other than the Pantheon Guild. Just thinking about them gives the president a massive headache. Across from him, an official tightly grips his spoon and gnashes his teeth in frustration over the ridiculous situation. He complains that this era is completely absurd, catching both the ruling and opposition parties completely off guard. As Pantheon rises to become Korea's top guild, people are demanding that all politicians bow to the goddess of justice. His face turns pale as a terrifying realization hits him. Everyone in this room will likely be judged and killed. After all, they have all taken their share of dirty money. Ahn Dong-gil slumps back, looking completely exhausted. He stares blankly at the ceiling. But a few seconds later, his face suddenly brightens up with hope. He decides he will retire from politics the moment his term ends to become a simple farmer who worships Demera. President Ahn has his own great escape plan. Suddenly, his bodyguard stares at his phone, breaking out in cold sweat. President Ahn sighs deeply, asking what on earth is wrong, as the guard trembles, barely holding his composure. He stammers that it is about the king of Pantheon, Leon. Hearing the name, the president frowns in annoyance. What now? Didn't he go on vacation in Hammon? Ahn Dong-gil asks if he went there to convert people or something. The guard stammers that it is not that kind of trouble as he slowly turns the phone screen toward him. His face turns pale. He whispers that King Leon and the Pantheon Guild have done something unbelievable. He gulps and drops the bombshell: they actually invaded Hammon. President Ahn freezes solid, completely losing his mind. But then he scoffs, telling him to stop talking nonsense and waving his finger to dismiss the absurd claim. He argues that even if Leon is reckless, he would never use a vacation as an excuse to invade another country. Meanwhile, inside the Haman government building, the atmosphere is the exact opposite, filled with absolute wild excitement. Deafening cheers and shouts echo through the halls as everyone celebrates their sudden and incredibly decisive victory. Having used a vacation as a cover to invade and conquer Haman, the Pantheon Guild now occupies the government headquarters. They throw a massive victory party with members raising their fists and passionately acting out the battle scenes. One boasts about striking down that pathetic lightning-spamming demon god. Across the room, Beck watches with a calm expression. She holds a bunch of grapes to Leon's mouth, offering him a few more to try. He obediently chews each one. These grapes are incredibly sweet and delicious. Liha steps forward, beating her chest with excitement to congratulate her king on his victory. Leon slightly closes his eyes and asks Liha if everything went smoothly. She nods, confirming that the local citizens are currently chasing the demons out of the entire city, and those left hiding will soon be purged. He instructs them to distribute the holy blue fire properly so that not a single innocent person gets caught. Liha agrees immediately, replies agreeing that after taking control, the Pantheon Guild always prioritizes maintaining order until a new government can be established, teaching the divine doctrines of the gods to keep the peace. In that moment, she looks down at her hands, her voice laced with worry because they let that high-ranking demon archduke escape. Just then, High Priestess Fleur appears calmly, assuring everyone that she will personally deal with the rogue demon. She guarantees that since the Dream Realm is her absolute domain, even if that coward tries anything, she will stop him. Beatrice silently glances at Leon with eyes full of gratitude, thanking both his majesty and the grace of the gods. But Leon brushes her thanks aside as nonsense, praising her own strong determination instead. Then he calls for Jagged Spinner. With everything resolved here, Leon asks him to manage the transition until a new government is officially established. Jagged Spinner accepts without hesitation, and after compiling the data, he suddenly declares that they have already drafted the administrative protocols. These security plans will coordinate directly with the Krashia tribe, prompting Leon to slowly stand up and leave it in his hands. He raises his glass. In that instant, every single eye at the banquet locks onto him. Leon speaks calmly, addressing the heroes who brought this victory as his gaze sweeps across the crowded room. His commanding voice echoes as he declares they have crushed 3 demon archdukes and wiped out over 10,000 enemy forces. They have proven to the entire world that the light and justice of the gods still watch over this land. He urges everyone to drink their fill tonight before returning home, and the entire hall instantly explodes into roaring cheers. They shout, "Long live Leon!" The joy of victory echoes, completely oblivious to what lies ahead. But back on Earth, things are taking a wild turn as Assemblywoman Park furiously demands a full public hearing. She rages about illegal weapon sales and procurement, demanding to know how this could possibly happen in South Korea. Her list of accusations includes trillions of won in tax evasion, illegal labor exploitation, and forcing religion on a secular nation. Inside the massive hearing room, the flashing cameras of dozens of reporters illuminate the space, all targeted directly at Leon. Behind the podium, a large banner reads "Public Hearing for the Leader of the Pantheon Guild," targeting Leon Dragonia himself. She continues her relentless verbal attack, accusing him of deploying a private military force to illegally invade another sovereign nation. Such lawless actions should not exist in the 21st century, she claims, calling his guild the worst organization on Earth. 1 month after his return, a public hearing was waiting for him, and Assemblywoman Park points a finger right at him, demanding that the Pantheon Guild leader step down immediately. She rants furiously, while Leon merely smirks, completely unbothered by her anger. He looks incredibly smug. It is pretty clear he has everyone exactly where he wants them. Meanwhile, inside the ruling party's conference room, a heavy atmosphere looms as politicians fiercely debate how to handle the guild. They wonder if they can simply ignore the Pantheon Guild and whether the public will hold them responsible for its actions. Across social media, everyone is losing their minds over the Pantheon Guild. This hype is absolutely unreal. Headlines praise President On for successfully exporting Pantheon's drone weapons, predicting they might rank 3rd globally in arms exports. Other news flashes, warning of unfair privileges given to the guild while religious groups protest their magic hair growth crops. As applications to join the guild skyrocket, a politician named Tony mutters that they have to act to take them down. Since the ruling party finds the guild highly problematic, another politician rests his chin in thought before speaking up. He suggests attacking the link between their magical agriculture and religion, while another member points out their terrifying growth. They already have over 3 million domestic followers and counting worldwide. That massive number easily reaches 10 million believers. Having existed for less than 6 months, they wonder what will happen in 10 years if they do not intervene now. They list all their illegal operations, from invading foreign nations to executing active politicians, as he scrolls through his phone. He is confident they can exploit their massive tax evasion and the human rights complaints surrounding their recent activities. To make matters worse, they even received a formal complaint because the French minister lost his life in the recent incident. The senior politician clasps his hands. He delivers a cold proposal to kick that arrogant knight out. His position at Pantheon. Hyoke immediately nodded in agreement, wanting to drag them down and reduce their public support from the opposition party. She suggested pretending to cooperate with the opposition, then questioning them on press day, ensuring a legal victory. Or so they thought. Meanwhile, watching the live broadcast on the television screen, President On broke into a cold sweat. On live TV, Hyoke pointed directly at Leon and shouted for him to take responsibility and resign immediately. The president watched in sheer disbelief. What on earth is that crazy woman doing? That is On Hyoke, a notorious troublemaker. Fuming with rage, President On spat out his anger. Why the hell is she doing something this incredibly stupid? We literally agreed not to touch Pantheon. He even integrated them into the protocol, making this complete madness. Grabbing his bodyguard by the collar, President On roared to stop the hearing, but the pale guard stammered that it was live. Just then, his eyes caught a chilling, ominous smile on the screen. The president froze as a terrible feeling washed over him. A dark dread gripped him, making him shiver. Suddenly, a desperate, agonized scream echoed through the presidential blue house. Damn it! Meanwhile, back at the press conference, the entire room was engulfed in a heavy, suffocating silence. Hari and Ronald sat frozen in absolute shock. Behind Hyoke, the reporters and photographers stood completely speechless. Leon sat perfectly still, his brow furrowing slightly as he fought to suppress the rising fury inside him. His voice was ice cold as he demanded the woman tell him her name, causing her face to instantly darken. On Hyoke exploded with rage. Did you just call me a woman? Apologize immediately, stand up and show some respect. Are you ignoring the rules of this public hearing? Right on cue, the cronies around her chimed in with agreements. They scoffed, telling him he should act like a proper representative of Pantheon. Leon merely grimaced in response. Veins popped on his forehead. Representative, how ironic. At least President On's government recognized his authority. They respected his actual strength rather than just the name Pantheon. That was the only reason they cooperated. They knew what was beneficial for them, and respecting his power meant respecting Leon. He had no reason to doubt them. Leon analyzed the situation, realizing this was definitely not the work of a single person. Things were getting complicated. A third party or one of the political factions must have orchestrated this to sabotage the other. Now it made sense. He finally understood their hidden agenda, completely zoning out the noise around him as his mind raced. Hyoke's face turned beet red with anger as she screamed at him. Only then did Leon slowly open his mouth. He placed a finger on his lips, telling her to quiet down. This is not a market. You are before a king. She sneered at the mention of a king. Hyoke pulled the microphone closer, her eyes dripping with sarcasm. She mocked him, reminding him that they live in a democracy. But before she could finish, a thunderous voice intervened. Enough! An angry shout echoed, and a blinding, unidentified object plummeted from the sky, instantly shattering the roof. Ronald jumped to his feet, eyes wide with terror as he watched the scene unfold. Hari, is that what I think it is? Hari clung tightly to his arm, shivering as she whispered a single name. A god of the Pantheon. Droplets of molten gold began dripping from the ceiling like burning lava, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. Someone shrieked in horror as the ceiling melted away, while others screamed, pointing at the massive hole above. Suddenly, the gods manifested right beside Leon. Their cold eyes locked onto the insolent mortals in front of them. An overwhelming pressure flooded the room. Together, they unleashed a terrifying roar, demanding how they dared. How dare you insult the king of Leon Dragonia, the one who shares the crown of thunder with us? The deity warned that she had committed an unforgivable sin, a crime that could never be washed away. Hyoke tried to stand her ground, asking if they were threatening them. But Leon cut her off, telling her to shut up. He stared at her coldly, stating he had shown her enough respect as a citizen of a democratic nation. Standing up, Leon's voice dropped, carrying an absolute authority that made the room feel heavier than lead. Staring straight at her, he declared his true position. He was not just the master of a golden throne. He was the living embodiment of the gods. Leon paused, delivering a final devastating blow. Anyone involved in this insolence would be completely barred from receiving any blessings from the Pantheon. With the judgment delivered, he turned around and calmly called for Hari to follow him. Startled, Hari quickly stood up and complied. Before exiting, Leon cast one last glance behind. The public hearing is over, he declared, leaving the entire room in a suffocating dead silence. They leave. Scattered documents cover the desk, and the glowing screen stands as a silent witness to everything. Outside, darkness slowly creeps in. It swallows the room bit by bit until everything is gone. His fury lingers. The cold air hangs incredibly heavy, wrapping the entire room in a suffocating silence. Now downtown. A towering skyscraper rises into the night sky. Suddenly, angry shouts echo from deep within. The quiet atmosphere is shattered. Inside, Tae-hun clutches his head in absolute bitter, helpless frustration. I can't handle this, he screams. It's impossible. Yong-won falls silent, a sudden realization hitting him. Ah, I get it now, he says, asking why Tae-hun is here. Ju sighs, isn't it obvious? Tae-hun immediately flashes 2 thumbs up. Exactly. He laughs, calling them the real leaders of the Phoenix Guild. Young-won breaks into a cold sweat, quickly playing it off. What do you mean I'm here? He asks why Tae-hun came. His gaze locks onto them. His playful smile vanishes, replaced by a rare, dead serious expression. Tae-hun speaks up. Word is you hold some cards against a certain political faction, if you know what I mean. Young-won feigns ignorance, asking why on earth he'd bring that up. Ju merely smiles, narrowing her eyes. Yeah, we did bribe them a little, she says, though she's sure every major guild does it. Young-won's eyes widen. He whips around to look at his vice leader, but she just shrugs, completely nonchalant. Hey, it is the truth. Guild leader Lee Yong-wen takes a deep breath. He asks point blank, don't you want to join the Pantheon? Tae-hun just chuckles. You skipped all the recent tax reform meetings, yet you're constantly visiting those dungeon gates, aren't you? Young-won scratches his head with a forced laugh, saying every guild does that. Tae-hun clutches his forehead, moved to tears. Look at your eyes, brother. It feels like I'm speaking to a lost soul desperate for salvation. Young-won's lip twitches. He is completely speechless, thinking this guy talks exactly like some fanatic cult member. Tae-hun presses on, emphasizing his point. You keep running into Pantheon members inside those gates, right? Tae-hun places a hand on his chest, speaking with pure sincerity. Do you truly feel nothing? Young-won falls silent, bowing his head as a flood of memories flashes before his eyes. His hands instinctively ring together. But I have done so many terrible things, he mutters. Tae-hun speaks up gently. Our Lord grants mercy to everyone, even those once possessed by demons. I am sure you will find salvation, my good brother. Just ask for forgiveness and step into the light. Then Tae-hun casually crosses his legs. Or if you prefer, I know someone who can absolve your sins. Young-won's eyes fly wide open, unable to believe his ears. Someone like that exists. Suddenly, the Jappy spinner makes a buzzing sound, startling Ju. How long has this thing been here? Young-won loosens his collar. Tell me everything, he says, rubbing his hands together. His voice loses its defensive edge. How can I help you? Meanwhile, a heavy gloom hangs over the opposition party's meeting room. Staff scramble to handle the fallout from yesterday's intense hearing. One assemblyman glares intensely at his phone screen. He grits his teeth in sheer rage, cursing under his breath. Damn it, the endless wave of public outrage is demanding their resignation, hammering the opposition party with non-stop criticism. Of course, they brace themselves for this. Getting dragged through the mud is nothing new for a politician. Across online forums, fierce debates erupt. Seriously, look at this comment from a user named Dororong who is in total disbelief. Are they out of their minds? Right below, another user writes, am I hearing this right? They are defying the sanctuary. Another furious comment pops up. What are those opposition bastards thinking? How dare they show disrespect to His Majesty? Another chimed in, saying they must honor the Emperor since he literally crushed 2 boss monsters. Mixed in with these is a sarcastic remark about how the peasants must be thrilled. Despite the massive online backlash, the opposition stays determined. They want to take down the sanctuary even if it costs them their careers. The assemblyman trembles while scrolling through. He bites his nails, thinking if they expose the sanctuary's corruption, the tables will turn completely. After all, plenty of people still hate that place. Just then, Tony approaches, bowing submissively to address the assemblyman. He leans in close, whispering in a hushed tone. Hearing the news, sweat pours down the assemblyman's pale face. What on earth are you talking about? He barks. Are you saying they are refusing to publish that article? Tony hesitates. He explains that whenever they report anything negative on the sanctuary, weird things happen. Now the media silently avoids them. Nobody dares to touch the sanctuary. Just then, an employee hesitantly raises a hand. Excuse me, Representative. The highly stressed politician snaps, demanding to know what it is now. The employee swallows hard, his voice trembling. The Sword Saint Guild has completely withdrawn all political donations, sir. He continues, reporting, his face filled with dread. He panicked. They said they won't fund any more election campaigns starting next year. Hearing that, the politician's face turned completely pale, his mouth hanging open in sheer horror. What? The assistant trembled, continuing his report. On top of that, the Phoenix and Golden Lion guilds are also openly criticizing the FTA, along with Lord Park Yongshin of Hambit. Bad news kept raining down like heavy hammer blows to the politician's head. He was losing his mind, clutching his head as his face twisted in utter despair. What on earth is happening? The politician gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Clutching his head, he looked entirely helpless. He never expected everything to get so messy. Right at that moment, the sudden ring of a phone shattered the quiet office. Glancing at the caller ID on the screen, the politician flinched hard, his heart skipping a beat. He took a deep breath, slowly answering the call. Yes, President An Dong-gil. But before he could even finish his polite greeting, furious roars erupted from the other end, screaming out curses like thunder. You absolute idiot. The politician flinched in panic, stuttering out, President An, what is this about? But President An Dong-gil only roared louder, his voice nearly tearing his eardrums apart. "What is this about? Are you seriously asking me that?" He continued screaming. "You brainless idiot, do you even realize what you just did? Turn on the TV right now, you fool." The politician frantically signaled his assistant, his voice shaking. "Yes, sir." Tony scrambled to do so. And as the screen flared to life, the broadcast caught them off guard. A press conference was currently being streamed live. The anchor's voice rang out clearly from the speakers. Takeda, representing the Japanese government, made a formal declaration on live television. "If the Pantheon Temple agrees to relocate its headquarters to Japan, we pledge to provide 10 trillion yen in support, and even amend our constitution to accommodate it." The politician froze, completely stunned, before stammering out 10 trillion yen. On the other end of the line, President An continued to curse. "You brainless fool, do you finally understand what you just did? I told you not to mess with the temple." The politician felt the life drain out of him, trembling all over as his breath grew shallow. "What on earth did I just unleash?" Meanwhile, at a massive airport, a plane slowly made its descent to land. As the cabin doors swung open, a figure stepped down onto the tarmac, their eyes reflecting a quiet sense of nostalgia. "This is my second time visiting Korea," Princess Diana directed. "Keep this in mind, the FTA minister is just a secondary concern. We must head to Naju immediately." Davidson bowed respectfully. "Understood, Your Highness." Meanwhile, back at the press conference, Yorimoto asked with lingering doubt, "Can we really secure a meeting with Emperor Leon just by relying on Takeda?" Takeda walked forward with confident strides, flashing a broad smirk. "Of course we can. Chief of Staff Yorimoto, trust me on this. Ever since Japan made that massive offer, special envoys from all over the globe have begun flocking to South Korea." Meanwhile, in the business class of another flight, Jag Spinnery made a call with a relaxed smile. "Yes, Mr. President, please do not worry." He slowly pulled off his glasses, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "The wolves are gathering, but none of them can match the offer from the United States." Every nation was bringing irresistible proposals. Before long, Princess Diana stood before a majestic, luxurious skyscraper that exuded power and authority. Gazing up at it, she let out a soft sigh, noting that the air felt completely different, almost holy. Davidson spoke up, mentioning he heard there are over 10 epic-grade weapons gathered inside. Diana closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "You mean the gear belonging to the Holy Grail Knights?" Davidson nodded in confirmation. "Yes, even the Maverick Guild cannot compare to the temple's sheer strength." Diana opened her eyes, her gaze turning sharp and serious. "And standing above them all is Leon Hart." Davidson hesitated for a moment. "Your Highness, as you already know regarding this summit." Diana raised her folding fan, gently cutting him off with a soft smile. "I know very well that matter was decided long ago." With a swift flick of her wrist, she snapped the fan open with a sharp, satisfying click. "As a member of royalty, I understand that there has only ever been one ultimate diplomatic tool throughout history." She winked, sporting a proud, confident smirk. "A political marriage. It sounds a bit strange coming from my own mouth, but honestly, is there anyone better suited to be his bride?" She snapped the fan shut again, her tone shifting to a more serious note. "And more importantly," she asked Davidson, "they say Emperor Leon Hart has never had a woman in his life, right?" Walking close behind her, Davidson nodded respectfully. "Yes, rumors say he is close with the Magic Queen, but nothing has been confirmed yet." Hearing this, Diana's eyes lit up. "Then there is still a chance, right? He would definitely prefer a fresh, beautiful young lady over some old mage." Right then, a stunning woman was already waiting for them in the main lobby. As soon as she caught sight of the pair, she called out, "Greeting, Princess Diana of the British royal family." The narrator noted that this woman was Beatrice, also known as Beatrice, the High Priestess of Dreams and Death, staring at the breathtaking beauty standing before them. Both of them stood completely frozen, their faces flushing red in embarrassment. Diana was utterly shocked, captivated by her gorgeous looks. "A human?" She stammers, as if that simple question takes all her courage. Suddenly, Diane squeezes her eyes shut, bows her head, and blurts out, "Hello. I am Scarlett Elizabeth Diane, Princess of the British royal family." Davidson also bows politely, introducing himself as her personal secretary. Beck welcomes them warmly, telling them to follow him because His Majesty is waiting. Startled, as if snapping out of a daze, she quickly nods. Davidson steps closer to Diane and whispers to her, his eyes locked on Beck's back as the guide walks ahead of them. Lowering his voice, Davidson whispers that winning the king's heart will be tough. Diane softly replies that she already knows. Sighing in dejection, she complains that it is completely unfair. After all, Diane's delegation faces steep challenges before the conference even begins. In the end, every single group that tries to negotiate with Leon leaves empty-handed, unable to get a favorable answer. Leaning back in his chair with a hand on his chin, Leon dismisses the talks of marriage, calling them far too premature. He remains completely unmoved by Japan's massive investment offer. Hearing it is not the right time, Takeda pales, swallowing his deep disappointment. Understanding the situation, Takeda backs down, leaving only the United States. Now Jag Spinnery sits directly across from Leon in tense silence. The suffocating quiet between them is so heavy that a single word could shatter it. Jag Spinnery clasps his hands tightly together. Resting them on the table, Jag Spinnery declares that the United States is fully prepared to help rebuild the Leon Dragonia kingdom. As the massive offer hangs in the air, the room plunges back into a heavy silence. Leon remains completely calm and unbothered. His sharp eyes lock onto the diplomat, silently reading every detail of his face. That proposal does not sound like empty talk. After a few tense moments of silence, Leon finally speaks up, asking how exactly they plan to rebuild his fallen kingdom. Hearing the king's interest, Jag Spinnery's eyes light up with excitement as he lays out the two major points of their proposal. First is land offering enough territory to establish a nation along with the freedom to choose resource-rich seas for their people. This will provide a home for the Krashia tribe. Jag Spinnery pauses to let the massive offer sink in before moving to the next point. Second, the United States wants the temple to be built on American soil. Throughout this, Leon maintains a perfectly unreadable expression. Without showing a single ripple of emotion, Leon slowly asks if they really think they can treat him like the Pope. Stunned by the harsh comparison, Jag Spinnery asks in confusion if the king wants to establish some sort of new Vatican state. Opening his eyes, his icy glare locks onto the diplomat as his low voice booms with absolute royal authority. He declares his supreme duty is spreading the gods' teachings, but first and foremost, he is the absolute monarch of Leon Dragonia. Leon emphasizes that his power does not come from mortals but from the gods. He asks if Jag Spinnery truly understands that. That freezing stare sends shivers down Jag Spinnery's spine, forcing him to immediately nod and agree with the absolute ruler. He quickly promises that the new kingdom will be completely independent of the US, backed by unconditional American support. Leaning back with a soft sigh, Leon admits the offer is pretty interesting, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. But since he can rebuild on his own, he will merely keep it as an option, leaving Jag Spinnery completely stunned. The diplomat goes rigid as his mind races, wondering how the king could remain completely unmoved by such a massive offer. If even this does not sway him, they are no different from all the other delegations that failed before them. Clenching his fists, Jag Spinnery desperately searches for another topic that might actually capture the interest of the aloof king. Loosening his tie to shake off the immense tension, Jag Spinnery throws out a daring question that immediately grabs Leon's full attention. He asks the king if the actual gods of this world are truly limited to just those inside the temple. Leon stares back and demands to know what he means, asking if he is referring to Allah or Buddha. Jag Spinnery quickly shakes his head and takes a deep breath, his tone becoming dead serious as he continues speaking. He slowly reveals that the United States actually serves a powerful god much like Leon and his temples serve their own. A god from another world. Soon after, Jag Spinnery guides the king to a highly secure 5-star hotel to meet this mystery figure. Arriving at the luxury suite, Leon asks if this is the place. Jag Spinnery bows deeply, confirming that she is waiting inside. Leon gives him a sharp look, asking how much they actually know about this deity. Jag Spinnery softly whispers the name Mariel. He explains that she is known as the god of destiny. Leon turns back to him quietly, repeating the title. Recalling the official files, Jag Spinnery explains that a massive dark survival gate suddenly opened in America after the Great Cataclysm. Whenever these black gates appear, entire nations collapse and millions die, forcing the government to prepare for the absolute worst. But then Jag Spinnery hesitates, his voice trembling with sheer disbelief as he remembers what actually stepped out of that portal. It was not a monster but a single woman. Mimicking her cold divine tone, Jag Spinnery repeats her very first words. I am Mariel, the god of destiny. Jag Spinnery bows, deeply declaring that thanks to her, they were finally able to rebuild. She recovered faster than anyone in the world. A god's power is truly amazing. Leon concluded that she must possess an incredible miraculous strength. He added that although it was not a physical type of power like Leon's, Leon turned his head only to find Ariana quietly praying. With her eyes closed, she leaned in to whisper to Leon, calling him her child and suggesting they should at least meet her. A god from another world on Earth, impossible. Yet Jag Spinnery suddenly called out, announcing she had finally arrived. Leon was stunned. S-rank Hunter Alan Taylor greeted him warmly, followed by Minuteman, who eagerly welcomed the great king back. Leon smiled, asking if they had fully recovered since the gate. Minuteman grinned, absolutely, they were in perfect shape. Minuteman proudly bragged about his achievements, saying he worked incredibly hard to spread the word about the Pantheon to the entire world. The Maverick Guild S-rank Hunter Slen Taylor and Minuteman had all witnessed the fierce battle against the powerful archdemon Urchara. That clash took place in the underwater palace gate, and since then, they have been sharing news of the Pantheon while keeping in touch. They also kept in touch with Jappy. Leon wondered why they were so worried about security when they had such capable guardians protecting them. Jag Spinnery bowed and gestured for him to follow, leading the way. Leon slowly walked into the room, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. He narrowed his eyes, Standing right before him was a goddess looking out the window, bathed in the soft, fading afternoon sunlight. The soft light framed her silhouette. She turned around and spoke gently, welcoming him as King Leon while he bowed with absolute respect. He greeted the foreign goddess respectfully. She possessed long, shimmering white hair, captivating amber eyes, and a peaceful smile on her lips. This was Mariel, the beautiful goddess of destiny. She softly asked Leon if he already knew who she was. Leon noted that though she looked human, she possessed immense divine power. She casually replied that she was indeed a foreign goddess. She added that she would be grateful if he did not treat her as an enemy. He respectfully assured her that he only hated demons. He had no grudge against other dimensions. Relieved, Mariel smiled warmly at him with a mix of admiration and a hint of envy. She praised his wisdom, admitting she envied the deity he served. Ariana chimed in sarcastically, saying she thought Mariel would have lost her divinity, since she was residing within a human vessel, but that apparently was not the case at all. Mariel simply gave a gentle reply. She countered that they had no one like King Leon, so she was glad to meet his loyal follower. Ariana frowned slightly, asking her intention. Why did she want to meet them in the first place? Mariel casually replied that she was simply excited to see him. But since Jag Spinnery was getting visibly anxious, she would stop there. Jag Spinnery looked between them in complete confusion, wondering what they were discussing. Mariel smoothly changed the subject, asking Jag Spinnery to make the formal introductions. Startled, Jag Spinnery quickly agreed to do so. Addressing the king, Jag Spinnery introduced Mariel as the goddess of destiny from her home world, who was now allied with the United States. He added that thanks to her precise guiding prophecies, the United States was finally able to recover from the massive cataclysm. Leon was intrigued. Jag Spinnery confirmed it, explaining that the goddess possessed the divine ability to peer directly into the future. With her foresight, they could prepare for incoming disasters. Leon admitted it was quite interesting but questioned her connection to his visit. Jag Spinnery quickly clarified that her power went far beyond that. He got straight to the point about securing the destiny Leon wanted. She had the absolute power to seal away that destiny. Leon pondered this revelation for a moment before nodding in silent understanding. A sealing power tied to prophecy. Mariel agreed, noting that the future is constantly shifting. With a bit of hesitation, she offered a gift. She wanted to offer him a special gift. Leon was genuinely surprised, prompting Mariel to reveal she would seal one of his destinies. However, she warned him that utilizing this divine skill would leave her weakened for a while. Leon silently weighed the offer. She prepared to bestow her gift, softly announcing they would begin. She unfurled her angelic wings, each feather sparkling like brilliant diamonds. A brilliant divine light radiated outward from her, spreading wings as she prepared to finally bestow the gift upon Leon. She spoke, preparing to seal his destiny, but get this, Leon just opened the door and walked right out. He did not even care. Just like that, she failed to deliver the gift. Mariel apologized awkwardly, leaving Jag Spinnery standing there with his mouth wide open. He asked if she was unable to see Leon's destiny. Mariel quickly corrected him, stating that she absolutely could see it. His entire life was filled with extreme hardships. Countless battles had forged him, and he was destined to keep walking that difficult path. Even so, Mariel found it hard to believe. Sealing even a single part of his destiny was completely impossible. She tried to seal his greatest desires, his deepest regrets, or even his future enemies, but absolutely none of them could be bound. Perhaps this severe limitation was due to her residing in a human body. Shaking off her doubts, Mariel immediately urged Jag Spinnery to take action. She instructed him to advise the United States government to cooperate with Leon at all costs. Jag Spinnery gasped in complete disbelief. She lowered her voice, asking if it was because he was a demigod. A demigod, she thought. It was no exaggeration. To say he had already become a god, as a very clear concept of divinity existed for him. Jag Spinnery widened his eyes in absolute shock. Why did she gasp? Victory. Mariel realized that a god was born with the absolute destiny of winning. She explained why they couldn't give Leon the gift, saying that's why they can't seal away his true destiny. After all, a god can't interfere with another god's fate. Jag Spinnery stood there in complete shock, unable to believe it. Mariel warned him with a serious tone, telling him to never cross Leon, as it would decide the very fate of America. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the moonlight glistened like silver on the river. Dion sat by the water watching closely. Jun Hyung asked if they really had to cross this river, his brow furrowed with deep calculating concern. I'm thinking about it, he replied, his eyes filled with steady resolve. But they absolutely had to save someone. Gudian and the others reached the Ten River. At that moment, under the silver moonlight, a boy ran like the wind, across the vast field. That was young man Hack, running desperately for his life, not daring to look back even once. Lazy thugs called him a parasite and a tax-evading immigrant who only brought trouble. Sadly, he knew that reality all too well. No one was coming to save him. Still, if he could just find those legendary knights, he remembered someone telling him once. Had he ever heard of the apprentice knights? The man had added that some people around here were hunting monsters for free. An old man nearby had laughed, calling it a joke. It was a tale of heroes protecting humanity and slaying beasts for nothing. While the other kids laughed it off, that story somehow etched itself incredibly deep into his young heart. He kept charging forward, desperately trying to escape the demon chasing him. If the rumors were true, they would definitely help. He just had to reach the city. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged, biting directly into Manhwa's thigh before he could dodge. The force of the strike sent him flying, his leg bleeding heavily. He could only clutch his wound, screaming out in agony. Terrified, he watched the shadow slowly emerge. Manhwa cried out helplessly, begging them to stay away from him. Unlike forest predators, guns were completely useless against these alien beasts, but they still shared one chilling trait. They all saw him as nothing but fresh prey. Manhwa screamed for help, shouting into the dark in utter hopelessness. "Please save me, is anyone there?" he wailed, knowing he had to keep screaming even if no one could hear him. To these beasts, he was just a tasty appetizer, and trust me, things were about to get ugly. Just as they opened their mouths to swallow their screaming prey, a spearhead suddenly flew out of nowhere, stabbing the monster's head. A man on horseback appeared. He yelled to grab his hand, then commanded his troops to charge. In the distance, a unit of soldiers suddenly appeared. They rushed forward, bracing for battle with shields raised as the order to fire rang out. The boy watched, dazed. He stared blankly at the man holding him close, timidly asking if he was actually one of those real knights. Hearing his innocent question, the man looked a bit embarrassed. With a gentle, warm expression, Dion smiled kindly. He admitted he was working on becoming one, sharing his dream. Sometime later, Dion brought Manhwa safely back. His father cried out, hugging Manhwa. Seeing this, Jun Hyung smiled, thankful that they had found them so quickly because of Jappy. Han voiced his deep gratitude, then eagerly asked how the test on their brand new weapon went. Jappy was thrilled, saying it was amazing, stable, and far stronger than most magic bows. This Gauss rifle was pure power. Han suggested equipping all their soldiers with it since it seemed highly effective against the gate monsters. But they knew it was useless against high-level threats. Ambushing a demon duke with this wouldn't even make him flinch. He wondered aloud how insanely powerful the Holy Grail knights must be to go toe-to-toe with monsters like that. Dion walked over, encouraging everyone to eat while they worked since the locals gave this food with all their heart. Han cheered. Holding a steaming cob of corn, Dan took a slow bite and slightly furrowed his brow. He noted they had been seeing way more monsters lately. Jun Hyung sighed, admitting gate management was an absolute mess. Plus, this area was once self-governed and people were too busy surviving to worry about minor details. Changing the subject, he suggested finishing up so they could rest as monster activity always slowed down in Dai's Sunjumber. Dion agreed, proposing they scout a bit more before setting up camp. He took another leisurely bite of his corn. He suddenly paused, staring deeply at the cob. Jun Hyung was confused, asking if it didn't taste good. Dion replied it was sweet and delicious. Still, Jun Hyung understood the real issue. It wasn't like the taste back in Pantheon. Dayan admitted he missed director Han Cho's sweet potatoes and potatoes. Someone nearby spoke up about the local struggles. They had fled all the way here after losing their homeland to mana pollution. Jun Hyung sighed at the harsh reality. Normal people couldn't survive on mana-polluted soil. Dan stared at his warm corn, thinking if only they had Goddess Demira's blessing. Daesung fell into deep thought. Isn't Demira, the goddess of life and abundance, the exact deity that commoners need the most? He caught himself at the start. Who was he to judge the ranking of a god? Taking a deep breath, Daesung made his plea. Now he just had to do what he could. Lord Jag Spinner, I have a request, he spoke up anxiously. Could the Pantheon send a priest of the goddess of life and abundance? It would be truly wonderful to have someone teach the doctrines of Goddess Demira here. But all priests of Demira are busy and no one is available. Daesung bowed his head in disappointment. I understand, the wandering knight muttered. Just then, Leon's booming voice made him jump. Do it yourself, the king ordered. Daesung gasped in shock. What, your majesty, you mean me? Personally, Leon chuckled, softly glad Daesung was quick on the uptake. You will teach Demira's holy doctrines yourself, Leon commanded, and help them farm the land. Surely you can do that. Daesung still found it hard to believe. So I just write down the doctrines and teach them, Leon nodded. Yes, that is enough. After a brief hesitation, Daesung accepted. As you command, your majesty. Leon praised him. Very well. Suddenly, a gentle hand brushed Leon's shoulder. Turning around, he saw Demira, who whispered that the young boy would love this. Leon asked if she had been watching. She confirmed that she always watches. He figured that this setup would be enough for now. Daesung began listing the steps to help the villagers ward off intruders. First, use the initial harvest to craft an effigy of the goddess and place it on the altar. Second, no urinating in the fields, though manure is allowed. Third, build dressed scarecrows with hats. Fourth, sing during the harvest, preferably a song of gratitude to the goddess. Fifth, no matter how busy, never go hungry. After receiving his task, he immediately began at the immigrant village. Dae Sung spread Demara's teachings across the lands. Soon, he had a thought. Instead of fighting monsters, caring for the hungry did not feel bad at all. Still, he was not sure they truly understood things. But Dae Sung did his absolute best. Meanwhile, rumors about him and his comrades began spreading across the land. As reports of their deeds swept across South Korea, a sudden knock on their door announced an unexpected guest. Everyone froze. All eyes in the room instantly turned toward the entrance. Han called out, asking who was there. A haggard man spoke up. "Is this the room of the knights?" The man looked incredibly weak, explaining he heard he could find fellow Koreans here. Meanwhile, under the gentle sunlight, Leon and President On slowly strolled along a beautiful tree-lined path in the quiet park. The president was completely baffled, wondering why the great king had suddenly sought him out. His heart pounded with nervous anxiety. Could the rumors be true? Was Leon actually planning to become a citizen of the United States? Leon shattered the tense silence. "I recently visited America and tried this thing called pizza," Leon noted. President On nodded dumbly. "Really?" Leon then asked a crucial question. "Have you ever put pineapple on pizza?" President On laughed nervously, saying he occasionally did. Talk about a tense political summit. If necessary, he was ready to kneel for his beloved country. In his mind, he begged his ancestors to forgive his utter helplessness. President On apologized to his grandfather, a freedom fighter, and his father. He once feared Leon would destroy democracy, but now saw his greatness. A truly magnificent figure indeed. Meanwhile, Leon quietly observed President On, completely puzzled by the leader's incredibly tense, submissive attitude. Dae Sung getting to ignore it, Leon remembered something. "Oh, that's right, I actually have a special gift here for you," he said. The president wondered what it was, then gasped in complete shock. "A sword," Leon explained. It was made from legendary star iron, and blessed by the goddess Ariana as a gift for him. President On froze. Wait, was this a parting gift? Overwhelmed, he suddenly dropped to his knees, tightly grabbing Leon's legs. "Your Highness," he wailed, begging the startled king not to leave. "Please do not abandon South Korea," he sobbed. Leon tried to soothe him, asking why a world leader was showing such weakness. The president wailed that it was all his fault and he failed to control the useless opposition, begging Leon to please stay. "Why in the world are you saying that?" Leon comforted him, telling him to get up and stop acting so pathetic. Leon firmly declared that he had absolutely no intention of leaving South Korea, promising he would not go to America or elsewhere. President On seemed to calm down, but he wondered why Leon stayed when other nations offered far more lavish terms. Leon flashed a warm, reassuring smile. "How could I abandon you? I never forget the loyal friends who helped me in need." Deeply moved, the president cried out, "Your Highness." His face hardened with absolute determination as he promised to handle the opposition. "I will do everything in my power to support you." Leon smiled, relieved. President On and his bodyguard bowed deeply, in parting. "Take care," they said. As Leon walked alone under the soft, dappled sunlight, goddess Ariana's voice echoed, calling her beloved knight. She admitted that even she found it a pity to reject America's offer. Beddoes agreed, calling it a truly blessed land. Leon thoroughly agreed, noting that such a resource-rich region was exceptionally rare and highly valuable on this entire planet. Ariana suggested they should build a new nation there, preventing invasions by lesser races while actively spreading their sacred teachings. She asked if he had any suitable land in mind. Leon simply smiled, gazing thoughtfully out into the distant horizon. Lord Spinner already has his plans set for the north. Ariana asks him if leaving the wandering knight behind is actually part of that plan. Leon calmly replies that he was a king before he ever became a knight. Frowning, he calculates his moves. A true ruler must always have broad vision. Scene change. At another location, Dae Sung frowns deeply, raising his voice. "Are those monsters actually in control of the detention camps now?" Cho Mal soon quickly explains the situation. "That is right. One day the North Korean guards vanished and those beasts completely took over. The monsters occupied the camps and started dragging people away." Hearing this, Junhyung Do-han is visibly startled by the sudden revelation. "Wait, what is going on?" Han folds his arms, highly skeptical. Is he absolutely sure they are not orcs or demi-humans? Chomal soon insists they are definitely monsters. He has seen orcs and goblins before. Junhyung Do-han stares back at him with skepticism. How exactly did he escape? Did he break out of Hwaryeong camp, cross the Tumen River, and make it to Yanbian? Chomal soon explains that his years of smuggling taught him secret paths. He escaped alone across the river, but Dae Sung needs verification. Is the story even true? Dae Sung asks Lord Jag Spinner to confirm. Jag Spinner reports that according to their initial reconnaissance data, the camps are operating normally. Cho Malsoon is shocked. Could everything he witnessed really just be a wild hallucination? Dae Sung frowns, deep in thought. Jag Spinner has absolutely no reason to lie, and their intelligence has never been wrong before. Talk about a real mystery. Why would the surveillance data be totally different? He needs to confirm the situation himself. Dae Sung suggests they go check. Jun Do-han immediately stops him, pointing out that sneaking into North Korea is incredibly reckless. Jag Spinner also dismisses the idea. He suggests that if Dae-sung wants to do volunteer relief work, he should really go elsewhere. Dae-sung is not convinced. Something is still bothering him. Did Jag Spinner not say that satellite data showed Horyong camp operating normally? Jag Spinner confirms that is correct. Lowering his voice, Dae-sung asks where those monsters could have possibly come from. He insists they must go find out for themselves, even if it means they have to cross the border illegally. By using Jag Spinner's advanced stealth drones, they would be able to easily spy on the entire area without being detected. Jag Spinner hesitates. They need permission from His Highness first, since Dae-sung is operating under the official name of the Pantheon. Jag Spinner also announces that Dae-sung needs some upgrades. Meanwhile, a massive crowd is gathering at Base Alpha near Horyong camp. Jun Do-han adjusts his outfit and looks around in surprise. He wonders aloud why everyone is wearing long sleeves. Sen answers that it is obvious. Jun Do-han mutters that it is not even cold, looking up with a confused expression. He asks why a nearby drone is not spinning. Dae-sung's voice chimes in, telling him to just leave it until they return. Jun Do-han looks at him and teases that he looks sharp like a real dark knight. Dae-sung blushes instantly from the comment. Stuttering, Dae-sung replies that he is not a knight yet. He then orders Cho Mal-soon to lead the way to the camp. Cho Mal-soon eagerly agrees, saying they can easily sneak in without being detected if they use his secret smuggling route. Dae-sung yells for everyone to move out. After a long trek, the group finally arrives outside the massive prison walls. They quietly scan the area for details. Jun Do-han glances over at Han, asking how the situation looks from his side. Han frowns, confirming that everything matches their outside scans. There's a near Class A giant monster keeping several Class B hounds. But look at this, Han stares at the feed, completely paralyzed by the horror on screen. He gnashes his teeth in fury. Those bastards are actively eating the prisoners. Jun Do-han gasps in horror. Damn it, a monster of that caliber is a nightmare. They need at least one Pantheon Knight to handle it. Dae-sung notes that getting reinforcements from the Pantheon will take days. By the time help arrives, dozens more will be eaten. Desperate, Dae-sung begs Jag Spinner if they can request orbital weapon support. Jag Spinner responds that the military satellite is currently out of position and is not hovering over the Asian continent right now. It will take 4 hours to redirect it. Dae-sung's gaze hardens with resolve. They must take matters into their own hands. Jun Do-han asks Dae-sung if he is really okay with this. Dae-sung firmly decides to stick to their usual battle plan. They will lure the monsters out using drones and kill them one by one while he draws the giant's attention. Jun Do-han is fired up. There is no better option, so they must trust in Dae-sung and initiate the plan. He signals the advance. The stealth drone glides silently over the high walls, entering the heart of the enemy camp. The monsters immediately spot the drone, looking up on high alert. The drone suddenly accelerates sharply, changing its flight path. The beasts scramble to pursue it. Meanwhile, an armored figure hidden in the shadows watches silently as the gates break open. Dae-sung's strike team rushes inside the facility. They all shudder in disgust at the sight of corpses littered everywhere. Jun Do-han realizes this is no ordinary giant. It looks exactly like a terrifying black troll from the Sparrow Kingdom. He warns the team to be extremely careful. Hearing their approach, the fierce monster turns around with a savage glare. He suddenly turns back, looking completely annoyed. Raise the shields. The giant demon roars, slamming its massive weapon onto the ground. Everyone stands up. Just then, a swarm of smaller demons charges at the soldiers. Jun screams, "Gu Deong, the giant is coming." Gu Deong shouts back that he is on his way. Meanwhile, the demons crash wildly against the defensive shield wall. Right then, Gu Deong spurs his warhorse, riding hard in another direction to distract the beast. He shouts to draw it over, but the monster only glares. It keeps charging completely, ignoring his distraction. Talk about bad luck, the beast is aiming straight for their weakest spot. He knew this giant was different, but he never expected it to be this smart. He yells out a warning to the others. The monster did not fall for his trick. A soldier screams in terror as the beast closes in, prompting Gu Deong to act. Raising his weapon high, he charges straight toward the demon. Gu Deong decides a head-on strike is his only option. Jun suddenly screams for Gu Deong to watch out. But before he can react, a heavy strike slams right into his shoulder. It was a devastating spell from the demon itself. The impact blows Gu Deong clean off his horse, sending him flying. He lies stunned. Can this giant actually cast magic? Flashback to shortly before the battle where the training grounds are packed. King Leon lectures the crowd on combat. He warns them that hesitation on the battlefield is a one-way ticket to death. He explains that even well-trained knights can lose their nerve in real combat. Once you draw your sword, focus only on winning. As Leon asks if everyone understands, Gu Deong speaks up, asking His Majesty what they should do if they are outmatched. Leon asks him to speak his mind. Gu Daong questions what happens if they are simply weaker and slower than their enemy. He asks what a knight should do when facing an unbeatable foe. At the time, King Leon actually hesitated to answer. Back in the pouring rain, Jun Hyung desperately holds his semi-conscious Gu Diong, yelling frantically to see if he is still alive. Gu Diong slowly blinks awake, realizing he had just blacked out. If not for his iron essence armor, he would be dead. Jun Hyung looks on in absolute shock. He points out that the blessed iron essence armor has never been shattered like this before. Gu Diong blames himself. He figures his magic was not blessed by the gods, making the armor fail under the massive blow. Suddenly, a soldier screams that the giant is charging again. They need to find a way to stop it, and fast. Gu Diong grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. At this rate, they are all going to end up slaughtered here. He panics, trying to figure out his next move. In his desperation, the memory of his training with Leon flashes back. He remembers the golden sunlight reflecting off Leon's hair as the king advised him to throw away all useless doubts in combat. Gu Diong had looked up at his king. Leon told him that hesitating on the battlefield serves absolutely no purpose at all. A true knight does not rely on luck or cheap tricks. No matter who they face, they never back down. Folding his arms, Leon commanded him to move forward and strike if he drew his sword. That is the path of knighthood. The flashback ends, bringing him back to reality. Gu Diong tightly grips his sword, hilt finding his resolve once again. Calmness washes over him. He remembers his master's ultimate lesson. To survive, he has to put everything on the line. He knows he has no great talent or sharp intellect to devise a complex plan, but he can do one thing. He can charge forward without fear. With absolute determination written on his face, Gu Daong rushes straight toward the giant. Moving like lightning, he closes the distance. He screams out that he is still alive and will never back down. The demon raises its massive club, slamming it down. Gu Daong raises his sword, gritting his teeth as he blocks the blow. Using every ounce of his strength, he holds his ground. The beast swings again, but he narrowly dodges the follow-up strike. Springing into action, he channels all his power into his legs. He runs straight up the giant's weapon, climbing high. Raising his blade, he plunges it deep into the monster's chest. The giant screams in agony, tilting its head back. With a final cry, Gu Diong finishes it. The massive beast collapses to the ground, leaving Jun Hyung completely speechless in disbelief. Dust settles over the battlefield, revealing the giant's massive corpse. Standing victorious right on top of it is Gu Diong. The beast is dead. Exhausted but proud, the wandering knight Gu Diong calls out to the soldiers that he actually did it. The crowd erupts into cheers, rushing toward him to celebrate their hero. It is the moment he truly becomes a knight. Soon after, Gu Diong and his party head to the rescue camp, successfully freeing hundreds of trapped prisoners. Gu Diong directs the evacuation, telling everyone to cross the path slowly. An older man tearfully offers his deep gratitude. Gu Diong humbly tells them to just stay close to his squad so they can make it back to safety. Jun Hyung playfully teases him, calling him the giant slasher. Gu Diong flushes red, begging him to stop using that embarrassing nickname. Gu Diong quickly orders the retreat, reminding everyone they must cross the Tumen River before more enemies arrive. More monsters are coming. He freezes, sensing something off. A pack of hound beasts is charging right toward him. The commander shouts in fury. The hounds they lured away with the drone have returned. Behind him, the soldiers cry out in panic. How could they be so fast? He quickly orders everyone to raise their shields as the leader snarls in rage at the beasts. Just then, a soldier freezes. Look over there, he shouts. It is Sir Jag's spinner. The commander waves him over. Everyone cheers, shouting that they are saved now that Sir Jag's spinner is here. The robot immediately orders the troops to evacuate. The emergency self-destruct countdown begins. Jag's spinner counts down from 108, leaving Jun Hyung completely baffled. What does he mean? Before anyone can ask, a massive explosion erupts, blinding them with light and sending debris flying. The terrifying blast tears the ground apart, spewing fire and rubble to leave a massive crater filled with thick smoke. The scene cuts to Jag's spinner playing back footage of the blast. The robot reports to Leon that the mission is complete. Leon commends the effort, telling him to treat the troops to the finest meat and wine. Jag's spinner acknowledges the order. Leon then asks how things look. Jag's spinner responds that it was likely an accident caused by a developing nation's poor gate response. He notes there are several similarities to previous cases, prompting Leon to wonder if this is truly just a border disturbance. Still, a lingering feeling tells him otherwise. Leon decides to investigate further and orders the drone sent to North Korea. Sir Jag's spinner immediately accepts the command, preparing the drone for deployment. Then Leon notices a letter on his desk. Leon frowns, picking it up to see it is from America. He begins reading the urgent message sent directly to him. The sender asks if King Leon is well, stating that despite blessing his future, there's a matter of absolute urgency. Upon reading further, Leon gasps. It is exactly what he has been searching for, prompting him to issue immediate orders. He tells Sir Jag Spinner to assemble a unit and head straight to the United States. The robot is stunned by the move. Leon smiles, confident that a god would never lie. He stands up and whispers a name he never thought he would say again. Rudolph, a name he never thought he would call again. The message from the god of destiny was simple. They have finally found a clue about Karina. Later that night, Leon summons the Grand Duchess of Dragonia to his camp. Karina presents a request for reinforcements from his legion. Leon tells her to leave it on the desk, and she complies. Asking to excuse herself, Karina bows. But Leon hesitates, calling her name to ask if she would join him for breakfast tomorrow. She stands frozen, silently contemplating before turning away, stating she still has military matters to attend to. Leon smiles bitterly, softly whispering her name as she leaves. Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts. It is Han-Ha-Ri, anxiously asking if he is all right. Leon blinks, asking what she is trying to do as she approaches. She blushes, explaining she wanted to wipe away his cold sweat. Leon teases her, praising her attentiveness as his attendant. Sir Jag Spinner chimes in, reporting that Leon is showing signs of a drop in body temperature and sweating from intense stress. Han-Ha-Ri is shocked, wondering if even the mighty king can feel stressed. Leon gently pats her head with a reassuring smile. He tells her it is nothing, merely a memory of an old dream, before shifting his gaze to the window. Looking out from the airplane window, Leon assumes a serious tone, asking how long until they reach the United States. Han-Ha-Ri replies that they just passed Los Angeles, estimating they will land in Washington, D.C. in about 4 hours. Still worried, she asks if she should summon the Mage Queen to help if he is having nightmares. Leon reassures her that it was no nightmare. In fact, he wishes he could experience that dream far more often. Han-Ha-Ri relaxes, letting him rest as the plane approaches their final destination. Down at the airport, President Anthony Hobson feels an unusual wave of nervousness waiting for their arrival. As the 49th President of the United States, Anthony Hobson knows the Pantheon has a crucial reason for this visit. A massive purple rift has appeared in the sky over Washington, D.C., marking the outbreak of a dark gate. Having pleaded with the Pantheon for aid, the U.S. government secured a deployment thanks to the grace of Goddess Muriel. Hobson wonders aloud who will join the battle, starting with the 2 legendary heroes. Jag Spinnery confirms they will, explaining that a purification mission of this scale requires their direct presence. But Hobson's main concern lies with Sir Von Kynus and Sir Spinner, whose martial prowess is legendary. Their strength is said to match the Mage Queen. He also hopes the Blazing Sword Knight Order will join the fight. Even if it is not the entire order, having at least 20 of those first-generation knights would be massive. After all, legendary knights like Han-Ha-Ri and John Sonnen are rumored to possess unmatched power. Even S-class hunters would struggle to match them. His perfect scenario predicts more than 3 commanders and a full division of knights. The average outcome, 2 commanders with John Sonnen's knights. Right as the plane touches down, it lands right in front of them. Jag Spinnery gets curious who exactly has arrived for this historic state visit. The knights step off the plane, led by Sir Jappy and Han-Ha-Ri. An onlooker yells out it is John Sonnen's knights. Sir Jappy Spinner Hobson gasps in excitement. This is incredible. They will finally witness those legendary new weapons firsthand. But Hobson realizes they are not done. Sir, there are more, he calls out. They are still marching out of the aircraft. He points out the Flaming Sword Order. Their elite 3 swords, Sir Riha, Sir Galatan, and Sir Tahan, have all arrived. These ultimate warriors can clear dark gates completely solo. Seeing them here, Jag Spinnery is absolutely thrilled. Their presence guarantees that a heavy division of the Flaming Sword Knights will fight. Suddenly, a reporter screams in shock. Take photos, record this. That is none other than Sir Vinicius. He screams in absolute shock. The legendary butcher himself. Sir Vinicius looks around, praising the wealthy city before turning his head to speak directly to Leon. He asks if accepting the American proposal would be better. But Leon replies calmly, the decision is already settled. Sir Vinicius nods in understanding. Meanwhile, Hobson watches in surprise as they all gather together. He simply cannot comprehend how the goddess of destiny convinced this proud medieval king to actually make this long trip. Either way, humanity is saved. To Hobson, this is like an early Christmas gift. Giddy with relief, Hobson steps forward to warmly welcome the king to the United States, expressing their nation's deepest honor. They are deeply honored to host them. Leon eyes him coldly, asking if he represents this nation. The king introduces himself as the 15th Leon Dragonia, king of Leonheart Kingdom. Hobson quickly responds with his own title. He is the 49th President Anthony Hobson, but his polite greeting quickly turns into a sharp, painful scream of agony. Leon glares at him with dangerous eyes, wanting to verify something first. He squeezes Hobson's hand tightly, pulling him close. A demon, the king whispers to check. Hobson gasps in shock as a strange sensation takes over. Instead of burning, a warm, holy fire erupts around them. Is this the god of war's flame, and why did he release it? Leon mockingly asks why he is so panicked during a simple blessing of divine protection. Hobson shivers before his scary smile. He stammers in fear. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rises from behind. Hobson spins. A man is burning. He screams desperately to put it out while Leon chuckles in dark amusement. It seems a demon was hiding right among the reporters. These cowards are everywhere. Leon narrows his eyes. Since their time is precious, he suggests they get right to the point of his visit. He addresses the president directly, stating his presence in America is about far more than just destroying a black gate. Hobson nods quickly. While he does not have all details, he received a similar briefing. Leon demands an immediate audience with goddess Mariel. The scene shifts to a skyscraper. Bright sunlight glints off the towering steel structure as Mariel greets the king with a warm, gentle smile. She asks if he is well, not expecting their reunion so quickly. Leon kneels respectfully before her presence. He expresses relief at her safety. Mariel gasps softly, deeply touched by his formal respect despite his beliefs. She thanks him for honoring a deity he does not worship, wishing his own gods the same favor of destiny. Leon looks back. Ariana is staring intently at the goddess, her face filled with silent, urgent questions. Ariana speaks up, demanding to clarify what was written in the letter sent by the goddess of destiny herself. She asks if the rumor about her knight's only daughter is true. Mariel gently confirms it is. She adds that Leon Dragonia is currently in grave danger, causing the king to instantly lose all his calm. He demands to know where she is right now, losing his composure. Ariana quickly tries to calm him down. Mariel steps in, advising King Leon that he must enter the Dark Gate directly because she is trapped inside. Only Leon can. Meanwhile, the area around the Black Gate in Washington is packed with crowds. Witnessing the massive gathering, a local spectator gasps in sheer disbelief at the incredible scene unfolding before him. He admits that in all his years he has never seen this many S-rank hunters gather in one place. The elite lineup includes Gunner from the ISW Alliance and President Takeda alongside the powerful warrior named Guns. These legendary figures are the core leaders preparing to face the ultimate battle of a lifetime. Even executives from the Maverick Guild are attending, and South Korea's Phoenix Guild has arrived too, according to a bystander nearby. This is easily the strongest force assembled since the Great Cataclysm, the man murmurs. But the real peak of the hype comes as his voice rings out announcing that all the core leaders of the Pantheon Temple Guild are joining the battle. He goes on about them being a literal medieval cavalry unit, emphasizing that they are the absolute trump card of this raid. For this expedition, President Hobson is absolutely thrilled to see Leon, calling out that His Majesty arrived just in time. Leon reins in his mount, stopping right in front of him to ask how long the scout team has been inside. Hobson replies that it has been 4 days, so they should return soon, begging Leon to please wait just a bit longer. But Leon suspects the scouts are already in deep trouble, meaning they might have to charge in completely blind. He warns that hesitating any longer will only lead to disaster, a grim reality that President Hobson is quick to realize. Old Conway nods along, telling the president that he completely agrees with His Majesty's assessment of the situation. He explains that while Black Gate's delayed dungeon breaks longer than others, their raiding difficulty is still absolutely brutal. They must move in as fast as possible to gather intel and kick off the raid before things get out of hand. Hobson wants to hear other opinions, asking the Maverick Guild for their thoughts, prompting their representative to chime in. They advise launching the attack, expressing regret for the missing scouts. Hobson hesitates before turning back to Leon. With a subtle smile, Leon reminds him that he is not the commander of this allied force expedition. Since Hobson is the supreme commander, he needs to make the call. Hearing this, Hobson solemnly nods in agreement. Hobson glances over, seeing another hunter grinning like he is watching some comedy show, but he just ignores it. Addressing the crowd, he proclaims that the International Hunter Alliance assembled here is stronger than any army on Earth. He expresses complete faith in their ability to overcome any hardship, solemnly stepping up to make a grand declaration. As president, he commands the International Hunter Alliance to defend Washington and protect every single citizen. He asks for divine blessings as they march, but as they step forward, a sudden system alert flashes on screen. It reveals the protection of the sea and tsunami goddess. Hanhari gasps while Juhi asks her what is wrong. Hanhari admits she is terrified of this Black Gate, but Suho quickly cheers her up, telling her not to worry. They have nearly 80 S-rank and semi-S-rank hunters, so if anything, the demons inside are the ones who should be sweating. Plus, with 4 Holy Grail knights on their side, even the grand ancestor of all demons would get absolutely crushed. Jag Spinner chimes in that those demons are absolute trash, prompting a grateful smile from Hanhari as she thanks them for caring. Just as they share a warm moment, a loud announcement rings out across the area for the Pantheon Temple Guild. At 16:28, they cross the portal. A sudden wave of energy hits Hanhari, forcing her to squeeze her eyes shut. This disturbing flow of magic makes her stomach turn, signaling that her worst fears might be halfway to coming true. Luckily, it is not a high-tier demon waiting, but Soyun still gasps in horror at the massive shadow looming above. Jag Spinner alerts them of a hostile entity scanning the database until the system completes the search with terrifying results. Hanhari's eyes go wide as she screams out that it is a dragon, a walking natural disaster on par with high-tier demons. The massive beast blocks out the crimson sky with its colossal wings, radiating an overwhelming pressure that crushes their spirits. Everyone is frozen in absolute terror, and the dragon lets out a deafening roar asking how mere insects dare trespass. Old Conway desperately tries to clear the misunderstanding, shouting up that they only entered to clear the gate. But the beast just barks back to shut up as a system warning flashes announcing Dragon Fear has been activated. All targets are thrown into absolute chaos, suffering an 80% drop in magic resistance and massive defense debuffs. Action success rates plummet by 90%, leaving hunters screaming in agony under the crushing weight of the Dragon Fear. Conway raises his staff, casting the magic barrier of the 12 divine generals to snap everyone out of their stupor. The system grants all allies complete resistance to mental interference, letting them barely keep their sanity intact. Hunters gasp in relief, but Conway grits his teeth, realizing even his best barrier is barely holding this pressure back. Suddenly, Beatrice's mother calls out to the king, assuring him she can stabilize the terrain whenever he wants to strike. Conway looks on in utter shock while Hanhari stares in disbelief, wondering how they are completely unaffected by this presence. It turns out their active buffs are vastly superior to the dragon's debuffs, completely neutralizing the overwhelming terror. With the fear nullified, Leon steps forward to reassure the raid that they are standing proud with the Leon Dragonia king. Everyone answers in unison, "Yes, your majesty." The dragon looks down on the demon, sneering that he knows his scent. He mockingly says that he knows exactly where his breath originates. He wants to know what bloodline created that body of flesh. His cold voice echoes, calling them dragon slayers, descendants of the bastards who stole his name. Leon asks in disbelief, wondering if this creature is indeed the ancient dragon ancestor Dragonia. The massive dragon throws its head back and laughs out loud. It confirms his suspicion. Yes, he has waited for this moment for a very long time. The day of vengeance. Spreading its massive wings, the beast roars. He declares himself as Dragonia, ruler of the mountain dragon, king of Drakara, and the oldest enemy and ancient entity of the gods. He blows everyone away with a single sweep, proudly declaring himself a legend. The sheer overwhelming power of the dragon makes Leon highly uncomfortable. Hanhari watches in panic as the dragon easily knocks down several heroes. Later, Leon wakes up to a familiar voice calling his name. It calls him Leon, his loyal knight. Looking around, he realizes he is in an unfamiliar place, trying to figure out where he has landed. The surroundings trigger some of his oldest, deepest memories. He slowly stands up, brushing the dirt off his clothes, and turns to face a young girl. He asks if she is the owner of this flower shop. The girl gasps in fear, asking if he means her before Leon commands her to speak. He demands she tell him where they are and bring him some tea. Confused, the girl explains that this is just a normal flower shop. Adjusting his appearance, he softens his voice, suggesting she just go buy some then. Blushing deeply, the girl quickly nods and agrees. She grabs a basket and hurries out, promising to return quickly. Finally alone, Liam sighs in relief, muttering that he did not expect Dragonia to appear now. Suddenly, a voice speaks up. That was merely the lingering soul of a dead being, though it remains because it was incredibly powerful in life. Leon continues the conversation, remarking that if a mere soul fragment is this overwhelming, the creature must have been truly terrifying when it was alive. The speaker is actually the goddess Ariana, who agrees with his assessment. She reveals that the first Lion King, Duke Renoa, and Arendo Dragonia defeated it. She explains that the first Lion King, the Hell Priest Duke Renoa, and Arendo Dragonia had to band together to defeat the beast. Betos chimes in, telling Leon that the dragons of his current era are nothing but mere lizards compared to the mighty Dragonia. Leon falls silent. He deeply ponders how such a legendary creature could suddenly reappear. Something must have happened to the dragon heart of the Dragonia family. Piecing the clues together, he finally understands the situation. As suspected, the real issue lies with the dragon curse passed down through the Archduke's family. Ariana anxiously warns him that she can no longer sense the sea or the darkness anywhere. Leon calmly asks if that is really true. Ariana suspects he might have taken on an avatar form to attach himself to his priestess. As for the darkness, Betos agrees with her theory. He believes it definitely has something to do with that source. Ariana continues, telling Leon that the child he is searching for is certainly here. Leon asks with doubt, wondering if Karina is truly in this very place. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupts their conversation from nearby. The girl announces she has brought the tea. Leon nods, but his voice turns strict as he tells her he dislikes that formal title. However, he lets it slide this time, saying he has a question he wants her to answer. She quickly tells him to ask away. Leon looks directly at her, asking if she has ever heard the name Karina. Upon hearing it, the young girl instantly flinches. Her face pales as she begs him not to utter such blasphemous words. Leon is completely confused, wondering what could possibly be blasphemous. She asks how he dares to speak the personal name of the emperor aloud. Leon is left utterly speechless, unable to believe his ears. The scene shifts. Somewhere in a grand palace, Karina sits on her throne, resting her chin on her hand in deep thought. Meanwhile, at the magnificent Dragonia Imperial Palace, Han Ha-ri finally regains consciousness after receiving a devastating blow from the ancient dragon. Her entire body aches. A soldier spots her and yells that the intruder has awakened, ordering the guards to immediately subdue her. He commands them to execute her if she resists. Han Ha-ri bolts in a panic, desperately yelling that this is all a huge misunderstanding. She insists she is not a spy. Hearing that she is running, an angry soldier shouts that the spy is trying to escape. He hurls his spear directly at her, furiously shouting at her to just surrender quietly. Han Ha-ri turns pale at the sudden attack. She screams, questioning how they expect her to surrender while throwing deadly weapons at her. A soldier snaps back, ordering her to shut up. The guards yell for her to halt, asking where she thinks she can run. Terrified, she realizes she has to run or die. The scene shifts to the palace corridor. Han Ha-ri runs for her life, crying out and wondering where everyone else has gone. Suddenly, a voice calls her name. She looks over in surprise and notices Poma sitting comfortably on her shoulder greeting her. Shocked, she asks how he got here. Poma explains that as soon as they broke free from the spatial rift, everyone got separated. He sensed that everyone landed in entirely different coordinates, adding with a light chuckle that he decided to stick with her. Touched by his gesture, Han Ha-ri asks for clarification, realizing this means everyone else has been scattered to different locations as well. She compares it to what happened back with Jiraiya. Poma points out that the previous incident was due to a clumsy death priest. The priest was still too inexperienced with portals back then, but this situation is completely different. Han Ha-ri blinks in confusion. She asks how it is different. Poma clarifies that the immense magic of the dragons interfered with the portal, specifically that dragon Karina suddenly appears and coldly demands to know who dared invade the royal palace. Turning around, Han Ha-ri meets her gaze and pure terror immediately takes over. A massive punch flies straight at her and a sharp scream echoes through the entire palace. Han Ha-ri crashes hard into the wall, collapsing from the sheer force of the impact. Karina watches with a blank face, showing no emotion at all. Panicked soldiers stammer out apologies, pleading that they will drag the intruder to the dungeon. Karina coldly tells them there is no need, stating that she will personally take the intruder away instead. Meanwhile, a soft voice calls out to wake her up. Dizzy and confused, Han Ha-ri groans that she is finally awake. She asks where she is. Poma kindly asks if she was controlled by that kid, leaving Han Ha-ri completely bewildered by the question. She wonders if Karina is indeed Emperor Leon's daughter. Karina flatly asks if the Priestess of the Sea is finally awake. Grand Duchess of Dragonia, she gasps. Karina responds that it has been a long time since anyone used that title. Han Ha-ri stammers out her title, but Karina firmly corrects her, stating that she must address her as Your Majesty now. Otherwise, she jokes, Han Ha-ri's head would already be rolling on the floor. Trembling, Han Ha-ri nervously addresses her as Your Majesty. Karina slowly walks over to the bed, admitting she finds Han Ha-ri quite intriguing. Utterly stunned, Han Ha-ri can only watch as a hand gently touches her face. In a low voice, Karina notes she can sense a strange divine power inside her. Han Ha-ri is frozen as Karina commands her to stand still. Blushing, she stammers that things are getting a bit too close. Karina questions why her outfit exposes her midriff, leaving Han Ha-ri to awkwardly explain that it is just modern fashion. Exhausted and blushing, Han Ha-ri collapses back onto the bed while Karina stares down at her with deep confusion. She wonders if this is the power of the god Petis, wondering how a sea deity can coexist with fire inside her, as it directly clashes with her water nature. Poma chimes in, admitting that the flame of fire had chosen her first. Han Ha-ri hesitates quickly, correcting herself to address Karina properly. She tentatively brings up Emperor Leon, but Karina quickly cuts her off, stating that he will find them soon enough, and there is no need for her to gossip. Still, Han Ha-ri tries to argue about his feelings, prompting Karina to snap angrily and order her to shut her mouth immediately. Karina warns that the Emperor knows how to handle his own business and it is absolutely none of her concern. Han Ha-ri nods in pure terror. Coldly, Karina mentions that she is willing to overlook the crime of trespassing in her palace. She adds that it is a shame Han Ha-ri is a woman because otherwise she would make an excellent candidate. Confused, Han Ha-ri asks what that even means, but Karina immediately changes the subject, refusing to explain her cryptic words. She decides to keep observing the gate dwellers who dared invade her empire, noting there are still many interesting tasks ahead. Poma sighs, whispering that his lighthouse has a very rough road ahead. Han Ha-ri remains completely clueless about what they mean. Poma suggests she check the active quest instead. Han Ha-ri blinks, realizing she has been running for her life all day. She completely forgot they are inside a dungeon portal. Looking at the screen, her face suddenly turns bright red. She is completely speechless at the active quest description. It reveals that this world has been overrun by demons. About 300 years ago, countless nations crumbled under the brutal demon army's invasion, leaving the entire world in ruins. It seemed like destruction was certain at the hands of the demon Archduke of Greed Mentamopol. But at some point, the demonic invasion suddenly ground to a halt. The archdemons, including the Archduke of Greed himself, vanished without a single trace. In truth, they had all been redeployed to King Leon's world to reinforce their armies there. But the denizens of this world had no idea. Anyway, about 100 years after the demonic invasion quieted down, they returned. The Archduke of Greed Mentamopol, the nightmare of the entire world, re-emerged. In a state of sheer panic, the demon shrieked out, "Damn it, run away, everyone!" Karina's voice turned cold. "You coward. Where do you think you were going?" Karina Dragonia had led tens of thousands of her troops across the world boundary, arriving right there. In agony, the demon screamed out to kill them all. The scene shifts to Tom, who considers her legion a living legend. He goes on to say that they protect cities and citizens, constantly invading demon territory without ever resting, and hunting down demons like crazed avengers. Leon nods in agreement. Tom continues, explaining that at first, the rulers treated the Grand Duchess and her legion with great hospitality, each scrambling to win her over to their side. But she rejected every offer, choosing only to silently slaughter demons. Tom's voice deepens as he notes, "That is the real issue. Their journey was an extraordinary path beyond anything ordinary mortals could ever imagine. Thus, mediocre minds began to warp their actual intentions, and once they finished hunting down all the demons, who would be next?" The old man continues his tale, chewed up by paranoia. The Seven Kingdoms had just formed a massive coalition army. After ending a brutal, bloody war with the Empress victorious over the greedy Grand Duke, Tom recalls how they launched a sudden surprise attack, straight at her dragon legion. Still lost in his memories, he recalls when they were already exhausted from earlier battles, battling demons causing massive casualties. But in retaliation, the coalition's 850,000 soldiers from the Seven Kingdoms were completely slaughtered, down to the very last man. They did not even have time to think about running. Tom frowns as he recalls the relentless massacre that followed. The rulers of those traitorous kingdoms and their conspirators were all targeted by the 1,400 surviving dragon soldiers. The old man notes that those 7 foolish kingdoms fell and the Empire's new era had finally begun. The rule of the Dragonia Empire lasted over 200 years. Leon narrows his eyes in deep thought. Karina had repeated his own history of brutal warfare. She fought a hard path just like him. In a calm voice, he asks where to find the Emperor. Tom gasps in shock. What he warns him that barging in is pure suicide. "Please do not talk like that, sir. You could lose your head easily." Tom asks where on earth he came from to not know this. Leon answers coldly, saying he only needs to know he came from far away. "My time is not to be wasted on your curiosity, commoner." Ariana tries to soothe him, suggesting that Leon, her knight, should simply visit the palace as a father. It should be easy enough, but he immediately rejects the idea, explaining to the goddess that showing up out of nowhere claiming to be the emperor's father would cause chaos. It would lead to a fight with the guards. Clashing with the royal imperial guards would only hurt the reputation of his daughter, Karina. Ariana sighs, noting that her knight's way of thinking might actually be more traditional and old-fashioned than her own. Tom chimes in with an idea. The Empress rarely steps out of her palace, but recently there is an easy way to get an audience. Leon coldly asks what it is. With a smirk, Tom suggests entering the upcoming marriage duel to become her husband. Tom explains it is causing a massive buzz across the entire empire. Leon's hand shakes and the cup he is holding suddenly shatters. He is completely stunned. What? Meanwhile, the Dragonia Empire is currently celebrating its 155th anniversary. Resting her chin on her hand, Empress Karina looks down from her throne, coldly asking if everyone has arrived. Her ministers quickly bow. Confirming their presence, they mention that the Empire has carried a heavy burden of worry for quite some time. She gazes down at them. She looks at the cowering ministers below and tells them she did not summon them here today for some minor issue. Karina speaks coldly, explaining she is finally at the age where she must select a husband to secure the future of her royal lineage. The hall erupts in chaos. Stunned ministers stammer. "A husband? How could her mind have changed so suddenly, Your Majesty?" Seeing their panicked faces, she remains totally calm. She asks why they are so shocked when they were the ones constantly nagging her. They constantly complained about the lineage until she was sick of it. It takes them a while to process her sudden announcement. Their shocked expressions instantly change into opportunism as they scramble, telling her their own sons are at the perfect age for marriage. Some offer up their eligible sons, while others eagerly suggest their own nephews, desperately hoping to introduce them to her. All this noisy bickering irritates Karina. She stomps her foot, instantly shattering the stone floor below. The ministers turn pale with fright. Her overwhelming aura floods the hall. Her freezing voice rings out clearly. "Absolutely not," she declares. The man who will father her children cannot be some ordinary nobody. She glares at them. You are no different from mere peasants trying to play pretend as royalty. You possess absolutely zero value to me. Worthy of my respect, she says. A trembling minister squeaks out, asking how Her Majesty intends to select a husband. Karina closes her eyes, contemplating. A calculated smile appears on her face as she reveals she has a very great plan. Her husband will be decided through a tournament. Only the strongest warrior in the world is worthy of standing by her side. She issues a stern, cold warning, silencing the entire crowd completely. Not a single person is allowed to object to her decision. They quickly chant their submission, obeying the Dragon Emperor. Just like that, this marriage tournament has carried on for 3 years, and yet no one has been able to satisfy the Dragon Emperor's requirements. Meanwhile, in a bustling, joyful town within the Empire, Graham holds a juicy red apple. He turns to his companion, commenting that this is his very first time seeing such a gate. He is speaking with rank 5 wizard Kondu of the Magic Tower, while Graham himself belongs to the Noble Alliance. Kondu watches some playing children, noting he has traveled through these gates for over 30 years but has never seen anything like this. It is incredibly peaceful. How can it be this stable inside? Normally, traveling past these gates leads straight to absolute destruction. Graham thinks back to Karina, wondering if ending the war with the demons was entirely because of her incredible power. Could this peaceful world really be the result of Dragon Emperor Karina Dragonia's absolute might? The old wizard speaks up. It is absolutely certain. Didn't we see that massive dragon in the other world? He recalled the grand images of the glorious heroes. With such overwhelming power, it makes total sense that those terrifying demons had to turn tail and run. The legends of the Night King's world are absolute monsters. Graham spoke up, asking Cornwall if he still remembered. Some did not even blink under that terrifying draconic pressure. Cornwall asked with doubt if he meant the knights. Cornwall was absolutely certain. Just serving a god and gaining enough power to face those monsters was truly impressive. Graham looked genuinely surprised. Honestly, he had assumed Cornwall would be completely displeased with this whole setup. Cornwall opened his system screen to search. As a mage, he was bound to think much more rationally about this. He opened his quest window. This task presented an incredible opportunity. The national marriage quest suddenly appeared before them. The conditions required marrying Empress Karina Dragonia of the Dragonia Empire. Graham read the text, looking highly skeptical. What? Cornwall closed his eyes, asking if Graham realized the true weight of marrying Karina Dragonia. Graham's gaze sharpened instantly in realization. Cornwall was certain the Dragon Emperor was the Night King's actual daughter. Remembering their tense meeting, Cornwall warned him. The Pantheon Temple will soon become the absolute center of the world. Hearing this, Graham grit his teeth. He nervously sweated and stuttered, asking if things could really go that far. Cornwall looked worried, questioning if the United States and other global superpowers would actually just sit by and watch. Cornwall glanced back, explaining that the Pantheon is not a nation but a religion. A borderless superpower is rising. He looked down, wondering who in such a world would hold absolute power just beneath the Night King. Graham broke into a cold sweat. Cornwall gave a shocking answer that sent shivers down his spine. It is the only man allowed to join the Night King's family, the one who becomes his son-in-law. Silence fell as the system quest screen slowly vanished. Graham's face curled into a very subtle, knowing smirk. Graham smirked, noting this was their big moment. A scheming aura surrounded them both as they decided England's destiny. I completely agree, Cornwall replied. Meanwhile, other hunters received the quest and started gathering at the royal capital. The system notification left everyone utterly bewildered. One hunter looked at the confused faces around him, thinking deeply. If this quest is real, a mere S-class hunter could change everything. His life would be entirely rewritten. He imagined marrying the Empress, practically becoming the Night King's son-in-law. That was just too good to be true. Every hunter who received the quest shared that exact dream. They immediately set out for the Grand Imperial Arena. Yanan let out an exhausted sigh, complaining that he really thought they were in for some epic battle. But Naeon glanced over, noting that finishing the conquest peacefully was honestly a great outcome anyway. Yong'an looked drained. They had been here over 10 days, yet there was no dungeon in sight, or at least meet the Magic Queen. She tried to calm him. There are no signs of any outbreaks, so things should be fine. Yong'an imagined a bloody battlefield, then asked how the rules work here. Naeon explained the system. Challengers must win local tournaments before earning the right to challenge the capital's champion. The winner becomes the new champion. They must defend the title against 100 challenges from other knights. Yong'an asked in confusion, wondering if they really had to travel around those regional towns just to challenge. She glanced back, explaining that defeating the Dragon Emperor's puppet grants immediate challenge rights to the main arena. Strong challengers can go straight to the capital. Yong'an nodded along, finally understanding how this entire system worked. Suddenly, the announcer's booming voice echoed across the arena, apologizing to the roaring crowd for keeping them waiting. He shouted passionately, welcoming the Imperial citizens to the highly anticipated life-or-death battle for the championship. It was finally time to begin. Young Man watched closely as Naon advised him to pay close attention. The announcer introduced the contenders. Excellent challengers from local tournaments had made it to this stage. Today, outstanding fighters from a place called England would challenge the champion. Graham wore a deeply calculating smile. He stepped out under deafening cheers. His undefeated record placed him right at the top of the ranks. He was the legendary Graham, the unbeaten Silver Knight. Sitting above Young An crossed his arms, fully expecting this. The announcer continued his introduction, presenting the fighter holding the second spot in the Naratani rankings. He had lost only due to a timeout. Otherwise, he likely would have easily claimed that top spot. Gunter Nan, the steel man with absolute defense, stepped forward. His serious gaze immediately caught Naon's eye. Europe's absolute best defender has made his grand entrance. The announcer's voice echoes once again. Now finally, the person with the most terrifying power might just be this very man. A clinking staff appears. He is a mage, yet his sheer presence completely overwhelms even the most battle-hardened warriors. As soon as his third-place spot was locked, his opponents kept forfeiting left, right. Cornwall steps forward with a determined face as the mystic archmage. He boasts smugly, saying they are too terrified to face him. Young Wen stares intensely at him, realizing that the old man is actually the strongest of the three warriors, with all of them radiating a completely overwhelming pressure. Facing such absolute top-tier monsters among the S ranks makes it impossible to guess the champion, but none of them are pushovers. The announcer's voice cuts in once. Again. Now the reigning champion will accept challenges from the suitors, making this the most historic clash ever. The warrior who has crushed every single challenger so far. But suddenly the microphone is snatched right out of his hands, leaving him shocked. Wait, what are you doing? The intruder speaks up, testing the mic. Both Nason and Yongwan look on in utter confusion. What on earth is that guy up to? The man yells out, demanding to introduce the champion himself. He smirks, announcing that today we will witness greatness. He yells, gesturing grandly behind him. The lord of the legendary knights from ancient myths and legends. His eyes gleam as he shouts, the one beloved by the light ruler of the battlefield's roaring flames, who parts the sea to cross oceans and summons raging waves. Instantly, all the soldiers in the stands rise to their feet. Just who is this man? A living demigod on earth, representative of the pantheon. The presenter screams at the top of his lungs, and the soldiers stand in heated, disciplined attention, waiting for the name of the man who slayed the most orcs in history and crushed the demon lord himself. Under the spotlight, Leon steps forward into view. The absolute terror of all evil, the ultimate demon slayer, the undefeated Holy Grail knight. He yells, even louder, the Night King of the great Leonhardt family. Leon steps out amidst roaring cheers. Leon Dragonia, Leonhardt, Yongwan, and Nason freeze in absolute shock, their jaws dropping. Your Majesty, Leon's eyes flash with a brilliant light. Whoever wants to marry my daughter must first pass their father-in-law's test. His voice sends a cold shiver down everyone's spines as he looks at them. He slowly draws his sword and warns them not to even dream of this position. This brutal test has officially begun. Leon unleashes a massive burst of magical energy, causing a holy sword to rise from the ground. Yuri and Yongwan can only stare in speechless shock. Just look at him, Leon is radiating an intensely terrifying, killing intent. They wonder why on earth His Majesty is the reigning champion here. Yuri turns to him and remarks that if it is the king defending this title 100 times is child's play. Suddenly, Yang Wen realizes something crucial. Wait, the name listed in our quest was, they both recall the system's quest board now. Could it be that Ariana Dragonia is actually His Majesty's daughter? Suddenly, Cornwall's magic staff clinks against the floor as he steps forward. Your Majesty, he asks, staring at Leon with deep doubt. Do you intend to defeat everyone who came to propose to your daughter? Leon snaps back in absolute fury, asking if he is not allowed to do so. Graham breaks into a cold sweat, facing him. Our clear goal is to marry the Dragon Emperor. We must succeed to clear this gate. Leave this place. Leon roars in absolute fury, calling him an insolent brat. His eyes flash with dangerous anger. How dare you treat the royal family's sacred marriage as a cheap, completely meaningless quest? Cornwall turns pale, realizing they are in deep trouble. This protective father has completely lost his mind at the thought of suitors. Furious, he summons crackling lightning straight down onto the arena. He declares there is no need to waste words. Today, he will personally test their worthiness. With intense killing intent, Leon raises his sword, inviting everyone to charge, all at once. Cornwall breaks into a sweat, hesitating. He addresses the Leon Dragonia king, starting to cast his magic. Your reputation is indeed legendary across Europe, but Nason raises his shield, asking if he really expects to take on all three of them alone. He questions if Leon is being too arrogant as they take combat stances, activating 12 magic circles, 9th tier spells, and words of power. Cornwall channels his mana, warning the group that he poured over half of his mana reserve into this spell. With their current power, their strength far surpasses S-rank hunters. Graham and Nason shout back, promising to handle it. Leon merely watches their movements with cold calmness. The two rush in, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes to surround him. Leon looks at them with absolute indifference. He calls them annoying flies, asking why they are buzzing so loudly. Both Nason and Graham feel a wave of fear wash over them. They tell themselves to stay calm, claiming he will never track their rapid movements. This won't push us back. Wait for him to leave an opening, then strike with lightning speed. Suddenly, Leon's sword flashes with a brilliant blue light. It glows with a brilliant blue light. No matter how fast the opponent is, he swings his blade, unleashing a massive torrent of power. With the blessing of the Earth Goddess on my side, no living soul can ever escape the heavy grip of Mother Earth itself. Up in the stands, Yongan watches with his mouth wide open in pure horror. Is that technique actually? Leon swings his blade down with a deafening roar. Kneel before me, he roars. The entire arena is instantly engulfed in a pillar of blue magical energy shooting straight into the high sky. Earth shatter. The crowd in the stands screams in absolute terror as the devastating magic tears through the battlefield just as they feared. Within seconds, the magical energy begins to fade, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust and revealing a massive crater in the arena. In the center stands Leon, while his two challengers lie flat on the ground, completely knocked out by a single strike. Leon looks up. "Do you still want to keep going?" he asks. Pale with fear, the old man quickly surrenders, begging him to stop. Leon rests his chin on his hand, doing the math. That is 3 down, which means 87 challengers are left. This is going to take forever. He raises his sword high into the air and bellows a warning to every single man hoping to marry the Dragon Emperor. "Listen up, suitors of the Dragon Emperor Leon Dragonia. I do not have the time to sit around and wait for all 100 of you." In the stands, the crowd trembles in pure terror at his words. He does not care who they are or how many have gathered. "Just come at me all at once. If you actually have the guts to face the absolute wrath of this Lionheart King, then step up." Leon roars with every ounce of his strength, warning them to engrave his words deep into their souls if they want to survive. A massive bolt of golden lightning tears through the sky as he speaks. For thieves trying to steal this king's treasure, only ruin awaits. Absolute punishment is all they will get. Leon's face twists with pure unbridled rage as he glares at the trembling crowd. Nobody gets through. Unless you can step over the dead body of this Leon Dragonia king, do not even dream of marrying into royalty. Watching from above, Yongan and Juri can only break out in a cold sweat. There is absolutely no way any of them stand a chance. Staring at the terrifying lightning bolts, they both wonder how on earth they are ever going to complete this quest at this rate. 2 full weeks have passed since Leon took the champion title and began his brutal crusade of beating down every single hopeful suitor. Right now, he is literally stepping on a challenger, mocking him for thinking his pathetic skills make him worthy of his daughter. When another fool tries to call him father-in-law, Leon just punches him straight in the face and tells him to go die. Hunters from all over the world are still lining up to try their luck, but Leon is showing absolutely zero signs of slowing down. Even Yongan gets dragged into the ring, forced to cover his head as Leon targets him next, calling him a useless punk. Yongan begs him to go easy, but Leon just stomps on him, mocking him for being a low-rank mercenary with zero chance. By now, everyone is slowly beginning to realize that this crazy wedding quest is actually going to be completely impossible to complete. Meanwhile, inside a lavishly decorated room, Leon stands staring at the heap of wedding gifts piled up in front of him. He mutters about how his daughter's taste has totally gone downhill, looking like a cheap show of gold rather than royal class. This looks like some cheap, newly rich display, not the refined elegance of true royalty. Suddenly, a voice speaks from behind. Karina slowly pushes open the door and steps inside, calmly asking if her choice of style really offends him that much. She admits that getting older makes her like flashy things, but his face hardens as he issues a very stern warning. He asks if she has already fallen under the influence of the dangerous golden curse he had specifically warned her about. Karina stays silent, lost in her own thoughts. Leon sighs, his tone softening as he decides to drop the heavy subject. He opens his arms wide and warmly asks his daughter to come closer so he can finally give her a hug. But Karina just stands there staring coldly at him without moving a single inch before quietly telling him to stop. A bit confused, Leon asks what she means. Karina looks at him with eyes full of resentment over his constant fighting. She blames him for chasing away her suitors, but Leon casually defends himself, claiming a father has every right to choose. This is a crucial step to protect the royal lineage, just like the heavy decisions he used to make for their empire. Back when he ruled, he had to guide the kingdom's future. Right now, she is facing those same heavy choices. Leon lets out a heavy, defeated sigh, asking if she truly believes he is doing all of this for any other reason. He is the previous Grand Duke and her father after all. There is no way he cannot see her actual hidden motives. He knows exactly why she is rushing this marriage, reminding her that previous leaders are always prepared for these exact moments. Leon beats his chest, his eyes shining with absolute determination, offering to carry this heavy royal burden alongside his daughter. But Karina simply refuses to yield. She coldly declines her father's offer, swiftly turning on her heel to leave the room. She declares that this place is no longer her father's kingdom and every incident on this land is now her sole responsibility. Pushing the door open, she bids her father farewell. Leon grits his teeth in utter helplessness. Suddenly, he calls her back, freezing her in her tracks. Karina. The conversation ends on a tense note. Leon would spend the following days suffering from deep regret and endless self-blame. Because of this, speaking purely as a loving father, Leon lays bare his most honest feelings to her. With eyes full of warmth yet touched by sorrow, he tells her he wishes she could find a love as radiant as the stars. His words make her pause as he continues, just like the way Castile and I brought you into this world with burning love. With a highly resolute and unwavering gaze, Leon states that supporting his daughter is a father's ultimate duty, and he will never abandon his calling. Following that tense exchange, Karina watches Leon from the window as he boards his carriage to depart. Though her eyes carry a hint of longing, her expression remains cold. Suddenly, a deep voice chimes in to mock them, calling it a touching display of filial piety and fatherly love. It has been 2 centuries since their last meeting. To humans, that is a lifetime. Yet this was all. Turning to leave, she cold shoulders the dragon, muttering that it is too noisy. The dragon continues, admitting that it is actually quite impressive how he was capable of wiping out such a massive demonic army. In that battle against the Lord of Wisdom, did no demon lord actually stand a chance? Hearing this, Karina counters. No, that is not how it is, she says. There are exceptions. She pictures Leon's steady figure at the Pantheon Temple. There the divine essences of the gods gathered. It is definitely where her father's final power resides. She steps forward, treading on his shadow. Just then, the dragon emerges, laughing at the incredible sight. It advises her that she should have accepted that man's offer as it was her only path to survival. It locks eyes with her cold stare, warning the human to remember this well as danger looms closer. The dragon's energy and her heart beat with the exact same magical flow, bound by a dark connection. My curse will never end until your entire bloodline is completely wiped out, the powerful beast vows. When her heart stops, calamity will strike. Back at the arena, the atmosphere is electric. Yong-won is heading to his seat when Alan calls out to him, saying he is right here. Yong-won greets him back and asks what happened to Minutemen, wondering where he went. Alan quickly responds that he went out to earn some money for their lodging, asking if he was not with Miss Ha. He sighs in defeat. Well, someone has to pay for the rent since they have been here for so long. Yong-won glances toward the arena. He stares down at the raging Leon. A massive problem looms with no sign of this ending. Alan agrees. They can do absolutely nothing with King Leon himself guarding the arena. Yong-won sits next to him, asking curiously if only Leon's own subordinates could possibly stand against him. Alan answers honestly that it might be impossible. Rumor has it the Pantheon Knights made a quiet pact to skip this bridegroom tournament. They do not want to affect the long-lost bond between His Majesty and his daughter. Looking at the stands, he thinks today, Leon will easily win again. Then the announcer's loud voice booms, "All right, the challenger facing our undefeated champion today is finally stepping up." He hypes up the crowd, introducing a massive powerhouse with a savage aura that perfectly matches his colossal size. A complete beast rumored to have slain wild dragons with nothing but his bare fists. Hearing this epic introduction, Lee Yong-won is absolutely stunned. He feels highly excited for this match as Leon's eyes suddenly grow dark. He glares coldly at the opposite side. The announcer screams, "Let us introduce him. His name is none other than Vulcanus." Amid the deafening cheers of the crowd, Vulcanus makes his grand entrance wearing a very smuggish grin. He lets out a triumphant growl. Up in the stands, Ren and Lee Yong-won stare down at him, their faces completely pale. Both are totally shocked, wondering why on earth he is here. Leon's gaze turns ice cold as he draws his sword. He stands burning with furious anger, demanding to know how he could dare betray him after earning so much trust. Flashback to a few days ago at the Flaming Sword Knight's quarters. Karina calmly sips her tea and gets straight to business. Sitting directly across from her, Lord Vulcanus and his 2 personal attendants look completely stunned by her sudden words. She wants him to join the selection tournament to find his son-in-law. Karina does not hold back, but the real issue lies elsewhere. Let us get straight to the point. We know Vulcanus has massive ambitions, but as long as King Leon II is alive, he will only ever be a holy knight. He bows his head in sheer disbelief. "Archduchess Karina, is that what you mean?" he asks, pointing to himself in absolute delight. His smugness leaves Karina completely speechless. "If you like me, you should have just said so sooner," Vulcanus says with ultimate confidence. "If you are that desperate to marry me, I suppose I have no choice. Let us go together to ask King Leon for his blessing." She calmly replies that she will yield the throne to him. Karina is completely serious, which instantly sends a cold sweat down the two guards nearby. But only if Vunkus marries her and fathers her child. Hearing this, his smug grin completely vanishes as he starts listening with intense focus. She asks if this is not a massive step up the social ladder for a barbarian-born warrior like him. Years ago, Vunkus was a brutal warlord leading a massive barbarian army until King Leon II utterly crushed him in battle. That defeat forced him to become a holy knight, but unlike the others, he was never granted any land of his own. Because of this, he deeply craved the vast lands and immense power that nobles and civilized nations enjoyed. Even now, Vunkus smirks as his thin veil of loyalty to King Leon and the gods barely holds back his endless greed. Looking absolutely thrilled, he eagerly asks what his first move should be. Back on the battlefield, the tension is palpable. Vunkus speaks with fierce resolve, stating he is doing this simply because His Majesty refused to grant him any land. Leon holds his head in utter disbelief at this ridiculous excuse. He turns around to ask about Vunkus's bizarre motives. He understands Vunkus, but wonders why the god of war would ever agree to this. The deity steps out from behind them. The god of war finds the idea rather appealing, imagining a joint rule where Vunkus taking the throne would elevate his own status. He claims a mere kingdom is not enough, declaring Vunkus must become the absolute emperor of the Holy Empire for a better world. Two other gods chimed in, telling him not to start a massive war over simple, meaningless titles. They mockingly remind him that titles and crowns mean everything to these children, but Leon helplessly cuts them off. He tells them that is quite enough, his voice remaining dead calm as he states, "This duel is not complicated at all." Leon raises his blade, pointing it directly ahead. He calls it a simple clash between a father and a shameless thief. And that is all there is to it. Vunkus quickly draws his dual blades to face him, the atmosphere growing incredibly heavy. Leon issues a sharp warning, calling this a private battle and telling Vunkus to refrain from relying on the power of the gods. Vunkus scoffs at this, pointing out that such a condition would only put His Majesty at a massive disadvantage. He asks if Leon really expects to defeat him using nothing but a weak mortal body. Leon strokes his chin thoughtfully. He replies that back when Vunkus lost for the 8th time, he claimed he only lost because of Leon's divine powers. Leon flashes a smug grin, asking if Vunkus actually managed to win back then. This gets Vunkus's grin contorting with sheer excitement. Taking a heavy step forward, Vunkus charges ahead while swinging both of his massive blades, shouting at the top of his lungs. He screams that today is his victory, slamming his weapons down so hard that the ground itself cracks and caves in. He laughs wildly, asking if old age has finally dulled Leon's legendary power. Leon easily blocks the blow and smirks back. Leon replies that he should say those words to himself instead, especially after being frozen solid for over a century. He tells him he should have focused on physical therapy first. With a swift, powerful swing, Leon sends Vunkus flying backward. But Vunkus only grows more thrilled, charging back in while boasting that he did not age a single day while frozen. He claims he is still in his prime, unleashing rapid strikes, while Leon seamlessly leaps backward to dodge every single blow. Vunkus yells out in confusion, questioning the heavy emotional knot that Leon has been keeping locked deep inside his own heart. He tells Leon to just go to his daughter, tell her he loves her, cherishes her, and apologize, asking if that isn't enough. Hearing this, Leon grits his teeth, telling him that things are far more complicated than Vunkus could ever possibly understand. Eyes glowing with battle lust, Vunkus leaps high into the air, declaring that no matter how tangled the knot might be, you should just use your sword to slice right through it. Leon quickly raises his blade to parry the heavy strike. With a single effortless counter, he blows Vunkus backward. Leon mockingly asks Vunkus if they have not already discussed this before. Unleashing a massive crushing aura, Leon warns him that relying completely on raw strength leaves his lower half completely wide open. Vunkus recovers with an incredibly thrilled look on his face, laughing at how cunning Leon has always been in battle. Without the help of divine powers, Leon always managed to find another way to win, which is just as twisted as his family issues. Leon suddenly lowers his tone, telling Vunkus to listen closely as a look of deep, heavy sorrow washes over his eyes. He admits that he is a failed father, beginning to open up about his past struggles and regrets. As a king, I made the choices to save my country, and they were correct. If I had to choose again, I would still do the same. But my wife died, and the Grand Duchy I should have protected was destroyed. Leon tightly grips his collar. Under that heavy burden, Leon speaks in a bitter voice. How can I ever tell her that I love her? He remembers the way Karina looked, realizing neither of them could ever be honest about their true feelings for each other. Vulcanus curls his lips in a mocking smile, letting his own power flare. I suppose it all comes down to your lack of strength. Now let us continue our fight. 3 days later, the battle between Leon and Vulcanus still rages on. The arena is completely ruined, and most of the crowd has already fled to take shelter from the flying debris. With the fight deadlocked, Vulcanus is the first to break his limits, calling upon the god of war for aid. Suddenly, a violent wave of power erupts. The manifested war god looks incredibly annoyed as his face twists in pain. He curses this impossible bastard of a king. Vulcanus then channels everything into a single strike, the absolute strongest blow, from his holy sword. Leon's eyes narrow as the power of this attack reaches the ultimate radiance of the holy sword that any Holy Grail knight could ever wield. However, Vulcanus, the war god's champion, forgot one very crucial detail. King Leon is the champion of all gods, and he unleashes the ultimate holy sword of supreme blinding radiance. Leon stares down this terrifying power. Remember, he warns you are the one who used the god's power first. Vulcanus grimaces as the golden light blinds him and a massive pillar of energy shoots straight up into the sky. Back in her office, Karina folds her hands, murmuring that the fight is likely over. Standing nearby, Han-Hari looks confused. "What do you mean?" Han-Hari asks. Karina turns to clarify that she is talking about the clash between Vulcanus and King Leon, shocking her assistant completely. Are those two actually fighting, and why? Karina calmly explains that she asked Vulcanus to enter the marriage tournament because things have become desperate. Clenching her fist, she adds that seeing is believing. She tells Han-Hari to look and see for herself. The secretary turns pale at the sight of a dragon crystal embedded deep in Karina's chest. Dragonization. Karina explains that this dragon curse has been passed down for generations in the Grand Duchy of Dragonia. Normally, the dragon heart should be passed to the next generation when I give birth, but it has stayed in my body for too long. Han-Hari is absolutely stunned, asking if King Leon knows about this. Karina nods quietly, confirming her father is fully aware. Han-Hari stares in pure shock. If the king already knows, then why on earth is he trying to stop her marriage? Karina remembers the look on her father's face, recalling his cold but sorrowful gaze. Why did he look so sad as he interfered with the tournament? To find out, we must go back to when Tom watched Leon stand up in rage, with a dark expression. After a brief silence, Leon spoke up. "I have decided I will take the dragon heart from Karina." Watching through the magic projection, Ariana anxiously asks if they can just wait for her to pass it down. Leon answers that 200 years have passed and the dragon heart has evolved too much. Even if she gives birth, there is no guarantee she will survive until the child grows up, so I will hold the heart myself until then. Ariana warns him with fear in her eyes. "Even for you, this curse will be almost impossible to control. It has been festering for 200 years. Leon stays quiet for a moment before replying simply, "I know," clenching his fist. A rare, heartbreaking smile appears on his usually cold face as he says this is something only parents can do. "I am certain Castilla would have done the exact same." Demera approaches with concern, asking if Karina will actually agree. They all know she is not the type to let others suffer for her, but despite their constant warnings, Leon remains completely stubborn. Even if she hates it, he says, this is the only way to save her life. He must ensure she cannot refuse. Grinning with a flash of sharp teeth, Leon resolves that starting from this very moment, furious energy radiates from him. He will personally chase away every single suitor. Watching this, Ariana can only sigh, calling him an incredibly childish father. Time passes, and 3 days after Vulcanus's crushing defeat at the arena, the dueling grounds are completely empty. Leon sits alone, sipping tea, utterly satisfied that no suitors are left. There were 50 participants registered for the tournament, but knowing they stood absolutely no chance against the king, they all chose to forfeit. Suddenly, someone approaches him with a respectful greeting. Beatrice brushes her hair back, smilingly, noting how satisfied he looks. Leon is indeed in a fantastic mood, remarking how beautifully peaceful it is here. Keeping her signature smile, Beatrice warns him that people are gossiping about him going way too far. Then dropping her playful tone, she quietly whispers that she has already heard about what he is trying to do. Beatrice asks with a voice full of worry, does he really think his daughter will do exactly as he wants? A heavy silence follows. After a moment, he frowns and answers, I hope so, as this is the best choice for her. Still, she cannot help but advise him. But we have no idea what she is actually thinking. Despite her warning, the teacup is raised high in the air, pointing directly toward Leon. Leon merely smirks with ultimate confidence. This is still my victory, and no challenger out there is ever going to defeat me. Beatrice can only offer a forced smile, secretly thinking how childish of a father he is. She realizes that Leon has a very petty flaw. Deep within the shadowy underground vaults of the Dragonia Imperial Palace, heaps of gold coins and invaluable treasures stretch out in every direction. A trembling voice echoes through the dark chamber, reporting to the sovereign that yet another massive pile of gold and treasure has been stored away. Hari cautiously asks what this place is. Walking ahead of her, Karina calmly explains that this area is known as the Dragon Lair. Dragons are incredibly greedy creatures that love glittering things, constantly gathering all kinds of treasures from across the entire world into their nests. Gasping in awe, she listens as Karina confesses that she too has started to become completely obsessed with such things due to a curse. Hearing this makes Hari incredibly anxious as she whispers the word curse. Suddenly, the turtle perched on her head smacks her to calm her down. It tells Hari to pull herself together, warning her that this is no ordinary treasure but a royal hoard that breeds endless greed and violence. Sniffling, Hari tries to defend herself by saying that she was merely taking a quick look at the pile of gold. Karina turns around and calls out to her, "What are you doing back there? Follow me." Hari quickly jogs to catch up to her. The blinding glare reflecting off the gold coins is incredibly bright, nearly enough to make anyone lose their sight. They enter another basement chamber. Looking around in curiosity, Hari asks what these things are. Karina calmly explains that this is her most precious treasure hidden in the deepest cavern. Hari gasps in sheer disbelief. "Wait a minute, are you telling me that this entire glowing display consists entirely of magic stones? How could all of them possibly be stored right here?" She looks at the stones in absolute wonder, questioning if that is their true name. Karina asks if that is what they call them, magic stones, the special crystals harvested from the bodies of slain monsters. Most hunters know of them, but ever since the battle at Jeju Gate where they fought Georgic, people believe these are actually crystallized souls. Hearing such an eerie explanation, Hari cannot help but feel a sudden wave of tension wash over her. Karina picks up one of the glowing mana stones, explaining that she calls them intermediate stones, a temporary rest stop on their journey. They must pass through here before entering paradise. Hari repeats the word paradise in hesitation, and Karina nods in solemn agreement. As a Leon Dragonia, after death, you either reincarnate or enter paradise. However, she believes this land is too far from the god's power. The souls of those who die in this world will simply wander aimlessly before vanishing entirely, and she cannot just sit back and watch. Finally, grasping the weight of those words, Hari opens her eyes wide in shock as she looks at the Grand Duchess. Karina reveals the truth. These intermediate stones actually contain the souls of the 30,000 northern soldiers who marched alongside her. She must take full responsibility for their final rest. The atmosphere grows incredibly heavy until the small turtle suddenly breaks the silence. But how exactly were these wandering souls sealed inside the stones in the first place? This is definitely not how things are normally done. Karina's expression darkens immediately at the question. Right at that moment, an uninvited guest suddenly manifests out of thin air behind them. That does not matter. A mysterious cloaked figure steps out of the shadows, calling Karina Dragonia his avenger, claiming he is here to collect. An overwhelming and dark pressure erupts from his body as he demands the souls of the Northern Army along with her own soul. Hari turns completely pale with terror, shouting out to Ventasis and asking what on earth he is talking about. He calmly replies that they owe him. 200 years ago, after losing their homeland, her army swore an oath of vengeance. They pursued their enemies into the afterlife and successfully claimed their revenge. Now the time has come for her to pay the price. Hari instinctively tries to argue, "Wait a minute, this is far too sudden, and the princess has not even reconciled with her father yet." Having remained silent until now, Karina finally speaks up, acknowledging the god of darkness and stating their souls rightfully belong to him. Hari stammers in complete disbelief, but Karina continues calmly, explaining that since their vengeance is complete, she must pay the due price. Yet an intense killing intent suddenly explodes from Karina as she whispers that it is already too late. Hari asks her in utter confusion. Gritting his teeth, Ventasis spits out that she has done well. The dark scene slowly fades away, transitioning to a crowded spectator arena. In the packed stadium seats, Suho and Jae Hyuk are sitting together, quietly discussing the latest developments of the event. The matches have resumed. It has been 4 days already, but who would even try when someone as powerful as Lord Venus has failed? He wonders what the king is actually planning, which leaves the person next to him completely baffled by the question. Jae Hyuk anxiously voices his primary concern: to stop the dragonization, the king must have a child and pass down the dragon heart. Is the current situation not far too critical for His Majesty to interfere in that process? Hearing this, Suho hesitates. He nods in agreement. "You are absolutely right." Suddenly, a voice from behind breaks into their conversation. "The Emperor knows." Han Hari seriously points out the massive misunderstanding. The Emperor wants to take back the dragon's heart. Han Hari asks in shock, "Your Majesty, do you really want to do that? Is that even possible?" She answers seriously that since the previous Emperor owned it first, it might be. But just as Han Hari is right in the middle of explaining, a loud announcement cuts him off. A new challenger is about to step up in 4 days. Who would dare challenge the wild king of lions? Then a lone figure slowly walks onto the field. Talk about unexpected. Karina steps onto the arena gripping her sword, shocking everyone. "Your Majesty," yet Leon seems absolutely thrilled. He opens his arms wide and asks if she has finally decided to accept his generous offer. But her answer is a flat rejection. "No, we are not wasting another second here." Suddenly, the dark god's eerie voice echoes through the air, making Leon jump. He looks up in shock and asks if his avenger Ventasis has finally returned. But those words carry a dark meaning. They are already too late. Ventasis looks completely annoyed as he reveals that Karina has already given her body and soul to Dragonia. With a completely frozen expression, she announces that the negotiation is over. She harvested the souls of the Northern Army to make those catalyst stones, sealing her own fate. Leon's smile completely vanishes. He stammers in utter disbelief. What on earth did you do? Karina places a hand over her heart and calmly tells him that even if he wants to take back the dragon's heart now, it is far too late. Leon stands frozen in the air between them, turning dead cold. After a tense silence, he grits his teeth. No, it is not too late, he growls, refusing to accept it. But she just shields her face, whispering that it is useless to deny the truth. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curls into a sinister smirk and her entire aura shifts dramatically. She declares that she now belongs to him. It is still her voice, but the tone is completely mocking and foreign, calling them fools. Hearing that smug tone drives Leon absolutely insane with rage. He summons his weapon, demandingly shouting for Dragonia to get out of Karina's body this instant. A massive surge of energy erupts from his magic circle as he commands it, but the entity just laughs it off. It is completely useless. The contract is signed and there is no going back now. We flash back to a desolate battlefield piled high with corpses where a massive fallen monster lies. The blood of the Duke of Wrath has completely soaked into the soil. On the very day his grand revenge was finished, the global allied forces turn on them. Panicked soldiers screamed for her to run, warning that war had erupted and they would guard her escape at all costs. But Karina refused to run, slashing through enemies while shouting that a true leader never abandons their soldiers to save themselves. She fought like a demon, but her strength was rapidly fading. Her holy power was running completely dry on the battlefield. If she dared to draw magic from the dragon's heart now, she would inevitably transform into a beast herself, but she did not care. She just wanted to get them back safely, even if it meant saving just one more soul. It was heartbreaking. Her men kept begging her to retreat and save herself, promising they would somehow handle the rest. Rage and helplessness burned through her, an agonizing pain tearing at her soul. Then, in a split second of distraction, a sword skewered one of her knights. Karina let out a horrified scream, crying out Gaspa's name as reality crashed down. The brutal losses of war were completely shattering her sanity. How much more sacrifice would it take to protect what mattered? Karina quietly apologized to her father in her mind as an unbelievable surge of energy exploded from her body. Please do not forget me. Her dark aura shifted so violently that everyone around immediately raised their weapons in absolute terror. The knights watched in sheer panic as she clenched her fist, making the ultimate decision to sacrifice everything. She struck a dark deal with Dragonia, offering her body and soul. Now back in the present, the tragedy is complete. There is no room left for words. With her sword pointed right at him, the entity uses Karina's face to wear a wicked smirk. Leon furiously demands that the beast get out of Karina's body right now. Instantly, a brilliant light explodes across the arena, shaking the very ground beneath them. Dragonia chuckles in amusement, mocking the legendary mount Leon is riding. So you ride a Pegasus, how incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, multiple massive magic circles manifest all around them in the air. Giant pillars of pure magical energy erupt from the arrays. Leon shouts out to his mount Stallion to brace itself. The mighty Pegasus dodges the deadly beams with incredible speed, but constant explosions tear the entire arena apart. Up in the audience stands, hands are shaking and gripping staves in absolute disbelief. Tom watches the sheer chaos unfolding, utterly stunned. How on earth can a single mortal body hold such an insane amount of raw magical energy? A clueless bystander nearby asks if it is really that big of a deal. The old man patiently explains that while the queen is incredibly powerful, this monster is on a completely different level. Meanwhile, a deadly palm aims straight at Leon. The magic circle unleashes a massive burst of mana, crystallizing into an unimaginable, truly terrifying monster. Enough dodging. Leon yells and takes off as Sully spreads her pure white wings. With a loud neigh, the Pegasus uses its extreme speed to soar. They fly high, dodging the massive explosions below. Seeing this, the beast sneers and curses, mocking them as fools. Through dragon language, a massive dragon head emerges from the magic circle. The beast gathers energy in its jaws, roaring that it will grind them to dust. In an instant, the beast unleashes a devastating torrent of pure destructive energy, firing its legendary dragon breath straight ahead. Up in the stands, spectators scream in panic for His Majesty. There is absolutely no way Leon can dodge this scale of absolute destruction. This is the return of a mythical dragon king, a soul-possessing, unmatched god-threatening power. Even the heavens themselves tremble. Ariana screams out a desperate warning to get out of there immediately, but Leon refuses to back down. He has absolute faith in his own strength, declaring himself the victorious champion knight chosen to bring eternal glory. Sword in hand, he fearlessly calls for Salient to charge, driving straight into the eye of the storm. His radiant golden sword clashes directly with the erupting dragon breath as he rides forward on horseback at maximum speed. Pushing past his limits, he thrusts his weapons forward, focusing every ounce of his strength as he nears his target. He roars his daughter Karina's name, his unyielding determination completely shattering Dragonia's mythic power. That is his way of chivalry. As a holy knight, he refuses to back down, demanding his daughter back. Left with no mana, the beast is forced to draw its blade. Dragonia tries to fight, but Leon instantly disarms the dragon, sending its sword flying to pin directly into the earth. With his blade resting right under Dragonia's chin, Leon freezes the beast. A mere human just conquered an ancient mythical dragon. After that brutal and relentless battle, the King of Knights slowly regains his composure, calmly suggesting they continue. The arrogant dragon admits that as a warrior, Leon truly is the ultimate champion, the true King of Knights. Leon ignores the praise and coldly points out his own centuries of history backed by the blessings of the gods. To face the King of Knights is to face the power of an entire world. Dragonia is just an immortal mage. Leon scoffs that they are not on the same level. Hearing this, the arrogant Dragonia simply laughs in amusement. The beast calls him a fool, mocking that they both know this ancient soul contract is completely irreversible. Karina traded her life to save 30,000 northern souls. The price is paid and the deal is locked in. All she can do now is leave an heir for the bloodline before her soul is completely erased forever. Furious Leon tells him to shut up, declaring that a contract is still just a deal. Suddenly, two hands touch his blade. A familiar yet distant voice calls out his title. Looking up, he sees Karina looking utterly heartbroken and in pain. She softly asks him not to let her final choice go to waste as she has finally fulfilled her ultimate duty. She bravely smiles and bids him farewell, stating that Davos and the 30,000 soldiers are already gone. The heavy blades clatter to the ground. Leon grabs her hand, begging her to lead those souls to paradise instead. Leon refuses to accept this, saying that if anyone has to bury the other, a father should never bury his child. Seeing tears pooling in Leon's eyes as he weeps, she realizes that even the stoic king can make such a heartbroken face. Over time, she had learned to sympathize with him. Having walked the lonely path of a ruler, she understood his burden. When you carry the weight of an entire kingdom, you are forced to sacrifice the things you love most. Karina knew that painful reality all too well. Looking at each other, the father and daughter share a silent understanding. Seeing him suppress his immense grief, she softly calls out to him, addressing him as father for the first time. The sudden intimate word leaves Leon stunned. But then, Karina gathers a strange energy in her other hand. She whispers an apology, prompting Leon to raise his armored hand to her neck in a desperate attempt to stop her. Before she can react, dark threads materialize from thin air, binding her arm tight. A familiar deep voice sighs. Ventus sighs, muttering that the two of them are truly unbearable, while dark energy wraps gently around Leon's neck. The dark deity suggests they reach a rare consensus. Leon quickly looks back, shocked to find Ariana standing there. Ariana summons their ancient foe, calling out to Dragonia to ask if the old dragon is listening to them. The dragon's spirit reluctantly manifests, asking what they want. Ariana explains that a new deal has just been finalized. The proposal came from the god of darkness himself, leaving Karina staring in confusion at his smirking Ventus. The goddess makes a shocking declaration, inviting the ancient dragon to join their pantheon as a portal begins to open. Meanwhile, at the Dark Gate in Washington, Hobson bites his finger in pure frustration, cursing and wondering when they will return. U.S. President Anthony Hobson points a shaking finger at the massive Black Gate. Why are they not out yet? He demands answers right now. If they failed, shouldn't the survivors at least retreat? A whole month has passed since they entered, and the tense bodyguard can only offer weak excuses. But there are no signs of a collapse. Surely they are fine. Suddenly, a direct phone call comes through. It is a call from the South Korean president. Hearing this only makes Hobson lose his mind even more. Tell them I am busy, he snaps in absolute fury as everyone in the crowd anxiously watches the ominous Black Gate. With Christmas fast approaching, other worried world leaders refuse to give the highly stressed president any peace. It makes perfect sense. He summoned their absolute best elite hunters. But now even the United Kingdom is demanding answers. They are demanding he take full responsibility if their precious S-class hunters are lost forever inside that gate. Hobson clasps his hands together in absolute desperation. If this raid fails, America will fall right along with them. He silently begs God to save his country from ruin. But then out of nowhere, a terrified bodyguard screams. Look at the gate. Lightning and black mist are swirling all around it. Something massive is happening right now. A sudden massive surge of magical energy. Is this a dungeon break? Everyone around them freezes in absolute shock. The bodyguard begs him to evacuate immediately. Right now, sir. Though he is terrified, Hobson is worried about something else. If I run away, my political career is over. His aide continues to press him to give the order. Sweat pours down the president's face as they beg him to order. At that critical second, Leon casually steps out from the gate. Leon looks completely clueless, addressing President Hobson and casually asking what in the world he is even doing out here. A stunned Hobson stammers, asking if he cleared the gate. Leon calmly replies that indeed everyone has returned safely. Suddenly, the emotional president grabs Leon by the legs and drops to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you," Leon Hobson weeps out loud in relief. This dramatic and highly embarrassing reaction completely startles the young hero. "Calm down. What is wrong with you?" Just as he asks, another figure steps out of the dark vortex. Leon awkwardly explains she is basically like a king here. Hobson is deeply stunned by her sudden royal appearance. The woman takes a calm breath. She is ready to introduce herself with absolute pride and fierce determination. She proudly announces that she is Karina Dragonia, successor of the Leon Dragonia, King and Grand Duke of Dragonia territory. Everyone turns their gaze to Karina. A proposal is suddenly made for Dragonia to join the Grand Palace. Dragonia bares his sharp fangs and laughs mockingly. "Ridiculous. Join your palace. The idea is just completely absurd." He calls it a shameful, insulting proposal. "Is she really that important to you?" He sneers in total disgust. Leon closes his eyes, placing a hand on his chest. A god throne for mere ordinary humans, absolutely impossible, especially since they are dealing with a wicked lizard. Hearing Ariana speak, Leon tilts his head to look over. "My knight, you are no ordinary human." She looks at Leon, reminding him that he is no ordinary person. "The temple and all the spirits owe you everything. We are strictly obligated to repay this massive divine debt." This is indeed a tempting offer. But Dragonia glares back, claiming he already holds absolute power in this world. "Does power make a god?" Ariana mockingly laughs at him. "He has relied far too much on his physical body, and that is exactly why you could never truly resurrect yourself, remaining trapped in this state for all this time. With divinity and an avatar form, things will change completely. You will no longer even need a physical host." Dragonia's face darkens with sheer rage, but she simply smiles casually, raising her hand forward to continue speaking. "As a god, you can easily bring the entire dragon race back to life. Just imagine that. I promise to help the newborn dragons grow and thrive under the sacred blessing of our palace." He too was once a proud king. The tempting offer stirs long-forgotten memories of his ancient royal duty. Even if he is a living legend, he still carries the heavy weight and responsibility of being a true king. His face darkens as a fierce red glow ignites in his eyes, cursing all the arrogant fools of the world. "You had better keep your promise." With that finally decided, Dragonia officially joins the temple and its ranks. Later, the scene shifts to an apartment building. Staring at the towering skyscrapers, Dragonia is utterly amazed. He marvels at the glowing lights, noting that the local dwarves here must have some incredibly sophisticated taste. Sitting inside a five-star presidential suite in America, Leon sips his tea and agrees, though with a catch. They have no divine blessings because they are incredibly greedy. Karina understands this truth all too well. Sealed. The gate is closed. Karina and Burke shut down the Washington, D.C. portal. Karina made this very bold decision. She wants to adapt to Earth, leaving those resource-hungry American politicians completely and utterly disappointed. Leon glances up from his teacup. He asks if she truly plans to abandon the entire empire. She already knew. No big deal. If the officials mess up, the people will await her return. She will use that to spread faith. Hearing this, Dragonia chuckles. Perfect queen material. Leon folds his arms, continuing to press her for more answers. Sounds decent, but was it her idea? The dragon focuses on another issue. Has she finally learned some actual manners? No more calling him an evil lizard. Leon looks annoyed. Of course she did. The dragon is no longer evil. Still, Dragonia does not care much. He is now the guardian deity for her descendants, so it is fine. Karina stares at the tiny dragon perched on her shoulder. She asks if it has chosen a title yet. They absolutely need doctrines to spread their faith. The beast looks highly confident, claiming he already has a few. Leon cuts in, with a dead serious expression. During the grand sacrifice ceremony, they will announce this new deity. But first they must make a pact with the other gods. Facing Leon always makes Dragonia grimace, his scaly face turning completely sour. He will handle it. Just like that, the talk ends. Leon prepares to leave, offering a quiet warning to be careful. Yet right before stepping out, he hesitates. Turning his back to his daughter, Leon carefully asks if she is busy. "Not really," she answers. He simply grunts in response. The brief exchange leaves both daughter and dragon completely lost. His hand on the doorknob is dripping with cold sweat. Leon forces the words out, his face turning bright red. Would she like to go on a father-daughter date? Karina stands stunned, eyes wide. The timing is absolutely perfect. The next morning, a man at the Korean Hunter Association raises his electronic watch, confirming her stay in America. This is the association president, Kang Hee-wook. He projects a three-dimensional hologram showing all the followers and offerings. Looking at the three-dimensional hologram, he notes the devotees and offerings are sent. Han Ha-ri politely confirms His Majesty's requests are fully met. "Thank you," she says. Curiously, he asks if the palace will return to Korea in time for the new year. She gives a strained laugh, unsure they might leave after Christmas. Kang Hee-wook remains equally uncertain about the schedule. Han Ha-ri giggles. His Majesty never works anyway. Before she can even finish, a sharp voice suddenly cuts in to scold her. Han Ha-ri, stop playing around and get to work. Startled, she panics and yells that she is writing her report. But Jag Spinner snaps back furiously. How dare a mere biological creature talk back to him? He orders her to follow him. Kang Hee-wook can only watch with a confident smirk. Is it that late already? He asks Kikluk if he loves complaining. Everything went smoothly. Despite the Black Gate, there was zero damage. They will return to Korea with a Grail Knight. This is the best possible outcome. On the screen, a rescue report from the Horian camp pops up on the desk. Yet, despite the good news, Kang Hee-wook still frowns. A sudden wave of deep anxiety washes completely over him. Something is deeply wrong. That paper itself seems to radiate a dark, gloomy energy. Why are there no monster reports in North Korea? Satellites show no issues at all. Kang Hee-wook sighs heavily, praying that everything is fine despite his tense posture and heavy worry. But a massive crisis is looming. Back inside the quiet room, sunlight bathes a figure peacefully sipping some hot tea. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. Without waiting for any permission, Leon eagerly pokes his head inside to call her. He smiles warmly, asking his beloved daughter if she has eaten anything yet. President Hobson recommended a decent chef. Outside, the trees have completely shed their leaves. Walking along the barren road, Leon chatters endlessly to the girl beside him. Do you want to hunt bears in the national park, Karina? He remembers she only started hunting orcs after 13. A bright, cheerful grin never leaves his face. He always finds bizarre ways to corner her, leaving her with no escape. He even follows her all the way to the restroom door. Karina, are you washing your hands? Finally, Karina can only make a face of absolute disgust. Following that relentless stalking, she is seen in another room. She is shaking with sheer rage, venting that she cannot stand it anymore. Beside her, Han Ha-ri clutches some laundry, completely speechless. Karina points at her father, who is happily laughing in the distance. He wants to do literally everything together with her. It is as if she is a daughter who can never get married. Hearing this, Han Ha-ri nods, understanding the situation. But secretly, Han Ha-ri thinks she truly cannot get married. Suddenly, Karina radiates a dark, terrifyingly heavy aura. It is not that she cannot marry, she simply chooses not to. Startled, Han Ha-ri gasps, realizing she spoke her thoughts aloud. But Karina already knows what she is thinking. Han Ha-ri quickly and awkwardly shifts the topic back to the pile of clothes. Your Majesty, how about this? A crop top is held up right in front of them, and Han Ha-ri looks quite intrigued by this style. It is called a crop top. It is super trendy right now, but a rigid person like Karina would definitely frown in disapproval at this kind of clothing. No way, how can a woman my age walk around with her belly button showing, she stammers. Wait, but this is actually trending. The other points out a major flaw, saying she will easily catch a cold. After a brief pause, she sighs deeply and tries to explain. Look, His Majesty prefers modest, gentle women. That is blindingly obvious if you look at his own mother's personality. Hearing the heavy implication behind those words, Han Ha-ri blushes furiously and shouts out, what exactly do you mean by that? Yet the one dropping this bomb remains perfectly calm, asking why she is so shocked since the Leon Dragonia king's spouse position is still empty. Every single woman desires that spot, right? But Han Ha-ri can only complain. Your Majesty, your way of thinking is way too old-fashioned. Just look at the Mage Queen who is always by your side. It feels like that spot already belongs to her anyway. She seems to be playing the long game, using a fake-it-till-you-make-it strategy to lock down the role. Han Ha-ri stammers in pure shock. What? But wait, there is more. The new Knight Captain is also aiming for you. It is honestly no exaggeration to call her a prime candidate to become the Holy Knight of the Shadow God. This whole situation is getting seriously intense, and Han Ha-ri is sweating bullets. Out of nowhere, the other woman gently lifts Han Ha-ri's chin. A super tense, intimate vibe fills the space, but the words spoken do not fit the mood at all. I think you would make a wonderful mother. After all, you are the vessel for two ancient gods. A mother. Han Ha-ri blushes furiously, clutching the shirt to her chest and mumbling. I have not even thought about getting married yet. Seeing her reaction, Karina chuckles, teasing her with a pretty sly grin. That innocent charm is not bad at all. A cute face and perfect body for bearing children. Hearing this, Han Ha-ri panics, even more, shouting that this is straight-up harassment. But Karina just crosses her arms and sighs. Good grief, you might be the saint of the sea, but your mindset is incredibly outdated. Han Ha-ri can only stare back in utter disbelief. Wait, am I really the old-fashioned one here? Han Ha-ri still finds it incredibly hard to wrap her head around their bizarre logic. Meanwhile, inside a dark room, the lanterns remain unlit. Leon sits there, sighing heavily, which immediately catches Beck's attention. Is something bothering you? A dark, gloomy aura is rolling off him as he mumbles that Karina seems to be avoiding him. Beck sweats bullets and forces an awkward laugh to change the subject, asking if he has a lot of plans with her. Leon nods, sadly admitting there are still so many things he has not had the chance to do with his daughter yet. He wants to make the most of their time before heading back to Korea, but feels like she just does not understand him. Hearing this, Beck calmly reassures him that there is still plenty of time and she just needs a bit of space to adjust. Leon is not entirely convinced, muttering that he is just trying to teach the girl how to properly live on Earth. Beck chuckles, softly flashing her phone to tease him about not even knowing how to use a smartphone yet. Leon's pride takes a huge hit, but he grumbles that basic calls are enough since the kids handle everything else anyway. Beck proudly boasts that she even set up a social media account thanks to Venus and they are already following each other. This piece of news makes Leon's face go pale. He quickly grabs his phone, scrolling frantically before letting out a loud shout. There is absolutely nothing on here. Beck looks completely bewildered, asking him what he actually means by there being nothing. Not a single picture with me, he groans, pointing at photos of Venus, Lai Ha, Soon, and Spin. Beck instantly gets the picture. She silently realizes that not many girls post photos with their dads online, so she gently suggests taking some later on. They can take photos at the upcoming Christmas party, but the mention of the event only seems to bring Leon down further. You mean that victory banquet hosted by Chairman Hama? I really wanted to spend some quiet quality time alone with Karina. Beck's voice suddenly drops. She maintains a polite smile, but a terrifyingly intense dark aura begins to radiate from her. While you were enjoying family time, Vunkis, Spin, and I have been working ourselves to the bone without a single break. This makes Leon stammer out a nervous thank you, while Beck coldly reminds him that this party is a massive gathering of VIPs. It is the perfect opportunity to spread their faith, prompting Leon to instinctively assume she will take care of it. But Beck's eyebrows furrow in annoyance. She cuts him off, stating she actually has to attend as his official companion. She even has a lovely dress ready and has already prepared a matching suit for him, leaving him with absolutely no escape. Under her subtle threat, he is forced to agree. A bit later, Leon hesitantly calls out to Beck. She respectfully acknowledges him, but his mind immediately drifts back to his daughter, asking if Karina is actually going to attend. Leon wanted to ditch his duties to be with Karina, but thanks to Beck, everything is settled and they are good to go. On Christmas Day, a high heel clicks against the floor. Karina steps out, looking absolutely breathtaking, wearing an incredibly elegant gown. Chairman Hobson is hosting a grand banquet for all the hunters who just returned from the Black Gate raid. Everyone is here to celebrate their hard-won victory. Someone calls out Karina's name and she instinctively turns to look. She finds Leon standing nearby, practically radiating a dark, gloomy aura. Misunderstanding his cold glare, she proudly touches her dress. She asks if it looks pretty, admitting she thought the Empire ruled fashion, but Earth is actually not far behind. Seeing his daughter genuinely love the outfit, he clears his throat and tries to stay calm, saying he understands. It is just quite different from what he usually sees. Suddenly, a cheerful guest walks up and greets the king. Hobson shyly scratches his head, thanking him for coming. Liam politely replies that they are happy to enjoy this wonderful party. Hearing this makes Hobson laugh out loud with gratitude. The king did not make any special requests for the event. Hobson hopes everything is to his liking. Leon walks toward the podium, smiling and saying that this is more than enough. From up here, he has a perfect view of the entire banquet hall. It is time to start. He turns his head. He sees that Karina is fully prepared. Leon speaks directly into the microphone to command the entire room's attention. He addresses all hunters and the entire world. Standing tall with his signature pride, he announces a brand new introduction. He is introducing a new god to the palace. The crowd immediately erupts into whispers, wondering how that is even possible. Some wonder if this god was kept secret until now. But why on Christmas of all days? Yes, it had to be today. A high heel slams down with enough raw force to crack the floor. An incredibly heavy pressure erupts from her body. She demands silence as they welcome their new god. The crowd's reaction is deeply mixed and tense. Leon simply nods. He formally calls upon Duchess Dragonia. Karina places a hand over her heart, calling out to the legendary Dragon King of Drakkara. Brilliant golden light floods the room. She invokes the golden rule, the weight of eternity, the one who holds up the mountains. The father of all dragons. By the eternal covenant and the ancient oath, his first knight now summons him. Everyone gasps in pure, unfiltered shock. Their mouths hang open because standing right before them is a massive dragon. A real living dragon. It slowly parts its massive jaws, speaking in a human voice, declaring that it is Dragonia, the god of gold and covenants. Before anyone can even process the shock of seeing a new god, the entity speaks. Dragonia instantly lays down the divine laws. First, all believers of gold and covenants may form agreements under his divine judgment. Second, any contract sealed under this holy arbitration is absolute and remains completely active even after death. Third, any oath built on lies or deception is pure blasphemy. Unjust contracts will be immediately dissolved and liars will pay. Fourth, if fulfilling a contract becomes impossible due to an unavoidable disaster, a high priest can adjust the terms. Fifth, as a fee, followers must offer 1% of the contract value directly to the Dragon Church. The goal of these rules is incredibly obvious: absolute compliance. The smart players realize this will shake modern economics. This is an absolute economic tsunami that is about to hit the very foundation of the modern financial world. Someone covers their mouth in horror, whispering if this means all current legal contracts are now just useless pieces of paper. Dragonia is completely confident that his divine doctrine will completely dominate and reshape the entire global financial system. Powerful people begin panicking, calling their legal departments saying they need to rebuild their risk management systems from scratch. The more advanced the global economy becomes, the more devastating the power of absolute contract compliance will be. After the dragon disappears, the banquet hall is in absolute chaos. Karina turns to Leon, asking him a quiet question. This entire ceremony seemed heavily influenced by political motives, but it was all completely overshadowed by the new god. She asks if His Majesty planned all of this from the start. Leon's voice drops to a low whisper. He ignores her question completely, frowning deeply as he focuses on something else that is highly annoying to him. He mutters about royal dignity, asking if she realizes her dress shows way too much skin, ordering her to wear his coat. She can only sigh in absolute disbelief. Leon's face goes pale as he points angrily at the crowd below them. He asks if she doesn't see those men staring, saying back on Earth they would be arrested for harassment, or whatever nonsense they call it. This is actually the very first time Karina has ever heard of such a crime. She wonders if such a ridiculous thing exists, stating it is just natural for men to look at an outstanding woman. Hearing this only makes him angrier, veins popping on his face. Suddenly, a new voice cuts right between them. A woman steps forward, announcing her presence, whispering that destiny has finally reunited them. It is Marielle, wearing a stunning dress. The beautiful figure smiles warmly and offers her congratulations to King Leon. Suddenly, a towering high-rise comes into view, hotel where the room remains completely dark. Two figures sit together in the dim light. She is the one who finally breaks the heavy silence, mentioning that she can read the fate of Karina Dragonia. Having read the child's destiny from King Leon, she claims she can alter it. Hearing his own daughter mention Leon struggles to maintain his composure, he asks the goddess of destiny what she means. Muriel quietly raises her teacup and asks if the dark gate in Washington was her doing. She explains she never actually intended for that black gate to open, even though her intervention in fate is what triggered its sudden appearance. She casually requests to keep this off the record, since a truth like that would easily terrify the entire United States government. Seeing her smile so brightly while dropping such a massive bombshell leaves him speechless. Leon clears his throat and seriously responds. He has no intention of betraying a deity's trust, but he points out her long-standing alliance with the American government. Acting against them might look a lot like betrayal. Her gray eyes seem to darken in the shadows as she quietly addresses King Lan. She explains she arrived on Earth long before him and the other gods. She asks to share what she has witnessed during that time. Leon sees no issue with this and immediately gives his consent, inviting her to speak her mind without any hesitation. Muriel's brow furrows with deep sorrow as she speaks. She describes the inhabitants of Earth as wild, reckless, and deeply corrupt. Their behavior goes far beyond anything the Divine Temple ever imagined. Human history is simply packed with brutal massacres carried out in the name of gods. If those ancient deities actually existed, they must have been incredibly cruel, demanding human sacrifices from their very own followers. Some allegedly drown entire worlds over petty grievances. Mortals have dragged the sacred names of the gods through the dirt for far too long. With a heavy heart, she asks if he realizes how many favors she granted the American government over the past several decades. She asks if he knows what they truly wanted above all else. Throughout her dark tale, Leon's brow remains deeply furrowed. And get this, they crave power, mana stones, and endless opportunities to exploit others. Their goal was global dominance, minimizing their own risks while ensuring total ruin for their enemies. Mariel's expression suddenly softens slightly. She looks at him and notes that everything changed when he arrived. A true king among mere mortals, favored by the heavens themselves. Ariana nods in quiet satisfaction at this lofty description. Mariel finally delivers her verdict, stating that his existence outweighs all past alliances. To her, he is far more valuable than any political deal. Leon carefully places his hand over his chest and closes his eyes. He carefully places a hand on his chest. Honestly, he worries that human ignorance might cloud the eyes of the gods. The soft clinking of her teacup breaks the silence. After taking a quiet sip, Mariel calmly delivers her next prediction. She believes the Divine Temple will soon rule this world, but Leon counters that forced conversion goes against his core beliefs. Forced belief is not the path of the Leon Dragonia. She gently reminds him that if they are attacked, first striking back is their duty. Retaliation is core to their sacred doctrine. Leon absolutely detests having his royal authority underestimated, and he fully agrees with her logic. He confirms that while the Leon Dragonia kingdom is incredibly generous, any disrespect or hostility shown to the gods will be met with cold steel. Their blades will point directly at their enemies. He then quietly whispers to the small companion perched comfortably on his shoulder. He admits they can never truly outsmart divine wisdom, realizing that she has already figured out their actual plans. Ariana is not shocked at all, noting that these goddesses seem quite willing to share their secrets with trusted allies. He formally addresses her as the goddess of destiny. Hearing this grand and respectful title, Mariel seems immensely pleased with him. She asks what he desires, prompting Leon to confidently suggest that if she seeks a seat in the Grand Temple, the gods will welcome her. Hearing his offer, a genuine warm smile finally graces her face for the first time on this dark night. Mariel's voice fills with hope as she expresses her desire to soon have a champion as worthy as King Leon. Meanwhile, over in the Sanando Kingdom, Jappy's spinner fires off 2 threads to carefully lift a glowing mana stone. Turning around to issue a quick command, he announces that the preparations are complete and they must now take the final step. Leon takes the glowing stone and slowly steps forward. The mood in the room is incredibly heavy, with everyone looking solemn. He recalls the Great War where they fought countless battles to defend their land and prove their honor, regardless of how exhausted they were. The brave souls gathered here today lost their lives in that conflict, and their spirits have been wandering the earthly world ever since. These lost spirits were once his trusted comrades and loyal subjects. He gently drops the stone and calls upon the merciful gods above. He prays to the benevolent deities who protect them. Suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps through, acting as a physical answer to his earnest prayer. After centuries of aimless wandering, these brave temple warriors can finally return to the warm embrace of the heavens. They were his knights, loyal soldiers, and trusted flag bearers. Suddenly, a brilliant light begins to emanate from deep within the stone. He asks the gods to accept their souls and cleanse any past sins through the noble deeds they performed during their lifetime. All the other stones shoot up into a massive pillar of light, putting their bravery to the test in the face of death, and letting them feast alongside the gods. That glowing beacon represents all their souls bound together, and Karina stares intently at it, clenching her fists. She hopes that they will get to raise a glass together again one day. Her eyes turn red with raw emotion, feeling deeply relieved. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes nearby. Leon drapes a coat over his daughter, telling her that the winter wind is freezing. Karina looks toward the fading light and whispers a soft thank you, glad their souls are finally at peace. He calmly stands, replying that it was only his duty. She sneaks a glance at him, seeing Leon sporting a relaxed smile as he looks toward the sky. Karina lowers her head and asks if he regrets abandoning the alliance for revenge. She blames herself, but before she can even finish, Leon reaches out and hands her a small package of candy. He explains it is the sweet treat she loved as a child, admitting he tasted dozens to find this flavor. She peels back the wrapper to reveal a beautiful snow-white candy, then slowly places it into her mouth. As the sweet taste melts on her tongue, her heavy melancholic mood completely washes away. It is delicious. His voice carries a deep nostalgia as he notes she always preferred these bland treats from the north. Karina is surprised, asking if His Majesty actually searched for them. He nods, joking that his tongue still stings, but it was not too hard to find. Seeing the warm bond between them, the crew smiles in relief. She quietly asks if that is true. Leon's voice drifts with a cold wind as he confesses his deep regrets. Knowing they would be parted and sensing it might be their final meeting, he had still spoken so cruelly. Karina tries to comfort him, insisting it was not his fault, but Leon still blames himself for his failures. He looks at his daughter, asking if she truly believes he holds any resentment. He has none at all. No parent in the world could feel anything but pure, unadulterated joy upon being reunited with their beloved child. Karina, my dearest daughter, you have always been my most precious treasure, and he is truly happy in this moment. Her eyes glisten in the light. Karina leans against her father's shoulder, the prodigal child finally coming home. This father will never blame her for anything. A small smile plays on her lips, remembering the days she walked hand in hand with him, a sweet memory etched in their hearts. A parent's unconditional love is boundless. 30 years ago, the sudden appearance of Gates plunged the entire world into an apocalyptic crisis, triggering a series of disasters. This tragedy made it clear that impoverished nations lacked the power and resources to defend against these gates. During a historic press conference, a military commander boldly declared that from that moment on, North Korea would completely dismantle all of its nuclear weapon programs, desperately begging for immediate hunter support instead. This hunter assistance would help them fight the Gates. The long-standing rivalry on the Korean peninsula, which had stretched back to the 1950 division, entered a brand new chapter. They traded their nuclear arsenal for international aid. By the late 2030s, South Korea's massive gamble of slashing the defense budget to invest in hunters was finally starting to bear rich fruit. But now let us shift our focus back to the present reality. Right now, a sleek, luxurious private jet slices through the blue sky. Inside the quiet cabin, Leon lazily flips through reports. Just then, Hanha reapproaches and whispers that she has brought Lord Jag's spinner. Leon gently cuts her off, telling her there is nothing to worry about before addressing the night. Sir Spinner, before we depart for South Korea, I summoned you to verify a few important matters. He glances over, his voice dropping low, explaining it is about Wandering Knight Gwen's earlier report. Certain details have left him feeling deeply uneasy. Judge Spinner confidently replies that the scan of the North shows absolutely no anomalies, assuring him that everything in North Korea is functioning completely as normal. Leon rests his chin on his hand, feeling a nagging doubt that he simply cannot shake off. He asks Sir Spinner about the Gate Cataclysm that struck a few months ago, questioning their strength. He wonders if North Korea was truly capable of handling it alone. The Knight responds without hesitation. Based on their current military data and the Gate-sized success was well within their actual capabilities. Leon narrows his eyes, his face tightening. Sir Spinner, listen to me very carefully, he says. There are nations in this world that are entirely willing to fake their data to cover up failures. Just to save face, Jappy quickly falls silent. He begins scanning all the data based on Leon's theory. Moments later, he speaks up. The system confirms a massive oversight. Someone actually manipulated the data. Now it is recalculating everything. Hanhari rushes over and sits by Jappy, asking if anything is wrong. He confirms the analysis found major anomalies. Casualty figures and economic damage are reaching alarming levels. North Korea is in deep trouble. Suddenly, Jappy flashes a brilliant red light, causing Hanhari's pupils to shrink in shock. Her heart tightens as she gasps out, asking what's wrong. Jappy immediately triggers an emergency warning. His voice turns urgent as satellite data detects multiple submarine-launched cruise missiles closing in fast. Hanhari freezes in absolute shock. Jappy quickly overrides the controls, switching their entire integrated defense system to intercept mode. Outside, deadly missiles streak through the sky like lightning, heading straight for their private jet with terrifying speed. Jappy maintains full control, locking onto the incoming threats and initiating the defensive protocol. Instantly, earth-shattering explosions erupt across the sky as bright fireballs rip through the clouds, leaving thick black smoke in their wake. But the onslaught is far from over. Even with several targets destroyed, a few missiles still slip through. Jappy fires off another warning. The interception has failed, and they are out of defensive measures. Only 3 seconds remain before absolute impact. Hanhari's face drains of color, her mouth hanging open in sheer terror. In this critical split second, Jappy's cold countdown rings out like heavy hammer blows to her chest. 2 seconds left. The air inside the cabin completely freezes as the final moment of impact looms. 1 second. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion tears the sky apart, completely engulfing the private jet in flames. Debris rains down through billowing black smoke as the plane vaporizes in a massive ball of fire. Now we cut to the Blue House, where everything outside is completely peaceful, as if nothing happened. But inside the president's office, a high-stakes meeting is underway. The tension in the room is suffocating. President On Dong-gil glances at the man beside him, asking if Association President Kang Hee-wook really suggested this, specifically sending a special team to North Korea. The aide nods, confirming that is indeed the case. He explains he has already approved sending S-rank hunters John Jin-soo and Kang Jin-song on this mission. The president nods in approval. He notes that the US is already keeping a close eye on everything. Their satellites are tracking every single movement, so the association president is probably just worrying far too much. He turns to his bodyguard, putting the matter aside to ask when the Pantheon delegation will finally arrive. The guard reports that they departed Dulles Airport in Washington early this morning. Then another aide chimes in. Japan wants to host a joint welcoming ceremony for the Pantheon. They want to know the president's thoughts. President On Dong-gil frowns, highly displeased by their obvious motives. The guard adds it is not just Japan. Russia, China, and even distant European nations are all begging to secure at least one high-ranking member from the Pantheon. They want them present for their New Year festivals. Hearing this, President On Dong-gil remembers a message from Japan. Their representative Takeda had sent a letter addressing King Leon, wishing him a happy and prosperous New Year. He had boldly requested that a holy knight of the Pantheon could possibly attend Japan's New Year celebration. The president clicks his tongue, realizing everyone is already going completely wild, trying to win their favors. On Dong-gil leans back in his chair, closing his eyes. He silently prays they will return safely. Leon's calm, warm smile flashes in his mind. The president's upcoming schedule is actually tied directly to him. Their joint schedule is now locked in, and the president views this as an absolute golden opportunity. Ever since Dragonia's laws were made public, the world's most powerful leaders have been lining up to meet Leon. This is a massive deal for South Korea, and On Dong-gil's mind races with the endless possibilities. Just a 1% commission on global trade deals will bring a staggering amount of wealth to the nation. Record-breaking economic growth is practically guaranteed at this rate, placing historical prosperity well within their grasp. The president cannot help but smirk, a fully satisfied and extremely confident smile spreading across his face. His eyes shine bright. South Korea's global standing will skyrocket, and his political legacy will be secured. Everything is working out perfectly. He starts planning their next moves, wondering what they should prepare first. He crosses his arms deeply, contemplating the massive welcoming banquet they absolutely must organize next. Is it ready yet? The man beside him broke into a cold sweat, reporting that they were finalizing the inspection steps and the welcoming banquet. Before Dong Yul could even finish, the conference room doors were suddenly thrown wide open. Inside this reception, any minister who dares to use a garbage excuse to skip out will pay. Right then, a frantic man rushed in. Shouting for the president, he clutched his phone tightly, gasping for breath as he scrambled across the room. Mr. President, there is a massive emergency. The United States Forces Korea just sent an urgent transmission. The president went pale, asking what on earth happened with the American military. The messenger trembled so violently his throat choked up, his quivering lips failing him. It took a few agonizing seconds to finally muster the courage to speak. Air Force 2 carrying the members of the Pantheon Temple has been shot down. President Dong Ryul bolted upright from his chair. What kind of lunatics would do this? Who has the audacity to attack the Pantheon Temple? The messenger swallowed hard, hesitantly replying that while they needed further investigation, he had to take a deep breath. They suspect it was a North Korean submarine. The moment those words fell, the entire meeting room plunged into dead silence, stared in absolute horror, shouting in unison if North Korea was seriously behind this. Outside, heavy darkness began to swallow the Blue House like a slow creeping nightmare, draining every single drop of hope from President Dong Ryul. Right at that moment, 2,400 kilometers east of the Kuril Islands deep in the Pacific, the charter flight carrying Leon erupted in violent flames, plunging straight into the dark sea. An officer urgently reported to his commander, confirming the target had crashed into the water. The captain stood with arms crossed, eyes filled with disbelief. This went even smoother than expected, he thought. They were currently aboard a massive steel beast of a submarine, named the Hero Sinchon 824, serving the North Korean Navy. Just then, a voice shattered the quiet air. "Captain," another soldier spoke up, unable to hide the growing anxiety and doubt eating away at him. He questioned if they were truly safe, having heard an extremely powerful VIP was on that flight. The captain gritted his teeth, muttering that they only needed to carry out their direct orders from above. He rubbed his temples as stress crept onto his face, slipping past the enemy's advanced defense systems. To reach the middle of the Pacific was a miracle. He had never expected this wild plan to work, but with success secured, he decisively ordered his crew to begin searching for the South Korean plane's wreckage. They had to move fast. The submarine silently cut through the Black Ocean, diving deeper into the abyss. Not long after an operator called out that they were rapidly closing in on the target, the captain kept his eyes glued to the controls. Suddenly, the entire sub violently shuddered as if hitting a wall. The captain went pale, shouting out to ask what on earth happened and if they had just rammed a whale. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat, reporting that there were absolutely no large creatures nearby. His hand trembled as he pointed at the radar, begging the captain to look at the screen. But when the captain saw the feed, his pupils shrunk in sheer terror. He screamed out in absolute disbelief as panicked whispers filled the cabin. The sea was literally being split in two right before their eyes. The captain gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. But a mere second later, their hull was ripped wide open. The screeching sound of tearing metal echoed as thick smoke filled the room. He desperately yelled for everyone to stay calm and draw their weapons, trying to contain the absolute panic. Glancing at the breach, his heart stopped. A hand slowly gripped the jagged, torn steel of the hull. A low, furious voice echoed through the metal, calling them insolent. Leon's eyes burned with pure rage. His terrifying aura instantly crushed the room. Did they really think some cheap missiles could kill him? He asked, coldly demanding they start talking. That overwhelming godlike pressure completely froze the captain in place. Leon summoned his weapon. Who was the mastermind pulling the strings of these bugs who dared attack him? Meanwhile, at the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, the quiet night outside contradicted the pure panic within. Inside the command center, Dong Yul slammed his fist onto the table in rage, cursing their terrible luck. He glared at the communications officer, demanding to know if the crash was officially confirmed or just an accident. The soldier quickly reported that they had accurate data. The missile was fired directly from a North Korean submarine. It was the Hero Sinchon submarine. Hearing this, the Vice Chief of Staff immediately took action. Was an Allied aircraft shot down? This was nothing less than a direct declaration of war. Things had gotten way too bad to be treated as a minor provocation. President Han Dong-gu didn't waste a single second, immediately declaring DEFCON 3. He ordered his staff to connect the hotline to the north, hoping this was just a rogue act by their extremists. His officer gave a firm acknowledgement. Right then, a bodyguard stared at his phone screen, his expression suddenly turning pale. He addressed the president, who turned around in surprise and asked what was wrong. The guard swallowed hard, reporting that the diplomatic delegation sent to North Korea had completely vanished. President Han Dong-gu gasped in sheer terror. demanding to know what he meant. He stumbled back a step in complete disbelief. At such a critical moment, even the escort hunters had gone missing. How could this be happening? Suddenly, the entire building shook violently. The ceiling cracked as chunks of concrete and debris rained down. Warning lights flashed, bathing the entire room in a crimson glow. Han Dong-gu shouted in panic, demanding to know what was going on. A terrified soldier stuttered, declaring a state of emergency. Taking a sharp breath, he reported that monsters were currently storming Incheon port. A massive wave of beasts had also just breached the northern borderline. The soldier frantically added that chaos had erupted in downtown Seoul, with citizens mutating into monsters. The Pantheon Temple in Naju was also completely surrounded. He kept shouting updates through the absolute bedlam, warning an unidentified armed force, launching a direct assault on the government headquarters. Widespread panic erupted as beasts ran rampant everywhere, almost as if coordinated to target the command centers of the president and high-ranking generals. This was definitely no ordinary riot. The objective of this massive coordinated assault was clear. Han Dong-gu slowly raised his head, realizing the terrifying truth. He heavily muttered the two words he had hoped he would never have to say: war. This was the opening salvo of the Second Korean War. Back in the late 2030-somethings, South Korea's most critical strategic base was the Pantheon Temple in Naju. The sacred ground didn't just train soldiers, it also boasted fertile farmlands blessed by deities. On top of that, it stood as a highly revered holy land, protected by powerful holy knights. With these master fighters stationed there, security was always kept exceptionally tight. Yet inside the active defensive lines, Kim Jin-soo was frantically barking out orders amidst the skyrocketing tension. He commanded the combat units to gather immediately and deploy their shield formations, but by some terrible coincidence, all the elite holy knights were currently stationed overseas. Scanning the battlefield, Kim Jin-soo snarled, ordering his men to hold their ground at all costs. An adjutant rushed over to report that the enemy was crossing the Yongsan River to land. Even the Kikyu clan's efforts couldn't hold them back. Kim Jin-soo frowned, questioning when reinforcements from other guilds would arrive. When would the Hanbit Palace forces show up? His subordinate stammered, explaining that they were on their way but had been deployed far away in Hamhon. Before he could even finish, Kim Jin-soo's sword whipped through the air, slicing an approaching beast in half. Cursing, he gripped his hilt tighter, his eyes burning with resolve. No matter what, they had to grit their teeth and endure this onslaught. Suddenly, a soldier shrieked in horror, pointing toward the sky. The moment Kim Jin-soo looked over, his eyes went wide. Another dimensional gate was opening. He gritted his teeth as hordes of beasts poured out of the rift, as if their coordinates had been programmed in advance. How could this nightmare be happening? Just then, a sleek black high heel slowly stepped out from the dimensional gate. A cold, incredibly arrogant woman followed, scanning the monstrous horde with utter contempt. Get into formation, she commanded, calling them low-life demi-demons. Since they had marched in an absolute rush, their vanguard forces weren't particularly massive this time. This beautiful newcomer was Herhus, the archdemon of wisdom. Moments later, a frantic subordinate rushed up to report that their demon allies were nowhere to be found. Herhus simply smiled, looking thoroughly pleased with the news. Those brainless beasts had no place in an invasion requiring such delicate precision. She declared their ultimate objective. They were here to grab the artifact and retreat swiftly, having no interest in getting bogged down in an all-out war with half-baked fools. Hearing her cold words, Kim Jin-soo's face turned completely white. His entire body tensed as he stood on high alert. Seeing his dread, the demoness smirked in amusement. She sneered, noting that with the Leon Dragonia, King Leon and his elite knights absent, breaking through would be child's play. Waving her hand, her dark energy flared as she ordered the entire army to advance. The order rings out: attack and crush all resistance. On the opposite side, he roars as everyone raises their shields. They lock down the defensive line. Both sides clash at lightning speed, screams and weapons colliding with a deafening roar, shaking the entire sky. After a brutal clash, Kim Jin-soo realizes things look grim. They are completely outnumbered. The enemy outnumbers them 3-1. Herhus laughs mockingly at the weak, pitiful creatures standing before her. She cheers in delight, thinking this mission is going way too smoothly. Just as the demon army prepares to tear apart their final defense line, an angry shout drowns out the battlefield, calling out to those wretched demons. Gratis yells, asking where they think they are to barge in like this, calling them a cursed rabble. Squinting in curiosity, a demon behind pokes his head out, realizing these newcomers do not look like knights. He freezes. Wait a second, the demon finally recognizes the familiar faces standing in the back. Aren't those their missing kin? Hearing this, the demon army begins to whisper, remembering they vanished long ago. They went missing in the last raid and were declared dead, so why are they standing here now? This comes right after the shocking downfall of the Grand Duke of Slaughter's territory, where rumors claimed demons fell. Hundreds of demons were supposedly slain by mere locals, but the half-demons dismissed it as an absurd lie. They ignored the rumors, but the scene before them now leaves the entire demon army completely stunned. They freeze in place, staring blankly at the very compatriots who were officially declared dead in battle. Now the truth is laid bare. At this moment, the system triggers the absolute command over the serfs. Instantly, the collars on the demons' necks glow with a bright golden light and begin to tighten. One demon cries out in pain as Gratis calls out to Chunsik in a low, heavy voice. The man flinches, responding immediately. Gratis's eyes turn ice-cold as he orders them to tear the enemy apart. Next, Holy Knight Gratis activates his giant transformation skill, massive buffs flowing into the Surf army. The system rings out damage against half-demons surges by 157.66%. Damage against archdemons spikes by over 101%. Hyo Hus watches the giant army charge completely paralyzed. She can only stand frozen as they rush forward. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the military headquarters. At the Zhongshan Allied Command, gunfire rings out everywhere as the commander orders them to hold the line. Do not let them breach the defenses. A soldier behind a ruined wall grits his teeth in frustration. They are completely overwhelmed. Intense crossfire fills the air as heavy smoke and explosions cover the battlefield. Inside the secure command bunker, the deputy chief of staff looks on with a grim, heavy expression. He knows the defense line will collapse soon. President Dong-ru bites his fingernails in pure, helpless frustration. Damn it, there has to be some way out of this. Just then, the deputy chief quietly loads his weapon. It is completely useless, he says, raising his gun and aiming it forward without a shred of hesitation. This is the end, Mr. President. The man standing nearby shouts out in sheer shock and anger. Asking if he has lost his mind, the man wonders how a traitor survived their strict purges. The traitor's eyes suddenly glow crimson. He remarks that possessing a demon body is truly a magnificent gift. To him, an immortal body that never grows old is a priceless blessing that cannot be turned down. Stepping forward, he asks who could possibly refuse eternal life in exchange for simple loyalty to the demons. Flipping the switch with a cold sneer, he mocks them for having absolutely no choice in the matter. Unlike them, he has choices, and that is the fundamental difference. Suddenly, a figure steps from the shadows. Dong-ru pales at the sight of a high-ranking demon. Timmy sneers, mocking the supposed divine protection of Pantheon. He remarks that the temple is nothing special, then turns his gaze directly toward the president with an offer. Timmy presents an offer demanding that President Dong-ru immediately issue an order to the missile command units. The target is the Pantheon Temple in Nazu, tempting him to wipe it off the face of the earth. In exchange, Dong-ru will be granted demonhood. The president grits his teeth, his jaw bulging with fury. But his next move catches even Timmy off guard as Dong-ru reaches inside his coat pocket. With fury in his eyes, he asks what the demon is thinking, using cheap threats to force a betrayal. Timmy simply raises an eyebrow and laughs, asking if he truly refuses to submit to their power. Oh, pretty good, he grunts, trying to hold his ground. In a flash, Dong-ju pulls a remote control from his pocket with a smirk. He smirks triumphantly. Clearly, the demons made a huge mistake. The moment everyone sees what he is holding, their eyes widen in shock. Instantly, the devices installed behind him light up all at once, unleashing waves of colossal magic power that shake the entire room. The crushing pressure is absolutely terrifying. The demon turns pale, whispering, "What is that?" while even the deputy chief of staff gasps in shock. "What on earth is that device?" he gasps. Dongju just sneers, asking if they really thought he would let savage demons roam free. He calmly pulls out a cigar. Did they honestly think the president of a nation would not have a backup plan ready? Dongju flashes a knowing smile. This machine disperses pure holy power. As the president, he always keeps a few tricks up his sleeve. There was no way he would face a crisis unprepared. The high-ranking demon snarls, calling him a mere mortal who dares to resist. How dare a lowly human be so arrogant, the demon roars. But Dongju simply presses the button, activating the defense system. A brilliant blue orb erupts, blasting lightning in every direction and shaking the room to its foundation. The high-ranking demon and the deputy chief of staff shield their eyes in absolute terror. Suddenly, Dongju remembers the warning his old ally Knight Jappy once gave him. Jappy warned that if demons ever invaded this world, the president would undoubtedly be their very first target for elimination. Knowing this, Dongju slyly reveals that he had these holy devices installed in every corner of the government buildings. From his main office to the deepest emergency bunkers, no place was left unprotected. Turning around, Dongju calls out to his aide. "Secretary Jun Hyung, are you all right?" he asks. Jun Hyung nods, saying he is fine, but Dongju's attention quickly snaps back to the enemy. The high-ranking demon is actually struggling back to his feet. Dongju tenses up, shocked that the creature can withstand such intense holy light. An archdevil truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. The demon snarls through gritted teeth, swearing he thought the president was already dead. Dongju gulps in sudden panic. This is bad. The magic device needs time to recharge before it can fire another blast. He has to put this beast down before it fully recovers. Suddenly, a loyal bodyguard rushes forward, offering a weapon. "Sir, please take this," the guard urges. Dongju catches the weapon, murmuring in realization that it is his trusty star steel sword. Unsheathing the blade, a cold, sharp gleam reflects in his eyes. He whispers that it has been a very long time indeed. He welcomes the familiar weight and icy chill of the star steel sword. This legendary blade was gifted to him by Emperor Leon Dragonia. He only drew it once during a grand royal ceremony, causing an absolute uproar. Since then, he kept it safely tucked away. Secretary Jun Hyun kept it close as a protective ward. But now Dongju's gentle demeanor completely vanishes, replaced by cold fury. Raising the sword high, he yells that he is finally done tolerating their endless contempt, oppression, and arrogance. He is a 4th Dan Master in Haedong Gumdo, ranking 7th nationally. Today, he is going to unleash his true sword saint skills. The high-ranking demon screeches in rage, refusing to believe a mere mortal could stand a chance against his hellish power. Dongju pours every ounce of his wrath into one devastating slash. The demon cannot even react before being sliced clean in half. And with that, Dongju becomes the first president in history to personally slay an archdevil in single combat. Meanwhile, down at Incheon Port, the brutal war between humanity and the demon horde is raging with absolute fury. A panicked soldier yells that the monsters keep coming without end, pleading with their commander for a way out. Kang Hu keeps his cool, commanding them to stay calm and systematically eliminate the beasts as they close in. Suddenly, President Dongju patches through the communication system, demanding to know Association President Kang Hyuk's current coordinate and status. Kang Hyuk gasps in relief, glad to hear the president is alive, before reporting that he is fighting on the front lines. He is holding the line at Incheon Port, but Dongju interrupts him, saying their main concern lies elsewhere. They need a coordinated strike immediately. Dongju orders a sweep of the entities invading the Pantheon Temple in Naju. These monsters are targeting crucial hubs in central Seoul, since they cannot just fire missiles into heavily populated cities. He commands all nearby hunter guilds to mobilize immediately and provide heavy reinforcement to those critical zones. They must know this is a direct presidential decree, and anyone who refuses to comply will face severe consequences. Kang Hyuk is completely stunned by the president's newfound authority and commanding aura. The presidency used to carry no real power. Throughout his entire term, the country's leader had to constantly walk on eggshells around the powerful 10 great guilds. Even Dongju used to beg them for favors with a submissive attitude, just like every other cowardly politician. But the man calling the shots right now holds absolute command over the entire military and acts without hesitation. Kang Hyuk cannot help but wonder if this sudden change of heart is due to the Pantheon's mysterious influence. "I place my full trust in you, Association President Kang Hyuk." The commander bows, accepting the heavy responsibility. He promises to relay this command immediately. Suddenly, Sir Jag Spinner's signal connects successfully, and Leon's familiar voice crackles through the wrist communicator. "Thank you for your hard work," Leon says. Hearing this, Sir Jag Spinner is completely startled. The legendary Leon Dragonia king himself is speaking. "Your Majesty," he gasps. He quickly asks if the king is unharmed. Leon simply replies that the weapon they call a missile could never actually hope to scratch him, even though he failed to prevent their aircraft from being shot down. Listening in, President On Dong-gil can no longer hold back his desperate plea. "Your Majesty, I have a bold request to make." On speaks in a heavy tone. It is sudden, but the situation here is incredibly desperate. To fully protect the territory of the Republic of Korea, the presence of both the king and the Pantheon Temple is absolutely critical. Therefore, he wants to immediately dispatch a naval fleet to execute a rescue operation. But Leon calmly declines the offer right then and there. He says it is entirely unnecessary. He can return on his own, and besides, he has already found someone highly capable for the fight, an individual strong enough to act as a formidable combat force on their own. President On Dong-gil is completely stunned by this claim. "What, just a single person?" he gasps. "In a crisis this extreme, how could one solitary fighter possibly turn the tide of battle?" Leon simply answers that this person should be arriving right about now. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts nearby, shaking the entire area. President On pales in sheer terror. He and his bodyguards stand frozen, staring open-mouthed at the scene, as a voice suddenly shouts out in awe. It is King Caius. Leon smiles to himself, realizing they have made it to safety, but the king still has something left to say. Moreover, President On Dong-gil stammers out a quick "Yes, Your Majesty." Leon narrows his eyes with a highly serious look on his face. He has a specific proposal for the president. Meanwhile, outside the Pantheon Temple in Nazu, a brutal, bloody war rages on like absolute hell. The fierce conflict between the heavily armed demi-demons and the local serfs is terrifying. At first glance, the demi-demons hold a massive advantage. They are completely overwhelming the poor serf forces. One of the serfs screams out, warning everyone that they must never let themselves be captured. He rallies his brothers, even as their fighting spirit is steadily crushed. A heavy sense of guilt starts to consume their minds. They are forced to slaughter the very kin they once knew. He wonders what on earth they are doing as their morale plummets entirely. But then pilot Hashimura Ozan and Captain Rudolph make their move. They successfully slay the formidable enemy commander in a massive clash. This boss was a land war weapon holding the powerful rank of Count and a prime candidate to become a high-ranking archdemon. With the fall of the demon Heihus, whom the demi-demons practically worshipped, the enemy forces instantly lose all of their remaining willpower. They can no longer maintain their aggressive advance. The demons drop to their knees, desperately begging for mercy and offering to surrender. They plead for their lives, hoping for a second chance. Seeing this, an old serf lets out a deeply eerie, twisted smile. He notes that new recruits are always welcome here. With Nazu secured, things quiet down, but this is only the calm before the storm. Shortly after this, a massive surprise assault launched by North Korea immediately dominates the front page of every major global newspaper. Even as the immediate physical danger begins to cool down slightly, the thick scent of gunpowder still lingers heavy within South Korea. The main reason is that North Korea, the mastermind behind this horrific tragedy, is exposed for colluding directly with the demons. During a press conference held on day September 28, President Ahn Dong-jil takes the stage to address the nation about this cowardly sneak attack. He condemns the enemies for launching such a despicable, underhanded strike. Behind the podium, the president can only frown in deep frustration. He states that the Republic of Korea reacted swiftly to minimize casualties, but the damage to their homeland remains completely devastating. With property damage climbing into the trillions of won, so many innocent lives have been tragically lost in the chaos. He pauses for a dramatic moment before crying out in pure rage. Colluding with demons to attack one's own people is a total betrayal. This is an unforgivable crime against all of humanity. He vows that they will make those traitors pay for their absolute cruelty. Following his intense speech, President Ahn turns to look directly at Leon. The Night King simply gives a subtle nod of approval. Everything is fully prepared. Leon speaks up, stating that he still vividly remembers the exact moment his original world began to collapse. His voice turns incredibly cold as he recalls how the corrupted rulers of his empire allied with devils, bringing total ruin. Countless innocent souls perished in absolute despair back then, and he can never forget the agonizing cries of that fateful day. Because of this, Leon made a sacred vow to himself. If he ever witnesses such evil rising again, he will never stand by. He will never allow history to repeat itself. His deep voice is suddenly filled with an intense, deadly seriousness. Gripping his sword tightly, he declares that he clearly sees the savage forces who join hands with demons to invade this land. Leon urges the citizens of Korea to stand strong and hold onto their faith. He vows they will never bow down. No matter what, they will fight back. Leon loudly proclaims that the Republic of Korea and his own alliance will unite. They will stand shoulder to shoulder as one powerful force to secure ultimate victory against the Dark Invaders. On day September 29, 2003, this official declaration of war marks the true beginning of the new conflict. The Second Korean War officially erupted in the 2030s. The entire world holds its breath, watching the sudden armed conflict between the two Koreas. This war broke out right on the cusp of the new year. Out on the streets, terrified citizens are glued to the news broadcast. Meanwhile, at the front lines, officers stand ready with state-of-the-art tanks. Because of the staggering military gap between the two sides, global experts assumed South Korea would easily dominate using their overwhelming military force. Warships pack the surrounding waters in massive numbers. However, citing mutual defense treaties, both the United States and Japan have jumped directly into the conflict. This sudden escalation threatens a massive global disaster, carrying a level of devastation that rivals the previous world wars. Down at the demilitarized zone on the 38th parallel, a massive horde of monsters forms an army, laughing as they march forward. From afar, sniper scopes track their terrifying advance. A blonde knight looks on in disbelief. "Your Majesty, the North Korean army has completely vanished, leaving nothing but this endless swarm of monsters." Hearing this, Leon turns to his knight with a grave expression. "Spinner, how is the situation at the DMZ developing right now?" The knight answers instantly, explaining that the enemy monsters are currently flooding south in staggering, relentless numbers. Jappy Spinner goes on to break down the grim reality of the battlefield. North Korea has transformed into a chaotic breeding ground of monsters and dark entities, rendering modern high-tech weaponry almost useless. Even though South Korean artillery tries to push forward, breaching the heavily infested demilitarized zone is proving to be an absolute nightmare. Leon absorbs the grim report, then turns to address his knight Venus. The veteran warrior bows deeply, awaiting his king's command. Leon delivers his command with absolute confidence. "I entrust this opening battle to you and the Vanton Fiery Sword Knights. Your first mission is to smash the stagnant deadlock on the front lines." Hearing this, Venus grins, completely thrilled by the challenge. Since ancient times, leading the vanguard of Leon H's empire has always been the sole privilege of the god of war's chosen knights. Now the Vanton Knights are deployed directly onto the battlefield. These are the legendary Vantan fiery sword warriors themselves. Their elite combat skills have always guaranteed victory for the kingdom. But they are not the only ones marching into this hell. Alongside them marches the Holy Grail Knights, the deadliest and most powerful order ever formed under Leon H's banner. Their commander roars for the entire army to charge, demanding they sweep away anything in their path. Meanwhile, on the front lines, desperate soldiers fire relentlessly into the blazing chaos ahead. A soldier screams a warning, urging his commander to dodge immediately. Vicious gargoyles swoop down from the smoke, locking directly onto them. A soldier curses under his breath, "Damn it, these flying rocks. When is the hunter support team finally going to show up?" Another exhausted soldier yells back, telling him they are coming. They just need to hold the line a little longer. But holding the line is impossible when the enemy is literally in their faces. It feels like game over for everyone until the soldier suddenly screams out in sheer panic, warning his captain of an ambush. A gargoyle is lunging from behind. The captain freezes, fully accepting his grim fate. He is dead for sure. Suddenly, a massive unidentified object crashes right into the battlefield. The captain can only stare in absolute confusion. Is it a cruise missile? He watches the smoking crater, but as the dust clears, he realizes this is no weapon. Out of the landing pod step the elite Vantan Knights, looking around at the absolute carnage with cold, critical eyes. Without wasting a single second, they unsheathe their weapons and leap straight into the monster horde, ready to unleash hell. It is pure, unadulterated devastation. Two knights charge forward, carving a path of destruction that tears the beasts to pieces. The battlefield falls quiet as the monsters disintegrate. The human soldiers watch with their jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. Those massive gargoyles had shrugged off dozens of heavy artillery shells, yet these newcomers sliced through them like they were nothing. Everyone stares in absolute awe. Is this the legendary godlike power of the warriors dispatched from the Pantheon Temple? Suddenly, a deafening roar shatters the silence. Emerging right in front of the two Vantan Knights is a towering, monstrous beast. A magical trap. The captain realizes the enemy's strategy. Those gargoyles were nothing but bait to lure them into a corner. He screams a desperate warning for the knights to watch out. But before he can even blink, the Vantan warriors ignite their blades. Unleashing their ultimate spell, Crimson Torrent, they engulf the entire zone in a raging inferno. When the flames finally clear, only smoke remains. The surviving soldiers witness a moment they will never forget. Every single monster has been turned to ash, leaving only the knights. They are truly warriors sent by the gods. Just 5 minutes after the Pantheon Temple forces intervene on the battlefield, the Allied forces completely smash the enemy line and successfully cross the border. Meanwhile, back at his private base, Leon receives a holographic report. Jappy Spinner shows a messenger kneeling in absolute terror, begging his king for forgiveness. The messenger admits to a catastrophic failure. Leon slowly rubs his chin in deep thought before asking about the stolen Gunna sapling. Has it really been stolen by unknown thieves? Right after leaving the front lines, department head Kim Jin-soo confirms the devastating loss. The Gunna sapling inside the Pantheon Temple has vanished. The truth begins to emerge, revealing the demonic siege was a sham. The joint attack by the demons and Nazu was just a distraction to lure everyone away so they could steal the Gunna sapling. Jag Spinner looks incredibly depressed. He explains to everyone that the mechanical relic management room should have been totally secure. Its defense network is fully automated, equipped with surveillance drones active 24/7 and satellite artillery. Jag utilized all his power to run the management system flawlessly. There's absolutely no doubting the knight's competence. Yet the sapling was still successfully stolen. That means only one thing, and Leon's next words make Jag sink even lower. We must face the reality that the enemy possesses some sort of trick to completely bypass all electronic security. Beatrice gently asks if the situation is really that critical, and Karina confirms their goal with the stolen Gunna sapling. They stole it to restore the branch of destruction. Beatrice tilts her head, wondering about this terrifying weapon. Karina explains that every holy knight originating from the Leon Dragonia kingdom holds a deep traumatic memory of it. Years ago, when the Chaos Lord was summoned to the capital and completed the branch, 5 Grail Knights died to stop him. Karina looks over at him, warning that if this weapon is reborn, the current armies on Earth will be helpless to stop it. But Leon does not seem rushed at all, calmly telling her that things are not completely hopeless just yet. He tells her that the world tree is still merely a sprout, so it cannot instantly morph into its destructive final form. The fact that they had to mobilize such a large force just to steal it shows they are at their limits too. Leon flashes a sly grin. If that is the case, we need to finish them before the tree can fully evolve. He decides their first target of attack will be Pyongyang, planning to strike before the slaughter form awakens. Meanwhile, at a military camp in South Hamgyong, a fierce wind blows as 2 men lie trembling on the ground. Chun Jin-soo snaps in irritation. Why do these little punks dare to act so smug? Bow your heads properly. Kang Kim Jin-sung stops him, telling him to cut it out. Do you have any pride left as a guild leader? Actually, the two of them were sent to North Korea after receiving a request for backup from Kang Hee-wook. When they first arrived at the airport as diplomatic envoys, they were immediately greeted with several loaded gun barrels. Their welcoming committee consisted of no diplomats but rather awakened agents from the North Korean Reconnaissance Bureau. The two Korean hunters seriously debated wiping out this entire armed squad right on the spot. The soldiers below looked terrified, but seeing the sheer horror in their eyes, the two decided to tag along. They wanted to see what was really going on. But Chun Jin-soo, his face completely flushed, could not hold back. He repeatedly kicks two soldiers and shouts, "You damn commies dragging us here for no reason. I have been patient enough." The soldier snaps back, "You South Korean old geezer, do you want us to blow you away or what? Are you trying to march into Pyongyang alone?" Suddenly, a figure approaches, making Chun Jin-soo freeze. "If you plan to head to Pyongyang, I highly advise you to give up. That place is now a literal demon nest. No human can survive there." The stranger adds, "Most of the high-ranking officials have already submitted to the demons." Jing-shu looks pretty hesitant. "Demons?" Kim Jin-soon asks calmly, clearly proving that he is not just some ordinary North Korean officer. Jin-shu finally asks who he is, staring at the rows of military medals pinned to his chest. "I was too careless and forgot to introduce myself," Chim-won confidently says, revealing he is Senior General Ji Chim-won of the Guard Command. He's the very man who ordered the missile strike on the Pantheon Temple, making him both a rebel leader and the mastermind of the resistance who originally pulled the trigger to spark this entire chaotic chain of events. Meanwhile, near the outskirts of North Korea, Leon and his companions are watching closely from a safe distance. What they see leaves Liam pretty disgusted as soldiers force their own starving countrymen to dig deep defensive trenches. Frowning with his arms crossed, he watches the emaciated, hollow-cheeked civilians who have clearly been completely abandoned to starve. Their scout Jun Hyung-han explains that such misery is just everyday life here, with soldiers receiving zero supplies from above. To survive, these troops resort to robbing their own people, which makes Leon grit his teeth in absolute fury. Soldiers actually robbing their own innocent civilians. Right then, a starving worker collapses immediately, catching a brutal guard's attention. Without hesitation, the guard raises his rifle and fires, instantly ending the poor soul's life, leaving Jun Hyun-han shocked. "What is going on?" Jun Hyun-han yells through his binoculars, horrified by the sheer brutality of this forced labor. Forced labor is apparently not enough, so they go that far. Leon can no longer contain his rising fiery rage. Summoning his golden sword, Leon's rage flares up, impossible to extinguish. To him, this dishonorable army is a disgrace. Being a soldier is a noble calling meant to protect the nation and its people. He roars that their actions mock that duty. Their actions are an absolute insult to the uniform. Watching this, Jun Hyung-han nervously asks why he is drawing his sword. Leon does not answer. Instead, he summons his war horse, mounts up, raises his blade high, and barks out an order. "Prepare to charge," he commands. Below him, Jun Han frantically tries to stop him, begging His Majesty to stay calm and wait. But Leon ignores him, addressing his Leonheart Knights. He loudly exposes the crimes of the North Korean soldiers. They are nothing but bandits terrorizing innocent civilians just to feed themselves. Hearing this, the knights shake with fury. They cannot believe these cunning bastards. Leon continues, shouting that he has had enough and orders their immediate execution. With a final roar, he commands his entire army to move out. Charging forward, Leon leads the charge himself. His stallion gallops like the wind, as his entire legion follows close behind. Across the field, the North Korean soldiers freeze. They fail to react in time. Only when the Leonheart army reaches their bunkers does someone finally panic and scream. "They are charging, shoot them," someone yells as gunfire erupts everywhere. But the bullets do not even scratch them. Leon's barrier blocks every single shot. The enemy panics as their weapons prove completely useless against his magic. The last thing the enemy soldiers hear is a massive explosion paired with Leon's booming voice. The mighty Leonheart cavalry sweeps through, completely wiping out the core armored units of the North Korean military. The entire course of Earth's history is being flipped on its head. The liberated locals erupt in pure joy. They thank him for saving their lives, cheering that the Pantheon Temple is the absolute greatest. Who would have thought they would celebrate? It is unbelievable how warmly these North Koreans are welcoming the South Korean army and the Pantheon Temple as their saviors. One elderly man mutters that they no longer have to worry about soldiers stealing their food. He wonders about Leon. Was that foreigner named Leon really a king in another world, he asks, though his voice is drowned out by the cheering. While crowds shout, "Long live South Korea," a middle-aged man nearby hears the elder's question and quickly replies. "Of course he was," he says, "and rumor has it he can use magic to turn pine cones into hand grenades." Overhearing this, Han Hari finds it completely wild. That literally sounds like those ridiculous old propaganda myths about Jun Hyung-il-sung. Either way, the local population is placing massive hopes on the new governance of the Pantheon Temple. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at their final target in the Kaesong industrial complex, the South Korean forces hit an unexpected and serious roadblock. Hearing the report, Leon frowns, questioning if they really took hostages. Jun Hyun-han nods, confirming the bad news. Inside the factory, a desperate group of North Korean remnants is holding South Korean citizens captive. Hearing this, Leon scoffs. How did South Korean citizens even end up in their hands anyway, he asks. Jun Hyun-han quickly shares what he knows. They were employees from private companies working on the joint cross-border project TRAP because they could not evacuate in time. Our top priority is saving those civilians, Jun Han says, asking if they should call in professional negotiators. Leon pauses, then smirks. No, there is absolutely no need for that, he replies, fully trusting his own men. Let my knights handle this, he says. Step by step, the four summoned warriors step forward to take charge. We cannot just stand by and watch these cowards run wild. Soon, inside the dim, gloomy factory, Han Hari-han smiles warmly. Hello to our friends in the North Korean military, she calls out. Han Hari-han is the first negotiator on the scene. She politely introduces herself as Han Hari-han from the Korean Hunter Association, telling them to just voice whatever demands they have. The captain holding the hostages tight yells back, stating they only have one single demand for the capitalist South. Stop this invasion and withdraw your troops immediately. Han Hari's expression darkens, pointing out that they were the ones who shot first. The captain could not care less, telling her to put that aside and retreat right this second. His attitude leaves Han Hari completely speechless. Yet keeping her friendly demeanor, she still tries to offer some sincere advice. I am only saying this for your own good, she explains. The captain waits tensely, listening to her next words. If they surrender now, they will actually be treated like human beings. Veins instantly pop on the captain's furious face. What did you say? He screams in a high-pitched voice, asking if she is seriously trying to threaten them. Seeing his disbelief, she insists she is being totally honest, advising them to surrender and save their own skins. Instead, the captain and his men open fire, screaming at her to shut up. Negotiations have officially failed. But then another figure arrives, leaving the remnants completely bewildered. What on earth is that massive pile of junk? What on earth is that? Is that actually the size of a human? The second negotiator is Von Canis, and with his massive towering physique, he steps forward with terrifying bloodthirsty intent. He has a message for those shameless kidnappers. Von Canis offers them a deal. If they release every single innocent civilian, he will settle this by executing only 1 out of every 10 men. Hearing this, the enemy captain is utterly baffled. What do you mean they release the hostages and still get killed? Vunus nods, telling them that is exactly how it is. So they better prepare their necks and pick who goes first. Terrified, the captain and his soldiers press their guns against the hostages, shouting desperate threats. In panic, he asks if this lunatic is blind, demanding to know if he sees the South Korean hostages or wants them executed right now, on the spot. But Von Canis merely shrugs it off with absolute indifference, telling the captain to go ahead and try, which leaves him stunned, in disbelief. Von Canis coldly warns them that for every single hostage they harm, he will burn 100 of their men alive, making them suffer the absolute torment of having their souls utterly crushed. The enemy soldiers exchange terrified glances, realizing that this is going very badly for them. They wonder if South Koreans always negotiate in such a crazy way. Suddenly, a mechanical whirring sound echoes, simply ending. Lives is far too inefficient of a solution. Jagged Spinner leaps onto Von Canis' shoulder, announcing that his mechanical mind has a much more optimal negotiation strategy. Stepping up as the third negotiator, the Machine Knight addresses the soldiers who are about to become his agricultural serfs. He promises that if they release the hostages, he will use his supreme authority to grant them a special privilege, making the desperate soldiers look up with sudden hope. A privilege? What kind of privilege? Jagged Spinner breaks down the chilling details, explaining that after undergoing brain surgery and receiving control chips for neural resocialization, they will officially begin their conversion into agricultural laborers. He assures them that although they will lose about 80% of their cognitive function once they swear allegiance, they are guaranteed to survive for at least 10 years. The captain turns pale in horror, stammering out in absolute disbelief at such a twisted offer. But Von Canis actually grins, remarking that this sounds like an incredibly generous deal. Jagged Spinner agrees, laughing that his machine programming is simply far too merciful towards fragile organic lifeforms. But contrary to their expectations, the captain grits his teeth in pure rage. You bastards, he roars, we are fighting to the absolute bitter end, since they have backed us into a corner anyway. He rallies his comrades to ignite their revolutionary will and execute the hostages, so they can all go down fighting together. But before the enemy can even take a step, a chilling voice rings out, as Grand Duchess Karina commands everyone to freeze. The exhausted soldiers look at her in despair, asking who the hell she is now, and she calmly introduces herself as the fourth negotiator, Leon Dragonia. Holding a thick rope in her hand, her cold red eyes stare down the desperate soldiers. She warns them that they had better not touch a single hair on any hostage, then roughly jerks the rope to drag several bound captives forward. She coldly tells the soldiers to turn around and look behind themselves, first sending a sudden chill down the captain's spine. Behind them, the newly arrived captives begin crying out in utter panic, begging for their lives. They recognize their children and parents pleading for help. Karina calmly explains to the stunned soldiers that every single prisoner standing bound before them is their direct family, their sibling, or their lover. Reaching down to grip her sword, she declares she will now count to 10. If they do not release the hostages by then, she will ruthlessly execute 10 of their family members at a time. Faced with Karina's brutal ultimatum, the defeated soldiers are forced to drop their weapons, allowing the hostages to be rescued safely. With the crisis completely resolved, King Leon smiles proudly, noting that she is indeed his daughter. And it is because of this terrifying negotiation that the world realizes they must never cross the Pantheon Temple. As night falls, a bitter, icy wind sweeps through the headquarters of the North Korean Central Committee, carrying a dark tension. Inside, a masked demon rests his chin on his hand, calmly praising the terrified subordinate standing before him for a job well done. He tells Ren and Smen that his success in securing the Guna sapling is an incredible achievement for their cause. Smen stammers out his gratitude, acting completely submissive on the outside while dying of sheer terror on the inside. At the overwhelming pressure radiating from these monsters, he quietly resolves to escape this dreadful place as fast as possible before he ends up dead. Bowing low, Smen politely asks for permission to take his leave, but his luck immediately runs out as the masked demon stops him, demanding to see the precious gem he brought back. The sudden request makes Smen freeze in sheer panic. Shaking, he quickly holds up the glowing jewel, presenting it with trembling hands. Suddenly, a projection appears inside the orb, revealing the face of Gob, who asks what they require. The masked demon flatly replies that the Lord urgently needs his assistance, dropping a massive bombshell that the summoning ritual in the north is finally complete, and he needs to cross over immediately. Gob turns incredibly pale, completely dumbfounded by the news, while the masked demon slowly grins, revealing rows of sharp, terrifying fangs. It has been an incredibly long time, and he is already savoring the absolute, all for the scheme he set up. The masked demon confidently declares that under the watchful eyes of the gods, everything is finally ready to completely destroy Leon Harrison. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Hamgyong province in North Korea, where Dae-sung makes contact with Jag Spinner through his communication device. He asks Lord Jag Spinner how is the military situation in the south progressing right now. He gets his answer. Right after finishing the hostage rescue at the industrial complex, they have already fully completed the occupation of Kong City. Before marching on Pyeongchang, the plan is to take full control of the surrounding regions first. Dae-sung nods in agreement. Understood, he says, so our group will also continue our journey heading south. Meanwhile, Dae-sung and his soldiers are patrolling the northern peninsula to carry out civilian relief missions. At this time, Dae-sung's squad is actively hunting monsters while doing their absolute best to support the locals. Yet their biggest hurdle remains the severe food shortage plaguing the North Korean citizens. Back then, the absolute only thing they could distribute was basic military dry rations. However, everything has changed now. The locals are absolutely astonished by what they are seeing. Right now, Dae-sung can cast the holy law of goddess Demera called Grace of Mother Earth, which makes the rice crops grow incredibly fast. After casting it, he turns to inform the anxious villagers that in just 2 hours, these crops will be ready for everyone to harvest and eat. One villager, both astonished and highly skeptical, asks, "Is that really true? Can we actually get real rice to eat from these tiny sprouts?" But seeing the growth happening right before her eyes, a girl happily cries out, "Thank you, comrade. From this very day onward, I vow to become a loyal follower of Goddess Demera." The other villagers quickly chime in, "Me too, sign me up. Include me too, do not leave me out." Seeing everyone so incredibly excited, Dae-sung can only smile sheepishly when suddenly from behind, someone speaks up. "You did an amazingly good job, young Gu." An old knight praises him, noting that the germination speed of the 12 seeds is visibly increased. A younger knight nods in agreement, saying that now it can even bestow an extra blessing of enhancement. "At this rate, won't you eventually become a legendary Holy Grail knight?" Hearing this, Dae-sung blushes deeply in embarrassment. "No way, how could someone like me ever reach that level?" Just then, someone walking with a cane approaches, offering sincere thanks to the southern comrades who saved their village, but he kindly warns them that it is best if they leave this town as soon as possible. Dae-sung is confused, asking what he means by that. The man looks like the town leader, clearly privy to a lot of news. Over the past few months, the People's Army has built a very strange facility nearby. Many young men from the village were captured and taken there. There are even terrifying rumors that they are performing demon summoning rituals there. The old man painfully closes his eyes, urging the southern comrades to leave immediately before the army arrives. However, Daesung interrupts him, asking the old man very seriously where exactly that facility is located. The old man panics, trying to stop him, warning that they have no idea what dangers await them. Why would you ever throw yourselves into such an incredibly dangerous place for complete strangers like us? He just cannot understand. Daesung tightly grips the sword at his hip, proudly declaring that protecting the weak and never tolerating injustice is the honorable oath of a knight. As he turns to leave, the firm steps of a knight who has found his purpose, to dedicate his courage, show absolutely no hesitation anymore. Seeing how incredibly determined the young man is, the old leader speaks up, telling him to at least listen to the exact location before leaving. Night falls and a thin mist blankets the gloomy mountains. Daesung's group arrives at a dilapidated structure deep in the forest, wondering if this is indeed the exact place. Daesung nods, noting that it is weird how there are absolutely no guards around. Let's sneak inside quietly first. The heavy iron door slowly creaks open, letting a faint sliver of outside light shine into the dark. The sight within this abandoned factory startles Daesung, making him shudder at what lies ahead. He sees a group led by two old men punishing the soldiers with weapons, calling them insolent brats. Daesung quickly recognizes the two leaders as the seniors Cho Jin-soo and Chang Jin-won. Sensing their presence, Jin-soo coldly turns around, asking, "Who are you?" Daesung replies, respectfully introducing himself as a free knight under the Pantheon. Hearing this, the old man nods, asking if he is that kid, Daesung. Pointing at himself in confusion, he asks if they know about him. Jin-soo pats Daesung's shoulder with a laugh, saying of course they do, since Leon once praised him as a highly praiseworthy youth, totally unlike today's kids. The sheer joy of being recognized brings emotional tears to his eyes. He asks if the king really said that, but Daesung quickly notices the unfamiliar faces, asking who those people standing behind the seniors actually are. Jin-soo glances back casually, asking if he means these guys, but before he can, suddenly someone cuts in, telling them to hold on a second as Jin-won points at a broken wall. This talk is dragging on way too long, and with time running out, they should move while they chat. Entering the dim, dark mountain cave, Daesung is absolutely shocked after hearing the story of what actually went down. Wait, did they really start this war? Jin-soo just gives a casual nod, confirming it is indeed true. It turns out these guys are North Korean resistance, and they admitted to launching a missile at a Pantheon aircraft. They wanted war to break out early, forcing the hidden demons to show their faces and intervene immediately. With the Pantheon plane shot down, South Korea had to declare war, forcing the hiding demons to launch a sudden preemptive strike first. This forced the demons to strike early before the Pantheon could spot them, completely throwing off their initial plans. The war was forced to begin ahead of schedule, and Jin-soo adds that they have been working with the resistance. Together, they have been dismantling the North Korean underground bases. Daesung nods in understanding, but Jin-soo suddenly shifts the topic. "Hey young knight, where did you leave your horse?" Daesung replies that since this dark cave is tough on horseback, he left his mount right by the entrance. Jin-soo puts his hands behind his back, warning him with a serious face. In a treacherous place like this, moving forward or retreating is extremely difficult, so you better hold tight to your shield. Daesung instinctively raises his shield in front of his chest, asking in confusion what he means by that warning. Suddenly, a massive impact rings out as Daesung's trusty shield barely blocks a deadly, unexpected surprise attack. Staring at the toxic, foul-smelling dart sizzling on his shield, Daesung realizes it is covered in poison. Jin-won warns that they are coming, and right on cue, the enemy soldiers ahead shout while unleashing hordes of small demons. Daesung immediately orders his squad to raise their shields, but a calm voice tells them there is no need. Jin-soo suddenly charges ahead with his giant blade, telling the youngsters to step back and let the elders handle it. Jin-won also coldly commands his flying swords to strike, letting the two powerful seniors decimate the frontline enemies. With absolute ease, their weapons tear through the monsters, leaving Daesung completely mesmerized by their incredible top-tier coordination. Is this the true strength of the nation's absolute elite? The two seniors smile proudly at their easy victory. They think this is an easy win, but get this, Daesung's eyes suddenly shrink in pure terror at what happens next. The sliced monsters are actually getting back up and regenerating. Jin-soo roars out in utter disbelief at the sight. How on earth are these dead creatures resurrecting? Gritting his teeth, Jin-soo continues his relentless heavy strikes. This is becoming a real headache, but suddenly a fast shadow darts past a shocked Jin-soo as Daesung leaps forward. Daesung delivers a clean, decisive slash before checking on the seniors to make sure everyone is doing all right. Jin-soo's eyes widen at the sword. Daesung nods, confirming it is forged from legendary star steel. Demonic monsters slashed by star steel cannot resurrect, making it their ultimate counter. Jin-soo strokes his beard with an impressed sigh. Jin-won nods, finally grasping the situation, while Jin-soo grins and suggests a quick shift in their battle strategy. To Dae-sung's utter surprise, Jin-soo shoves him to the front, telling him that the old guys are taking a backseat. Now he has to handle the remaining horde alone. Even though he is completely baffled, they quickly clear the monsters. Heading deeper into the dark cavern with flashlights, Jin-soo looks around, trying to figure out where they are. He wonders if this is actually some kind of massive underground bunker, as the visibility remains incredibly poor. Dae-sung mutters about how pitch black it feels, and Jin-woong agrees. Jin-soo turns to order the guy behind them. "Hey kid, crank up the flashlight's brightness. Why is it still so foggy and dim in here with the lights on?" The guide weakly responds that the flashlight is already at its absolute maximum. Then he asks them a chilling question. "South Korean comrades, did any of you just see something move over there?" Dae-sung is totally caught off guard. Before anyone can even process the warning, the guide is vaporized into a pool of blood by a hidden threat. Panicking in the dark, Dae-sung quickly orders his men to fire a flare and light up the cave. A trembling soldier pulls out his flare gun, firing a bright red light straight up toward the rocky ceiling. The dim red glow is just enough to reveal a colossal beast with blood-red tentacles standing right in front of them. Speechless with terror, they stare at a primitive breed of demon from the dawn of time. These beasts are so incredibly ancient that even normal demons respectfully refer to them as their absolute ancestors. Although technically classified as archdemons, their actual combat strength is easily on par with the mighty archdukes of hell. From the demon realm, humans usually use another name to address these entities, the ancient gods, starting with Mola. The ancient god of chaos has caught the scent of a new sacrifice. Smen was once the master ruling over the magic tower. He was a magic master who constantly craved truth through the pearl of knowledge. Soon, a supreme existence actively reached out to Smen, granting him absolute truth and complete understanding of all things in the universe. This ignited a profound, unquestioning devotion in his heart. That spark grew into deep worship. Right on the screen, a news broadcast is playing. "What is that bastard doing here? Why is he here? Why? No, I quit. I am not doing this. I absolutely refuse to go through with it." Smen gasps in shock, letting out a confused "huh," but he is left completely stunned when that great entity abruptly disconnects. The entity cut the link. The second master, Leon, appeared on the news broadcast, and by the time the connection is finally restored, damn it. "In the end, cleaning up this massive disaster falls right into my hands," a deep, raspy voice grumbles. "First things first. Activate a spatial teleportation spell on the pearl to fling it deep into the empty void of space. If any emergency occurs, his entire appearance undergoes a complete transformation. Along with that comes some incredibly bizarre, twitchy gestures. His overall rank is the absolute lowest, always ordered around to do cheap menial chores. Are you insane? Why on earth would I go there? It seems he does not care in the slightest about invading Earth. I already told you I am not going, he whines. He is incredibly cowardly and stubborn. As a result, Smen begins to harbor growing doubts about the power of these demons. "I am not going anywhere. Is this pathetic creature really a grand archdemon?" Fast forward back to the present moment, Smen remains frozen in sheer disbelief as he stares at the glowing orb in his hand. Right opposite him, a crazed demon screams in fury. "A supreme existence. Do not even talk to me, damn it all." Smen is finally forced to directly confront this so-called great being. The demon silently weeps, thinking that if not for this damn pearl, he would have used a live sacrifice excuse to avoid coming. This unique grade pearl of knowledge is described as a rare treasure that links directly to the contractor constantly absorbing real-world magic. It allows for the instant summoning of a grand archdemon without the need for any complex, tedious ritual. Normally, such a summon would demand hundreds of thousands of human sacrifices. Before Smen can even process this crazy reality, the demon lunges forward, grabs his collar, and barks. "Since things have turned out like this, we have absolutely no other choice. We must escape this peninsula at all costs. I already located a secret emergency exit right out the back." He continues, "As long as King Leon remains on this land, it is not the time to fight or pull stupid stunts." Smen can barely process the madness. His eyes go wide as he realizes he simply cannot believe his own ears. Piecing the clues together, Smen realizes this powerful demon just arrived and is already plotting a frantic escape. How surprisingly rational. "Follow me quickly," the demon urges. Smen is left deeply impressed by his incredible survival instinct. Meanwhile, things are about to get infinitely worse as a colossal ancient creature begins to rouse from its deep slumber. Its massive form rises as countless long, squirming tentacles stretch upward. Mola, the ancient god of chaos, is finally awake, and it has detected a fresh sacrifice. Staring at the horror, Kim Jin-soo gasps out in complete disbelief. "What on earth is that?" Beside him, Kim Jin-soo turns completely pale, muttering about its absolutely gargantuan size, while the rest are frozen solid in pure terror. Their jaws drop as they let out terrified, broken whimpers. Finally realizing the nightmare before them, they all make a decision. They spin around and flee for their lives, screaming for help because there is no way they can defeat a monster like this. A despair effect triggers, flooding every living soul with overwhelming fear, confusion, and total hopelessness. Their battle spirit is crushed, dropping by 65%, stamina is down 55%, and defense plummets by 55%. Someone yells not to run. Splitting up right now will only make them easy prey. But before the warning fully lands, a massive tentacle of Molo whips forward. Moving at lightning speed, it smashes down like a detonating bomb, kicking up thick clouds of dust and debris. Daesung roars out, ordering the squad to form a shield wall. Instantly, they raise their defenses and block the heavy incoming blow from Mola. Seizing the moment, Jin-soo and Kim Jin-song waste no time leaping forward, praising the young warriors for holding the line perfectly. The two of them coordinate flawlessly. A flurry of lethal intersecting slashes cuts deep into its body, spraying dark blood everywhere. Severed pieces of Mola's tentacles rain down onto the stone floor. It seems like the danger has passed, but then Kim Jin-soo turns around and freezes in shock. This situation is looking bad. It turns out they only severed a single arm, while countless other writhing appendages continue to squirm. How long will it take us to take down a beast this massive? This is definitely no ordinary demon. Even worse, the severed parts are already beginning to rapidly regenerate and stitch themselves back. As the two scramble for a plan, a voice suddenly calls out to the seniors. Daesung speaks up, pointing out a new development. A way to finish it. Kim Jin-soo asks skeptically, wait, what? How? Jizian explains that Master Jappy's unique skill is the only thing that can deal a truly fatal blow. However, we absolutely must reach the monster's core. Before Jizian can even finish, his face distorts in sheer panic. He shouts out for the elders to jump up, hurry, and get to high ground. But despite his panic, Kim Jin-soo and Jin-sung remain perfectly calm, discussing their next move. Is a single strike really all it takes? With no other choice left, Jin-sung's eyes suddenly light up with resolve. The old-timers have to lend a hand to activating infinite swords. Before Miola can even touch them, a massive strike of sharp ice blasts pierce the monster's body in a flash from the Demon Slayer coarse swords. Seeing the two of them, Jizian and his ally still standing there completely dazed, Kim Jin-soo angrily yells at them to run as fast as possible. Startled, they ask if this is the way, and Kim Jin-soo confirms. Without another word, they turn and sprint directly toward the spot where Miola stands. Right behind them, Kim Jin-soo isn't idle either, swinging his sword and urging them to keep moving. He tells them to keep running and land the final blow using his light sword to slice Miola in half. This clears the path for Jizian. Kim Jin-soo warns him to destroy the monster before it has a chance to regenerate. Jizian nods in understanding. Taking advantage of Miola's slow recovery, they rush deep inside while the white-haired elder follows. The old man sets the box down on a rock, telling Jizian to plant it quickly and retreat from the area. Jizian adds that placing it right at the core is key, but as he looks closer, he realizes something shocking. Deep below, there is a massive gate, and Miola has not fully emerged. Could its true form be hidden inside? The thought alone makes Jizian turn pale. It turns out they have only been fighting a tiny fraction of its power. After some frantic work, they finally finish setting up, and the old man tells Jizian that everything is ready. Jizian agrees, urging them to leave, but things spiral out of control when a bone-chilling voice echoes through the cavern. Miola has somehow managed to fully step out of the portal, its giant eye glaring directly at the two intruders. It growls out a warning about a bomb, causing Jizian to stumble backward in absolute horror at what he sees. He cries out in confusion, but a sudden system countdown cuts him off. 10, 9, 8, the elder yells. The elder urges him to run immediately. It turns out the device is actually a high-tech targeting beacon designed by Pantheon to provide targeting coordinates for a devastating orbital satellite weapon system known as the Jago Spinner. This orbital weapon drops massive stellar iron pillars at a velocity of 134. Seeing Jizian and the elder flee, Miola whips its deadly tentacles forward to grab them, but just as all hope seems lost, a massive object drops from the sky, slamming directly into the beast's head. It is the legendary Scepter of He striking with force. The monster is completely stunned, barely able to process what just happened before the mystical weapon activates a second time. Miola is powerless to resist, slowly forced back inside the dark portal. Right after an earth-shattering explosion erupts, the sound of the blast mixes with the monster's agonizing screams. Gradually, silence returns, leaving nothing but thick, swirling dust. Jizian opens his eyes, wondering if they actually won since the stellar iron pillar crashed directly into the portal. It is said that pure chaos engulfed the demon realm for a very long time after that historic battle. Outside the cavern, the skies remain dark and gloomy. Jin-san asks Jizian if they plan to return to the resistance base with them. Jizian replies that they will likely head toward Pongjiang instead, aiming to meet up with the main army. Hearing this, the old man sighs softly, expressing his deep regret. But suddenly, a loud shout pierces the air. Someone points toward the horizon, Shimmering streaks of light glide across the sky, leaving everyone completely breathless in awe. They wonder if they should film the beautiful shooting stars, but unlike the others, Jin-sung feels a deep sense of dread. He senses that something is horribly wrong, warning the group that those are definitely not harmless shooting stars. Massive objects are tearing through the atmosphere, leaving blazing trails of fire. Only now do they realize what is happening. The falling objects are satellites from all over the globe. Gaixian breaks into a cold sweat, wondering what is happening. Flashback to 6 months ago. The forge burns with intense heat, and with so little precious time left for them, there is only one single chance to pass down his teachings, marking the master's very first and final lesson. It is a bizarre sight. A dying blacksmith, barely able to support his own weight, stares forward with lifeless eyes. His trembling hands have no strength left, swinging the hammer purely on instinct. Yet each strike carries a miracle. The metal glows with mystical power. Video playback restarts as the system begins analyzing Vimo, showing Jappy's continuous hammering. He has been working tirelessly to craft armor for Leon. He even created crystal-grade armor sets for the Temple Knights. He gathered immense amounts of data and even completed a highly precise analysis of Venus's armor components. Thinking of Venus, Jappy Spinner pauses. Yet no matter what he tries, he still cannot bridge that final 1% gap. It is a total failure to achieve perfection. Meanwhile, at Leon's military camp under the Amber Sky, Outpost Commander Han Ha-ri stands inside. He seriously inspects the shiny newly forged armor. Han Ha-ri then speaks up, presenting the outpost's newly completed gear. Leon turns to his side and asks what he thinks. The old blacksmith responds with a slow, thoughtful breath. He says Jappy's forging technique is already flawless, so superb that there is absolutely no advice left to give him. However, channeling belief into every single strike of the hammer is solely the blacksmith's duty, something he cannot teach. Jappy must have sensed this when he saw Antok, so he will surely understand it soon. Still, Jappy Spinner remains confused. He snaps in frustration, demanding to know what on earth the old man is talking about in plain terms. There is no harm in just saying it straight. The other sighs, noting that Jappy excels at everything except showing respect to gods. Right at that very moment, someone enters from outside to announce that Ronal and the others are already waiting for them. The entire Hunter Alliance force has arrived. Pleased with the news, Leon steps forward to praise them for a job well done. He commends President Oh Kang-yuk, who apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. Leon calmly walks out, saying it is perfectly fine. In fact, now is the absolute perfect time. His sharp, decisive gaze locks onto the horizon, knowing there is no time left. Leon orders the entire army to assemble loudly, declaring that they are now marching straight toward Pyongyang. Upon arrival, they find the area completely reduced to ruins. Leon turns to Han Jun-hyung to ask how the situation is progressing. He reports that there is no change from before, adding that long-range attacks and holy magic are still completely useless. Leon sighs. A massive hemisphere surrounding Pyongyang is blocking both the Korean army and the divine forces. This dark, colossal hemispherical barrier acts as an absolute shield, completely neutralizing both physical long-range weapons and divine magic. Even the demon servants sent in to test the barrier's durability immediately lost their minds and became mindless thralls of chaos. Standing on Leon's shoulder, Arthur speaks up about those insolent beasts, noting they are absorbing external impacts to feed the seed. He adds that they are using this energy to nourish the seed of chaos. Leon agrees, recognizing this as a trap. It is designed to lure them into the barrier of chaos and destruction, which is a classic tactic of theirs. Hearing this, Han Jun-hyung asks Leon what he plans to do. He looks back with unwavering determination and replies, "Nothing will change, as he will simply take up his sword and spear to strike down every enemy in his path." He calls out to Beatrice, who replies that everyone standing behind him is fully prepared and waiting for his command. Witnessing their resolve, Leon feels even more confident in his decision, ordering the army to charge ahead under divine blessing. The gods will shield them from the curse. Leon then counts down the distance, starting at 6 meters as it rapidly shrinks. At 3 meters, a blinding flash of light engulfs the area as they breach. Standing at the rear, Yuri looks shocked. Someone asks Ha-Yuri if she's all right. She stammers that she is fine, though her face betrays her sheer disbelief. Right ahead of them, countless red dots reveal a massive infinite swarm of demons standing directly in their path. Their bloodthirsty, cruel gazes send shivers down her spine, making her wonder if they are dealing with true devils and monsters. From their throats, beastly noises erupt. Yongsik gasps at their massive numbers, but Beatrice remains completely unfazed. She calmly reassures him that it is just more firewood to burn. Suddenly, Leon turns and calls out to Sir Spinne. A cold mechanical sound responds as an army of advanced machines deploys, acting as an integrated multi-purpose weapon platform. Aerial armaments are fully unlocked and activated. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes, causing the very air to warp. Leon snaps his eyes open and urgently warns them of Ra as chaotic black and red energy beams erupt before them. Yuri is forced to brace against the sheer pressure of the howling wind. Realizing the danger, they urgently shout to stop him. Looking up, he is completely overwhelmed by the sight of numerous bright lights streaking across the sky like falling satellites. The drones are crashing down too, leaving everyone wondering what on earth is happening. There is no time to hesitate. Leon shouts, calling for a classic battle. Instantly, the aura of chaos inflicts terrible debuffs of weakness and confusion. Anxiety, paralysis, terror, despair, physical weakness, mental corruption, and deep soul erosion now begin to take a toll. The legendary archdemon spreads a wave of terror as system notifications constantly flash. The demon lord Ra is finally here. Fear continues to spread from this absolute despair-inducing entity, plunging every single living thing into overwhelming, suffocating terror. Fear, confusion, and absolute despair. Ronald stumbles back, terrified. An evil lord, there is no way they can defeat a monster like that. Leon steps up to calm the panic. Drawing his vanguard sword to clear the path, he declares that their king is right here. He is the guardian of the Holy Grail, the representative of the gods standing among them. His Leon Dragonia aura activates, boosting all allies. Every negative status effect is instantly neutralized for the entire army. So what if they are facing a terrifying demon lord? Leon will be his executioner. Hearing those words, the soldiers shake off their fear and stand tall, ready to fight beside their gods. Jago Spinner, the Holy Grail Knight of Iron and Forge, steps forward to rally the troops and unleash his blessings. Under the blacksmith's divine blessing, emergency repairs are instantly activated, boosting their weapon sharpness by 80%. Next, Magic, the High Priest of Dreams and Death, grants a massive 100% boost to their mental resistance. Safe Sleep is continuously triggered, giving them a high chance to cheat death once during the chaotic battle. Then comes King Kinus, the Knight of War and Fire, enchanting every blade with flame and cutting enemy fire resistance by 80%. Part of the Holy Grail, Knight's insane superhuman power surges through the entire army, transforming them all. These brave warriors are blessed with absolute insight, fierce breath, a terrifying roar, and an unstoppable wrath against all evil. Meanwhile, the Knight of Darkness and Vengeance casts a powerful curse of hatred to weaken the demon's defenses. Now armed with shadow blades, every strike from the soldiers leaves a festering wound that drains the enemy's life. Under the sacred covenant of Dragonia, those who fight faithfully will receive rewards matching their deeds on the battlefield. Led by a literal demigod, the army is completely bathed in a sea of overwhelming divine buffs. Leon reminds them to banish fear and embrace courage, promising his holy blessing as long as they draw breath. And if they fall, a glorious feast with the gods awaits them in heaven. He urges them to grab their weapons. With their formation reset, a soldier beats his chest in salute as the Van Tan squad charges forward with a roar. The Fire Sword Knights draw their blades in perfect unison, while the Nazu Knights raise their weapons in advance. Jappy pitches in, deploying 6 advanced piloting units to safely and rapidly distribute energy across the ranks. Leading from the absolute front, Leon guides his army forward, ready to risk everything for the goddess. For honor, the soldiers cry out as a brilliant golden slash rips through the air, signaling the start of his purge. Leon charges his oldest enemy, ordering an all-out assault to wipe out death itself as massive tree roots erupt. The massive roots wrap around the structures as Beatrix and King Kennis charge ahead, clearing waves of monsters with single blows. Their devastating skills, from divine fire formations to deadly prophecy spells, leave nothing but absolute ash in their wake. The nearby hunters turn completely pale at the sight, unable to believe the insane, destructive power of these two powerhouses. This is the truly overwhelming power of the Grail Knights, making even seasoned veterans feel completely useless on the battlefield. An S-class hunter realizes they cannot do a single thing here, but then a terrifying presence suddenly emerges. The sudden shock makes Yonwan and Sang gasp in terror as a colossal nightmare materializes right before them. A multi-eyed monster of absurd proportions roars in a frenzy, preparing to crush the hunters in an instant. Before it can strike, a powerful voice echoes across the field, ordering everyone to hold their formation and stick together. An incantation humming with immense magical power is chanted, calling upon the ruler of the warmth that lights up this world. Instantly, a massive sphere of energy manifests in the sky, unleashing a devastating spell known as Solar Descent. Beams of pure solar light erupt from the orb, blasting directly into the giant beast and leaving it severely wounded. With the threat neutralized, Leon calls out to his troops, using his regal presence to soothe their shaken spirits. The Leon Dragonia king is with them, and just seeing him causes the soldiers' morale to surge to new heights. They shout their allegiance to their king. Yet beneath his confident exterior, Leon is actually harboring deep concern. The sheer volume of monsters is overwhelming, and the massive numerical disadvantage is starting to look incredibly dangerous. If the entire population of Pyongyang has been transformed, they are looking at over 3 million monsters. While his Grail Knights can survive this, the ordinary soldiers will not. Making up his mind, he acts fast. He commands his knights to push directly through the horde and strike straight at the heart of the enemy leader. Leon calls upon the Fire Sword Knights, and their united roar shakes the battlefield in instant response. Charging forward on his command, the knights unleash a blazing assault, leaving absolutely no enemy standing in their way. Their overwhelming bloodlust and thunderous battle cries carve a path forward, proving that a single legion is enough to conquer. Just a single blade strike carved a bloody path straight to the center. Yang Wonian and Sangun could barely believe their eyes. It was unreal. They never expected the Fire Sword Order to pull off such an impossible feat. Had they really broken through all those demons? Once they reached their destination, the Fire Knight captain shouted out his orders to scatter, telling his men to keep the enemy away from his majesty. Seizing the moment, Leon immediately galloped forward, shouting back that he was putting his trust in them. The Fire Sword captain gave a firm nod of acknowledgement. Landing on the ground, Leon muttered coldly that the creature had finally decided to show its face. He called the bizarrely shaped tree Rachera. Hearing him, Rachera gleefully hissed back that it had been a while, noting Leon was much stronger than remembered. The monster had clearly been eager for this reunion, whispering that he was waiting for the demon slayer. Just then, Beck spotted someone. It was her friend, hanging limply in a kneeling position, seemingly having met his end at the hands of Rachera. The demon then spoke up, demanding to know if Leon was actually a human, a question that had always puzzled him. He asked this because he sensed the terrifying energy within Leon, telling the knight he might view himself as a demigod, but his power rivaled the true gods themselves. The demon believed even the heavens recognized that Leon had surpassed them. Rachera's grand claims only left Leon feeling mildly annoyed and confused, wondering aloud what the demon was trying to get at. Suddenly, Rachera extended an invitation to join their side. Leon scoffed as the demon urged him to abandon those useless gods. Coveting Leon's absolute power, the beast offered to make him just like them, promising he would become a god to their kind. In response to this tempting offer, Leon merely chuckled. His laughter echoed loudly, filled with nothing but pure mockery and disdain. He mockingly asked if they ever got tired of pitching such ridiculous offers. Raising his voice, Leon made it clear that this vile creature was far from the first to try and tempt him. He then spoke of the gods who loved him. He declared that Ariana adored him, Betos was proud of him, and Demera, Betos, and Blue watched over him. Under their gaze, he proudly declared that no mortal in history had ever been so cherished by the heavens. He knew his path was dark, but his faith would never waver. With those words, Leon charged directly at the beast, declaring their conversation was over. He was determined to show this demon the power of a holy knight whose resolve could never be broken. This bold vow completely enraged Rachera. Directing his massive tentacles forward, the demon channeled his dark energy toward the knight. The dark magic surged with furious intensity as the monster roared that Leon's legend would finally come to an end today. Watching the crimson haze close in, Leon recognized it instantly. A thick blood-red mist began to blanket the entire area. From within the dense fog, Rachera's mocking voice boomed proudly, calling it a grand magic that had devoured 6 demon souls. The beast gleefully announced that they would all lose their divine protection today and perish just like ordinary mortals. Right on cue, a deadly arrow shot directly toward Leon. Feeling no fear, the knight merely scoffed at the pathetic attempt. He immediately cast his holy shield to deflect it. But just as he did, a panicked voice suddenly screamed out in warning. It was a frantic plea for Leon to dodge, but it came too late. The arrow pierced straight into his chest. Pinned by the projectile, the knight tumbled off his horse. Cervuncus froze in absolute shock while Beck could barely process the horror. Stammering, she finally found her voice and shrieked for his majesty. There was now a massive gaping hole in Leon's chest from that single shot. Meanwhile, far to the north, a new group finally arrived at the scene. Dagon stared ahead grimly as a worried soldier asked if they were truly doing this. Dagon replied that everyone else was already risking their lives out there. He quickly ordered his forces forward, urging them to join the battle. Hearing this, Jinju nodded excitedly while his partner coldly muttered that they did not really have any other choice. The army captain of the Northern Army urged his troops to carry the fierce will of their great artillery, fighting for their comrades and their nation. The soldiers roared back in unison. With their spirits surging, Dagon drew his sword and pointed it forward. At his command, the entire army charged into the fray. Just like that, a brand new force entered the chaotic battlefield. At this point, nobody knew how much impact this new faction would actually have. From high above, a blinding sphere of intense light continued to rain down on the monsters. Slashing through the beasts, Suho screamed at his allies not to back down, insisting they hold the line. Suddenly, reinforcements arrived as a powerful wave of divine spear magic swept through the remaining monsters. Looking up, Suho gasped with relief upon seeing his savior Han Hari and called out to her. Han Hari quickly asked if everyone was all right and demanded a status report. Suho frantically explained their desperate situation, warning that everyone was completely exhausted and their divine energy was rapidly running dry due to the endless waves. It would be pretty bad if the sun His Majesty summoned missed them completely. Suddenly, a soldier spots something in the sky and screams. Look up there, shock waves through the crowd as they watch the blazing sun slowly fade away, completely vanishing from sight. This leaves everyone in absolute panic. What is going on? Why on earth did that massive sun suddenly disappear like that? And that is not the worst part, even their blessings have vanished, as they struggle to understand how things went so wrong. Haley seems to grasp the dark reality. Deep down, anxiety grips her as she wonders if something terrible has happened to the Emperor. Back on the front line, the warriors stare at Racha with absolute hatred in their eyes. Soon, someone finally steps forward to confront him. Stepping forward, Knight Vuncinus growls in fury. "How dare you?" He charges recklessly toward the demon with blinding speed. "You filthy monster, how dare you?" But just as the knight prepares to unleash his ultimate move, God of War descending, something totally unexpected catches him completely off guard. The enemy exploits this brief moment of vulnerability to launch a fatal counterattack. He fires off a devastatingly powerful skill, the ultimate god-slaying light, leaving a heavy silence hanging over the battlefield. But suddenly, a glowing barrier rises from the thick dust. It turns out Beck and her robot arrived just in time. Energy shield fully deployed, though it was impossible to block all the damage. They still survived with some minor injuries. Beck asks coldly if he's all right. Grateful to be alive, Vuncinus sincerely thanks them both for saving his skin. But right then, Beatrice chimes in with a grim reminder, telling them it is far too early to lower their guard. She strictly warns them that this toxic mist is cutting off their connection to the gods, leaving her as the only one with full power. "If we keep fighting in this state, we will all perish." Hearing this, Karina freezes in absolute horror, about to speak. But before she can finish her sentence, Beck shouts a firm command. "I will buy us time, get the Emperor out of here." She bravely offers to act as a human shield so her allies can escape. "I am ready. If it is my duty to die here, so be it." But before she can utter her final words, a familiar voice suddenly calls her name, cutting her off right there. Despite being heavily injured, Leon firmly stands his ground, declaring that he has absolutely no intention of retreating. His sheer stubbornness panics Karina. Knowing his daughter is deeply worried, he gently reassures her with a soft tone. "Do not worry, it is just a minor scratch." Hearing this, Ratchet sneers, asking if Leon is truly fearless. The demon begins spewing toxic, despairing words to crush the hero's spirits, aiming his cruel mockery straight at Leon. "Your gods can no longer hear you. If you die here, your soul will never reach heaven and you will die as a hopeless mortal." But instead of breaking Leon's faith in his gods, his words only make him step forward to deliver a powerful retort. "So what? This petty threat is absolutely nothing compared to what we went through 200 years ago. Since ancient times, a true knight must possess unwavering courage, a force that remains unshaken even in the deepest despair. An ultimate light tearing through the dark." Leon proudly declares that the gods will always stand by their side. His resilience acts like a thorn in Ratchet's side, infuriating the demon and pushing him over the edge. As the ultimate symbol of strength and invincibility, Leon raises his shining sword and shouts out loudly. Glory belongs to Leon Hart. He stands as the pinnacle of bravery, the absolute king of knights. Meanwhile, Guyan's squad continues to slash through the monsters, shouting encouragement to keep fighting and never stop moving forward. Clearing out these annoying, weak beasts has drained far too much time and energy, making Kim Jin-soo curse in pure frustration. "Damn it, this endless slaughter is getting on my nerves." Jin Woong quickly chimed in with equal frustration and annoyance. "This was supposed to be the fastest route, but at this rate we will die before we regroup." Sensing the generals are about to blow a fuse, Dion tries to soothe them, pleading to hold on just a bit longer. Once they link up with the Holy Grail Knights, they will receive blessings to boost their combat power. But right then, things take a sudden terrifying turn. Dion freezes in place, his jaw dropping as an ominous alert pops up. A system notification flashes, warning of a chaotic aura that inflicts weakness, panic, fear, despair, and deep mental corruption. The dark mana immediately washes over the soldiers, throwing them into complete disarray as they struggle to stand. "What is this? I can barely stand." Dion is utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the madness that is unfolding around them. Watching his elite knights get crippled by the curse, leaving them unable to hold their swords, is flat out unbelievable. No matter how potent the demon's hex is, shouldn't the legendary Holy Grail Knights easily be able to purify it? But just as his guard drops for a split second, a colossal serpent suddenly appears right in front of him, preparing to snap him in half. Dion senses the danger too late, though he knows what to do. His shield. Just when it looks like Daesung is done for, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes from the sky, vaporizing the giant serpent. It is a strike that feels incredibly familiar to Daesung. Right then, a figure approaches from the distance with a warm greeting, saying it has been a while since they last met. It turns out their savior is Han Hari, asking how he has been. The moment Daesung spots her, he immediately calls out to Knight Nazu. Daesung is surprised by her sudden appearance and asks how she found them. She quickly explains that they had spotted his group from a distance. Although Han Hari has plenty of questions, she realizes the situation is far too critical to waste any time chatting. She decides to put her questions on hold, explaining that the current situation is extremely urgent, leaving Dae-sung quite confused by her words. With a serious expression, Han-ha-ri explains that shortly after His Majesty Leon went to the front lines to battle Ra, things took a turn. The divine blessing vanished entirely, cutting off their connection to the gods, though she can still barely manage to activate her divine laws. She is deeply worried about Leon, but she has no choice but to hold the perimeter, certain that something terrible has happened to His Majesty. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts in as Dae-sung speaks up, calling out to Deputy Manager Han-ha-ri with a bold proposal. Intrigued, Han-ha-ri asks what he has in mind, and Dae-sung drops an absolutely insane suggestion, proposing they go help His Majesty. This proposal leaves Han-ha-ri completely dumbfounded, and thinking Dae-sung is just being reckless, she angrily reminds him that she cares for Leon too. However, attempting to reach him right now is suicide. Even with the extreme danger, Dae-sung remains absolutely determined to move forward. But as the argument heated up and they were about to clash, Jae-hak hesitantly chimed in to break the tension. Apologizing for the interruption, he points out a minor detail: a massive horde of monsters is heading right for them. They are about to get swarmed by a legion of demons, and right on cue, a booming, arrogant voice echoes through the air. A high-ranking corrupted demon emerges alongside his minions, mocking them for bringing elite knights just to save a bunch of miserable failures. He is none other than Drogon, the archdevil of corruption and pleasure. Seeing his menacing figure, Jae-hyo grinds his teeth in frustration. Without a single second of hesitation, Drogon excitedly commands his demonic servants of corruption and pleasure to charge forward. His crazed laughter is drowned out by the thundering footsteps of lesser demons rushing the knights, ordered to tear them all to shreds. Chaos erupts as battle cries fill the battlefield. Before long, the exhausted knights begin to falter, allowing Drogon to easily dominate the fight. He effortlessly overpowers them, tossing an unconscious Han-ha-ri to the cold ground with nothing but absolute disdain for their weakness. As she lies completely motionless on the dirt, Drogon sneers, mocking Leon's elite force for being so incredibly pathetic. He calls them a complete disappointment, looking down on everyone present and claiming they do not even deserve the title of knights. Seeing their grim situation, Dae-sung quietly analyzes the battlefield, realizing things have taken a massive turn for the worse. After trading blows, Dae-sung finally understands Drogon's true power. He is an archdevil with strength, rivaling a high demon. Fighting such a monster without any divine blessing is pure madness, though at least everyone is still barely breathing. But Drogon has no intention of dragging this out any longer, and decides to end things right here. He charges straight at Dae-sung with his massive spear, screaming for him to die as he hurls his deadly blade forward. The attack is too fast for the old knight to dodge, but just before the fatal blow lands, Dae-sung leaps in to shield him. Drogon's blade slices right through Dae-sung's arm, sending blood spraying everywhere as the old knight watches in horror. The old knight screams Dae-sung's name in sheer panic, while Drogon merely looks on, utterly baffled by his self-sacrificing action. The demon mocks him, asking why anyone would throw away their life to save another when they could have easily played dead. Drogon snorts with pure contempt, mocking Dae-sung for trying to play the hero when he clearly lacks the strength to back it up. Those harsh words cut deep, and Dae-sung cannot find a single argument to refute them, knowing he is far too weak. He had always tried to comfort himself by saying he worked hard, but deep down his own helplessness only brought him despair. And yet there is an indomitable force within Dae-sung that prevents anyone from truly looking down on him. He refuses to yield, holding onto the core belief of a true knight, confident he can defy death and emerge victorious. Unbelievably, Dae-sung still manages to stand his ground, leaving Drogon completely wide-eyed and unable to believe his own eyes. He is utterly shaken by Dae-sung's relentless resilience, as well as the terrifying explosive energy radiating from his battered body. The guy is practically a walking corpse, yet he refuses to fall, and that overwhelming, ominous aura is sending shivers down his spine. Terrified of a counterattack, Drogon panics and barks orders to his minions, telling them to charge and slaughter Dae-sung immediately. The low-level minions eagerly obey, lunging forward like bloodthirsty beasts as they prepare to shred Dae-sung to pieces. An old knight screams for him to run, but Dae-sung stands completely still, letting a colossal wave of murderous intent envelop him. With nowhere left to hide and no strength remaining, Dae-sung finally decides to do the one thing he does best. With a loud crash, Dae-sung charges forward like a madman, his inner power exploding as he refuses to ever back down. He impales another monster that dares to step up. Showing absolutely no fear, only one burning urge drives him forward. At that exact moment, one of Dae-sung's arms is cleanly severed. Yet even through the agonizing pain, he keeps slaughtering monsters. His ragged breathing echoes across the battlefield. He forces himself to take just one more step as blood drips from his blade. Dae-sung falls to his knees in sheer exhaustion. He knows he cannot hold out much longer with his blood pouring and breath fading. But too many enemies still remain. Realizing the young hero is completely out of strength, Drogon takes his chance and barks out orders. He commands his minions to launch an all-out assault on the exhausted warrior. The demons swarm forward with one goal: to kill him. With his stiff limbs refusing to move, Dae-sung helplessly wonders if this is his end. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoes from the sky. A blinding beam of light pierces the clouds as a voice praises him. A power both warm and majestic descends right before him. Dae-sung gasps in absolute shock at the sight. Materializing right before his eyes is the legendary weapon of a god. It is the divine hammer of Geovric. Sensing immediate danger, Dragon panics and screams at his troops to keep him away from it. He knows that if the warrior claims that holy weapon, it is all over. He desperately yells to stop him at all costs. The demonic horde swarms forward like moths to a flame, but Dae-sung slowly reaches out his hand toward the descending hammer. His fingers wrap tightly around the handle, unleashing an overwhelming surge of divine energy. A brilliant light erupts, blinding everyone nearby. The blinding radiance forces Dragon to shield his eyes in disgust. While the demons find this holy light unbearable, others feel something else. A profound warmth wraps gently around his allies. Right then, a glowing system notification pops up to announce a massive shift. Dae-sung is designated as the Grail Knight of Life and Abundance, triggering a legendary blessing across the entire battlefield. The powerful buff spreads to every single soldier. Dae-sung stands tall, completely filled with the divine grace of his new patron deity. A warm, comforting hand gently rests on his shoulder. A proud voice whispers that he has finally proven himself to the world. Goddess Demera smiles down deeply, pleased by the immense courage and strength shown by her newly chosen champion. True heroes are defined by their resilience, rising up no matter how many times they get knocked down to the ground. His unwavering will makes him perfectly worthy of inheriting the hammer of Geovric. She gently tells him to have absolute faith. Her soothing words fill him with renewed hope. Clutching the weapon, he silently thanks Goddess Demera for her divine grace. The goddess declares Dae-sung as her champion of abundance, a living symbol of her divine will on this mortal realm. She commands him to march forward and support his allies alongside King Leon. Her holy protection will guide his every step. With the goddess at his side, Dae-sung feels a blazing fire ignite within him, ready to wipe out the demons ahead. He vows to carry out her sacred will. Sensing his terrifying aura, the minor demons immediately realize they stand no chance. They scramble to escape, shouting in sheer panic about the newly awakened Grail Knight. Dragon watches them run away in fury. He screams at them to stand their ground, but suddenly a chilling sensation washes over him as something grabs his legs. Thick wooden roots have burst from the ground, trapping him in place. Before he can react, Dae-sung raises his hammer high. He hoists the massive divine weapon high into the air, far beyond the reach of the desperate demons swarming below him. Invisible waves of holy energy gather at the heavy head of the weapon, preparing to crush the trapped demon army below. With a single earth-shattering smash, the ground caves in entirely. The devastating impact leaves nothing but absolute silence in its wake. The demon forces lie scattered across a massive crater. Seeing this incredible feat, the surviving knights erupt into ecstatic cheers. They praise his incredible strength, shouting for the legendary hero to accept their deepest respect. Their dramatic reactions leave him flustered. Dae-sung quickly tries to wave them off, begging the noble knights to stop bowing. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name. Hanhari looks at him with pure admiration, amazed that he actually managed to become a legendary Grail Knight through determination. Her praise makes him blush deeply as he stammers out a shy "thank you." He quietly reflects on this unbelievable moment. Getting acknowledged by everyone feels incredibly strange but deeply moving. After all, he was never a naturally gifted combatant like them. He was always just someone struggling to catch up. Yet here he is holding a divine hammer and earning their respect. Though he is incredibly emotional, Dae-sung quickly shakes it off. He knows they cannot afford to lose focus right now. They need to head out and assist the king immediately. Hearing this, Hanhari looks toward the horizon with deep worry. She points out that even if they regroup, they are still facing a massive army of millions. But Dae-sung is determined. He declares that they have no other choice. Volunteering to take the vanguard, he vows to shatter the enemy front lines. He quickly begins organizing the team, instructing Hanhari and Jaehyuk to utilize their powerful magic to clear a path ahead. Captain John Soon and Hansu Ho back up the formation from behind. Dae-sung's voice is low but firm. It carries absolute resolve. Suddenly, his power erupts with a declaration: they will do exactly what the king does. Meanwhile, Ra continues his relentless onslaught against the others, screaming for the fools to die. It is pure chaos. Bick checks in, asking if Sir Vinus Canis is doing okay. Vinus pants heavily but tries to act tough. He claims he is still the strongest even without divine power, but he suddenly pauses, looking at his ally. His comrade is clearly reaching their limit. Vinus realizes he can no longer assist Jag Spinner in this brutal state, not while facing a monster like this. At the same time, Jag Spinner assesses his own mechanical frame. It is severely damaged. Reactor output has plummeted down to a measly 0.2%. Reborn through divine temple blessings, the Holy Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmiths is now pushed to the edge. With his divinity severed and his mechanical armor completely shattered, only a faint dying flicker of energy remains. Even King Leon, who held the front line despite fatal wounds, is near collapse. Jag's spinner grows deeply worried. The king's life signs are highly critical. He simply cannot understand why his master refuses to back down. But Leon immediately reassures him. He proudly declares that his holy flame will absolutely never ever burn out. This shakes the mechanical knight to his core, forging a spark of pure determination inside his cold iron heart. He remembers the father who created him and proudly envisions the beautiful future he must forge with his own hammer. His blade must strike down the kingdom's enemies. On this day, Jag's spinner sets a brand new duty for himself. Without hesitation, Jag's spinner plays his final trump card, forcefully overcharging whatever remaining energy he has left. He completely ignores his failing systems, resolved to shield King Leon until his very last breath, pushing past his limits. With his body on the verge of exploding, he only has exactly 144 seconds left before total shutdown. Yet he feels zero fear, preparing his final ultimate strike. The scene then shifts back to the ruined battlefield. Minutes after the clash finally ends, Hanhari looks completely stunned, unable to believe what she is currently hearing. She screams out in utter shock, demanding to know if they are seriously about to recreate the king's power themselves. Daesung nods, recalling the gods supporting Leon. He explains that the king's power is more than just raw strength. It flows from channeling divine laws through various deities. By combining their forces, they might actually replicate it. Hanhari slowly starts to piece it together after hearing his explanation, yet she still harbors some doubts. She questions if there is still a massive night and day difference between their own divine laws and the king's power. Just as she speaks those words, a familiar voice suddenly rings out, assuring them that it is entirely possible. Hanhari gasps in disbelief as Goddess Demera literally pops out from the heavy shoulder plate of Daesung's armor. Brushing off her shock, Demera immediately lays out her plan. Right now, Leon and his comrades cannot access their divinity. While everyone stands there completely stunned, the goddess drops a massive mind-blowing piece of secret information. She explains that the massive pool of divine energy they previously possessed is currently sitting there completely untouched. This means absolutely anyone present can tap in and summon that idle power. Pretty crazy to think about, right? Still, Hanhari and the others hesitate, questioning if ordinary people like them can truly handle such immense divine power. Before they can doubt themselves further, Daesung immediately interrupts them, hoisting his massive relic hammer onto his shoulder. He grips his shield with cool confidence and urges them forward, declaring they must fulfill their duties as knights. With their resolve cemented, the flashback ends, throwing us right back into the brutal reality of the chaotic battlefield. Humans and demons collide in a massive clash, with Daesung leading the charge as he raises his hammer high. He unleashes a massive divine law, swinging his weapon straight down to conjure a giant blade of solid earth. The earthen blade tears straight forward, impaling the demonic ranks. It is his signature move, the Earth Spear. It plows through the demonic horde like a runaway train, and Daesung immediately barks out his next command. He orders everyone to charge right now, leading his brave, holy knights straight into the thick of battle. They fight hard to clear a path toward the Rujion Hotel when a blinding flash of lightning strikes from above. That is the high-powered divine law of Jiwoo, completely obliterating their enemies and mimicking a devastating cavalry charge. Right behind her, Seiko deploys his defensive barriers to shield the front lines while Soyeon covers their flanks. She effortlessly tears through any demon trying to ambush them. But the real surprise is only just getting started. The demons stare open-mouthed in sheer disbelief. Before them lies a magnificent sight as a massive surge of divine power once lost to Von Kindness is unleashed. Hanhari's absolute maximum divine power erupts into existence, manifesting as the legendary Fire Sword. Summoning the blazing blade, she lets out a mighty roar, hurling the colossal weapon directly toward the terrified demons who can only watch in absolute horror. She pours every ounce of her strength into this single devastating breakthrough. As the massive Fire Sword strikes down, it unleashes a catastrophic tremor. A violent storm of pure destruction sweeps through, obliterating everything in its path. For a fleeting second, they successfully replicate the legendary power of Leon H. Once the dust settles, the only things remaining on the shattered ground are demon corpses. Just beyond the thick rising smoke of the battlefield, heavy iron boots clank. A pair of heavy iron boots steps onto the bloody dirt, breaking the eerie silence. Daesung stares at the devastation, completely unable to believe his own eyes. He gasps in shock. We actually broke through their ranks. Meanwhile, Jihu surveys the absolute ruin left behind, his mind filled with grim curiosity. He wonders aloud just how many demons they have slaughtered on their way here. But there is no time to rest, as Hanhari looks incredibly rushed. She urgently calls out to Daesung, asking if they only need to reach the World Tree now. He quickly nods but offers a grim warning. That is correct, he says, but Goddess Demera warned that they must absolutely never step foot into that mysterious toxic fog. As Daesung tries to calculate their next move, a sudden ear-piercing shriek of a demon cuts through the air, interrupting his train of thought. They need to find a way around. Suddenly, a terrified demon bursts out of the thick mist, screaming desperately for the others to run away. Dae-sung is slightly startled but quickly drops into a defensive stance, wondering if the beast had been lurking in the mist this entire time. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the shadows, grabbing the fleeing demon by the face. Out of the mist step Laiha and Tahan. Covered in blood with unsettling grins on their faces, they terrify the crying demon as they ask who allowed a mere beast like him to run. Recognizing their faces, Dae-sung gasps in absolute shock. Sir Laiha and Sir Tahan are actually here alive and well. He watches them effortlessly obliterate the demon, his heart filled with deep respect. To think they survived the demonic horde without any divine power. These old men are absolute monsters, he thinks. As soon as the demon is dealt with, Laiha finally notices the group standing before him. Looking up, his eyes lock onto Dae-sung. Staring at the boy's dramatic new appearance, Laiha raises his voice in surprise. He asks if that look means what he thinks it does. Dae-sung, completely caught off guard, stammeringly tries to explain himself. Before he can even utter a word, both Tahan and Laiha drop to one knee, offering a deeply respectful formal salute to the boy. They congratulate the newly appointed Holy Grail Knight of Demera. Flustered by their sudden display of deep respect, Dae-sung quickly tries to stop them. He begs them to stand up quickly, shifting focus to their urgent mission. Now is definitely not the time for formal pleasantries. They must rush to the World Tree to assist His Majesty immediately. Hearing this, Tahan grows silent, deeply considering their next move. Stepping directly into that toxic mist right now is practically a suicide mission. Just then, a loud voice cuts in, catching their attention. Jihu speaks up, correcting himself to address them formally as esteemed knights. It seems he has just discovered something quite interesting. He offers to pitch a quick suggestion. Following Jihu's gaze, Dae-sung, Laiha, and Tahan look over, their eyes widening in complete shock. They stare at what lies ahead, while Dae-sung breaks into a cold sweat, hesitantly asking just to be absolutely sure. Right there stands a massive, formidable cannon that seems to have appeared out of thin air. Dae-sung stares at it with growing dread. He asks if this monstrous thing is actually safe to use. Tahan, however, looks highly amused and quickly tries to reassure him. Laiha immediately backs him up confidently, explaining that a legendary Holy Grail Knight of Life should easily survive a little blast. Dae-sung is still highly skeptical, replying with absolutely zero confidence that he does not think it works that way at all. But Jihu refuses to let him back out, completely ignoring Dae-sung's miserable expression as he cheerfully cheers on their brave new knight. He wishes him the absolute best of luck. With literally no other options left, Dae-sung has to make the ultimate sacrifice. For the sake of the kingdom, he reluctantly climbs right inside the giant cannon. Once he is completely loaded into the barrel, Han-hari shouts up to ask if he is ready. Despite his overwhelming fear, Dae-sung gathers every ounce of courage and tells her to do it. Receiving his signal, Han-hari begins channeling her magical energy, creating a small, concentrated fireball to light the fuse. She warns him as she ignites the spark. The tiny fireball quickly catches the fuse, burning down rapidly with terrifying speed. As the intense heat edges closer, Dae-sung grits his teeth and braces himself, waiting for the inevitable blast. With a massive explosion, the sheer pressure launches him high into the sky, sending him flying at breathtaking speed. Dae-sung cuts through the air like a rocket, soaring right over the toxic mist, straight toward the distant World Tree. The remaining allies cheer loudly, wishing him luck as he flies. But suddenly, Han-hari notices something is very wrong and freezes. She gasps, realizing Dae-sung's trajectory is completely off as he flails wildly in the air, and she screams out in panic. She shrieks that he is falling, while Dae-sung flails his arms in midair, panicking as he plummets back down to earth. He calculates. Was that jump not enough? Damn it, he cannot fall like this. Thinking fast, he instantly grabs his shield, positioning it under his feet as a stepping stool, while silently praying for the goddess to forgive him. Then Dae-sung kicks off hard against the shield, launching himself upward like a mini rocket. Reaching a certain height closer to the giant tree, he gathers his strength into his divine hammer, shouting the name of his guardian deity Demera. Immediately after that powerful shout, he slams the hammer into the bark without a single shred of hesitation. A blinding light suddenly erupts in all directions. Channeling his entire soul, Dae-sung drives Demera's sacred energy directly into the World Tree. Deep inside the World Tree, that majestic divine power strikes the absolute center. Instantly, deep within the core chamber, Demera manifests in her true breathtaking form. She gently reaches out her hand, channeling her raw power forward. As Demera infuses her essence into the core, she speaks in a remarkably gentle, soft voice, coaxing her to wake up. Dear sister, telling her is finally her turn. Instantly, the thick vines surrounding the core begin to shift. As the vines completely disperse, a young girl resembling Demera emerges, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Demera looks at her and continues, asking Ermin, the forest deity, to show them a true miracle. Meanwhile, outside the World Tree, within the toxic mist, shrouding the desolate, ruined streets, we look closer to the heart of the mist. Standing nearest to Raksha are two young women. collapse on the ground from absolute bone-weary exhaustion alongside another whose fate remains completely unknown. These two are Beck and Karina. Ratcha looks down at them with a mix of respect and utter contempt, amazed they survived without divine power for this long, but their journey ends here. Flashing an arrogant smirk, he loudly commands them to witness the plague wind branch taking root across the land as chaos devours everything. But as he speaks, a bright light flashes on the calm world tree, instantly catching his attention. That faint flickering glow gradually spreads across the entire bark of the tree, while unleashing a wave of energy that completely disperses the toxic fog. Raksha can hardly believe his eyes as he screams in utter horror, claiming it is impossible for the world tree to be purified. He demands to know what trick was used by these meddlesome intruders. Panicking, he rushes back to the world tree, cursing under his breath that he must reverse this before it is too late. Right then, a familiar commanding voice rings out, completely shocking Raksha. He is told to freeze, asks where he thinks he is going. A glowing suit of armor and a red cape, shrouded in powerful life force, slowly approaches. He demands to know how such a lowly creature dares to turn his back on him. Seeing who stands there, Raksha is left utterly speechless with shock, unable to comprehend the scene. The man before him had his armor completely shattered, suffering injuries so severe that even standing up should have been impossible. For this golden-haired warrior, even being alive is a complete miracle. Death seemed completely inevitable, yet he flatly rejected his fate. This legendary king still stands tall on the ground, taking incredibly powerful steps forward. He is the one who awakens a terror that evil forces had long forgotten. His name is Leon. Unstoppable radiant power surges around him as he raises majesty, shouting words of glory for Sir Jago Spinner. A gentle breeze sweeps through, making the atmosphere between Raksha and Leon even more tense and heavy. Ignoring the enemy entirely, Leon looks down at the now inactive Spinner in his hand, speaking softly, with a warm, proud gaze. Right at this moment, the incredibly worried voice of Ariana rings out, inquiring about his safety. She anxiously tells Leon they were absolutely terrified when their mental connection suddenly vanished, asking if he is all right. Hearing her worry, he reassures her that he is fine. Shortly after, Leon expresses his curiosity to the watching gods, explaining his power fully restored the moment he donned the armor. He asks Bedos if he knows why. Hearing the question, Bedos remembers the blacksmith with absolute admiration, praising his efforts. He risked his life to forge this armor for victory, tempering it to resist the fog. Jappy truly achieved a miracle with his trusty hammer. Meanwhile, at the divine shrine, Ariana, Bedos, and Fleur witness his gentle expression as he praises the fallen blacksmith. Jago Spinner was truly a respectable knight. But with no time to spare, Ariana quickly asks about their next move, urging Leon forward. She asks her champion what he will do now. Back in reality, a brilliant power envelops Leon as he answers with absolute resolve that he will do what must be done. Gripping his sword tightly and channeling the divine blessing, he points it straight at Raksha, declaring he will carry the dreams of all those who fell before him. Following his declaration of war, chaos immediately erupts across the city. Massive explosions rip through the surrounding buildings, creating a raging sea of fire. Amidst the flames, Leon raises his holy weapon high. Flying on his divine steed, he prepares to strike, yelling for the vile creature to taste his wrath. Weapon's skill is the heavenly spear. It channels divine punishment through Leon's blade, unleashing a blinding pillar of light directly toward his target. Raksha refuses to back down, quickly gathering a massive surge of demonic mana in front of his jaws, arrogantly shouting if the human is looking down on him. Instantly, two colossal beams of light and dark clash with extreme force, colliding to trigger a violent shockwave. Not far away on the branches of the world tree, Dae-sung watches the terrifying battle, completely stunned by their sheer power. He can barely believe his own eyes, silently marveling at the legendary display of force. Staring down at the blinding flashes, he wonders how Leon can fight that nightmare on equal terms while the city crumbles from the mere aftershocks of their clash. Is this the true strength of his king? But as Dae-sung loses himself in thought, Demara suddenly appears to interrupt. The goddess warns that, despite the grand spectacle, the tide of battle is actually turning against Leon. Startled by her sudden presence, Dae-sung gasps. But before he can even speak, Demara cuts him off to deliver urgent news. She explains that Leon's divine energy is rapidly draining. The moment his holy power touches the thick mist, it instantly weakens. If this continues, the Night King will quickly reach his breaking point. Hearing this grim reality, Dae-sung tenses up, his mind racing. He grits his teeth, asking what they can do to help him. Almost as if she was waiting for that exact question, Demara glances back, telling him that he should ask her instead. The moment the goddess finishes speaking, a figure steps up. Min stands behind them with a playful grin. Suddenly, she leaps forward and throws her arms around Dae-sung, bursting with excitement. She eagerly asks if he is the Knight of Life who brought her into this world. Seeing her sister behave so wildly, Demera quickly steps in to introduce her properly. Min is her twin sister, the goddess of the forest and the mother of elves. Hearing about this legendary twin goddess, Dae-sung is completely thrown off guard. A second deity has suddenly joined their desperate struggle. Min beams with an incredibly bright smile, warmly welcoming him. Looking at her bubbly demeanor, Dae-sung cannot help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Her lighthearted attitude is the absolute polar opposite of her sister Demera, who's always serious and refined. After the quick introduction, Min immediately cuts to the chase, telling him that she urgently needs his unique power to help them. As the Knight of Life, Dae-sung immediately stands at attention and respectfully awaits her holy command, ready to do his duty. Min conjures a small glowing seed in her palm, explaining that she had sealed herself away to preserve life for the end times. If they can awaken this cosmic seed right now and birth a new life, it will summon an incredibly powerful guardian to fight. This ally will stand by Leon's side. As she details the ancient plan, she finally arrives at the most crucial step of all. To successfully awaken the seed, Dae-sung must first channel his raw life force directly into a highly compatible living vessel. Hearing this, he strokes his chin, deeply pondering where they could possibly find a suitable match in this ruined city. Grinning playfully, Min sweeps her arm as a massive wooden branch slowly lowers a very familiar figure down to the ground. She proudly reveals her perfect choice. Looking up, Dae-sung freezes in utter shock when he recognizes the beautiful woman on the branch. It is Princess Ariana. The moment the branch gently lowers her, Dae-sung rushes forward to catch her and check on her. He asks if she is all right. Gathering her bearings, Karina stands up and asks where they are, but a voice cuts her off. Min addresses her directly as Karina, the daughter of Leon and granddaughter of Wulfric. Hearing her royal lineage spoken aloud, Karina gasps. The princess spins around only to see the deity holding a glowing green jewel that pulses with raw, ancient magical power. Min looks at her with an intense gaze, requesting her aid to help the world tree awaken the dormant seed of life. Without a single moment of hesitation, the brave princess agrees to the plan. She steps forward, ready to do whatever it takes. She reaches out and cups his cheek, turning his blushing face toward her as she senses the deep power within him. Karina remarks that his life force is incredible, asking the knight for his name. Seeing her beautiful face so close to his, Dae-sung turns red and stammers his name. Off to the side, Min watches the cute exchange with a highly amused grin. Karina remains completely stoic, urging him to look directly into her eyes because their time is rapidly running out. Flustered, he nods and promises to focus, but as her face draws closer, his heart starts racing like a wild engine. He begins to wonder if she is about to kiss him, his cheeks burning hot, but Karina has a different plan. Shocked, he opens his eyes wide as she does something completely unexpected. Breaking his fantasy, she does not lean in for a kiss, but simply presses her forehead gently against his. Keeping her eyes closed, she remains focused on the magic. She softly instructs him to focus on her vessel, urging him to channel his raw life force directly into her body. Following her instructions, he responds as stiffly as a programmed robot. Yes, he replies. Immediately from where the two of them stand, a surge of power carrying the green light of hope erupts, swirling powerfully through the air. And right away, the seed in his hand quickly reacts to the energy, drinking it all in. Min raises the seed high carefully, guiding them step by step. Now channel the power of life into the vessel. Right after that, she lifts it toward the sky. As she chants, the seed radiates a blinding light, signaling the start. Let us begin then. Following that brilliant flash, a gentle mist of life force begins to blend into the air. But on the other side, another massive explosion shakes the battlefield. These blasts are from the energy beams Rakshar is firing to hunt down Leon. After unleashing an absolute barrage of magic, the demon switches to chasing Leon with his massive tentacles, mockingly asking the Leon Dragonia if he intends to dodge forever. Unable to dodge, Leon pivots and blocks the colossal tentacle with his sword, but the brute force of the blow is simply too overwhelming, easily blasting both him and his steed into the dirt. As the heavy dust cloud finally settles, Leon stands back up completely unscathed. However, his eyes suddenly widen as he spots something incredibly troubling right ahead. His brows furrow in deep tension. Before him, Rakshar is gathering immense dark energy in his tentacles once again. Intent on total annihilation, the monster declares that Leon must disappear, claiming it is his duty as the Chaos Lord. But just then, someone blindsides Rakshar, firing an ultimate god-slaying light technique directly at the giant demon, stopping him right in his tracks. Furious at being blindsided, Rakshar looks around for the culprit, growling in disbelief. The savior lets out a sigh of relief, whispering that they made it just in time. It is none other than Karina, riding alongside Dion on the back of a massive dragon. She shouts her plan, declaring she will attack with its breath weapon, telling Dion to draw mana from her heart. But the dragon is highly offended, snapping back not to order it around, calling them incredibly impudent. They never expected the first life born from the world tree to be a literal dragon. Even Rakshar has to question his own eyes, wondering why on earth a legendary dragon is suddenly standing here. To understand how, we have to go back a few minutes. Deep inside the World Tree Seedling, where Karina's vessel lay, fueled by the goddess's life force, Dragonia poured in its divine power, birthing a legendary beast of myth. That is the origin of this magnificent dragon, and though it was just born, its raw authority rivaled the gods. It now unleashes its devastating dragon breath, blasting Rakshar directly. But the proud Chaos Lord refuses to roll over. How dare a newborn creature defy me, he snarls. Without skipping a beat, Rakshar fires off a barrage of black magic, warning them not to get arrogant as the spells stream toward Karina and the others. Seeing the incoming magical storm, Dion screams that they need to dodge immediately, almost before the warning is fully out of his mouth. The majestic dragon spreads its massive wings, effortlessly gliding through the magical barrage with absolute grace. But Rakshar plays dirty. He uses the energy beams as a decoy while unleashing a stealthy tentacle strike. The massive limb binds the dragon, tightly locking its wings and pinning it. It thrashes around wildly, trying to break free, shouting at the filthy monster to release it. But Rakshar is not about to let his prey go that easily. Laughing, the demon scoffs that it is not that simple, quickly firing off yet another deadly tentacle, directly at the trapped beast, telling them to die. High up on its back, Karina and Dion can only watch in horror. But suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes from below as a figure launches themselves straight into the sky. It is a warrior everyone thought was dead. With a mighty swing, he cleaves right through Rakshar's tentacle, declaring himself as Vulcanus. Hearing his booming voice, both Karina and Dion shout his name in complete shock. Even the mighty Lord Rakshar is left completely speechless at his sudden appearance, struggling to believe his own eyes. Vulcanus laughs with absolute wild excitement, but a brief moment of distraction allows another of Rakshar's tentacles to strike. With a whipping motion, the massive limb smashes Vulcanus straight back down to the earth. Though it was a direct hit, it is not nearly enough to defeat the mighty warrior. Seeing him stand his ground, Rakshar offers a shred of respect, mocking him as a mere clever monkey. But that brief praise quickly turns back to his usual arrogant contempt, Dae-sung glaring that no matter how hard they struggle, humanity will still perish. Yet Vulcanus only smiles, uttering a puzzling phrase, like a secret signal. He murmurs that he has bought plenty of time, asking if they are ready. Right on cue, a familiar figure smirks and quietly replies that the final preparations are completely done. Instantly, a brilliant pillar of holy light shoots straight into the heavens, vaporizing the darkness. Seeing this ultimate weapon, his mist completely vanishes. Rasha roars in utter frantic disbelief, refusing to believe his eyes. Beck steps forward. She calmly explains that decoding high-level magic is just a basic skill for her. Standing right behind Leon, she looks absolutely stunning as she casually breaks down the master-level spell. Even for someone at the peak of magic, it took a moment, but she easily dispelled it. Leon quickly praises her brilliant work. Meanwhile, Racha grinds his teeth in sheer hopeless rage. The demon furiously curses them as worthless insects, but Leon completely cuts him off, stopping him mid-sentence. A massive familiar power slowly radiates from Leon. He calls them the true seeds of absolute destruction. They only sow death. His furious, majestic eyes lock dead onto Racha, demanding his absolute attention. Remembering his loved ones, Leon makes a vow. He will protect his people, his nation, and everything he cherished. He must destroy this evil. He will fight on behalf of every single soul that fell in battle. Leon's hair grows longer as a cosmic sign. He is preparing to unleash his ultimate strike with full power. His body undergoes a majestic transformation under the great light. A massive pair of glowing wings appears. Luminous aura completely wraps around his body. Seeing this, Racha panics furiously, gathering all his dark magic. Racha screams in absolute rage. Why won't this dog of the gods just die already? He shoots a deadly magic beam directly at Leon. But the goddess of light and justice has other plans. Her majestic descent channels the entire temple's power directly into one single, completely unstoppable mortal vessel. Normally, no mere human can survive this level of raw power. But history remembers one legendary exception. The greatest Holy Grail guardian in history stands alone, charging straight into the incoming blast of dark magic. He dives right in without any hesitation. There's only one reason this is possible. His sword glows with blinding light. He is the absolute symbol of victory. He is a living demigod, walking right among mere mortals. This is King Leon H. He raises his sword high, unleashing the absolute power of the Great Light Sword. Glowing golden eyes flash with a deadly righteous fury. Begone, demon, he growls, preparing his final ultimate strike. Racha screams in sheer helpless terror. The only possible end for a demon is absolute crushing death. In the year 23X in Pyongyang, the terrifying Chaos Lord Racha is finally wiped out completely. As the light sword pierces him, his final breath is a hateful curse, screaming Leon's name into the wind. A massive blinding pillar of light shoots straight into the sky, illuminating the entire land in a flash. The knights see the glorious signal. They know right away that the long, brutal war is finally over. The beam carries the news of victory. But elsewhere, a dark entity watches the light and falls into despair. That desperate, trembling creature is Gop. He clutches his head, screaming wildly in utter and humiliating defeat. He is hiding at the demon's secret base in Pyongyang. Everything is ruined and his dark plans are completely shattered. Gop runs around frantically, unable to accept the truth. How could those weak humans have possibly won? His follower, Shumin, is equally terrified, anxiously asking the Supreme Boss what they should do now. Pale and trembling with fear, Shumin suggests destroying all their secret evidence first, hoping to hide their tracks. Gop instantly rejects the stupid idea. There is absolutely no time left. And his desperate prediction is entirely correct. He quickly pulls his hood up, urging everyone to run. King Kinus is already leading his knights to hunt them down. Gop manages to escape through a secret route, callously using other low-level demons as nothing but sacrificial bait. He flees on a high-speed motorboat, leaving the secret base behind to burn to the ground. The hideout is completely destroyed. Gop grits his teeth in fury while Shumin stands there totally shocked. But they survived. Because of this narrow escape, Shumin's respect for Gop only grows deeper and deeper. On the boat, Gop actually sheds tears of pure joy, crying out that they survived another day. Shumin looks at him with deep admiration, saying he expects nothing less from his brilliant master. The scene shifts back to the city. Hours after the victory, the president prepares to give a speech. Eager reporters gather around. President and Dongjin's powerful voice is about to echo across the entire nation. He speaks of 80 long years of absolute despair, reminding everyone of the countless losses they suffered. Though the road to unification is incredibly long, President An stands proud to deliver his historic address. In the midst of this joy, now that Korea is finally unified, they face their first major hurdle. Chief among their primary concerns are food security and safety in the north, along with massive post-war reconstruction. To solve these pressing issues, the government decided to accept help from Pantheon, and as the reconstruction work gets underway, another massive event lies just around the corner. Time flies, and one sunny week later in a quiet place. The quiet and beautiful day unfolds at what looks like Han Hari's peaceful home. While she is busy organizing her things, a faint and soft sound catches her attention. The newly awakened figure looks up and robotically mutters familiar words. It addresses her as Subject Han Hari, making her smile stiffen as she gives a slightly awkward laugh. She tells it to drop the robotic voice and speak gently, pointing out how cute they look now. The mysterious voice sounds utterly baffled, calling her an inferior creature, but Han Hari simply brushes the insult aside. She eagerly pulls the person along, gently grabbing their hand. The owner of that hand feels a strange sensation. Muttering that something is off, their field of vision has shifted and they do not have enough legs. Following Han Hari's lead, they stop in front of a vanity table where a blurry reflection begins to take shape. Staring at the mirror, their train of thought halts, completely hit by the realization that this body is not theirs. With a cheerful look, Han Hari places her hands on the shoulders of a petite girl with peach-colored hair. She looks straight into the mirror and asks if the deity finds their new adorable look appealing. An immediate silence fills the room. Absolutely no one could have predicted that the once incredibly powerful machine would be reborn as a cute girl who now trembles in absolute despair, realizing they are totally doomed. Hearing this, Han Hari quickly scolds her, saying that is a bad word. The reason for this chaotic turn of events goes back to a meeting in the Divine Temple where Ariana leads the discussion by questioning the blacksmith. She asks why Spin has not awakened yet. Betos monitors Jappy's condition through a viewing portal, lost in deep thought. His energy core is active, but his body is severely damaged, especially from mana erosion, leaving his original vessel useless. They must abandon all hope for the original vessel, causing Ariana's face to cloud over with sadness. She quietly accepts this. Betos, suddenly getting an idea, asks Betos if he can simply forge a brand new body. Without hesitation, Betos replies that only Jappy can do that, but there is another way around the problem. If they cannot build a machine, they must use a human body instead. It seems Betos already knew this option, so he casually looks away and explains that none of them possess the necessary technical knowledge. They must transfer Jappy's mind into a temporary body, allowing him to eventually build his own mechanical shell. The plan makes perfect sense, but even with a clear method in place, a new issue quickly arises. Our familiar blue-colored god raises her hand to speak, hoping to offer her own personal opinion on the matter. The real trouble begins as the gods start pushing their own personal preferences, and Demeter is the first to speak up. She wants him to become a cute child, a sentiment that Flora agrees with, suggesting a lovely young girl. She suggests a cute girl resembling her own priestess. Naturally, Betos strongly objects to this soft feminine aesthetic. He argues that Spin is a legendary warrior who needs a muscular build, but Ariana immediately rejects that idea. She asks why he cannot be a handsome young man like Leon. Hearing this, the god of the sea protests. He insists a girl would be far better. Betos tries to stop the bickering, calmly speaking up to intervene. He points out that since Jappy is his follower, he should decide, but Ariana immediately yells right in his face. She tells him to shut up, refusing to let their adorable Jappy turn into a rugged and muscle-bound brute. This pushes Betos to his absolute limit, making him grit his teeth so hard his entire body shakes. He finally explodes and demands a vote, leading to the decision that Jappy will be revived as a little girl. Back in the present, Jappy is now dressed in normal clothes, sitting blankly in front of an empty table. They are currently at a large restaurant, and Jappy confusedly asks Han Ha-ri why they are even there. The girl sitting right across from them is Soon, who gently offers a very obvious answer to clear the confusion. She asks what Jappy means, pointing out that since they have a human body, now they must try different delicacies. Jappy flatly rejects the idea, claiming no interest in the highly inefficient energy consumption methods of mere humans. Han Ha-ri keeps up her cheerful smile, coaxing them to just give the food a try. Come on, just have some chicken. Hearing this, Jappy gave her an indifferent look, questioning if there was actually fried chicken in North Korea. That was right. Military rations were not enough to feed the recovering hunters and knights from Pantheon, so the government stepped in. They sent over resources and necessary chefs. Soon, the streets around the hotel were packed with delicious eateries. However, that held absolutely no meaning for Jappy. True to his rigid machine-like nature, he used the table seasonings to mix up a strange cup of nutritional liquid, believing a living being only needs basic sustenance. Once he finished mixing the concoction, he immediately prepared to drink it, thinking this salty sugar water was more than enough. Seeing this, Han Ha-ri was so shocked, her eyes went wide in disbelief. She blurted out, asking if he was actually serious. Without a single second of hesitation, Jappy quickly gulped down the bizarre drink. When his throat slowly moved to swallow the very first gulp, things immediately took a turn. Without waiting even another second, he quickly sprayed the entire mouthful right back out, leaving the other two staring at him in complete and utter shock. Under the confused stares of everyone around them, a worried Han Ha-ri quickly asked if Lord Jappy was doing all right. After spitting out every last drop, he made a miserable face, complaining about how awful it tasted and how living beings survived on this. Even though he was flatly criticizing her cooking, Soyeon did not dare speak up, only grumbling silently to herself about his dramatic reaction. Right then, a server approached their table with a pretty awkward smile, setting down their dishes and announcing that their food was finally ready. Before leaving, the waitress politely wished them a wonderful meal. That was when Han Ha-ri proudly showed off the plate of fried chicken in front of them. She urged Jappy to dig in before it got cold. However, his tightly knitted brows made his deep disapproval very clear. He muttered that this was exactly the problem with living organisms. Hearing his complaint, Han Ha-ri was slightly confused and asked what he meant. However, despite his harsh words, Jappy's craving look completely betrayed him, proving he actually wanted to try the food. He kept lecturing them that relying on taste was foolish and that true evolution required removing taste buds through advanced biotechnology. He just kept going on and on, lecturing them with his cold, rigid scientific theories. He even complained that deep-fried meat heavily exceeded the daily recommended calorie intake. To stop his endless rambling, a crispy chicken drumstick was suddenly shoved straight into his small mouth. The person behind this bold move was none other than Soyeon. She had absolutely zero hesitation in shutting down his lecture, telling him to stop talking and just take a bite. Left with no choice, Jappy reluctantly held the drumstick with both hands and took a bite. The second the meat hit his tongue, an explosion of rich, savory flavors completely overwhelmed his senses, causing his eyes to shoot wide open. Seeing him suddenly freeze and start to stutter, Han Ha-ri felt a brief wave of panic, wondering what was wrong. But contrary to her worries, he was actually experiencing pure bliss, completely conquered by the legendary taste of fried chicken. He muttered that it felt like an intense electrical charge firing straight into his brain. Han Ha-ri laughed proudly, explaining that delicious food does that. Though still acting proud, Jappy kept stuffing his face while arguing that there was no way he would enjoy such primitive sensations. Amused by his stubborn refusal to admit the truth, Soyeon just smiled and decided to play along with his little act. Before they knew it, Jappy was dual-wielding chicken drumsticks, happily taking turns stuffing his face with both hands. Just as he was fully lost in his greasy paradise, the girls suddenly spoke up as if they had remembered something critical. With surprisingly intense, terrifying expressions, Soyeon and Han Ha-ri looked at him and said they needed to go somewhere after he finished eating. Their sudden, dark, serious tone made Jappy freeze completely mid-bite, staring back at them with a totally innocent, clueless look. Once the meal was over, the scene shifted to the Rujeon Hotel near the World Tree, where their real plan began. Inside the lobby, Jappy stood trembling violently, while Han Ha-ri held his hand, completely overwhelmed by his shocking new look. He was shaking with rage over the ridiculous cute outfit the two girls had forced him to wear. Han Ha-ri squealed in pure delight, calling him incredibly adorable, while Soyeon nodded along in complete silent agreement. She added that he did not even need accessories. In contrast to their excitement, Jappy was deeply miserable. He kept complaining, pulling at the bow on his outfit and calling it an entirely useless piece of cold protection gear. Han Ha-ri laughed brightly, telling him to behave since they were about to meet the king and needed to look their best. But Jappy was not having it, flatly telling her to stop forcing her ridiculous beauty standards on him. Right then, a voice suddenly interrupted them, calling out Jappy's name as a familiar figure stepped forward. Realizing it was Leon, Jappy gasped in surprise. The king looked him up and down, letting out a hearty laugh. He teased that seeing Jappy in such an outfit was truly a rare sight before warmly asking how his new body felt. Jappy did not hold back bluntly, complaining that it was highly uncomfortable and demanding they add at least 6 more wings. Even though it is Leon's turn to persuade her this time, she stubbornly shakes her head, refusing to let go of her human form. Seeing how stubborn she is, being Leon can only sigh and gently reply that if this is her choice, he will completely respect it. But he does not just stop at words, elegantly and charmingly taking Jag Spinner's hand into his own. He gets down on one knee, bringing her delicate hand close to his face, expressing his deep regret like a true knight. He laments that as a knight, it is a tragedy to lose the chance to serve such a beautiful lady. Watching this dramatic scene unfold, Han Ha-ri is at a total loss for words, thinking to herself how typical this all is. But as Han Ha-ri and So-yeon take a closer look at Jag Spinner's expression, both of them instantly freeze in absolute shock. Because right now, Jag Spinner's human body temperature has shot up by 150%, flushing bright red. Her face turns completely tomato red, shocking them. Suddenly, we transition to Jag Spinner's chaotic workshop. Beto stands right beside Jag Spinner, watching her strike the anvil with her blacksmith hammer, assessing her awkward movements. Hearing his words, Jag Spinner's hammer swings down, clashing heavily against the red-hot metal with a deafening metallic screech. As she pauses mid-stroke, Beto's worries she might be hurt and asks what is wrong. But instead of answering, Jag Spinner clutches her trembling hands, tears welling up as she cries that her hands hurt incredibly bad. She demands more hands, complaining that this human body is highly inefficient and does not move the way she wants it to. Watching her throw a tantrum, Beto sighs in utter disbelief, asking why she is in such a rush to forge a brand new body. He looks at the frustrated Jag Spinner, advising her to enjoy the body the gods gave her. But she is stubborn, shouting back that she has no other choice. What she says next, however, catches everyone off guard. With a bright red face full of embarrassment, she admits that her temperature rises every single time she thinks of His Majesty. This weird sensation simply won't go away, making it impossible for her to focus and complete her blacksmithing duties. Betos lets out a soft sigh and gently urges his blacksmith to calm down and think things through. He recalls a scene he witnessed through the observation well, reminding her of when she forged the Leon Dragonia king's armor. She did it under far harsher conditions back then, a miracle she could not even achieve when her body was supposedly perfect. His inspiring words serve as a massive boost to Jag Spinner's spirit, reminding her that no matter what shell she wears, she remains Leon's knight. As those words sink in, Jag Spinner's eyes widen in sheer realization, suddenly remembering her true identity as Betos' personal blacksmith. Following Betos' wise counsel, Jag Spinner finally understands that the power and skill she needed were already resting deep within herself. Years of experience, advanced tech, and red clay only make up 99% of the work, but the hammer strikes are the final touch. That final 1% is pure dedication. Reaching a breakthrough, Jag Spinner grips her hammer once more with newfound confidence. Determined to breathe life into another miracle, the perfect blacksmith raises her hammer high, her eyes blazing with excitement. She confidently declares she is already perfect. Soon, Han Ha-ri and So-yeon stare ahead in absolute shock. Before their eyes, Jag Spinner has abandoned her human form and quickly returned to her original fully mechanical body. Jag Spinner's star Ironver is officially reborn. Watching this robotic form, Han Ha-ri cannot help but feel a tiny bit disappointed. She sighs, saying it felt like she had a cute little sister. But Jag Spinner immediately snaps back, claiming she has been active for a year. She calls them inferior beings before So-yeon glances over at the human body now stored safely inside a preservation capsule. So-yeon points out that since she can swap bodies now, they will definitely meet her human form again soon. Clearly fascinated by Jag Spinner's beautiful girl form, So-yeon suggests she should use it to hang out and grab food together. But get this, despite her harsh rejection, the day before the very next morning tells a completely different story. The silver-haired girl is spotted happily munching on fried chicken, even though she claims she would never waste time eating again. Meanwhile, we shift to the Blue House. An official carefully speaks with President Dong-ryul inside. He asks if the president really wants Pyongyang's Pantheon to become a fully autonomous city. The actual reason is because Min is currently residing inside the World Tree, and Dong-ryul slowly nods in agreement. He explains that since the World Tree was planted there, the Pantheon must remain nearby to protect and nurture it. This decision stems from a meeting with Leon days ago, agreeing that a goddess cannot simply be governed by human politics. Therefore, Pyongyang is designated to become something like Vatican City, a reasonable request given the global threat they face. Besides, the media is desperate to have Leon appear in National Assembly, though Dong-ryul tries his best to hide his true motives. Ultimately, this reward is incredibly cheap in exchange for his cooperation. Meanwhile, as the heated political discussion continues, in a vast field near Pyongyang, the rookie knights are experiencing absolute purgatory during their training under Vulcanus. Looking like an absolute terror, Vulcanus charges forward with his sword drawn. It is a deceptively simple yet brutal training method, and yet it is highly effective. With a crazed, ecstatic grin, he declares that men only grow stronger by repeatedly facing death. They endure this endless torment because the duty of a Holy Grail knight is not just about shielding the kingdom from harm. They must also guide the next generation of warriors. Meanwhile, the black dragon born from the seed of life is throwing a massive tantrum. Roaring out, "How dare you!" It crackles with fierce red lightning, trying to intimidate Leon and Beatrice, who are standing right there. "How dare a mere human trespass into my sacred domain?" The beast is incredibly arrogant, but Leon remains completely unfazed by its threats. He calmly counters its words, ignoring the suspicious pile of gold glittering in the distance, and calls the dragon out for its complete lack of manners. This very nest would not even exist without the grace of the gods. With that, Leon speaks a commanding phrase, instantly freezing the massive beast. Since the teachings of their order demand absolute manners and respect, Leon decides to teach the beast a lesson. From his dimensional rift, he draws his holy sword calmly, declaring that he will train it the Leon Dragonia way, no matter how much it cursed him. A week passes. Inside a hotel room near the World Tree, Leon stands by the window staring thoughtfully at the view outside. Suddenly, the tiny form of goddess Ariana appears on his shoulder, curious as to what her favorite knight is doing all alone. Leon snaps out of his daze and gently replies that he is just lost in his thoughts. Bowing his head, he closes his eyes, reflecting on recent events. Truth is, there is not much for him to do lately since Jag Spinner and the other knights handle the city's security. Additionally, President On coordinates all the political affairs. His only actual task right now is keeping that rowdy black dragon in line. Ariana happily points out that this only proves the kingdom is enjoying a rare era of absolute peace and stability. Acknowledging her point, Leon turns around and paces the room. It is true, but something is still clearly weighing heavily on his mind. He falls right back into a pensive silence. But then, as if hit by a sudden crucial thought, he breaks the quiet. He asks Ariana if he can pose a serious question, and seeing his unusually grave expression, she immediately listens. But the question Leon actually asks completely catches her off guard, turning the goddess's face instantly pale with shock. He wonders aloud what would happen if Jag Spinner became the next king. Horrified by the absurd idea, Ariana screams out in utter panic. Unbothered by her dramatic reaction, Leon calmly explains that he is merely trying to figure out who his best successor would be. But right on cue, the god Betos chimes in with a blunt warning, telling Leon to never speak of such ridiculous things. Betos instantly imagines a terrifying nightmare where Jag Spinner rules the land, enforcing cold, rigid laws solely in the name of maximum efficiency. Ariana completely agrees with the dark vision, posing a terrifying question about what their beloved kingdom would actually look like. She asks if he truly wants to see their glorious kingdom devolve into a chaotic, tech-ruled cyberpunk wasteland. Leon falls silent for a moment before suggesting another name, asking if the powerful Vulcanus could take the crown instead. But Betos is even quicker to shut that idea down. From the divine temple, the gods are watching everything through a holy well. The goddess Fleur passionately objects, pointing out that Vulcanus throws his massive power around without respecting anyone's authority. Betos is visibly annoyed, questioning Leon on how he could suggest such a thing after all the hard work they put in. Met with absolute rejection from his patron gods, the Night King falls back into his deep, quiet contemplation. He believed those two were perfect fits, but clearly the cosmos has other plans. Sighing, he walks out of his room. Still lost in thought, he barely notices someone approaching him from the side as he considers if only Karina and Daesung remain. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out, addressing him as Your Majesty, which immediately snaps him back to reality. Noticing a mysterious box in her hands, his curiosity is piqued, and he asks Beatrice what she is holding. Tucking her hair behind her ear with effortless grace, she reveals that they are rare materials harvested from the Black Dragon. Her answer naturally sparks his interest even further, prompting him to step closer to inspect the strange cargo. He asks where she is taking them, and Beatrice brings up an old topic from their past travels. She mentions the specific gate near Nampo that once blocked a major monster raid, and Leon immediately snatches the heavy box. He playfully insists that it is a gentleman's absolute duty to carry heavy loads, glad to have finally found something to occupy himself. Leon's sudden chivalrous offer to escort her on this errand makes Beatrice blush, and they head out together. In an instant, they teleport to the coastal region of Nampo, standing before a highly unstable dimensional gate. Liam strokes his chin thoughtfully as he observes the swirling, chaotic energy, turning to Beatrice to ask for details. He asks what she plans to achieve with these lab experiments, and Beatrice simply closes her eyes with a knowing smile. She smiles softly, asking him if he knows about Dragon Majesty, then quickly begins explaining without waiting for a response. She details everything, saying she felt it while they were traveling to the Dragonia Empire, though most hunters are helpless. They cannot act without a powerful god's blessing, and she sensed the very same energy coming from their dragon spoils. Hearing this, Leon immediately deduces Beatrice's hidden intention and asks what her plans are for bringing it here. Before he can even finish his sentence, she interrupts him, confirming she wants to see how the monsters will react. Leon praises her bold scheme after hearing it, then turns and begins walking away in a completely different direction. Finding her idea interesting, he takes a few steps, then glances back to ask Beatrice to join him for a walk. He suggests a quick stroll on the beach, noting they still have some time before the dungeon completely collapses. Hearing his sudden invitation makes her blush, and she shyly admits she is a bit self-conscious about showing herself. However, his quick clarification that he meant taking a boat ride together makes Beatrice's blushing face turn even redder. Realizing she was being teased, she tries to regain her composure and clears her throat to playfully scold him. Facing her adorable scolding, Leon realizes he went a bit too far and smiles sheepishly while offering a soft apology. Although he did not mean to tease her, his words still make Beatrice's heart flutter before she asked him a question. She explains that Fleur wanted to convince him of something, prompting Leon to let out a surprised murmur of confusion. He brushes it off before revealing Fleur's actual motive, explaining that he is currently considering her as a prospective successor. He tells her she is a very strong candidate, but while he is speaking, Beatrice quietly steps up from behind. He mentions that the gods seem displeased with Spin and Vulcanus when she suddenly presses against his back. Her unexpected embrace cuts his words short, leaving him puzzled as he turns his head and calls her name. But she immediately stops him, whispering a desperate no while tightly gripping his shirt as her lips begin to tremble. Her lips tremble as she softly begs him under the glowing sunset. Honestly, this scene is just heartbreakingly beautiful. Tears stream down her face as she pleads with her king not to leave her just as night begins to fall. Leon's mood drops with the darkness, thinking that if he were a normal human, he would have passed away long ago. He exhales deeply, but Beatrice stands close and anxiously asks if he really plans on leaving everyone behind. Turning to her in surprise, he watches her sob and clutch his coat, pleading with him not to go away. He remains silent and sighs deeply, warily reminding her that 300 years have passed and he has lived long enough. He has spent centuries receiving the love of the gods, and even for him 300 years is more than enough. His path might have been filled with endless bloody battles, but he gained more wealth and respect than anyone else. He admits he looks forward to heaven rather than clinging to life, which only makes her weep even more bitterly. She begs him to take her along, arguing that her position as a priestess makes her fully qualified to accompany him. But Leon quickly shuts down her hope, gently pointing out that she is still too young with only a few years. He urges her to enjoy her youth, but her hands tremble as she pours her heart out to his absolute shock. She confesses that a life without him is completely unimaginable, leaving Leon totally speechless as he bows his head. Standing in silence, he remembers the many lives he had to say goodbye to, knowing that death is entirely inevitable. He understood this harsh reality after losing so many loved ones, but now he is the one leaving everyone behind. Although Beatrice's tears continue to flow, she stops speaking, leaving only the sound of crashing waves to break the silence. A heavy quiet hangs between them before the scene suddenly cuts to a busy street where a beer mug slams down. Followed by a burst of hearty laughter, Vulcanus asks joyfully if his king wants to grab a drink with him. Leon calmly replies that drinking together is nice, while Vulcanus playfully guesses if the king had a fight with Beatrice. Leon is completely shocked by how fast gossip travels, while Vulcanus laughingly brings up the rumors about the city. Taking a slow sip of beer, Leon confirms he actually plans to let the Treants and elves manage the area. He intends for this land to become a holy sanctuary, but Vulcanus crosses his arms and snorts with deep skepticism. When Leon asks why, Vulcanus explains that while those races are wise and noble, they are still newly born species. They will need time to grow, but Leon shrugs, wondering if there are any other viable options available right now. Leaning forward and patting his chest, Vulcanus confidently suggests appointing him as the temporary lord of Pyongyang instead. He claims that as long as he is in charge of Pyongyang, nobody will dare mess with the city. Leon admitted he had ruined the mood. Letting out a heavy sigh, he spoke with deep regret, reminding Vinus of their departure. They were both about to leave for the Feast of the Gods. Even as ruler, Vinus only had a few decades left. Vinus instantly objected, startling the king. He pointed right at Leon and declared that His Majesty had gotten it completely wrong. The man proudly claimed he would live here for another 1,000 years. Leon frowned, unable to comprehend why Vinus refused the heavens. Vinus just laughed. Why go to heaven when he was still young and full of energy? He wanted to enjoy life first. Leon shook his head, admitting he quite liked that simple mindset. Hearing this, Vinus only burst into an even louder laugh. He teased that Leon simply overcomplicated things. But suddenly Vinus turned dead serious, saying something that made Leon freeze mid-bite. Vinus asked if the only reason Leon wanted to join the gods was to see Queen Castilla again. The question hit home. Leon fell dead silent. Vinus let out a heavy sigh, calling the king far too rigid despite understanding his painful feelings. With a hint of envy, Vinus pointed out that as king, Leon could easily have any woman. Even goddess Ariana agreed. King Kindness was fully serious about this, and the king surely understood. After all, Leon had remained single for 2 whole centuries. Even young Lady Karina was actively searching for a suitable woman for him. Leon gasped in absolute shock, left completely speechless. With no excuses left, Leon remained quiet. Meanwhile, across the city of Pantheon, the lights of towering buildings still shone brightly. Inside her dark room, Beatrix stared sadly at her wine glass. She quietly blamed herself, wondering if she had been too greedy. She had truly believed she could be a good companion for him. Tortured by her thoughts, she wondered if she was not enough. As Beatrix spiraled, Fleur offered a tight, forced smile. She agreed that Beatrix was perfect, incredibly talented, and undeniably beautiful. But if only she had half of Venus's charm. Ariana immediately snapped back, warning Fleur not to look down on her knight. Suddenly, Demira joined the conversation. She mentioned that her own child in the ancient temple once harbored deep feelings for Leon as well, but the light took away any chance for her to confess. Fleur quietly wondered if Ariana was just trying to keep Leon for herself. Ariana huffed, annoyed by the accusation. Meanwhile, Beatrix was completely drunk, wondering if the late queen had truly been that legendary. Why else would His Majesty still be so deeply in love after 2 whole centuries? Suddenly, a soft knock shattered her thoughts. The door creaked open. It was Leon. He stopped dead in his tracks upon seeing the messy table. Bottles littered the floor. A total mess. Leon immediately blamed himself for making her so sad. He knew he couldn't fix it. But he reached out anyway, asking her to go somewhere beautiful. On the quiet slopes of Mount Yongap, Leon walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Beatrix followed silently, keeping her head low. Leaning against the wooden railing, Leon softly asked for her forgiveness. Beatrix looked up, deeply confused by his sudden apology. He slowly opened up about his past, explaining how he had carried the heavy burden of duty for 2 long centuries. He had watched the demons who ruined his kingdom fall one by one. He never once stopped to think about his own future. His dark thoughts spilled out, admitting he only expected to die once the war ended. Beatrix felt her heart break for him. She whispered his title in pain, but Leon pushed on. He gave a bitter, sorrowful smile as he pictured those precious to him. He remembered his loyal comrades, the brave soldiers who stood by him, and Castia, the woman he had loved his entire life. He still deeply longed for the day they could all laugh together again. Beatrix felt a cold dread. Would he abandon her too? Now watch this. A massive tree suddenly starts to glow, completely lighting up the dark night. It sparkled like a brilliant star against the night sky. Sensing her unasked question, Leon explained it was the birth of the elves. He spoke of how they guard nature with their lives, only to return to the earth as sacred saplings of the great sage. The radiant light washed over the entire city. Guna's sapling had officially matured into a world tree ready to bear new fruit. The natural cycle of life, shattered long ago by demons, was finally resuming. Beatrix hesitantly asked if he would choose the same path. Leon looked out calmly, accepting the harsh truth. He noted that passing away eventually was only a natural part of existence. Beatrix's hands trembled violently at his cold words. But then Leon turned around to face her, his eyes filled with quiet determination. He asked her for just a little time to consider if he should defy the natural cycle of life to stay by her side. Dumbfounded, Beatrix gasped in disbelief. Leon looked away, slightly embarrassed, admitting it was hard to change a lifetime of stubborn habits. Beatrix clenched her fist tightly. When Leon softly asked if she would wait for him, she stepped forward and pulled him close. She wrapped her arms around Leon, bursting into tears of pure relief. Around them, the bright light of life continued to pulse. Down in the streets, crowds of people cheered at the beautiful sight. Knights, soldiers, and citizens alike celebrated the rebirth of their city. It was an unforgettable moment that they would all remember for years to come. Meanwhile, Leon stood completely frozen in her tight embrace. He called her name in confusion, Beatrice, but she stayed silent. That night, she finally smiled brightly, saying she would wait. No matter how long it takes, Your Majesty, that was an unforgettable night. Meanwhile, an hour before Leon arrived, Beatrice was blushing red. Do I really have to wear this? Fleur smiled mischievously, telling her to use it to charm him. Ariana crossed her arms in annoyance. She already told them that her knight preferred modest outfits. Over in a bustling district, in unified Pyongyang, a little boy shouted happily to his mother to look around. He was absolutely thrilled by what was right before his eyes. Elves, dwarves, and even tree-like creatures. Just a few months after Pyongyang became an autonomous city, under Leon Dragonia, tourists were finally allowed to visit. Even though modern humans were already used to different gate races, they were still completely blown away by this extraordinary sight. 2 visitors watched a dragon flying overhead with wide eyes. They wondered if this was actually Earth. Just then, Jag's spinner stepped forward, immediately catching the attention of the visitors. Standing tall, the machine told them to stand up straight, you organic creatures. Han Hari wore a mascot costume as she spoke. She warned them to listen carefully to the tour rules. Jag's spinner loudly declared that this machine took no responsibility. for any consequences if the guidelines were ignored. Hearing that the tourists turned pale, those warnings sounded absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, the black dragon looked like it was being forced to work. Everyone praised the great dragon while it sat there exhausted. It wondered how much longer it had to endure this humiliation. The dragon god of the temple gave a comforting but powerful response. "Be patient, my firstborn. This is all for the glory of dragonkind." There were special tour routes prepared for the visitors to explore each god's temple. The black dragon felt a bit anxious, asking if they really had to go that far. The thorn dragon simply glanced over at the black dragon. The powerful voice directed them to look to their left. Down the street, an elf of the Ermine Temple smiled warmly. She excitedly invited visitors to join her for a tour. She asked if they wanted an in-depth chat about their sacred temple. The elves welcomed strong, bold men for exchanges. The powerful voice pointed out to the dragons that the elves were gaining followers by targeting easily swayed men. He urged the dragon to learn from them. The dragons felt utterly helpless, wondering if that even counted as spreading religion. Still, the city kept growing as the gods preached to tourists, and Pyongyang was quickly becoming a stable, thriving place. A week later, inside a classroom, Leon pointed his pen at a ballot announcing they would now elect a mayor. Gu Dae-sung, with his golden eyes, asked in confusion, "A mayor? Is it not going to be your majesty?" Leon explained from the podium that even as an autonomous city, they remain under the South Korean government. A king cannot serve under another king. Leon sighed, admitting he wanted to give the job to the treemen or elves, but they were still too young to rule. Airman agreed that it was a shame, so Yoon raised her hand next. She asked about the requirements to run. Leon answered immediately, explaining there were specific rules for voting rights too. Han Hari looked even more puzzled, repeating the term. Voting rights. Leon went over the details they needed to know. First of all, only those at knight rank or higher, including dragons, could run. He laid out the voting system. Every free citizen got 1 vote. Priests and knights got 5. Veterans had 10, while captains and dragons got 20. Everyone looked unhappy, feeling it was too unequal. But Liam was not done yet, adding another crucial rule. He shocked Gu Dae-sung by announcing that Holy Grail knights and high priests would get 100 votes each. He told them to register by next week if they wanted to run. That was all. Han Hari quickly stood up. "Wait," she asked urgently, "how many votes do you have?" "Your Majesty." Leon paused to think for a brief moment. He realized that whoever he picked would automatically become the mayor. Han Hari sighed, feeling the election was completely pointless. So why even hold an election? Later in the dining hall, Leon announced he would participate. Deep growls echoed around. Vulcanist kept pouring alcohol, urging Gu Dae-sung to eat, calling it top-tier loot. Dae-sung smiled weakly and thanked him. The god cheered happily, raising a glass. Dae-sung drank with a heavy mind. Vulcanist leaned in curiously, calling out to him. He asked a question that hit right where it hurt. "Who are you voting for?" Dae-sung froze up upon hearing that. He hesitated, unable to answer. Currently, 3 candidates were running for the mayoral position in this tight race. The elite contenders were Vulcanist, Jag Spinner, and the Black Dragon. Since all 3 were fully qualified, they were actively campaigning. Since Gu Dae-sung held 100 votes, he was their absolute top priority. He scratched his head awkwardly. In his home country, voting was usually kept secret, but Vulcanist quickly broke the news, asking if he had not heard. Leon declared that all votes would be made completely public. Dae-sung felt like lightning had struck him out of nowhere. It is a total secret. Rumor has it that Grand Duchess, Karina, and Queen Betch will not be voting this time. But does that not mean Venus is guaranteed to win? Venus takes a sip of beer, admitting he has secured many votes. Here is how the voter base breaks down. Venus holds a massive lead with 100 personal votes plus 500 from his knights, bringing his total to 600. Jappy has fewer, while Zago Spinner sits at just 100 total votes. The Black Dragon has slightly more. He holds 20 personal votes, plus 180 from 9 other dragons, totaling 200. DC quickly does the math. Venus is sitting on 600 votes, far ahead of the competition. But there is a catch. 637 votes come from citizens and 750 from other knights, meaning things can easily change. It all depends on how the other candidates move. Venus agrees immediately, relying on current votes is way too risky. DC asks with naive optimism, should Venus not simply run a strong campaign with great speeches and appealing promises? Venus falls silent. Yes, that is how it should be, but his hand begins to tremble as he holds his mug. His fury peaks. If that wretched robot was not playing so dirty, Venus would have already secured his victory. DC looks on stunned. The sheer rage vibrating off Venus is enough to make everyone in the tavern sweat. Venus tells him to follow along to see what the robot is up to. Soon they spot posters of Jappy everywhere. The streets are covered in campaign banners designed to win over the citizens. DC sees this and remains unimpressed. He wonders what the big deal is. Venus snaps. If it were just standard banners, he would not be complaining. Every poster features a QR code. DC raises his phone to scan it, wondering what it leads to, then freezes in shock. His screen floods with scandalous headlines exposing the brutal looting of the Fire Sword Knight Order and how dragons view others as inferior. Another headline questions Venus's heavy drinking, asking if a drunkard is truly fit to lead. This is getting messy. Meanwhile, Zago Spinner's new chicken franchise is booming, while other articles bash the arrogant knights for treating citizens like garbage. They even praise Korean defense tech alongside Pantheon, while printing stories of the Fire Sword Knights assaulting civilians in the city center. DC is completely blown away by this brutal smear campaign. Venus fumes in frustration, finding the whole thing incredibly cheap. As they walk back, DC tries to calm Venus down, pointing out that none of those articles were actually lies. Venus marches on, burning with rage, muttering that he does not mind being called a looter since it is true. He throws open the door, but what he sees next is completely unacceptable. Han Hari is holding luxury bags, wallets, and gifts. She even got free weapons from the Star Island Forge. Rudolph warmly announces that Lady Han Hari has secured 5 knight votes, bringing her total to 45. As she tries to sneak off, Rudolph calls out, reminding her to vote for Jappy. Han Hari smiles and happily agrees, but she is so distracted that she bumps right into Venus. She instantly freezes in embarrassment. Stammering an apology, she looks up only to meet his terrifying, furious glare. Even DC cannot save her from this wrath. Han Hari desperately struggles to find an excuse, but Venus grabs her by the hair, demanding to know how a warrior accepts bribes. Venus asks if she feels no shame. Cry of pain escapes her, but a calm voice cuts in, denying any bribery. Jappy defends his actions, claiming his machine is simply implementing standard upgrades to improve the overall quality of life for citizens. He flashes a smug smile, adding that carbon-based lifeforms should actually be grateful for such benevolence. Venus is disgusted, asking if Jappy intends to offer those same upgrades to the frontline soldiers as well. Jappy scoffs with pure condescension. Lower lifeforms do not qualify for quality of life improvements. He demands everyone listen closely, boldly asserting that carbon-based entities have a much simpler purpose in this world. Carbon-based lifeforms only need to obey orders. It is a chilling statement that leaves everyone speechless. Jappy tells them to just welcome the machine paradise. Venus roars back in absolute disgust, shouting that this is wrong. Humans must be ruled by humans and Jappy will lose. Jappy, however, remains completely unfazed. He claims defeat is impossible. Looking at the two stubborn leaders, the companions wonder if this election is going to end in disaster. Sometime later, Venus, Liha, and Tom make their move. They arrive at a massive cave filled with piles of glowing treasure. This is the Black Dragon Lair. Upon hearing Venus's desperate proposition, the massive beast stares down in complete shock. The dragon asks if he is actually serious. Venus eagerly nods, begging him to agree and support his cause. The Black Dragon scoffs, asking why on earth he would ever abandon his own campaign for Venus's sake. He demands to know if Venus thinks a dragon's pride is cheap. Venus counters that now is not the time for stubborn pride. Seeing the dragon's sour expression, Venus continues to press his point, hoping to make him see the bigger picture. Venus smirked. He pointed out that the candidate could not win with only dragon support, since those aggressive and arrogant beasts failed to get backing from either citizens or knights. Even though this election was a complete chaotic mess of mudslinging and manipulated followers, his own devious strategy was still working out beautifully. It actually worked. Views and Jag Spinner had successfully split the votes, meaning the Black Dragon faced guaranteed defeat. Views offered a deal, however. He would make an offer the dragon could not refuse. The Black Dragon listened closely as the tempting deal unfolded. If he joined Vyus's party, dragons would be granted seats on the city council. If the Black Dragon could only help Vyus secure the victory, he would gain a share of political power. Considering the current situation, this was highly tempting. The Black Dragon calculated silently. Logically, he knew he should accept this deal, but something inside still held him back. Suddenly, Jag Spinner's frantic voice echoed in from somewhere. Click, wait, this machine has a far more tempting offer. If the dragons partnered up with this machine, they would receive the deputy mayor position. Jag Spinner flashed a sly grin. Collaborating with a machine made far more sense than dealing with those greedy candidates. Hearing this, King Vyus instantly lost his temper. He shouted menacingly, asking if the damn machine was finished speaking and wanted to meet its end today. Jag Spinner fired back sharply, asking if brute force was all Vyus had. Soon the Black Dragon could not stand the bickering. He roared, telling both of them to get out immediately. That was when the Black Dragon's mother spoke up gently. He asked what she wanted. His mother advised that even if it was bitter, he should cooperate for the best outcome. Suddenly, an unexpected voice startled the Black Dragon. It remarked that he seemed to have quite a lot on his mind. Karina slid the door open and suggested that as the Holy Knight of the Dragon God, cooperation was actually not bad. The Black Dragon growled, asking the bastard if she was trying to insult him. Karina paid absolutely no mind to his anger. She pointed out that she was telling him this because she herself was not the best politician despite being an empress. She added that she could offer him advice from someone she believed to be the absolute ideal politician. The Black Dragon was thoroughly confused. Just then, someone walked in remarking that he did not expect such high-quality entertainment here. Leon had arrived. Arms crossed, he asked the baby dragon if he wanted guidance. "Speak your mind, little one." Sometime later at the Mansu Parliament building, Han Hari was standing on the grand podium addressing the massive crowd. She announced the three candidates for the mayoral election, noting they were neck and neck and expecting a fierce debate. To kick things off, she respectfully invited each candidate to announce their campaign goals, starting with the Honorable Vyus. Vyus cleared his throat loudly. He confidently declared that he would never lose to that treacherous backstabbing dictator. Jag Spinner snapped back in anger, stating that this machine refused to lose to a barbaric, plunder-obsessed savage like him. Vyus maintained his stance, claiming that plundering was just a standard practice to boost morale. Jag Spinner shouted back in absolute disgust. He called it utter nonsense. Watching the intense clash unfold, Han Hari could only offer a helpless, awkward smile. She acknowledged the passionate statements before turning toward the Black Dragon to hear from their third mayoral candidate. Under the pressure of Han Hari's request, the Black Dragon grew incredibly anxious. He recalled the wise words Leon once shared. Leon had looked at the firstborn of Dragonia and seriously asked what he believed democracy truly was. The Black Dragon replied that it was a system where citizens elected representatives through voting. Leon had nodded in agreement. He called it the most successful political structure on Earth, where ordinary people pooled their votes to choose leaders. However, Leon pointed out the fatal flaw. These average men would not even keep their most basic promises. They let power go to their heads, committing all sorts of lies and deceits while changing policies and words at whim. They became slaves to factions, votes, and power. Such corruption was absolutely unthinkable in Leon's own glorious kingdom. The Black Dragon had asked in confusion what he should do since he stood zero chance of winning. Leon smiled gently. He told the baby dragon it was simple. He advised him to stand tall and state his desired policies with firm conviction. Vyus, Jag Spinner, and the dragon were by no means ordinary beings. The standard rules and limits of mere mortals meant nothing. For entities like them, this election was simply a formal process to enforce whatever they wanted on the public. Therefore, standing up to them required an unshakable spirit. That was exactly how true philosophers got things done. Snapping back to reality, the Black Dragon calmly announced that as the firstborn of Dragonia, he would lead for the masses. Everyone gasped in absolute shock. For the masses, they wondered. He confidently declared he would now lay out his policies. The Black Dragon then began to clearly explain the ultimate purpose of his vision. It contained no empty promises. No cheap mudslinging, no empty promises. Focusing strictly on real policy, Black Dragon delivers a remarkably sincere pitch about what he actually plans to do. Yet, it is still pretty unclear how many people were truly swayed by that speech. Still, for one particular onlooker, it was a massive shock. When election day finally arrives, Leon holds up the official results. He announces the final tally. The first mayor of the autonomous city of Pyongyang is as he glances back with those sharp blue eyes of his. He shouts the name, the first child of the Golden God and the Covenant Dragonia Black Dragon Ron. Leon adds, "I hope you will keep working hard as the new mayor of Pyongyang." Down in the crowd, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Ermin happily cheers, "Congratulations, Black Dragon, or rather Mayor." Meanwhile, Black Dragon can barely believe his own luck. Wait, was he actually elected? Now the biggest credit for this shocking win goes to none other than Dae-sung. Even though his single vote only counted as 100, the elves in trance who owed Dae-sung followed his lead. Plus, local reporters, thoroughly disgusted by the other candidates' dirty mudslinging, threw their weight behind Black Dragon 2. Down below, Karina rubs her chin, finding it all rather bizarre. She turns to Dae-sung, asking why he did not just cast a blank vote like her. He shifts awkwardly, scratching his head before admitting he felt some genuine sincerity buried in that dragon's speech. Karina's eyes go wide. She can barely believe such naive words came out of Dae-sung's mouth. After a brief pause, she quietly smiles. Dae-sung blushes, asking if that was just a stupid reason to vote. But Karina does not think so. "No," she replies softly, "I think it is completely understandable. But you still need some experience." Dae-sung is left totally confused. Left completely in the dark, Dae-sung is stunned as Black Dragon grandly declares his very first decree as the new mayor. He decrees that from this day forward, there will be absolutely no term limits, no more elections until he dies, and the city council will strictly consist of glorious dragons of the Golden God. Dae-sung's face instantly drains of color. Wait, is he establishing an instant dictatorship? Talk about a total plot twist. Where betrayal and endless conspiracies brew, the foolish do not survive long. Elsewhere, countless demon corpses lay scattered across the frozen snow. Witnessing the carnage, Spinner spits out a curse against Leon Dragonia. Vaughn stands beside him, adding in a heavy tone. Rakshar, the Lord of Chaos, and over 10 archdemons are completely gone. This is their absolute worst defeat in 200 years. Spinner snaps, this is exactly why I opposed this plan. Sacrificing an ancient god like Raka was way too extreme. They even realize the humans have masterfully reverse-engineered warp gate technology. If given any more time, they will end up invading the demon realm itself. Spinner looks up, reaching a grim decision. It is time to make a choice. No more hiding in the shadows of dimensional rifts. They must summon help from something far worse. Little do they know, every single move has been watched through a crystal ball. Spinner chimes in, Master, they are coming. Mirka replies calmly, I see them. Another wonders why they would dare come here after sealing them away in this desolate void. Max suggests a quick massacre, while Rigato eagerly waits ready to tear them apart the moment an order is given. Great Khan Mirka laughs it off, his booming voice vibrating. He scoffs, their leader is absolute trash. Facing even the fourth one at this point would be purely boring. He sneers, let us see what they brought us. This is Great Goblin Khan Mirka, a legendary champion of the Goblin God, famous for slaughtering the archdemons of laziness, greed, and destruction. Meanwhile, far away in the freezing wastes of Siberia, Russia, a hunter named Lemon is running for her absolute life. Sobbing in pure terror through the blinding snow, she cannot wrap her head around the unfolding nightmare. Their entire Russian hunter expedition has been utterly wiped out. How did the Ice Queen's army grow so massive? Glancing back, she realizes having a dungeon gate open right here in Siberia was the worst possible outcome. The Ice Queen's sudden arrival in 2016 had brought Russia straight to its knees. Emerging from the Siberian gate dungeon break, she instantly seized the snowy plains and built a massive ice fortress. Russia barely managed to contain her expansion by betting the entire nation's fate on full military mobilization. However, as long as the indestructible heart of the Ice Queen remains intact, she will inevitably reform. It is only a matter of time before she returns, and Lemon can tell she has grown far more dangerous than before. At all costs, she must deliver this crucial report to her superiors. Suddenly, a blast of freezing frost erupts, instantly creeping up and locking her legs in solid ice. Her face goes pale as she realizes she is dealing with ice spirits. Panicking, she struggles to break free. Move, damn it, move. But it is too late. The Ice Queen's loyal minions close and lunging forward for the kill. Lemon screams in absolute terror. No, no. Suddenly, a barrage of green glowing constructs materializes right before her. It is the Grand Earth Spear spell. Turns out Daesung arrived just in time to save her, unleashing a terrifying force that sweeps away the horde of small demons, forcing the towering Yeti to a screeching halt. Lemon can only stare in disbelief. What is this? Daesung bellows out, leaving the rest to Grand Duke Karina. Karina charges forward, moving so incredibly fast that she becomes a blur. In the blink of an eye, she appears right before her target. Her hand grips her hilt, her blade gleaming with a cold, lethal light, ready to deliver the final strike. The Yeti lets out a thunderous roar, trying to crush her spirit, but Karina simply executes a few lightning-fast slashes, completely carving the beast into 100 pieces, looking totally calm and collected. Her task is complete, and as the Yeti draws its very last breath, its massive body collapses to the ground. Lemon watches, completely stunned. She cannot believe that someone just took down an S-rank field boss Yeti with a single strike. Just then, Spinner approaches from behind, having already confirmed the enemy's incoming reinforcements. He reports that the Frost Queen's minions are still pouring out. To deal with this, Spinner recommends splitting up their defensive lines for maximum efficiency. Hearing this, Karina immediately takes charge. She decides she will clear this side, ordering Sir Spinner and Daesung to block the incoming waves of reinforcements. Both knights acknowledge the order instantly. Lemon then hesitantly speaks up, asking if they are from the Holy Pantheon. Why are Pantheon knights even here? Karina simply smiles back, amused by the girl's sheer confusion. She calmly states they came to end this conflict. With 3 Holy Grail knights and the Pantheon order dispatched to Russia, the entire Siberian front is about to change. Flashback to a few days ago at the Hunter Association headquarters. Minhyuk delivers an urgent brief explaining that Leon was summoned to the association due to the crises in Siberia and the Blue Ruins. Disasters are spilling out of the Black Gates, spearheaded by the Frost Queen and Demon King Skazakaria. Governments have already deployed countless S-rank hunters to conquer them, but these immortal entities keep resurrecting every few years. As casualties and damages keep mounting, the nations finally swallow their pride and beg the Pantheon for direct intervention. Leon listens in silence before speaking. He decides he will personally deal with the Demon King, heading straight for the Blue Ruins alongside Vulcanus. Minhyuk bows in deep gratitude, deeply moved by the king's decisive and unwavering resolution. He then inquires about the personnel to be dispatched to Siberia, asking if Leon has anyone specific in mind. The king casually replies that he has not really thought of any particular candidate for the frozen front just yet. However, with a sly grin, he notes that testing their recent training progress would actually be quite a fun idea. He orders their immediate deployment. Back in the present, snow continuously falls over the brutal Siberian battlefield. The Pantheon forces are locked in a fierce, relentless struggle against the Frost Queen's massive army. Hanhari steps up, summoning the sacred flame to erupt, sending the nearby monsters flying. Ju watches in awe of this holy magic. He remarks that these frozen creatures are indeed highly vulnerable to fire, prompting an annoyed snap from Shu. Shu yells at him to stop admiring and fire another lightning bolt, completely unaware an enemy has sneaked right up behind him. Fortunately, Sion rushes in just in time, swinging her sword to strike it down. Ju casually sighs that he gets it. Shu praises Sion for the save, but Sion senses something is off. She frowns, pointing out a bizarre anomaly. The enemy's reinforcement rate is incredibly slow, while their individual strength has improved compared to 17 years ago. The giant frost beasts, known as the Queen's strongest vanguard, are completely nowhere to be found. Shua wonders if the Frost Queen has not fully resurrected yet, causing Ju to fall into deep thought. He admits he has no clue, but looking at the distant castle, he knows they will find answers inside. We cut to a magnificent white castle looming amidst the frozen landscape, shrouded in thick mist and endless frost. This is the Frost Queen's stronghold. Karina marches toward it, her expression cold and deadpan like a grim reaper. Any monster foolish enough to stand in her path is instantly met with her lethal blade. She examines the fortress. She admits the castle looks quite decent. Meanwhile, Hanhari is left completely baffled by the weak opposition. Seon warily scans the surroundings, sensing a strange anomaly. Hanhari asks for clarification, caught off guard. Seo notes that the frost giants are still missing, even though this should be the Queen's final line of defense. Hanhari ponders this, wondering if they simply bypass them somehow since they have already penetrated so deep into the area. Sion remains unconvinced, pointing out that having absolutely no guards makes zero sense, especially since these giants were the very first minions created by the Frost Queen. Karina chimes in, noting that their complete absence is indeed highly suspicious. That means they are staying close to protect her. Daesung volunteers, saying he will open the door first, and everyone should stay alert. The heavy castle doors slowly begin to creak open. Daesung strains as he pushes against them, sweat dripping down his face. Suddenly, an unidentified black object flies straight at his face, startling Daesung. In this critical split-second moment, he barely manages to raise his weapon to block the incoming projectile. Hearing the impact behind her, Karina calls out in worry, crying out for Lord Daesung. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief as she realizes what it is, the head of a frost giant. Jappy suddenly barks out a warning, confirming life signals inside, revealing there are two of those entities. They must engage immediately. He commands them to fire, and instantly a barrage of bombs launches from his armor. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, shaking the entire castle. Jappy stands in silence, staring at the destruction he just caused. Suho stands frozen in shock. Ju screams for Lord Jappy as a dangerous green energy suddenly flares up right before them. In the blink of an eye, a weapon flies out, piercing straight through Jappy's armor and pinning him midair. Suho and Jehik yell out for Jappy in sheer panic. Realizing the danger, Jappy issues an emergency escape command. Unable to withstand the devastating blow, Jappy's heavy armor quickly shatters into hundreds of flying pieces. Fortunately, he ejects just in time, but the violent shockwave leaves him trembling, barely able to keep his footing. The impact carves a deep dark trench as thick dust and debris shoot into the air, blinding everyone on sight. Karina and Hanhari can only stare in speechless shock. Suddenly, Hanhari's eyes shrink in horror at what he sees. The Frost Queen is completely drenched in blood. Just then, a chilling, raspy voice echoes through the ruins. Mocha sneers, mockingly saying he is deeply disappointed after having expectations for the famous Holy Grail Knight. Is that really all he has got? Daesung, Hanhari, and Karina are stunned. Is the Frost Queen actually dead? And even worse, why is there a goblin here? Mocha lifts his massive axe, coldly demanding them to leave. He tells the weaklings to take a message back to their king, gritting his hideous teeth and roaring in rage. He tells them his mortal enemy has finally arrived. Suddenly, memories flood back as Mocha finds himself in a chaotic past. Waking up in this new body, he was surrounded by a brutal battlefield filled with corpses and the stench of blood. The only thing Mocha could recall was the name Mabon. He had no idea who he was or why he was there. Absolutely nothing. But soon, this unfamiliar body was taken over by a goblin's primal battle instincts, driving him to crush and survive. This wild world valued only raw strength, and Mocha loved it. Fortunately, he was one of the strongest here. There was no reason to reject a simple system where power ruled supreme. Might truly made right in this land. Before long, Mocha easily rose to become the fierce leader of the 7 goblin tribes, ready for more combat. He fought the humans of the Eastern Kingdom, crushed swarms of wild beasts, and even battled his own goblin kind. Mocha became the ultimate chieftain chosen by the goblin gods, successfully uniting all the Eastern goblin tribes. But then someone gave Mocha a stark warning. Sweating cold, Fok advised him to never challenge the Leon Dragonia king. But Mocha demanded to know why. Fok quickly explained that the Western Kingdom's Leon Dragonia king was no ordinary human. He shared everything he knew about this legend. Not long ago, their greatest warrior had fallen by that king's hand. According to the prophecy of the beast gods, that man had achieved the status of a demigod despite being human. Fok warned him that defeat would be inevitable. But Mocha had already witnessed what humans in metal armor could do. He had seen them before, humans clad in heavy metal doing miraculous things. And a king standing at the peak would never be foolish enough to face him. Still, Mocha summoned Gran, issuing a direct order to march their troops close to the Leona's kingdom. His blood is boiling with excitement. Shocked, Fok stammers, but Mocha tells him not to worry. Those weak humans are nothing. His face grows colder as he vows to slaughter the legendary Leon Dragonia king. He is the ultimate tyrant. Now he has found a brand new purpose. Back in reality, Mocha relentlessly hammers Dae-sung. Dae-sung grimaces at his insane power. Even against two holy knights, the tyrant remains completely unmatched. Still, Dae-sung cries out for Jappy to strike now, prompting him to unleash a massive burst of energy. Activating his ultimate tactical formation, Jappy screams a battle cry as the surrounding earth shatters around Mocha. But the goblin stomps his foot to dodge. In a mere split second, he is already behind Jappy and Dae-sung. Striking with godlike speed, Mocha sneers that they are too slow as both heroes freeze in pure terror. Just as the blow is about to land, a spear suddenly thrusts in. Karina has rushed to shield them both. The sudden, fierce arrival of Karina forces Mirka to take a step back, muttering that the goblin is pretty fast. Dae-sung is visibly surprised to see her calling out to Lady Karina, who silently notes she has faced goblin chiefs before. But she has never witnessed one this terrifyingly strong, wondering what kind of monster he really is as Mirka sneers. The monster mockingly says they deserve the title of knights and solemnly declares that it is time to go all out. Unleashing its devastating power, Mirka summons a massive glowing spectral hand, its face twisted into a mask of pure malice. It challenges them to block the attack, prompting Dae-sung to desperately scream for everyone to get out of the way. With a downward sweep of its arm, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, reducing the entire area to absolute ruins. Looking at the destruction, Mirka grunts in irritation upon realizing the slippery knights managed to escape just in time. Cran asks if they should give chase, but Mirka casually replies that they will definitely cross paths again soon. Turning to the real prize, Mirka asks if they secured the queen's heart, which Cran immediately presents. Mirka warns that after coming this far, the item better be worth the trouble, which Cran calmly promises it is. Cran announces he will open the portal and a massive dark gateway instantly tears open right before their eyes. As thousands of troops march into the dark portal, Cran declares it is time to unleash their plan, Ragnarok. Rewinding 200 years ago on planet Leon Dragonia, after the defeat of the Chaos Lord Malus demons waged a two-front war. Believing the weakened Leon Dragonia kingdom was vulnerable, they sent the Lord of Wisdom's forces to conquer it. Meanwhile, the Lord of Slaughter and Destruction marched east, but they did not find weak humans waiting for them. Instead, they clashed with a fierce army of green-skinned goblins, screaming that they fought purely for their honor. A weeping demon reports that those goblins offered the demon lord's soul to their gods before invading the demon realm. To hunt down more demons, Beatrice gasps in utter shock and disbelief upon hearing that the goblins actually dared enter the abyss. The sobbing demon quickly confirms the grim news, explaining they were completely and utterly helpless against the invaders. Their terrifying leader was unlike anything they had ever faced, even defeating the lords of sloth and greed. They were forced to seal that dimension completely, leaving Leon to ponder if this is the same monster from Siberia. His mind wanders as a heavy expression falls over his face, thinking he already knew the creature was strong. After all, even the mighty knights had to retreat, but defeating a literal demon lord is on a whole different level. He wonders if this is the same monster that shot down the satellite and the only force capable of stopping him. Suddenly, a panicked voice interrupts his thoughts as Jin Shu rushes over, frantically waving a smartphone with shocking news. Urging him to watch a video, Leon takes the device and asks Kim Jin-sung what is wrong, noticing his pale face. The goblins are actively protesting against discrimination, leaving Leon staring at the screen with his mouth hanging wide open. When he asks where this madness is happening, Kim Jin-sung replies that it is spreading across the entire world. This is the absolute last thing anyone would expect from savage monsters, but Leon's eyes suddenly catch a strange detail. He silently reads the protest banners, demanding an end to discrimination and accusing King Leon of being a demon. Leon grimaces as someone awkwardly stammers out his royal title. Being compared to vile demons is the insult he hates most. So if the goblins he despises dare to insult him, it is war. Leon grits his teeth in pure fury. How dare they compare him to demons he sees? In his 3 years of life, Leon has never been this angry. A whole month has passed since the goblins first began their protests. At first, the public was completely shocked by it. But because these demonstrations remain entirely peaceful, they did not really cause any immediate trouble for the city. Then a goblin leader named Karim steps forward, claiming to be a great warrior. He demands democracy for the people. Other nations that welcome these goblins are already falling apart, overthrown in rapid coups led by ruthless goblin generals. Regular citizens are panicking, wondering if they can survive. Most affected countries are developing nations with barely any active hunters. Desperate dictators had welcomed the goblin forces to bolster their militaries, only to find themselves completely betrayed and overthrown. And here's where things take a turn for the worse. Chairman Kang Hyuk brings up a terrifying new development. Ji Hyuk is completely stunned by the news. He wonders if monsters could actually establish a functioning democracy after seizing power. Kang Hyuk sighs and confirms the grim reality. They did, he says, but not to help the people at all. The monsters continue plotting coups to consolidate power. The moment humans start to complain, the goblins play their ultimate card. They threaten to stop clearing the gates, leaving humans defenseless. Left with absolutely no choice, the people must rely on Leon. They are forced to submit to them. Beatrice is completely flustered, never expecting the orcs to pull this off. She suspects a demon is pulling the strings. But Leon knows. Orcs will never submit to them. He confidently blames the demon Mabangra. Beck speaks up, admitting he never thought Mirka could actually make it happen. Leon then asks what the South Korean government is even doing, and Kang Hee-wook steps forward with total loyalty. He declares they stand with him, stating they view the orcs as a potential threat to security. Leon replies they cannot just blindly confront them, as some people will still foolishly argue for orc rights. Kang Hee-wook agrees. If they strike first, the media will immediately turn on them with heavy criticism. Leon mutters in a low voice that while he avoids politics, humanity will soon realize their massive mistake. Suddenly, an urgent broadcast blares from the screen announcing that the leader of the Orc Federation is chosen. The screen displays info that this new 32-nation Orc Federation is already actively reviewing their trade agreements. Chaos erupts. This immediately forces the Hunter Association to call an emergency meeting to discuss the threat. Hearing this, Leon decides they can never coexist. Weeks later, we reach their federal headquarters. A worried human official nervously reports to the Great Khan, warning that the ongoing unrest causes too much conflict. He begs the Khan to continue negotiations with humanity, but Mirka simply lets out a loud, mocking laugh. His voice drips with contempt as he mocks these former lackeys who are now suddenly begging for democracy. He sneers that they only lost their power because they were weak, which leaves the human diplomat completely pale. The diplomat stammers in fear, but Mirka coldly cuts him off to ask a single brutal question. He points out that gate breaks have spiked tenfold since the orcs stopped clearing them, proving their absolute helplessness. Since the orcs handled everything before, he mockingly asks how these humans can negotiate when they are so weak. It is useless. The desperate man tries to argue further, but Mirka shuts him down immediately. Mirka barks at him to shut up, and the entire room suddenly plunges into a terrifying deep darkness. He heavily insults them, declaring that compared to the mighty orc race, humans are nothing but mere errand boys. Choking under the crushing pressure, the humans can barely breathe as Mirka orders them to get lost. He warns that their protection is no longer cheap, demanding they bow and submit if they want to survive. Watching the humans tremble as they leave, Ricardo quietly asks if this is truly wise, leaving Mirka quite confused. Ricardo warns that the king will definitely plot, especially since the orcs still heavily rely on human labor. A deadly silence. Mirka glares back, warning Ricardo and asking if he thinks they are equals. Ricardo falls completely silent, forcing a quick smile to deny it before explaining his long, deep history. Hundreds of years ago, he joined the orcs to escape a massive, brutal slaughter caused by none other than Leon. Since that day, he fought alongside a demon lord's army, but most followers of the beast god perished. Ricardo was left as the sole surviving heir of that ancient faith, meaning he fully understands his current place. Even Vulcanus, who was once considered the perfect vessel for the beast god, could not defeat King Leon. He sinisterly asks if Mirka can actually beat him, causing the orc leader to look a bit concerned. Ricardo notes that humans will never submit and will struggle to regain power, making conflict absolutely inevitable. A wicked smile. Mirka eagerly looks forward to a grand, bloody clash with humanity's absolute strongest. Meanwhile, in the Grand Duchy of Kaizen, massive crowds take to the streets to protest against the dictatorship. This is the holy land of Pantheon, and the Grand Duchy of Kaizen is famous for its devout followers. For a very long time, Sir Gordon has spread the teachings of Demira, purifying the land and attracting believers. Word of Gordon becoming a holy knight spreads rapidly, making them believe their gods will protect them from orcs. Nearby boy asks in deep irritation why they cannot just slaughter every single one of those annoying protesters. Graham warns him to leave them be, reminding him of the Great Khan's direct order to avoid civilian violence. Boy replies that they must focus on quietly expanding their forces instead of causing any unnecessary scenes. Graham notes that the Pantheon followers established their base here first and still heavily outnumber their own forces. Boy snorts that they do not even have their own nation, but Graham quickly explains the Khan's strategy. Graham explains that building a nation would only unite enemies against them, so they use faith instead. We must obey Dae Sungun's orders. Boy hangs his head in somber silence, completely lost in his thoughts as he tries to gently persuade them. It makes sense, but suddenly, a loud scream cuts through the air. The raging citizens scream at the goblins, telling them to get lost. Everyone joins in the chant, get out, you bastards." Boy shouts back in pure frustration. "Are you trying to die?" A man snaps. "Go ahead and try." GM whispers a quick warning to Vunton, telling him not to cause any trouble no matter what happens here. "I know," Boy starts to say, turning his head. But before he can even finish, both Boy and Sam turn around in complete bewilderment. The scene before them is utterly ridiculous. A man is rolling on the ground, wailing that the goblins are attacking them and destroying democracy. People join the outcry, claiming the goblins are beating peaceful protesters. They film everything, completely oblivious to how easily human society is manipulated. This is classic human propaganda, fueled by lies and drama that these straightforward goblins cannot even begin to comprehend. The man keeps faking his injuries, crying out about his legs. Pantheon does not just build influence on faith, they use any dirty method. They only care about the end goal, whatever it takes. Someone calls out to dial 911. This is a massive scoop. The Kwang Ti brothers, former members of the Ilguang Palace, are absolute professionals at this. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Goblin Federal Office. Morka's eyes glow a fierce red as he stares directly at his screen. The tablet displays the most trending news reports of recent days. The top headline reads, "Citizen attacked by goblins still refuses to give up on democracy." Following that, Hailong Diang's election results. Candidate R Min has officially won the election. The third piece of news announces that the Pantheon Knights are deployed to protect him. Finally, the coup-leading goblins declare an unprecedented retreat. This leaves humans wondering if their hope for democracy will actually be realized. Enraged by the news, Morka squeezes the tablet so hard the casing cracks. Fractures quickly spread across the entire surface of the screen. "I told you not to do that," Morka roars in absolute fury. "There was a reason for my warning. We must avoid direct conflict. We cannot afford a head-on clash with humanity right now." The subordinate stammers, trying to explain that he did not do anything wrong. He desperately defends himself, claiming they never laid a finger on the old man, who simply threw himself forward to fake an injury. Hearing this, Tabby stands nearby with crossed arms and clicks his tongue. "What a pain." Cran nods in agreement with his statement. "That land should have been a secure zone, but our mission failed." Cran's tone turns dead serious as he addresses the room. "Territory is vital, but we cannot allow them to acquire our intelligence. If humans find out about our Ragnarok plan, it is over. An all-out war would be inevitable, and we are not ready for that yet. The timing is just not right." Morka commands Cran to destroy all intelligence before they can stick their noses into our business. He speaks with absolute cold resolve. "Understood, Great Khan. I will establish contact immediately." But before Cran can even finish his sentence, a massive explosion rocks the entire room. The doors burst open with a loud slam. A panicked messenger rushes in, shouting to the Great Khan that they have a massive crisis. Morka asks what is happening, his voice ice cold. The messenger is pale, drenched in cold sweat, trembling from head to toe. He reports that a human military unit packed with elite S-class hunters is currently launching a full-scale assault on their position. The guard units are trying their best to hold them back, but these humans are far stronger than anyone could have anticipated. Morka rests his chin on his hand, asking if this is Pantheon's doing. He ponders for a moment before rejecting the idea. He suspects these are mercenaries hired by a desperate cornered dictator. They think that killing us will force the goblins back into submission. "I knew they would try something eventually, but I did not expect them to go this far." Morka flexes his razor-sharp claws. "This is actually getting interesting." A sadistic, excited grin slowly spreads across his face as his eyes flash with a cold light. "Grand Banbaza, hear my command." Morka's gaze sharpens to a lethal point as he orders them to capture a few alive. "Bring them straight to me." At that exact moment, the goblin capital is engulfed in raging flames, with thick black smoke blanketing the sky. Buildings crumble one after another, leaving a wasteland in the wake of relentless air raids. Suddenly, a voice crackles over the radio. The aerial squad has initiated their strike. S-class hunter Gunter not responds clearly through his transmitter, confirming their coordinates. Guns' team is currently moving in. Gunter grits his teeth, a deep burning hatred boiling over in his chest. How dare those arrogant goblins look down on humanity as if they are superior? Today is the day you all perish. Right then, another urgent report comes through. Jun Hung Bao's squad has located the enemy and is preparing to engage them. Hearing this, Sanggun urges the captain to pick up the pace, and Gunter nods with firm determination. They must hurry to provide immediate backup. The squad dashes through the ruined, debris-filled streets, heading straight for the battlefield. He spearheads the formation, gripping his massive greatsword as he aggressively charges forward. Heavy footsteps echo through the smoke. Clearing a massive gap between the collapsed ruins, Gunter not immediately scans the chaotic area and lets out a deafening roar. We have arrived. Show yourself, Khan, where are you hiding? But the scene before his eyes is not what he expected. The sight before them leaves the entire squad frozen. Bodies are scattered everywhere, the blood-soaked ground painting a grim picture. A thick stench of blood mixes with heavy smoke, making the air suffocating. Type glances back, his eyes icy and distant. Are there still more of them coming? He gasps, completely paralyzed by fear. How could elite hunters fail like this? Even S-rank and A-rank hunters were slaughtered here. But the enemy ignores them casually, turning to face Gran instead. What do we do now? The Great Khan ordered us to bring some of them back alive. He sighs, looking at them. Humans really are so fragile, he mutters. Gran immediately prepares his magic, a look of pure irritation crossing his face. This reminds him of the old days fighting the Grail Knights. Seeing the massive torrent of mana rushing toward him, Gunter pales. Watch out, they are attacking. He moves instantly, triggering his ultimate absolute defense skill to protect his allies. A massive wall of energy rises before them. Get behind me, Gunter yells, glaring at the enemy with pure defiance. This absolute defense has blocked ultimate skills from S-rank hunters before. Go ahead and try to break through it. But Gunter's eyes go wide. Total terror. The barrier dissolves in an instant as if it were absolutely nothing. High above, a massive, terrifying eye opens in the sky, releasing an overwhelming pressure that chokes the very air. Gunter screams, begging him to stop, but Gran just cold-heartedly dares him to block the next strike. With a single command, Gran unleashes Gokrok's gaze, sending a devastating beam of light crashing down from the sky. A blinding flash swallows the entire battlefield. The helpless squad completely drowns in a massive pillar of light. Slowly, the light fades, leaving nothing but ruined earth and rising pillars of black smoke. Tate looks around, thoroughly confused. He asks if they were supposed to keep some alive. Gran shrugs. He will try harder next time. Right then, Gran spots a sword on the scorched ground. Tape asks, what is so special about it? Gran picks it up instantly, realizing it is made of mithril. He knows it is tough, but surviving his gaze. Tape points out that this belongs to King Leon's soldiers. Why would these modern hunters have it? Gran grinds his teeth as his expression turns incredibly cold. Raw mana begins to erupt wildly from his body. The sword melts into glowing red liquid in his hands. It turns out King Leon was secretly funding their enemies. They played dumb while arming the hunters with mithril gear. Talk about a massive betrayal right in front of us. It makes total sense why they are mortal enemies. Type sighs, realizing they must have caused the incident at Duchy K. Gran nods in grim agreement. This has been a battle for survival from the start, and his blood is finally pumping. Meanwhile, over at the Ministry of Defense in the Duchy of K, everything seems completely quiet and normal with no signs of trouble. Inside, Leon sits in deep thought, muttering that the hunters' ambush failed exactly as he had originally predicted. Even if they were just money-hungry mercenaries serving a corrupt regime, he still regrets the loss of their valuable lives. Hanhari turns pale, noting how terrifyingly strong the goblins are. She anxiously asks Spinner for his final analysis. Spinner reports that at least one black goblin is an A-rank monster utilizing monstrous strength on the battlefield. Their physical power is easily on par with, if not superior to, the legendary Grail Knights themselves. Leon smirks, noting that for mere beasts, they put up a decent fight. But Hanhari is sweating bullets. That goblin named Mocha alone is already giving her a major headache. Leon remains completely unfazed, crossing his arms. This is nothing new compared to the ancient wars of the Leon H kingdom. Humans and goblins have always fought. It is a war of survival that has raged for thousands of years, with humans acting as representatives of the gods. He turns to look at the captive tied up in the corner, scoffing at how weak the local goblins are. The captive General Karim of the Duchy of K growls in absolute fury, veins popping on his forehead. He demands to know how they dared to break in here. Hanhari remains firm, telling him to just cooperate. They have official clearance from the head of the Kajin Principality. Karim laughs, saying they will find absolutely nothing. He boasts that all traces have already been wiped clean. But right then, Spinner interrupts with some great news. I am General Karim of the Duchy. How dare you trespass in here? She furrows her brow and speaks firmly. Please, comply with our orders. We have authorization from the ruler of the Kajin Principality. He growls in anger. Even if you tear this place apart, you won't find a thing. We wiped all the traces. But, at that exact moment, Spinner's excited voice cuts in, making Karim's heart skip a beat. Data restoration is complete, recovering everything from the past 6 months. He praises him, asking how long it will take to analyze. Data analysis complete, he blunt answers. For 3 seconds, he stands completely frozen, unable to believe his own ears. Wait, that is magic power surging around Leon's fist in an instant. Without letting him finish his sentence, he unleashes his spiritual energy, straight at the babbling fool. Leon snaps in anger that this bastard was taken in by the country, and yet Instead of being grateful and patriotic, they stage a ridiculous coup. A moment later, he turns to ask, "Have you finished the analysis?" Z-Spinner chokes, coughing out that the data analysis is complete, but he found an anomaly. Hanhari is surprised. "An anomaly? What is it?" He explains. "It is a plan from the Elf Federation." Z-Spinner's voice grows heavy as he advises taking swift action on this. She stammers, completely speechless. "What did you just say?" He looks straight at everyone, emphasizing each word. "The name of the plan is Ragnarok." Z-Spinner warns that no matter what happens, they must never allow this plan to succeed. Ragnarok is a plan the demons came up with. The moment Leon appeared on Earth, back then inside a secret meeting room, a screen displayed the details of their strategy to deal with Leon. The plan is simple. If they cannot defeat the champion of the Pantheon, kill the gods themselves, opening a special portal to summon outside gods to Earth and letting them clash with the Pantheon's gods. Of course, the demons never anticipated the absolute destruction this would bring upon Earth, which is why they never actually carried out this plan before. But right now, at the center of a massive sacrificial circle, magic surges, violently forming a pitch-black vortex that consumes the entire sky. Mocha, under a pact with the demons, is trying to make this plan a reality. Inside the meeting room, he sits at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "We must stop those monsters." The Duke clenches his hand into a fist, shocked they would dare to carry out such a plan. Juri is stunned. She always thought their goal was to conquer Earth. Leon speaks up, noting there must be a reason they're doing this, even knowing it could destroy the planet. He is smart, unlike those other elves. Vinus snaps in anger. That bastard has the nerve to drag gods into this war. How insolent. Beck anxiously turns to Spinner to ask if he can determine how far their plan has progressed. Z-Spinner gently shakes his head, clicking in regret that he cannot. Z-Spinner explains that all satellites around their area have been shot down. Perhaps that is due to MK Banra's divine power. She notes thoughtfully that it is just like Zeria's portal. He quickly leaps down to the table. Therefore, Z-Spinner seriously proposes that they authorize the use of the Duke-class armor model. With this plan, they can reclaim dominion over the universe. He nods without a single second of hesitation, granting permission. "If it seems appropriate, go ahead." Z-Spinner happily sways, thanking him. Leon rests both hands on the table and slowly stands, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. "So everyone go get ready," his voice echoes. "From now on, this conflict is no longer between elves and Leon Dragonia anymore," Leon states firmly, but a full-scale war between elves and humanity. At that very moment, at the mansion of Chairman Hammond, bright sunlight bathes the entire estate, creating a peaceful scene that stands in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere inside. Jin Dong gasps in sheer shock, asking in utter confusion about the Leon Dragonia Federation. "What exactly are you saying?" Tae-hun calmly explains that, as he mentioned, His Majesty wants Hammond to fight alongside Leon Dragonia against the elves. Sensing the other man's deep hesitation, he continues in a gentle tone, noting that he understands this is rather sudden. Following the high-level purge, Hammond underwent massive changes. The Pantheon helped them rebuild their society and military, yet those elves appeared shortly after. They had to face severe threats from a powerful hostile nation across the ocean. This left not just their president, but the entire population living in constant absolute fear. Jin Dong breaks into a cold sweat, nervously scratching his cheek. "If we join, will the elves ambush us?" Tae-hun gestures to his side, telling him there is absolutely no need to worry about that. Right in that very instant, a blazing red light rips through the sky, crashing down to the ground like a meteor. The earth shakes violently in a cloud of dust as Vonkius lands with overwhelming pressure. Blazing red flames cover his body, radiating an aura that makes everyone choke. "His Majesty has promised to protect your nation with his very honor." The murderous intent erupting from his body explodes violently. A single roar is enough to shake the air itself. To prove this, Vonkius will bless this land. An anti-elf alliance has been forged by Leon, backed by his ironclad promise of protection. Then Pantheon's messengers began persuading other nations. Even those countries that originally remained strictly neutral on the matter started throwing their support behind the Leon Dragonia Federation. Meanwhile, inside a hotel room, Dian sits with a gentle smile. "It has been a long time, Leon." Leon immediately drops to one knee, offering his utmost respect to the goddess of destiny. He greets the goddess of destiny, hoping she is well. Flustered, Dian tells him he does not need to treat her this way. Leon assures her she deserves nothing less. Dian blushes deeply, admitting she is quite jealous of the gods and the Pantheon. The smile quickly fades from her face, replaced by a serious expression. Looking directly at King Leon, Dian asks a crucial question. She asks if he plans to fight Marak. Leon stands up, nodding to confirm that he does, as they surely know peace is impossible. Living alongside the goblins is out of the question. Diane speaks up, mentioning three beings whose fates she could never see. The goddess continues, explaining that first are the demon lords whose overwhelming power surpasses even the gods themselves, freeing them from destiny's grasp. She pauses for a moment before continuing, revealing that the second person whose fate remains completely hidden is Leon himself. She claims he can become a god and even more. Leon looks down, muttering that he is merely a demigod, but Diane gently lifts her teacup. As her gaze grows deep and her voice drops, she mentions the goblin Dekenembor Banak, a powerful entity whose fate is completely shielded from her sight. He is a being directly blessed by the goblin gods themselves. Diane fixes her sharp gaze on the king, her expression turning incredibly serious. She warns that the outcome of the battle between King Leon and Dekenembor Ka will alter the very destiny of their entire planet. Leon quietly agrees, and Diane flashes a bright, excited smile, proudly declaring that this is exactly why she went to persuade the United States. Leon is stunned, asking if she has already done that. Diane confirms, explaining that once he starts the war, America will send in reinforcements. Though amazed by this incredibly helpful news, he still wonders how she could possibly convince them. Suddenly, Ariana appears with a warning. She whispers to Leon that the power radiating from Diane feels much weaker than before. Diane looks down at her heavily injured hands. She admits that showing the president the futures of goblin dominance and human rule was a bit too much for her to bear. The strain of forcing that vision of destiny was immense. Stunned by her sacrifice, Leon asks why she would go so far for him. Diane calmly replies that her entire existence would become completely meaningless if he does not emerge victorious in this ultimate struggle. Leon falls silent, his face turning solemn as the gravity of her words sinks in. After a long pause, he bows his head deeply. He expresses his sincere gratitude to the goddess of destiny, clenching his fist tightly as his voice rings out with absolute resolve. He promises they will win this war. A few days later, news helicopters circle the skies above the Pantheon Administrative District in Pyongyang. Down on the plaza, rows of fully armored soldiers stand in perfect solemn formation, creating an incredibly grand and powerful scene. From a helicopter hovering high above, an excited reporter looks down at the massive crowd, eager to deliver the breaking news to the world. She broadcasts live from Pyongyang, announcing that the highly anticipated ratification ceremony for the Leon Dragonia Federation is finally about to begin. Representatives from various nations have gathered here, including South Korea, Japan, and the Kingdom of Haman, drawing a massive crowd to the plaza. Watching the bustling scene, Karina stands with her arms crossed, grumbling coldly about how loud and overly dramatic these earthlings are being. Jappy quickly chimes in, calling her by her title and explaining that such a grand federal celebration is completely natural and unavoidable. He explains that these massive events are designed to maximize symbolic impact and propaganda value, so this wild excitement is normal. Daesung stares in shock, stuttering to ask why Jappy has taken over a human body for this occasion. Jappy simply explains that a human form makes it much easier to win the affection and goodwill of others during such public events. Han Ha-ri playfully teases, asking if the new look is actually just to make a great impression on the king. Jappy blushes, furiously flustered, and begging Han Ha-ri to keep that quiet, but an ally quickly tells them to hush as the speech begins. Leon clears his throat, testing the massive sound amplification system before stepping forward to address the silent, expectant crowd. Once everything is confirmed, he officially begins his speech, asking for everyone's absolute attention as he scans the packed plaza. He expresses his deep gratitude to everyone present, celebrating the historic founding of the powerful Leon Dragonia Federation. He declares that their choice is not just a political alliance, but a brave stand to save humanity from the ruthless goblin invasion. With unwavering determination, Leon vows to fulfill the sacred duty entrusted to him by the gods of the Pantheon. Unsheathing his glowing sword, he proudly proclaims his name, Leon Dragonia, swearing his oath as a true knight. Raising his blade toward the heavens, he promises to be the shield, protecting all citizens, and the spear that pierces their enemies. He commands them to cast aside their fear and follow him. Instantly, the entire crowd erupts into a deafening, thunderous roar. They chant, "Long live the Leon Dragonia, long live the Federation," but suddenly a strange and ominous anomaly warps the sky above them. Every soldier looks up in absolute shock as a pitch-black tear rips through the fabric of space, swirling with chaotic energy. The massive vortex quickly stabilizes into a colossal portal. Terrified, the soldiers shout out, wondering how a gate could open right now. From the depths of the rift, a dark figure slowly emerges. Morka sneers coldly, hoping they have enjoyed their little festival. He adds, with a chilling grin, that he simply could not bear to miss out on such a wonderful celebration. This is terrible news, especially with our hero as their prime target. Suddenly, massive mana erupts from Mocha. We finally meet the monster sneers. It addresses the great king of Leon Dragonia, its voice dripping with supreme confidence. After 2 centuries of delay, your death will be decided right here and now.